Transported to the Three Kingdoms era. You find yourself a death row prisoner awaiting execution. Initially resigned to your fate, thinking death might just lead to another transmigration, you idly share a small story out of boredom. Unexpectedly, it catches the attention of Cao Ang, who has come to the prison for other reasons. Intrigued, Cao Ang begins visiting frequently, bringing wine and meat, asking you endless questions, and even proposing to become your disciple. Seeing this as a potential lifeline, you answer his queries earnestly, hoping he might help spare your life. Thus, you gradually emerge from your state of resignation. One day, Cao Ang arrives again with wine and meat. You quickly rise to bow in greeting, and Cao Ang returns the courtesy, saying, "No need for formalities. Master, let us converse in the private chamber. This way, please." Following Cao Ang, you walk toward the prison gate under the envious gazes of the other inmates. Upon hearing of these interactions, Cao Cao grows curious about you and decides to visit the prison with Cao Ren. As they approach the private chamber, they overhear Cao Ang's voice, "Master, I've been pondering the question you posed yesterday, but I'm still unclear. What connection could brothels have with the welfare of the people?" Soon, another voice replies, "Young master, surely you know that whenever Cao Cao enters a city, his first question is, are there any brothels here?" In truth, he isn't asking about brothels, he's inquiring about the people's livelihood. But from your perspective, do you believe Cao Cao asks this merely to indulge his desires? Cao Ang, sounding genuinely perplexed, responds, "Lady Bian, whom he recently brought into the household, was acquired in just this manner. I've always assumed Cao Cao was simply seeking pleasure. Please enlighten me, master." The earnestness in Cao Ang's words leaves Cao Cao and Cao Ren momentarily stunned, their faces flushing slightly with embarrassment. Cao Cao never expected to walk into such an awkward conversation, his own son discussing his visits to brothels. Cao Ren, furious at what he perceives as your slander of their lord and your blatant disrespect in addressing him by name without honorifics, growls, "I'll drag him out right now." Unable to contain his anger, Cao Ren rolls up his sleeves, radiating murderous intent as he strides forward to seize you. "Wait a moment." Cao Cao stopped Cao Ren. "Let's hear how the man inside explains this issue first. Asterisk is actually one of the standards for measuring a city's economic level and population situation." You said. Why is that? Cao Ang still didn't quite understand. When granaries are full, people learn etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, they understand honor and disgrace. If a city can provide good asterisk services, doesn't it mean its people are well fed and clothed, and its economy is quite prosperous? Every time Cao Cao enters or conquers a city, he asks about the asterisk situation there. He wants to quickly understand the livelihood of the people and the value the city can bring him by knowing the number of star. You explained unhurriedly. This perspective on asterisk was something Cao Ang had never heard before, and it was the first time he realized there was such deeper meaning behind his father's visits to Star. Cao Ang was stunned, finding it hard to accept at first. It was true that Cao Cao had a weakness for women, but he wasn't entirely consumed by lust. Xuzhou once evaluated Cao Cao as a capable minister in peaceful times, a cunning hero in chaotic times. As a cunning hero, Cao Cao wouldn't go out of his way to seek asterisk just for personal desires. However, this explanation was your deliberate attempt to shock Cao Ang and flatter Cao Cao. In reality, when Cao Cao let his desires run wild, he truly couldn't control himself. In just 2 years, Cao Cao would experience the most costly romantic encounter of his life in Wancheng. Cao Ang suddenly felt his father's image as a man fond of women had grown much nobler. Outside, Cao Cao and Cao Ren, who had been eavesdropping, were dumbfounded for a long while. Cao Ren's gaze at Cao Cao carried a hint of disbelief. This was the first time he, too, had grasped this deeper meaning. Cao Cao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Asterisk, I really just went to satisfy my desires. I never thought about all this. How could this person come up with so much and elevate my image like this? Asterisk. Cao Cao was stunned but didn't interrupt, waiting to hear what you would say next. Has the young master ever considered what kind of livelihood information the asterisk houses in a city can reveal? Cao Ang snapped back to attention, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Please enlighten me, sir. Those who frequent asterisk houses are exclusively men, and among these men, most who have the energy to go are young adults. If a city has many asterisk houses and many asterisk, it indicates a large asterisk market and a substantial population of young adults in the city. When Cao Cao leads troops into battle, what is the source of his soldiers? Precisely these young adults." As these words fell, Cao Ang was once again astonished. He had never realized asterisk houses could serve such a purpose. In these turbulent times, his father Cao Cao was leading armies to pacify the realm. To achieve this, aside from relying on his own resources and strength, he also needed a continuous supply of troops. By understanding the situation of asterisk houses, one could also glean information about the potential soldier reserves in a city, making it easier to recruit troops in the future and aiding the Cao family in their quest to conquer the realm. Asterisk is a service industry. High prices and high quality indicate a prosperous city with wealthy and well-fed commoners. Low prices signify many impoverished people. If there are many asterisk but their quality is lacking, with average looking outnumbering exceptional beauties, it also suggests widespread poverty. Few asterisk imply continuous disasters. Many asterisk houses similarly indicate a thriving local economy and an abundance of young adults, capable of providing Cao Cao with sufficient military manpower. You went on to explain some other functions of the asterisk brothel, and Cao Ang listened thoughtfully, easily grasping the underlying meaning. In places where the poor were concentrated, people could barely afford to eat, forcing them to sell their wives and daughters. As for the poor, no matter how exceptional their wives and daughters' looks might be, there were limits. Beautiful women in ancient times were essentially monopolized by the upper-class scholar official circles. The connection to continuous disasters was even easier to understand. When most of the population had died, forget about asterisk brothels, the entire city would be nearly deserted. Cao Ang sighed. I've learned so much. If not for your guidance, he would have overlooked such an important source of information. Truly, you were a man of great talent. Cao Ang grew even more admiring of you. Outside, Cao Cao also felt he had learned a lot. Who knew so much insight could be gleaned from a asterisk brothel? Though your speculation about his motives surprised him, upon reflection, he found your analysis quite reasonable. Indeed, the asterisk brothel concealed a wealth of information related to the people's livelihood. No wonder Cao Ang held this man in such high regard and even wanted to become his disciple. Eavesdropping up to this point, Cao Cao concluded that this man had some real ability and unique perspectives, enough to impress the still youthful Cao Ang. Cao Cao felt regretful. In the past, he had only thought about indulging his desires, overlooking so much, but then it struck him, exactly. This was my intention all along. I did it for the people's livelihood. With great composure, Cao Cao appropriated your analysis as his own, giving himself a justifiable reason for future visits to the asterisk brothel. Cao Ang was shocked. So this was why Cao Cao frequented asterisk brothels. It was all for gathering information on the city's livelihood. Cao Ang even thought, I should go more often too, to emulate my elder brother. That way, I can also gain a thorough understanding of the people's welfare like him. Elder brother. This man seems quite capable. Cao Ang whispered softly, lowering his voice. Should we still kill him? Keep him alive for now, came the reply. Cao Cao still wanted to go in and meet the gentleman, but hesitated, judging from their conversation. The gentleman didn't even seem to know Cao Ang's identity. Otherwise he wouldn't have directly referred to Cao Cao by name in front of Cao Ang. If he rashly revealed his identity, the other party might become cautious and withhold many things he'd otherwise say. Zhang Miao's subordinates must have seen what he looked like. His appearance would immediately give him away. For now, Cao Cao dismissed the idea of entering, feeling it was more comfortable to eavesdrop from outside. Do you understand Cao Cao's intentions now, young master? Though brothels may be deemed unfit for refined company, they are not without value. Many assume Cao Cao visits them merely to indulge personal desires. But who truly grasps his real purpose? Your voice echoed again in the private room. Cao Ang hung his head in shame. As a son, he had failed to recognize his father's good intentions and had even complained to Lady Ding more than once about his father's frequent visits to brothels and neglect of family. At this moment, he felt he had failed as a son. From now on, I must learn more from my father and not let go of this tradition of caring for the people's welfare. Cao Cao felt your words resonated deeply with him. If you weren't one of Zhang Miao's subordinates, even if you were a death row prisoner with some other unusual status, he would have wanted to invite you to stay by his side as an advisor. But for now, that wasn't possible. Cao Cao preferred to eavesdrop secretly, gaining more insights from you while also figuring out your true intentions. Were you deliberately getting close to Cao Ang for some scheme, or were you genuinely trying to teach him? If it was the former, Cao Cao smirked coldly, suppressing the urge to barge in, and continued listening quietly. I have learned much. Cao Ang emerged from his self-reproach, bowing respectfully as he said, thank you for your guidance, master. Shenzhou smiled slightly. Sir, I have a question. Cao Ang still came with a question today and asked, Zhang Miao and Duke Chao are his closest brothers. The first time he went to fight Xuzhou, before going into battle, Duke Chao even told Zhang Miao, if I don't return it, go and follow manhwa. But Cao Gong treated Zhang Miao so well, why did Zhang Miao still turn against Cao Gong? This was a question that Cao Ang had thought about for several days, but still couldn't think of a deeper reason, so he could only come to seek advice from Shenzhou. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao listened more attentively. Chapter 3, Why did Zhang Miao betray Cao Cao? This question of your excellencies can be analyzed from two aspects. Shenzhou recalled once more Cao Cao's experiences during this time period and added, the first is why Cao Cao was able to become Yanzhou pastor, and the second is Cao Cao's conflict of interest with the local clansman after becoming Yanzhou pastor, and a combination of the two will answer your son's question. Cao Ang was full of interest and said, please tell me, sir. Shenzhou asked, does your excellency know who Cao Cao is currently relying on? Yuan Shao. Cao Ang answered without even thinking. Cao Cao, who was eavesdropping, secretly sighed when he heard this. Despite not being very honorable, he was indeed Yuan Shao's vassal, and this could not be denied. Let's start analyzing from the first point. The opportunity for Cao Cao to become the pastor of Yanzhou was the Yellow Turban Rebellion, where the Yellow Turban rebels killed the original state pastor, Lu Dai. Zhang Miao and the others saw Cao Cao's ability, and Yuan Shao was behind the push at the time. The Yellow Turban rebels were wreaking havoc in Yanzhou, and in desperate need of a person to quell the chaos, Cao Cao was able to smoothly rise to the throne. Then has Your Excellency ever wondered why Zhang Miao and the others didn't become state shepherds themselves? Shenzhou said and asked. Only to see Cao Ang think for a moment and say, according to the rules of the Great Han, locals are not allowed to serve as the local supreme governor. This is in the Three Protectors Law of the Great Han. Zhang Miao and the others, they are all Yanzhou locals. This was the Iron Law of the Great Han. In addition to this Iron Law, the Three Protectors Law also has various staggered avoidance rules, whereby an official serving in an office, in addition to needing to avoid his or her hometown, also needs to avoid the hometowns of their in-laws, and so on. It is also this Iron Law, leading to the governor of G2 states, a long-time lack of replacement. The Han 13 states inside, there are 11 state officials, cannot serve as the governor of these two states. Shenzhou appreciated, Your Excellency is right, in times of survival and crisis, Cao Cao, who is not from Yanzhou, is the most suitable, and Cao Cao also has the ability to pacify the thieves, so he is the best choice for them. Yuan Shao also tried his best to help Cao Cao to the throne, and Zhang Miao and the others had to give face to Yuan, who was the fourth of three dukes. By this time, Yuan Shao was in control of Xuzhou, had defeated Gongsun Zan, and was strong. After Cao Cao, as Yuan Shao's vassal, was pushed by Yuan Shao into the position of Yanzhou's pastor, Yanzhou became Yuan Shao's largest force, along the southern bank of the Yellow River. It will also be the main battleground for future engagements between Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Tao Qian, who was attacked by Cao Cao, actually clung to Yuan Shu. Then Cao Cao's fight against Xuzhou can, in another way, be seen as an internal conflict within their Yuan clan. Listening to Shenzhou's analysis, Cao Cao secretly nodded his head. The complicated relationships involved were thus sorted out by Shenzhou in a few words. Cao Ang fell into deep thought, then came to a realization. Zhang Miao and the others, who made Cao Cao the state pastor, aimed to resolve the Yellow Turban army. In the end, the Yellow Turban army was resolved, while Yanzhou, through Cao Cao, became Yuan Shao's territory, and potentially a battleground for future battles between the two Yuan. Are Zhang Miao and the other local magnates willing? They're definitely not willing. Zhang Miao and the others don't want to side with Yuan Shao and accept Yuan Shao's governance. They probably don't want to side with anyone, they just want to recognize the Han court. The officials in Yanzhou are all appointed by the court and have no relationship with Yuan Shao, so it's actually normal for them to not want to submit and to resist. And, Yuan Shao's relationship with Zhang Miao is not very good. Shenzhou had just finished that last sentence when Cao Ang took over and said, "This I know, Yuan Shao had repeatedly tried to get Cao Gong to kill Zhang Miao, and even though Cao Gong had refused, Zhang Miao's heart must have created a disconnect." That's right. Yanzhou famous scholar Bian Jin's family is the best proof of this. Bian Jin's death was a warning and deterrent to the officials of Yanzhou, making them afraid. Zhang Miao is also afraid. Yuan Shao has also repeatedly provoked the relationship between Cao Cao and Zhang Miao. For example, when Wang Quang was chilled by Yuan Shao and went to join Zhang Miao, Cao Cao listened to Yuan Shao and killed Wang Quang. The whole of Yanzhou at this time had long been filled with anti-Cao sentiment, not wanting Cao Cao to remain the state shepherd and not wanting to become Yuan Shao's vassal himself. Cao Cao attacked Xuzhou, twice before and after, using their Yanzhou resources. Zhang Miao and the others couldn't possibly watch while Cao Cao consumed Yanzhou's resources, troops, and even its very foundation. With another push from Chen Gong, Zhang Miao rebelled. Shenzhou continued his analysis. The relationship between Cao Cao's ability to become the pastor of Yanzhou and Zhang Miao's betrayal unfolded and was analyzed almost to the point. Cao Ang listened intently and sighed in his heart, so the reason behind it was so complicated. When Cao Cao heard this, he also let out a sigh. No wonder after he became Yanzhou's pastor, his relationship with Zhang Miao had produced subtle changes and was no longer as cordial as before. Even though he was able to say if I don't return, I'll follow manhwa when he fought Tao Qian for the first time, it was just a polite way of saying that he wanted Zhang Miao to help him stabilize his base camp when he went to war. In addition, Yanzhou officials did not take his decrees seriously and often disobeyed him. It turned out to be Yanzhou officials, who didn't want to become Yuan Shao's vassals. They also recognized themselves as Han ministers and didn't want to get involved with Yuan Shao. If I could have thought of all this, Zhang Menghua, at that time, would not have been in chaos. Cao Cao said, his eyes blazing again. Inside the lecture that gentleman can analyze things so thoroughly, and this is only one of the aspects, the ability is certainly not bad, he would love to get it. Recalling that Xuzhou also called Zhang Miao by his first name and didn't seem to have much respect, Cao Cao felt that he still had a chance. Should be able to pull in. And then with Cao Ang's connections in place, Xuzhou definitely couldn't escape. But there was no rush yet, first feel out Xuzhou's intentions before making a decision. Chaoran said, "Elder brother, that gentleman inside seems to be very powerful, why would Zhang Miao still fail when he has him?" Yes. Cao Cao was reminded by Chaoran and was also puzzled. With such a capable person in there, it would be reasonably hard for Zhang Miao to fail, but it's still a failure, and that's highly undesirable. Could it be that this gentleman doesn't want to help Zhang Menghua? This possibility was brainstormed by Cao Cao. It had to be so. Because Xuzhou's tone didn't have much respect for Zhang Miao, it made sense that he wouldn't want to help Zhang Miao, but Cao Cao felt another headache, the gentleman didn't have much respect for himself either, and he called them all by their first names. If he is sincere in teaching Zimu and has no other bad intentions, I must have a way to make him willing to assist me. Cao Cao was secretly thinking, and after a moment, he added, Shao, arrange for someone to check everything about him. Upon hearing this, Chaoran immediately made arrangements. May I ask, sir, what about the second aspect? Cao Ang's voice, again, came out through the wooden wall. Cao Cao was also curious to know what conflict of interest there was between him and the Yanzhou clansman. Chapter 4 Yanzhou's Interests. The second aspect is still starting with the Yellow Turbans. Xuzhou organized his language and added, actually, the matter between Cao Cao, Zhang Miao, and Tao Qian cannot be separated from the Yellow Turbans. The first aspect of the analysis involved the Yellow Turbans attacking Yanzhou, and Cao Cao becoming Yanzhou pastor in the process, which Cao Ang understood through and through, but the second aspect, how is it still related to the Yellow Turbans? Could it be that within the surrendered Yellow Turbans, someone is stirring up trouble? Cao Ang asked. Nonetheless. Does your excellency still remember how many Yellow Turbans surrendered? Xuzhou asked rhetorically. Of course Cao Ang remembered and blurted out, more than 300,000 surrendered soldiers, men and women totaling more than 1 million people. How many are the numbers? More. More is right. Xuzhou continued to analyze, 1 million people, how huge is the number? Yanzhou suddenly flooded in so many people, can it handle it? Before Cao Ang could respond, Xuzhou asked himself, definitely can't afford it, for Cao Cao to incorporate that many people, he would have to use Yanzhou's internal resources, which leads to a conflict of interest, making Yanzhou's distribution of benefits extremely unbalanced. Zhang Miao and the others don't want to use their own resources to raise Cao Cao's soldiers. Right-o. Cao Ang listened and came to a realization. Cao Cao secretly thought that there was nothing he could do at the time, and by not moving Yanzhou's interests, that group of surrendered Yellow Turbans from Qingzhou wouldn't be able to be used for him, or even cause a rebellion. As mentioned in the first aspect, Cao Cao utilized Yanzhou's fundamentals to fight Xuzhou, which actually falls under the category of conflict of interest. The emergence of anti-Cao Cao sentiment within Yanzhou can be traced back as far as the return of the Yellow Turbans. Cao Cao knows the military, can fight, and is already not weak. After incorporating another 300,000 Yellow Turban surrendered soldiers, his wings were full, and he was able to speak his mind within Yanzhou, not only causing an imbalance in the distribution of benefits, but also becoming a dominant player in Yanzhou's interests. Zhang Miao and other local clansmen are going to be dominated by Cao Cao. Can they be willing to do that? Xuzhou asked again. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. Cao Ang gradually figured out how much Zhang Miao, at that time, had endured, from the pressure on Cao Cao. Being forced to this extent, even Cao Ang wanted to rebel. Cao Cao thought that at that time, he only felt that he had become the state pastor, and that he could do whatever he wanted to do, and that he really lacked the consideration for Zhang Miao and the others. If he hadn't overheard Xuzhou's analysis, he wouldn't be able to think of so many reasons right now. But what doesn't happen happens, and it's useless for him to regret it. Conflicts of interest, and that's not all. It wasn't long after Cao Cao collected the Yellow Turbans that Yanzhou started to turn against Cao Cao. Are the officials within Yanzhou very uncooperative with Cao Cao? Xuzhou asked Cao Ang again. Cao Ang said, occasionally, they cooperate, but more often than not, the Yang are not cooperative. Xuzhou asked again, that's why Cao Cao reused the Yingchuan clans, right? Cao Ang nodded, this was the truth. Since the Yanzhou clans of scholars did not cooperate and Cao Cao could not move them, of course he used those who were willing to cooperate with him. In the second year of Chuping, Sun Yu brought his nephew, Sun Yu, to join Cao Cao. At the time, Cao Cao called out, this is my son's house. Later, Sun Yu recommended theater Jitsai to Cao Cao. In the third year of Chuping, the scribe Zhang Miao also came to Cao Cao's aid. They were both from Yingchuan, Yuzhou. When Cao Cao reuses the Yingchuan scholars to govern Yanzhou, he weakens the power of the Yanzhou scholars in the area, which is part of the conflict of interest. The conflict of interest between Cao Cao and the Yanzhou clansmen isn't just this once or twice, it adds up many times. Even if Zhang Miao and Cao Cao were blood brothers, he wouldn't be able to accept all of this. Betrayal of Cao Cao would be an inevitable occurrence, and the Yanzhou clansmen would have to group together to fight back in order to save their own interests. Chen Zhou said and looked over towards Cao Ang. If we look at it from a modern perspective, the process of Cao Cao becoming the owner of Yanzhou can be seen as the small shareholders of Yanzhou who have some power within the state, electing Cao Cao to be the representative of the Yanzhou group. However, Cao Cao's courage and ability turned the Yanzhou group into his own company. One by one, the Yanzhou shareholders were kicked out by Cao Cao, and the shareholders were forced to rebel against him. After hearing what you said, I actually feel a little sympathy for Zhang Miao and the others. Cao Ang sighed. Chen Zhou hurriedly corrected, now that the imperial power has fallen, the Han family is drifting, the vassals are divided, and the world is in chaos. Inside the chaotic world, having this kind of sympathetic mother of God idea will sooner or later get you killed. This is just a normal phenomenon between the vassals, annexing each other, no need to sympathize. Cao Ang got up and saluted. Thank you for your reminder, sir. Cao Cao, who was eavesdropping outside, heard Chen Zhou finish analyzing the second aspect and couldn't help but have mixed feelings. If he could recognize these issues in advance, Zhang Miao wouldn't necessarily betray himself. But he thought that Chen Zhou was right. Sympathy in a chaotic world would only get you killed. To be a traitor and a lord, you have to be ruthless. If Zhang Miao died, he died, there was no need to sympathize. Eldest brother, when are we going to pull him in? Cao Ren was becoming more and more impressed with Chen Zhou and felt that Chen Zhou was the hope of their Cao family. There's no rush yet. Cao Cao was suspicious and would not formally draw Chen Zhou in, much less release him, until he had checked Chen Zhou out clearly. They quickly quieted down again and continued to listen to the conversation inside. Sir, I still have one more doubt. Cao Ang said. Speak. Chen Zhou said. Cao Ang scratched his head and said, as far as I know, Zhang Miao had a conflict with Yuan Shao as early as when he was crusading against Dongzhuo, and Yuan Shao first asked Cao Gong to kill Zhang Miao at that time. According to your analysis, Zhang Miao first became alienated from Cao Gong at that time, but as Cao Gong was Yuan Shao's vassal, and Zhang Miao and Yuan Shao were not on the same page, why did he still listen to Yuan Shao's arrangement and let Cao Gong enter Yanzhou? To save Yanzhou, Duke Cao is the best choice, but not the only choice. You can also ask for help from the court. Chen Zhou pretended to be angry and said, Your Excellency has put my words behind you so quickly? I have analyzed the first aspect. Cao Cao has the ability. Yuan's 4 generations and 3 dukes are not to be offended. As for asking for help from the court, that would be to seek help from far away, not to mention that the current court still has the ability to save Yanzhou? The Han court is having a hard time protecting itself. I know I am wrong. It was the first time Cao Ang had seen Sir angry. But then, you are right to mention this doubt. Chen Zhou thought for a moment and added, Cao Cao is indeed the best choice to fend off the Yellow Turbans. When Cao Cao started his crusade against Dongzhuo, he only had 5,000 men with him, and when he developed to Yanzhou pastor, he had about 7 or 8,000. Zhang Miao didn't stop Cao Cao from entering Yanzhou, but actually wanted Cao Cao to lead 7 or 8,000 men to fight the Yellow Turbans. Preferably Cao Cao would die in battle under the Yellow Turbans and follow in Lu Dai's footsteps. After a pause, he added, then after Cao Cao dies and the Yellow Turbans are crippled, and Yanzhou is safe, Zhang Miao can elect another person to be the state pastor, who will be completely under the control of their Yanzhou clansmen, while at the same time weakening Yuan Shao's strength so that Yuan Shao is without a Cao Cao who knows the military and can fight. Chen Zhou concluded, Zhang Miao probably wanted Cao Cao dead a long time ago. Surprisingly, Cao Ang exclaimed, greatly shaken. Zhang Miao. When Cao Cao heard this, he immediately shuddered and viciously chanted Zhang Miao's name. He couldn't wait to drag Zhang Miao out and flog him. Chapter 5, almost ready to go out. Cao Cao has always treated Zhang Miao as a good friend. When he entered Yanzhou, he even treated Zhang Miao as a benefactor. However, Cao Cao could not have imagined that Zhang Miao had asked him to fight the Yellow Turbans, but actually wanted him to die. The trace of guilt towards Zhang Miao that remained in Cao Cao's heart completely vanished at this moment. Eldest brother, how dare he, Zhang Miao? Cao Ren was furious, his tone murderous, and he also wanted to drag Zhang Miao out and flog him. Cao Cao lowered his voice and said, Zhang Miao, he deserves to die. But the people are all dead. The Zhang family, all of them, were killed by him, even exterminated. This bite of anger was vented. Sir, is that really the case? Cao Ang's voice interrupted their anger. After listening to the final analysis, Cao Ang completely overturned what he once knew about Zhang Miao, not expecting Zhang Miao to be so ruthless. Whether it is true or not, only Zhang Miao himself knows. Xuzhou did not explain any further on these. Cao Ang was pondering. Alright, today's lecture, it's almost over. I'm a little tired and want to go back to rest. Tomorrow if you can still come, I'll give you another lecture on Cao Cao's fight against Xuzhou. Xuzhou yawned and stretched again. After saying so much, his mouth was a little dry. Cao Ang came back to his senses, temporarily putting Zhang Miao's matter behind him, and asked, when Lord Cao fought Xuzhou, he wasn't avenging his father's death? Is there any deep meaning behind it? He. Xuzhou laughed when he heard it and said, even if revenge, there is no need to slaughter the city so brutally, I will analyze it for you tomorrow. Saying this he was about to get up and wanted to push the door out and return to the cell automatically and consciously. Even if he was brought out by Cao Ang, he had no chance of escaping, there were people outside on guard. Cao Cao heard footsteps and knew that Xuzhou was going to push the door out and hurriedly avoided it, but before he could avoid it, he heard Cao Ang's voice ringing out again, Mr. is a capable person, Lord Cao is now looking for a good man, I can help you to recommend him up the ladder, you will definitely be able to get out of here and get reused, what does Mr. think? He wanted to let Xuzhou out. Such a great talent could not be entrusted in such a shady place. If their Cao family could have Xuzhou to assist them, they could definitely take their place in the chaotic world. Finally waiting for these words. Xuzhou was thinking in his heart, but did not immediately agree. Although he could guess that Cao Ang might be a Cao family clansman, he was not too sure of the exact identity and status, and felt that with the lectures he had given in the past few days, it was not enough to try to borrow Cao Ang's identity and impress someone who had the ability to let himself out. What he was seeking was stability, a certainty that he could go out and have no more trouble. Next, Xuzhou also wanted to put up a big stunt to make Cao Cao aware of his existence and be bowled over by himself. This would not be far from getting out safely. To get out, the smoothest and most secure method was of course for Cao Cao to personally order the release. But with Cao Ang's words, Xuzhou understood that he would not be able to die for a while and could live. Does your excellency think that Zhang Miao is not hateful? Xuzhou pondered in his head and asked this question. Cao Ang gritted his teeth and said, abominable. Xuzhou said, since you think it's abominable, Cao Cao thinks Zhang Miao is even more abominable, and I'm Zhang Miao's man, so how will he let me off easily? Your excellency has the ability to raise and release me, this I believe. But if you release me, you might cause Cao Cao to be unhappy, and that's bad. It's not worth it to lose your future, or even your life, because of me. He shook his head and refused. Sir. Cao Ang was anxious. Xuzhou could give up the chance to go out because of himself. This was a true man of high moral character. Cao Ang added, even if I let you go, Cao Gong won't do anything to me, in fact, I am. Xuzhou interrupted, alright, I'm hungry. You arrange for someone, send some food over. After speaking, he patted Cao Ang's shoulder, pushed open the door and walked outside before strutting back towards the cell. The two of them, Cao Cao and Cao Ren, hurriedly ducked out of the way, so that even Cao Ang could not see them right next to him. Sir, I will save you. Cao Ang chased after them and walked out, shouting towards the door of the cell with a firm tone. How could I save Xuzhou? Cao Ang's first thought was Cao Cao. Even though he was Cao Cao's son, Xuzhou was a death row prisoner related to Zhang Miao, the people in the cell, they didn't necessarily dare to release him yet. He thought of the safest way to do it, or to be able to get Cao Cao to order the release of the man, then he had to let Cao Cao know about Xuzhou's ability and talent. I'll go back and compile the contents of Mr. Lecture and give it to father. Cao Ang arranged for the people in the cell to prepare wine and food for Xuzhou before going back to find a way to save him. When they had all left, the two Cao Cao men showed up. Zishu wants to release him, but he doesn't want to come out yet? Cao Cao was quite surprised, thinking that Xuzhou seemed to really want to teach Cao Ang. A death row inmate could resist the temptation to stay alive, a hardiness that Cao Cao asked himself he did not have, and felt that Xuzhou was a very good person who could still think about Cao Ang without leaving. He pondered for a moment and said, go back first. Xuzhou returned to his clean cell and sat with his back against the wall for a while before some jailers brought in the things Cao Ang had prepared. Those jailers, as well as the other prisoners around him, were envious and jealous when they saw that he could be treated so well even after being in jail. They were jealous, casually slapped open the clay seal on the wine altar, drank a mouthful of wine to quench his thirst, and then tore off a chicken leg and ate it prettily. Jail can sit to this extent, he was thinking that he might be the first person in the Three Kingdoms. That gentleman wants to take me away. The plan is almost a done deal. Just wait a little longer and I'll be able to leave this Thai place. Zhou was thinking in his heart. His mood was much better and he ate and drank more flavorfully. The wine and food that Cao Ang sent was too much to eat, so Zhou took the rest and sent it to the prisoners next to the cell. They might not necessarily want to betray, but having a relationship with Zhang Miao and the others made them the unlucky ones who were implicated by Zhang Miao and the others. Chapter 6, Execution? Night. Big brother, there is a result. Cao Ang hurriedly ran in and said, "The gentleman is called Zhou, word Duji, is a Pune official under Zhang Miao's ministry, just an ordinary subordinate official. He comes from a poor family. 4 years ago, his parents died, no other relatives, leaving him alone, at home to observe filial piety for 3 years, ended a year ago, because of filial piety, and Zhang Miao probed filial piety, when the Pune, although a bit of urgent talent, but the ability to be mediocre." Shao is sure, he is really mediocre? Hearing this, Cao Cao did not quite believe Cao Ren's findings. Judging by what Zhou had analyzed in the cell, it was definitely more than just mediocre or a bit of a rush talent. Cao Ren had to say, according to the investigation, Zhou was truly mediocre before being implicated by Zhang Miao and then taken down by us and locked up in the cell. Cao Cao frowned. He was cited for filial piety by Zhang Miao before he had the chance to become an official, so his heart should be toward Zhang Miao? Eldest brother, I don't think so. Cao Ren added, after ending his filial piety and getting the push, this person frequented brothels and did nothing serious. With this person's ability, if he is truly grateful to Zhang Miao, how could he not wholeheartedly assist Zhang Miao? I'm guessing that he definitely doesn't want to help Zhang Miao, but is just borrowing Zhang Miao's chaju so that he can get rid of his white body. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao nodded slightly. What you say makes sense. However, he was a bit surprised to hear that Zhou frequented brothels. No wonder Zhou was so familiar with brothels and could associate so much through them, so it turned out that he was in the same boat as him, and everyone liked going to brothels so much. Cao Ren obviously noticed this as well and laughed. Eldest brother, Zhou, this person, has similar hobbies as you. People who like to go to prostitutes are capable people. Hearing his words, Cao Cao laughed awkwardly. However, Cao Cao thought that this hobby of Zhou's was good, and that he would have to exchange ideas on how to go about whoring when he had the chance in the future. What did he do after he returned to his cell? Cao Cao asked again. Cao Ren said, Zhou sent him quite a bit of wine and food, he ate a lot, gave the leftovers to the other death row inmates who were imprisoned by Zhang Miao and his associates, and nothing more. Mentioning those death row inmates, Cao Ren paused for a moment and asked, Big brother doesn't want to kill Zhou now, but those other death row inmates, should they be killed? Leave Zhou behind and kill the rest. Cao Cao snorted coldly. He was never merciful to those who betrayed him, but Zhou became the exception. Since he didn't want to assist Zhang Miao, it meant that Zhou wasn't considered to be someone who betrayed him, discretionary, and fancying the talent, he could stay and observe for a while. Good. Cao Ren was about to pass the order to drag the person out and chop him up early tomorrow morning when Cao Ang ran in. In order to write down those insights of Zhou, as soon as Cao Ang came back, he buried his head in his pen and wrote so hard that his arms were so sore that he finally wrote it out, and the first thing he did was to run over to see Cao Cao, but just as he entered the door, he heard his father and Uncle Zhou's conversation. Father, I heard that you were going to kill all those death row prisoners? Cao Ang asked eagerly. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and asked, could it be that Zhou thinks that those death row prisoners don't deserve to die? Damn! Cao Ang said and added, but there is a great talent inside, he doesn't deserve to die. I've been talking to him for several days and I can conclude that this person is extremely capable, has a poisonous gaze, and is able to see through the surfaces of many things and analyze the truths and reasoning contained therein. If father can pull him in by his side, it would be beneficial to our Cao family. Coming! Cao Cao and Cao Ren looked at each other, thinking in their hearts that Cao Ang would indeed come to help Zhou plead for mercy. A man who was locked up in a cell is worthy of being called a great talent? Cao Cao did not immediately agree to Cao Ang's plea. He still needed to secretly continue observing Zhou. Father, these are his insights. Cao Ang took out a few copies of silk and cloth and sent them to Cao Cao's hands, adding, I've written down the content of the gentleman's lectures, so father will know after reading them that it really is a great talent, father. There. Cao Cao casually took it and added, it's getting late, go back and rest. Father. Cao Ang wanted to say something else. But Cao Cao told him to leave. Thinking that the insight had been given to his father, Cao Ang felt that there was still a chance, so he had to go back to his room and wait for news. If he was really unsure, he would go back tomorrow to bail out the gentleman. Cao Cao just listened to the insights of the brothel and Zhang Miao's betrayal today. According to the news brought by Cao Ang, Zhuzhou gave Cao Ang 3 consecutive days of lectures. Today is the 4th day. Cannot wait to know what the previous 3 days of lectures are. Spreading out the silk, he saw several headings written on it: the relationship between the Yellow Turban uprising and the Han economy, an analysis of the situation under the sun, and the law of survival of the scholarly race. Looking again at the content behind the headings, Cao Cao was quickly stunned. The insights were unique, the angles were novel, and the content was straight to the point and thought-provoking. Xiao, I must have him, definitely. Cao Cao said excitedly. It was the first time Cao Ren had seen that his eldest brother was so eager for a humble scribe. Even when Sun Yu came to join him back then, he wasn't as excited as this. The next day, Xuzhou was woken up. All follow, let's go. Anyone who dares to resist will be beheaded on the spot. Have a good life in your next life. Xuzhou heard a sound of jailers yelling. Next there were the wails and cries of the death row inmates that echoed inside the dungeon. He looked up and saw dozens of jailers escorting those shackled death row inmates away. Xuzhou didn't know how many times he had seen this scene. This was the rhythm of being brought to the execution, and thought, I won't have just found the hope of life, and I'll be beheaded right away, right? Xuzhou didn't want to die. Had he known that he promised Cao Ang yesterday that he would leave first, and asked, what are you doing? Sir. The warden ran over and politely said, we have orders from the Lord to take these people to the execution. Staying is a waste of rice, beheading them all is dry. Sure enough, it was to send them to the execution ground. Xuzhou swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. That's fine, give me a pair of shackles and I will cooperate with you. The warden waved his hand and said, Mr. is mistaken, with your status, how dare we behead you? We have orders that Sir can remain in the cell and wait for the next arrangements. They still had quite a bit of respect for Xuzhou. Apart from because of Cao Ang's status, it was also because they had heard a lot of knowledge and axioms from Xuzhou. They didn't care if they heard it or not. They felt that Mr. Powerful was just that. Mr. Powerful was still able to gain the respect of the Lord's eldest son, and he definitely wouldn't be executed and asked to be beheaded, and he definitely walked out of the room. They can't even wait to flatter now. That's fine, you guys get busy. Xuzhou was relieved. Cao Ang's words yesterday were still useful. Chapter 7. Why did Cao Cao want to slaughter Xuzhou? Tai Shou Mansion. When Cao Cao got up in the morning, he first gathered Sun Yu and the others in the council hall, needing to make a summary of the events in Yanzhou. Only, just as shamelessly, he took Xuzhou's analysis of the 2 aspects of the reasons for the betrayal of Zhang Miao and the others as his own and went into detail. Sun Yu and the others were shocked when they heard it, and were about to talk about it today, but the Lord had already stated the reasons for it first. As for the reasons for Zhang Miao's betrayal, the Lord had analyzed it more deeply than they had thought, dissecting the relationships within Yanzhou at the time in considerable detail. The Lord is different today. Seeing their expressions, Cao Cao was very satisfied. I thought about this all night and only came up with this. What do you guys think? Cao Cao asked after he finished. In fact, he also wanted to compare how different Sun Yu's analysis was between them and Xuzhou's. Tizhong Tizhitsai was the first to say, Lord's analysis is more thorough than any of ours. The smile on Cao Cao's face got even better, and again he thought to himself that that gentleman is so powerful that even Plei Zhong admits that he is inferior. Such great talent, I must have it. Cao Cao added, I was just analyzing randomly and happened to think of that much. Let's continue discussing other things. Didn't Wanruo say yesterday that he wanted to discuss how to appease the people of Yanzhou? Everyone has any ideas, speak freely. My lord. Sun Yu stood up and bowed. The war in Yanzhou has not long subsided, and the people are on edge. I think we should. However, before he could finish his words, Cao Ren suddenly walked in. Wait. Cao Cao interrupted. Cao Ren had come back and should have news about Xuzhou. Sure enough, Cao Ren was in Cao Cao's ear, whispering, eldest brother, Zishu has gone to the cell again. Cao Cao's eyes lit up. He could go eavesdropping again, and continue to interrupt. Wanruo, you guys look after the matter of pacifying the people of Yanzhou, I trust you. I have something to go out for. Today's deliberations end here. He didn't wait for Sun Yu and the others to say anything, and took Cao Ren with him as he hurriedly walked out the door. Sun Yu and Tizhong, they looked at each other in disbelief, unable to fathom Cao Cao's mind today. Lord Cao is very strange today. Zhong Yao said suspiciously. Sun Yu agreed, indeed it is strange, but the strangest thing is that the Lord can think about Zhang Miao's betrayal in such detail, better than any of us could have thought, don't you think? Several of Theater Zhong and the others nodded in agreement. The authorities are in the dark, the onlookers are clear. Cao Cao, as the authority on Zhang Miao's betrayal, would have a hard time analyzing the reasons for Zhang Miao's betrayal so thoroughly, but Cao Cao's performance just now left them astonished. General Cao came in and said one word, and the Lord left without us. Zhang said, I heard that the Lord went to the prison yesterday, and General Cao accompanied him, staying there for quite a while before returning. Chun Yu asked, Jitsai is saying that there is something in the jail that attracts the Lord? This I do not know. Zhang slowly got up and said with some abandon, I don't have much to do today, and Lord Gong is not available, so I'd better go back to drinking. However, I think that the reason for the Lord's analysis looks like it was taught by someone else, and there may be another person of high standing behind it. Hearing his words, Sun Yu and the others thought that there was this possibility. However, they didn't dwell on it too much, since they didn't need to deliberate. They went to work to appease the people who were terrified after the war. Cells? Sun Yu was a bit curious to know who the high-ranking person behind the Lord might be. Hesitating for a moment, he followed him out, heading in the direction of the large prison. He wanted to know what kind of person would be hiding inside the dungeon. Cao Ang was worried about Xuzhou and rushed towards the dungeon early in the morning. Just outside the dungeon, he saw the jailers taking away the death row inmates and preparing to bring them to be executed, and was startled, but knowing that Xuzhou was still safe and sound in his cell, he was relieved. Father must have read Mr.'s insights and spared Mr. But why hasn't Father let Mr. out yet? Cao Ang thought in his heart and walked into the cell. Seeing Xuzhou leisurely sitting inside, Cao Ang was completely relieved and bowed, Sir. Sir. Xuzhou returned the bow. Cao Ang said, I've come to disturb Mr. again. Xuzhou waved his hand and said, no harm, it's even more boring when the cell is empty, it's just as well that Gongzi came to accompany me for a chat, let's go. Please sir. Cao Ang made a gesture of invitation. Together, they went inside the elegant room again. Let's talk about Xuzhou today. Yanzhou sat down and gently tapped his fingers on the desktop, recalling the process of Cao Cao's fight against Xuzhou once more, saying, starting with your son's doubt yesterday, explaining whether Cao Cao's slaughter of Xuzhou was to avenge his father's death or whether he had other deeper meanings? Outside. Luckily it's just in time. Cao Cao had just arrived with Cao Ren in tow when he heard Xuzhou's voice speaking. Regarding the matter of slaughtering Xuzhou, Cao Cao also wanted to know how Xuzhou could interpret it. Could he say the right thing about what was really in his heart? My lord, General Cao. At this time, a voice came from behind them. Cao Cao and the two of them had a jolt and turned to look back. Seeing that the person who came was Sun Yu, they were surprised and asked, why is Wanrua here? Sun Yu, where to say, is quietly followed, but see Cao Cao here sneaky, the cell seems to be really problematic, said, I casually walk, came to the neighborhood, just happened to see the Lord Gongyu guys like this. With an inquiring gaze, he looked at Cao Cao. In asking what is this doing? The Han governs the world with filial piety, and inspecting filial piety is the most important way to get out of the civil service. Lord Cao fought in Xuzhou to avenge his father's death, this is filial piety. Why don't you think so, sir? Before Cao Cao and the others could respond, Cao Ang's voice came out in the elegant room. Of course Sun Yu could hear that the person speaking was Cao Ang, and thought to himself, how is it that the eldest son doesn't even call out to his father, and is directly called Duke Cao? What are they up to? Sun Yu was filled with bewilderment. Cao Cao has filial piety, but not much. Xuzhou's voice happened to come out again. This voice sounded unfamiliar to Sun Yu, and he immediately woke up to the fact that it should be the one that Zhang had said, the one who might be the high person behind the Lord. But this person dares to say so much about the Lord, dares to say that the Lord has no filial piety, this is not properly looking for death? Strangely enough, Cao Cao not only didn't get angry, but also eavesdropped attentively. Sun Yu? What the hell is going on? Please instruct me, sir. Cao Ang's tone, respectful. Continue with yesterday's topic. Xuzhou said, Cao Cao collected 300,000 surrendered soldiers from the Yellow Turbans, plus their families, men and women totaling 1 million people, such a huge influx of people into Yanzhou, I'm afraid that even the most basic of filling their stomachs would be a problem. If your excellency were Cao Cao, what would you do to stabilize these people and keep them for your own use? The Yellow Turbans descending into Yanzhou seems to have nothing to do with the slaughter of Xuzhou, right? But yesterday, Sir said that Cao Cao, Zhang Miao, and Tao Qian were inseparable from the Yellow Turbans. After thinking seriously for a long time, Cao Ang said, take the grain stored in Yanzhou and distribute it to them for consumption, and reclaim Yanzhou's fields for cantonization. The reason why the people rebel is because they don't have enough to eat. At the time the Yellow Turbans were willing to surrender to Lord Cao, the root cause was still that the Yellow Turbans were running out of food. They had food on the table and no food to eat. As long as you keep them well fed, you will be able to stabilize the people. As Cao Cao's son, he is aware of some. At that time the Yellow Turbans surrendered the situation, said what he knew. Chapter 8, Cao Ang. Cao Cao is unkind, unfilial, and an executioner. Your Excellency is right, but only partially right. It was because Cao Cao did this that Zhang Miao rebelled. But before they rebelled, Zhang Miao and the others must have been very opposed to this act, and didn't want to share their grain and land with the Yellow Turbans. Even if the Yanzhou clansmen could give a large amount of fields to Cao Cao to Canton, the crops that are planted are not harvested right away, and there is still a lack of food during the waiting period for the harvest. Xuzhou directly pointed out the shortcomings of doing this. At first, Cao Cao had the same idea. But after doing so for not long, he had to give up. The only way was to think of another way. After all, 1 million people was too many. In fact, there were many things that Cao Cao didn't fully tell Cao Ang, such as some of the more cruel practices. As a father, he certainly wanted to leave a good image in front of his son. Cao Ang is completely unaware of the truth about the massacre of Xuzhou, and only thinks that Cao Cao started the war and the massacre in order to avenge his grandfather's death. Sun Yu, who was also eavesdropping, couldn't help but light up when he heard the words that Zhang Miao had rebelled. The person inside the room was indeed the high-ranking person who had analyzed Zhang Miao for the Lord, but just why was the Lord hiding outside and eavesdropping? Seeing that Cao Cao didn't react in any other way, Sun Yu had no choice but to keep quiet. Together, they listened on. Your lordship might as well think again about what other methods there are to stabilize the surrendering Yellow Turbans. Xuzhou once again threw this question to Cao Ang. Cao Ang also thought that he couldn't rely on Sir to give answers to all questions, otherwise there was no difference between him and an invalid, and thought on very seriously. Xuzhou reminded, Your Excellency does not have to be limited to what Cao Cao is doing now, it is with you standing in Cao Cao's shoes and thinking about what you yourself can do, whatever works. Thinking according to this request, Cao Ang's mind spread out and he could think of much more. If I were Lord Cao, the first thing I would probably think of would be to kill most of the people and leave only the parts one can afford to raise. Cao Ang said. Are there any left? Xuzhou asked again. Cao Ang indeed still had more and continued, I can still ask Yuan Shao to borrow grain. Duke Shao is Yuan Shao's vassal, so as long as he is willing to ask, he should be able to borrow grain. Or. He had another idea and added, kill half of the people, keep half of the people, and then borrow grain, so the pressure won't be so great. What you said is actually all feasible. Xuzhou added, but Cao Cao didn't do this. It was true that Cao Cao did not do this, but he had thought of all the ideas that Cao Ang had proposed. Hearing this extent, Cao Cao understood that Xuzhou had indeed seen through his true intentions of slaughtering Xuzhou and wanted to lead Cao Ang to say it, but Cao Ang had not thought in such a cruel direction. Sure enough, his eyes were poisonous. Because there weren't many people who knew about this intention of his. Can Your Excellency think of a reason why Cao Cao didn't do this? Xuzhou added, the points that the Duke can think of, he can definitely think of them as well. Cao Ang continued to seriously think about it and after a long time asked, could it have something to do with fighting Xuzhou? Fighting Xuzhou and slaughtering Xuzhou is the result of the Yellow Turbans that resulted from the collection of the Yellow Turbans. Seeing that he couldn't think of anything, Xuzhou stopped making things difficult and explained, Cao Cao didn't do that because he wanted to integrate all of this Yellow Turbans. If he asked Yuan Shao to borrow food, the Yellow Turbans descending soldiers wouldn't be completely Cao Cao's people. If they were killed, it wouldn't be in line with the idea of integrating them completely to build up their strength. After a pause, Xuzhou continued, Cao Cao is unwilling to let go of this only opportunity to be able to become a true vassal. He wants to detach himself from Yuan Shao's vassal and no longer rely on anyone. With only 7,000 or 8,000 troops, Cao Cao can't do it to break away from Yuan Shao and stand on his own, so he must collect 300,000 Yellow Turban descended soldiers as his base. Well said. Cao Cao was shouting in his heart. That was exactly what he was thinking, to stand on his own feet and break away from Yuan Shao by collecting the Yellow Turban descended pawns. This was the strategy they had discussed. A prisoner locked in a cell could also see through their development strategy, and Sun Yu was surprised when he asked, Lord, who exactly is this person? This strategy, Sun Yu was also involved in discussing it. The people who knew about it were limited to just a few of them, even Cao Ang was unclear. By Zhang Miao's side, an ordinary subordinate officer. Cao Cao lowered his voice and said, I don't want him to know, I'm eavesdropping outside and don't want to reveal my identity. When Ruwa, keep it quiet and keep listening. Sun Yu was filled with doubt, but also listened on. Zhang Miao's ministry still had this kind of capable person. Sun Yu was full of interest in that gentleman inside, to see what else he could say. But what should be done with the millions of people who surrendered? Cao Ang finally understood his father's plan, but the question came up again. No borrowing food, no killing. 1,000,000 people, Yanzhou alone really can't support them, and the Yanzhou clans won't allow Cao Cao to support that many people. Your Excellency can recall at what point the lack of food when the 1,000,000 people first arrived began to be alleviated. Xuzhou did not directly state the reason, he just gave a little hint and again let Cao Ang think about it. Cao Ang scratched his head and went over the events of fighting Xuzhou in his mind, then exclaimed, "The first time I fought Xuzhou and came back, there was no longer a lack of food, Mr. Means. Slaughtering Xuzhou, how is that possible?" He finally thought of it, Cao Cao's real intention of fighting Xuzhou and slaughtering Xuzhou, for more than just revenge. Rather, it was food. Kill the people of Xuzhou, and snatch back the food belongings of Xuzhou. Grain for 1,000,000 people, and you're there. There is no need to kill or borrow food, the practice is cruel, but the effect is remarkable, and it also achieves the purpose of the collection. How can Cao Gonghe be like this? Could it be that the lives of the people of Xuzhou are not lives? He kills and abuses in a big way, only to collect the Yellow Turbans descending soldiers, slaughtering the city to raise soldiers, what to avenge for his father, is just an excuse. Cao Gong is unfilial, brutal and unkind, an executioner who only knows how to kill and abuse, Cao Ang was angry and wanted to curse Cao Cao severely, but he didn't know how to do so. Over the past year or two, he had studied with scribes like Sun Yu and could not learn how to curse, and it was not good for a son to curse his father. If it was to avenge his grandfather's massacre of Xuzhou, Cao Ang could still accept it in his heart. After all, the Tao Qian of that time was too abominable, and he wanted to take a breath for his grandfather. But the real reason for the massacre made Cao Ang unable to accept it. Rebellious son. When Cao Cao heard Cao Ang say this about himself, he was so angry that his face turned red. If it wasn't for Cao Ren pulling him back, he almost couldn't help but go in and drag Cao Ang out even if he exposed his identity. Lord, don't be impulsive. Sun Yu immediately pacified. The matter of slaughtering Xuzhou, he was aware of it, it was indeed cruel, but it could not be stopped and later acquiesced. Slaughtering a city has the lowest cost and is the easiest way to get food and possessions. In the early days of Cao Cao's development, there was a severe shortage of money, food, and supplies, and the only thing that could be done was to go and rob it. When fighting a war inside the chaotic world, slaughtering a city is also a basic operation. Additionally, there was the later touching the gold school, which Sun Yu didn't object to, which would provide Cao Cao with money. I'm not angry. Cao Cao took 2 deep breaths, his chest heaving, thinking to himself, when I get home later, let's see how I can clean up that little brat. They quickly quieted down and continued eavesdropping. If it were someone else, there might be nothing to do about these millions of people. But Cao Cao is no one else, bold and crazy in his ways, slaughtering the city to raise his army, doing what no one else dared to do. Instead of Cao Cao incorporating the Yellow Turbans, it's more like Cao Cao joined them. What the Yellow Turbans did, Cao Cao led the Yellow Turbans, and did it again in Xuzhou, doing it without psychological pressure, with a ruthless heart. This is the traitor. Zhou's voice, again, echoed. Cao Cao's eyes blossomed when he heard Zhou's evaluation of himself. He felt as if Zhou appreciated himself and didn't feel that slaughtering the city was against the laws of heaven, it was just a matter of necessity within the chaotic world, and he instantly developed a feeling of finding a soulmate. Chapter 9 Mercy, the most worthless of things. Cao Cao increasingly felt that Zhou was very much to his liking. He just wasn't sure if Zhou could be reused yet, and needed to observe further before deciding whether or not to invite the person out. When Sun Yu heard such bold words from Zhou, he had thought that Cao Cao would be angry and look sideways, only to be dismayed to see Cao Cao's face full of excitement, with no sign of anger at all. Cao Ren also felt that such words from Sir were too bold. Yellow Turbans and Cao Cao, what is the difference? The Yellow Turbans are for a moment's sustenance, and don't see the need to drive the people to extinction. But what Cao Cao did in slaughtering Xuzhou was precisely to wipe out the people, that is, to dig 3 feet into the ground and not allow a single grain of food to fall. As a traitorous man should be so ruthless, and do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, Cao Cao carries this out very well, and of course this is also the sadness of the ordinary people in a chaotic world. Zhou continued. It was bold of Cao Cao to do so, but it was also one of the stains in his life. When people in later generations evaluated Cao Cao, they often compared the massacre to Liu Bei's benevolence. Knowing the truth about the massacre of Xuzhou, Cao Ang's entire body was frozen, completely unable to accept what his father had done. This was not a revenge for his grandfather, but a cruel and unethical killing that violated the laws of heaven, and asked, "I see that Mr. Chao's evaluation of Duke Cao actually agrees with the practice of Duke Cao massacring the city to raise his troops?" Zhou thought for a moment and said, "There is just a certain amount of appreciation. Slaughtering the city is cruelty. Is it not cruelty if you don't slaughter? If you don't slaughter the city, you can still think of other ways." Cao Ang did not think that it was necessary to slaughter the city. Zhou felt that this young son in front of him must have been under the protection of the Cao family, and had not seen the perils of the chaotic world, and his thoughts were simple, so he had to say, if we don't slaughter the city, and the surrendered Yellow Turbans don't have anything to eat, then it will lead to two scenarios. The first is that millions of people will starve to death countless times, and the second is that the surrendered Yellow Turbans turn against Cao Cao, and a million of people will rebel at the same time, and the 300,000 descended pawns will once again impact Yanzhou, and again, a lot of people will die. Again, many will die. If there is a second Yellow Turban rebellion in Yanzhou, it's still unknown if Cao Cao will be able to hold off those starving Yellow Turbans. What's more, this time the Yellow Turbans have been integrated by Cao Cao, and are deep inside Yanzhou, clearly understanding the military layout of Yanzhou, and creating even more turmoil. Then food can be borrowed. Cao Ang added. If you borrow grain, the nature of the incorporation will change. Zhou explained, if Cao Cao is unable to be independent and become a true vassal, he will be held back by Yuan Shao. Back then, Wang Kuang did so much for Yuan Shao, and then Yuan Shao didn't just kill him whenever he wanted to. Cao Cao is worried that if he's useless, Yuan Shao will kick him out. If Cao Cao fails, will you people of the Cao clan still have a good life? He's doing this for the sake of his family in addition to wanting to be among the vassals, and he can't turn back anymore. At this time, after hearing Zhou's words again, Cao Ang's heart finally felt much better. No longer so unable to accept the massacre. Outside, Cao Cao lamented that the person who understood him the most was indeed still Zhou. Confidant is hard to find. Just now, didn't your son say that if you were Cao Cao, you would want to kill some of the Yellow Turbans and kill them until you can afford to feed yourself? Zhou added, why are you being merciful again when you hear about slaughtering the city to raise soldiers? Cao Ang was embarrassed. I want to kill because the Yellow Turbans are all thieves. Killing thieves, he had no problem with it. Slaughtering the people, he could not accept. Even though the Yellow Turbans used to be the people, in a chaotic world, as long as one has been a thief for a day, tried to get something for nothing and gained benefits through killing, those thieves could never go back. They couldn't go back to being the people. Therefore, when they slaughtered Xuzhou, they could slaughter without any psychological pressure. Yesterday, I also said that you can't sympathize in a chaotic world, much less be a holy mother. Madonna and mercy are the most worthless things in a chaotic world. If your excellency wants to be within the Cao family and have a certain status, like Ren, Hong and the others, you must abandon these. This is an era that eats people without spitting out bones. Zhou said in a serious tone. Unless one could be like Liu Bei and utilize benevolence to the extreme. Cao Cao was agitated again. These words once again spoke into his heart. If he was a benevolent person, he would have long ago been eaten up by who knows who and would have nothing left. It was even more unlikely that he would be in the position he was in today. Cao Cao thought that Zhou's teachings were good. Cao Ang usually just wasn't ruthless enough to inherit his ruthlessness, and kindness was like poison in a chaotic world, it would poison himself. Zishu is indeed not ruthless enough. Ren whispered approvingly. In his opinion, everything Cao Cao did was right. If they weren't ruthless enough, there would be someone more ruthless who would swallow them up without even a crumb left. Sun Yu. He didn't know how to comment for a moment. But Zhou's words were not without reason. With Cao Cao's status and their status, they really needed to be ruthless. But standing outside eavesdropping, standing for a long time, his legs were sore, and looking at the situation, it seemed like he was going to be talking for a long time. Sir is right. Cao Ang temporarily put down the slaughter of the city to raise soldiers, cruelty, these ideas. Perhaps it is a last resort in today's environment. Zhou raised another question and asked, can your excellency think of a reason why Cao Cao chose Xuzhou? Cao Ang said, nominally to avenge his father, that's one thing. That's right. Zhou agreed with this reason. Cao Ang added, aside from Tao Qian, no one around Yanzhou can be defeated by Lord Cao, so he could only pick the weakest, Tao Qian, to fight. Rebellious son. When Cao Cao heard this, he was offended again. Although it's true, you should have said it more politely. I still have to have a face. Lord, don't be angry, be careful of startling that man inside. Sun Yu soothed. Worried that he would be discovered, Cao Cao could only endure. It's true that Cao Cao can't beat anyone. Yuan Shao is Cao Cao's boss, so surely he wouldn't dare fight. Yuan Shu was a direct descendant of the Yuan clan, a true Yuan clan 4th and 3rd duke. Cao Cao would die faster if he dared to touch him. Lu Bu is a hard bone, not easy to chew on. Tian Kai in the north of Xuzhou is Gongsun Zan's man, not weak in battle, not good to fight. Then in Yanzhou's neighborhood, only Kong Rong of Qingzhou and Tao Qian of Xuzhou are left, two of the softest persimmons, but which one to pick and pinch? Xuzhou, of course. Chen Zhou's analysis caused Cao Cao to be hurt. Also, Xuzhou is rich. Tao Qian, this man, is not good at military power, but he has a knack for economy. At the time, a large number of Guangzhou refugees fled to Xuzhou, and Tao Qian was still able to support them. Dongzhuo's small amount of money screwed up the Han's economy, but Xuzhou was still able to have a mega rich man like Nizhu. Slaughtering Xuzhou once would grab more money and grain than slaughtering Qingzhou 10 times. Xuzhou is still an important place to fight for, conducive to military development in the future. It was also said yesterday that Tao Qian's dependence on Yuan Shu and Cao Cao's dependence on Yuan Shao can be seen as part of the two Yuan's rivalry, and before that, Cao Cao had also teamed up with Yuan Shao to fight in Xuzhou, and had long held a grudge against Tao Qian. Even without Cao Song's death, it would have been difficult for Xuzhou to escape. Chen Zhou came to a conclusion about fighting Xuzhou. This battle was bound to happen and could not be avoided. Cao Cao would definitely expand externally for the sake of his path to becoming a vassal, and in doing so, he would enrich his strength and gradually become stronger until he had the ability to call the shots with his big brother Yuan Shao. Without Mr., I still can't think through all of this. Cao Ang sighed, thinking that it was too much of an honor for his father to hide it even from himself. Thanks to having Mr. to solve the confusion. The road to the rise of their Cao family was twisted and difficult. Chapter 10, Why are you eavesdropping, father? May I ask my lord, did the analysis of Zhang Miao's betrayal this morning come from the gentleman inside? Was it also overheard? Sun Yu couldn't help but ask this question as he heard the room fall into a brief silence. After hearing Qingzhou say so much, he could be pretty sure that Cao Cao had overheard it from here and was waiting for Cao Cao to admit it. Ahem. Cao Cao had been a bit out of his mind when he was suddenly awakened by Sun Yu's words, and awkwardly said, Wanruo, don't care about these details, I don't call it eavesdropping, I happen to hear it, but what does Wanruo think of that person inside? He thought that eavesdropping alone wasn't enough for Sun Yu to judge, and brought out the contents of what Cao Ang had written yesterday. Those contents, Cao Cao carried with him. Sun Yu took it and spread it out and looked at it for a while. At first he was curious, and after reading half of it, his expression became more and more grave, and when he almost finished reading it, his eyes widened as if he had seen something unimaginable, and he asked, My lord, all of this came from that person inside? That's right. Cao Cao admitted. Sun Yu said, if it's true, that man inside is worth drawing in, lord, but he's a Zhang Miao subordinate, so I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Receiving Sun Yu's assessment, Cao Cao became even more determined to draw Qingzhou in, saying, with Zishu's connections, I don't think it's difficult. Wanruo should have faith in me, wait for me to check him out pretty much and make sure there's no problem before pulling him in. Sun Yu added, what if it doesn't work? Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and said, if it doesn't work out, he's a rebel following Zhang Miao's rebellion. What a ruthless heart! Sun Yu was not surprised that these words would come out of Cao Cao's mouth. Just now, Xuzhou had also said that there was no need for mercy in a chaotic world, and Cao Cao used this most thoroughly. Since he couldn't get it, he had to destroy it so that others couldn't get it either. Your son feels better in his heart, right? Xuzhou was worried that Cao Ang was still unable to accept the slaughtering of the city to raise his troops. Cao Ang smiled bitterly, I'm fine, may I ask sir, is there anything else to say? Xuzhou looked at the sun outside through the window, not realizing that it was noon. Thinking for a moment, he said, everyone else in the cell was taken down to be beheaded. I know that being able to live up to this point is all thanks to the help of your son, but I, as a Zhang Miao's person, your son probably won't be able to help for much longer. Sooner or later, he will die. Cao Ang was tempted to say that even if he released Xuzhou now, there would be no problem. But just as the words reached his mouth, Xuzhou happened to interrupt once again. I'm in good company with Gongzi, and thanks to Gongzi coming to relieve my boredom, I want to gift Gongzi with a merit before I die. Cao Ang asked curiously, what merit? These past few days in the cell, I was rather bored, so I thought over the possible paths that Cao Cao will take in the future. Xuzhou said nonchalantly, currently, Cao Cao can only be confined to Yanzhou and can't even get rid of Yuan Shao, but as long as he follows the path I've mapped out, not only will he be able to get out of his current predicament, conquering the whole of the northern part of the Han will be easy as pie and he'll become a true vassal. Let's see when you're free to come find me. I'll tell you about this plan, and then you can tell Cao Cao about it at that time, and it'll definitely get Cao Cao's attention. It can become the core inside the Cao clan, the same as Cao Ren and the others. Zhou's words had just finished when Cao Cao, who was eavesdropping outside, froze. Cao Cao was first incredulous, but thought of Zhou's analytical ability, and then was frenzied. That planning, I don't know if it's true or not. But Cao Cao still wanted to get it to see if it would benefit him. However, based on this conversation, he was thinking again that Zhou seemed to genuinely want to teach Cao Ang and treat him as a friend without any other bad intentions, so there was a greater chance of pulling him in. How arrogant! Sun Yu was the first to be unconvinced, saying, "It's good that this person has some ability, but his speech is too arrogant. Gongde, Jikai and they don't dare to say this. Just one plan to help Cao Cao take the north. That person inside, could it be that he was still a god?" Sun Yu didn't believe it anyway. Cao Cao would be skeptical, but it didn't matter. When the time came to come back and eavesdrop, he would be able to find out what Zhou's planning was. "Sir, I can really help you get out." Cao Ang was still unwilling to accept. "When I recommend you upwards, take this credit yourself, I don't want it." Seeing that Cao Ang did not even want the credit, Zhou said helplessly, "Let's talk about it." "That's enough for today, I should go back and rest." Hearing their footsteps as they were about to come out, Cao Cao's trio hurriedly hid to the side, not wanting to be discovered by Zhou that someone was eavesdropping. Back in the cell, Zhou had just sat down to rest and immediately someone else brought over the wine and food. He opened the wine jar and poured himself a mouthful of wine to quench his thirst, thinking, it's almost time to get out. As long as he told that young male of the Cao clan about this plan, it would definitely reach Cao Cao's side. Cao Cao knew about it, and in turn, could be aware of his existence. If Cao Cao was shocked and had a love of talent, it was possible that he could make a trip to the cell, but he didn't know that Cao Cao was out there hearing everything. This has a 50-50 chance of getting out without incident and without ever having to worry about anything. I hope it works. If it fails, the next time that young male comes back to say he's releasing people, I can't afford to be pretentious and run away when I can after I get out. Cao Cao was suspicious and vindictive. Zhou was still very confident in his planning. After all, with his foreknowledge of the history and future of the three kingdoms, he was completely clear on how Cao Cao's path would go next. These thoughts, again, were temporarily put aside by him. Quietly waiting, Cao Ang walked out of the elegant room and was about to go back to his father and release Zhou from his cell when he unexpectedly saw that Cao Cao. A dark face greeted him as he walked over. "Father, Uncle Zhao, and Mr. Sun. Why are you guys here?" Cao Ang asked in surprise. Sun Yu said, "We came long ago." "Came a long time ago, then you guys?" Cao Ang was shocked. He had just said a few words that were not very friendly to his father. Wouldn't they all be heard? Looking at this situation, they must have been eavesdropping outside. "Humph." Cao Cao said angrily, "Zhou, in your eyes, am I that unkind and unfilial?" Sure enough, he was eavesdropping. Cao Ang couldn't help but cry and laugh. Even if his father was eavesdropping, how come a scribe like Mr. Sun was also eavesdropping outside? Again, he felt that he should have aroused his father's interest yesterday and brought someone to eavesdrop today. Mr. Sun could almost leave. "Go back with me." Cao Cao snorted coldly again, striding outside. Cao Ang could only follow, and as he passed by Sun Yu, he whispered, "Mr. Sun, help." Sun Yu said, "Duke, take care." The topic of conversation just now was too sensitive for Cao Cao. "Zhou, don't be afraid." Cao Ren said, "At most, I'll just get a whipping." Cao Ang. "Why don't you help me get it, Uncle Zhao?" Chapter 11 Future Planning. After going back, Cao Ang didn't get beaten up. Cao Cao wasn't so bad that he actually beat up Cao Ang. Slaughtering a city to raise soldiers in the name of revenge is really immoral, and it's normal for Cao Ang to react that way. However, Cao Cao had just returned and remembered the plan that Zhou had said would help him unify the northern part of the Han dynasty, which sounded very strong. Knowing that there was this thing, and not being able to obtain it in a short period of time, the earliest would be tomorrow, his heart felt as bad as a cat scratching it. What cannot be obtained is always in commotion. Cao Ang was slightly relieved to see that his father was not going to beat him up, and then summoned up the courage to say, "Father, you already know what Mr. is capable of, can you let Mr. go?" "No, you can't let go now." Cao Cao shook his head. "He is Zhang Miao's man, no one can let him out until I figure out his intentions." "Zhou, you must remember that he also taught you not to be merciful, so at this point in time, you must be calm, who knows if he is approaching you on purpose." Cao Ang said helplessly, Mr. doesn't even know who I am, what's the point of approaching me? You don't have to worry about this for now. Cao Cao murmured, you can't release him yet, but you have to continue to hide your identity and contact him, and you can only release him once I've checked him out and made sure he's valuable. Cao Ang also remembered that Mr. had said that his father was suspicious by nature. From this, it seemed that Mr. was not wrong. The eyes were as poisonous as ever, and the analysis was spot on. The idea of rescuing Mr. out could only be put on the back burner. However, his father knew of Mr.'s existence and ability, and Cao Ang thought that Mr. would not be in danger next. When he would be able to come out still depended on when father would be able to put his trust in Mr. Zishu, sit aside. Cao Cao was suddenly curious to know again what the scheming scribes of his ministry had to say about his future plans, and whether Xuzhou in prison was better or his own schemers were better, and added, Zishao, help me summon Gong Dit and the rest of them. After a short while, Sun Yu and the others, once again, came to the council hall. Once they were seated, Cao Cao recalled Xinzhou's words and said, Tao Qin is dead, but Xuzhou is occupied by the duo of Lu Bu and Lu Bei, so we can't fight our way down for now, and we can only confine ourselves to Yanzhou and continue to rely on Yuan Benchu, unable to develop further. After a pause, he asked expectantly, what do you guys think, how should I get out of the confines of Yanzhou? What is the next plan? And how to break free from Yuan Benchu? Sure enough, Sun Yu knew that Cao Cao must have called them here to discuss the planning that Xuzhou had proposed and see what they thought. Cao Cao didn't believe that so many strategists and civil servants in his ministry would have no idea about future planning. Even if Xuzhou was great, Sun Yu and the others weren't bad either, so he wanted to compare them to see who had the better plan. With the comparison, he can determine the future road should be how to go. Upon hearing this, the crowd present first fell into a short silence. It's actually not difficult for the Lord to break out of the situation and to get out of the confines of Yanzhou. Plei Zhong was the first to speak, and had obviously also helped Cao Cao consider what the future path should be. When Cao Cao heard this, he thought to himself that Ji Kai was still powerful, and asked with great joy, Ji Kai, please speak. Lord Gong is actually caught between the two Yuan. Yuan Highway is the firstborn and has always looked down on Yuan Benchu, the concubine. The two Yuans share Yuan's resources, one in the south and one in the north. Yuan Benchu, now in the north, repelled Gongsun Zan, his nephew Gao Gong swept away the Black Mountain Army and took down annexation for him, and his son Yuan Tan stormed Qingzhou, and the assassin Kong Wenju surely won't be able to support him for long. I believe that before long, Yuan Benchu will be able to pacify the four northern states, and in the future, he will surely swing his army south to have a battle with Yuan Shu. Yuan Highway is dominating Huainan and annexing Sun Jian's men, and Lu Bu in Xuzhou is also interested in joining Yuan Highway, and as a direct descendant, he takes up most of Yuan's resources. North and South Yuan are on par with each other. Once they fight, the scene will definitely not be small. Ti Zhong said slowly. However, before he could finish, Sun Yu first asked, Jitsai's idea is to profit from the two Yuan's rivalry? Certainly. Ti Zhong continued, when the two Yuan fight each other, Yanzhou and Xuzhou will definitely become the main battlefield. I don't think there's a need to rush to fight Xuzhou again, just wait for the two Yuan to fight. At that time, Yuan Benchu will definitely let us be the front runner, but this front runner is not good to be the front runner. Cheng Yu said, this vanguard is not good to be, we cannot be, or slacken off and save our strength. Snipers and muscles, fishermen will benefit. Ti Zhong said with confidence, we can be the fishermen, fight in not much effort, and wait for them to kill each other and fight to the point of defeat, and then operate, first annex Yuan Benchu's subordinates, and then solve the south of the Yuan Highway, then the four states in the north, basically as the Lord's bag, Xuzhou, and the south of Huainan and so on, to take down as easy as a slap in the face. Jitsai speaks well. Cao Cao's eyes lit up, feeling enlightened about the future. Playing Zhong's plan was mainly to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Waiting for them, Yuan's people, to fight themselves and pick up the favor in the end. The conflict between the two Yuans was deep, with Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu not obeying anyone. When they fight, they will never give up until they fight to the death. In addition, the strength of the two sides is almost the same. A full-scale fight is probably a lose-lose situation. This cheap is very good to pick up. Cao Cao's heart is happy. Not only can he easily detach himself from Yuan Shao, but he can also annex Yuan Shao's territory. The north is thus in hand, and he can also get his hands on Huainan and other places as well. It seems better than what Xinzhou said about unifying the north, he excitedly said. Ji Kai is a great talent. Ti Zhong made a bow and said, my lord is too kind. These are just my ideas, whether they will succeed or not is still unknown. He was also just talking, there was no guarantee that the future development would be the same as what was planned. Jitsai is modest. Cao Cao was delighted in his heart and immediately thought that Xuzhou didn't seem to be much better. It was just a more venomous gaze and a more thorough analysis, and to truly plan how the future path would go, one would still have to look at the schemers and scribes around him. Do the others have any other ideas? Cao Cao asked again. Chunyu and Zhong Jiao, neither of whom had thought about this, and felt that what Zhong said made sense, so they echoed Zhong's planning. Sun Yu felt that planning for the future was not good, had considered it, but only considered 1 or 2 steps behind it. He sought stability, steady progress, not like Zhong, thought so far ahead, whether it could be implemented was unclear, so he shook his head to indicate that he did not have any. Lord, I have 1 or 2, and Kai different suggestions. Sun Yu had obviously considered it as well, but it was a bit different from Zhong's. Gongde, please speak. Cao Cao felt steady again. When the time came to combine the planning of both Zhong and Sun Yu, the ideals and ambitions in his heart would surely be realized. Mao Shaoxian once said to the Lord that he would serve the Son of Heaven, cultivate the farms and plants, and raise the military funds. Sun Yu added. Mao Shaoxian was Mao Jie. But he was the one who drew a blueprint for Cao Cao's development in his early days. Sun Yu continued, Jicai's idea is good, provided that the 2 Yuan must be able to fight. What if they can't? It's possible that Jicai's planning won't be useful. Chapter 12. That gentleman, is he really that strong? Hearing Xuanyo's opposition, Zhong did not get angry, but instead was agreeable. My planning, the step is too big, not stable enough, prone to variables. If Yuan Highway and Yuan Benchu, either of them, have an accident, the planning will fail. There are too many variables in the world, anything is possible. Gongde is right, please be careful with what I just said, my lord. Playing Zhong readily admitted his shortcomings. The fact that it was true again, Cao Cao nodded slightly as he listened, appreciating Zhong's mentality. Thinking of the blueprint that Mao Jie had drawn for himself, Cao Cao said, Gongde continues. Mao Shaoxian made a good point about serving the Son of Heaven. In the event that the 2 Yuans don't fight each other like Kai said, we have the Son of Heaven in our hands, and we'll have the chance to order the lords of the world. Currently the Son of Heaven is under the control of Li Ju and Guosi, but Chang'an is full of contradictions, anything can happen, and there's a chance that these 2 won't be able to control it. We should find a suitable opportunity to greet the Son of Heaven, stabilize the Han ministers, and win in a stable manner, so that we can respond to all changes. Sun Yu analyzed and said. Sun Yu agreed with this analysis of his. This was the steady approach, not taking too big of a step as in the case of Zhong. However, how to meet the Son of Heaven, they hadn't been able to think of that for the time being, and were just proposing the idea. Cao Cao asked, after we greet the Son of Heaven, how do we pacify the northern part of the Great Han? Taking down the northern part of the Great Han was the minimum he wanted. This was because Xuzhou had said that as long as he followed his planning, he would be able to take down the northern part of the Great Han. Sun Yu thought for a long time and finally said, according to Kai's planning, if the 2 Yuan cannot fight, something must have changed. If something happens to one of Yuan Highway or Yuan Benchu, we can quickly annex the party in trouble and then suppress the other party, but before that, we still need to build up our strength and put those 300,000 Yellow Turban descended soldiers to use. His thoughts, too, were not as jumpy as those of Zhong. With Cao Cao's current depth and strength, it was hard for Xuanyo to think of what Cao Cao could do to take down the north of Han. After all, Cao Cao was too weak. He was also caught between the 2 Yuans. Their uncle and nephew's imaginations were limited and could not be utilized, believing that the most stable thing to do was to take one step before plotting the next, not to jump too much. What if nothing happened to Heir Yuan and they made up? Cao Ang, who was sitting next to him listening to the lecture, suddenly raised this question. Impossible. Zhang Miao explained, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, it's impossible for Heir Yuan to make up. They discussed until the end, and in fact, only Zhong proposed a long-term plan. Sun Yu raised a few different opinions in response to Zhong's plan, but none of them were long-term, just amendments to Zhong's plan. Cao Cao's enthusiasm dropped a lot. He thought that they would be able to give him several ideas, but in the end, it was still only what Zhong had proposed. He couldn't help but be a bit disappointed. At this point, Cao Cao began to miss Xuzhou. Thinking back to Xuzhou's tone at the time, he spoke with quite a bit of confidence, more so than both Zhong and Sun Yu, as if he really did have some method. He began to feel anxious again, wanting very desperately to obtain Xuzhou's plans. The less he could get it, the more Cao Cao wanted it. Do you guys have any other ideas? Cao Cao asked again. They hesitated for a long time and shook their heads no, these were already considered their limits. Please Lord give us time to think about it again. Chun Yu had to say. Cao Cao felt that he was being hasty, and it was a bit difficult to make them think of such a long-term plan in a blink of an eye. Xuzhou had said that he had thought about it for days in the cell. Alright, you guys go back and think about it. Cao Cao didn't force himself and added, today's deliberations, this is the end of the day, pacifying the people of Yanzhou, how is everything being done? Chen Yu said, we've made the arrangements, please don't worry Lord, Yanzhou is now very stable. Cao Cao had nothing else to discuss and told them to go back and rest. After the men left, Cao Cao said, Zishu, be sure to strike up a good relationship with that gentleman, and ask him about this planning tomorrow, and don't give away your identity yet, be sure to remember that. Alright. Even if Cao Cao did not remind him, Cao Ang would still go to see Xuzhou again. He was also anxious to know what good use Xuzhou had for planning to help their Cao family develop. Outside. Why did Lord suddenly raise this question? Sheng Yu said in confusion. It wasn't quite appropriate to discuss this kind of long-term planning now, even if they could come up with it, it would still be full of errors and omissions, and it was unknown if it could be used in the future. Uncle seems to have left after the Lord today. Sun Yu suddenly said, where did Uncle and General Cao go? At these words, their gazes, at the same time, gathered on Cao Ren and Sun Yu. Cao Cao's sudden question about their planning wouldn't be for no reason, it was possible that it had something to do with what had happened today. Teacher Zhong laughed, Wanrua wouldn't have followed Lord and General Cao somewhere, would he? Sun Yu and Cao Ren looked at each other and understood that Xuzhou's matter probably could not be hidden, the only thing they could do was to briefly talk about the matter, and also emphasized, the Lord doesn't want that person to know the identity of the Duke, and he also doesn't want him to know that we are eavesdropping, so you guys need to be careful not to divulge it. Hearing their words, Sun Yu and the others were all shocked. Zhang Miao's men, there is still this kind of capable person? Chun Yu said, not quite believing it. Zhong Jiao said, if Zhang Miao had such capable people to assist him, he wouldn't have been a total loss, are you guys mistaken about something? Indeed. Cao Ren's eyes were filled with admiration for Xuzhou as he solemnly said, that gentleman is really powerful. For the Lord's future plans, it was also him who came up with them. However, they still didn't really believe it and were full of doubts and skepticism towards Xuzhou. Maybe it really is a strange person. Tizhong laughed and said, after hearing what you guys said, I would like to be friends with him, will Lord still go to that cell tomorrow? Sun Yu said, the Lord, not getting the answers he wants from us, will definitely go back tomorrow to eavesdrop. Cao Cao couldn't help but press on and wanted to go now, except that Cao Ang had just left the cell not long ago and it wasn't quite right to go back, so he could only endure another day. Then I can't miss it. Tizhong said, when Rua goes to the cell tomorrow, remember to have someone notify me. Rua, by the way, have someone notify me. Shan Yu was also not willing to be lonely. In fact, he wanted to see if Xuzhou was really that powerful or if he was faking it. Zhang Miao said with great righteousness, if you all go, then I'll go and take a look as well, I'm worried that the Lord and the Prince will be deceived by someone else. You guys have to remember that you can't make any noise and don't reveal your identities. Sun Yu urged once more. Never be careful. They nodded their heads in agreement and then dispersed, each going back to their own homes. But again, they were looking forward to tomorrow, whether the gentleman in the jail was real or not, whether he had any skills, tomorrow they would see. Chapter 13, Theater. I'm not qualified to be a schemer? Xuzhou, who was in the cell, waited for another night. That young gentleman was his guarantee to get out smoothly, and while waiting, he was inevitably a little anxious, afraid that the other party would not come and he would not be able to get out. Just as he was thinking this, a silhouette appeared at the side of the cell. Sir, Cao Ang said. However, thinking of his father's words yesterday, he sighed in his heart that he would have to condemn Mr. for a while longer, he would definitely help Mr. leave this hellish place. Mr.'s great talent cannot be buried here. Your Excellency is here. Xuzhou smiled faintly, finally he waited, he knew that Cao Ang would not let go of that planning. Cao Ang said, I'll come back to ask for advice sir, let's go to the elegant room. Yes. Xuzhou nodded. The two of them went out together and went to the elegant room next to them. When they came outside, Cao Ang couldn't see his father and the others, probably hiding somewhere to eavesdrop again. At this time, Cao Cao and the others came in from outside only after Cao Ang and the two of them went into the elegant room, their mood that was excited, finally they could get that planning, they would like to see how comprehensive Xuzhou's planning was. Big brother. Cao Ren said, behind the elegant room, there is another quiet room, I already had it emptied yesterday, please move over big brother. Cao Cao was satisfied with what he heard, it's still Zishu who was attentive, we don't have to eavesdrop outside in the sun and wind. However, as they were about to enter, another group of people came outside. That group of people was led by Xinyu, and the ones who came were Xinyu, Zhang, and others, the civil officials who conferred together yesterday, in addition to Cao Ang and a few of their military generals. "Why are you all here?" Cao Cao exclaimed in surprise at the sight. Xinyu made a bow and then said in embarrassment, "It's me who couldn't keep a secret. After yesterday's deliberations were over, Gongde and the others guessed that there might be a high-ranking person behind the Lord, and I told them about that gentleman, so I'll ask the Lord to chastise him." "My lord, we are also curious to know how powerful that great talent is." Zhang explained, "I'm also worried that my lord and your son, you've been deceived by that person. If we're sure that person is capable, we can still find a way to help my lord bring him on board. In that case, come along and listen." Although Cao Cao was very vindictive, he wasn't someone with a particularly small temperament, and wasn't so bad that he would chastise them for this matter, and Zhang was also right. With a few more people eavesdropping, it would be easier to tell whether or not Xuzhou had any abilities, but then he added, "It's only natural that Gongdi and Zhongdi and the others came, and it's fine that you guys, Zilian, came to listen to it, but why did old Dian come as well?" The man behind them, Dianwei, was oddly embarrassed to hear Cao Cao's words. "Everyone's here, so I wanted to come and take a look as well." Dianwei is a big old man, it's absolutely no problem to find him to kill the enemy, but to discuss these strategic planning, even if you listen, you won't understand. Cao Ang laughed. Yesterday, Shao found us drinking, and accidentally spoke out of turn. "Big brother, drunkenness is a mistake." Cao Ang apologized, "It was my mistake. Sir, I went back yesterday and thought about the planning you proposed." At this time, Cao Ang's voice came out in the room. He spoke with a deliberately loud voice. It was as if he was deliberately reminding them of it. "Don't waste time, let's go eavesdrop." Cao Cao stopped dwelling on the rest and turned around to head towards the back of the elegant room. As for whether or not Dianwei and the others came, it really didn't matter. It was just a few more people eavesdropping, as long as they didn't delay what they were eavesdropping on. They came to the back of the elegant room, only to see that there was indeed a room here. But there is only a room, there is nothing inside. At this moment, they noticed that Sun Yu was still carrying a small stool in his hand. This thing has evolved from the Hu people's side, then their kneeling kind of cushion to be a little higher, in this case used just right, and will not aggravate the legs. In the Three Kingdoms period, there were no chairs yet. "What are you all looking at me for?" Sun Yu just took the small stool out, felt their watching eyes, explained, "Waiting to stand for a long time, you guys will know that your legs are sore. I only brought two, the other one to the Lord, don't look at me, no more." Seeing that he was still prepared and had prepared for himself, Cao Cao was satisfied. Still, one rule was well thought out. "Why didn't Uncle remind me?" Xuanyo shook his head slightly. "Hush. It's starting." Playing Zhong was very debauched and uninhibited, and sat down directly on the ground, however comfortable he felt, full of concern. Cao Cao heard this and was nonchalant, sitting comfortably on a small stool, then hearing Cao Ang's words, he passed on. "Sir, want to listen to my planning?" Cao Ang said. Cao Cao felt anxious again as he listened. Cao Ang should have just asked about Sir's planning. But Cao Ang had plans too? Cao Cao pondered and also wanted to know how Cao Ang's plans were, so he had to listen patiently. Zhou was equally curious. Cao Ang actually had his own ideas? "Your Excellency, please speak." He nodded his head and said. Of course Cao Ang did not have an idea, he just wanted to see what Zhong's planning felt like in Mr.'s opinion. Compare and contrast, between Sir and Zhong, whose was better? "My lord's future planning, I think we can start with Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu." Cao Ang repeated exactly what Zhong had said yesterday. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhou expectantly. Zhou pondered for a moment and thought back over the plan again, then suddenly smiled, shook his head and laughed. "This is what Gongzi is thinking?" Cao Ang hesitantly shook his head and said, "It's not what I thought of, it's what I heard from Cao Gong's side. It's an idea that one of Cao Gong's strategists came up with for the Lord." "Just this?" Zhou laughed again and continued, "Who is that schemer? With this much skill, he has the nerve to be a schemer, and the ideas he puts forward are so disorganized and full of mistakes that they are not useful at all. If Cao Cao follows his planning, don't think about being a vassal anymore, or honestly follow Yuan Shao around." Cao Ang. "Mr. Play's planning, is it really that bad? But when I think about it, it's pretty good." Cao Ang couldn't figure it out, and with eyes full of curiosity, he looked towards Zhou, wanting to know why. Cao Cao was a little disappointed when he heard Cao Ang's planning, which was actually the theater Zhang one. But after hearing Zhou's words, they all froze. Good lord! This man had belittled the planning of Play Zhang to the point where it was nothing. something that none of them dared to think about. Even if it was them, they wouldn't dare to critique it like this. Drama Zhong was confused. He was quite appreciative of Xuzhou and thought that he could be a friend, but after hearing these words, he spat out the wine that he had just drank into his mouth, jumped up in excitement, and said angrily, saying that I'm not qualified to be a strategist? I'd like to go and see what qualifications he has. Being degraded so severely, Theater Zhong could not endure it on the spot. Having to find Xuzhou to get a statement, he was so infuriated that he turned around and was about to go out. Jitsai, calm down. Shitsai, not yet. Sun Yu and Zhong Yao hurriedly pulled him back. They could not ruin today's eavesdropping. Only, their movements were still a bit too big. Who's over there? Chen Zhou heard the movement and questioned. Within the room, they all quieted down and were looking at Cao Cao. Cao Cao had repeatedly instructed not to divulge the eavesdropping, so this seemed like big trouble. Drama Zhong also understood his impulsiveness and scratched his head, admitting his mistake in front of Cao Cao. Chapter 14. What would Cao Cao want to do if he got the jade seal of transmission? Hearing the commotion over there, Cao Ang could probably guess that it must have been caused by T Zhong's overexcitement after hearing Chen Zhou's critique. If not for Cao Cao's presence, he believed that T Zhong would have already pushed his way in. It might be the jailer outside, talking louder. Cao Ang had to say, he could not expose the eavesdropping. Chen Zhou thought for a while and said, I feel as if someone is eavesdropping outside. The next planning that I am going to say is very important. It must not be allowed to be eavesdropped on by others. It can only be known to the gongzi. The credit is only the gongzi's, if it is heard by others, and if someone else snatches it, the credit will be gone. After a pause, he said uneasily, I'd better go out and take a look. He was bent on telling Cao Ang all about those plans, and didn't want to be overheard by others and pick the peach. Cao Cao and the others were simultaneously tightening up in their hearts, wondering if they should grab a hold of themselves and run out. Cao Ang was also wondering how to help his father hide. Chen Zhou paused for a moment and was really about to push the door out, when the door to the room was pushed open first, and a burly man, as tall as a tower, appeared in front of his eyes. Excuse me. Dianwei walked in and scratched his head. I was just over there moving things and accidentally heard you guys and shouted in a bit of surprise. Chen Zhou sized up the burly man in front of him and did not recognize this person. Dianwei started out helping Zhang Miao carry the gate flag, then defected to Cao Cao, right under Xiahou Dun, after the Puyang battle hard steel Lubu, and Su Chu, the same as Cao Cao's appreciation, put into Cao Cao's camp not long. Cao Cao and the others pushed out Dianwei to deal with Chen Zhou. Although Chen Zhou is Zhang Miao's subordinate, he is only a civil official. The former Dianwei was still mediocre and hadn't shown his face much. They bet that Chen Zhou hadn't met Dianwei yet, and from that it seemed like the right bet. Dian. When Cao Ang saw Dianwei, he instinctively opened his mouth and almost exposed something again, immediately changing his words, Old Dian, why are you here? Old Dian? Chen Zhou continued to measure the other party for a moment, only to see this tall figure that could surely lift a pair of iron halberds, and tentatively asked, could it be that you are Dianwei? Dianwei was surprised. This gentleman was so powerful that he saw through his identity at a glance. But the Lord said that he cannot be exposed. He denied, Dianwei is my elder brother. I followed my elder brother to defect to the Lord, and I work here as a jailer. I am new here, hee. Can I stay and listen to you guys chat? I promise that I won't steal the credit from Lord Cao. I believe in old Dian. Cao Ang said, wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead. It was so close. Chen Zhou said, then come in and sit together. Phew. Cao Cao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they had muddled through. According to Cao Cao's idea, it meant that he couldn't let Chen Zhou know that he was eavesdropping anymore so that he could tell the truth and get the real plan. If he knew, Chen Zhou would be too scared to say a lot of things. Shitsai, you need to calm down. Cao Cao comforted him twice and added, let's continue eavesdropping and listen to what reasons he can use to refute your planning. Playing Zhong temporarily put aside the urge to get angry and listen to what Chen Zhou had to say. After Dianwei sat down, Chen Zhou was about to speak. However, Dianwei interrupted, I just heard Sir say that the plan was not useful at all. How is this possible? The planning came from Mr. Xiu Zhongxiu. We all know this. I know Mr. Xiu, he is very good, he knows everything. These words were the words that T Zhong taught Dianwei to say so. It was to ask why Chen Zhou was so disparaging about his planning. So it's Mr. T Jitsai? Chen Zhou shook his head as he listened, Theater Jitsai, that's all he's got? That's all? Opera Zhong. Forget it, I'm not angry and I can't be angry, I'll bear it. Cao Ang said, please enlighten me sir, why doesn't Mr. Plays work? Chen Zhou thought back once, play Zhongnat planning, said, play Zhongnat planning is too ideal, all are assumptions, impossible to realize, if play Zhong only this level, he still don't be a strategist. Of course, it is also possible that he is not suitable for analyzing too long-term plans, the advice is okay, the idea is still not far enough. T. Zhong. You're good, come on. He was completely out of temper. Sun Yu and the others nodded approvingly, in fact, they didn't dare to analyze too much long-term planning, after all, there were too many variables in the future, anything could happen. In case something went wrong, there was a chance that there would be nothing left, it was better to play it safe. Why is it impossible to realize? Cao Ang asked. Chen Zhou said, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, it is impossible to fight. Cao Ang asked again, why? Chen Zhou wanted to directly state his plan, but seeing that Cao Ang and Dianwei were full of curiosity, he had to analyze it for them first. First of all, it's not easy for Yuan Shao to settle Gongsun. Gongsun occupies Yuzhou, and has been fighting with the Hu people for years, and his men are strong, and although Yuan Shao is not weak, he can only defeat Gongsun, and can't do anything to destroy Gongsun in a short period of time. Gongsun's defeat and self-immolation was in the 4th year of Jinan. It's only the 2nd year of Xingping, there are still 5 years to go, within those 5 years, a lot of things can happen. Secondly, between the two Yuan, there is Xuzhou and Yanzhou. I said before that Xuzhou and Yanzhou could become the main battlegrounds for 2nd Yuan's engagement, but that was based on Zhang Miao's and their stance and ideas. If the world's general situation develops according to what T. Zhong said, it will indeed be fought. Zhang Miao and they and T. Zhong thought of the same thing. But in reality, Yuan didn't have a chance to fight at all. Chen Zhou added, in the end, Yuan Shu was making a death wish, a dry bone in the mound, he can't live for long. When Cao Ang heard this, he was even more unable to understand and asked again, Yuan Shao has already repelled Gongsun, why can't he destroy Gongsun? Why would Yuan Shu still make a death wish? Because Gongsun is not as weak as you think. He based himself on Yuzhou, and a few more years of stalemate with Yuan Shao will be no problem at all. As for Yuan Shu being a death wish, you guys should know that Yuan Shu annexed Sun Jian's men and that Sun Tzu and the others had to rely on Yuan Shu? Chen Zhou asked rhetorically. Cao Ang nodded slightly, of course he knew. Chen Zhou added, back then, when Dongzhuo burned Luoyang, Sun Jian went into the imperial city to put out the fire and got the Jade Seal of Transmission, and then because of the competition for the Jade Seal of Transmission, Sun Jian broke with the lords who were crusading against Dongzhuo, and left Luoyang to go south. Later, Sun Jian died and everything he had fell into Yuan Shu's hands, and the people who fought with Sun Jian for the Jade Seal of the Passage of State back then were Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao. So do you think that Yuan Shu, who annexed Sun Jian's subordinates, will try to get the Jade Seal of the Passage of State in his hands by any means? Definitely will. It had been fought over back then, and now that he had annexed everything of Sun Jian, he wouldn't just grab it. If I were Yuan Shu, I would definitely get my hands on it. Cao Ang nodded his head. Dianwei didn't know much about this, hearing it he just thought it was awesome and nodded along with him. Chen Zhou added, then I'll change the question again, if Cao Cao gets the Jade Seal of Transmission and has the status and resources of the 4 generations and 3 dukes like Yuan, what would he want to do the most? Yuan Shu's discussion with his men about claiming the throne was in the 2nd year of Xingping this year, and the official claiming of the throne came 2 years later. Chapter 15, Cao Cao's former dream, the great Han general of the Western conquest. This question was asked not only of Cao Ang, but also of Cao Cao. If Cao Cao had Yuan's family fortune and the Jade Seal of Transmission in his hand, and thought he had the mandate of heaven, what would he do? Uprising, of course. Cao Cao instantly guessed what Yuan Shu might do next. After all, the temptation was so great that there were few who could resist it. Yuan Shu is so ambitious that he must not be able to resist it either. At this point, though, Cao Cao realized that everyone around him was looking at him. Sun Yu was a conflicted man, loyal to Cao Cao while being a loyal subject of the Han, not quite wanting Cao Cao to overstep his bounds. This issue was more sensitive for him, but others, such as Cheng Yu and the others, were looking over with much more blazing eyes, and if Cao Cao had the skill, they were naturally happy to see it. The temptation to be a founding minister was also quite great. But the current Cao Cao didn't have this ability even if he obtained the Jade Seal of Transmission. It was my mistake. T. Zhong muttered to himself, that gentleman in there has thought this through and analyzed it meticulously, and if it develops the way he says it will, Yuan Shu really doesn't have long to live. Why? Cao Hong asked. Sun Yu said, now that the Great Han is still in existence, all the lords in the world are staring at the Great Han. Yuan Shu is an ambitious man, if he dares to overstep his bounds, he will be an enemy of the lords. When all of us go to fight against Yuan Shu, it will be in name only, and what the 4th and 3rd dukes can't protect him. Even Sun Tzu and the others who have defected to Yuan Shu may betray from within. Back when they were crusading against Dong Zhuo, Sun Jian and Yuan Shu were not on good terms. When Sun Jian died, Sun Tzu had no choice but to send in the others. If there was an opportunity, they would definitely not sit back and wait for death, and would not take a beating with Yuan Shu. If Yuan Shu is beaten, they can't fight with Yuan Shao. Not to mention that it would not be that easy for Yuan Shao to deal with Gong Sun Zan. It's very likely that the two Yuans will not have a chance to engage. The eavesdropping crowd expressed their conviction. It's my small-mindedness. After eavesdropping, Tizhong couldn't get angry and understood that his planning, defeated by Xuzhou, added, when that gentleman inside can come out, I must find him to drink for a day and a night, hiss. Before he finished his words, he immediately covered his upper abdomen and felt the slightest pain. It was hard to bear. Jitsai, your health is not good, it's better to drink less wine. Cao Cao said with concern from the side. It took a long time for Tizhong to slow down and waved his hand to show that he was fine. But they were all worried for Plei Zhong. Yuan Shu is likely to rebel? Cao Ang finally thought of what Yuan Shu would do if he had the jade seal of transmission. That's right. Chen Zhou continued, if Yuan Shu dares to do this, he is a traitor of the Han dynasty and will end up having all of his people rebel against him. How long can he live? It was finally ended by a bowl of honeyed water. Sir has a point. Cao Ang heard this and understood that there was no way to implement the planning of Tizhong from the very beginning. He also didn't know what Tizhong thought now, as well as how surprised he was. Your Excellency understands, right? Chen Zhou had said. Cao Ang nodded his head and said, thank you for your guidance, but Mr. Sun Gongda, who was beside Lord Shao, also gave the Lord a suggestion. He repeated what Sun Yu said, as well. Sun Gongda is good, following the Son of Heaven to order not to be a servant, to the point, and is also exactly part of the planning inside what I am going to say for you next. Chen Zhou said. When Sun Yu heard this, he was slightly pleased. However, Cao Cao and the others couldn't see his smugness, finally getting to the point, and the purpose of their eavesdropping today. This man, Cao Cao, is still loyal to the Great Han now. His dream at one time was to be a great general of the Great Han conquering the West, without much thought of taking the step of becoming a vassal. Chen Zhou's voice came out from the elegant room. Cao Cao's eyes burned as he listened. He didn't realize that the person who understood him the most was still Chen Zhou, and it was true that conquering the West was his most initial dream, but very few people were able to bring it up and think about it. But then, the current Great Han, the roots are rotten, and it is difficult to return from the accumulation. Being an expeditionary general can't save the Great Han, the only way to do that now is to sweep away all obstacles and pacify the world, which is something an expeditionary general can't do. Now Cao Cao may have the idea of substituting for the Han, but did not show it, maybe not yet. Chen Zhou this sentence after deliberation, did not directly state that Cao Cao wants to substituting for the Han, just a different way, said Cao Cao wants to be a vassal to save the Han, did not make things that did not happen too clear. It was probably after Cao Cao brought the Son of Heaven to Shuzhou and then took Xuzhou that he really revealed his desire to replace Han. Cao Cao listened, and again, he lamented. The one who knows me is also Chen Duji. He cried out these words in his heart. For Cao Cao to do so, it's hard to start off. With 300,000 Yellow Turban descended soldiers and a Yanzhou alone, it's actually not enough, he needs to grow his own strength. First, he has to have a real name. Yanzhou pastor is given by Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao is not the court, not enough name recognition. Then following the Son of Heaven is the best name. I can conclude that within this year, Guosi and Li Ju will definitely be at odds and attack each other. Chang'an is already in chaos, and it will be even more chaotic by then, and this is Cao Cao's chance to greet the Son of Heaven. Chen Zhou said solemnly. Cao Ang asked, what Sir means is that if Guosi and Li Ju fight and Chang'an is in chaos, we can take advantage of the opportunity to fight our way into Chang'an and take the Son of Heaven away? It is possible, but it is not necessary. Chen Zhou felt that Cao Ang's idea was simple and direct, and continued, the Son of Heaven is controlled by Guosi and Li Ju, and once they are in chaos, one can imagine how difficult Chang'an will be, and the ministers of the imperial court will take this opportunity to find a way to break away from the control of Guosi and his duo, and they will surely recruit the world's lords to go to the king's service, so Cao Cao only needs to bring his troops to greet the Son of Heaven. To serve the Son of Heaven, it was just so simple for Chen Zhou. But the Son of Heaven wants the vassals to serve the king. The one with the greatest advantage is Yuan Shao. Even if Duke Chao goes, he won't be able to do much, Cao Ang questioned again. Chen Zhou said, you can rest assured on this point, Yuan Shao is definitely not going to pay attention to the Son of Heaven. Yuan Shao had sent someone to go on a walkabout, but it was just a walkabout and did nothing, only Cao Cao was truly going to attend to the king. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao and the others felt puzzled again. Why wouldn't Yuan Shao be diligent to the king? In addition, why did Xuzhou conclude that Li Ju and Guosi would fight within this year? If they went to the king's service, how would they gain the trust of the Son of Heaven and achieve the goal of welcoming the Son of Heaven? These questions surfaced in their minds, wanting to know why this was so, but Xuzhou did not explain further in depth, and there was no way for them to pursue it. But before welcoming the Son of Heaven, Cao Cao has one more thing he needs to do. Xuzhou continued, fighting Xuzhou, it's not good for now, but taking down Yuzhou is no problem at all. There's still the Yellow Turbans present in the area of Yingchuan, and the current assassin of Yuzhou, Cao Ang, had teamed up with Lu Bu when Lu Bu fought his way into Yanzhou. To fight Yuzhou, one is to kill the thieves, and the other is to take revenge. With these two reasons to send troops, it's enough. Cao Cao's side of the schemers and literati are predominantly Yuzhou Yingchuan people, so the only way to be sure is to take down Yuzhou and then go back to Yingchuan. Xuzhou gave another suggestion. Cao Cao listened and nodded slightly. Chapter 16, What should be the way forward? After defeating Lu Bu and recapturing Yanzhou, Cao Cao did have the idea to fight Cao Ang for revenge. Cao Cao did have the idea of going to fight Cao Ang for revenge, not to mention that he himself is a Yuzhou man, and the core strategists around him are all from Yuzhou and Yingchuan, so the fight is definitely to fight back. Xuzhou's thoughts, again, coincided with his. Sir understands me. Cao Cao once again let out this exclamation. He felt that he had truly met a confidant, but it was a pity that this confidant had a special identity, and with his suspicious nature, he couldn't talk wine for the time being. After we beat Cao Ang, then we'll greet the Son of Heaven. But there is still a prerequisite to do so in order to serve the Son of Heaven. Xuzhou added. Dian Wei instinctively asked, what premise? Relocating the capital. Xuzhou said, relocating the capital to Yingchuan, taking the Son of Heaven away from Luoyang and away from where the core of a dynasty full of ministers is located, so that Cao Cao won't be influenced by those ministers and at the same time weakening the power of the ministers and taking over the power alone. Cao Cao's advantages in Yingchuan are even greater, and after moving the capital to Yingchuan, he can do whatever he wants to do, and the only way to do that is to truly serve the Son of Heaven. Yingchuan was still the territory of Sun Yu and the others. If the Son of Heaven was brought to Yingchuan, it would indeed be possible to do many things. Sun Yu and the others nodded slightly, thinking that this idea was still feasible. But wanting to bring the Son of Heaven to move the capital isn't easy yet. Cheng Yu shook his head and said, although Guosi and Li Ju are attacking each other, the Son of Heaven still has Yang Feng, Zhang Yang, and Han Siam by his side, who hold military power in their hands and will definitely not let us take the Son of Heaven away. Playing Zhong said, precisely because the presence of Yang Feng and the others, and a dynasty full of ministers, would have tied the Lord's hands, that gentleman proposed to move the capital and leave Luoyang, and he went deeper than Gong De thought. That's right. Sun Yu nodded approvingly, I just associated welcoming the Son of Heaven based on Mao Xiaoxian's words, but what to do after welcoming the Son of Heaven is clear at this point. It's actually not hard to get rid of Han Siam and the others, there is still one biggest obstacle if the Lord wants to move the capital. Who? Cao Cao asked immediately. Yuan Shao. Sun Yu said, he knows that the Lord is going to receive the Son of Heaven, and there's a chance that he'll block it. I wonder if that gentleman in there, has he thought about dealing with Yuan Shao? Yuan Shao, the oldest brother, had always been a huge mountain pressing down on Cao Cao's head. When he heard Xuzhou talk about moving the capital, his eyes blossomed with light, but when he heard Sun Yu mention Yuan Shao, it was as if his light was instantly obscured by the rising sun. Yuan Benshu is my greatest obstacle. Cao Cao said heartily. Cao Ang thought deeper based on Xuzhou's words, and it wasn't hard to understand the reason for moving the capital. Cao Cao had no roots in Luoyang, and with Han Siam and the others, if he continued to stay in Luoyang after the king's diligence, he basically couldn't do anything, and the only way to do whatever he wanted was to do whatever he wanted on his own turf, to fulfill his ambitions. However, he asked, what Cao Cao and the others wanted to know the most. Yuan Shao shouldn't have watched Duke Cao take away the Son of Heaven, right? Cao Ang thought that the Son of Heaven was strategically important, and that Yuan Shao didn't care right now, but seeing Cao Cao take the man away, he might have other ideas. Yuan Shao is very easy to deal with. This man is weak in color and courage, and is good at plotting but not judging. He spares his body for great things, and forgets his life when he sees small gains. As long as we get the Son of Heaven to give him a bit of a reward and make him a great general, in charge of the 4 northern states, and Cao Cao then pretends to bend under Yuan Shao, continuing to recognize Yuan Shao as the oldest brother, and holding Yuan Shao up a bit, we'll be able to stabilize the man. In this way, Yuan Shao won't intervene to greet the Son of Heaven, and will still be able to fight Gongsun Zan with peace of mind. Shenzhou analyzed. Cao Cao lowered his voice and said, I've known Yuan Benshu for many years, and that's exactly how his character is. It's amazing that Sir can also know Yuan Shao's nature and then use his character to stabilize him. This is a wonderful plan. I'm not as good as him. Tizhong, who was very unconvinced just now, said with conviction at this moment. They continued to listen to the speech. After welcoming the Son of Heaven and Cao Cao has a name, he will be able to settle Yuan Shu. Shenzhou's voice sounded again, as I said, Yuan Shu must have usurped the throne and revolted, at which time Cao Cao will be able to openly and honestly issue the Son of Heaven's call to crush Yuan Shu, as he did with Dongzhuo back then. After this battle, Yuan Shu will surely die, and the Lord will still be able to successfully take Xuzhou. While we fight Yuan Shu, how can we fight Xuzhou again? Cao Ang questioned again. Very simple. In the name of the Son of Heaven, order Liu Bei and Lu Bu and Xuzhou to fight Yuan Shu together. Liu Bei claims to be a Han clan member, he will definitely send troops. As for Lu Bu, it doesn't matter anymore if he sends troops or not. At the same time, then turn Sun Tzu and the others, as I said, they're bound to turn against Yuan Shu, and seize this opportunity to break away from Yuan Shu's control. Cao Cao only needs to send some of his forces to press against Huainan, and then use Sun Tzu as the main force to strike against Yuan Shu, so that he can divide his forces to deal with Xuzhou, and can fight on two fronts. But before we hit Xuzhou, we have to provoke the relationship between Lu Bu and Liu Bei. LV Bu and Liu Bei don't get along. Xuzhou can't tolerate two tigers in one mountain. When Liu Bei goes to war, we pass out a letter to beckon Liu Bei to join forces with him to deal with LV Bu, then coincidentally it's intercepted by LV Bu again, and Xuzhou will be wonderful. When Xinzhou finished speaking, the elegant room first quieted down. Cao Ang was thinking about whether this was reasonable or not after listening. Dianwei was simply listening because it was hard for him to understand even if he listened, so he simply didn't hurt his brain and just listened and left it at that. But when he heard this, he lay down on the desk and dozed off. It was as if the school scum was listening to a math class. Feasible, this plan is feasible. Playing Zhong first agreed, if Yuan Shu really trespassed, we can take down Xuzhou and defeat Lu Bu while dealing with Yuan Shu, and then once we have Xuzhou, we can focus on the food and troops in Xuzhou for a full-scale strike against Yuan Shu. Zhong Chao analyzed, once Yuan Shu has overstepped his bounds, the lineages in Huainan and other places are not necessarily willing to embrace him again, and their strength will definitely not be as strong as it was in the beginning, so Sun Tzu alone can also hold him in check. After the Lord obtains Xuzhou, his bottom line is even stronger, and if he and Sun Tzu join forces and attack, Yuan Shu will die. The only problem is that the Lord has slaughtered too many people in Xuzhou, and it's not always possible to make Xuzhou obey. Sun Yu's words were like a pot of cold water poured over his head. Cao Cao was originally quite excited to hear their analysis, but Sun Yu's pot of cold water made him frown again. If he didn't slaughter Xuzhou at that time, where would he get the money and food to feed the surrendered Yellow Turbans? Cao Gong was so cruel to Xuzhou, can he really still make the people of Xuzhou obedient? Cao Ang helped Cao Cao and the others again, asking this question. Shenzhou said, this time when we fight Xuzhou, just stop killing. Rule Xuzhou with the people of Xuzhou, support Chen Deng and other scholarly clans, show goodwill to the scholarly clans, and you can still get approval. That's right. Chen Yu clapped his hands and said, as long as the Lord is willing to support Chen by showing his sincerity, it is not impossible to recruit other scholar clans. Mr. is really powerful. Chao Ren's admiration for Chen Zhou was as continuous as a torrential river. There weren't many people who could make Sun Yu and the other scribes all praise and even sigh in admiration, and Mr. was definitely the first. Cao Cao was secretly thinking, I must obtain such unicorn talent. No matter what, Xinzhou had to be bound to his side, and if that wasn't possible, then Xinzhou would be kept in a cell all the time. Chapter 17 Complete Planning. After we beat Yuan Shu, we'll be able to take a part of Yanzhou and annex the resources Yuan Shu left behind. Then Cao Cao's only great enemy left is Yuan Shao in the north. The final step is to beat Yuan Shao and Cao Cao completely establishes himself. Shenzhou continued his planning. However, for Sun Tzu and the others, he did not intervene too much and let them develop. Because he was worried that if he intervened, it would definitely change the original historical trajectory, and then his planning would not work. What Shenzhou wanted to do now was to use his foresight of history to follow Cao Cao's original path, help Cao Cao take the northern part of the Han dynasty, establish his own value and status, and then think about Cao Wei's unification of the world after he had survived securely. As for the south, and Liu Bei and the others, take the north before saying anything. According to Mr. Yuan, when Yuan Shu died, Yuan Shao had already taken Chengzhou and Yuzhou, right? Cao Ang said, Yuan Shao occupies the 4 northern states, how can we be his opponent? In addition, Liu Biao in Jingzhou is still around, he has a good relationship with Yuan Shao and to join forces with him to deal with Yuan Shu. If we fight with Yuan Shao, Liu Biao will definitely not sit back and watch. This issue was also something that Cao Cao and the others had to consider. They asked themselves, could they really beat Yuan Shao? Cao Cao turned his inquiring gaze to the people around him. Xiao Hong and Xiao Ren wouldn't know what to say. They were military generals who were only responsible for fighting battles and weren't good at strategizing. In the future, Cao Cao, who had obtained the 3 states of Yanzhou and Su, as well as a portion of Yangzhou, would really be able to defeat Yuan Shao, who had 4 large states in the north. You have to realize that the Hebei soldiers, who are strong, and Yuan Shao's men are even stronger. Yuan's resources will all be transferred to Yuan Shao in time, while Cao Cao is only just starting out and preparing to stand on his own apart from Yuan Shao. If Cao Cao really wanted to stand on his own, he had to fight this battle with Yuan Shao. Even if they didn't want to fight, Yuan Shao had cleaned up Gongsun and might point his forces to the south, and at that point, it wouldn't matter if Cao Cao was his own little old brother or not. Shan Yu and the others hesitated, not knowing how to respond. My lord, it can be fought. Sun Yu affirmed. Inside the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao had not wanted to fight many times, but it was Sun Yu who kept encouraging from the rear and finally persevered. Sun Yu was certain that he could fight. Fighting Yuan Shao, it's not difficult. Chenzhou's voice sounded appropriately again. Yuan Shao's strength is indeed very strong, Hebei's soldiers are strong, the early stage will be more difficult, as long as they survive the early stage, Yuan Shao is not worth mentioning. If I'm allowed to supervise the battle, Yuan Shao will lose. Cao Cao and the others stopped saying that Chenzhou was arrogant at this point. With the previous series of padding, they could be certain that Chenzhou had some ability. After all, the level of analysis of the future was much deeper than them. Of course, now that so much had been said, it was still a paper discussion. What about Chenzhou's ability to truly lead an army and fight a war? None of them were sure. May I ask, sir, how should Yuan Shao fight? Cao Ang immediately pursued the question. This question, too, asked Chenzhou's difficulty. One couldn't just say, we should burn Wushou by fire? Cut off Yuan Shao's grain. Chenzhou considered for a while and said, it's not good to be too specific right now, but when the Hebei army crosses the river to fight, once the grain is broken, it's not that easy for the subsequent grain to cross the river again to replenish. This is the only chance Cao Cao has to fight Yuan Shao and can overcome. At these words, not only was Cao Ang silent, Cao Cao and the others were silent as well. As for Dian Wei, he directly fell asleep. But the role of grain for the army, again, was truly important. The method of cutting off the grain is good, it's not easy for the grain to cross the river, but I always feel that there's something he hasn't finished saying. Sun Yu stroked his chin and said, he wouldn't intentionally not tell us the whole thing, right? He also didn't explain why he concluded that Guisi and Li Ju would fight. It's true that he didn't even mention the reason, but this made them want to know the reason even more. The more they couldn't get, the more restless their hearts became. It was actually just that Chenzhou didn't know how to explain it, and anyway, he didn't need to explain it in too much detail, just bring up the specifics. As for Liu Biao, that's even simpler. Back then, Liu Biao rode into Jingzhou and recovered all the major clans. It sounds awesome. But within Jingzhou, there are many families and factions, and Liu Biao is again completely dependent on his family. As long as we start with the Jingzhou families and they don't want to fight, Liu Biao won't be able to make waves no matter how much he tosses and turns. Chenzhou did not put Liu Biao in his heart yet. After a few more years, Liu Biao died and the Jingzhou clans didn't want to fight and surrendered by directly offering Shangyang. Chenzhou added, starting from Yuzhou to the 4 northern states, after defeating Yuan Shao, then using the clans to hollow out Liu Biao, not only can I take the north, but going south again is also easy. This is all of my planning, so feel free to take it to Cao Cao and tell him that it will set you up for a great deal of success and establish your position in the Cao family. With that, he glanced at Dian Wei, who was already sleeping on his back. This old Dian is a scum of the earth. Cao Ang came back to his senses and quickly went through Chenzhou's words again in his mind for fear of forgetting them. The planning was very rich and set in great detail, much more detailed than the one large scope proposed by Tizhong. It was just that there were some places where Chenzhou did not explain much and they could not figure it out. It was rather confusing. Sir, this credit is yours, I can't take it. Cao Ang also did not need the credit, not to mention that his own father was eavesdropping right next to him. Once he was able to get out, Chenzhou's credit definitely could not escape, and asked, what does Sir think? What kind of person is Lord Cao? This question, he asked in place of his father. wanting to know how Cao Cao's image and status was in Xuzhou's eyes. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The second focus of the day was finally coming. How is Cao Cao? Xuzhou searched for a moment and said, he is the person I admire the most, and the one who, in my opinion, is the most qualified and capable of pacifying the world. What with Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Lu Biao, and the like, they are not worth mentioning. If I had to find someone to defect to, it would definitely be Cao Cao, but unfortunately I became Zhang Miao's man, and it was too late for me to abandon the darkness. These words weren't something he said specifically to praise Cao Cao. Before crossing over and watching the Three Kingdoms, the one he admired the most was indeed Cao Cao. The stain of slaughtering the city, there is no way to wash it, suspicious by nature these, is the basic operation of a treacherous man, but these can't hinder Xuzhou's appreciation of him. Followed by Boss Cao, as long as you don't mess around, don't betray and so on, you can basically lie flat. Unfortunately, Boss Chao's successor was weak after Red Cliff. Otherwise, the person who unified the Three Kingdoms would definitely be Cao Cao. Having received this answer, Cao Cao's eyes widened and he wanted to shout out, but he quickly held back, his hands clenching into fists in excitement. So it turns out that the gentleman inside admires me that much. An opportunity to draw me in, isn't this it? However, he didn't have the heart to rush and immediately walk over to Xuzhou to calm himself down first, but the smile on his face never stopped, didn't know how excited he was. Congratulations, Lord. Zhang Miao laughed. That gentleman has the intention of defecting to the Lord, but he is only in the way of the identity of Zhang Miao's subordinates. There is no opportunity to defect. As long as the Lord releases him, he will definitely not run away. Congratulations, Lord, for getting this great talent. Sun Yu and the others congratulated one after another, but the voices they spoke in still didn't dare to be too loud. Cao Cao grinned, great joy in his heart. This was stable. Chapter 18, Mr. Right. Inside the elegant room, Cao Ang was completely relieved. What Mr. said was heard by his father who was eavesdropping outside, and it was basically no problem to get out. It was up to Cao Cao to make the arrangements. Gongzi must grasp the planning I gave you. Xuzhou said, I'm a man who is about to die, what's the point of asking for credit? You can use this merit to stand out within the Cao clan. Cao Ang knew that Sir had to give it to himself, the only thing he could do was to agree to it first and return the merit later. I can live until now, it's considered lucky, and I don't know when I'll have to go to the penal colony, but I have other knowledge. If you are interested, you can continue to come to me to learn, and you can have a little bit more judgment in the future, which will help you to build up your career. Xuzhou, full of concern for life and death, put aside the appearance of, and said, the Han royal family, wind and rain, the dynasty of 300 years, the Han so far there are more than 300, nearly 400 years, is considered very good. In fact, the Han Roomgas has been exhausted, powerless to return to heaven. Loyal to the Han dynasty, Sun Yu heard the words, a jolt. The Han dynasty has run out of gas. This is why. And on what basis did Xuzhou dare to say these words? Sir, what is a dynasty for 300 years? Cao Ang could not understand this. It is the law of dynasty 300 years, from. Xuzhou wanted to list a few examples to illustrate, but froze again, because this law is a modern society, from the people after Qin summarized, and now is the Eastern Han dynasty, only one dynasty away from Qin, cannot give examples, helplessly said. The next time the prince came, I'll explain again. What the prince should do now is to take the content of what I have just said, to ponder through it and then dedicate to Cao Cao. This concerns your future and prospects. Hearing that Xuzhou had always considered for himself and never minded being in prison, Cao Ang was grateful and solemnly said, please rest assured, sir, I will definitely help you out. Xuzhou just laughed, looking like he didn't believe Cao Ang could let himself out. Cao Ang. He himself turned out to be so incapable in front of Mr. But he was too lazy to explain anything further. Anyway, what he should have heard, he had let his father eavesdrop. Going out was definitely no problem. Many thanks to Mr. for helping me so much. Cao Ang gratefully bowed. Xuzhou said, Your Excellency is polite. I just want to do something for this world before I die. I hope to end the chaos as soon as possible. Well, I'm tired after talking so much today. Your Excellency, come back again when you have time. I will come back next time. At this time, the napping Dianwei finally woke up. Xuzhou and Cao Ang. How did Cao Ang feel that it was a bit humiliating to listen to a lecture with a school slag? Is your older brother really Dianwei? Xuzhou glanced at Dianwei and added, Dianwei shouldn't live for more than 2 years, you go back and let him pay attention to Wansheng. The current Zhang Ji had not yet gone to Jingzhou. Whether Zhang Ji would subsequently go to Jingzhou again, Xuzhou could not tell. But it was still possible to give a reminder in advance and let them pay attention. Dianwei's sleepiness was gone, his brows were furrowed. How did this gentleman curse himself to death? Cao Ang was afraid that Dianwei would get angry and mess up. He hurriedly dragged his hand and laughed. Well dang, Mr. is just joking, there is no such thing. Ha ha. Then we won't bother Mr. no more. Today's purpose was completely accomplished, and it was time for them to go back. Not only Dianwei, Cao Ang will also die. Zhou casually added, be sure to pay attention to Wancheng. My reminder ends here, you guys grasp it yourselves. Cao Ang. What does this mean, sir? It made Cao Ang feel scared. Zhou stopped explaining, pushed open the door and went back towards the cell. Gongzi, this mister is so angry. Dianwei said angrily, if you hadn't stopped me, I would have taught him a good lesson. Dare to curse me to death? Dianwei snorted coldly. Cao Ang said, forget it, let's go back to father. On the other side. When Cao Cao heard Zhou's distant footsteps, he stopped suppressing them and said, what do you think? They automatically ignored, what with not surviving 2 years in Wancheng. Cao Cao's eyes blazed, desperate to know what they thought. It's way more detailed than mine. Zhong sighed, that gentleman's intention to assist the Lord is a great blessing for us. Sheng Yu favored, his planning is too detailed, exactly how to do it all, except for some of the content that he doesn't give a detailed explanation. I can't pick out the mistakes and omissions, in facts to know that these plans of his are not feasible, only need to verify 1 or 2 things can be. How to verify? Cao Cao asked. For example, was Si and Li Ju, whether they fight. Shang Yu added, send someone to Chang'an to find out. What Zhong Di said is reasonable. Zhong Di agreed, if what that gentleman said will happen, from another aspect it can show that the planning is correct and can be followed. Zi Lian, make the arrangements. Cao Cao said expectantly, if Guisi and Li Ju do attack each other, we'll fight Guigong and the Yellow Turbans around Yingchuan. It was as if they had found hope for the future in Xuzhou. While everyone was discussing that plan of Xuzhou's, Sun Yu was frowning thinking about the 300-year law of dynasties. Great Han, has it really run out of gas? Sun Yu muttered to himself. A while later, Cao Ang returned. Father. Cao Ang asked expectantly, may I ask if father can release Mr.? Cao Cao thought for a moment and said, not yet, I have another arrangement. In addition, sir is in prison, you must take care of him, whatever he wants, you give it to him, got it? All right. Cao Ang only obeyed. Let's go back and continue discussing this plan. Cao Cao wanted to study it thoroughly, and it would be much easier to make the next move in the future. Together, they left the prison and headed back towards Cao Cao's residence. But before they could walk through the doors of the residence, they saw Cao Hong rush back and say, eldest brother, there's news. I was about to arrange for someone to go to Chang'an to check it out, but our spies in Chang'an, so coincidentally, also have news coming back that half a month ago, Guisi and Li Ju had already fought. Hearing Cao Hong's words, Cao Cao and the others stared wide-eyed. They're really fighting? Cao Cao hurriedly opened the information Cao Hong had brought back, describing in detail how Guisi and Li Ju had fought, how Chang'an was now in chaos, and so on. I can't believe Mr. Cao was right? Cao Ang said in shock. No wonder Sir didn't give an explanation for this. It turns out that after the fight, there is no need to analyze the reasons. Is this the ability to foretell the future? Mr. is also too strong. Cao Cao had a moment of fear. If Xuzhou was willing to assist Zhang Miao at that time, their consequences were unimaginable. Luckily not. He quickly said, all of you go back with me to get ready. I want to fight Guigong and take over your state. After saying this, they walked into the Tai Shou Fu. Both to digest the planning that Xuzhou had just mentioned and to negotiate a charter to fight Guigong. Dianwei muttered to himself, then am I not really about to die? As a scum, although he slept for a long time, he didn't sleep for the first part, and he knew what Xuzhou had said. Chapter 19, Are you Sun Wanrua? Xuzhou returned to his cell and continued to wait quietly. He could think that even if Cao Ang reported the plans in full to Cao Cao, he would have to wait a while longer to leave. However, Xuzhou was in no hurry. Sir. The warden came again. He was aware that Cao Cao had just been outside eavesdropping on the lecture, so he was becoming more and more courteous to Xuzhou, coming over with a smile on his face and saying, that gentleman has prepared another meal and drink for you, sir. Xuzhou nodded and said, trouble, should we join you? Don't dare. Where would the warden dare to share a table with Xuzhou unless he didn't want to die? He didn't dare and Xuzhou didn't force himself. After finishing the wine and food, he lay down on the soft couch and raised his head so he could look out through the window. Now it is daytime, but looking at it, he fell asleep. Once he woke up it was already night, and outside the window, there were stars all over. It's still the ancient sky that looks good, blue sky during the day and stars at night. Shenzhou muttered in his heart, feeling that being in jail was also too boring. When the other death row inmates weren't taken away to be executed, they could still chat for a couple of minutes, but now within the cell, basically only himself was left, along with a few prisoners, who were not related to Zhang Miao and the others, and were locked up further away. Talking was laborious. It's better to go out. Shenzhou thought to himself, that Gongzi must be more powerful. Sometimes the more you want to go out, the more you can't go out. Without realizing it, Shenzhou stayed in the cell for another 5 days, and 5 days had passed since the last lecture where he told Cao Ang about the planning. Within these 5 days, Shenzhou could not see Cao Ang come back. Waiting was a time that wore down one's will, and just when Shenzhou felt that the will was about to be worn down, someone finally came from outside the cell. Cao Ang finally came. Shenzhou regained his spirit when he saw Cao Ang. Sir! Cao Ang made a bow and added, these past few days, Duke Cao was going to attack Yuzhou. I was busy for a few days, and it was only this morning when Duke Cao went to war that I had the time to visit you, sir, again. Hearing this, Shenzhou understood that Cao Ang had really reported his planning. It was possible that Cao Cao believed in the planning when he fought Yuzhou at this time. However, if Cao Cao fought Yuzhou now, wouldn't that mean that the time to go out would have to be extended again? So he tentatively asked, Your Excellency should have reported it, right? Did Duke Cao give you any rewards? Cao Ang said, Duke Cao said that he would talk about it when he comes back from fighting Yuzhou. This was expected by Shenzhou and asked, Does the Duke still want to listen to the lesson today? Mr. said last time that the law of 300 years of dynasty, I went back and thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was, so I can only come back to ask Mr. for advice. Cao Ang said, Please outside, sir. Shenzhou nodded and said, Good. They went out together, and when they arrived outside, they were about to go to the elegant room when they saw a person walking hurriedly. Sun Yu had been dealing with paperwork, and when he got the news that Cao Ang had finally gone to his cell, he immediately rushed over to eavesdrop on that dynasty's 300-year law, as well as the statement that the Eastern Han had run out of gas. He had never been able to forget it, and for a person who was loyal to the Great Han, it was the last thing he could listen to these words. It is curious to know how Shenzhou explains it. Cao Cao attacked Yuzhou, back to Yingchuan. Sun Yu did not follow the war, he and Sun Yu a main internal, a main external, for Cao Cao to stabilize the rear. But Sun Yu could not have imagined, he just came, and Shenzhou, Cao Ang, two people met face to face. The plan to eavesdrop had failed. Cao Ang blinked his eyes and wondered how Mr. Sun, such a noble scholar, would also take the initiative to eavesdrop. Previously eavesdropping, he could think that he was brought down by his father, but today he took the initiative to come over, and his heart's image of Mr. Sun's tallness was also destroyed. Sun Yu considered this and smiled awkwardly. He wanted to leave, but it seemed too late to leave now, right? Duke, you guys know each other? Shenzhou looked at the two people who were frozen in place, but from Sun Yu's body, he smelled the faint odor of incense. That scent was from a scented capsule. Recognize. It was Cao Ang who first said stiffly, This gentleman, who is also on Cao Gong's side, is here to find me. Father had said that they must not reveal their identity. Fortunately, looking at Shenzhou's reaction, he was relieved that he did not recognize Sun Yu. The previous Shenzhou, just an ordinary subordinate official, had once met Cao Cao, but had never seen Sun Yu. He was also often in and out of brothels, didn't do his job, didn't know many people, and after crossing over, inside the fused memories, there was absolutely no impression of Sun Yu. Just when they thought it was fine and didn't reveal their identities, Shenzhou suddenly said, But Yingchuan Sun Wan Ruo? Sun Yu and Cao Ang. You recognize me? Sun Yu could see that Shenzhou should not have seen himself before. From that inquiring tone one could tell that the other party had guessed his identity. By the odor, smelling it out. Shenzhou pointed to the scented bag and smiled, I have never seen Mr. Sun, but I have heard that Mr. Sun likes to wear scented bags, his body is fragrant, and wherever he passes through, he retains his scent for 3 days. Sun ordered to stay fragrant, that's how it came about. Sun Yu was simply an ancient, humanoid walking perfume bottle. I didn't expect that I guessed correctly. Shenzhou laughed. Good eyesight, so meticulous in observation. Sun Yu said in admiration. No wonder Shenzhou was able to take so many things and analyze them in such detail, he was also a meticulous person. Only if it was exposed, Cao Cao's side would not be able to explain. After hesitating, Sun Yu decided to go out on a limb and said, Mr. Cao came to ask me for advice on the issue of the 300-year law of a dynasty. It is said to be heard from here. I don't think I understand what this law is, and today I learned that Mr. Cao is here, and couldn't help but come over to listen to the content of your lecture. Mr. Cao has spoken to us about Mr. Cao and I am deeply impressed. Come in together. Zhou did not refuse and walked into the elegant room first. He was not surprised that Sun Yu would know about the lecture. Cao Ang must have reported it back, and Cao Cao would definitely look for Sun Yu to discuss with them. After they sat down, Zhou asked, "What does Mr. Sun think about the 300-year law of dynasties?" Sun Yu asked rhetorically. Mr. Chen brought up this law to show that the Han dynasty has run out of gas? That's right. Zhou nodded. Sun Yu asked, "Why?" Zhou didn't explain right away and asked once again, "Mr. Sun should know that the world is in chaos outside. Wouldn't this be a sign that the qi has run out?" Sun Yu asked again. After Emperor Ping, Wang Mang usurped the throne, the world was also in chaos, but there was the Guangwu Zhongxing. At that time, the Han dynasty was less than 300 years old, and the qi was still there. May I ask Mr. Chen, what is qi? The qi of a dynasty is difficult to define. It could be the regime, it could be the economy, or it could be some specific laws. Zhou looked at Sun Yu and continued, "Since Mr. Sun can know the 300-year law from the Duke, he should have heard about it, what I talked about some time ago, the relationship between the Yellow Turban uprising and the economy?" Chapter 20, 300 Years of the Dynasty. The Han dynasty has run out of steam. For Sun Yu's end, Zhou is still quite sad. The end of life lies in an empty food box, loyal to the Han dynasty, but also loyal to Cao Cao, destined to be a sad. Zhou wanted to change Sun Yu's fate, first instill in him the idea that the Han's gas has run out, weakening his loyalty to the Han, hoping to avoid the tragedy. The matter of the Yellow Turbans is related to the fact that the Han's qi has run out? Sun Yu asked. Related. Zhou said, "I had mentioned on that subject that the Yellow Turbans rebellion is actually related to the economy, and most of this economic problem appears in the land. Mr. Sun should be clear about that, right?" Sun Yu was also a scholar. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, the appearance of the Yellow Turbans rebellion did have an inseparable relationship with their scholarly clan. Most of the land under the sky was controlled in the hands of the scholarly clan. Peasants don't have land, they can only rent from the scholar clan and become tenant farmers. If the weather has been normal, there is no big disaster is good. Once a disaster occurs, the farmland has no harvest, the clan also collects the rent of the farmland, tenant farmers cannot afford to pay the rent, even the fields are gone. The sharecroppers, who were originally oppressed by the clans, now can't even eat, but also be forced to pay rent. The accumulation of anger reached a critical point, and then there is Zhang Miao missionary preaching. The Yellow Turbans appeared. Most of the Yellow Turbans were peasants. If peasants can have enough to eat and have their own land, who would want to rebel? After thinking of so much, Sun Yu sighed and said, "Indeed. When a dynasty is first established, everything is thriving. For example, in the Great Han, when Gaozu founded the country, the world was at peace for the first time, and the people's aspirations for the future were bright. After experiencing the war at the end of the Qin dynasty, the population of the Great Han at that time wouldn't be very large, and there was even more unclaimed and barren land. Gaozu reorganized the land system, and the people who survived the chaos were given sizable land that they could easily clear and cultivate, and the world was soon ushered into a prosperous era. May I ask Mr. Sun, am I right?" Zhou added. Sun Yu nodded slightly. What he said was true. But according to the system of the Great Han, the laws of economics move on, and land titles, eventually, will be transferred centrally into the hands of a few people. In the early days of the Great Han, the population was small, the land was plentiful, and everyone lived a solid life. With the development of the dynasty, the growth of the population will naturally not stagnate. More people, the amount of land is fixed, then the per capita arable land is less, land conflicts will gradually erupt. And then according to the law, a large amount of land, transferred to the hands of a few people. This is land annexation. A large number of peasants have no land and can only depend on those few as tenants. In this way, the court's control over the localities will also be weakened. Zhou continued his analysis. Before Sun Yu could finish listening, his face turned a little pale. Because all of what Zhou said was actually happening, such as right now, as a member of the scholarly clan, he was well aware of the relationship. Why is the court's control over the localities weakened because of this? Cao Ang asked without quite understanding. Zhou said, because these peasants became sharecroppers and had no fields under them, the court could not collect their taxes, while the few powerful members of the scholar clans who held a lot of fields, the court could collect their taxes? In order to maximize their benefits even more, the scholar clans would even hide their land and population, and while expanding their own interests, the court's control was thus weakened by them. Cao Ang finally listened, and his face, like Sun Yu's, quickly became less than pretty. It was as if the root of the world's woes was their lineage clans. The court can't collect taxes, and its control over the localities is weakened. Then when it comes to defending against foreign enemies, or providing disaster relief, it's very weak. Sun Yu echoed, for example, before the Yellow Scarf Rebellion the Han War against the Western Shang spends a lot of money, and there are natural disasters outbreaks, drought in many places, the court is not able to provide disaster relief. Zhang Jiao multiplied by this opportunity, rise in rebellion. Worthy of being Sun Yu. After Chen Zhou's reminder, he gradually figured out the reason. Chen Zhou added, the current people, in fact, have long lost trust in the Han court. The court has no popular support. Is it not the end of the gas? The Great Han has come to its end and cannot be saved. What if the court takes a tough stance, remeasuring and dividing the land, inventorying the population, and taking back control of the localities? Cao Ang put forward his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou and Xin Yu both laughed. This idea was simple and not that easy to realize. Wang Mang also did this, but what was the result? He damaged the long-developed land relations, prevented the sale of land and serfs, and harmed the interests of the scholarly gentry. It even harmed the interests of some of the homesteaders. Wang Mang's downfall is clear to Your Excellency, isn't it? That led to the Guangwu Zhongxing. Wang Mang was already a usurper and traitor, and did so many things that were unfavorable to the scholars, accelerating his demise. Otherwise Wang Mang wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Chen Zhou explained to Cao Ang. However, Wang Mang's collapse also had a lot to do with Lu Xiu, the son of the realm. If there was no meteorite smashing down, Lu Xiu's success would not have been that easy. After hearing this explanation, Cao Ang did not know what to say. It turned out that the respected and admired Shi clan was the root cause of the chaotic world. The Qi of the Han dynasty was corrupted in the hands of the scholar clan. Why do you say 300 years? Sun Yu asked as he thought. Chen Zhou explained, because from the first land annexation to the demise of a dynasty, all the contradictions accumulate exactly around 300 years, more or less. This is since Qin, after Han, all the dynasties, as long as they can't change the problems that I said, pretty much all of them, can't walk away from this law. Sun Yu frowned and thought hard, agreeing with Chen Zhou's analysis. Throughout the history of Han, it was just as Chen Zhou analyzed. Of course, in addition to economic and regime reasons, there were also climatic reasons. These Chen Zhou had no way of explaining because it was not good to give the example of the Little Ice Age, and now it was only the end of the Han dynasty. But the shock to Sun Yu and Cao Ang has been superb. The world's general trend, united for a long time will be divided, divided for a long time will be united. This is a historical law. At present, the Han room gas number has been exhausted. Even if there is a certain minister who wants to be a minister of the Zhongxing, want to change the law Zhongxing, to help the Han room, but now the emperor, catch it? Chen Zhou posed this question to Sun Yu. Lu Xia, Emperor San of Han, was still in Guangzhou in fear. Even if Yuan was willing to support the Han, and Yuan Shao was willing to be the minister of Zhongxing, he was only afraid that he would not be able to save the Han. Sun Yu shook his head. Mr. Sun's gaze, don't just focus on the Han. If the Han makes it impossible for the people to eat, then starvation is death, and rebellion is also death. Mr. Sun's gaze should be on how to pacify the world. If the Han family can still be supported, then do so. If not, just change the master. If purely for the sake of the Han family, causing the world to be in constant conquests and the people are not happy, is this what Mr. Sun wants to see? Chen Zhou asked Sun Yu again. Sun Yu's faith, as if it is going to be beaten to collapse, silent for a long time before saying, who does not want to see, the world is in chaos as such. Hearing this, Chen Zhou understood, he shook Sun Yu's heart. In the future should not die that pity. Chapter 21 The Future of the Shi clan. After hearing all of it, Cao Ang was greatly shaken. Sun Yu was equally shocked, but quickly eased up. As a member of the Shi clan, he was not like the others, who treated the lower classes as if they were nothing, and still cared about the plight of the people, so it was more difficult to accept this fact. According to what Mr. said, what will be the future of the scholar clan? Sun Yu asked another question. Bringing this up, Chen Zhou thought a little. Outside the gates of the House of Servants, there are two pillars. The one on the left, labeled with merit, is called a valve, and the one on the right, labeled with experience, is called a reed. Both the reed and the valve, from the gate, are the family gate. Fame and renown is the door prestige. The rank of nobility is the gate. The scholar clan owns the reed valve, the prestige, and the gate. Together they are called the gate. The scholar clan, not to mention the future, but even now, already has a tendency to be weakened because the gate valves have met the warlords. Chen Zhou said. Warlord? Sun Yu was thinking about these two words. Chen Zhou added, the first warlord was Dong Zhuo, who was invited to Luoyang by Yuan Shao of the Scholarly Gate. If Dong Zhuo was also a Scholarly Gate, or someone acceptable to the Scholarly clan, the history of the Great Han might have been rewritten. On this point, Sun Yu agreed. Dong Zhuo didn't need to have a high prestige or clan, even an ordinary scholar clan would likely have a foothold in Luoyang now. Even though Dong Zhuo also wanted to cooperate with the Scholarly clan, the clan didn't give a damn about him. It was just a piker. Once Dong Zhuo, a warlord, came, he messed up the Han and made many people into warlords as well. Cao Cao is actually a warlord too. Cao Cao's origin, not honorable, after the eunuchs, no particularly illustrious family lineage, to say that according to the hierarchy, it's just a humble family, can't be a warlord, can only be a warlord. In addition to Cao Cao, there are other warlords such as the former Sun Jian, and now Guisi and others. A gatekeeper relies on prestige, a warlord relies on armed force, and the latter is bound to have an impact on the former. Cao Cao probably came to the present when he crusaded against Dong Zhuo and realized that the gatekeepers could not actually be relied upon, and that the only way to clean up the mountains and rivers was to turn himself into a warlord. Chen Zhou continued to analyze gatekeepers and warlords for them. But I don't see that the Scholarly clan gatekeepers were impacted too much by the warlords. Cao Ang questioned. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, as scholar clans remained strong. Cao Cao, as a warlord, still had to rely on Yuan Shao. Because it's still early days, the impact isn't too strong. It's not like the clans won't resist. Yuan Shao is a gatekeeper plus warlord, Lu Biao is a clan plus warlord. But all of these are useless. Behind the gate valves are intricate relationships, there are disputes of interest, destined to not be maintained for long. I concluded that the warlords will definitely defeat the gate valves in the near future. Chen Zhou continued. Warlords could defeat gate valves? Hearing Chen Zhou speak with such certainty, they wondered, wouldn't it be that Cao Cao would defeat the likes of Yuan Shu, Yuan Shao, and Lu Biao? This was a judgment that Sun Yu could not tell if there was any truth to it for the time being. According to Mr. Chen's words, after the scholar clans are defeated and weakened, they are going to die out? Sun Yu asked again. He was more worried that his own Sun clan would also disappear into the long river of history. Chen Zhou shook his head and said, no, the Shi clan gateway has always existed, not so easy to die out. The Shi clan almost monopolizes the power of reading, and the only people who can rule the country are the readers. The future dynasty still relies on the Shi clan to rule the country, but the later Cao Cao intended to rise up against the scholarly clans by using the humble family to counteract the scholarly clans, but once Cao Cao died and Cao Pai adopted Chen Kun's system of 9 grades, the scholarly clans immediately rose up again. As a member of the scholarly clan, Sun Yu worried about its future. He had done so much for the sake of their Yingchuan Sun clan, and listening to the first half of Chen Zhou's words, his heart stabilized, but when he heard the latter, he raised an eyebrow. But what? Sun Yu knew that there would be a twist in Chen Zhou's following words. I can also conclude that there is another group that comes next, greatly impacting the scholarly clan. Chen Zhou added, according to the current situation of the world, the Shi clan monopolizes the knowledge, public opinion, and even monopolizes the way to become an official in the Han dynasty. Yuan's 4 generations and 3 public officials, everywhere are their disciples. This is the last thing that the people in power want to see, and will surely allow another group to come up and suppress the Shi clan. Sun Yu understood how much power the scholars had and knew that Chen Zhou's words were not exaggerated. As it continued to develop, the ruler must do everything possible to support another group. I would venture to guess that the next to take the stage is the commoner clan. As soon as Chen Zhou said this, he was opposed by Cao Ang. Sir, how is this possible? The commoner clans aren't even cold. Mr. also said that only a scholar can become an official. The commoner clans can't read and write. How can they compete with the scholar clans? Cao Ang pursued. Explaining further would involve a series of issues such as the imperial examination system, the reform of the vehicle for the dissemination of knowledge, the reform of education, and so on, which was seriously over the top for them in the 3 kingdoms. Therefore, Chen Zhou just smiled and did not explain. The scholar race would not completely die out, but there must be other groups that would fight against them. This was the future of the Shi clan. Chen is just guessing that according to the development of the Shi clan, even if it is not the concubine clan, it is possible that another, opposing group to the Shi clan will emerge. Sun Yu did not dwell on the question of whether or not the commoner clan was qualified, got up and bowed. Thank you, sir, for clearing up my confusion. After listening to sir's words, I realized that my own insights were so shallow. Chen Zhou returned the bow and said, Mr. Sun is polite, I just like to put the problem, consider it more comprehensively. Sun Yu laughed, Mr. Call me Wenruo. He already had the mindset of befriending Chen Zhou. Although Chen Zhou came from a humble background, But this kind of insight, a lot of the sons of the scholarly families are far from being able to compare. He is also very admired. Mr. Sun can just call me Duji, we can often communicate with each other. Chen Zhou concurred. Cao Ang also said, many thanks to Mr. Sun for clearing up my confusion. After analyzing today's content, it was noon again and Chen Zhou proposed to go back to rest again. Cao Ang and Sun Yu of course would not disturb and even sent Chen Zhou back. When leaving, Sun Yu again admired Chen Zhou's insights. Your Excellency should remember to make sure to have a good relationship with him. Sun Yu reminded, if in the future the Lord defeats the gatekeeper, he could potentially be your greatest help. Shao of course understood the meaning of these words. If the Great Han really had run out of gas, if Cao Cao really had a chance to rise to the top, then his position would no longer be that of a Cao family son, saying, thank you for your reminder, I will definitely do so, it's just that what if you were exposed to Mr. Chen? It's actually not a serious matter. Sun Yu did not care to say, the Lord does not want to be exposed, just a little paranoid, want to find out the identity of the fairy, as well as want to hide the identity of the Wei, so that the fairy dare to speak the truth, do not need to say falsehoods to flatter themselves. I see that the fairy is definitely a person who dares to speak the truth. Chapter 22 Yuan Shao, how dare he, Zhao Mengda, turn against me? Sell. Chen Zhou thought back to what had just happened and was slightly lost in thought. Sun Wanruo? A male with the surname Cao? Chen Zhou muttered to himself and guessed, I see that male, not like an ordinary Cao clan member. Sun Wanruo's attitude towards him, a bit subtle, it can't be. This was also just his guess, and could not be confirmed for the time being. But whether it was or not, it didn't matter to him. It would be better if it was. After speculating about their identities, Chen Zhou quickly put it out of his mind and continued to lie on the soft couch, waiting for time to pass. At least wait until Cao Cao returned before leaving this hellish place. Waiting was too boring. Cao Cao's army split into two to strike into Yuzhou. One way is to attack the Yellow Turbans in Yuan and other places, and to try to pacify them as much as possible, mainly by collecting them. The other army was to attack Guigong, the governor of Yuzhou. Cao Cao puts his military power on display in Yuzhou, and sends out his troops to attack very quickly, and it doesn't take long before he takes most of the counties and presses onto Guigong, the assassin of Yuzhou. At this time, Guigong, besieged by Cao Cao in the city of Yanzhou, was isolated and helpless, facing the fierce Cao Cao army outside. There is no way to do anything, his military strength is not good, far from Cao Cao's rival. Also, most of those Yellow Turbans that were attacked were taken in by Cao Cao. Its leader, Lu Pei, fled and headed south of Yingchuan. Cao Cao didn't attack Yanzhou right away, but merely surrounded the city before stationing his camp to rest. Eldest brother, there's news. Shao Dun came to the main tent of the camp at this time and said hurriedly, this is intelligence from Guangzhou. Cao Cao hurriedly opened it, read the contents, and slowly spoke. Dong Chen convinced Guisi and Li Ju during their infighting, and then with Yang Feng and Yang Ding, escorted the Son of Heaven back to Luoyang, and once the Son of Heaven moved, the conflict intensified even more, and all the generals in Guangzhou first fought in Huayin, and when the Son of Heaven came to Hongnong, Guisi and the others regretted it, and united with Zhang Ji to rob the army, and then fought a bloody battle. In Hongnong. Hongnong. Cheng Yu sighed, that gentleman, powerful? Chen Zhou's judgment of the situation in Guangzhou was just a sentence or two. But within those simple words, the situation in Guangzhou was completely summarized. The civil unrest among the close ministers around the Son of Heaven was an opportunity for Cao Cao and the others to follow the Son of Heaven's orders. Jiucai and Zhengde, what do you think I should do next? Cao Cao asked. Cheng Yu began, we can arrange for one person to get in touch with the Son of Heaven, indicating that we are willing to welcome the Son of Heaven, and after gaining their trust, we can then find a way to bring the Son of Heaven to our side. What does Jiucai think? Cao Cao asked again. Playing Zhong agreed, what Zhongde said is feasible, but I think that it's not that simple to greet the Son of Heaven. Right now, the Son of Heaven is surrounded by factions, and all sorts of forces are intricately intertwined. Even if someone is willing, there are bound to be other people who will raise objections, and it's not a good idea to take this road of serving the Son of Heaven in order to keep him at bay in the early stages. Although not a good path, it was again the best way out for Cao Cao at the moment. As long as he firmly grasped this opportunity, he could become a true vassal. It's nearly impossible for us to contact the Son of Heaven directly. Who does Jiucai think we can contact around the Son of Heaven? Cao Cao didn't give up on this path. He must get the Son of Heaven and try it out according to Chen Zhou's plan. If it works, then go on. If it doesn't work, immediately change the direction and look for another path to continue on. Dong Chang. These two words, Tizhong blurted out, and added, this person is bent on bringing the Son of Heaven back to the East, and is the centerpiece of the whole Guangzhou turmoil incident. Contacting this person would be most appropriate. Chang Yu agreed. Cao Cao said, Zilian, will you help me make this trip? Cao Hong directly agreed, eldest brother will wait for my good news. With that said, he went to make arrangements. Teacher Zhong shook his head and laughed, I guess there won't be any good news in a short period of time, but when the Son of Heaven is desperate, perhaps it's different. Cao Cao spoke firmly, regardless of the situation, I don't want to let go of this opportunity. After a pause, he added, early tomorrow morning, take Yanzhou, kill Guigong, and then welcome the Son of Heaven to Yingchuan. Cao Cao's inner circle were the people of Yingchuan, and by bringing the Son of Heaven back to Yingchuan, they could truly serve the Son of Heaven. Once Guigong dies, Tizhong wanted to say something else, but before the words were finished, he suddenly showed a pained face, as if it was very hard to bear. Shi Tsai. Cao Cao and Cheng Yu, they exclaimed. Zhizhou, Yecheng. This Cao Mengda, what is he up to? Yuan Shao frowned as he got the latest battle report back. Even if he collected 300,000 Yellow Turban descended soldiers, now he's going to expand into Yuzhou? Fighting Guigong? As a junior under him, he didn't ask much of Cao Cao. Holding Yanzhou and defending Yuan Shu was enough. Yuan Shao didn't care if Cao Cao hit Xuzhou and slaughtered it, because Tao Qian in Xuzhou was Yuan Shu's little brother. But Cao Cao, this little brother, now seems to have other ideas, one to integrate the Yellow Turbans, and the other to expand externally, and even before doing so, he doesn't report it to him, the big brother, beyond what a little brother should do. At this, he was very upset. District Cao Mengda, why does the Lord need to worry? Guo Tu at his side said in disbelief, 300,000 Yellow Turbans descending soldiers, men and women totaling 1 million people, sounds impressive, but it's just a bunch of rabble. This group of people are used to being thieves, they will only eat for nothing and not work. 1 million people to eat, dragging can also drag down Cao Mengda. Cao Mengda expanding into Yuzhou is not a bad thing. With the Lord's prestige, when he takes over Yuzhou, if we want to take it over, isn't it just a matter of words? Cao Mengda would dare to disobey the Lord's orders? Definitely wouldn't dare. He's expanding for the Lord. Guo Tu understood Yuan Shao's heart well. Knowing that Yuan Shao could only praise and not say something bad. Hearing Guo Tu say this, Yuan Shao was in a happy mood and dropped his concerns. The old Cao Cao was nothing more than a slug who hung out behind his own ass, and even after all those years, Yuan Shao thought that this master-slave relationship would never change. Cao Cao could only ever be his own little brother. Gongja is wrong. At this moment, Tianfeng beside him objected, Cao Cao is ambitious, this is actually him trying to get out of the Lord's control. When he takes Yuzhou, the Lord asks him for it, I'm afraid he won't be able to get it. Guo Tu shook his head and laughed coldly upon hearing this. This is the person who doesn't know how to hold Yuan Shao up. As expected, Yuan Shao's face turned cold when he heard this. He was dissatisfied with Tianfeng's words. Could it be that in Yuan Hao's opinion, the Lord's majesty is so unbearable? Guo Tu retorted, Yuan Hao thinks that the Lord can't suppress a mere Cao Cao. Tianfeng said, you can now, but later. Before he could finish his words, Yuan Shao disgruntledly interrupted, enough. I don't believe that he, Cao Mengda, can still turn against me. Yuan Shao was very conceited, thinking that who in the world would dare not listen to his orders? The prestige of Yuan's 4 generations and 3 dukes, even the Son of Heaven couldn't compare. He thought to himself that to pin down Cao Cao would be a matter of a single word. Tianfeng helplessly lowered his head, not daring to say anything else. Guo Tu smiled slightly, thinking that this is what happens when you don't know how to hold up Yuan Shao, you will not be reused. Chapter 23, Mr. A Fairy. Shenzhou stayed in his cell, not knowing how much time, outside, had passed. Just felt very bored. Cao Ang may have to be busy with other things, did not come back to find him to brag. The days of imprisonment is very boring to only find the jailers to chat, but those jailers do not know much. The only way to tell them stories, like giving Cao Ang like a lecture, the jailers do not understand at all, they will only clap their hands and applaud. Telling stories too much was actually boring. Sir. On a certain day, Shenzhou was lying on his couch, counting sheep, when a familiar voice came from outside. It wasn't Cao Ang's voice, but it sounded familiar as well. Shenzhou got up and looked outside, only to see that it was that old Dian who came and laughed. Old Dian, so it's you. Old Dian was a scum of the earth, not much better than the jailers, but he could also accompany him for a chat. Sir still remembers me. Dian Wei was preoccupied with the matter that he would not live for more than 2 years and wanted to find Shenzhou to ask why, and he finally had the time to come recently. Zhou sat up and leaned his back against the wall, leisurely saying, "It's been a while since I've seen you. What have you been busy with lately?" "My lord fought Guogong. I went out with the army." Wei mentioned this and was filled with pride. When he was in Zhang Miao's army, he was an unknown general, but when he joined Cao Cao, he was immediately promoted, which is good for Cao Cao, and he is willing to work for Cao Cao. "Aren't you working in a prison? How can you still go to war?" Zhou asked curiously when he heard this. Wei didn't realize that a casual remark could reveal a crack, and hurriedly remedied the situation by saying, "That's the military position that my older brother, Wei, begged for me, and killing the enemy is much more enjoyable than being a jailer, hee." Zhou asked him expectantly, "You were able to come here, could it be that Yuzhou is done fighting? Cao Cao is back?" "Not yet, but the fight is almost over." Wei explained, "I'm sending Mr. Play back." "Mr. Opera, could it be Opera Jom Opera Jitsai?" Zhou asked again. Wei said, "So you also know Mr. Play?" Hearing that Cao Cao had not yet returned, Zhou was slightly disappointed and added, "How did Play Jitsai come back?" "Wrong. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Theater Jitsai physically incapable? Playing Zhong was gone in the first year of Jianan. Next year will be the first year of Jianan, so from this year onwards, Play Zhong's body must be getting worse and worse." Suddenly being sent back from the battlefield, presumably his condition began to worsen, and with Play Zhong gone, then Sun Yu would ask Gui Jia to step in. "How does Mr. know?" Wei asked in shock. Recalling that Zhou said that Guisi and Li Ju would fight, and now that they really did, being locked in a cell, he was also able to clearly state the physical condition of Play Zhong, which was practically omniscient. Then Wei was even more eager to know why Mr. would say that he wouldn't live for more than 2 years. Zhou had to explain, "Guess. I know that this person, Play Zhong, is licentious and addicted to alcohol. If he drinks like this, sooner or later, something will happen." Was Play Zhong sent back with upper right abdominal pain? "Sir is right again." Wei was once again shocked. Zhou asked again, "Did his body turn yellow, even the whites of his eyes are yellow? Did his stomach rise, as if it was filled with water?" "That's right." Wei thought that Sir could not be an immortal descending to earth, right? Not even having left the cell yet, he was able to know everything about Zhang Zhong's condition. This was definitely not something a mortal could do, it must be a god. "That's a problem with the liver." Zhou asked about the abdominal pain and basically concluded that there was something wrong with wherever Playa Zhong's body was. The body was yellow and the whites of the eyes were also yellow. At that time jaundice, the abdomen rising up with water inside was ascites. According to the Play Zhong addicted to wine, Zhou concluded that it is not the stomach out of the problem, is the liver something, and then according to those diseases can be concluded, is drinking too much liver failure, or liver cancer, cirrhosis of the liver and other problems. Specifically how, Zhou is not very understand, before and not study medicine, just according to some medical common sense judgment, and said, "Liver problems, the serious will die, you can no longer give the Play Chung wine to drink. Want to save the Play Chung, you can start from the liver, drink some liver protection medicine." The medical level of the Three Kingdoms era was just like this. Whether they could protect the liver or not, Zhou was not very clear, but what should be reminded was reminded. In the case of Ti Zhong, he might be able to live for a few more years if he found Hua Tua, but if he couldn't, he might not really last until next year. "I will go back and tell them what they should do." Wei had seen Zhou's ability to foretell things and fully believed in his words, saying that he was about to head out, but just as he reached the outside, he remembered the purpose of his visit today, and ran back to ask, "Mr. hasn't explained why he said last time that my older brother, Wei, wouldn't live for more than 2 years? Zhou saw that he still had to ask about this matter, stroked his chin and said, "This matter is not easy to explain, you just need to tell Wei to remember that he can't go to Wancheng, even if he has to go, he mustn't drink alcohol when he is in Wancheng and he mustn't lose his weapon, the twin halberds, and if he can do that, he won't die." "Many thanks for informing me, sir." Wei made a bow. Since Zhou did not want to explain, he did not ask. Just remember how to do it. Perhaps this was the means of their gods and immortals, and because it was too magical, it was not good to explain and not to divulge too much of the heavenly secrets. Wei's thoughts were simple and he didn't bother to think too much and immediately went back to save Opera Zhong. Once he left, Zhou was bored again. Inside the empty cell, the initial quietness was restored. Zhou stretched his waist and stood up to loosen his body in the cell and do some exercise, otherwise he was worried that he wouldn't be able to move in the future. The days in jail, there was no need to do anything, every day just waiting for food, no different from a salted fish. Another 2 days passed. When Zhou continued to do nothing, someone came again. This time the one who came was Sun Yu, opened the cell and came in, saying, "Thanks to Duji, Jitsai's situation is much better." "You guys really have a way to protect the liver?" Chen Zhou asked in surprise. It seemed that the ancients were not ignorant of everything and had some skill. Sun Yu said, "We invited Huatua from Cao County. He listened to what Sir said and thought it made sense, so he tried to prescribe the right medicine and Jitsai finally slowed down." After saying this, Sun Yu relaxed all over and added, "Jitsai said that he asked me to say thank you to Duji on his behalf, and that he would come back to thank you sir when he can get up and walk around." "You are welcome." Chen Zhou said, "I am already the one who will die. It is still unknown if I can live until the time when Theater Jitsai gets up and walks around." Sun Yu felt that Chen Zhou was very unaware of his situation, and by now still thought he was dead. With that planning in place, one must not die. However, Sun Yu was not like Cao Ang who said anything to save Chen Zhou out. After thanking him, he sat down inside. "Jitsai is seriously ill, and it is currently a time of foreign expansion. The Lord's side lacks people who can be used. This is not a good start." Chen Zhou casually said, "When Ruwa can then recommend to Cao Cao a person who can replace Play Jitsai, Ingchuan Yang Zhagua Fengxiao is not worse than Jitsai, and when Ruwa is a friend, Cao Cao is fighting Guogong. After the fight, he can recruit Gua Fengxiao, but two birds with one stone." Chapter 24, Inviting Guijia to serve. "Watashi also knows Fengxiao?" Sun Yu asked in shock. However, he also thought of how Dianwei came back 2 days ago and said that Chen Zhou was able to clarify the issue of Zhan Zhong in his cell with just a few words alone, as if he was a godly means, directly stunning Dianwei. Now Sun Yu was also amazed. It was as if there was nothing that Chen Zhou did not know. Sun Yu's eyes were getting hotter and hotter, and he was also getting more and more desperate to help Cao Cao bring Chen Zhou into the fold. Not only was he capable, but he was also omniscient and informed. If they could have Chen Zhou to assist them, it would be no problem at all to pacify the world. "I've heard of it." Chen Zhou noticed Sun Yu's expression and understood that he was surprised by himself again. Sun Yu said, "May I ask Duji, are you omniscient and know everything?" Chen Zhou got up and walked around inside the cell to loosen his muscles and helplessly said, "If I knew everything, I wouldn't be locked up here yet. There are some things I just happen to know." "Then how come Watanuki was able to say everything about Jitsai?" Sun Yu couldn't help but ask the question. "Although I haven't had much contact with Theater Jitsai in the past, I know that his addiction to alcohol is like a madman, and that he doesn't like to drink without alcohol. Wine is dampness and heat, and drinking for a long period of time gathers dampness and generates heat, which can lead to a lack of qi in a person's body. The role of the liver is to evacuate. If the qi is not smooth, the liver will be affected, and long-term stagnation of qi and blood stasis will result in the formation of impediments and accumulations, and eventually become like what happened to Shao Jitsai. Old Dian told me that Theater Jitsai was unwell and in turn thought of all this. Before Chen Zhou crossed over, his father was suffering from a bad liver due to drinking too much alcohol, and he had once looked up Chinese medicine about the relationship between the liver and alcohol, which could just be used to explain at this point. Sun Yu did not understand medical science, but when he heard Chen Zhou speak so professionally, he came to a sudden realization and added, "Duji's heart is fine, he thinks thoroughly, he even understands medical science, he understands everything, I really admire him." Slightly understand. Chen Zhou said, "I just know some of everything, but again, I don't know much." Duji is polite. Sun Yu appreciated this modest temperament of Chen Zhou. He didn't stay in the cell for long, and after thanking Chen Zhou in place of Ti Zhong, he immediately went back to write a letter to Cao Cao, telling him to recruit Guijia and Yang Zhai, while at the same time writing another letter to send to Guijia, inviting him to come out and assist Cao Cao. After sending Sun Yu away, Chen Zhou once again entered a state of boredom, continuing to lie on the soft couch counting sheep. Sun Yu's letter is quickly delivered outside of Yangzhou city. Due to the sudden onset of Theater Zhong's illness, Cao Cao could only suspend his attack on Yangzhou. As he was preparing to attack the city today, he happened to receive Sun Yu's letter and exclaimed, "That gentleman, he's so powerful." "What happened?" Cheng Yu asked curiously. Cao Cao gave the epistle to Cheng Yu, and ordered, "Pass the order to attack the city immediately. After the city breaks down, don't disturb any of the people, and then look for a man called Guijia Guofengxiao, and don't disturb him if you find him. I'm going to go and invite him myself." The generals around him got the order and directly launched a strong attack on Yangzhou. All kinds of siege equipment, advancing towards the city walls and gates. The war was fought directly at the touch of a button. Guigong saw that Chao's army had finally attacked the city and immediately led his troops to counterattack, but under Chao's strong attack, their counterattack looked super weak. "That Mr. Chen, is he even meticulous to this extent?" Cheng Yu finished reading the letter and was shocked. Just based on a single sentence from General Dian, he was able to analyze all of Ji Kai's condition. Cao Cao's eyes blazed, and he was still certain, this time when I go back, I'll be sure to invite Mr. Jitsai out. The siege continued. The city gates are eventually overwhelmed and are breached by Cao Cao's army. Hua Gong leads his troops in stubborn resistance, but they can't hold them back. At the end of the battle, Hua Gong himself died in the chaos. The soldiers under him saw that Hua Gong was no more. The only thing they could do was to drop their weapons and surrender. Yuzhou was officially taken by Cao Cao, in addition to the Yellow Turbans and Yuan, who were either killed or integrated, a great victory. After Cao Cao's troops entered the city, they didn't dare harass the people. They immediately searched for Gui Jia, and it wasn't long before they found the man. Cao Cao personally came to his door, handed over Sun Yu's letter, and said, "Please come out and help me pacify the world, sir." In the cell. Cao Ang is here again, not for a lecture today. He walked into the cell and brought good wine and food with him. Duke Cao took Yanzhou and controlled the entire Yu state, a great victory. Cao Ang began by laughing. This was a good thing, showing that Cao Cao was coming back soon. Shenzhou thought that there was indeed a need to celebrate and laughed. "No wonder your excellency is so happy. Is Play Jitsai alright?" Cao Ang said, "Mr. Play is much better. He still keeps screaming that he wants to come to Mr. Play for a drink to thank you for saving his life, but how can we let him drink again? That drunkard." Shenzhou didn't even know how to comment, but the liver accident can only be temporarily relieved. The danger is not resolved. There is still the possibility of no life. I also got the news that the Guofeng Shao that Mr. and Mr. Sun mentioned, Cao Gong has already asked to leave his post. Cao Ang added. Gongzi's position in the Cao family looks like it is not low. Shenzhou laughed and said tentatively, "So many military situations on the front line, Gongzi can also be the first to know." Cao Ang's heart thumped, thinking that he would not be seen through by Mr. Chen. "It's all thanks to you, sir, telling me about those plans and getting the attention, so you can be the first to know about the military intelligence on the front line." Cao Ang explained, "I don't dare to deprive Mr. of the credit. I told Cao Gong that the credit is Mr.'s. It's just that Cao Gong couldn't wait to fight Xuzhou and didn't have time to come and meet Mr. Shenzhou recalled these words and his heart was more stable, but on the surface he still didn't care and said, "If Cao Cao comes to see me and thus remembers Zhang Miao, he definitely won't let me go." "It won't." Cao Ang had already poured the wine and then placed the meat in front of Shenzhou and continued, "These are what Mr. Play asked me to send to thank you." Shenzhou did not be polite with him, and after drinking a cup of wine, he slowly said, "Cao Cao should be calculating how to greet the Son of Heaven by now, right?" "That's right." Cao Ang nodded. "Lord Cao has already asked General Zilian to contact Dong Chang, who is by the side of the Son of Heaven." Dong Chang? Shenzhou thought back over the process of welcoming the Son of Heaven. Dong Chang had played an important role in Cao Cao's welcoming of the Son of Heaven, but the person who truly played an active role in it was not Dong Chang. One Dong Chang is not enough. You can go back and tell them to contact Dong Zhao again in order to get in front of the ministers and warlords around the Son of Heaven and say a few words, or else all the effort will be for nothing. Shenzhou suggested. Cao Ang asked, "Why is this?" "Don't ask, Your Excellency. If you want to make things happen, just follow my instructions." Shenzhou picked up a chicken leg and took a big bite while eating it. Cao Hong went to contact the Son of Heaven and must have hit walls everywhere, right? Cao Ang had already gotten the news about Cao Hong hitting the wall, and then after hearing Shenzhou's words, he nodded his head and said, "Mr. Cao is right again, it's awesome." Without even leaving his cell, he could know the situation of the world outside. Mr. is really a fairy-like character. Chapter 25, The Last Supper. "May I ask, sir, besides contacting Dong Zhao, what else can we do?" After Cao Ang was surprised, he immediately asked for a plan. "Mr. God's wisdom, surely there must be a way to deal with this and help them smoothly receive the Son of Heaven back." Shenzhou looked outside through the window of the cell, only to see that outside the cell, the leaves were falling and the temperature was gradually getting colder. The warm coat on his body was still the same one that Dianwei had given him last time. He asked, "What time is it now that the weather is turning cold?" "I don't know how much time has passed while I was in jail." "It's November." Cao Ang poured another glass of wine for Shenzhou and continued, "In a little while, it should snow. This year's snow came a little late." So it was November. It was now 195 AD. Cao Cao's successful welcome back of the Son of Heaven was next year, and there was only a month or two left until next year. November, then there is no rush now. Shenzhou sat down and said slowly. Cao Ang did not understand and asked, "Why is it not urgent yet?" "We can do a lot of things by picking up the Son of Heaven as soon as possible." Shenzhou explained, "Because there is not enough chaos around the Son of Heaven right now, they are not desperate yet, plus it was Cao Hong who took the initiative to contact them, it is normal to hit a wall." You can go back and tell them to just let Cao Ang maintain contact with Dong Zhao. They can pull back and wait for an opportunity, and make sure not to be too proactive. And then? Cao Ang wrote it all down. Xuzhou said, then, Dong Chang and the others will take the initiative to contact us to attend to the king. They are so condescending, they will still take the initiative to contact us? Of course they will. Xuzhou continued, don't look at those ministers who seem to be very honorable, but in reality, they are afraid of death. As long as Guosi and the others push them hard and the conflict becomes more and more acute, they will definitely try to survive and ask for help from the other lords. These are also the things I mentioned in the plan. Have you forgotten so quickly? Cao Ang was embarrassed. I just couldn't think of it for a while and didn't dare to forget. Xuzhou felt that Cao Ang also had the potential to be a scum. There's no need to be in a hurry about this, the opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Xuzhou continued, once the opportunity arrives, the Son of Heaven will not be able to escape. Many thanks for your guidance, sir. Cao Ang raised his wine glass and toasted Xuzhou. Inside the cell, after eating and drinking, Cao Ang immediately went back to Sun Yu and repeated Xuzhou's words. Sun Yu thought it made sense, and wrote a letter to Cao Cao, who was still in Yanzhou, and had it sent there quickly. By the time the letter arrived in Yanzhou, it had finally begun to snow. Cao Cao and Guijia sat together in a courtyard, enjoying the snow and drinking wine. Cao Cao did not return to Puyang immediately to greet the Son of Heaven, but rather to Yingchuan, which is closer to the Son of Heaven, so that if Cao Ang succeeded in his endeavors, his army in Yingchuan would be able to respond immediately. Guijia sat in front of Cao Cao and acted somewhat casually. He, like Tizhong, is a bit of a loose cannon, and he is also addicted to wine. When he sees wine, his eyes light up, and he won't be satisfied until he's had a good drink. In addition to good wine, Guijia also has a hobby, and Cao Cao are more colorful. At this time the two of them, drinking and enjoying the snow, Guijia quickly drank an altar, but also chatted about welcoming the Son of Heaven, saying, that gentleman beside the Lord is right, serving the Son of Heaven is the strategy that best fits the Lord, but I'm just afraid that the Son of Heaven isn't that easy to welcome back yet. Yes. Cao Cao sighed as he drank a cup of freshly warmed wine. According to the news sent back by Zilian, he can't say anything at all when he's around the Son of Heaven, and that man Dongcheng doesn't care about us. Guijia said, that gentleman's planning is correct, but Lord, you are too impatient. Hasty? Cao Cao wondered. Guijia explains, nowadays, the public ministers around the Son of Heaven are not yet at the point of exhaustion. The Lord is taking the initiative to send people to contact them at this time. Naturally they will not be looked upon favorably, and when they are at their most helpless, even if the Lord does not allow anyone to contact them, they will take the initiative to contact the Lord and request that all the other vassals attend to the king, and herein lies the Lord's opportunity. Feng Zhao's words are reasonable. Cao Cao said and added, that gentleman said that the only person in the world who is willing to serve the king is me, and that everyone else, including Yuan Shao, will ignore the Son of Heaven. Guijia thought for a while and shook his head. I can't figure out why the gentleman is so sure that only the Lord will work for the king, but this man was in the prison and directly spoke of Guosi and Li Ju's internal strife, so his words should be believable, so why don't we wait and go down there and see? Good. Cao Cao agreed that this was the way to go. But at this moment, Su Chu walked in. My lord, a letter from Mr. Sun. Wenrua should have something to tell me again. Cao Cao opened it and read it, and laughed out loud. That gentleman's advice is pretty much the same as Feng Xiao's, also telling me not to be in a hurry and not to be too proactive. He took the epistle and handed it over to Guijia. Interesting. Guijia finished reading it and admired. This person is in a cell, yet he can know the world's affairs and analyze the situation so clearly and understandably. He is a capable person. I want to see him more and more. Cao Cao said, Feng Xiao is not in a hurry, we can meet when we go back. Someone pass on my military order to go back to Puyang in 3 days, and then let Zilian contact Dong Zhao, leave Dongcheng alone, wait until next year, and then let Dongcheng come and beg us. Su Chu hurriedly went down to pass on the order. The whole army organized their armaments and waited to leave. Guijia was looking forward to Xuzhou and wanted to visit Puyang earlier. Someone who could make Sun Wenrua and the others admire him should be very special. It's snowing. Xuzhou looked out through the window. The window was the only thing he could see to the outside world, and at this moment it was tempting to sing Tears from the Iron Window to express his feelings. Had he known that Cao Cao was so dilly-dallying, he would have promised Cao Ang at the time to go out first. A misstep. Sir. Cao Ang finally came again bringing quite a bit of wine and food, and laughed. Lord Cao is already on his way back, and will arrive in Puyang in a few more days. Xuzhou said, it seems that Gengzi has already taken my words back. Cao Ang added, Mr. Such a great talent, you can't stoop here. When Duke Cao comes back, I will definitely help you out. Please don't worry, sir. Zhou just smiled and picked up the wine he brought and drank it. I will drink with you, sir. Cao Ang said as he raised his glass. It was a good meal of wine and food, and they had a good time. After eating and drinking, Cao Ang cleaned up and left. Zhou continued to stay in the cell, quietly waiting for Boss Cao to return, and in the blink of an eye several more days passed. During this time, Cao Ang did not come back, and he fell back into boredom. Judging by the normal pace, Cao Cao should have returned with his troops, and the next step was to dispose of himself. He waited until the evening of this day. Sir. At this moment, the warden walked over, with a jailer by his side, holding a jar of wine and a bowl of rice with a plate of meat, saying, We just got the order to ask for the beheading of Mr. tomorrow. This is the wine and food that we have prepared for Mr. I hope that Mr. can eat some of it. Zhou? Is it still hard to escape death in the end? The warden and the others had a lot of respect for him, and then looking at their reactions, dejected faces, they didn't look like they were lying. Zhou's heart, at once, sank. Chapter 26, Prison Robbery. Cao Cao did come back. And came back for several days. But he didn't say that he could let Zhou out, and he no longer let Cao Ang look for Zhou, because he had another idea. Gongda thinks that Zishu will definitely do that? Cao Cao said. Simyu said calmly, Gongda has the highest admiration for that gentleman. He has been persuading the Lord to release the man. If he gets this news, he will definitely not do nothing. This is just the right way to see how the gentleman's heart is. Whether he can use it or not, we will know after tonight. Cao Cao said, What if Zishu does not do that? Your Excellency won't not do that. Xuanyo was confident in his judgment. It was as if everything was under his control. Cao Cao considered for a long time and continued to follow Xuanyo's plan. If Zhou was available, he could release him immediately. If not, then continue to keep him in his cell. It would be a shame to kill him, but he could be locked up forever. As long as he had the person under his control, he could do whatever he wanted. Zhou was now a little confused. Suddenly he was going to the torture chamber, the severed head meal was delivered, and then he looked at the warden and the others' expressions, not like he was trying to joke with himself. Still failed. Zhou hesitated until the end and shook his head helplessly. Perhaps this was fate. Life and death had long been looked down upon by him, but to be able to have the hope of life, naturally he did not want to let it go. At this time the hope was gone as well, so continue to wait for death. Just, why would it fail? Zhou couldn't figure it out, or was there some unexpected turn of events outside that made Cao Cao kill himself? Yes or no, it doesn't matter. Zhou picked up the last of his dinner, took a sip of wine, took a bite of rice, and then ate a large piece of meat, eating still freely. Anyway, it was someone who had died once and didn't care about dying again. Maybe if he died this time, he would be able to cross over again and go to an era that was not a chaotic world. Sir has a good heart. The warden saw Zhou eating so well and said with respect, If it were us, I'm only afraid that we would be so scared that we wouldn't even be able to sit still. Upon hearing this, Zhou laughed. Actually, I'm also afraid of death, but eating a little bit more can be less scary. Warden together? How meaningless for me to eat and drink alone. The warden waved his hand and said, Or no, this is what we put together for Mr. Thanks for teaching us so much, although we big old men don't know anything and can't learn anything, but we are still very grateful. During this period of time, the warden and the others had developed feelings for Zhou. Suddenly they had to send Zhou to the execution ground. Their hearts were strangely reluctant to do so, but it was hard to disobey orders. Alright, you guys don't look at me, I'm embarrassed to look at you. Zhou Fini shed the meat in the bowl, his mouth was stuffed full, and he said somewhat vaguely, If you guys can't bear to part with me, when I die, dig a hole and bury me, and then come back to my grave sometime in the future and just pour me a glass of wine. This he said with ease. But to the warden and the others, it sounded full of sorrow and heavy. They finally couldn't help themselves and turned to leave. Zhou finished his meal, then finished his wine, burped, and next leisurely waited for death. After being locked up for so long and being bored for so long, there could finally be an end to it. As for mental stress, he had none at all, just some nervousness. However, it was time to eat, time to sleep, and after this last night, it was time for a long sleep. Time passed quickly, into the night. Zhou was suddenly woken up. Sir, sir. He heard someone talking eagerly and opened his eyes to see that the person who came was Cao Ang. Cao Ang was also confused. When he first got the news that his father was going to kill Mr., he thought that he heard it wrong, but after inquiring many times, he was sure that it was true. For this reason, Cao Ang had gone to Cao Cao and pleaded for his release, and that Mr. could not die. But Cao Cao didn't give a damn. The order had been passed down to execute him tomorrow. Cao Ang asked Sun Yu and the others, and they all said that it was true, and that Xuzhou must die tomorrow, but he couldn't find out the reason why, and he couldn't ask too many questions in detail, because Mr. Chen mustn't die, and so he was going to rob the prison tonight, and the guards and others cooperated with him by knocking them out, and then opening the prison cell. Cao Ang, still young and vigorous, did not think so much. In his heart there is and only one belief, that is to take away Xuzhou. As for what was the reason for killing Xuzhou, it did not matter to him. Why is Gongzi here? Xuzhou had just been woken up and asked in a daze. Cao Ang said, "It's too late to explain, sir, come with me, I can open the city gates and send you out of the city." Xuzhou. This is a prison robbery. However, Cao Cao wanted to kill someone and still let Cao Ang have the opportunity to rob a prison? Xuzhou had to think about this when he saw Cao Ang. Seeing that Xuzhou was still at a loss, Cao Ang continued, "Please also leave with me, I will definitely be able to get you out of the city, please believe me, sir." It wasn't that Xuzhou didn't believe him, but he was overthinking it in this moment. If Cao Cao truly wanted to kill himself, even if Cao Ang tossed and turned, it would be futile. Even if he could escape, the rest of the day would only be an endless flight beyond Cao Cao's control. As a modern man who had been reborn on borrowed time, Xuzhou didn't have much confidence that he could escape and survive in an ancient environment and have to deal with Cao Cao's pursuit, which would be even more brutal than going to the execution ground. What if Cao Cao didn't really want to kill himself? Xuzhou was accustomed to considering a matter from multiple perspectives and in all directions. Without realizing it, he thought of many things. After considering the many possibilities, Xuzhou refused. "Your Excellency, I was already a damned man, going to the execution ground tomorrow was within my expectations, you can help me for a moment, but not forever. If because of me, delay your future, this is very unworthy, you go." "Sir." Cao Ang knew that Xuzhou would be so stubborn and refused to leave, adding, "I'm not going to lie, I'm Cao Ang, Cao Cao is my father, I'm going to save you from going out, it won't have any effect on my future." He was really Cao Ang. Xuzhou had long had a related guess and did not expect to be right. However, before Xuzhou could say anything else, Cao Ang said anxiously, "Whatever, my sir is offended. Someone come, take Mr. away." He waved his hand. Several guards came forward and directly caught Xuzhou. "Your Excellency, I'm about to die, I really don't want to leave." Xuzhou resisted. But he was alone and was no match for a few burly big men. No matter how much more he resisted, he was quickly caught. "Move!" Cao Ang shouted. A few guards carried Xuzhou and directly headed outside the prison. Xuzhou helplessly shouted, "Make it impossible. Your Excellency, quickly put me down." Shouting like this was useless. Just as they reached the outside of the dungeon, their footsteps suddenly stopped, only to see a blaze of firelight that illuminated the darkness outside. Cao Cao led the Huban army and blocked the gate to the dungeon. Chapter 27, The Sense of Being Alive. One by one, thick torches were burning outside the door of the large prison, and the firelight illuminated the darkness in front of the door as if it was daytime. Cao Ang walked out of the cell, and when he saw the scene, his entire body was frozen. How did father know that he had come to rob the prison? He also brought so many Huban troops over to intercept, this was a certainty that Mr. Death. Xuzhou hesitated for a moment, his eyes looked ahead and recognized Cao Cao at a glance. Inside the memories fused after crossing over, there was the impression of Cao Cao. Cao Ang and the other people had never seen him, but they had definitely seen Cao Cao, and at this time the person was right in front of him. He asked the person who was carrying him to put himself down first. A little helpless, things have evolved to this extent. But in the middle of the night, Cao Cao came to block the door, surely not just to prevent a prison robbery. Xuzhou thought that it was possible that he had guessed correctly. What happened today, there was definitely premeditation. Cao Cao didn't have the intention to kill himself. "Father, why are you here?" Cao Ang asked worriedly. Cao Cao let out an angry cold snort and said, "Rebellious son, don't come over." Cao Ang got tough in a rare moment and blocked in front of Xuzhou, saying in a loud voice, "Father, Mr. is the hope of our Cao family, I can't let you kill Mr. Please let Mr. go." Xuzhou did not say anything when he saw their father and son confronting each other. Cao Cao's presence here meant that the conversation they had just had in the cell could definitely not be hidden and was known. Not saying anything now was the best statement. Let them father and son toss and turn for a while, see what happens and then make plans, but he thought it should be dead enough to survive. The plan actually worked, it was just that Cao Cao was too suspicious to play this out again. "Adverse son, get over here." When did I say that I was going to kill Mr.? I'm here to invite Mr. out of prison. Cao Cao said as he looked over to Zhou's side and made a bow and said aloud, I invite Mr. to come out and help me pacify the world. He added a slight bow. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief that he had succeeded and returned the salute with an arch. Cao Ang. What kind of person comes to invite a gentleman in the middle of the night? In this instant, Cao Ang figured out being used by his father. Maybe tonight is the final test for Mr. As long as he passes, he can leave the prison, but the father did this, a bit pitiful. A son can even be exploited. Cao Ang put down his argument and lowered his head as he walked over to Cao Cao. Still dare to come and rob the prison, simply lawless, I'll clean you up when I get back. Cao Cao snorted coldly, outwardly angry, but in his heart, he was very pleased, without much intention of actually blaming Cao Ang. The conversation in the cell just now, they did hear it. Zhou didn't want to leave, wasn't afraid of death, wasn't intentionally using Cao Ang to get out, and the test was passed. Then they thought that Zhou had once said that the person he admired the most was him, Cao Cao, and had also said that he wanted to assist himself, but unfortunately didn't have the opportunity and so on. Cao Cao today will give this opportunity to Zhou. Thinking of this, Cao Cao straightened his clothes, went forward and bowed again. Mr.'s matter, Zishu told me, before I had to fight in Yuzhou, the military was busy, I couldn't come to invite Mr. Much slowness, this time I came with sincerity to ask Mr. to come out of prison, to assist me in pacifying the world. Seeing that Boss Cao was so polite, Zhou thought that this time it was a sure thing. Whether it was with sincerity or not, he did not consider it for the time being, these would be discussed later. I was originally a person who will die, or Zhang Miao's subordinates, I am grateful that Boss Cao will not kill me, this is my honor. Facing Boss Cao in person now, Zhou no longer called him by his first name and asked, may I ask what kind of world is it that Lord Cao is trying to pacify? This question made Cao Cao not know how to respond for a moment. What world is to be pacified? Of course it was the Great Han. But Cao Cao thought that if the gentleman specifically asked this, it wasn't the Great Han's world, that there was another deep meaning behind this question, that perhaps the gentleman wanted to test something, leaving him at a loss for what to answer for the time being. Lord Cao is not in a hurry. Zhou smiled and added, if Lord Cao sincerely releases me, I will stay in the city next and wait for Lord Cao to think clearly before coming to me. If Lord Cao is not assured of me, then going back to the cell is fine. After speaking, he was going to head inside the cell. Of course I trust you, sir. Cao Cao said enthusiastically, I was the one who neglected Mr. before, so how can I let Mr. go back and suffer again? Outside please. Zhou was not ambiguous and followed Cao Cao out of the confines of the prison and asked, I have a mansion in Puyang, it's still there, right? That was his residence before he was imprisoned, and after fusing his memories, he still remembered his home. Yes. Cao Cao had long ago looked into Zhou's affairs, over and over again, so of course he knew where that mansion was, and added, someone, bring the carriage here. He also invited Zhou to sit on his carriage. While driving away, he also talked about the general situation of the world today. Zhou acted naturally, nervous and timid, flickering and shrinking, instead of causing displeasure, eloquent conversation is only pleasing to the eye. Seeing them leave like this, Cao Ang realized that he was abandoned. Gongzi. Dianwei came over and said, Mr. is finally fine, but if Gongzi goes back, will he get beaten up? Cao Ang said, Old Dian, why don't I go to your home to hide for a few days? How can this be? Dianwei immediately refused. They bickered and left behind the carriage as well. Zhou was a Puyang local from a humble background, and his mansion in the city was not large, with only a front yard, a living and dining room, and a few rooms inside. Cao Cao had long considered inviting Zhou out, and had cleaned the mansion in advance, and arranged for 2 maids to wait at the house, and finally sent the man here. Sir, it's here. Cao Cao said when he felt the carriage stop. Zhou got down and finally saw the remembered mansion, jumped off the carriage and stood under the doorhead for a while. Torches were lit outside the door, as well as lanterns, and the darkness was dispersed by the firelight. Many thanks to Lord Cao for not killing me. Zhou smiled faintly and added, originally, I was already waiting to die. Cao Cao laughed out loud, this mentality of yours, facing death without fear, is far beyond me. Zhou politely said, I just thought that I was bound to die and was forced to see through life and death and felt that nothing mattered. However, it is now late, I will not stay. Cao Gong suddenly woke up by Gongzi, still sleepy, want to go back to rest, difficult. Cao Gong please return. Zidan, take 50 nan and protect Mr. Cao Cao shouted loudly and continued, it is my fault for coming to invite sir at this late hour of the night, I won't disturb sir's rest. After waiting for a while, Cao Cao led his men to quickly leave. Only Cao Zhen was left with 50 soldiers, standing in front of Zhou's mansion. What protecting himself, Zhou did not believe in. Spying on himself and preventing escape was the real purpose. Cao Cao is really paranoid. Zhou muttered in his heart, but he was able to come out smoothly and live well, temporarily taking the first step to survive in the Three Kingdoms. Staying by Boss Chao's side, as long as he stabilized and didn't mess around, he could basically live a comfortable life. Troubled General Cao. Zhou looked towards Cao Zhen, and after saying this, he walked towards the gate of his mansion. The feeling of being alive was indeed very good. Chapter 28, I am for the peace of the world. Seeing Zhou walk into the mansion, Cao Zhen sighed. Having to guard this place tonight, it seems that he won't have to sleep again, but he was also clear about the importance of Zhou, which was related to the future of the Cao family, and said in a low voice, surround the mansion, and don't let any of them leave, or let any of them enter. This mansion that did not cover a large area, 50 Huban were enough for defense. They were also really there to guard against Zhou and prevent people from suddenly running away. Cao Cao was suspicious. The voices they spoke were not high, but they were especially noticeable in the darkness of the night, and Zhou, who had already entered the door, could hear them, only shaking his head slightly without giving it a second thought. Even if he really wanted to break away from Boss Cao in the future, there was no rush. Besides, he didn't want to break away. As long as he could stabilize, he would be able to eat and drink by Boss Chao's side in the future. This was much more comfortable than running around outside. Master. The two little maids that Cao Cao had arranged to come over greeted them as they walked up at this time. It was already snowing outside, and they handed over a coat and wanted to drape it over Zhou, but the maids weren't tall enough to drape it over them, so Zhou had to take it himself. One of the maids said, "Sir, the hot water is ready, please change." After being in jail for so long, it was only Cao Ang who would occasionally arrange for him to be able to take a bath and be comfortable. He didn't expect the maid sent by Boss Cao to have such a good service attitude that he had hot water to take a bath just after coming back. Zhou was more than a month away from the last time he took a bath, and although he wouldn't sweat in winter, he had a rancid smell all over his body, so he had to say, "Then you guys lead the way." Coming into a room. Hot, steaming hot water was ready. There was also a brand new set of clothes that Cao Cao had prepared especially for him. Under the weight of the two maids, he washed thoroughly, only to see that it was almost dawn. "You guys go down and rest." Zhou rubbed his eyes. After being tossed around all night last night, by Cao Cao's father and son, he was now sleepy. However, he had just gone to sleep, not even half an hour later, when a burst of tapping on the door suddenly came from outside. "Sir, sir!" Cao Ang was shouting excitedly. Zhou almost cursed, letting people sleep in the morning? "Someone come, drive him away." Hearing Zhou's words, Cao Zhen had to bring someone in to stop Cao Ang from tapping on the door again. Cao Ang also realized that he was in the wrong and smiled awkwardly, but just refused to leave and sat outside waiting. However, at that moment, Cao Cao also came. "Rebellious son, you think I won't be able to find you just because you're hiding here?" Cao Cao snorted coldly and said, "You're getting bolder and bolder. You even dared to rob a prison. What else would you not dare to do?" "When I returned yesterday, it was already too late." Cao Cao did not punish Cao Ang, so Cao Ang became afraid and ran over to Zhou early in the morning, hoping to hide here for a while. "Father, I wasn't afraid that you would kill Mr." Cao Ang had no choice but to bow his head and admit his mistake. "I was wrong, but if I can help father see that Mr. is sincere, I can make up for my mistake." Seeing that Cao Cao's face was still full of anger and had no intention of relieving it, he gave up and added, "Father, if you want to hang me and beat me, you have to go home before you do that. Mr. is still resting and you don't want to disturb him." "Still resting?" Cao Cao asked. Cao Zhen said, "Righteous father, after Mr. came back and finished cleaning everything up, it was almost dawn, and he slept for less than half an hour before the dew came." He was Cao Cao's adopted son, another way of saying that his real name was Qingzhen, and he was only called Cao Zhen after being adopted by Cao Cao. "I was ill-considered." Cao Cao wanted to clean up Cao Ang on the one hand, and to show respect on the other, visiting at the crack of dawn, with full sincerity so as to bring the man to his side, and added, "Then we'll come back later, arrange for a few good butchers to prepare the wine and food, so that we can dine when Mr. is up and about." He was suspicious and at the same time, he was very respectful of Zhou, afraid of being slow. This is how one must treat talent. Then, Cao Cao took Cao Ang away. Cao Ang was sad in his heart. This beating seemed unavoidable. When Zhou woke up again, it was already noon on this day. Not long after getting up, the two little maids brought over the wine and food. Clothes came to the table and food came to the table. The ancients are just corrupt. Shenzhou muttered, but added, I like it. This body used to come from a cold family, but the cold family was not those peasant people outside of the city, but the fallen lineage. The family was much better than the peasants, but the Qin family declined more. The family had long since lost this kind of young and beautiful little maid, this kind of life. Shenzhou was still experiencing it for the first time. However, just as he woke up, someone went back to report. After a short while, Cao Cao once again visited. Lord Cao. Shenzhou bowed. Cao Cao laughed and said, there's no need to be polite, just be casual. They sat down and Cao Cao once again said, I would like to ask Duji to help me pacify the world. Lord Cao has yet to answer the question I asked yesterday. Shenzhou looked straight at Cao Cao, his eyes not flinching at all, and added, may I ask what Lord Cao has thought about? What kind of world was to be pacified? Of course Cao Cao had thought about it, and had discussed it with Gui Jia and the others in the morning. They guessed Shenzhou's intentions several times, and in the end, it was Sun Yu who gave an answer. Generation Han. Shenzhou had analyzed Sun Yu's 300-year law of dynasties and firmly believed that the Han dynasty had run out of steam, so Shenzhou had thrown out this question. Most likely it was the generation Han, the world that belonged to Cao Cao was pacified, not the world of Lu Han's royal family, and the Han dynasty could not be saved anymore. Even if Sun Yu is so loyal, but get the content of the law of 300 years, understand that the Han Rungas has been exhausted, and then analyze the situation with the actual situation, the mind is also a little shaken. He has been loyal to the Han dynasty, can really take over the flag of revitalization? Cao Cao temporarily put Sun Yu and the others out of his mind and said, what I want to level is my own world, not the Han world. This is what Duoji thinks, right? Shenzhou laughed. Cao Cao and the others could really guess what was on their minds. If they were to support the Han dynasty again, this world would not be pacified. There was also the future 3 divisions of the world that Shenzhou did not want to appear. Even if he could not control the appearance, he should not let the 3 divisions of the world last too long. Duji, is that correct? Cao Cao asked again. Right, this is exactly what I wish for. Shenzhou added, Lord Cao locked me up for so long, but I don't resent Lord Cao. I even appreciate Lord Cao and am willing to stay. Does Lord Cao know why? Cao Cao was secretly glad that at that time, Shenzhou's home was only occupied by himself, as well as a few slaves. Those slaves were unimportant, they had long since disappeared to nowhere, and the fact that he had imprisoned Shenzhou for so long was actually nothing, as long as he didn't harm Shenzhou's loved ones, and Shenzhou didn't have any loved ones that he could harm. May I ask Duoji, why is that? Cao Cao didn't understand what Shenzhou was thinking at this point and couldn't guess. Because I believe that the only person who has the ability to pacify the world is Lord Cao. Shenzhou spoke in a small voice, but Cao Cao was filled with enthusiasm when he heard him and added, what I wish for is for Duke Cao to pacify the world and restore the rivers and mountains, so that the people can live in peace and work happily, and so that the world will be calm and the seas will be clear. It doesn't matter who is the emperor, what matters is that the world is at peace. He paused for a moment before meeting Cao Cao's eyes again and added, what I am for is peace. Chapter 29, Mr. is truly a man of high moral character. For the sake of peace. Cao Cao suddenly felt that Shenzhou's image was much taller. This was a true man of high moral character with ambitions for the world. Cao Cao felt fortunate again that Shenzhou had been discovered by Cao Ang in time so that he wouldn't lose a great talent. Duji's ambition for the sake of the world has my admiration. But I want to ask Duji, do I really want to do this? Cao Cao asked, directly replacing the great Han. Shenzhou said, my suggestion is to serve the Son of Heaven. Duke Cao is a capable minister in the world of governance and a treacherous hero in the world of chaos. After welcoming the Son of Heaven, Duke Cao should leave behind his identity as a Han vassal and be a treacherous hero, controlling the Son of Heaven, and in the name of the Son of Heaven, conquering the vassals, pacifying the world, and then finally replacing them. I can really do that? Cao Cao asked again, not quite believing it. He was just a small vassal dependent on Yuan Shao, not strong or weak. He could only fight people like Gui Gong. To replace the great Han, one could imagine how difficult it was behind the scenes. Shenzhou said, Cao Gong hasn't even started yet, and he is timid to think that it can't be done? If you don't even think like that, it can only be that I have misjudged the person. No, I dare, I can do it. When Cao Cao heard this, how could he let Shenzhou think he couldn't? I'll definitely be able to. Please Duji help me. Cao Cao said sincerely. Shenzhou said, if I didn't want to help Duke Cao, I wouldn't have said so much to Duke Cao. At the time, I felt like I was about to die, and I told Duke Cao all of those contents before I died, precisely in the hope that he would help me to realize peace in the world, and help Duke Cao equalize the world, and take its place. Even when he was about to die, what was on his mind was the world. Once again, Cao Cao felt that Shenzhou was very tall and great. All over his body, he exuded a holy light. This was the true, famous scholar who was willing to help the world and the people. Many thanks to Duji for appreciating me. Cao Cao said politely, as long as Duji is willing to help me, I will definitely not treat you poorly in the future, so please teach me to be a traitor. Xuzhou said, being a traitorous hero is very simple, the first thing is still to get the Son of Heaven back. Duoji asked Zishu to tell me that there is no need to rush to receive the Son of Heaven now. Feng Xiao also said that there is no need to be in a hurry yet. May I ask how Duoji should plan for the next step? Cao Cao asked this question again. Xuzhou said, there's really no need to rush, we'll consider it after this year, but before we really act, we still need to guard against Yuan Shu. Cao Cao asked again, Yuan Shu will stir things up? Definitely. Xuzhou affirmed, but just be on guard, the current Yuan Shu is probably clearing the way for his claim to the throne and won't stir things up too much. The Son of Heaven we can receive without any problems. As for how about the subsequent planning, if Lord Shao can trust me, I will advise Lord Shao again when it's time to actually send troops to Luoyang. I trust Duji. Cao Cao hesitated until the end, and decided to use someone who was not suspicious. Since he had invited Xuzhou out to assist him and determine Xuzhou's mind, he shouldn't guess too much and just trust it. Duji has been cited as a filial piety scholar and is not a white body, so I would like to ask Duji to serve as a Yanzhou alibi. What do you think? Cao Cao asked expectantly. A governor's highest official, the prime minister of a state's political affairs. Xuzhou said with a lack of interest, I'm a person who's used to being lazy, Lord Shao should have checked up on me, I used to go to brothels a lot to play, the affairs of a beidao are busy, it's not suitable for me, in fact, I don't really want an official position, I just want to purely advise Lord Shao without dealing with any affairs, if Lord Shao has to give an official position, just arrange for a random one that's idle. Mentioning the matter of the brothel, Cao Cao laughed heartily. However, hearing that Xuzhou didn't want an official position, he thought that it wasn't laziness, but rather indifference to fame and fortune. It didn't matter if it was a cold family or a scholarly family. As long as one was interested in going out to the civil service, there was no one who would mind an official position being too high, and they all hoped to be reappointed. But Xuzhou had a noble character and only wanted to advise and pacify the world, so when the world was at peace, wouldn't he be thinking of retiring after his achievements? Cao Cao brainstormed a series of things and felt even more admiration for Xuzhou. Xuzhou didn't know what he was brainstorming, he was just simply lazy. It was already hard to be a social animal before crossing over, and after crossing over he was able to hug Boss Chao's thighs, so then based on his foreknowledge of history, he would enjoy his happiness. After working so hard for so many years, he just wanted to enjoy. And nothing else. If there is really no such idol, no need to take care of official positions, then forget it. Xuzhou added. Cao Cao shook his head, how can this work? Then canonize the academy. I'll arrange for someone to be in charge of the school administration of a state, and Watanuki will serve as the canonical school, not having to do anything and receiving his salary as usual. He immediately proposed an official position, also subordinate to the state pastor, to take charge of the school government. The turmoil in Yanzhou had not long been pacified, and the position of canonical school was just vacant. But in today's chaotic world, Yanzhou's school government has actually been in chaos for a long time, but the chaotic world doesn't care about this. Xuzhou doesn't want to be in charge of things, then he doesn't care. Anyway, the school government, there are conditions to rebuild up again. As long as Xuzhou feels comfortable. Thank you, Lord. Xuzhou got up and gave a salute. Lord in Cao Gong, there is a difference of one word, but the difference in the meaning behind it is huge. Cao Cao was overjoyed to hear this and helped Xuzhou's hand to sit down, saying, Duji is too polite. The distance between the two of them was so much closer. Cao Cao saw that Xuzhou was willing to call himself Lord, and threw those concerns behind his head for the time being, immediately letting Su Chu go back to send over his own collection of fine wine, and set up a banquet right here, ready to get drunk with Xuzhou. I have one more thing that I need to remind the Lord. Xuzhou added, over in Yingchuan County, you can prepare to build the palace in advance. Cao Cao asked, what Tuanji means is to bring the Son of Heaven to Yingchuan County. This place is the most suitable, and I've spoken to Duke Chao about it before. Xuzhou explained, bringing the Son of Heaven to Yingchuan can show the Yingchuan scholars that the Lord holds them in high regard, and even if the public ministers who follow the Son of Heaven don't obey the Lord and don't want to use them for the Lord, just like when the Yanzhou scholars were there, the Lord can still directly activate the Yingchuan scholars, replacing those public ministers down the line. That's right. Cao Cao slapped his thigh. The things Xuzhou had considered were, as always, well thought out. Being able to think clearly about his future path, being able to be assisted by Xuzhou, the future was becoming more and more stable. The future is bright. Cao Cao was overjoyed. After waiting not long, Xuzhou sent his treasured wine over, directly in Xuzhou's home, and Xuzhou drank up. The drink lasted until the afternoon before Xuzhou sent the drunken Cao Cao away. However, Cao Cao looked drunk, but not completely drunk, and before he left, he also let Cao Jin and all of them withdraw without having to defend themselves. Phew! Xuzhou exhaled, finally stabilized. Chapter 30 Gui Jia's sigh of conviction. Seeing that Cao Jin had also retreated, Xuzhou felt even more comfortable that there was no problem. As long as he didn't make any mistakes next, he could basically lie down and receive the salary given by Boss Cao for nothing. However, next, not knowing if anyone else would come to the door, Xuzhou had to let the two little maids clean up the house and continue to wait. When it was evening and there was no one else in sight, he was finally able to rest for the night. However, on the next morning, Xuzhou wanted to have a lazy sleep. After all, in the cold weather of snow, it is difficult to get up early from the blanket, but this lazy sleep is not good. Just sleep comfortably, and then woken up by people. Sun Yu led Theater Zhong and Gui Jia together with the door. Why didn't Cao Ang come? Xuzhou guessed that it should be repaired by Cao Cao at home, and now cannot walk. After all, this kind of behavior of robbing a prison, if you have to count it, it is still quite serious. The body of the Play Zhong recovery is not too good, walking still needs Sun Yu support, the skin of the face is still yellowish, stomach slightly bulging, ascites seems to have not been completely drained. Gui Jia wore thick clothes and looked afraid of the cold, but also gave off an unkempt and casual feeling. He was originally a spontaneous person, just as debauched and freedom-loving as Ti Zhong. Du Ji. Sun Yu came in and first smiled. This is Ti Zhong, Ti Jitsai, and this is Gui Jia, Wo Fengxiao. He introduced them first. Xuzhou was still seeing them for the first time, but based on the specific performance, he could also roughly guess who they were, and laughed. The three of you, please come in, this humble abode of mine, it's really shabby, I don't have anything, there's nothing to entertain, I'm sorry for my rudeness. He had to receive them in. No need for any hospitality, just have wine. Gui Jia, the drunkard, would let him do anything as long as there was wine. Ti Zhong hurriedly said, that's right, drink. Sun Yu placed the supported Theater Zhong on a cushion and exhaled tiredly. Jitsai still drinking? If you drink anymore, you'll really die. Ti Zhong sadly said, I can't drink, my life has lost its luster. Lord sent a jar of wine yesterday and we haven't finished it yet. Xuzhou had to say, I will have someone send it out later. Hearing that there really was wine to drink, Gui Jia laughed and said, good. After a short while, the wine came. Teacher Zhong could only stare with wide eyes, his addiction to wine was so great that he could barely hold it down. Jitsai, didn't you say that you wanted to personally thank Duji? Sun Yu reminded, don't keep thinking about drinking, Duji has said that this disease of yours is from drinking, if you keep drinking, Huatuo won't be able to save you. Ti Zhong came back to his senses, pressed down on his alcohol addiction, made a bow and thanked him, many thanks to Duoji for saving my life. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. Xuzhou responded politely and added, Jitsai is really not fit to drink anymore. Ti Zhong sighed helplessly, what's the point of living when you can't even drink wine? But then again, he would love to live without meaning. Forget it, I won't drink either. Although Gui Jia had a craving, he was still able to endure for the sake of Ti Zhong, and had the wine put away, and added, I heard that Duoji was as good as God in anticipation and could do anything, so I couldn't help but ask when Ruwa to bring me here to meet him. I didn't realize that Duoji was so young and young at heart. Xuzhou shook his head and laughed, I only know how to analyze, to speak of true strength, I definitely can't compare to you guys. What does Duji think, how will the Lord greet the Son of Heaven? Gui Jia came this time, besides taking a look at Xuzhou, there was also the intention to test Xuzhou's strength. Xuzhou was able to comprehend his meaning and said, greeting the Son of Heaven is very simple, at the moment it's waiting for the contradictions around the Son of Heaven to intensify to a certain equals degree can be done, but the process of welcoming is not simple. The factions around the Son of Heaven are so numerous that it's not easy to pick them up. Gui Jia once again asked, what Tishi thinks, how to deal with the factions around the Son of Heaven. Those factions are all dynastic ministers, or warlords with military power in their hands, with prestige as well as military power, very difficult to deal with. Divide. Kill a batch, pull together a batch, and suppress a batch. Xuzhou said indifferently. Divide? Gui Jia and the three of them listened, all recalling the meaning of these two words. Xuzhou continued, in addition, when we greet the Son of Heaven, it is useless to leave the Son of Heaven in Luoyang, he must be received in Yingchuan, in our territory. The process of welcoming is the focus of division. I have a way to get people around the Son of Heaven to take the initiative to persuade the Son of Heaven to move the capital, rather than the Lord proposing to move the capital. Moving the capital was a must. They all agreed that it was so. But relocating the capital was not a good idea. The last person who relocated the capital was Dongzhuo, and now the grass on his grave was over a man's height. They were actually worried that the people of the world would treat Cao Cao, who had moved the capital, as a second Dongzhuo to be crushed. But to have a public official next to the Son of Heaven, who took the initiative to propose to the Son of Heaven to move the capital, had a different meaning. What Anuki's pulling together a batch is probably having the person pulling the strings offer to move the capital, isn't it? Tizhong asked as he thought about it. Exactly. Zhou said. Wu Jia asked again, how can Du Ji be sure that no one other than our Lord will send troops to work for the king? Including Yuan Benchu won't? Zhou explained to them again, around Luoyang, the closest ones are our Lord and Yuan Shao. Yuan Shu is in Huainan, Gongsun is in Yuzhou. It's not easy for them to get to Luoyang. As for Yuan Shao, it's really easy to deal with, just cudgel him a bit. These elements, Zhou had analyzed in that planning. What was being said now was also similar to the plan. Do you all still remember that Yuan Shao, at the very beginning, did not recognize the Son of Heaven established by Dongzhuo? Zhou asked again. Of course they remembered that at that time, when Dongzhuo wanted to abolish Lu Wei and establish Lu Xia, Yuan Shao even said, is not Duke Dong the only one who is healthy in the world? Then he picked up his saber and left Luoyang. When Gui Jia and the others thought about this, they instantly understood what Zhou meant. Yuan Shao in his heart actually did not recognize the current Son of Heaven, Lu Wei, and this was one of the reasons why he would not greet him. Yuan Shao is different from the Lord. For Yuan Shao, the Han dynasty is in decline, and if he welcomes the Son of Heaven, he will instead become a constraint to himself. Yuan's 4 generations and 3 dukes, his disciples and officials are all over the place. Even if there's no Son of Heaven, he's not short of talent, and after welcoming the Son of Heaven, he'll instead have to listen to the Son of Heaven's words, which will not be friendly to him. Gongsun is Yuan Shao's archenemy. Instead of raising a large crowd to greet the Son of Heaven, it would be better to focus on taking out Gongsun first, and also be afraid of being sneak attacked by Gongsun while greeting him. Zhou gave another explanation. Sun Yu and the others pondered deeper for a moment and nodded in agreement. At that time, after listening to that planning of Zhou, they were curious about how Zhou was sure that Yuan Shao would not greet the Son of Heaven, and now they finally got the answer. Duoji's comprehensive consideration and thoughtful analysis, I admire it. Wei Jia made a bow. As for Sun Yu and the others, they had already been convinced. To be able to analyze everything clearly and thoroughly, they asked themselves that it was difficult to do so. Next, they stayed at Zhou's home for a while longer before saying goodbye and leaving. However, not long after they left, Cao Cao came again, this time to talk to Zhou about the world's situation, and sent quite a few possessions, wine and food, all of which were rewards for Zhou. Zhou accepted them all, not being polite to Cao Cao at all. Once again, when he sent Cao Cao away, it was already the evening of that day. Boss Cao, hospitality is hard to resist. Zhou muttered to himself, then closed the gate behind him, went back to look at the possessions that had been sent to him, and added, finally, I'm not short of money, what would be good to go out and buy tomorrow? Officially starting life in the ancient times, but the house was penniless, it couldn't be nothing. Zhou was still very eager for the ancient times, especially the 3 Kingdoms period. Chapter 31, Out of food again, want to slaughter the city again? The next day, in the morning, Cao Cao gathered everyone in the council hall again, and everyone was here except Zhou and Tizhong, who was still recuperating from his illness. Gui Jia, who had just joined, was also there, and was already completely familiar with the civil servants and strategists under Cao Cao's ministry, all admiring each other's talents and abilities. Today, Cao Cao gathered all of them here, first of all to continue discussing and studying Zhou's plan. Wu Jia and the others spoke about what they heard from Zhou yesterday, about Yuan Shao's problems, and added to the whole plan, making it more complete. Cao Cao got Zhou's analysis of how Yuan Shao wouldn't be able to greet the Son of Heaven, and once again felt that his future was bright. It couldn't be more stable. This topic soon ended, and the next matter of deliberation began. My lord, Manchao suddenly said, since the beginning of spring, Yanzhou has only had several modest rains, the second half of the year was a major drought, the harvest was pitifully small, the people of the state couldn't harvest any food, the stored grain used up to this time is almost at the bottom, our army's stock of grain is also going to bottom out, at most, it can still be used for half a month or so more. Out of food again? Cao Cao's heart sank. Food was more important than human life in a chaotic world. As long as there was grain, one could live. Now there was a shortage of food again, not only inside Chao's army, but the entire Yanzhou didn't have enough food to consume, otherwise they would have been able to seek out the people of Yanzhou to collect food. Cao Cao said, "Didn't we raid Zhang Miao and the others? Did that grain run out again so quickly?" Zhang Miao and the other powerful families didn't have a lot of grain in stock, so they should have been able to hold out for a while after the plagiarism. It's true that the families were copied, but with 1,000,000 yellow turbans, the daily consumption is astronomical. In addition, Yanzhou family's grain storage, in fact, there is not much. These 2 years the weather is not very good, often encountered drought. Zhang Miao and others in the early 2 years had sent grain relief people. We copied the family after the food for themselves, in addition to the surrender of the yellow turbans, but also to be distributed to some of the people. This is 1 and 2, distributed down more, the grain will be at the bottom. Manchu Favor responded. Cao Cao frowned and asked, "What about the cantonment?" While they were slaughtering Xuzhou, they were also tunneling fields to feed those yellow turbans. Sun Yu said, "My lord, with the drought, even if we were to canton the fields, it would be useless." Sun and the rest of the lineage had long ago taken their family's grain out to support Cao Cao, and now that they were asked to donate grain, they could no longer do so. The food crisis once again lingered over Cao Cao's head, with no solution in sight. After all, food doesn't just come out of thin air, it requires planting in time, and the weather to cooperate. Not even one less thing will do. What should we do? Cao Cao asked, looking to the crowd. The strategists here all quieted down. They wouldn't be able to conjure up food out of thin air, but in this time of chaos and frequent natural disasters, many of the great families have hidden their food, and even if they sell it, they may not be able to afford it, let alone borrow it. Wei Jia had just arrived and didn't fully understand the situation around Cao Cao, so he couldn't make any suggestions. How about finding another place to slaughter the city? Shan Yu, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly made this suggestion. Cao Cao's first thought was Xuzhou, and after hearing Chang Yu's words, he wondered if he should go and slaughter Xuzhou again? No way. Sun Yu countered, Duji said that we can't slaughter Xuzhou again, and neither can any other place. It's not good for the Lord if we slaughter the city again. Why don't we transfer grain back in Yuzhou? Mentioning Yuzhou, Wei Jia finally had a say. After all, he just came from Yuzhou himself, shaking his head. It's not feasible either. Yanzhou has been in a constant drought for the past few years, and the situation in Yuzhou is no better. According to my understanding, the people of Yuzhou only have enough food for themselves, and if mobilized, they are bound to starve, unless they can borrow food from within the lineage. It was impossible for the lineage to lend them food. After listening to Guijia's words, within the council hall, silence soon fell again. If we really can't, we can look for the lineage to buy grain. Zhang Miao made his own suggestion. Cao Cao laughed bitterly, Yuan Chang's words are good, but we don't have the money. His dead father, Cao Ang, had bought an official and had nearly emptied his family's coffers. The official he bought back hadn't been an official for long before he was jerked off, and he hadn't even been able to get the money he had spent on buying the official back. In addition, when he was killed by Zhang Lucen, all of Cao Ang's belongings were robbed by Zhang Lucen as well. Cao Cao's ability to rise up against Dong Zhuo was also due to the full support of the Shao and Chao families, as well as the investment of Wei Hong of Chao County. Otherwise, there would be no Cao Cao as he is now. Dong Zhuo's minting of small coins has disrupted our Han's coinage system to the point that no matter if it's 5 baht or small coins, there's simply no one out there who wants them anymore, and the copper coins we have on hand are worthless. Sun Yu added. The monetary system of the Great Han had been completely collapsed by Dong Zhuo. Copper money was already worthless, and people out there traded either with cloth and silk, or with those jewels, gold, and so on. Cloth and silk were hard currency in many ancient dynasties, and could be used for trading just as much as grain. Cao Cao has a lot of copper money on hand, but as Sun Yu said, it's worthless, can't be spent, and if it's used to buy grain, the grain merchants won't even look at it. Slaughtering cities doesn't work. Buy grain cannot. Borrowing grain is even more unable to borrow. What should we do? Cao Cao asked the crowd. Without food, wouldn't many people starve to death? The soldiers in the army might even mutiny, disrupting all of their hopes. My lord. At this time, Chang Yu added, we should impose a total ban on winemaking within Yuan Yanzhou to preserve food. Brewing wine required a lot of grain, and in the Qin state during the Warring States period, wine could only be consumed during festivals throughout the year, with the aim of preserving grain to facilitate Great Qin sweep across the 6 states. In addition, Cheng Yu narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of some special idea, and added, I have a method of preparing grain that can try to share the problem of food in a county, as well as 20,000 soldiers, for the Lord. Cao Cao asked with great joy, what method does Zhanda have? Everyone else had their eyes, at this point, cast down on Shang, wanting to know what method he was using that could actually alleviate the food crisis. This method, which cannot be expanded for use, is also my secret, so please do not ask, Lord. Shang took a deep breath, as if he had made some compelling decision, and added, if Lord Gong doesn't trust it, you can take it as if I hadn't said it, but said that it's true that you can't say it. Man Song said, according to our stock of food, as soon as half a month later, there will be many starving people. Zhongda really can't say? Can't. Shang sighed, this is all I can do, please don't push me any further. Since this was the case, they gave up pursuing. They also understood that Chengyu should have some kind of hard feelings, and that it was a not-so-good method of raising food, otherwise it would not have been kept from the public. The matter of raising grain, hard work Zhongda, we will no longer ask. Cao Cao doesn't care, as long as there's food, and adds, Zishu, you have time to find Duji, see if he has any other methods, plus we'll think about what we should do. When Zhou was mentioned, their eyes lit up. Perhaps Zhou could bring them another miracle. Chapter 32, I have a way to buy food. Zhou went out early in the morning. Crossing over to the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, he had just appeared in a cell, and hadn't even had the time to stroll around how the ancient streets were. When he got outside and took a look, he felt that everything was new, so he headed straight to the marketplace, wanting to buy some cloth and daily necessities to go back, and then find someone to sew clothes, as well as live a little more comfortably. There were only 2 sets of clothes in the house, one from the prison cell and the other from Cao Cao, which was a bit shabby. Welcoming the Son of Heaven and moving the capital to Su County was still a matter for the second half of next year. The earliest he could move would be next year, and in this home in Puyang, he would still need to live for a long time. He didn't want to live in too much poverty. Shenzhou selected some cloths and then was told that the cloths could be sold, but no 5 baht money or small change would be accepted, and that if he wanted to buy them, he would have to give gold or exchange it for grain. Other than that, Shenzhou wandered around a few other stores. Basically none of them were willing to accept copper coins. Even if someone was willing, the price was extremely high, not even a little less. It's worthy of being a chaotic world, the currency has devalued so severely. It's even back to the era of bartering, currency is basically useless. Except for some hard currency. Shenzhou muttered to himself. Luckily, Boss Chow was more generous and sent some gold and jewelry over, and spent a large amount of money to buy some cloth, and several daily necessities. If you want to lie flat beside Boss Chow, the current conditions are not enough. The early days of Boss Chow's business are still rather grueling. How can I help him get through the initial stage as quickly as possible? Shenzhou was thinking so in his heart on the way home. However, not long after arriving home, Cao Ang, who had been repaired, finally came and smiled as he entered. Sir, just back? Why do you need to buy these things? If you need any, send someone to tell me and I'll send them over right away. Why didn't your son say so earlier? Shenzhou had to put the things down and added, seeing that you are in such a hurry, is there something wrong? Cao Ang said, there is a very important matter, right now our army is short of food again, it's still a serious shortage, even Yanzhou is going to starve. My father asked me to ask you, sir, is there any way to prepare food? Another shortage of food? Shenzhou frowned as he listened. But there was nothing that could be done, the lack of food was determined by today's general environment. If the chaotic world did not have a shortage of food, it would not be called a chaotic world. After all, a large amount of fields were monopolized by the families and clans, there was very little food circulating outside, and the people's stocks of food were almost non-existent. Food can even become currency, return to barter, driving backwards. This time there is a lack of food, we can't go back to slaughtering the city, right? Shenzhou added, there are so many strategists around the Lord, they are all clueless? Cao Ang shook his head and said, we can't slaughter the city again this time. Mr. Cheng has a way to raise food, but his way can't be expanded to be used. What exactly is it? He refused to disclose it, he can only prepare part of the food. That Mr. Cheng, but Cheng Yu Cheng Zhongda? Shenzhou asked. Cao Ang nodded. Cheng Yu came up with a method of raising grain that he refused to disclose. Shenzhou had to think more. He clearly remembered that Cheng Yu was a ruthless person who dared to use human flesh as food. What was this method that refused to be publicized? The results cried out. Not daring to publicize it was also normal. What about the current price of grain? Shenzhou asked again. Cao Ang said, the price of grain is as much as 2 or 3 times higher than usual. Is Mr. trying to buy grain? This method doesn't work. First of all, we can't afford it, and secondly, if we do, the coins we have on hand, most of them are 5 baht coins and small coins. The grain merchants out there don't accept copper coins at all, so even if we have the money, we can't buy it. Shenzhou searched and said, if they don't accept copper coins, then they are accepting other valuable things. then they can still buy grain in large quantities, right? Cao Ang nodded his head and said, as long as there are enough things that can be equated with grain, such as gold and cloth, you can still exchange grain. Xuzhou understood when he thought deeper. In the chaotic world, the ordinary people did not have food in their hands, but it did not mean that the families and clans did not have it on hand. They occupied a large amount of fields in the Han Dynasty, and after so many years of accumulating it, the food must have piled up like a mountain, so much that they could not eat it all. But having grain is one thing, being willing to send grain to relieve the people is another. During the Depression, the capitalists in America preferred to dump their milk rather than give it to the peasants, and although the classes of capital and the scholars were different, the reasoning was pretty much the same. Don't try to get food in the hands of the secular clergy unless you can come up with an equivalent. But we don't have enough of it, and the equivalent of grain. Does Sir have any ideas? Cao Ang asked again. Xuzhou said, it's very simple, if you help me build this small object, I will be able to help you guys get money to buy grain, but it will require a trip out of the city. After speaking, he took the cloth and silk that he had just bought and cut a piece down. Letting the maid grind ink, he lifted his pen and drew a sketch on it. It must be of iron, the harder it is built, the better. Xuzhou also added, saying, when you're done building it, I still need to make a trip out of the city, it won't take too long, we'll soon have money, tell the Lord all my words. Cao Ang asked in surprise, can you reveal where the money will come from, sir? You will know when the time comes. Xuzhou pretended to be mysterious, first build what I want, in addition to keeping it a secret for the time being, don't let anyone else know except the Lord. Good. Cao Ang quickly went back to deliver this good news to Cao Cao. The wait to build those objects was not long. After 2 days, Cao Ang was able to deliver the items. What Xuzhou had asked him to build was none other than the famous Luoyang shovel of later times. At this time, the only place that could use a Luoyang shovel was toon raiding, and the military food that Cao Cao lacked was obtained through toon raiding. Though not recorded in official history, the basis for later generations' claims that Cao Cao was the grandmaster of grave robbing generally comes from Chen Lin's diatribe, which sprayed Cao Cao with a headwind that could have been bettered. Fashu Zonlangang and the gold-touching schoolmaster first came from here. This was the quickest way for Xuzhou to help Cao Cao tide over his difficulties and prepare his army and food without choosing to slaughter the city. In the future, the ancestor that Hu Bai will worship, will it be changed to me? Xuzhou thought to himself. Those few Luoyang shovels were built according to his requirements and assembled. Sir, this thing, what can it be used for? Cao Ang was puzzled. A few specially shaped shovels that could still turn out money? Use it for digging. Xuzhou was in the front yard, a shovel went down and brought out a thick cylindrical piece of dirt, and on the ground, there was an additional small hole downwards. Could it be that by digging the dirt, you can dig out the money? It really can. Xuzhou laughed and added, you go back and tell the Lord, I want 50 people who are bold enough to accompany me on a trip out of the city. I'm going to go to Mangdang Mountain, on the southeast side of our Puyang. I'll probably be gone for 10 days or so, and when I come back with the money, I'll be able to buy food recklessly. Chapter 33, People light candles, ghosts blow lamps. The first tomb Cao Cao dug was the royal tomb of King Lu Wu, king of Liang Shaowei at Mangdang Mountain. This tomb absolutely preserved fat. It is said that Cao Cao dug the tomb of King Liang Shaowang, transported 72 ships of jewels, and raised his troops for 3 years, and that the Fashu Zhonglong general and the gold-touching school lieutenant were set up at this time. Now that the tomb hasn't been dug, Xuzhou has brought this matter forward. As long as Boss Zhao has money, he can only live a little more comfortably by Boss Zhao's side, and then help him fight the world. Cao Ang was too lazy to think too much and got Xuzhou's order to go back to see Cao Cao immediately. You need 50 people to make a trip to Mangdang Mountain? Cao Cao asked suspiciously, did Dushi say what to do at Mangdang Mountain? Cao Ang shook his head, Mr. just said that if you go, you can bring back money. I'm not sure exactly what to do, but I'm sure that Mr. will be able to bring us a surprise. That's right. Cao Cao temporarily put aside all sorts of concerns and droned, Lao Dian, you take 50 men and accompany Duji on this trip, Zishu you go along as well, and see how Duji digs the money out of the ground. I have a hunch that Duji will be able to surprise us again. Since he had decided to use someone, he no longer doubted anything. Besides, with Duan Wei and the others around, he was not afraid that Xuzhou would run away in the middle of the journey. Okay. Cao Ang nodded. Hearing that he could go out with Xuzhou, Dian Wei was also looking forward to it. The 50 people quickly gathered, and when they arrived at Xuzhou's house again, they only saw that Xuzhou had his things ready and had brought a lot of hoes with him, as if he was serious about digging the money out of the ground. Let's go. Xuzhou didn't hesitate and left on the same day. Walking out of the Puyang city gate, seeing the ancient world outside, in fact, many places in ancient times, in addition to farmland, is the mountains and forests. Without the development of the latter days, it is very desolate, even the feet trampled on the dirt road, now snow, the road surface is covered with a thick layer of snow. Leaving Puyang, heading south. The rivers encountered along the way were reinforced with pontoon bridges, and those without pontoon bridges were constructed on the spot to facilitate transportation when the time came. They also brought 50 wagons, one for each soldier. With 72 ships of jewels and gold laying around, Xuzhou was worried that 50 carriages would not be enough. Cao Ang and Dianwei were both dumbfounded and had no choice but to follow along, walking against the cold wind for 4 or 5 days, finally arriving near Mangdang Mountain. "Sir, how do we dig?" Dianwei asked expectantly. Before crossing, Shen Shoucheng had been to Mount Mangdang once, that scenic spot of King Liang Xiaowang's mausoleum, and at that time, he was traveling, not expecting to come once again in the capacity of a grave robber. The exact location of King Liang Xiaowang's mausoleum, he still remembered and approximate, all the way to the southern foot of the mountain. From the outside, the shape of the king's mausoleum can no longer be seen here. Time has changed, the sea has changed. From the Western Han Dynasty to the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the time was not very long, but the changes in the periphery of the king's tomb were still there. Right here. Chen Zhou determined the approximate location. Dianwei was not ambiguous and said directly, "Do it." Chen Zhou stopped. "Now is not the time, let's talk at night." At this time on Mount Mangdang, it was white. Snow could be seen everywhere, and King Liang Xiaowang's tomb was hidden inside the snow. Tomb raiding of course had to be done at night so that it was more ceremonial. Going to raid a tomb in broad daylight was very destructive to that feeling. Chen Zhou, who was a ghost-blowing lamp enthusiast before crossing over, also liked that sense of ceremony at night. "Sir, why?" Cao Ang was getting more and more confused about what Chen Zhou was going to do lately. Chen Zhou just explained, "Because it's inconvenient to see the light during the day." At these words, the eyes of the crowd were again filled with puzzlement. What special thing was Mr. doing that he couldn't see the light? The only thing they could do was to wait until night with their doubts. Soon after nightfall, they also ate their fill. Dianwei first jumped up excitedly, rubbing his hands in anticipation. "Sir, is it ready?" "It's ready, dig in." Chen Zhou agreed. At this time, the foothills of the mountains were lit up with a single torch. In the middle of the mountain wilderness, it was unlikely that anyone else would come at night except for them, so they could dig with peace of mind. The snow on the surface was quickly cleared away, and those 50 soldiers, they directly started digging without any ambiguity at all. Their digging speed was very fast, coupled with the aid of tools, the soil on the surface of the king's mausoleum was cleared out in no time. Clang! "Sir, something has been dug up," Dianwei said excitedly as he heard a soldier's hoe, making a crashing sound. Chen Zhou said, "Follow this direction and keep digging." After another moment, a stone door appeared in front of him. Cao Ang finally understood what Chen Zhou was doing and said in shock, "Sir, could this be a mausoleum?" "That's right." Chen Zhou looked up and said, "This is King Liang Xiaowang's mausoleum. What's inside is all the money and jewelry that King Liang Xiaowang was buried with. As long as you bring it back, you can buy anything." Cao Ang directly exclaimed, "Sir, you are digging the king's mausoleum. Not only does it offend the royal family, it is very wrong. It is also very detrimental to the Yin virtue. We can't do this, fill it up quickly." Chen Zhou was full of concern. When Dong Zhuo was around there was no shortage of digging up the king's mausoleum. Wouldn't it be a waste to bury all that money in the ground? "We took it to pacify the world. Not only did it not harm Yin virtue, it was still a great merit. Using the dead to save the living, I think it's very appropriate. Do you wish to see the people of Yanzhou starve to death alive due to lack of food?" Cao Ang. The reasoning was this, but he just felt it was very wrong. Don't want the dead man's things for nothing. Chen Zhou had no psychological burden at all for grave robbing. The dead were already dead, and hiding so many belongings inside the crypt, wouldn't it be a waste? "Old Dian, continue," Chen Zhou added. Dianwei didn't have too many thoughts, the digging still had to be done. Digging back would save many lives, this was worth it. A few soldiers took out shovels and opened the door of the tomb, revealing the dark passage inside. "Sir, should we go in?" Dianwei looked into the darkness inside and actually had a bit of heart palpitations. After all, inside was where the dead stayed. What if they went in and saw a ghost? They were bold and had killed a lot of people, but when they came to a place like this, it was inevitable that they were a bit hesitant. "Just open the chamber, the air inside is not circulating, it is very easy to get out of the room with lack of oxygen," Chen Zhou said. "Wait for some time, where is the mountain chicken I asked you to catch?" "Here it is." A soldier brought over a mountain chicken. Wait for half an hour, then let the mountain chicken go in to explore and see if there is any danger. If not, you guys go in and carry out the things inside. Xuzhou said and then instructed, remember, when you go in, light a candle in the southeast corner of the tomb. If the candle goes out, don't care about anything and just run out. Also, when you hear the rooster crow, you can't stay any longer, you must leave. We can just move our belongings, don't damage the coffin or the corpse. Cao Ang asked, Sir, these rules, and why? People light candles, ghosts blow out lamps. Lights out and chickens don't touch the gold. This is the agreement between the living and the dead. Zhou explained casually. However, Cao Ang and the others listened just as a cold wind blew and they felt a chill down their backs. A gust of ghastly wind. Stealing a tomb sounded pretty scary. Mr. Too Scary. Chapter 34, The Candle Goes Out. Even if they are Dianwei, hear what the living and the dead agreement, what the ghost blowing lamp and other immodest sayings, can feel the cold wind blowing around them, more and more like a cloudy wind. But coming all the way here, the treasures inside the king's mausoleum are related to whether many people can survive or not, so they must be dug down. King Liang Xiaowang should not be so petty to blow out the lights. They thought while waiting. While Zhou was waiting, he was also not idle. Based on his memory of the specific layout of King Liangzhao's tomb, remembering what he had seen while traveling, including what kind of organs might be inside, etc., he talked to Dianwei and the others. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Release the pheasants, Zhou said. As the Grandmaster of the Gold Touchers, he was still a little excited. He had read a lot of tomb raiding novels, but it was the first time he led a team to raid a tomb. On the body of the pheasant, a long rope was tied. A soldier put the pheasant in. The frightened pheasant regained its freedom and headed directly inside the tomb door, dragging the rope into it and quickly tightened it. Sir, then what? Cao Ang looked in towards the pitch blackness of the cave entrance, which was out of reach, as if it was really infested with ghosts like that. It was eerie and scary. Wait a while. Zhou calculated the time. About 10 minutes or so passed before he had someone drag the pheasant out. The pheasant was still alive and full of vigor, proving that the air inside was fine and there was no danger. Zhou said, Lao Dian, you can arrange for someone to go in, remember my orders, got it? Come 2 people, protect the Duke and Sir outside, the others follow me in. Dianwei droned, bracing himself and the soldiers around him, and added, I don't believe that there are really ghosts inside. Give me the candles, light the torches, I'll go in first. Killing people, they still killed a lot. If there really were ghosts, they would have been retaliated against by the ghosts long ago. They lit one torch after another, and Dianwei took the lead and entered it first. Zhou didn't think about going in. Grave robbing was enjoyable, but whether there was any danger inside the tomb was still unknown. What if he went in rashly in case he couldn't come out? Sir, will the candles go out? Cao Ang was curious about the ghost-blowing lamp, but at the same time, he was also afraid. Maybe not. Zhou finished and quietly waited outside. At this time, outside the king's tomb, the night was eerie. When there were many people, it felt fine. Now that there were fewer people, it was all wrong. It felt like there was an eerie wind blowing everywhere, blowing Cao Ang uncomfortably. Only Zhou was calm, sitting quietly on a rock. They waited for almost half an hour again. Sir, old Dian and the others haven't come out yet, they won't be in danger, right? Cao Ang asked worriedly. Actually, Zhou was also hesitant about whether it would be dangerous. He was aware of the structure of King Liang Xiaowang's tomb. If he followed what he said, there would be no danger, so he had to continue to wait, and after a while, a sound finally came from the entrance of the tomb door. Sir! Dianwei excitedly ran out and said, there's no danger inside, but there's a lot of gold, look. He took out 2 pieces of gold and placed them in front of Zhou. It really was gold. Although copper was often taken as gold in ancient times, copper was easily corroded and discolored on the surface after being buried in the ground for a long time. The ones in front of them were solid gold, it was just that they didn't know how pure it was. Quickly move the things out. Before dawn, move as much as you can, you guys also go in and help. A tomb can only go down once at most, definitely not a second time, otherwise the tomb owner will get angry. Move it all at once as soon as possible. Zhou asked the 2 men who were protecting him to both go into the tomb passage as well. After saying that, Zhou felt that when he went back, it was necessary to write a rule about gold touchers before he could do so. As the Grandmaster of tomb raiding, he had to leave more things for the future generations. Dianwei, they made sure that there was no danger and no more ghosts. They were energetic and enthusiastic. They didn't go in empty-handed, with a card in hand. The Huban soldiers themselves were physically strong and powerful people, so they moved very quickly. and carts of gold and jewelry and other things were pushed out one after another. Even when Xuzhou saw so many possessions, he also developed a little bit of greed. But it was quickly held back by him. He must not be greedy, nor is he capable of being greedy. Time passed quickly, more than an hour passed. At this time, it was already early in the morning, and there was less than half an hour left before dawn. "Sir, it's not good. Mr. A messy shouting sound came out eagerly from inside the crypt. Then Dian Wei brought them with him to run away in a hurry, as fast as they could, all rushing out in a rush, sitting in front of the tomb door panting and breathing hard and deep. "Old Dian, what's wrong?" Cao Ang felt a bit eerie again. Especially the tone of the soldiers shouting sounded a bit appalling. Ghost blowing lamp. The candles inside, they really went out. Dian Wei said with shock. "There really is a ghost?" Cao Ang was shocked. Mr. is also too powerful, right? Really knows how to make agreements with the dead with each other. Xuzhou did not believe that there were really ghosts. Probably the oxygen inside was running out. After all, so many people went in, there was only one tomb door, the amount of ventilation was limited, and asked, "Is it moved out?" "There are still some left." "Don't want the rest, seal the place up, let's leave first," Xuzhou ordered. When Dian Wei and the others had slowed down to about the same extent, they also thought it made sense. If the tomb door was sealed, the ghosts inside wouldn't be able to get out, so they said they would do it. After completely sealing the king's tomb and moving the gold and jewelry and other things out of the range of the tomb door, it was finally dawn. Cao Ang has not yet been able to slow down in the shock of the ghost-blowing lamp, but also much better, commanding the soldiers to load the belongings. 50 carriages cannot be loaded, can only go to the nearby cities and towns, show their identity, and then transferred more than 60 carriages. A total of more than 110 carriages of property, which is barely loaded. "So rich!" Xuzhou exclaimed. No wonder Cao Cao was able to raise an army for 3 years by digging a single tomb. Xuzhou wanted to become a professional gold digger, and added, "The food crisis this time is almost solved, let's quickly go back and buy food." "Let's go," Cao Ang said in a loud voice. The team of more than 100 carriages went back to Puyan with great vigor. It was also fortunate that those Huban soldiers were all loyal people. "It's been 10 days since we went, right?" Cao Cao gathered everyone together again and said anxiously, "Zishu and the others, why is there still no news?" The food, now, was about to bottom out. If Xuzhou doesn't return, people will starve to death. Cao Cao asked again, "Where's Zhangde?" He scanned toward the council hall to see that Cheng Yu's seat was the only one that was vacant. Nansong said, "Zhangde is still preparing food, so he didn't come." Cao Cao sighed, "Bitter Zhangde, why isn't Zishu here yet?" He hadn't even finished his sentence when Su Chu suddenly ran in and said, "Lord, it's back, the Duke and Sir they're back." Chapter 35 Cheng Yu is a ruthless man. Cheng Yu is a ruthless man. Turn over the history of the chaotic world to take a look. Full of books are written with 2 words, is cannibalism. As a ruthless man, Cheng Yu was absolutely daring to eat people in the chaotic world. "Sir, are we really going to do this?" A soldier following Cheng Yu's side asked with a trembling voice at this moment. They were just outside the city within a hidden forest, with hundreds of corpses piled up around them, men and women, old and young, all corpses of ordinary people who had starved to death that they had scavenged back from all the counties and villages within Yanzhou. "If we don't do this, there will be more starvation deaths." Shang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, but he was full of perseverance and said in a firm tone, "Using the dead, to save the living, they are considered to have died a good death, and we are not too unethical. Cut the flesh from the dead, remove the human features, then smoke it into dried meat and mix it inside the grain. We still have a few days of grain left, we need this meat to save the day." The bodies lay on the snow. It was snowing and cold now, and it didn't rot and stink. The soldiers heard this and had no choice but to draw their swords and do it. In a chaotic world, it's not even strange to be easy to eat. If you eat people, you can do it as long as you're a little ruthless. But even if Cheng Yu is ruthless, seeing the decomposed corpse, his heart is still a little bad, but in order to live, for the sake of more people, he completely gave up. "If word gets out, Sir will have to take the blame," the soldiers said again. Cheng Yu shook his head and said, "For the sake of the Lord, I don't care." A mere scolding is not worth mentioning. He could imagine what the consequences would be if word got out. Either Cao Cao would carry the scolding with him, or Cao Cao would kill him to give an explanation to the people outside. But whichever consequence it was, Cheng Yu really didn't care. He was such a person that once he identified with Cao Cao, he would never betray again, and it didn't matter what he was told to do. "Sir!" That soldier's voice choked with emotion, thinking that Sir was actually very great. Xuzhou and their group finally returned to the outside of Puyang City. Not long after entering the city, they saw Cao Cao leading his men head-on. Duji. Cao Cao excitedly walked over and said, "It's been hard on Duji, where's our food?" He was secretly relieved to see that Xuzhou had returned. Xuzhou shook his head and said, "There is no grain, but..." Old Dian, all lifted off. At once. On those carriages, countless belongings appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A total of more than 100 wagons, on them were either gold or jewelry, all of them were valuable things in hard currency. In the Han that had developed to the stage of bartering, these things were money that could be used to buy food. So many belongings. Guo Jia said in shock, "Duji, where did you get it?" Xuzhou said, "Where I got it from, I'm not at liberty to say, you can just ask the Duke and Lao Dian later. There are more than 110 carts here, enough for you to buy grain, right?" Immediately, someone went and quickly counted them, and sure enough, there were more than 100 carts. Inside were all possessions. The wealth had already been exposed, and Cao Cao hurriedly mobilized his soldiers over to protect the belongings and pull them back into the treasury first. Xuzhou was deliberately revealing the white, revealing it to those who had grain to sell, letting them know that Cao Cao was about to buy grain and go back to get all their own grain ready. "Duji, thanks to you this time." Cao Cao gratefully took Xuzhou's hand. With two big men holding hands in public, Xuzhou felt weird. The only thing he could do was to pull his own hand back and say, "This is what I should do. You guys ask the Duke and Lao Dian about the specifics. If the Lord doesn't have anything else to do, I'd like to go back and rest first." Cao Cao knew that Xuzhou could give advice and solve problems, but definitely didn't want to be in charge. It was just hanging on to an imaginary position. Based on the wealth in front of him alone, this imaginary position Cao Cao could give him unconditionally, and he could leave things alone if he wanted to, no problem at all. "Old Dian, send Duji back." Cao Cao enthusiastically said, "Carry some more gold and send it to Duji's house. The others will follow me back here and discuss how to buy grain." Even though they were unable to understand where Xuzhou had gotten so many possessions, having these things would solve their immediate needs and stabilize the army. It was possible to put the concerns aside for the time being. Buying grain? What buy grain? At this time, Chun Yu happened to come back from outside the city. There was also a cart of meat that was already jerky. Although the crisis of lack of food hadn't officially broken out yet, starvation had started long ago, especially some of the stragglers who had left their hometowns and were displaced due to the war. "Zhengda has returned," Cao Cao said. "Mr. helped us find more than 100 carts of belongings, enough for us to buy food, but..." "That's the grain that Zhengda prepared?" With his gaze, he looked toward the cart of dried meat. It didn't look like a lot, but under these circumstances, it's not easy to still be able to prepare some grain, and Cao Cao said, "Tough on Zhengda, let's go. Let's go back first and bring back the grain as well." Shang Yu was still in a daze, and didn't really want to let them know about the meat, but had no choice but to bring that meat back with him. The council hall. Cao Ang and Dian Wei told the whole process. Everyone present was surprised. "This is detrimental to the laws of heaven, how can Duji do this?" Sun Yu was worried and very unacceptable. Chang Yu, however, brightened up. "Yes. Why didn't I think that I could rob tombs? This is 100 times better than eating people. It's still Watanuki's idea that's good. Mr. said that taking something from a dead person to save a living person doesn't harm heavenly justice, it's still a merit." Cao Ang had to explain, "We don't destroy the coffins and corpses, we just take the belongings, and after we take them, we seal up the king's tomb." Gui Jia said, "It's still Duji's guts. People light candles and ghosts blow out lanterns, but is it true?" Zhang Miao seemed more interested in this. Cao Ang had no way to explain this, so he only looked toward Dian Wei. Everyone else looked at Dian Wei. Ghost-blowing lamps was beyond their knowledge. Sir said that it is a pact between the living and the dead. Dian Wei has seen the ghost-blowing lamp with his own eyes, and said in a very serious tone, "The dead are willing to let us go in to take the belongings, and use the candles as an agreement, and once the candles are blown out, it means that we have taken enough, and the blowing of the lamps is a warning. If we continue to take and refuse to go, we will definitely die inside." When we were in the southeast corner of the candle, really no reason to go out, that is the ghost blowing the light. Inside the council hall, there was silence at first. Watanuki still has the ability to communicate with ghosts and gods? Theodore Zhong said in surprise. In that case, wouldn't Xuzhou be able to do everything and be omnipotent? This would be a bit powerful. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining an all-round talent like Duji. Sun Yu congratulated. Cao Cao said aloud, if I have duji, why would I worry about the world not being peaceful? Ha ha. With that, he couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Chang, where did you get so much meat? Cao Ren suddenly lifted up the cloth covering Chen Yu's car, only to see that it was filled with dried meat, a piece of which looked as if it was quite tasty. In today's environment, it was still possible to get so much meat? Cao Cao and the others were stunned and thought that Chen Yu was also awesome. Even meat could be gotten. Don't! Chen Yu wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He didn't dare to expose this kind of unseemly thing, and now helplessly lowered his head and said, My lord, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chapter 36, The Groping Captain and the General of the Haircatchers. Zhangde, how have you wronged me? Cao Cao looked at Chen Yu with a puzzled look on his face and said in disbelief, even though I wasn't able to prepare the staple food, those are meat, more important than the staple food, and nowadays, you may not be able to get meat even with money, so that's a big feat. Zhang Miao and the others were also confused, not understanding what Chen Yu meant by sorry. Zhang joked, Zhangde wouldn't be saying that he doesn't want to use this meat as military rations, right? Naturally not. Chen Yu shook his head, it's just that these meats of mine, the way they come from is not very good. The origin is not good, is it hard to believe that it is still robbed back by force? Even if it was robbed back by Zhangde, it doesn't matter, Zhangde, just say it, how did you apologize to me? Cao Cao was curious to know what Chen Yu had done. The Chen Yu of late wasn't quite his normal self. Chen Yu originally did not really want to say it in public, internal struggle for a long time, in front of Cao Cao deeply bowed a bow, lowered his head and said, I let the people outside the city to starve to death of people's corpses to collect, will be its body meat peeled off, fumigated into jerky, mixed into the grain inside. Vomit. Before he finished his words, next to him, Theodore Zhong first couldn't hold on and felt his stomach was rolling. Put yesterday's dinner, all vomited out. Theodore Zhong had wanted to ask Chen Yu to ask for 1 or 2 pieces of jerky to go back to improve the food. This is human meat. Seeing that Plei Zhong vomited out, Wei Jia and Zhong Jiao also felt uncomfortable, easy to eat and other things, they are hurt a lot, but so close contact with eating human flesh, or for the first time. Too disgusting. Cao Ren now regretted lifting the cloth covering the jerky on the cart and hurriedly covered it up again. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, they felt that on top of all that meat, a horrible putrid odor emanated. It no longer smelled good. Zhangde, how can you? Sun Yu wanted to say a few words of reproach, but he didn't know where to start. Shang Yu lowered his head in shame. Zhangde, if this matter gets out, what should you do? Cao Cao understood that he was doing this for himself, but the approach was too extreme. Is this cannibalism? Or is Cao Cao's men eating people? If it gets out, even if Cao Cao can find a scapegoat to take the blame, even if Cheng Yu thanks him with his death, he'll still be left with a stench for 10,000 years and be reviled by 10,000 people. For the sake of the Lord, I don't care. Cheng Yu said with certainty, before I did it, I considered all kinds of consequences, but I'm willing to bear all the consequences, in case it leaks out, Lord can kill me to pacify the people's anger, I have no complaints or regrets. Zhangde. Cao Cao was in tears, so moved that he didn't know how to describe it. Cheng Yu was undoubtedly loyal, but the practice was bold, 100 times bolder than Shenzhou's tomb raiding. But the practice of grave robbing was much better than cannibalism. Cao Cao dared to rob tombs openly, but didn't dare to openly cannibalize people. Zhangde has good intentions, and this is the solution of no solution. Man Song sighed. Using the dead to save the living was indeed a very helpless approach. Zhangde, has all the meat been distributed? Cao Cao asked. Sheng Yu shook his head, this is the first batch that was made, it's fortunate that Duji and the others came back, or else they really would have distributed it. Men, take this meat away and burn it in secret. Also, Zhongde's matter must be kept secret, no one can divulge it. Zhangde risked his life to help me, I can't let Zhangde get cold feet. Cao Cao thought to himself that it was fortunate that it hadn't been split up yet, if it had, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many thanks, Lord. Sheng Yu said gratefully. Cao Cao said, let's leave this matter at that, and in addition arrange for people to buy grain, find those families to buy in bulk, and replenish the grain as soon as possible. Now that there's money, the food crisis, it can almost be over. Fortunately, Shenzhou was there. After they had retreated, Cao Cao said, Zishu, tell me more about the grave digging in detail. Cao Ang told the entire process, all of it. What do you think, should I arrange for someone to specialize in digging graves? Cao Cao suddenly had a very bold idea. Cao Ang shook his head, Father, if you do this, it's very detrimental to Yin virtue, and people will criticize you. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes, completely unconcerned about this, and said indifferently, if Duji dares to do it, why wouldn't I dare? Duanji can communicate with ghosts and gods, so I'm not afraid of Yin virtue. What's the use of criticizing for people who can't even eat? But I won't dig all the time, only when there is no food. Cao Ang knew he couldn't be persuaded, so he had to give up. Cao Cao added, you said that Sir mentioned the gold-touching schoolmaster and the Fashu Zhonglong general. These two terms were brought up by Xuzhou when he was explaining tomb raiding to Cao Ang on the way back. I'll make Duji the gold-touching lieutenant, and Dianwei will temporarily stay by Duji's side as the Fakia Zhonglong general, while arranging for another 200 men to be given to Duji, and that's finalized. Cao Cao said with a slight smile, Captain touching the gold, Zhonglong general of Fakiu, Duji has made a good name, I like it. Cao Ang said, I'll go tell Sir. Zhou brought Dianwei home and also carried back a box of gold and a box of jewelry. Sir, I put it here. Dianwei is very strong, carrying a heavy box in one hand, he easily came in. Just put it here, it's hard work old Dian, why don't you take 2 pieces of gold back? Zhou said. Dianwei shook his head and said, no need, the Lord will surely reward me, following beside Mr. is cool, except for the ghost-blowing lamp which is a bit scary, the rest doesn't seem to be much. After saying that, he also laughed a bit nervously. Sir. At this time, Cao Ang came and just entered the door and said, Father said that he will give Mr. 200 more people, appoint Mr. as the captain of touching the gold and General Dian as the lieutenant general of Fakiu, and in the future, if there is a need, he will ask Mr. to dig the graves again. It could be seen that Boss Cao had tasted the sweetness of digging tombs and didn't want to give up this side business. If there was a need in the future, then he would continue to dig. A gold digger? Zhou was thinking that he was really going to become Hubei's grandmaster and said, Your Excellency help me to thank the Lord, this gold mapper, I'll be next. Dianwei said, we have to go down the tomb later? Having seen the ghost-blowing lamp once, he was still a little scared. Zhou said, of course we have to go down, but it depends on the situation. By the way Gongzi help me find someone and carve a seal ribbon. Carve it out of jade and engrave it with heavenly officials bestow blessings, nothing is forbidden, but with one seal in hand, all gods and demons are shunned. This one will be given to old Dian, called the Fakia seal. Also find a few more skilled craftsmen, I want to build an umbrella, the Vajra umbrella. Zhou briefly described what the Fakia Zhonglong general needed, and also drew up the graphics. He was even thinking about making a piece of gold-touching talisman. Later on, he would catch a mountain-piercing armor and make a gold-touching talisman, but this kind of small animal should not be easy to find. Many thanks, sir. As soon as Dianwei heard that Mr. also helped him prepare things that could hide from gods and ghosts, he was no longer afraid of encountering ghost-blowing lanterns. Cao Ang didn't quite understand what use these things would be, but if the gentleman commanded so, it would be fine for him to go and make the arrangements. Now that there was money, building anything was not difficult. Chapter 37 Some small grave robbing objects. Early the next morning. Zhou had money and couldn't help but go out shopping again and buy some things on the way. It is now the end of December, soon to be the new year. He is not very clear about the new year in the Three Kingdoms is hot or not, but his own new year, the sense of ceremony should still be there, so he bought a lot of things to go back. Thinking that it was still winter, the weather was still cold. Zhou also had to buy some carbon to go back to warm up, and if he had time, he could also use it to barbecue and warm up the wine on New Year's Day, so he could say that it was a beautiful thing to do in one fell swoop. In ancient times, farmers would cut down trees to burn charcoal, and then take it to the city to sell it, which was also a way of making a living for the farmers. But winter is coming to an end, and spring will have to start in a while. Now there are not many people selling charcoal in Puyang City, some big families have long accumulated enough charcoal to burn through the whole winter, the market has become less, and the number of charcoal sellers has decreased accordingly. Zhou strolled around the city before buying a little bit, as if it wasn't enough. This gentleman, more charcoal? At this time, a middle-aged man pulled a cart of carbon over and said with a smile, I still have carbon here, I can sell it to you, it's all very good color carbon. Let me see. Before Zhou crossed over, as a child, he grew up in the countryside, and was very familiar with carbon, and after briefly checking it for a while, he suddenly laughed, are you sure these are really carbon? Didn't lie to me? Faced with such a questioning tone, the middle-aged man was obviously a little weak, and still reluctantly said, of course it's carbon, how could I dare to lie to your excellency? I think you really dare to lie to me, don't think I don't recognize carbon. Zhou lightly hummed, if you continue to be sophomoric, I can only take you to see the officials and look for the Puyang order to comment on it. This. The middle-aged man was anxious, struggling to the end, apologized, Gongzi sorry, I also. Shenzhou interrupted, okay, you these carbon, I bought, but the price is lower. Really? Good. The middle-aged man saw that there was an unexpected surprise, no longer dared to ask for a high price, and gave it to Shenzhou at a low price, and was also responsible for delivery. Shenzhou also bought his crate. Back at home, Shenzhou then asked Cao Cao to arrange for his soldiers to pull these things away, and went to the barracks outside of the city to find Cao Ang. To build things like the Vajra umbrella and the flying tiger claws, one had to forge fine steel. People in this era don't know how to forge too hard steel, even if they can forge it, they need to invest a lot of money. There are not many weapons in the army even if they are made of fine steel, the cost is too high, although it is sharp and hard, it can improve the combat power, but it can't be used, as well as can't afford to invest that much. After all, fighting a battle down, will lose a lot of weapons. Therefore, most of the weapons of the soldiers in the army were still ordinary iron weapons. The tomb raiding tools that Shenzhou needed, ordinary iron was not strong enough and had to be made of fine steel. Sir. Cao Ang was in the neighborhood and rushed over and asked, what are your orders? Shenzhou said, I brought over a cart of coal. Coal is something that has a higher temperature than carbon. I want you to help me build a few special small objects. The middle-aged man just now was not selling carbon, but coal. He just didn't know where he got so much coal from. Both coal and carbon were black, and the man wanted to muddle through, thinking that Shenzhou was scantily clad and shouldn't know how to tell if it was coal or not, but Shenzhou knew how to tell the difference. At a glance, he recognized that it was coal. However, Shenzhou still took it. Preparing to build a defense paraphernalia, just in case. After all, this was a chaotic world, and he wasn't able to fight like Dian Wei, so he had to toss a few small things for defense. The issue of safety was important to him. Shenzhou told them all the things that needed to be built, and then the usage of the coal, also told those skilled craftsmen, the next step was to wait. As long as the technology was there, I believe they would not let Shenzhou down. Don't worry sir, we know what to do. Cao Ang replied with a full mouth. Shenzhou left this camp and went home to organize the things he bought back today. Time passed quickly. Without realizing it, it came to the day before the new year. Shenzhou went outside and bought some mutton back, and some dog meat, and bought things like honey and pepper at a high price to make a dip, and then made a barbecue. Things like wine, of course, could not be missing. Although Cao Cao had long ago ordered that no more wine was allowed to be brewed, those merchants hadn't cleared out their stocks yet. As long as one had the money, one could still buy it. Now that it wasn't snowing anymore, the snow outside was still there. The weather is still cold. At this time, it was more appropriate to play hot pot or barbecue. Shenzhou did not hit the hot pot, let the people clear the snow on the ground, set up the barbecue, ready to burn in the Three Kingdoms period for the first time to roast, but also invited the old Dian over. Dian Wei understood that there was wine to drink, it was impossible not to come. After Cao Cao banned alcohol, he craved it. He drank almost a jar of wine just after arriving, and drank it with gusto. Duji, it smells so good. Cao Cao came in at just the right time and laughed, I wanted to come and see what else was missing in Watanuki's house, but I didn't realize that Sir was having such a comfortable night, so it turns out that old Deng is here as well. My lord. They got up and said. Sit, no need to be polite. Cao Cao smiled politely. Shenzhou warmed a cup of wine for Cao Cao and handed over the roasted lamb, smiling, my lord this is called barbecue, dipping it in those dipping sauces and eating it with a little wine, it's very restful. Peaceful indeed, the flavor is not bad. Cao Cao took a taste and laughed, I came uninvited, everything is enough to eat, right? Shenzhou said, it's enough, lord can let go and eat. Dian Wei looked at those wine altars with bated breath and asked, my lord, can I have some more wine? Ha ha. Feel free to drink. Cao Cao granted, tonight is an exception. Dian Wei happily said, many thanks, lord. Since this was the case, he wasn't polite. Drinking was the same as drinking water, and after finishing another altar in 3 or 2 tries and eating some roasted meat, he didn't feel his stomach rise at all. Lord Gong came to find me, I don't think it's as simple as wanting to have a roasted meat meal with me, right? Shenzhou could see Cao Cao's mind, coming at this time, there must be another request. Cao Cao laughed, the one who knows me is Duoji. I do have something to come for, and our food, again, is running low. Running out of food that quickly? Shenzhou asked in surprise. The grain that was bought back needs to be distributed to the entire Yanzhou people who are short of food, the distribution is huge. Those grain merchants know that I have money, and took the opportunity to raise the price of grain, the money that Duji dug back was not able to buy much grain, and now that it's distributed only to realize that it won't last long, I would like to ask Duji to go digging again. Cao Cao was embarrassed. After all, it was more or less inappropriate to ask Xuzhou to go grave robbing in the middle of the year. Xuzhou thought for a while and asked, with the grain currently on hand, how long can the Lord use it? For consumption by everyone in Yanzhou, about a month. Cao Cao said, that sounds like a lot, but after a month you'll have to starve again. But this snowfall was good, the weather should be good for the coming year, and by the time we can successfully start spring plowing, we won't be short of food again this year. Lord, have someone send some tomes over, I'll see which other king's tomb is nearby. Xuzhou agreed in one bite and continued, but I have another idea, Lord Gong, within this month, regardless of raising the price of grain, the higher the better. Chapter 38, Zhongshan King, you're next. Raising the price of grain, why is that? Cao Cao asked without understanding. Grain prices were already high enough, making it unaffordable for them to buy grain, and if they were raised even higher, it would be even more unaffordable, and digging more royal tombs would be useless. Xuzhou explained, the higher the price of grain, those grain merchants or scholars who have large amounts of grain will release large amounts of grain, and even lure grain merchants from outside the country to send grain to Puyuan, all wanting to sell it to us, but with the price of grain being so high, after their grain is shipped, can they sell it? Definitely can't be sold. Even Dian Wei could think of the relationship. Xuzhou added, not being able to sell the grain does not affect the local merchants much, but what about the foreign merchants? They brought the grain here and couldn't sell a single bucket, and then they have to ship it back, won't they even lose money on the road tolls? They definitely don't want to lose money, as long as at this time, there is one person who is willing to lower the price, then all the foreign grain merchants will follow suit and lower the price, and the balance of high grain prices will be broken. Now that supply exceeds demand, grain merchants can raise prices as much as they want. But with a large influx of foreign grain merchants, it's an oversupply. Plus the foreign grain merchants, surely they don't want to lose money and go back when they can't earn anything, that's a blood loss. The only way is to reduce the price of selling the price of grain to a level that they can accept and will not lose money, or even have to make a profit, has reached a new balance. Cao Cao mulled over Xuzhou's words, and after figuring out the meaning, his eyes widened in surprise. Good, this is a good tactic by Duji. He had never thought that grain could be played this way. Raising the price of grain, attracting grain merchants from outside the country, those grain coming and not leaving, and digging a few more royal tombs, then they still lacked grain? Thinking of all this, Cao Cao first laughed out loud, then asked with some concern, this practice of Duji is very good, but will it be unethical to implement? Xuzhou said in disbelief, why do we need such high morals in a chaotic world? If we want morality, then the king's tomb cannot be dug. Lord should remember that in the future, to be a traitorous hero, moral standards these can be there but cannot be bound, the most important thing now is to tide over the difficulties. Duji is right, I was overthinking. Cao Cao put all sorts of thoughts aside for the time being and raised a cup of wine. Duji, I'll drink to you. Drink! Seeing that he could drink, Dian Wei also raised his own cup. The three of them drank a cup of wine, and their bodies warmed up as the warm wine went down. The wine of the Three Kingdoms era wasn't very good, but it was better than nothing, and with a couple bites of roasted meat, they didn't know how restful the night would be. Not long after, someone brought back the various ancient books that Xuzhou had asked for. Especially the local history of Yanzhou. They then checked to see which other princes and lords' tombs were within the boundaries of Yanzhou. Duji, is Lu Chang okay? Cao Cao quickly flipped to a name and said, he's the second king of Zhongshan, the son of King Lu Shang, king of Zhongshan Jing, king of Zhongshan Morning. Zhongshan King Jing Lu Shang? As soon as Xuzhou heard this name, he immediately remembered Liu Bei, the descendant of Lu Shang, King Jing of Zhongshan, the metaphysical grandson of Emperor Jing of Han, and did not realize that the royal tomb of Lu Daer's old ancestor would be within the boundaries of Yanzhou, and asked, are you sure that it's really in Yanzhou? He vaguely remembered that the tomb of King Jing of Zhongshan was on the east side of Taihang Mountain. How come when he arrived at the tomb of King Zhongshan Morning, he came so far to Yanzhou? However, after digging up Liu Daer's old ancestor, Xuzhou likewise had no psychological pressure at all. Neither did he believe in any grave robbing that would damage the Yin virtue, just dig and be done with it. It's in Chenlu. Cao Cao affirmed. Xuzhou said, then it's this king of Zhongshan, in a couple days I'll arrange for someone to feel out the exact location of the king of Zhongshan Morning's royal tomb before deciding to make a move to dig. As for how Liu Bei feels? That has nothing to do with them, do what you like. Cao Cao worriedly said, but Duji, if you go digging for the king's mausoleum and people outside know about it, it won't be good for your reputation. Xuzhou laughed and said, as long as I can help my lord pacify the world as soon as possible, making the people of the world live in peace and happiness, stable and rich, What is this bit of cursing? Not to mention that I am originally a silent and nameless person, let others curse me. Du Ji. Cao Cao was in tears. In front of him, there was Cheng Yu, who went so far as to cut up human flesh in order to help him pacify the world, and after that, there was Xuzhou, who went grave robbing in spite of the curses. Cao Cao was secretly thinking that if he could take over the world, he would definitely not treat Xuzhou poorly and could share the world with him. If Xuzhou could read his mind at this moment, he would be so scared that he would just run away. What sharing the world is just a trick of the tongue. After determining that the next unlucky person was the king of Zhongshan, Xuzhou and the others continued to eat and drink, and the night before the new year passed by. The next morning, Xuzhou got up and stretched. Today he didn't want to do anything, he was also too lazy to visit anyone, directly lying at home. Such a trip is 2 days, and then go out to inquire about the situation outside. The first news he got is that the price of grain began to skyrocket, rose super crazy. A duku of grain rose to more than $700. To know that in the premise of the economic system is normal, a duku of grain also only need more than $200. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, 1 dendro was equal to 1 stone, Shuawen Jiezi, dendro, 10 buckets also. Although it was said to be more than $200, basically no copper was collected. Only gold and jewelry, as well as silk and cloth, were collected. The rise in grain prices is completely insane, but it's still only the early stages, and there's no telling how far it will go in the later stages. Boss Chao's movements are a bit fast. Xuzhou muttered to himself, but even if there is no deliberate attempt to raise the price of grain, rising to this price is something that will happen sooner or later, and it will continue to rise next, and it is also necessary to publicize the price of grain here, so that other foreign grain merchants will have to know about it as well. The higher it rises now, the future grain merchants, the sadder it will be. After tossing over this event of the lack of grain, it was almost time to go and welcome the return of the Son of Heaven to the east. Xuzhou thought in his heart and took a general look around the city, so he went out of the city to that camp of Cao Ang. Sir. Cao Ang knew that he was preparing to go grave robbing again and had been busy in the camp recently. Seeing Xuzhou walking, he said, "The flying tiger claws and so on that Mr. asked for, it's still easy to build, but the Vajra umbrella is a bit of a pain in the ass and will need to wait a few more days." Xuzhou said, "It's fine, we still have time. Where are the small objects I asked you to build?" "It's still being polished." Cao Ang took out a small iron pillar and something shaped like a drill. Someone used the drill and drilled holes in the iron pillar. Building is built, but it's hard to drill a hole out. Cao Ang explained. Xuzhou wanted seamless steel pipes. There was no manufacturing technology here, so he could only use the simplest way, which was drilling. But with two materials that were similar in material and hardness, it was difficult for the drill to drill through the steel pipe. Xuzhou looked at it for a while and wasn't in a hurry to get it, saying, "You guys take your time to help me polish it. In addition to packing it up, when the adamantine umbrella is built, we'll go and dig up King Zhongshan's royal mausoleum." Chapter 39, Ancient Grave Mechanisms. The Vajra umbrella was finally created. Xuzhou was no longer ambiguous and brought along the team of the gold-touching captains and the Fashu Zhonglong general and left Puyang, heading towards Chenlu. This time, Cao Ang did not come along with the tomb raiding operation. The 250 people were led by Dianwei, who followed Xuzhou, and soon came to a place outside of Chenlu, more than 30 miles to the southwest, where there was a group of mountains, which were not very high. Zhongshan Morning King's tomb was in the middle of it. Before he set off, Xuzhou had sent people here to check it out. "Have you found the entrance to the tomb door of the king's tomb?" Xuzhou had just arrived at the bottom of the mountain and asked Dianwei. "Found it." Dianwei nodded. The people who had come ahead to investigate had already mapped out the place and they came together to the other side of the mountain. At this time, it was no longer snowing and the snow had almost melted, making it easier to find the entrance to the tomb door, and the person in charge had even made a mark here. "Our people have checked, this place is almost 10 miles away from the nearest village, the nearby fields have long been abandoned, not to mention the night, even during the day no one comes, so we can dig the tomb without worry." Dianwei added. Xuzhou brought a Luoyang shovel and poked it hard in the direction of the tomb door. Repeatedly several times, a small hole was dug out that went deep inside. Soon, the Luoyang shovel touched the hard tomb door and made a crisp collision sound. Probably judging that the soil covering the front of the tomb door was not thick, there was no need to rush to dig yet. "We'll do it again tonight, now all rest and recover our strength," Xuzhou ordered and said. More than 200 soldiers, all sat down to rest and recuperate, waiting to carry the belongings inside this evening. "Sir, why does it have to be at night?" Dianwei asked in disbelief. "Wouldn't it be better to dig the tomb during the day?" Xuzhou explained, "For one thing, it's hidden at night, not easy to be found by others. Secondly, doing it at night makes it easy to communicate with the tomb owner. People light candles, ghosts blow out lights. If you can't communicate in the daytime, the tomb owner will blow out the lights directly, only at night will it work. This one sentence of casual flippant words immediately made Dian Wei and other more than 200 people, and again feel the gusty wind. Even in broad daylight, a gloomy wind blew. Especially the 50 soldiers who had seen the ghost-blowing lamp once seemed to believe that there really were ghosts. They didn't care if the gentleman was right or not, as long as they felt that what he said made sense. Soon, night fell. The soldiers got their hands on the excavation. The tomb door soon appeared in front of them, and then pried it open by means of an iron bar, and an odor of corruption came straight out from inside. They didn't go in right away, waiting for the air to circulate inside before acting. "Sir, what do you think of this king of Zhongshan mourning, compared to King Liang Xiaowang's royal tomb?" Dian Wei rubbed his hands together expectantly. The Western Han dynasty had the pushing grace order. The weight of King Zhongshan mourning was already not as high as King Zhongshan Jing's, so it could be said that the grade of this tomb was not as good as King Zhongshan Jing's or King Liang Xiaowang's. But the family of King Jing of Zhongshan had a very fine tradition of being super capable of giving birth. According to incomplete statistics, the great stallion Lu Shang's sons and daughters add up to more than 200 people. Zhongshan King Lu Chang, although not as powerful as Lu Shang, but half of the powerful, has been very good. So many children at the time of the burial, each person casually put some burial goods down, the number of already very large. Lu Chang's children is only the third generation. Push the order has not cut them too much, those children still have money. As for now, under the effect of the push-in order, Liu Bei, after this king of Zhongshan Jing, can only sell straw shoes. Then the king of Zhongshan Jing's mausoleum, inside the property is more. It is said that even the gold-stranded jade clothes have. Xuzhou do not know how much this greedy, but unfortunately the distance is too far. The future has the opportunity to be sure to go to dig up. Based on these judgments, Xuzhou said, it may be richer than the Liang Xiaowang tomb. When they heard this, they got excited again and forgot about the ghost-blowing lamp. This time the wait was even longer. About an hour passed. Xuzhou had people put the chickens they brought in and waited for a long time again, dragging the chickens out. They were still alive and kicking. "Do it," Xuzhou said, "this time I will personally go down to the grave. You guys listen to my orders." Not going down to the tomb personally was not an option, because this Zhongshan mourning king's tomb, it was not known what kind of mechanism was inside, and unlike the Liang Xiaowang tomb, Xuzhou was not clear about the structure of it, so he had to be careful, or else more than 200 people might stay inside. "Give me the Vajra umbrella," Xuzhou added. One by one, the torches were quickly lit, and Dian Wei personally escorted Xuzhou inside. This king's mausoleum was situated on the eastern side of the mountain range. After entering the door of the tomb, the first thing to be seen was the north and south ear chambers. The ear chambers were generally used as warehouses. Going in and taking a look inside, there were some paintings and drawings, weapons, and so on, which were things that Lu Chang had liked during his lifetime, buried underground for so many years. They had long since decayed. There are also some jewelry we'll take away later. Continuing deeper inside, through the well tunnel, is the middle room. Here there is also a stone door. "Pry it open, Vajra umbrella ready," Xuzhou said, and took out the adamantine umbrella and threw it to a soldier for defense. Immediately, there were a few soldiers, holding iron rods and stepping forward. They had just pried the stone door open when suddenly there was an ear-piercing sound of breaking air. The soldier holding the adamantine umbrella opened the umbrella as soon as he saw it. Clang! Crisp counting sounds rang out, and the arrows that shot out from beside the stone door were blocked down by the adamantine umbrella. Nonetheless, the crowd was still shocked into a cold sweat. Fortunately, luckily, he was well prepared, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Not knowing whether the organs here were in disrepair or something else, no arrows were soon shot out. "Continue," Xuzhou said. He then wondered if he should train a group of careful people in the future to specialize in dealing with the organs inside the tomb passage. This seemed like it could be there, and he would arrange it when he went back after digging this place. When the air circulation behind the tomb door was finished and the chickens were let in to test it out, they entered the middle chamber and broke some more organs, such as arrows and traps, but most of the organs were in disrepair and couldn't exert much power, so that was it. The middle room was a simulation of the tomb owner's room during his lifetime, and there was not only the tomb owner's coffin here, but also various beds, tables, lamps and candles, and other things. "Light the candles," Xuzhou said. Dian Wei had long been ready and lit the candles in the southeast corner of the center room. Seeing that the candles were burning normally and there were no ghosts blowing lights, the crowd was slightly relieved. Xuzhou looked at the coffins in the center room for a while. The first time he went to the tomb and the first time he saw this kind of thing, it was inevitable that he was a bit scared. The first time was like this. If he came a few more times in the future, he wouldn't be afraid, and he quickly overcame it. You guys split up, head to the back room, look for those belongings, be sure to pay attention to the organs. Chen Zhou commanded. Yes. Everyone was careful. They raised their torches and carefully felt their way inside, fearing that there would be another organ. Dianwei even arranged for someone to be in charge of keeping a special eye on the candles in the southeast corner, so that as long as they went out, they could immediately react and turn around to run outside. The tomb raiding went smoothly. Sir, there is a discovery. I saw a lot of gold in the back room, and jewelry. After a short while, someone immediately ran out and said excitedly, "Go in and take a look." This was Qin Zhou's first time in the tomb, so of course he didn't want to miss the back room. Chapter 40 Liu Bei's Unease. At this time, Liu Bei, who took over Tao Qian's Xuzhou, was in Shopee. That night, Liu Bei looked at the intelligence sent from outside. Cao Cao was no longer attacking Xuzhou, instead he took Yuzhou first. He's moving really fast. As he said this, he wondered, how could Cao Cao's development be so fast? Just a short while ago, Cao Cao was still Yuan Shao's little old brother, helping Yuan Shao guard the southern part of the Yellow River and defend against Yuan Shu, who was in Huainan, making it easier for Yuan Shao to continue his war with Gongsunzan. But not long after that, Cao Cao had a tendency to be able to break away from Yuan Shao and even occupied 2 states. In fact, before Liu Bei went to save Kong Rong, he was a minister in Pingyuan, Gongsunzan's little brother, helping Gongsunzan fend off Yuan Shao in Pingyuan, but he didn't want to be someone else's little brother, and wanted to break away from Gongsunzan and do something big on his own, so when Kong Rong asked for help, he didn't hesitate to take the opportunity to leave Pingyuan. After many more times of bouncing around, he came to Xuzhou. It was not easy to take over Xuzhou and have his own territory, but the good times didn't last long when Shen Gong came in with Lu Bu. On the surface, Liu Bei is trusting Lu Bu, willing to give Shao Pei to Lu Bu stationed. In fact, Lu Bu was very scrupulous, all sorts of caution, but also prevented carefully, for fear that Lu Bu fight over, and Shen Gong auxiliary, they are not rivals. Around Xuzhou, I can't seem to beat anyone. Liu Bei realized that at this time, he became the softest persimmon. He might not be able to beat Lu Bu, not to mention Yuan, as for Cao Cao had rubbed him on the ground, and if it wasn't for Zhang Miao's rebellion, it was still a question of whether or not Xuzhou could be defended. His situation in Xuzhou was actually quite awkward, with a feeling that Xuzhou would be taken away by someone else at any time. Xian Da. Jian Yang is Liu Bei's fellow countryman. When he was young, he ran around with Liu Bei, and now he has become Liu Bei's strategist. But this schemer, the ability is not good. Cao Cao has collected 300,000 Yellow Turban descended soldiers. Those people seem to be a rabble, but they are a solid force. As long as they can stabilize the descended soldiers, anything is possible. He was able to develop so quickly precisely from that group of descended soldiers. In addition, Cao Cao's ability really isn't weak. Jian Yang analyzed. Even if Cao Cao was weak, he was still stronger than Liu Bei. This was something that Jian Yang did not say out loud. After all, it was embarrassing to say out loud. What does Xian He think I should do? Liu Bei asked. Jian Yang said, first stabilize Xuzhou, but Xuzhou is a place of 4 battles, it's not easy to stabilize it. The Lu Bu on our side alone is already troublesome. Without leveling Lu Bu, they had no confidence. But to level and not win. Lu Bu's strength is fierce, the parallel state wolf riders are like wolves and tigers, and there is Chen Gong to assist. Back in the day, outside of the Tiger Prison Pass, the 3 of them brothers could barely repel Lu Bu, but that was a fighting general, and it is not possible to fight like that in a real fight. Liu Bei did not have the confidence that he could hold back the onslaught of the parallel state wolf riders. Alas! Liu Bei sighed helplessly, thinking about what he should do to have a piece of land that truly belongs to him, and said, I'm still a little unsure in my heart today. I always feel like something is going to happen. It seems like it's still related to my ancestor. Why does Xian He think this is? Jian Yang shook his head and said, I don't understand this. Liu Bei waved his hand and said, forget it, maybe I'm thinking too much. Xian He, go back to rest first. Sending Jian Yang away, he too had to rest. However, just after entering his dreamland, Liu Bei was surprised to find that he dreamt of Lu Chang, the king of Zhongshan morning, and woke up in the middle of the dream in a state of shock, yet he could not remember what he had dreamt about. After daybreak, Chen Zhou and the others finished loading the carts of jewelry. As for the entrance to the tomb door, it was quickly closed. Sir was right, this King Zhongshan's royal tomb is even richer than King Liangzhao's. Looking at the 163 carts of belongings around him, Dianwei said with a big smile of excitement. Bringing these things back, the military expenses were there, the food was there, and he could fight however he wanted to next. The tomb of the king of Zhongshan was indeed very rich. Xuzhou was getting more and more interested in King Jing of Zhongshan. As for what Liu Daer thinks, he is too lazy to care, dig it first. But now was not the time, the east side of Taihang Mountain was not their territory yet. Send these belongings back, there should be no need to raid the tomb for a long time, let's go. Xuzhou said. They, the tomb raiding squad, went back to Puyang in high spirits. A few days later. Inside Puyang City. Xuzhou returned with a full load and Cao Cao led the crowd to greet him. Seeing more than 100 carts of belongings, they lamented that the food was available again and hurriedly transported it inside the storehouse. May I ask you all, how are the grain prices in Yanzhou now? Xuzhou asked. Guijia first said, 1 ducat of grain rose to over $2,000, but there is no stopping. The price of grain in the morning compared to the price of grain in the afternoon is completely different again. It went up really fast. In the morning it might be $2,000, in the afternoon it might be $2,100. In addition, grain merchants from outside the country have started to come to our Yanzhou one after another. Zhang Miao added, the number coming is increasing, Duji's plan is really feasible, it's just that in doing so, we will offend quite a few people. Opera Zhang said, we have soldiers and food, what are we afraid of offending? Xuzhou agreed, Jikai said it very well, sell grain and buy grain, you and I are willing to do so, who cares if we will offend people? There is also the matter of the Son of Heaven, please continue to pay attention to it, before long, their conflicts are getting more and more acute, soon someone will come to contact the Lord. Don't worry Duji, I will. Cao Cao affirmed. Next, Xuzhou went home and could finally rest comfortably. Cao Cao and the others continued to manipulate the price of grain, driving it up faster and faster. Several more days passed, and more grain merchants caught wind of the situation and gathered in Puyang after the benefits, and the various guest houses in the city were filled with foreign grain merchants. They knew that Cao Cao was now rich enough to buy grain in large quantities, and had a keen sense of smell for making a lot of money. Cao Cao also cooperated, waiting until Xuzhou brought the money back, and then first buying a batch of grain that cost over 3,000 cents a dram as a way to stabilize those grain merchants and attract more grain in. Seeing that Cao Cao would actually buy grain, the grain merchants became even more excited. After the news continued to spread, another batch of grain merchants came in. All of them were merchants underneath the lineage families, selling grain from the lineage families. Inside the families and clans, they had piles of grain that they couldn't even finish eating, and they weren't even willing to take it out to provide relief to the people even after it had been put away to grow worms, but if it could be used to exchange it for money, it would have a different significance. Relief is selfless, exchanging money can be profitable. Lord, the foreign grain merchants that are coming, are getting more and more, a large amount of grain is hoarded in our Puyang city, if we can take all of them, we may not be short of food for the next 2 years. Sun Yu said, the current price of grain, elevated to over 5,000 cents a dram, do we need to continue to raise it? Cao Cao wasn't very good at economic warfare, and couldn't decide if he should continue to raise it, or if it could be stopped, but in the end of his consideration, he said, let's ask Duji, and see what Duji's thoughts are. Chapter 41 Price Wars. We can stop the price increase, but those grain merchants still want to raise the price conversation, whatever they want. Xuzhou saw Cao Cao arrive and understood where they were coming from and said, next we'll wait for those grain merchants to toss around on their own, Lord cooperate, buy some grain at random but not a lot of it, let them get excited for a while, how excited they are now, how desperate they'll be by the time they get there. Cao Cao took it all down and asked, when will we be able to lower the price? Xuzhou considered for a moment and said, you guys keep an eye on the foreign grain merchants, as long as you find that negative emotions have arisen amongst them and they feel anxious, then you can operate a price reduction. I understand. Sun Yu said, they feel anxious because they understand that the price of grain has been raised too high, and they are starting to worry that they won't be able to sell it, and that they will end up having to transport the grain back, and as long as one of them is willing to lower the price, the others will follow one after another. This is called a price war. Xuzhou said, anything that rises to a certain level will fall, what goes around comes around is the truth. Thank you for Duoji's guidance. Cao Cao knew what he should do, and after saying goodbye to Xuzhou, he would go back to arranging the grain prices. From now on, Cao Cao stopped raising grain prices. But those grain merchants, fearing that the price isn't high enough, are excited to raise the price as high as they can. They don't understand the laws of economics at all. They thought the higher the price, the better for them. A few more days passed, and by this time, Cao Cao was no longer cooperating with those grain merchants to raise prices, nor was he buying any more grain. Panic began to set in among those foreign grain merchants. They began to worry about not being able to sell their grain. finally realized that the price of grain is not as high as it is. Sometimes it is so high that Cao Cao can't afford to buy their grain even if he starves to death, and even if he is willing to buy, there are not many of them, which means that a lot of grain merchants have to go back how they came, and how they came back. Even if they can't make any money, the most important thing is that they even have to lose money on the shipping costs. Grain in transit, there must be loss, now even the loss cannot earn back. This trip to Puyang is a blood loss. Shenzhou's comment about being anxious and generating negative emotions was how it appeared. Cao Cao has been letting people keep an eye on those foreign grain merchants that at this time meets the conditions for a price reduction, said, grain merchants are anxious and anxious, you can reduce the price, boning your side of the arrangement how? Full favor Manchu Boning said, everything is ready to lower the price. Pass on my orders, from now on, depress grain prices. Below Cao Cao, there were also a few grain merchants that began to take action to depress grain prices. Prices have been lowered, a grain merchant has lowered prices. At this time, a piece of news spread quickly amongst the grain merchants. The price of grain, now, had risen to more than 5,000 cents a ducat, but one of the grain merchants had lowered the price to about 4,500 cents. This grain merchant was arranged by Cao Cao, and not long after he lowered the price, Cao Cao stepped in and bought all of this merchant's grain, a move that instantly gave the other grain merchants hope. The price of grain was too high, and if you couldn't sell it, you were going to lose money. But when the price of grain drops, and Cao Cao immediately steps in to buy it, then the price will drop, and as long as you don't have to go back at a loss, everything is still negotiable. So then, other grain merchants began to follow the trend of price reductions. First someone lowered it to $4,400, and soon someone else lowered it to $4,300. It was as if the price reduction also formed a kind of comparison. Lest I don't lower the price fast enough and someone else gets ahead of me, Cao Cao bought someone else's grain. The trend of price reductions swept across Puyang. It took less than 3 days for the price of grain to drop to more than 2,000 cents a dram, and compared to the previous price of more than 5,000 cents, the price was directly slashed. But Cao Cao did not make another move. After all, the current price is still very expensive, just put the price reduction trend, roll up again. At this time, Cao Cao invited Shenzhou to his residence. Cao Ang sat on the sidelines to listen and learn. To what extent does Duji think that prices have fallen to, so that we can go out and buy grain in large quantities? Cao Cao asked. Shenzhou said, between $400 and $700, I think $500 or $600 would be the most appropriate, allowing the grain merchants to make some money without having to lose too much, without making them too resentful. Cao Ang asked without understanding, isn't it better to keep the grain price as low as possible? Shenzhou explained, of course not. If it is too low, they would rather lose money than sell to us. Some extreme ones, even used to fill the moat, may not be willing to sell at too low a price. After all, if it is pressed too low, they will easily turn against the Lord. Pressing it down to a reasonable range, where everyone is mutually beneficial would be best. Grain merchants wouldn't go home at a loss, and they wouldn't have to spend too much money on grain. A reasonable price was necessary. I've come to my senses. Cao Cao nodded, with the current grain prices, there's no need for me to personally press them, those grain merchants themselves are vying to be the first to lower the price. Shenzhou said, they are all afraid that they will lose money and not be able to sell their grain, we should continue to wait and see, Lord need not be anxious. By the way, what about the situation around the Son of Heaven? When the Son of Heaven arrived in Hedong, the grain was almost exhausted, the harem is feeding on jujube vegetables, if it wasn't for Zhang Yang coming from the Wild King to greet him, they could have been cannibalizing people like Zhangde. Cao Cao kept his eyes on the situation around the Son of Heaven and added, Dong Cheng and Zhang Yang were adamant about escorting the Son of Heaven to Luoyang, but Jiang Feng and Li Lu suddenly reversed course. The people around the Son of Heaven were suspicious of each other. Zhang Yang was forced to go back to the Wild King. Han Siam led his troops in an attack on Dong Cheng, and Dong Cheng had to run off to join Yang Feng. It was getting more and more chaotic, and the conflicts were getting more and more acute. After Shenzhou heard the recent situation of the Son of Heaven, he laughed and said, after some time, Yang Feng and Dong Cheng will fight their way back to the Son of Heaven, and then the Son of Heaven will only be able to reconcile the relationship between Han Siam and Dong Cheng, and by this time, Dong Cheng will begin to secretly request the vassals to work for the king, and will invite his lordship to go and save the Son of Heaven. What was waiting now was for Dong Cheng and the others to take the initiative. Whoever took the initiative would be passive. Cao Cao took the initiative at the end of last year, so Cao Hong didn't even have a chance to speak at the side of the Son of Heaven. My lord can maintain contact with Dong Zhao, and when the time comes, let Dong Zhao help us convince Yang Feng in Liang County, and our army, we will be able to go to meet the Son of Heaven without any problems, and take the Son of Heaven back to Su County. Shenzhou added. That's right. Cao Cao considered for a long time and agreed, if Yangfeng in Liang County wants to intercept us, it's completely possible to do so, and in addition, Yangfeng, Han Siam, and the others disagree with each other, so perhaps we can also use Yangfeng to hold them back. Xuzhou said, our next step, we still need to wait, haste will not curry favor. I understand, and I also believe in Duji. Cao Cao said solemnly. Again, with Zhou's control and judgment of the situation around the Son of Heaven, they were winning, as if the Son of Heaven was already in the bag. There was no escaping the Son of Heaven. Chapter 42, The Hegemony Can Be Accomplished. Grain merchants from outside the country who entered Puyang were mainly dominated by two parties. One is the Mo family in Xuzhou. Mo Zhu is a super tycoon and would never let go of this opportunity to make a lot of money. He also has a lot of grain stored in Xuzhou, so he changed his identity and brought a lot of grain to Puyang, ready to sell it to Cao Cao at a high price. Cao Cao slaughtered Xuzhou, although there is hatred between them. But in the face of absolute profit, hatred can be temporarily put aside. They only wanted to make money. The other aspect comes from the major families of Jingzhou. They occupy the land of Gingshu, with large plains and abundant water resources, which are very suitable for agricultural development. Those families had countless fields under their names, and they simply couldn't finish their grain stocks. Their stock of grain was getting moldy from sitting around, and they couldn't use it all up. Now that they had a chance to sell their grain and make a lot of money, they all wanted to exchange their grain for things such as gold and jewelry. After all, these couldn't be put away for long. In addition to these two areas, there are some other families from other areas, but the amount of grain shipped in is not a lot. The grain that comes to Puyang is getting more and more. But the price of grain now, it's getting lower and lower. Ma Zhu personally came to Puyang, and they all changed their identities to come, and nothing was discovered. Cao Cao also didn't bother to check what the grain merchants who came were from and what their identities were. As long as they were willing to send the grain, that was enough. Elkfang said, Big brother, the current price of grain, far from being as high as we expected, has fallen to 1,800 cents a duku. Mo Zhu said calmly, according to my speculation, grain prices will continue to fall. In fact, we have all been deceived by Cao Cao. Cheated? Mo Fong was puzzled. Mo Zhu said, behind Cao Cao, there must be an expert to guide us, or an expert who knows how to do business, first deliberately raising the price of grain to trick us to come here, and then after more and more grain arrives in Puyang, since the price of grain is too high it will not be able to be sold out, and at this time as long as there is a person who lowers the price, then all of our grain can only all be lowered in price. Mo Fong finally understood what was going on and said in shock, that is to say, after the grain prices plummet, our grain will either be sent back at our own loss or sold at the declining price. Cao Cao is intentionally gathering all of the grain from outside of Yanzhou, and then suppressing the price to buy it? That's right. Mo Zhu nodded, we were impulsive and fell for Cao Cao's plan, but Cao Cao's plan is really good. Mo Fong said, then he's not afraid of offending a lot of people? Ma Zhu shook his head and laughed, to this extent, he's still afraid of offending people? From now on, we continue to wait for the price of grain to fall. When it falls to around 600 cents, sell in large quantities, we won't lose money at this price. If it goes any lower, we will definitely lose money. Not only Ma Zhu, but all the other grain merchants, the price they could afford was also around 600 cents. Too high and Cao Cao didn't want to buy, too low and they didn't want to sell. Ma Zhu admired the person who had created this plan for Cao Cao, and even wanted to meet him. At the same time, those grain merchants who had brought large amounts of grain to Puyang were talking about the price of grain. There was a lot of grain and the grain prices were high, and they were panicking because they couldn't sell it. Now that the price of grain was low, they were upset because they couldn't make a lot of money. But they could all guess that raising grain prices was Cao Cao's tactic, and had no choice but to accept it. Many foreign grain merchants think similarly to Ma Zhu, who do not want to lose money back, as long as they come to a price they can afford, or willing to sell. Time is fast, another 2 days. Grain prices change a lot, the morning and afternoon are completely different. 1 hour a small drop. After 2 days of falling, the grain price finally reached around $600. Cao Cao followed Zhou's instructions and knew that it was almost time to purchase, so he ate a large amount of all the grain that was sent to Yanzhou. The possessions that he had gotten from digging up the king of Zhongshan were moved out by the crate. The grain that was exchanged was pulled back again by the truckload. Manchu Favorable and the others were incredibly busy. Cao Cao put this matter, handed over to Manchu full responsibility, and then went to find Xuzhou contact feelings. They together out of the door, came to the street outside, saw the various grain merchants busy to give grain to collect money, Puyang's people busy to pull grain back. The streets are almost filled with these people. Even some foreign grain merchants, because they could not earn the big money they wanted, cried and cried, feeling that $600 was still a loss, and tearfully sold their grain. The local grain merchants didn't have the loss in freight, but they weren't much better. Because at the time of the price hike, some of the local grain merchants had purchased large quantities of grain from foreign grain merchants in preparation for selling it to Cao Cao at the highest possible level, and now that they had lost so much money, they climbed up on the city walls and wanted to jump off the building. It's like stocks getting trapped and having to go up to the rooftop to blow off steam. But a single grain price reveals a lot about human nature. Cao Cao stood at the bottom of the city walls and saw that above the city walls, a few people from the local Yanzhou families were crying and wailing about wanting justice or something. He was aware that these people wanted to make their own money, waiting for a high position to sell their grain. Such people were not worthy of sympathy. Xuzhou raised his head to look towards the city tower and shook his head and laughed. Lord thinks that they really want to jump down? It's just a way to die and coerce the Lord to buy grain at a high price to make up for their losses. Cao Cao nodded his head and said, Duji is right, come on, remove all those who are persuading and saving them, remove all the cushions under the city tower, I want to see if they want to jump. The soldiers on the citadel all retreated after receiving the order. Those worldly families who were ready to jump continued to cry, but when they cried until the end, they realized that no one gave a damn about them, and cursing, they all left. Sure enough, Duji was right. Cao Cao took one look and laughed. People are all afraid for their lives, especially those of the lineage. Xuzhou smiled slightly with it and added, after taking this grain, Lord should not be short of food for the next 2 or 3 years, right? Cao Cao said, if it's just for consumption in the army, there won't be a shortage for the next 3 years or so, but right now it's going to take up to a year to sustain the people of Yanzhou as a whole, but fortunately after spring, the weather is finally improving and we'll be able to have a harvest this year, so there won't be a problem for a while after we get through it. In ancient times, farming was entirely dependent on the weather. If it didn't rain, it was useless to plant more fields. Xuzhou could feel the helplessness of the ancients, but there was no way to change anything for them inside. It seems that the heavens are also helping Lord. If the heavens were helping me, they wouldn't have made it so difficult for me. Cao Cao let out a bitter laugh and continued, but Duji helped me, that's true, by the way Duji is free tomorrow right? You're a credit to us, I'd like to invite you home for a seat as a celebration banquet for you. He looked at Xuzhou with an expectant face. My lord invited me, even if I am not free, I have to squeeze the time out. Xuzhou agreed with alacrity. I knew that Duji would come. The more Cao Cao had seen Xuzhou's abilities, the more he wanted to draw Xuzhou to his side. With Xuzhou's assistance, the hegemony could be accomplished. Chapter 43, You're not too young to get married. The incident of the grain price is still going on. Grain merchants who sold their grain left Puyang with reluctance. Grain merchants who haven't sold their grain yet, even if they're not willing, are still waiting to sell, not wanting to suffer a bloody loss, and in the end, they can't even earn the traveling expenses. Manchao and the others didn't know how excited they were. In fact, the people of the whole city were excited. Even though Cao Cao had offended many of the big families, the people of Yanzhou were already singing Cao Cao's praises, treating him as a savior, and it could be said that he had won the hearts and minds of the people. After all, the grain that was bought back would eventually be distributed to relieve the people. Xuzhou left the house at noon, and as he passed through the streets, he could hear the voices singing Cao Cao's praises, and thought to himself that Boss Cao had not only dipped into the grain merchants' pockets, but had also managed to reap the hearts of the people. All the way to the front door of Chao's house before he saw that Cao Ang was already waiting. Sir has finally come, father and the others are waiting for you. Even though Cao Ang hadn't paid his respects yet, he had already completely treated Xuzhou as a teacher and led the way in front into the hall. Today, this celebration banquet was specially organized for Xuzhou. Sun Yu and the others were all here. Cao Cao was sitting on the main seat waiting, and when he saw them, he said, Duji, quickly take a seat. It's me who has kept you all waiting. Xuzhou bowed and then took his seat. It wasn't a long wait, let's toast Duji first and thank him for helping us solve a big problem. Cao Cao first raised a cup of wine. Xuzhou also raised his glass when he saw this, and after drinking a cup of wine, he said, My lord is polite, I just did what I should have done, I defected to my lord and have not made an inch of merit, but now I finally have something to show for it. Next, as they ate meat and drank wine, they inevitably chatted again about the general situation. Xuzhou responded freely, no matter what he was asked, he was able to answer. When the eating and drinking was almost over, Xuzhou got up embarrassed and had to go to facilitate. Zishu, arrange it. Cao Cao saw Xuzhou leave and immediately gave Cao Ang a look. Cao Ang knew what the arrangement was and, full of anticipation, headed to the back of the council hall. Guijia asked curiously, What is the lord arranging? Ha ha. Cao Cao smiled and said, "It's a good thing, I see that Duji is alone, wouldn't he be bored at home? I want to help Duji arrange a marriage, besides Duji isn't young anymore, it's time to start a family. Only when you have a family and a career do you have attachments." The word attachment seems simple, but many times, it was the fundamental thing that swayed a person. For example, if Xuzhou had attachments, he would be able to stay by his side in a practical manner, and arranging this marriage was one of his means of pulling Xuzhou together. Turning Xuzhou into a family member was to help his own family work. This was also one of his purposes for inviting Xuzhou back today. This is a good thing. Sun Yu nodded. At my age in Duji, the child would be walking, but the marriage arranged by the Lord, could it be Missy? Precisely, Shaner. Cao Cao smiled triumphantly. Cao Shan, Cao Cao's eldest daughter. Also known as the future princess of Qinghe. Eldest brother, this won't do. Xiahou Dun hurriedly said, "What will this make my family Zilin do?" Xiahou Sidonia, the character Zilin. Cao Cao had mentioned to Xiahou Dun a long time ago that he wanted to betroth Cao Shan to Xiahou Sidonia, and now he suddenly changed his mind. Where does this make him lose face? Yuan Jin, don't panic. Cao Cao had long ago thought of a way to deal with this, saying, "Duji is very important to us, and I'm only relieved when we're all family now, so why don't you tell Zilin to wait 2 more years, and then arrange it when my daughter grows up?" Xiahou Dun felt that it was also right, muttered a couple of sentences, no longer have an opinion. Eldest daughter and second daughter, almost the same. He also realized how important Xuzhou was. Congratulations, Lord. Chun Yu laughed, finding a good son-in-law. Good, haha. Cao Cao laughed with great joy. Xuzhou had just come out of the toilet when someone brought a basin of water to wash his hands, and there was even someone who brought a brand new piece of clothing to change him. These were all ancient rules. After doing everything, Xuzhou was about to go back, only to see Cao Ang bringing a wonderful young girl towards him. "Sir," Cao Ang said, "let me introduce you, this is my sister Shaner." Cao Shan was very pretty. Bright-eyed and white-toothed, fairy-like. When she saw Xuzhou, her pretty face slightly reddened before she guffawed. It was now spring, and in the Cao family's yard, there were quite a few flowers quietly opening, but even more beautiful flowers seemed to pale in front of Cao Shan. Xuzhou had never thought that Boss Cao had such a beautiful daughter. He hadn't met Sable Cicada, Zhenmi, and the like, but the Cao Shan in front of him shouldn't be too bad in comparison to them. "Hello?" Xuzhou politely greeted. "Sir, father said to have Shaner accompany you and take a stroll around our backyard." Cao Ang gave Cao Shan a wink as a hint and added, "Then I will leave you guys alone and go back to drinking." After speaking, he turned and ran away, leaving Xuzhou and Cao Shan where they were. At this moment, Cao Shan's pretty face was even redder. Standing in front of Xuzhou, leaving is not, continuing to stand is not, wanting to say a few words, but do not know what can be said, the first time they meet which have a common topic? Lord, this is... Xuzhou understood at a glance what Boss Cao wanted to do. Could the woman in front of him be Cao Cao's eldest daughter, that Princess Qinghe? According to his memories, Princess Qinghe was a remarkable woman. Cao Cao wanted to marry her to Ding Yi, but disliked Ding Yi for being unattractive, and later married Xiahou Sidonia, but Princess Qinghe joined forces with her own brother-in-law to take out Xiahou Sidonia, a ruthless person with a not-so-good reputation in history. However, Xuzhou looked at the current Cao Shan, quiet and gentle, and not like someone who could kill her husband. "Why don't you take me around?" Xuzhou thought for a long time before saying these words. "Yes." Cao Shan stole a glance at Xuzhou. The original owner of this body after Xuzhou crossed over was also very handsome and used to hang out in brothels and was super popular just because of his good looks. Just by taking a look, Cao Shan felt her heartbeat accelerate. It was so much better than that Ding Yi, and better than Xiahou Shuang. "I've heard that Mr. Knowledgeable, is it true?" Cao Shan took the initiative to look for a topic and said, "I have some questions that I would like to ask Mr. Is that okay?" Xuzhou was thinking in his heart, "Don't ask anything too profound or I won't be able to answer," but his mouth said, "Sure. Please speak, Missy." It was only when the banquet was over that Xuzhou parted ways with Cao Shan. Cao Ang escorted Xuzhou out the door, and as he left, he asked with a smile, "Sir, what do you think of Shaner?" "Father intends to betroth Shaner to you, as long as you nod your head once, you can be married soon." In ancient times, it was basically not one's turn to make up one's mind about marriage. Especially for the powerful families, marriage was a tool for the exchange of interests and power. Xuzhou had long since looked down on all this and understood that this was one of Boss Cao's means of pulling himself together, pretending to be embarrassed. This also requires Missy's consent, I'll go back first. Mr. Agreed? Cao Ang was thinking in his heart, immediately go back and tell his father the good news. Zhou couldn't agree even if he wanted to. This face had to be given to Boss Cao, unless he didn't want to be comfortable anymore, not to mention that Cao Shan was also to his liking, not quite like in history. Chapter 44 Greeting the Son of Heaven. Today's matter, for Zhou, was pretty much a blind date. But after the blind date, and after some time, Cao Cao didn't even mention this matter again, and Zhou didn't take the initiative to bring it up, so just let them be. Time quickly came to July. There was news about the Son of Heaven coming back. The Son of Heaven completed his return to the east and returned to Luoyang. However, Han Siam was so proud of his achievements that he did whatever he wanted to do and disturbed the government. Zhang Yang, proud of his achievements, named Lu Xie's palace, the Yang'an Palace. Although they did not fight again and returned to Luoyang, temporarily maintaining stability, but the accumulation of contradictions deeper and deeper, began all kinds of open and secret fights, and was only one lighted fuse away from fighting again, seriously harming the interests of Dongcheng and other ministers. Dongcheng began to secretly invite the lords to come to the king. First, he went to Yuan Shao, but Yuan Shao just sent someone to take a look and left. He didn't give a damn about Dongcheng. In desperation, Dongcheng had to approach Cao Cao. When he saw the letter that Dongcheng had sent, Cao Cao laughed excitedly. Again, let Duji be right, Yuan Shao doesn't want to attend to the king at all, huh? We can continue to have General Zelian go north and keep in contact with Dong Zhao. Gui Jia suggests, according to Duji's plan, it's for Dong Zhao to convince Yang Feng to cooperate with us in Liang County, allowing our army to pass through Liang County and enter Luoyang, paving the way to greet the Son of Heaven. Cao Cao agreed. What Feng Xiao said makes sense. Zelian continue to contact Dong Zhao. Let's gather our generals and prepare to go to the Luoyang, right? This time I also want to invite Duji to go to the Luoyang with me. With Duji by my side to guide me, I can only rest assured. He quickly arranged everything and went to meet Zhou. With regards to following to greet the Son of Heaven, Zhou of course agreed. After 2 more days, they reorganized their army and set off to the north. May I ask Duji, what should we do when we arrive in Luoyang? On the march, Cao Cao asked. Zhou said, is there any recent intelligence around the Son of Heaven? Fetch it. Cao Cao droned. A while later, a piece of intelligence written on cloth and silk was delivered to Zhou. After flipping it over and reading it for a while, Zhou had a rough understanding of the situation around the Son of Heaven, and then analyzed it based on his foreknowledge of history before crossing the border. It's definitely not possible for us to take the Son of Heaven away directly. A full court of ministers, as well as Han Siam and the others, definitely don't agree with it, so we have to think of a way to do it, and the division that I talked to Feng Xiao and the rest of them about before can come in handy at this time. Saying this, he paused briefly, looking at the intelligence at hand, and continued, first, separate the people around the Son of Heaven, such as Han Siam and Zhang Yang, who are disrupting the dynasty's administration, so my lord can petition the Son of Heaven to punish these two, or even have the Son of Heaven kill them. Cao Cao and the others listened and nodded slightly. Although Han Siam and the others had gone too far, it was undeniable that they had not gotten a lot of credit for the Son of Heaven being able to return to Luoyang. After all, they were the ones who had been leading the troops to protect the Son of Heaven. Otherwise, the Son of Heaven would have been captured by Guisi and the others and returned to Chang'an. Now Zhang Yang and Han Siam needed to be driven away from the Son of Heaven. And then? Sun Yu asked. Zhou continued, the Son of Heaven will definitely not be willing to punish them harshly and will only give some painless punishment. In addition, as the Lord led the troops to the king, the Son of Heaven is not good at chilling the Lord's heart, and will surely stabilize the Lord with a reward. In this way, the Lord's name will be available. Gui Jia laughed and said, before this, Lord Gong's Yanzhou pastor was obtained through Yuan Shao, now the name is rightful, and can be separated from Yuan Shao in name. That's right. Cao Cao said. There's more. Zhou continued, at this time, Lord can claim the credit of Dongcheng and the others. Why is that? Cao Ran, who was following beside him, asked without quite understanding. By doing this, Duji is trying to bring Dongcheng and the others to our side. Sun Yu understood Zhou's thoughts as soon as he heard it and helped explain, we first defended Han Siam and the others, and then helped Dongcheng to claim credit for them, so this can further provoke Dongcheng and Han Siam and the others, and by the way, gain the goodwill of the court. This is to prepare for the Son of Heaven's relocation to the capital, isn't it? Zhou laughed, Gongde understands me. But it's not over yet. My lord still needs to kill a few people to establish authority, one to deter the Son of Heaven, and the other to deter the public ministers. He continued, if these are done, then dividing the people around the Son of Heaven is pretty much done. Good. Cao Cao clapped his hands and said. With these 3 plans going down, Cao Cao could hold the entire court. He couldn't help but lament that he was fortunate to be able to get Xuzhou's assistance, and that he had to go back and arrange for Xuzhou and Cao Shan to get married as soon as possible. Couldn't wait any longer. One must turn Xuzhou into one's family. To do that much, the prerequisite is still to convince Yang Feng, who is in Liang County, otherwise once he has stationed an army in Liang County to block it, unless we fight our way in, it will be very troublesome for the king of Qin, and we will even join forces with Han Siam and Zhang Yang to leave us in Hunanin. Xuzhou added, Yang Feng is a person who is good for nothing and has courage but no strategy. Dong Zhao should be able to convince him. If your lord is not assured, you can additionally have someone send some possessions to Yang Feng and deliberately show him favor. As long as we can pass through Liang County, no one will be able to stop us next. Cao Cao pondered for a moment and asked, has Zilian returned? General Zilian returned yesterday. Su Chu said. Cao Cao added, tell Zilian to bring more jewelry, don't be stingy, be generous, and then go see Dong Zhao and meet Yang Feng through Dong Zhao. Su Chu immediately went to Cao Hong. Cao Cao led his army and continued deeper. After traveling for several more days, he finally arrived outside of Liang County. Big brother. Cao Hong galloped back from the direction of Liang County at this time, smiling, it's done. Good. Cao Cao felt steady again. The things that Xuzhou had said were becoming reality one by now. It really was a hegemony that could be accomplished. Even Sun Yu and Gui Jia and the others were looking toward Xuzhou with admiring eyes at this point. Let's pass through Liang County. Cao Cao said first. However, while passing through Liang County, Yang Feng also came out to meet Cao Cao for a moment and then passed through smoothly, and not long afterward, the crowd came to the vicinity of Luoyang. There really was no one else but Cao Cao to attend to the king. Han Siam and the others learned that Cao Cao had been found by Dong Chang, and then seeing that Cao Cao's army was strong and seemed to be not weak, they instantly settled down and didn't dare do anything else. Cao Cao did not enter the city right away, but first stationed himself outside the city to wait for a summons. The day after setting up camp, Dong Chang arrived. He had no soldiers in hand, and after bringing Cao Cao here, he wanted to use Cao Cao's soldiers to help him fight back against Han Siam. Cao Mengda. Dong Chang said politely as he arrived at the camp. Cao Cao bowed and said, greetings, Che Cavalry General. Mengdi need not be polite. Dong Chang laughed, I was ordered by His Majesty to summon Mengdi to meet the Son of Heaven in the palace tomorrow, is Mengdi ready? Cao Cao solemnly said, I'm ready, for the summoning, General Churji can just find someone at random, there's no need to come in person. Seeing Cao Cao's attitude, Dong Chang was satisfied. Together, they were polite for a bit longer before Dong Chang headed back inside the city. Seeing Dong Chang leave, Cao Cao's eyes went cold, and he gave a cold snort in his heart, still not putting this person in his heart. Tomorrow, when he enters the city and meets with the Son of Heaven, it will be time for him to perform. Chapter 45, The Path of the Adversary. Yuan received the news that Cao Cao was raising an army to attend to the king, and his mind became active. At this time, he was already planning to become the emperor, and had long since lost respect for the Han dynasty. So he sent his general, Zhang Nu, to enter Runan and test how Cao Cao's army was moving. The idea of Zhang Nu was very simple. After entering the Runan, ready to first capture the Pingbai, and then into the Yingchuan, then from the Yingchuan north, is the Hanoi. Yuan although he does not want to diligently the king, but can enter the Hanoi, do not mind to the already chaotic side of the Son of the Heaven, to add 2 more fire. As far as Yuan is concerned, the more chaotic the emperor is, the better. It would be best if the Son of Heaven directly died, and he usurped the throne in an open and honorable manner. The idea was certainly good, and Zhang Nu followed this to the letter, entering Runan and preparing to attack Pingji with the fastest speed possible. However, the army led by Zhang Nu had just reached 20 miles outside of Pingbai, when it encountered an attack by Chao's army inside a dense forest. What Tishi's divine plan? The person who was responsible for arranging this attack was none other than Manchu Pening, who saw the generals led by Zhang Nu being knocked around and admired them in his heart. Because Xuzhou had said that Yuan would be restless, and now he was really restless. General Lu, Zhang Nu is in your hands. Man Sung added, also arrange for an army to cut in from the rear and break Jianu's retreat, and see if you can keep this group of Yuan soldiers, all of them, outside of Pingji city. The person in charge of leading the army into battle was none other than Cao Cao's subordinate, Li Jin, who said, good. And so it was that all of Cao Cao's soldiers, who were in ambush, showed up. Led by Lu Jin, they pounced on Jianu. Jianu was so overwhelmed that he gathered his men to protect himself and escaped. Man Chao went back and wrote a letter to Cao Cao and had it sent to Luo Yang to tell him that his rear was fine and he could continue to welcome the Son of Heaven. The next day, Cao Cao takes Shao Dun and Cao Ren, a total of 200 men, into the city, and as far as the eye can see, there are all the dilapidated buildings of Luo Yang, with no dignitaries to be seen in the city, but more people like vagabonds, a far cry from the bustling and prosperous city that was once there. When Dongzhuo took the Son of Heaven hostage, he burned down the city of Luo Yang, including the imperial palace. The city of Luo Yang is already in disrepair, the palace is naturally not good enough, only Lu Xie came back again, the palace is simply repaired, temporarily live in, to fully rebuild the palace, these will be said later. I didn't expect, Luo Yang has become so. Cao Cao lamented. Shao Dun said, not quite understanding, with Luo Yang being like this, why does the Son of Heaven still want to return east by all means? Cao Cao said, the Son of Heaven is returning east to get rid of Guosi and Li Ju, whom the Son of Heaven is terrified of. They all laughed at this statement. It was no secret that the Son of Heaven was as afraid of Guosi and Li Ju as he was of a tiger. As they talked and laughed, they arrived at the palace gates. Cao Cao told them to wait outside and entered the palace alone, and upon arriving at the equally dilapidated hall, he could see some familiar faces, among them Dong Chang, who first came over to greet Cao Cao. The other public ministers focused their eyes on Cao Cao. No one had expected Dong Chang to secretly seek out Cao Cao to attend to the king, and as far as they knew, Cao Cao had even brought a large army to Luo Yang this time around, and a faint threat. Cao Cao's strength had expanded rapidly after he had incorporated the Yellow Turbans. Although his troops were depleted after fighting Xuzhou and fighting Lu Bu and Zhang Miao, the remaining ones were still not to be underestimated. Not long after, Lu Xie finally arrived. When he saw Cao Cao standing in the courtroom, his face did not look good. After more than 300 years of the Han dynasty, it had fallen into such a state of disrepair in his hands, and with all the lords and vassals out there not obeying the orders of the Son of Heaven, Cao Cao was the only one who could come to the king's aid now. But Cao Cao had just arrived and led a large army to press on Luo Yang. Although he is the one who Dongcheng found, who knows if Cao Cao will be like Dongzhuo, Li Ju, and the others. Lu Xie was worried about exactly these. Ministers. Do you have something to enlighten us today? Lu Xie asked these words after thinking for a long time with a complicated mind. Before the other ministers could respond, Cao Cao was the first to step forward and said aloud, I, Cao Cao, pay my respects to your majesty. Lu Xie nodded his head slightly and said, it is kind of Cao Qing to come to the king's service, but does Cao Qing have something to present? Yes. Cao Cao straightened his back and looked towards Han Siam and Zhang Yang next to him as he continued, before I came to Luo Yang, I had heard that Zhang Yang had no eyes for the Son of Heaven and had arrogated to himself the right to name the palace Yang'an Hall. In addition, Han Siam has plagued the imperial government and attacked the Che cavalry general without authorization. These two have the intention of disrupting the Han dynasty. I ask your majesty to take them down in order to correct the law of the land. Upon hearing Cao Cao's words, the public ministers in the hall were in an uproar. Cao Cao was just coming in and about to kill someone. Cao Mengde, what did you say? Han Siam was the first to call out. Zhang Yang said in a cold voice, your majesty knows very well if we have the intention to mess with the Han, but are you, Cao Mengde, leading an army to press on Luo Yang, trying to follow Dongzhuo's example? Your majesty, they have falsely accused me. Cao Cao said firmly, they are unrepentant, please grant death, your majesty. Cao Cheng. Lu Xie frowned. Although the two of them, Han Siam, were in the wrong, but then again, they did have the merit of protecting the emperor. If it wasn't for the two of them, Lu Xie knew that he would never be able to return to Luo Yang, and would have long been caught back by Guosi and the others, saying, this matter. Your majesty. Before Lu Xie finished his speech, Dong Cheng agreed, if Han Siam and Zhang Yang don't die, it's not enough to fulfill the law of the land. In fact, he had long wanted to mess with Han Siam. When he was first attacked by Han Siam, he had to flee to Yang Feng's side. If he hadn't invited Cao Cao to attend to the king, Dong Cheng wouldn't have dared to even step out of his house. Dong Cheng was also a man who held grudges, and now that he thought he could do whatever he wanted with Cao Cao's army backing him up outside, he had to get Han Siam killed. Your majesty, you are aware that I have always been loyal to the great Han. Zhang Yang said in a loud voice, from Chang'an to Luo Yang, I have escorted them all the way, and I have never thought of overstepping my bounds. Han Siam chimed in, so did I. Without me, your majesty would not have been able to return to Luo Yang, so I ask your majesty to be clear about my loyalty. Instead, Cao Cao just arrived and wants to kill my ministers, kill the great Han's meritorious ministers, who on earth is the thief who was messing with the Han? Before Cao Cao could retort, Dong Cheng jumped in and said, does your majesty think that Cao Mengde is a thief who was messing with the Han? Mengdi assassinated Dong Zhuo, sent out a diatribe against Dong Zhuo, and has also conquered the Yellow Turbans. Mengda is the only one willing to come to the king's service under the whole sky. Hearing of Cao Cao's accomplishments, Lu Xia's furrowed brows slightly loosened. Indeed. Cao Cao looked like he was just loyal to the great Han. The assassination of Dong Zhuo alone had proven to be more loyal than the other lords. Even though Dong Chang had secretly attended to the king, he must have sought out quite a few people, and now Cao Cao was the only one willing to come. Lu Xia believed that Cao Cao still had the Han in his heart. Han Siam and Zhang Yang had indeed done wrong and should be punished. But if he didn't punish Zhang and Yang, and ignored Cao Cao's petition, he would chill the hearts of his accomplished officials. Something needed to be done to stabilize Cao Cao and at the same time punish Han Siam and the two for their faults. Your Majesty. Han Siam saw that Lu Xia hesitated and was about to speak. However, Lu Xia interrupted and said, "What Minister Cao said does make sense." Chapter 46 Establishment of Authority. Hearing Lu Xia's words, Han Siam and Zhang Yang knew that Lu Xia wanted to compromise with Cao Cao. They felt a wave of despair and didn't know what to do. Did His Majesty really want to obey Cao Cao and kill himself? But Minister Han and Minister Zhang were meritorious in escorting the emperor, and although they were at fault, their merits can offset their faults, and it would be serious to kill them. Lu Xia's words caused them to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the Son of Heaven does not bestow death. They still have soldiers, all outside of Luoyang. As long as they are not given death, no one can do anything about them after they leave Luoyang, but they still have a few scruples about Cao Cao, and begin to think about if they leave Luoyang and take their soldiers to fight Cao Cao, can they defeat them? Deadly sins can be waived, but living sins are hard to escape. I have decided to cut the posts of Minister Han and Minister Zhang as punishment. Cao Cheng can come to the king's service. I understand your loyalty. When you stabbed Dong to conquer Dong, the merit has not been rewarded accordingly. I have decided to appoint Cao Cheng as the pastor of Yanzhou, general of Anghua, and lieutenant of Sili, with a fake festival. How about Cao Cheng? Lu Xia said and asked Cao Cao. General Anghua, false festival, is Zhang Yang's. Lieutenant of Sili, was Han Siam's. This was a way to deprive the two of them of their positions, add them to Cao Cao, and then make them Yanzhou pastors, both as punishment for Han Siam and the two of them, and at the same time as a way to stabilize Cao Cao. Han Siam and the two of them looked at each other and had nothing to say as long as they weren't given their deaths. They recognized everything else. Dong Chang was disappointed to see that the emperor could not afford to kill Han Siam. However, there should be another chance in the future, and Dong Chang is thinking that he must take revenge for being hunted down by Han Siam in the first place. Han Siam must die. Cao Cao was so excited that his body was trembling slightly. What Xuzhou had analyzed for him yesterday was exactly that. He followed what Xuzhou said and got exactly the same feedback, truly anticipating and calculating everything. A day ahead of time, he was able to calculate clearly what might happen today. Duji, too strong. Cao Cao sighed in his heart, but said with his mouth, "Many thanks, Your Majesty." That's how he was, letting Han Siam and the two of them off the hook, not dwelling on it any further, and just getting the real nominal status. However, after Cao Cao finished, he did not retire. Does Minister Cao still have something else? Lu Xia frowned again. I still have something to report, Dong Chang, Fu Wan, Ding Chong. Cao Cao directly said the names of more than a dozen people, and continued aloud, all of you, ministers, are all ministers of merit. I implore your majesty to reward the ministers of merit by appointing them as lieutenants. Dong Chang and the others were stunned again. They didn't expect Cao Cao to ask for merit for them and help them request a reward. But it was a good thing to be rewarded, don't want it for nothing. Escorting at the side of the Son of Heaven back to Luoyang, they had definitely gotten credit for it, and their impression of Cao Cao was much better. Noticing the look on Dong Chang and the others' faces, Cao Cao was thinking that Xuzhou was right again. As long as he helped them claim credit, he could draw them to his side. At least externally, it would give people the impression that the ministers in the court were all in favor of Cao Cao. Lu Xia thought that this suggestion was right. Rewarding meritorious ministers would gain the support of the public ministers and agreed, I approve. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Dong Chang and the others said in unison. They cast Cao Cao another grateful look. However, Cao Cao wasn't done yet and had to follow Xuzhou's three-step plan. Separating the Son of Heaven and the two of them, Han Siam, and getting a true name, he did. Drawing in Dong Chang and the others, he had also accomplished that. The next step was to establish authority, and there was a third step. Your Majesty, I have something else to report. Hochi, Feng Shua, and Tai Chong have no eyes for the Son of Heaven and have also overstepped the bounds of their authority, so I suggest that these three be executed to get rid of the guilty ministers. Cao Cao said in a loud voice. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the crowd immediately gathered on Cao Cao again. After failing to kill Han Siam and the others the first time, Cao Cao still refused to stop and wanted to kill again? They weren't clear on Zhou's plans for Cao Cao. They only thought that Cao Cao was bound to kill a few people, but to be so insistent on killing, for what? To establish authority. Cao Mengda forced Your Majesty to kill ministers and 3 others. This is the true following offense. Feng Shua retorted, please, Your Majesty, take back all the rewards for Cao Mengda and take down this man. Cao Cheng. Lu Xie glanced at the trio begging for mercy, really not wanting to kill them, and asked, is that really necessary? Cao Cao said with great righteousness, it's not that I must do so, but the law of the land is such that the guilty must be punished, so please, Your Majesty, execute them. Your Majesty, I second the motion. Ding Chong first seconded. Just now, Cao Cao had helped them claim credit, so they had to return the favor. Besides, Tai So and the 3 of them were indeed guilty, and if they were investigated deeply, they could be executed to set the country straight. Cao Cao's suggestion was actually not problematic. I second the motion. I second the motion. The other ministers who had received their marquee, including Dong Chang, also agreed with Cao Cao's suggestion. Cao Cao's eyes narrowed. Today's events were completely within Zhou's expectations. This way, the entire court would be treated as if they were in favor of Cao Cao. Cao Cao wanted to laugh in his heart, but he couldn't do so under these circumstances. I approve. In the face of the public minister's persecution, Lu Xie had to compromise once more and continued, may I ask Minister Cao, what else is there to do? This last sentence, he almost said through clenched teeth. In the face of Cao Cao's advice, he was still able to muddle through as he did with Han Siam's duo, but the fact that the public ministers had expressed their support for Cao Cao made him hardened. Cao Cao must kill to establish his authority. Han Siam and Zhang Yang were the main force Lu Xie used to resist the other lords. They couldn't die, so the only way to do it was to sacrifice the 3 Taisungs. No more. Cao Cao finally retreated. Your Majesty, spare your life. The Ho Chi trio screamed, but they were quickly brought down. Retire from the court. Lu Xie finished angrily, waved his sleeve once, and turned to leave the courtroom. All of them were traitors. He had thought that Cao Cao was different from the other lords, and from that it didn't seem like there was much difference. However, given the situation of the Han dynasty today, Lu Xie feared he would not survive if he did not cater to Cao Cao's words. Go! Dongchang saw the Son of Heaven leave and turned to leave as well. The other public ministers gave Cao Cao one last look, wondering if Dongchang had brought a second Dongzhuo with him. Cao Cao ignored their gazes completely and smiled smugly in his heart as he left this great hall with great strides. All 3 of his plans had been realized, and he was ready to go back to Zhou to discuss what he should do next. Chapter 47, Once I'm gone, you won't live for 3 days. Outside the palace gates. Big brother, how is it going? Cao Ren asked first. Cao Cao laughed out loud and said, I don't even know how to describe Duji's ability, all of it has been implemented according to his 3-step plan, haha. Xiahou Dun also rejoiced at hearing this, then asked, so what do we do next? Cao Cao said, of course is to go back to find Duji. What to do next would also depend on how Zhou's next plan was. They were not ambiguous and immediately left the city and returned to the camp outside the city, gathering the people together and then telling them about the matter. Duji's calculations really won't let us down. Sun Yu exclaimed, all of today is within Watishi's calculations, awesome. Zhou smiled faintly. It wasn't that he was powerful, but killing Tai Son and the others, stripping Han Siam and the others of their authority, as well as giving Dong Chang and the others the title of Liege Marquis, all of which did occur in history, he just had the ability to foresee it in advance. Duji, next, what should we do? Cao Cao asked. Continue to stabilize Young Feng. Zhou thought for a while and said, after Han Siam and the others go back, they will definitely be very unconvinced and will definitely retaliate against the Lord, and with Han Siam and Zhang Yang joining forces, they actually don't have much confidence that they can fight the Lord. Guojia picked up on this and said, what Duji means is that it is possible for them to join forces with Yang Feng, inform him of today's events, and attack in a 3-way pincer attack to cut off our path of retreat? That's right. Zhou nodded, we have to try to stabilize Yang Feng, kill all the people who are going to Yang Feng's barracks, block the news, and don't let Yang Feng know what happened in the court today. Yang Feng didn't have the chance to join forces with Han Siam and the 2 of them, so they wouldn't be caught in a 3-way attack. In the future, it would be less of a problem to take away the Son of Heaven. The Han Siam duo would also not make a move against Cao Cao right away. There was still time to maneuver. Xuzhou continued, taking away the Son of Heaven and relocating the capital will have to be arranged soon. Cao Cao comprehended something and clapped his hands. Duji told me to rope in Dongcheng and the others, and this is the time it will be useful. I'll use today's events to threaten Dongcheng and the others, and then have Dongcheng go and persuade the Son of Heaven to move the capital with me, and I'll hide behind the scenes and manipulate everything. Then outsiders will feel that the pushers of the Son of Heaven's relocation are the public ministers, such as Dongcheng, and not me. Of course. Zhou said. Sun Yu said, the matter of relocating the capital requires a lot of consideration, and it is indeed not suitable for the Lord to personally step in, or else he will be treated as a second Dongjua. Li Dianli Manchang, who was standing on the side, asked, Dongcheng and other public ministers, can help us propose moving the capital? Dongcheng and the others will definitely do so. They attached themselves to the Lord today and killed Han Siam and Tai Song. They are clearly supporting the Lord. Zhou explained, although they have the name of generals, they don't have military power in their hands and must rely on the Lord. If they don't agree and the Lord leaves, Dongcheng and the others will surely be retaliated against by Han Siam and Zhang Yang. I know what I should do. Cao Cao completely understood how the most important steps of this interlocking plan of Zhou's went. Those public ministers were pretty much Zhou's pawns. They were at Zhou's mercy and ended up in Cao Cao's hands. Including the Son of Heaven, who was also under his control. Such a chess player was too strong. However, when we move the capital, let's not immediately say we're moving to Su County. Zhou pondered and added, going directly to Su County is too purposeful. We need to create a false impression and end up having to go to Su County. Cao Cao asked, how do we create an illusion? Zhou added, even if Yang Feng is incompetent, by the time we take the Son of Heaven away, he will surely realize that something is wrong, and in the end, he will surely lead a pursuit with Han Siam and Zhang Yang, and just at this time, force the Son of Heaven to have to go to Su County. At that time, we will not pass through Liang County, bypass Liang County, travel more roads, come out from Chariot's Pass, cross Song Mountain. The obvious destination is Xiangqing, but on the way to Xiangqing we will then make use of Yang Feng and others to bring the Son of Heaven to reroute to Su County. After a pause, he added, as long as Yang Feng's 3 men dare to chase after them, I'm confident that I'll kill them all. Good. Cao Cao completely trusted Zhou, but then asked, why Xiangqing? Xiangqing is close to Nanyang, Jingzhou. Zhou said, if the Son of Heaven has any doubts, Lord tell him that in case Guisi and Li Ju call, even if they are not opponents, they can quickly enter Nanyang through Xiangqing and then go to Xiangyang to seek help from Lu Biao, who, as a Han clan member, will definitely not leave him alone. This is also good. After hearing Zhou's words, Cao Cao was ambitious. As long as he successfully took away the Son of Heaven, he would have taken the first step on the path of the traitor. Early the next morning. There was no court today, but Cao Cao led his troops into the city, and just as he passed through the gates, he met up with Dong Zhao. Lord Cao, I am sincerely defecting. Dong Zhao respectfully says, I can handle everything for Lord Cao, all in Luoyang. Cao Cao asked, really? With all my heart. Since Gongren can come to me, how could I refuse? Cao Cao solemnly said, on Yang Feng's side, we still need to rely on Gongren to stabilize him, and there are some things that I will explain to Gongren later. Dong Zhao seemed to see through something and asked, does Lord Gong want to move the capital? Lord, these 2 words proved Dong Zhao's mind. Dong Zhao's words, however, caused Cao Cao to frown. I can see that Lord Gong doesn't want to simply attend to the king, but staying in Luoyang is hindered in every way, so it would be better to leave Luoyang. Dong Zhao based his judgment on exactly that. Cao Cao really didn't have much of a foundation in Luoyang. Dong Zhao added, Lord, please rest assured, I won't divulge it, I'm your man now. Use the man, suspect the man. Cao Cao laughed out loud and said, I trust Gongren. Next, they parted ways. Dong Zhao went to contact Yang Feng in Liang County again, and Cao Cao went directly to Dongcheng. Cao Munda? What's the matter? Seeing Cao Cao come looking, Dongcheng was filled with displeasure. From yesterday's killing to establish his authority, Dongcheng could tell that Cao Cao's intentions were ill-intentioned and even wanted to get out of his control. Of course I came to save your life. Cao Cao laughed, I'm the one you got to attend to the king, so we're kind of in the same boat. Dongcheng snorted coldly, disgruntled, I'm fine, I don't need to bother General Nguai to save my life. Cao Cao laughed again, really? Do you believe that once I'm gone, General Chuji will not survive 3 days? Are you threatening me? Dongcheng stared angrily at Cao Cao with a straight face. After yesterday, he regretted it. Shouldn't have brought Cao Cao here. Cao Cao was definitely the second Dongjua. He was just doing it in a more restrained manner than Dongzhuo. Not a threat, but a fact. Cao Cao said nonchalantly, yesterday's events in the courtroom allowed many people to see that General Che cavalry was in my favor and wanted to help me kill Han Siam together, and I know that what I did made you all very unhappy, only. He squinted his eyes, seemingly smiling, you guys are dissatisfied with me, you can drive me away, but once I'm gone, there's still the ability to defend yourself, without me behind you. Do you think Han Siam will take revenge for yesterday? Hearing this, Dong Chung thought deeper, and immediately felt a cold chill on his back. Chapter 48, I want to move the capital. Dong Chang then realized that he had been trapped from the start. Yesterday, Cao Cao first lured him in by killing Han Siam, and then asked for marquisites for them, but it was actually all a ploy to make Han Siam and the others feel that they had become part of Cao Cao's camp. If Cao Cao left, Han Siam had no worries, and they were named generals, but actually had no military power. They could not play with Han Siam and others. Han Siam would definitely retaliate. Cao Cao had done so many things to take advantage of them. But it was too late to see through the ruse. They were completely manipulated by Cao Cao. It's time for General Chuzhi to understand how I came to save your life, right? Cao Cao laughed. This feeling of being in control of everything, as if everyone under the sun was a pawn, really wasn't too pleasurable, especially when he saw Dong Cheng's face, which was as uncomfortable as a fly he had eaten. His heart couldn't be more comfortable. What do you want to do? Dong Cheng asked in a deep voice. Originally, inviting Cao Cao to come to the king's service was Dong Cheng's way of looking at the fact that Cao Ang had been so proactive last year, but he had never imagined that Cao Cao was also an ambitious man, not much different from Dongzhuo. The wolf has been lured into the house. Luoyang is in disrepair, and there are stragglers everywhere. Hunanin is almost deserted. The palace is in shambles. It shouldn't even be a place for the son of heaven to live. Plus you lack food, and although there is currently relief from Zhang Yang and the others, they all have soldiers under their command and need to feed them, so the relief won't last long. Staying in Luoyang will do the son of heaven no favors. Before Cao Cao could finish his words, Dong Cheng seemed to think of something. You want to take the son of heaven and move the capital again? Dong Cheng asked in shock. This really was Dongzhuo's behavior. But where could the current Cao Cao take the son of heaven to move to? They had just gotten out of Chang'an, and returning to Chang'an would be nearly impossible. Cao Cao laughed again and said, General Chuzhi is really smart. Luoyang is not a long-term residence for the son of heaven. It's time to move the capital. I'm going to take the son of heaven to Yingchuan. How did you? You dare? Dong Chang was so excited that his body was trembling. Moving the capital to Yingchuan, that was Cao Cao's territory. He had finally thought it through. If he stayed in Luoyang, Cao Cao would be rootless and would have to face the oppression of Han Siam, Zhang Yang, and Yang Feng, and he would even have to face Guisi and Li Ju directly. But in Yingchuan, Cao Cao had the advantage of being able to do whatever he wanted without being tied down. This step caught Dong Cheng off guard. General Chuzhi is overstated. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and smiled, then said with great righteousness, everything I do is for the son of heaven, and you don't want to see the son of heaven starving in the dilapidated Luoyang with so many stragglers from Hunanin, do you? Plus it's easy for Guisi and Li Ju to fight their way out of Chang'an. Once they're out it's Luoyang. The son of heaven has concerns and must agree to move the capital. I want to take the son of heaven to Xiangqing. Dong Cheng asked, you're blackmailing us in order to move the capital? Cao Cao laughed and didn't respond to the remark, considering it a tacit admission. Why did you ask me to propose moving the capital? Dong Cheng asked again. Because I'm not suitable. You guys are more suitable. General Chuzhi understands. Cao Cao didn't explain too much and added, Fuan, Ding Chong, and the others, we still need General Che cavalry to contact them. You guys help me convince the son of heaven. We'll leave right away. If we say no, then I'll go back to Yanzhou. Han Siam doesn't have the skills to kill his way into you in Yanzhou to seek revenge on me yet. As for how to decide what to do, you make up your own mind. Having said all that needed to be said, he turned around and left Dong Cheng's mansion, going back to his own residence. Those other lords, as long as Dong Cheng was afraid of death, would surely be convinced. Damn Cao Cao. Dong Cheng picked up the things in his house and smashed them, smashing them almost to the point where he could vent this anger in his heart. But Cao Cao's threats made him so afraid, and even more afraid of death, that he had to follow Cao Cao's request and go to the other liege lords who had been rewarded yesterday, to discuss how to persuade the son of heaven to move the capital, or else Cao Cao really might disregard their deaths. Cao Cao returns to the camp. My lord, there is news. Gui Jia comes over and says, Yuan Shao's general, Jianu, sneaked into Runan while we were greeting the son of heaven, but was ambushed by Man Boning and Luwenchen, and in the end, he could only lead the remnants of his army in defeat and retreated to Lujiang. Really? Cao Cao took the military information in Guijia's hand, read it in detail, and excitedly said, "This was right by Duji again. Duji knows everything and anticipates things like a god." Hearing this, Sun Yu came over and said, "Duji has brought us too many surprises. Come on, let's go ask Duji what to do next." Cao Cao said excitedly. They quickly arrived at the tent where Xuzhou was resting. Cao Cao gave a brief account of today's events. "Congratulations, Lord, as soon as tomorrow, we will have the results, and in 2 more days we will almost be able to take away the Son of Heaven." When Xuzhou heard about today's events, he felt stabilized, and added, "But Yangfeng in Liang County, he must be stabilized. Don't let him have a chance to contact Han Siam and Zhang Yang, or else their 3 parties will intercept, and even if we are able to kill our way out, it will still be troublesome." "I understand," Cao Cao said solemnly. Everything was ready, just waiting for Dongchang and the others to make their move. Then tomorrow, he would have to make another run to the courtroom to go to court to see how Dongchang would power up and fan the flames from the sidelines himself. Cao Cao quickly went down to make arrangements and get ready to take away the Son of Heaven. "Old Dian, help me arrange to go find someone." Xuzhou said, "I want to find Zhang Ji." Zhang Ji and Zhang Xiu's uncle and nephew, in Xuzhou's opinion, were not important, nor did he want Zhou. It was just to get his hands on that old Yin coin Jia. Without Jia Dan, there would be no Wancheng in the future. Good. Dian Wei immediately sent people to look for it. Until evening, Dian Wei came back and shook his head. "Sir, this man, Zhang Ji, has gone to fight in Nanyang due to lack of food." "Zhang Ji has left?" Xuzhou was stunned, still a step slow. But it didn't matter, we'll talk about the rest when the time comes. They just waited at the camp for Cao Cao's next move. Early the next morning, Cao Cao here brought Chaoren and Xiahou Dun into the city with him, ready to watch Dongchang and the others, forcing a good show on the Son of Heaven. "Big brother thinks that Dongchang and the others can succeed?" Xiahou Dun asked. Cao Cao affirmed, "It will definitely succeed." Chaoren laughed. Dongchang's group are all people who are greedy and afraid of death. Aside from thinking that they were greedy and afraid of death, there was another reason why Cao Cao was so certain, and that was because he believed in Xuzhou's calculations. Since Xuzhou said it would definitely work, it was something that must be able to work. "You guys continue to wait for me outside." Arriving in front of the palace gates, Cao Cao straightened his clothes and strides into the dilapidated palace, heading directly towards the main hall where the court was held. The public ministers and others in the hall, seeing him come in, all cast not-so-friendly glances. It was clear that Dongchang had persuaded them all and convinced them all. Dongchang grunted lightly in his heart, not really wanting to pay attention to Cao Cao, but they were all jittery, worrying about what to do after they left Luoyang. Han Siam and Zhang Yang had long since run away, and did not appear in the courtroom today. "His Majesty has arrived." At this time, the voice of a eunuch yelling came. The crowd immediately stood on 2 sides, pretending to greet the Son of Heaven respectfully. Chapter 49, requesting His Majesty to move the capital. "Gentlemen, may I have something to report?" Lu Xia had just sat down and asked the usual question, asking before looking toward Cao Cao. Afraid that Cao Cao would force himself to do something again. However, Cao Cao quietly stood aside, lowering his head to look at his toes, as if there was nothing to present. Lu Xia then slowly sighed in relief, was a bit afraid of Cao Cao. "I have something to present." Dongchang is the first to step forward and says in a loud voice, "I think that after Dongzhuo's rebellion, Henanin has long since lost its former prosperity. Luoyang is surrounded by deserted areas, lack of people and food, and wanting to recover in a short period of time is virtually impossible. I think that we should relocate the capital, go to a safer place, and then slowly rebuild Luoyang." Hearing Dongchang's words, Cao Cao smiled slightly. Dongchang was truly afraid of death, and Sir was truly powerful, calculating everything clearly. Move the capital? When Lu Xia heard these 2 words, it was as if they touched a sensitive place in his body, and he immediately shuddered. When he was taken away by Dongzhuo and forced to move the capital to Chang'an, he was already tossed around enough. It was not easy for him to return to the east to Luoyang, never wanting to leave again, and to die he would have to die in Luoyang. And when he heard Dongchang mentioning the relocation of the capital, his heart was extremely resistant. Fu Wan concurred, "Your Majesty, what General Che writing said is not unreasonable. Luoyang is not a permanent residence. We are currently relying on others to provide relief. Not much food left. Henanin has no population. There will be no one to grow food in the future. Staying is of little significance to Your Majesty. There is one more thing. Luoyang is not far from Chang'an. Liju 2 people may fight out at any time." The words of Seed Series once again caused Lu Xia to tremble. He was afraid of the Liju duo, the same as he was afraid of Dongzhuo back then. Dongfen said, "Your Majesty, it won't work if we don't move the capital." Staying in Luoyang will not benefit your majesty in any way. This person was also one of the lords that were rewarded the day before yesterday. Listening to their words, Lu Xie began to doubt life. Especially hearing that Li Ju and the others could possibly fight their way out. This is also true, Luoyang is not far from Chang'an, it would not be too difficult for Li Ju and the others to fight their way out. What's more, before returning to the Luoyang, Lu Xie has been hunted down and experienced several bloody battles. It can be sure that Li Ju they do not want to let go of their own. The broken Luoyang city should not be able to resist the attack. Then, where should I go? Lu Xie asked, also had to compromise. Xiangcheng and Yingchuan. Dongcheng said, it's close to Nanyang and not far from Shenyang, and in case of danger, you can still turn to Jingzhou pastor Lu Jingsheng, who is also a Han, and will definitely not fail to help your majesty. Cao Cao's eyes lit up when he heard this. I didn't expect Dongcheng and the others to think of the reason for moving the capital to Shenyang. But it's still Duji's great, going to Shenyang is just a front. When the time comes, they will directly bring the people to Su County, and the matter will be accomplished. Jizhou cannot? Lu Xie asked after thinking about it. He didn't seem too keen on going south. Dongcheng said, back to your majesty, I asked Yuan Shao to attend to the king and he still refused to come. Without respect, how would he be willing to accept us to Jizhou? This also makes sense. Lu Xie was constantly thinking that he really didn't want to move the capital, but the current situation seemed to be forcing himself to move the capital. Secretary Cao, what do you think? Lu Xie suddenly dropped his gaze on Cao Cao. When Dongcheng and the others saw this, they snorted coldly in their hearts. Asking Cao Cao was a waste of time, moving the capital was Cao Cao's plot, they were leading the wolf into the house. In my opinion, it seems somewhat reasonable. Cao Cao pretended to think and said in a loud voice, if your majesty really wants to move the capital to Yingchuan, I can guarantee that your majesty will never be in any danger again, and you won't have to worry about not having enough food and other kinds of trouble, and I will definitely do my best to protect your majesty. Having received these words, Lu Xie thought that Cao Cao had been a bit rude the day before yesterday, but he was still very loyal as a person. Should be able to be trusted. Please move the capital, your majesty. Fu Wan and the others said in unison at this point. They couldn't do it otherwise, once Cao Cao left, they would be dead. Even if Lu Xie didn't agree, they were ready to use coercion to force him to agree to move the capital. This. Lu Xie struggled internally, but struggled to the end, helplessly said, I'll allow it. It's already like this, still being forced by the group of ministers, even if you don't want to move the capital can't. Your majesty is wise. The crowd said in unison. Cao Cao said, since your majesty is going to Yingchuan, then I should also go back and make preparations. Please rest assured your majesty, there is no danger with me. And with that, he shifted the practice of forcing a move of the capital to Dongcheng and the others. He wanted to laugh now, but had to hold back his laughter. It was not the time to get carried away. In this matter, I have to thank you, Cao Chang. Lu Xie felt a lot more deflated after saying this. This was the solution of no solution. Cao Cao returned to the camp and talked to Zhou about today's situation, again. Zhou was satisfied, it's almost done, the Lord has made arrangements so that we can take away the Son of Heaven and go back around Liang County, the route must be planned by us. In addition, when we go around Liang County, Yang Feng will definitely come to give chase, I'll take care of all the pursuers. Would it be cruel for us to kill Yang Feng as well? Cao Ang asked. Zhou suddenly laughed and shook his head, to be merciful to our enemies is to be cruel to ourselves. Wait until the Son of Heaven is gone, all of them are our enemies and must be eradicated, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Speaking of mercy in a chaotic world, General Cao will get himself killed. If the Lord wants to be a traitor, he should not have thoughts of mercy. He added. Cao Cao affirmed, Zishao, listen to Duji's broken back, what do you need? Just give me 5,000 men. Zhang Yang, Han Siam, and Yang Feng have joined forces with over 30,000 men. Is it really feasible for Duji to ask for 5,000 men? Feasible. Zhou affirmed. The force that Cao Cao had brought to attend to the king had around 20,000 men. They were all selected and trained elites from the 300,000 Yellow Turbans that had surrendered. The Yellow Turbans were a mixed bag of good and bad, they were all thieves with no discipline, and those surrendered soldiers were even more disorganized. Cao Cao could only pick some of them out, train them hard, and then after the battlefield, they had these now. Yuan Jin, Wen Cheng. You guys follow Duji. Old Dian, you are responsible for protecting Watanuki. Everyone else get ready, we're about to head back to Yingchuan. Cao Cao said in a loud voice. Yes. Xiahou Dan, Li Dian, and Dianwei said in unison. Next, it's all up to Duji. Cao Cao politely said. Shenzhou nodded slightly, also thinking about what could be done next, and when he had thought about it, he went back to his tent to rest and wait for the day to move the capital. Time passed quickly, and another 3 days passed. The day to move the capital finally came. Shenzhou got up early in the morning and saw that the army was mobilizing, and then rushed towards the gates of Luoyang. At this time, Lu Xie led the public ministers out of the city gates and met Cao Cao's army head-on. Chao Cheng, trouble. Lu Xie said reluctantly. Cao Cao solemnly said, Your Majesty, there's no need to be polite, this is what I should do. Zilian, take 5,000 men to protect your Majesty's side, we'll leave as soon as possible. Hearing Cao Cao protect himself so solemnly, Lu Xie feels even more steady, thinking that Cao Cao is truly a loyal man. Chapter 50, Killing Cao Cao, Saving the Son of Heaven. The caravan that moved the capital quickly left Luoyang. They went out from Chariot Pass and crossed Sanshan Mountain, and even if they traveled an extra distance, they had to completely bypass Liang County and not give Yangfeng a chance to break the back. But this extra distance, again, was exactly straight to Su County, and was not arranged by Qinzhou to go in a chaotic manner. But they had just left not long ago. Han Siam and Zhang Yang brought troops to Luoyang. During this period of time, they have been trying to contact Yangfeng, but cannot get a response from Yangfeng, even sent to send a message of people, there is no news. They suspected that there will be no problem, so they simply take action, ready to go directly to Yangfeng, the siege of Cao Cao. One of them passed by Luoyang and was surprised to find that it was only an empty city. The Son of Heaven and the public ministers, among others, were all gone. Under this investigation, it was Cao Cao who had led the Son of Heaven to move the capital and had long since left Luoyang, bypassing Liang County in preparation for Yingchuan. When they got this news, they were in a big hurry. With the Son of Heaven gone, this was very unfavorable to them, and they had actually thought about doing something similar to Dongzhuo, so they hurried to Liang County to find Yangfeng. General. At this time, a subordinate hurriedly walked into Liang County's barracks and eagerly said, Han Siam and Zhang Yang are approaching our Liang County with their troops. What? Yangfeng was shocked. Han Siam and his duo actually dared to attack their own Liang County? He shouted, Men, gather the entire army and prepare to meet the battle. Within Liang County, he now only had over 9,000 men left. Han Siam and Yang Feng's 2 men had a little more troops than his own, each of them had roughly 12,000 troops, but relying on Liang County's walls, it wasn't impossible to defend, though the entire army was nervous because of it. General, Han Siam and Yang Feng are less than 2 miles away from us. At this moment, Yang Feng's subordinate, Su Huang, came forward and said. They simultaneously looked towards the north of Liang County. Only to see a sky of smoke and dust rising from the north, that was the sight of the army's hasty march treading on the ground. Yang Feng said in a fierce voice, They dare to hit my Liang County, this is looking for death, the whole army is ready to meet the battle. After a short while, more than 20,000 soldiers were at the city. General Yang, open the city gates. Han Siam shouted first. Yang Feng laughed coldly, Open the city gates and let you kill your way in? Archers get ready, as long as anyone outside dares to approach the city walls, immediately draw your bows and shoot. Zhang Yang droned, General Yang, you've misunderstood, we didn't come to fight Liang County, but to discuss with you to pursue Cao Cao and retrieve the Son of Heaven. We all fell for Cao Cao's plan, he took the Son of Heaven away, and at this point, Luoyang has become an empty city. Han Siam chimed in, Cao Cao has established his authority in the imperial court, killing Taisong and the 3 of them, and suppressing the 2 of us. I have sent people to contact you many times, but they could not get a response. It must be that Cao Cao has intercepted the people we sent. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng frowned. The spread of news in ancient times had a serious lag. Especially when news was deliberately blocked, it was basically impossible for the blocked party to get news from the outside. Yang Feng was in this state right now, unable to tell if the words of Han Siam's duo were true or false. Cao Cao is going back to Yingchuan, and we're in Liang County, how could we not know? Su Huang retorted. Zhang Yang said in a loud voice, That's because Cao Cao crossed the Chariot's Pass and avoided your Liang County, and if General Yang doesn't trust us again, he'll really let Cao Cao escape back. Yang Feng was torn inwardly, but the other party was at the city's gates, and talking about cooperation in this manner wasn't very credible. He was afraid that if he just opened the city gates and the 20,000 or so people outside poured in, his 9,000 or so soldiers wouldn't be able to stop them. Go check. Yang Feng hesitated until the end and droned, Send people out of the city to check towards Chariot's Pass, while holding the city. Su Huang immediately arranged for people to leave the city. The city gates had just opened and were quickly shut again. A fast horse rushed out and ran wildly towards the east. Seeing that Yang Feng still wanted to check at this point in time, Han Siam and Zhang Yang below the citadel were anxious, but there was nothing they could do, so they had to keep waiting. After waiting for almost half a day, the soldier who had gone to track down the soldiers finally came back and hurriedly walked into the city gates. General, Cao Cao really did take the Son of Heaven with him, as well as a full court of ministers, and bypassed our Liang County, running away from the chariot's pass side. What? Upon hearing this news, Yang Feng, no matter how courageous or resourceful he was, realized that he had been tricked by Cao Cao. Cao Cao had stabilized him, taken the opportunity to take away the Son of Heaven, and even blocked the news. And he didn't know anything and thought Cao Cao was a good man. General. Su Huang thought quickly for a moment and said, Cao Cao must have something up his sleeve for taking away the Son of Heaven. Han Siam and Zhang Yang, even if we let them fight their way to Yingchuan, they're no match for Cao Cao. Even if we were added to the mix, we wouldn't be able to beat him. Why don't we abandon Liang County and join Cao Cao? Impossible. Yang Feng said angrily, open the city gates immediately. All soldiers listened to the order. Cao Cao is holding the Son of Heaven hostage and leaving Luo Yang. Follow me to rescue the Son of Heaven. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to persuasion, Su Huang had no other way. Judging from the current situation, going to rob the Son of Heaven was not a good move. Han Siam and Zhang Yang outside the city saw Yang Feng open the gates and understood that the results of the investigation had come out, but after another half day, even if they went after him now, Cao Cao would probably have long since run away, and couldn't have stayed behind and waited for you to catch up with him. At this point, it's impossible not to chase. As Yang Feng leads his troops out of the camp, Han Siam and Zhang Yang follow in the direction of Yuan Pass. Cao Cao took away the Son of Heaven and passed through the chariot's pass to the vicinity of Mtasongzhan. By now it was getting late, and the sun was slowly sinking in the west. The procession that took away the Son of Heaven looked especially long under the setting sun. Duji, the pursuers should be coming soon. Cao Cao glanced behind him at chariot's pass and added, we're taking the Son of Heaven to catch up, and our speed is much slower than an ordinary march. If Zhang Yang and the others are going to catch up, they're bound to be in a hurry to march even faster. What he said was also the truth. Shenzhou nodded, we have been waiting to greet the Son of Heaven since the beginning of spring. Until now it has been June or July, the weather has been dry in recent times, the hot sun is shining, the sun has made the ground withered and yellowed the fallen leaves, there is little moisture in the air, and sometimes there is no need to use kerosene, a little spark of fire can start a prairie fire. Duji is saying, attack with fire? Cao Cao immediately surveyed the area of mountains at the foot of Ntei. The passage they passed through a valley, was lined with grass and trees that were quite lush, and looked like it had the conditions for setting a fire. That's right. Shenzhou said, your lordship can lead the carriage of the Son of Heaven to leave first, and I will be responsible for breaking the back here, and can also tell the Son of Heaven that Guoxi and Li Ju, in conjunction with Han Siam and the others, have come after us with their troops, coming from the direction of Liang County and Chariot Pass respectively, and that they want to cut off our path to Xiangqing, and that the only way is to temporarily divert our path towards Su County. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao understood that the practice of forcing the Son of Heaven to go to Su County turned out to be like this. Using Xiangqing as a front first is closer to Lu Biao, and the Son of Heaven is more likely to accept it. After leaving Luo Yang, it's not up to the Son of Heaven to decide where to end up, plus the truth, the falsehood, the enemy coming after them from whichever direction they want to say. Taking the reins. I understand. Cao Cao urged, Duji must be careful. Chapter 51. Cao Cao left Shenzhou behind to break the back, then returned to the army to create a sense of oppression for the group moving the capital. Even when it was evening, they didn't stop to rest, still rushing, still walking in a hurry, and the sense of oppression just came out, and the public ministers who followed them were baffled to see Cao Cao rushing in such a hurry. Cao Cheng. Lu Xia couldn't help but call Cao Cao to him and ask, why are we walking in such a hurry? Cao Cao stepped forward and bowed, I've just gotten word from the scouts that Guoxi and Li Ju have fought their way out. And after they saw that Luo Yang was already an empty city, they immediately joined forces with Han Qiliang and Zhang Yang to chase after us from the direction of the Regulus Pass, while at the same time teaming up with Yang Feng to kill and intercept us from Liang County, as if they knew we were preparing to go to Xiangqing, and were intercepting all the ways to get there. What? Lu Xia was really afraid of Guoxi and Li Ju duo. Just hearing the name, he trembled for a long time, shocked. Han Siam and them. How dare they do this? Cao Cao said, Han Siam and the others, in fact, are no different from Guoxi and the others, they just want to control His Majesty and achieve their own goals. Now that His Majesty is going to be out of control, of course they are not happy about it. General Chizhi thinks right? That's right. Dongcheng gritted his teeth. In fact, the person who wants to control the Son of Heaven is also you, Cao Mengde, it's just that he doesn't dare to say this out loud. Just afraid that if he said it, Cao Cao would make him doubt his life. Lu Xia completely despaired that as the Son of Heaven of the Han Dynasty, the Lord of the World, he could still be reduced to such a state, sorry for all the ancestors of the Han Dynasty, and asked in a trembling voice, Cao Cao, what should we do next? Of all the people around him, Cao Cao was the only one who had military power and could lead troops to protect him. All of his hopes rested on Cao Cao. The only thing to do was to head east of Yingchuan first, and make another decision. Cao Cao said worriedly, the Xianqing that General Chizhi and the others chose is too close to Liang County, and if Guisi and the others join forces with Yang Feng again, it will be easy to hit Liang County. Dong Chang and Fu Wan almost wanted to curse when they heard this. Going to Xianqing was Cao Cao's idea, but by this point, they had figured out Cao Cao's thoughts, and had calculated it all from the beginning, eventually forcing the Son of Heaven to voluntarily go wherever Cao Cao wanted him to go. Going to Xianqing was just a cover. Lu Xia considered for a moment and said decisively, I will listen to Cao Chang and head east. I take orders. Cao Cao, with a great sense of righteousness and the complete likeness of a loyal subject, had the people change the direction of the carriages toward Su County. Lu Xia was afraid of being caught up, and urged his team to hurry, going faster and faster. Zhenzhou arranged to break the rear at the eastern foot of Song Mountain, on a necessary road. General Mancheng, you lead 200 cavalrymen from our army to the north, meet up with Yang Feng and the others' pursuers, briefly charge for a while, and immediately retreat this way, don't get attached to the battle, and don't get into a hard fight with the enemy. Cao Cao's men had hundreds of cavalry and directly left 200 behind for Zhenzhou. Zhenzhou added, General Yuan let take 4,000 men to the north of the mountain for an ambush, Lao Dian also follow over there and kill all 3 of Han Siam's men as much as possible, in addition if you come across a man called Su Huang, bring back those who are willing to surrender and kill those who aren't. Dian Wei asked, I can't leave, I want to protect sir. Zhenzhou shook his head and said, Old Dian doesn't need to protect me closely, I had General Yuan Jin take away 4,000 men and there are still 1,000 left around it safe, you guys don't need to worry, as long as you see a fire, General Yuan Jin can join General Mancheng and kill the enemies that are in chaos. How and when to set the fire, I will arrange. He said solemnly. Good. They finally agreed. Cao Cao had also instructed that they must follow Zhenzhou's orders completely. Zhenzhou stood on top of the high slope and looked towards the north of the mountain. At this time of the day, the sky was not completely dark, but it was also a little hazy, but Li Dian and his men had risen up to the north and did not need to use torches to illuminate their pursuers for the time being, and the same was true for Yang Feng and the others. Li Dian led 200 cavalrymen, running through the mountains and fields, and soon met head-on with the scouts of Yang Feng's 3 men's pursuers. General, we have encountered Chao's cavalry. The scouts from Yang Feng's army hurriedly ran back and said, those cavalry seem to have come to test us, and just met up with us and turned around and ran away. What do you two think? Yang Feng heard and asked Han Siam and Zhang Yang. Han Siam said, the fact that Cao Cao's cavalry came back to test the waters means that they haven't gone far yet, and they're bound to not be fast enough to rush with their carriages, so if we just hurry up a bit more, we'll definitely be able to catch up. That's right. Zhang Yang agreed, all troops speed up and continue to chase. Since this was the case, Yang Feng sped up his pursuit and couldn't let Cao Cao go, not to mention that he was enraged that Cao Cao had lied to him. General. Su Huang warned worriedly, beware of deception. Yang Feng was unimpressed, what are you afraid of? Keep chasing. Seeing this, Su Huang could only shake his head. Not long after the chase, the cavalry led by Li Dian finally appeared before their eyes. 200 cavalry directly rushed over, a simple sprint, killed dozens of people and then turned around and ran. According to Zhenzhou's orders, there was no fighting with the enemy, and their 200 cavalry did not have the ability to fight. Only 200 cavalry, and you dare to come and test the waters? Han Siam said disdainfully, Cao Cao must be just ahead, I'll give chase. They didn't have any cavalry, although they had come out of Guangzhou, they hadn't formed any, the main reason being that warhorses weren't easy to come by, cavalry wasn't easy to raise, and they didn't have any extra grain or grass to raise cavalry. Cao Cao dug up 2 royal tombs and only developed a few hundred cavalry, and at this point in time it was still far from the appearance of the tiger and leopard cavalry. The expense of raising a cavalryman was super large. Li Dian fought and ran. Han Siam and the others went straight to the head. Seeing Li Dian retreating, they didn't care about anything and accelerated to chase after him. Chase. Yang Feng was also on top of it. They chased Li Dian all the way. Li Dian and their cavalry were faster, but didn't run out of sight right away. After pulling away, they turned around and went back to charge another round and run again, and so on for several times, and were about to get within the ambush. Han Siam, who is pursuing them, the more they see Li Dian running, the more ferocious they are chasing after him. They even wanted to leave all of the Cao army's horses behind and make them their own. Retreat! Li Dian looked behind him, and this time, after running out, he did not turn back to charge. This was because the front was where Xuzhou had drawn the line to finish off Han Siam's 3 men. Han Siam and the others hadn't realized that danger was approaching. Still chasing them very closely, right at the very back. Xuzhou continued to stand on the high slope, heard the sound of horses' hooves, saw the north side of the mountain. In the evening haze there were silhouettes swaying, understood that it was almost time, said, "Set the fire." After speaking, he led his men down the high slope and waited at the exit of this valley. The people who had arranged to go and set the fire were quickly ordered to light up the fallen leaves, dead branches and dry grass everywhere in the mountains and fields, and the fire soon appeared. Chapter 52. Su Huang, willing to surrender. Under the scorching sun, the fallen leaves and dead branches, which had been exposed to the sun for a day, met the fire, like dry wood, and ignited at the slightest point. The fire was spreading in the mountains, burning like a prairie fire, and with the wind blowing from the mountains, the flames covered the enemy who were passing through the valley. The light of the fire was particularly blinding in the evening, and almost at the instant it appeared, the soldiers of Han Siam and his men noticed the situation, and feeling the wave of heat sweeping down, they understood at once that there was an ambush here, and for a moment they were in confusion. Those in front were trying to run to the back, while those in the back were still pushing to the front, and all of a sudden they were jammed together, and no one could run away under these circumstances. The fire soon burned into the army, the blazing heat enveloped the surroundings, the mountains and forests seemed like a furnace that was baking them. Those soldiers down below were now in as much chaos as they could be, horrifying screams echoed continuously, many people were buried in the fire, the only thing left for those who were not engulfed by the sea of fire was to run around, attempting to run out. Move! Zhang Yang shouted as he tore his voice out, "There is an ambush by Chao's army in front of us, run!" Even without him ordering a retreat, the soldiers were already running back haphazardly. After all, no one wanted to be caught in the fire, but not long after running, the cavalry led by Li Dian suddenly rushed out from the grass next to them, charging towards the chaotic enemy. "Archers, shoot!" At the same time, Shao Dun showed up and shouted, drawing his bow and shooting out towards the chaotic enemies. When the arrows were almost shot, they drew their ring-headed swords and killed directly into the enemy. At this time, the sky and the earth were getting darker and darker, and night had officially fallen, and what should have been a dark night was illuminated by a huge fire. The firelight illuminated the battlefield where they were fighting as if it was daytime, and the hot airwaves swept over, making many people feel uncomfortable, but the ones who felt uncomfortable were the soldiers under Han Siam and the others, not Shao Dun and the others. Shao Dun ambushed the place, farther away from the sea of fire, mainly in the rear to intercept the enemy who escaped haphazardly. The cavalry led by Li Dian had already launched several sprints. The cavalry was highly maneuverable, and as long as there were no obstacles, they could abuse the enemies in front of them at will. Those chaotic enemies, now only thinking of escaping, especially knowing that there was an ambush here, there were very few who had the sense of resistance, so chaotic that in the end they ended up being pressed to the ground and abused. "Old dang!" Shao Dun shouted. Dianwei still remembered Xuzhou's mission, lifted up a pair of iron halberds, struck them hard, making a clunk sound of collision, and droned, "I'll do it." He is like a killing machine, but also like a fierce tiger, breaking into the enemy chaos, a pair of iron halberd waving, close to the enemy directly be sent flying, first to kill Zhang Yang over. Seeing this, Shao Dun also led his troops to launch a further interception. Dianwei quickly killed Zhang Yang's side, and the soldiers protecting Zhang Yang were easily killed by him. Seeing Dianwei, who seemed like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, Zhang Yang was in a cold sweat and turned around to run, and shouted, "Come and protect me, quick!" With that he spurred his horse to walk. But being in the middle of the chaos, the warhorse could not run at all. Dianwei, who was invincible in infantry combat, didn't have a warhorse and didn't need one, and seeing that Zhang Yang was still trying to run, he raised the iron halberd in his hand and threw it out towards Zhang Yang with force. Whoo! The iron halberd broke through the air and plunged into the body of the warhorse under Zhang Yang's seat. After the warhorse let out a wail, it fell into the chaos, and also threw Zhang Yang down. Dozens of soldiers hurriedly escorted Zhang Yang also to run away, but soon Dianwei killed close, drew up the bloody iron halberd inserted in the body of the warhorse, and drank. "Mr. said that he would bring your head back, give me death." Zhang Yang could not block the berserk Dianwei at all. On the other side, Su Huang was still killing the enemy, trying to lead his soldiers to kill out. But the chaotic soldiers did not listen to the command at all. In this instant, he saw Zhang Yang being finished off by a halberd from Dianwei, who at this moment was like a fierce beast, and after killing Zhang Yang, he pounced towards Han Siam, who was not far away from him. "General, let's surrender." Su Huang knew that the tide had turned, no amount of struggling would help. Yang Feng regretted chasing him so closely, but after hearing Su Huang's words, he droned, "We can't surrender, even if I die, I won't surrender to Cao Cao." He was so upset that Cao Cao had lied to him. Su Huang. "But if you don't surrender, there's a chance that you might actually die." Su Huang kills for a while, then looks in the direction of Dianwei, only to see that Han Siam's head is no longer there. Under the firelight, blood was dripping. Su Huang finally realized that that fierce man was specifically designed to kill the three of their generals, then Yang Feng was bound to die next, even he couldn't save Yang Feng, and it was hard to kill his way out. The scene was too chaotic and disorganized. Under such circumstances, they did not have the conditions to kill their way out. Su Huang gritted his teeth, struggling internally until the end, and in front of the choice between life and death, he decided to leave Yang Feng alone and drank, "Those who want to surrender, follow me." After speaking, he walked in the direction of Xiaohodan. There was no future at all in hanging around with Yang Feng. If Yang Feng was willing to listen to his advice, it actually wouldn't be so bad. Instead of following a boss Yang who had no courage and no future, it would be better to jump ship and join boss Cao, who was now taking away the son of heaven and had a bright future. There was no need to fight to the death for Yang Feng here. "Su Gongming, you." Seeing Su Gongming going to surrender, Yang Feng was furious, but before he could finish his words, he only saw that Dianwei had already killed to his side. "Surrender, I am willing to surrender." Su Huang shouted loudly, Yang Feng's subordinate, Su Huang, is willing to surrender. Surrendering along with him, there were hundreds of people who quickly came before Xiaohodan and the others. Hearing that the one who came to surrender was Su Huang, Xiaohodan was stunned, then he thought that Xuzhou had instructed him to find Su Huang and accept the surrender if he was willing to do so, and directly kill him if he was not. "Keep them under control." Xiaohodan drank and continued, "Keep killing." The killing continued. Before long, Yang Feng's head was also blown off by Dianwei. With the three of them killed in battle, the remaining soldiers were leaderless and were either killed or burned to death. The other side of the mountain. Xuzhou led 1,000 men, guarding the entrance to the mountain. Most of the enemies were running to the north, but there were some who were wandering to the south, and there were about 1,000 people who rushed out. Archers. Xuzhou drank. The archers quickly drew their bows and shot arrows, the enemies that rushed out, and the rain of arrows met face to face, and after being shot almost to death, it was a short fight, and soon all of them were killed. Hearing the miserable screams inside, and then seeing the blazing fire, Xuzhou's mood rippled. As a modern soul, there was little chance to see the scene of people being burned alive and so many corpses. It still looked strangely frightening now. Xuzhou took a long time to slow down. But his face was still a little pale. Seeing that no one had escaped, Xuzhou ordered to retreat and rest, and waited until this mountain fire spread to other places, and also waited until Xiaohodan and the others returned. Waiting until the end, it was already late at night. Chapter 53, Relocation of the Capital completed. "Sir, he is Su Huang." Dianwei came over first, seeing Xuzhou unharmed, reassured, and here are the heads of Han Siam and the three of them. Seeing the three bloody heads, just like this being carried by Dianwei in his hands, Xuzhou felt a pang of discomfort. He was not a battle-hardened general like Dianwei who could not see these things. "Put the heads away," Xuzhou said, looking towards the man behind Dianwei. "Su Huang, pay my respects to sir." Su Huang felt Xuzhou's gaze as he looked over and first bowed and saluted. In fact, he did not know who Mr. was, but seeing that Dianwei had such respect for Mr., and Xiaohodan and Li Dian seemed to be centered on this Mr., one could conclude that his status in the Cao camp should not be low. Xuzhou sized up the other party for a while and nodded his head. "When you go back, you guys recommend him to the Lord." "Many thanks, sir," Su Huang said gratefully, but it was obvious that this gentleman seemed to appreciate himself a bit. "How is the situation?" Xuzhou asked again. Li Dian said, "Those that should be killed, all of them were killed, and there are no more pursuers in the rear." The task of breaking the back was finally completed. Xuzhou nodded and said, "Let's follow the front." The soldiers lit one torch after another to illuminate the road to catch up. Su Huang and the others who surrendered were collected all their weapons and followed behind Xiaohodan. Together, the group headed back in the direction agreed upon with Cao Cao. The procession to move the capital continued to march. It was only when night fell and it became too bad to hurry that Cao Cao ordered a rest. But not long after they stopped, they were all alarmed when they heard a commotion coming from behind them, and could even see mountain fires reflecting the darkness of the night. Fu Wan and the rest of them became worried. It turned out that there really were pursuers coming after them, and it wasn't that Cao Cao was intentionally trying to scare people. Cao Cheng. Lu Xia hurriedly called out to Cao Cao and asked, "What happened?" Cao Cao looked in the direction where the mountain fire had lit up, only to see the firelight particularly visible in the darkness of the night, so he said, "The men I sent out to break the back fought with the pursuing soldiers. I don't know what the outcome is, it's really worrying." "It must be all right," Lu Xia said worriedly. He was afraid that if the people who broke the back could not hold back the pursuers and let Guisi and the others come after them, he would not know what to do. "It must be fine," Cao Cao said with certainty. But saying that, Cao Cao was actually worried about Xuzhou's situation and safety. After all, with 5,000 men breaking the back and having to face tens of thousands of enemies, the difference in strength was a bit large. Xuzhou had said that he was preparing to attack with fire, and the fact that the mountain fire was burning meant that the plan was successful, so he should be fine. It's only good if nothing happens to Duji, Cao Cao was thinking in his heart. After leaving Lu Xia's side, he headed back towards the rear army and sent people back to find out how the situation was. "Lord, don't worry, Duji is skillful and anticipates things like a god. Since he's confident that he'll break the back, he'll definitely be able to come back," Sun Yu said more calmly. Huijia nodded in agreement. "I believe in Duji." They had already camped and rested, no longer rushing, and after waiting for about another hour, the scouts finally came back to say that they had already contacted Xuzhou and the others, and that they had won a great victory, without any danger, and were on their way back. "Really?" Cao Cao laughed out loud at this. After waiting a few more moments, Xuzhou finally caught up with the army and said, "Lord, a great victory. Han Siam's 3 men, all of them were killed by old Dian." Dian Wei picked up the heads as he showed off and laughed, "My lord, they were too weak. I didn't even kill them enough to make it enjoyable." "Well done, old Dian." Cao Cao laughed. "Duji has been busy for so long, he must be very tired. Quickly go and rest, write these heads." Xuzhou said, "My lord doesn't need to show the heads to the Son of Heaven, just tell them that the pursuers were beaten off by us. There's no need to deliberately tell them the specifics, let them guess for themselves." "Good." Cao Cao nodded. "Duji, quickly go rest." Xuzhou was tired after being busy for so long, so he didn't bother and went straight back to the prepared tent to rest. As for the surrendered Su Huang and the others, there was Li Dian's recommendation. These had nothing to do with him. After settling down, Xuzhou then recalled the images of so many dead people. A certain fear in his heart is still difficult to overcome. The soul of a modern person, into the body of an ancient person, finally an uncomfortable reaction. However, in this kind of chaotic environment, the dead would get used to it after seeing it a few more times, and there would be plenty of time to get used to it in the future. Rest first, Xuzhou muttered to himself. The next day, when Xuzhou woke up, he only saw that Dian Wei had gotten Cao Cao's order to bring some dry food to himself for breakfast. By this time, the entire army was up. They sat down together to eat the dry food and drink a little water to simply fill their stomachs. "Cao Cheng," Lu Xia said worriedly, "It's dawn, should we hurry as soon as possible?" He was afraid of dying and of being chased out by Guisi, and had almost become a bird of prey. Cao Cao had no choice but to satisfy him, nodding his head and saying, "All right then, let's continue on our journey, but according to the current situation, it's unlikely that we'll be able to get to Shangqing, so I'd like to suggest going to Su County, which is not too far away, and also within the boundaries of the Yingchuan River. More than 100 miles south of Su County is the city of Wancheng, which is in Nanyang, and not far from Jingzhou, while Shangqing is very close to Liang County, which is more dangerous. What does your majesty think?" "Then go to Su County." Lu Xia considered for a long time and agreed to Cao Cao's suggestion. Moving the capital to wherever is a move anyway, as long as there is no danger and there is a way to retreat, it's fine to go anywhere. He was confident that Lu Biao, who was also a Han clan member, would not leave himself alone, and being as close to Jingzhou as possible could be a lot more convenient. "Go to Su County," Cao Cao said in a loud voice. "Let him succeed." Seed Series sighed. Ding Chong said helplessly, "It can't be helped, we all, now, have to rely on this person, let's go." With no choice but to follow the capital relocation army, the crowd could only leave. Xuzhou saw the direction that the team left, and understood that the relocation of the capital was about to be successfully completed, and he could also move to Su County, and began to lay flat life under the rule of Cao Wei, and then as long as he survived the Battle of Guandu, the other basically no problem. The Battle of Guandu is actually very good. Yuan Shao will definitely lose. Even the Battle of Red Cliff is easy to fight. Zhou followed the team and traveled for almost 2 more days before finally arriving at Su County. Cao Cao has ordered this place to be the new capital, renamed Xuzhou, and in order to stabilize the Son of Heaven and the ministers, he is given a promise that as long as he manages Hunanin well and rebuilds Luoyang well, he will move back in the future. This big cake was drawn first, and as to when it would be realized, we would talk about it later. Determining the move the capital, Cao Cao relocated everything in Puyang and gave Zhou a mansion in Xuzhou City, much larger than the one in Puyang. Meanwhile, the news of Cao Cao welcoming the Son of Heaven and relocating the capital to Su County spread, causing many lords to be shocked. In order to stabilize the situation, Cao Cao immediately gathered Zhou and other strategists together to discuss what should be done. If the repercussions weren't handled well, they would be swarmed like Dongjua. Chapter 54, The Section Chief. According to Duji's planning, we only need to stabilize Yuan Shao next. Inside the council hall, Sun Yu first said, how to stabilize Yuan Shao, that's the point. Hearing Sun Yu mention himself first, Zhou nodded his head and agreed. Yuan Shu was beaten away by us once, now he is already planning how to claim the throne. Before claiming the throne, he must clear the obstacles. He will fight with Lu Biao, Yuan Shu, and Lu Biao don't have time to pay attention to us. Others like Liu Bei and others are not worth mentioning. The only one who is a threat to the Lord is Yuan Shao. Man Song said, Yuan Shao seeing the Lord take the Son of Heaven away will give him the feeling that the Lord wants to break away and stand on his own. He does not want to welcome the Son of Heaven, but even more so, he does not want to see the Lord stand on his own. Yuan Shao still wanted to use Cao Cao to hold off Yuan Shu in the south and help him fight Yuan Shu in the future. How could he easily let Cao Cao stand out on his own? What does Duji think should be done to stabilize Yuan Benchu? Cao Cao asked. As I have said before, if the Lord continues to recognize himself as Yuan Shao's man, temporarily submitting to Yuan Shao, and requesting that His Majesty appoint Yuan Shao as a great general to oversee the affairs of the 4 northern states, and put these into practice, there won't be much of a problem. Zhou added, actually stabilizing Yuan Shao is that simple. Cao Cao said, I'll go see the Son of Heaven later and let him make arrangements. In addition to moving the capital to Su County, there are a lot of things that need to be done. Han Siam and the other 3 are gone, but Guosi and Li Ju are still alive and well, and they aren't letting the Son of Heaven off the hook that easily. They both wanted to hold the Son of Heaven hostage, and knowing that the Son of Heaven had been taken away by Cao Cao, they might even call on Yingchuan. What does the Lord mean? Is that you want to pacify Guanzhong first? Sun Yu asked. Cao Cao nodded and said, I do have this intention, but in Watishi's planning, there is no mention of Guanzhong. What does Watishi think? Upon hearing this, Zhou recalled the planning. In fact, in the next 2 years after Cao Cao moved the capital, Han Siam and Guosi were taken out one after another. Although Guanzhong hadn't completely fallen into Cao Cao's hands, the Chang and Sanfu region, as well as the Sili prefecture and the like, were actually still within Cao Cao's sphere of governance. However, Ma Tang and Han Sui and Western Liang would also go east, and their relationship with Cao Cao was ambiguous in the early days. In the early days, the relationship with Cao Cao was rather ambiguous. In places like Sanfu, Ma Tong and Han Sui would also intervene. Later on, when he fought the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao even had Zhong Chao go to Chang'an with a festival to appease Han Sui and Ma Tang, so that they wouldn't help each other, and it wasn't until Cao Cao fought Ma Tang and Han Sui that he formally pacified Guanzhong and made it his own territory. It can be pacified. Zhou quickly thought over the entire event. There was still some time before Yuan Shu claimed the throne. To pacify Guanzhong at this stage, the coefficient of difficulty was not high, although it brought things forward. The changes in Guanzhong could not affect Zhou's foreknowledge of the future for the time being. Who should be allowed to pacify it and how should it be pacified, according to Duoji? Cao Cao asked again. They first wanted Zhou's advice. How to pacify? Zhou considered this for a long time. To pacify Guanzhong was actually not difficult. Take out Guosi and Li Ju, then pacify Ma Tang and Han Sui, basically no problem. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Cao Cao suddenly asked expectantly, Duji, why don't I appoint you as the governor, hold the section to pacify Guanzhong, and you can pick any of the military generals under my ministry at will, how about that? Although Zhou had long said that he only wanted to lie flat and not run things, Cao Cao was curious to know how good Zhou's commanding ability was. In the battle at Songshan, the battle was won by few. Cao Cao was sure that Zhou was capable, but that battle was ultimately a bit of a trick. If Zhou successfully pacified Guanzhong, it would better reflect his commander-in-chief ability, as well as still want to give this credit to Zhou, and give Zhou more rewards in the future, in order to be justified, and have enough rewards in order to better lie down and not care about things. In addition, holding the section to supervise the army and pacify Guanzhong is not considered to be in charge of things. It was going to war. Me? Chen Zhou pointed at himself. Cao Cao nodded. Does Duji have any confidence? Chen Zhou considered this for a long time. Being by Boss Chao's side, he couldn't do nothing, so he went to fight this battle and nodded. Yes, but I need one very important thing. Duji, please speak. Cao Cao said. Chen Zhou said, a blank imperial decree stamped by the Son of Heaven. What's on it? I'll write it then. The people I need don't need to be too many. Just give me Lao Dian and Chao Zidong, and give me 300 more people. 300 people? How to pacify Guanzhong? Cheng Yu asked in alarm. Sun Yu and Gui Jia, they shook their heads slightly. For a moment they could not think of how to pacify Guanzhong with 300 people. Thinking that Chen Zhou was overconfident, right? I'll give Duji 10,000 people. Cao Cao shook his head. 300 people won't be able to pacify Guanzhong. It's still dangerous. Chen Zhou insisted, I really don't need that many. 300 people is enough. I pacified Guanzhong with a force that isn't necessarily the 300 people I have. Sun Yu asked, then where did Duji's soldiers come from? 3 rivers and 5 schools. The Longchamp garrison. They are all soldiers from my pacification of Guanzhong. Chen Zhou said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and the others lit up, finally understanding what Chen Zhou's intentions were. After Dongzhuo's death, his men were, well, torn apart. The composition of the soldiers under Dongzhuo's ministry, in turn, was complex. There were Western Liang soldiers, there were also the Bingzhou soldiers, there were also the 3 rivers and 5 schools that he had annexed, as well as the garrison elite Longchamps from Liangzhou. As long as these were utilized appropriately, they could be used to great effect. Is the ferry really feasible? Cao Cao could think of these as well, but those soldiers, they weren't necessarily used for them. Chen Zhou confidently said, as long as Lord can help me get the runes, it's completely feasible. The difficulty isn't that great, and in case something goes wrong, with Lao Dian's ability, leading 300 personal guards to protect me and kill me out, it's still possible. Hearing this, Cao Cao was persuaded and felt that 300 men to pacify Guanzhong would be enough with Chen Zhou's ability. It is better for the Lord's troops to remain in Yingchuan and suppress any instability. Chen Zhou continued, if Lord Gong really wants to give me the credit, agree to me to supervise Guanzhong with 300 men, it really doesn't need to be too much. Good. Cao Cao decided, I believe in Duji, 300 men is 300 men, as for the Guanzhong supervisor, holding the festival and so on, it's not a problem, I can get my hands on it for Duji. Duji, wait for my good news. The Son of Heaven are in his hands, to make a military position for Chen Zhou, easy as a slap in the face. The dynasty was full of ministers, none of whom had military power. They could only be at Cao Cao's mercy. In addition, I will also implement the post of Grand General to Yuan Shao as soon as possible. That's all for today. Cao Cao finished and went directly to see Lu Xia. Seeing that there was nothing else going on, Chen Zhou and the others exchanged a few more polite words with each other, and with that, they dispersed. Regarding the matter of the Guanzhong governor and holding the festival, Cao Cao took it down on the same day and sent a blank edict to Chen Zhou before determining when to go to Guanzhong. But the matter was not considered urgent. In addition, the imperial edict rewarding Yuan Shao as a great general over the 4 northern states was also sent to Yeqing at the first opportunity. At the same time, Lu Xie also anointed Cao Cao as the Great Han Sikong, and Cao Cao officially unlocked the Sikong Chao achievement. After welcoming the Son of Heaven back, all sorts of things were going on in an orderly fashion. Chapter 55, the district of Cao Cao was worthless. Even if Cao Cao had built his palace ahead of time, it wouldn't have been built that quickly. The Son of Heaven came to Xuzhou and stayed in a temporary mansion for the time being, and Fu Wan and the other ministers were pretty much the same. At this time, Dong Chang, who was very displeased with Cao Cao, gathered the people together to discuss what they should do next. The relocation of the capital had been completed, and they had passed from the hands of Guosi and his duo to Cao Cao, who, despite Cao Cao's behavior, which differed greatly from that of Dongzhuo and the others, and appeared to treat them with respect, they were not about to just capitulate. Having had such a hard time getting the Son of Heaven out of Chang'an and eastward back to Luoyang, they all wanted to get out of all control and embrace the Son of Heaven, not wanting to let Cao Cao hold the Son of Heaven hostage. What should we do? Wu Shua asked first. They were forced to follow Cao Cao's side, their hearts were unwilling, and their minds were thinking about how to rebel. Prince Clothing said, if we want to deal with Cao Cao, we must bring in another person to fight Cao Cao, and I think Yuan Shao is the most suitable. No, Yuan Shao won't do. Dongfeng shook his head. Before we asked Yuan Shao to come to Luoyang to serve the king, Yuan Shao ignored us, and now he may not necessarily pay attention to us yet. Even if Yuan Shao is really willing to come, he won't stay in Xuzhou, he will surely bring the Son of Heaven to Yeqing. Wouldn't he be entering the tiger's mouth again? Lu Jingsheng of Jingzhou, who was in a standoff with Yuan Shu, is only afraid that he won't be able to come either. Wu Zilan said, otherwise, with Lu Jingsheng's status as a Han clan member, he can have a lot less to worry about. Han clan member? Dong Cheng recited these 4 words for a while, then suddenly said, I remember a person, claiming to be after King Jing of Zhongshan, quite benevolent and loyal to the Han. When the Yellow Turbans were in rebellion, he recruited townspeople to crusade against the Yellow Turbans, and then when Dong Zhuo messed with the government, this person led 2 of his righteous brothers and fought against Lu Bu under the Tiger's Nest Pass, a valiant man of valor. Fu Wan thought of who this person was and asked, could it be Liu Bei Lu Xiande who came to save Xuzhou and commanded it after Tao Xuzhou's death? That's right. Dong Cheng nodded. Rumor has it outside that Lu Xinde is benevolent and righteous, and is the royal uncle of the Son of Heaven, and owns a state in Xuzhou, has military power, and may be able to fight Cao Cao. Ding Chong agreed, I also think this man is available. Dong Cheng added, I'll arrange for someone to go to Xuzhou later, secretly contact Lu Xinde, and then suggest that the Son of Heaven issue an imperial decree summoning him to come to Yingchuan, so I'll see if Cao Mingde dares to directly disobey the Son of Heaven's decree and not allow Lu Xinde to come. This plan is very good. The others all agreed. Yecheng. Yuan Shao gets the news that Cao Cao has taken away the Son of Heaven and immediately looks somber, as if he senses betrayal from Cao Cao. Frustrated Professor and the others on the hall were all silent. My lord. After a long period of silence, it was Tianfeng who first said, Cao Cao must be doing this because he wants to break away from the Lord's control over him, otherwise it would be impossible for him to take the Son of Heaven and move the capital. If we allow Cao Cao to grow, it would be detrimental to us. Cao Cao is definitely a threat. The last time the matter of Cao Cao was discussed, Tianfeng was the one who strongly believed that Cao Cao should be dealt with first. But Guotu believed that Cao Cao would be afraid of Yuan Shao, that he was not worth mentioning in front of Yuan Shao, and that the biggest enemy at the moment was Gongsunzan, not Cao Cao. But what Cao Cao is doing now seems to be slapping Guotu in the face. When Tianfeng opened his mouth at this moment, he was also slapping him in the face. Guotu knew he couldn't remain silent and had to save face, and when Tianfeng finished his sentence, he immediately retorted, a mere Cao Cao, who has managed to occupy a seat, poses no threat to the Lord. He also merely greeted the Son of Heaven, but the people around the Son of Heaven, are they willing to obey him? Besides, if the Lord wants the Son of Heaven, all he needs to do is to send out an army to press the border, and Cao Cao will deliver the Son of Heaven with both hands. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao's anger cuts down a lot. Yuan Shao could sense that Cao Cao's intention to break away from himself was clear. He absolutely could not let that happen, but then again, as Guotu said, taking the Son of Heaven away from himself? It's not that easy, and the people around the Son of Heaven don't always obey Cao Cao's orders. This was one of the reasons why he was reluctant to go to the king's service. Beside the Son of Heaven, the ingredients are complex. There was no need for him to bring back these complicated ingredients and seek his own unease. Feng Ji concurred, with the Lord's ability and strength, a single Cao Cao is not enough to fear, and perhaps he is now worried that the matter of welcoming the Son of Heaven will be unpleasant for the Lord, and is trying to find a way to appease him. My lord, with Cao Cao, one must not be careless. Tianfeng insisted, Gongza and Yuan's words will delay the Lord, and if we allow Cao Cao to develop, it will be really bad for us. Upon hearing Tianfeng retort like this, Feng Ji became very dissatisfied and said, we will delay the Lord? That's impossible, I think you're making a big deal out of it, Tian Yuanhao, our top priority is still annexing Yuzhou first, not dealing with Cao Cao. The news of Duke Chang's taking down Qingzhou was sent back yesterday, and with us occupying 3 of the 4 northern states, the next step should be to attack Yuzhou with all our might, not to tangle with Cao Cao. Yuan too has a point. Guotu concurred, as for Cao Cao, as long as the Lord gives him an order, how dare he not obediently obey? You guys? Tianfeng was about to say something else, but frustrated Professor pulled on the corner of his coat, signaling that it was inconvenient to say more. Guotu and the others had figured out Yuan Shao's character to the core, they only knew flattery. The most important thing is that Yuan Shao again enjoys this kind of flattery, likes to be touted, does not like to listen to words of persuasion, and can't listen to loyal words when they go against his ears. Frustrated Professor and Tianfeng shook their heads helplessly. You guys are right. The gloom on Yuan Shao's face gradually receded, taking Guotu and his duo's flattering words and listening to them completely. On the contrary, Tianfeng's loyal words fell on deaf ears, and he felt that it was an insult to himself. As for the other strategists, they didn't dare to say anything now, afraid that it would make Yuan Shao dissatisfied. Lord! At this time, a soldier walked in and said, we just got a letter from Cao Cao, and an imperial edict from the Son of Heaven. Yuan Shao. Bring it up. Seeing Cao Cao, this little old brother, hadn't forgotten about himself and still treated himself as a big brother. He had just brought the Son of Heaven back, and immediately had the edict sent. Someone sent up the letter and the imperial edict. Yuan Shao couldn't wait to open it and read it, followed by loud laughter that echoed across the council hall. "May I ask, my lord, has Cao Mingda bowed down to us directly?" Guo Tu asked with a smile. Yuan Shao laughed out loud. "That's right, he bowed down and took the initiative to request the Son of Heaven to enthrone me as a great general, to oversee the affairs of the 4 northern states. Now in the 4 northern states, there is still one place left in Yuzhou. It looks like I need to bring down Yuzhou as soon as possible." The moment he saw the edict and the letter, Yuan Shao put all his concerns behind him, not to mention Cao Cao. He was in a great mood. "Congratulations, Lord!" Guo Tu and the others flattered. Tianfeng and frustrated professor secretly sighed, thinking that Yuan Shao's highest achievement would only be to take down Yuzhou, and that's it. Chapter 56, Liu Bei's family is almost gone, can't come to Shizhou. At this time in Shopee, Liu Bei also got the news that Cao Cao moved the capital to Su County. Liu Bei didn't know how envious he was in his heart. It hadn't been long since he had last taken Yuzhou, and Cao Cao had been able to bring the Son of Heaven to his side so quickly, developing at a rapid pace, while he hadn't even been able to take full control of a single Xuzhou in his hands. "I see that Cao Mingda, definitely not a good person." Guan Yu lightly grunted. If he is genuinely supporting the Han family, he shouldn't have moved the capital to Su County, but stayed in Luoyang to protect the Son of Heaven. This person also has a wolf's ambition. Liu Bei was silent. What kind of wolfish ambition? Doesn't matter. If possible, he would love to display such ambition. "Lord!" At this time, Jin Yong came in and said, "The Son of Heaven has had an imperial edict sent to him, as well as a letter from Che Cavalry General Dongchang, saying that it is meant for the Lord." An imperial edict from the Son of Heaven? Really? Liu Bei, who was being silent, jumped up. Although many people don't take the Son of Heaven seriously anymore, but the Han family is still there, the orthodoxy is still there, everyone is still nominally a Han vassal, and Liu Bei is even a Han clan member, so he is super attached to the Son of Heaven's edict. Opened the imperial edict and took a look. Liu Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud, then looked at Dongchang's letter, as if he saw the hope of the future. "Big brother, what did the Son of Heaven say?" Zhang Fei asked eagerly. Liu Bei said prettily, "The Son of Heaven summoned me to Shizhou to discuss the great matter of supporting the Han dynasty together, and General Dongcheng of the Che Cavalry said that Cao Mingda is ambitious and intends to be the second Dongzhuo, so he asked us to bring troops to Shizhou to protect the Son of Heaven and expel Cao Cao." Really? Guanzhong and Zhang were simultaneously overjoyed. It was also as if they saw hope just around the corner and a bright future ahead of them, and all three of them, the brothers, laughed out loud. Finally, they had a chance to show their ambition and realize their great ideals. "But, can Cao Cao let us go to Shizhou?" Jian Yong frowned and said, "We came to Xuzhou to save Tao Xuzhou, and we've gone against Cao Cao many times, so we're pretty much enemies." Liu Bei picked up the imperial edict and said with great righteousness, "We have the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven in our hands, how dare he, Cao Mingda, stand in the way? If he dares, he is the real Dongzhuo, which is an unauthorized rebellion." With the imperial edict in hand, he pretty much possessed the holy decree. After speaking, Liu Bei hurriedly prepared, going to Shizhou for various matters. This is one of the few chances they have, they must not lose it, and while setting out for Shizhou, he again asked Zhang Fei to guard Xuzhou, paying special attention, to defend against Lu Bu. Shizhou. No sooner had Cao Cao requested the Son of Heaven to enthrone Yuan Shao, than he received word that Dongchang and others had convinced the Son of Heaven to summon Liu Bei of Xuzhou to Shizhou, apparently to use him as a counterweight to himself. In Shizhou it was Cao Cao who had the final say, and the sudden addition of Liu Bei was unfriendly to them. He didn't want anyone to check himself yet, but Liu Bei had an imperial decree from the Son of Heaven and couldn't be kept away, or he would lose his righteousness. "What do you think? What should be done?" Cao Cao frowned. "If we let Liu Bei come, it will disrupt everything we have." They didn't have Liu Bei on their minds in the first place, but with Dongchang and the others treating Liu Bei as a lifesaver and having to bring the man in, the repercussions were bound to be there. "We can be ruthless," Shang Yu said in a cold voice. "Find a way to make it so that he can't come and die halfway." "No way." Guo Jia shook his head. Liu Bei's two righteous brothers are not weak, and back then, outside the Tiger's Firmament Pass, they were able to beat Lu Bu so much that he turned and fled. In order to kill Liu Bei, we must first restrain the Guanzhang duo. General Deng has the ability to restrain them, but one General Deng is not enough. The only way to keep Liu Bei from coming was to assassinate him off silently. To use the means of assassination, first of all there can't be too many people, otherwise it will be easy to be exposed. In addition, Liu Bei comes to Xuzhou, he will surely bring his troops. If there are not too many people, they can't be killed, and without a way to smoothly hold back the Guanzhang duo, the plan of assassination is not feasible. What does Duji think? The only thing Cao Cao could do was ask Xuzhou. I said long ago, Liu Bei's stream is not worth mentioning. At this point in time, Xuzhou, who had yet to go to Guangzhou, shook his head and said, "Don't worry about Liu Bei, he can't come, and Yuanshu won't let him." According to the time extrapolation, Yuanshu is also about to attack Liu Bei jointly with Lu Bu. Lu Bu took the opportunity to steal Liu Bei's home and also caught all of Liu Bei's wives. What Watashi means is that Yuanshu will hit Liu Bei? Sun Yu thought and shook his head. Unlikely. Yuanshu and Liu Biao are in a stalemate. If he divides his army to fight Liu Bei again, it will weaken the stalemate with Liu Biao. Xuzhou analyzed, what if Yuanshu provoked Lu Bu? You should know that after Lu Bu fled to Xuzhou, he has been coveting Xuzhou. As long as Liu Bei leaves Shopee, Yuanshu makes a move on Xuzhou, Lu Bu then sneaks in, and with the combination of the inside and the outside, Liu Bei won't even have a home. It seemed to make sense. They fell into deep thought, pondering whether or not this argument could hold up. If Yuanshu allows Lu Bu to sneak attack Liu Bei, Xuzhou will be occupied by Lu Bu and won't fall into Yuanshu's hands. Zhang Miao said. Actually, Lu Bu and Yuanshu have long been colluding. Zhou said nonchalantly, if I'm not wrong, Lu Bu even intends to marry his daughter to Yuanshu, so the relationship is subtle, anything can happen. But Chen Gong beside Lu Bu is not a simple person, he won't easily let Yuanshu get Xuzhou, he will definitely help Lu Bu to replace Liu Bei. Xuzhou is a granary, of course Yuanshu wants to get it. Lu Bu has been running around for the past few years, and has long been tired of running around, and would like to take this opportunity to lay claim to a large city to recuperate. With Chen Gong assisting at Lu Bu's side again, he could do a lot of things. Zhou could predict that the next Xuzhou was very lively. As a matter of fact, Xuzhou during this period was indeed lively. If Lord believes me, there is really no need to care about Liu Bei right now. Zhou said confidently, it's fine if you guys have to watch out for Liu Bei, in the end, you will realize that it's just a waste of effort. Crowd. Seeing how certain Zhou was, they did not know whether to beware or not. However, they had seen Zhou's anticipation again, saying that what will happen, will inevitably happen, and then having such a certain tone, as if he was not just saying it, he seemed to have 100% confidence. What is the current situation with Liu Bei? Cao Cao asked. Sun Yu beside him said, we've just received news from Scouts 800 Li Expedited, saying that Liu Bei left Shopee with his troops 3 days ago to come to Xuzhou. Left 3 days ago? Zhou heard this news and laughed. The Lord should be able to get it soon. News of Yuanshu's move against Shui and Huayin, Liu Bei can at most enter within Yanzhou before he has to immediately withdraw back to counter Yuanshu. Sun Yu and the others would be skeptical. Cao Cao couldn't decide what to do for a while, only to see him hesitate for a long time before deciding. I believe Duji, Liu Bei must not be able to come, let's leave Liu Bei alone. It took a certain amount of courage to make this decision. Cao Cao was going out on a limb, they couldn't stop Liu Bei from coming anyway, and asked, when is Duji going to go to Guangzhou? Tomorrow. Zhou did not want to delay any longer, and went home as soon as possible after the fight as soon as possible. Cao Cao said, tonight, I will host a banquet to send Duji off. However, before he finished his words, he saw Su Chu run in and gasped, my lord, there is an 800-mile expedited military message from Xuzhou. Chapter 57 A banquet to see you off. Hearing that there was an urgent military message from Xuzhou, Cao Cao immediately opened it. Before he could finish reading it, he laughed out loud. Duji, I let you guess correctly again. Ha ha. Yuanshu really did sneak attack Shui and Huayin. As for how Lu Bu's situation is, it's not clear for now, but Liu Bei must not be able to come to Xuzhou. Duji's divine plan is as predictable as the gods. Cao Cao said with a big smile while looking at the military situation. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and the others were stunned and hurriedly went over to take a look, and sure enough, they could see the military intelligence above the matter of how Yuanshu was going to send out his troops, and now that Yuanshu's fight against Xuzhou has been fulfilled, Lu Bu's situation is not yet clear, but judging by the current development, the likelihood of Lu Bu attacking Shopee is very high. Zhou, as always, is stable. Saying that something will happen is really what will happen. This ability to analyze comprehensively, as well as judgment, was breathtaking. Du Ji. Guizhou wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he hesitated for a long time and sighed, I don't know how to describe my admiration for you anymore. The other civil officials and strategists all thought the same. I just happened to guess correctly. Zhou smiled modestly and added, if you guys go deeper and consider more, it's actually not that hard to analyze the whole thing. Sun Yu laughed, Duji thinks too highly of me. They already admired Zhou, and now they were even more convinced. For this person Liu Bei, do we really completely ignore it? Cao Cao asked again. Zhou nodded, no need to care about Liu Bei, just let them have internal chaos in Xuzhou. The most important thing at the moment is to focus on troops and provisions. Next year at the earliest, Yuan Shu will be claiming the title of emperor. The lord must fight Yuan Shu and then take this opportunity to settle Lu Bu and take Xuzhou. Good. Cao Cao no longer had any other concerns, believing in Zhou was enough. If he wanted to pacify the world and achieve hegemony, he had to trust Zhou, he would never be wrong. Duji, I'll see you off tonight, remember to come. Cao Cao tossed Liu Bei's matter aside and turned his attention to pacifying Guanzhong. The situation in Guanzhong was the current focus. Yes. Zhou of course agreed. Night. The pacification of Guanzhong was Zhou's first time leading an army in command. The nervousness before departure, Zhou had absolutely nor did he feel that there was anything to be nervous about. As long as he followed the course of history and added some of his own changes, pacifying Guanzhong wasn't difficult, it was just a matter of bringing certain events ahead of time. Cao Cao's hosted a banquet to see him off, organized in a very grand manner. When Zhou walked inside, he could see that the food and wine were ready and the people had come, just missing himself. Du Ji! Cao Cao shouted and beckoned again. Zhou had no choice but to stride in, and after making a bow, he was about to find a place to sit down when Cao Ang came over and said, Sir, this way. He enthusiastically pulled Zhou and sat in front of a desk near Cao Cao's side. There was already someone sitting next to him, and it was none other than Cao Shan. As a woman, being able to sit at tonight's banquet was one of the few exceptions in ancient times. Seeing her elder brother bring Zhou over and sit beside him, Cao Shan's delicate and pretty face slowly surfaced with a nice blush. After experiencing the last blind date incident, she basically knew that Zhou was her future husband and son-in-law, and she acquiesced in her heart. In this period of marriage, there was no freedom to speak of, basically it was arranged by the parents, let you marry whoever you want, you have to marry whoever you want, you can't even if you want to not marry. Seeing this, Cao Cao gave Cao Ang an appreciative look. Sir. Cao Shan hesitated for a moment, picked up a wine glass and took the initiative to pour wine for Zhou. Zhou understood that tonight was another blind date and was a bit embarrassed. Thank you. Du Ji. Cao Cao raised his wine cup and solemnly said, Supervisor Guanzhong, this matter is very important and also has a certain amount of danger. If you can do it, try to do it as much as you can. If there are any changes, come back right away. There is no need for hesitation, and here I wish you all the best. One Zhou was more important than 100 Guanzhongs. Even if he couldn't pacify Guanzhong, Zhou must come back safe and sound. Many thanks, Lord. Zhou raised his cup and drank with Cao Cao. Then next, the others toasted Zhou, and since they were hosting a banquet to send off, they were basically wishing the Guanzhong matter well. Cao Shan sat on the side and continued to help Zhou pour wine. Seeing that the people around her father were so respectful and admiring of Zhou, the smile on her face was even more playful and pretty. The farewell banquet was almost underway and it was already late at night. Zhou had been poured several rounds of wine and was fast slowing down. Shaner, take Duji to the guest room to rest. Cao Cao saw that his daughter didn't object, and thought that the marriage was a done deal. When he returned from Guanzhong, he would make sure that Shaner and Zhou were married and became a family. Thinking of Zhou's abilities, Cao Cao didn't know how strong this thought was. Okay. Cao Shan called for 2 maids and together they helped Zhou to the guest room. This woman who could take out her husband with her brother-in-law was still quite gentle and well-behaved at this time, and if Zhou was still awake, he would definitely exclaim that it was quite unbelievable. Congratulations, Lord. Après Zhong said first. The others chimed in. Good. Cao Cao laughed out loud. Zhong licked his lips and said, My lord, today is a big day, should I have a drink? No. Sun Yu immediately moved the nearby wine out of the way and said, Jitsai can only drink water, not alcohol. Then it would be better to let me die. Zhong said in a lifeless manner. The crowd laughed. Cao Shan had people send Zhou to the guest room and had just settled everything when a little girl of about 9 years old came bouncing over. Big sister, who is he? The little girl asked curiously. Cao Shan's cheeks blushed slightly as she softly said, He is one of father's strategists. Does Yuan think he is good looking? The little girl was called Xiaoyu, Yuan's adopted niece. It was the same Shao clan who went out to collect firewood and was snatched away by Zhang Fei. In earlier years, Shao Yuan had helped Cao Cao take the blame for his imprisonment, and Cao Cao was very kind to Shao Yuan, and even brought Shao Yuan's children around to raise them together, and this niece was one of them. Good looking. Shao Yu nodded her head. Hearing that this little girl also knew that it looked good, Cao Shan happily said, "In the future, he will still be my husband." Shao Yu understood and said, "Then should I call him brother-in-law?" "Yes," Cao Shan said. At this time, Xuzhou sobered up a few points. After all, the ancient wine, it was just like that, not enough degrees. When you first drink it, you will get drunk, but the aftertaste is not too strong. Xuzhou was in a daze when he heard Cao Shan and a little girl sitting beside him, chatting about themselves, whispering with impunity. Xuzhou eavesdropped on their whispers, were embarrassed to say that they woke up, can only keep pretending to sleep, and finally do not know when really fell asleep. Chapter 58, Zhang Fei, Big Brother, Wife's Clothes. The next day, two things happened in Xuzhou. First, Kong Rong, who had been defeated by Yuan Tan, had to leave Beihai and, desperate, heard that the Son of Heaven was in Xuzhou and came straight to Xuzhou. Cao Cao welcomed Kong Rong's arrival and asked Sun Yu to temporarily receive and entertain him. The second event was important to Cao Cao. That was Xuzhou's official departure to hold the section to oversee Guangzhou and pacify the rebels. Cao Cao and the others personally went out to see him off, and brought Cao Shan with them. When he saw Cao Shan, Xuzhou felt slightly embarrassed. After all, last night eavesdropped on so many of their whispers, and some of the private things of a daughter's family are not too good to face Cao Shan again. He coughed lightly and said, "Lord, I'm leaving first, the fastest 2 months, will definitely be able to come back, please don't worry, Lord. Duji must remember what I said, in case of danger, don't hesitate and come back immediately." Before departing, Cao Cao also urged. Xuzhou nodded his head to indicate that he knew, then looked at Cao Shan and gave her a nice smile before bringing along Dianwei and Chaozhen, as well as more than 300 people, and leaving Xuzhou to go north. "Sir, wait." Cao Ang hurriedly walked up and said, "The thing you wanted, we made it." He had people carry a box over and place it next to Xuzhou's and their horses. The crowd did not know what it was that Xuzhou was going to make and looked over strangely. Xuzhou didn't make it public either and had the people put it away and continued to set off north. The group was quick and drifted away. "Shaner," Cao Cao said, "when Duji returns, I will arrange for you to get married." Cao Shan's cheeks blushed slightly, and she said shyly, "I'll listen to father's arrangements." She was very satisfied with this husband and son-in-law. "Good." Cao Cao smiled pleasantly and added, "Let's go back and take a look at Kongwenju." Liu Bei felt that his life was bitter. He set out for Xuzhou, and when he passed through Chao County, he was shocked to hear the bad news that Yuan Shu had sent troops to attack Shui and Huayin while he was away, and had to turn back to rescue Xuzhou, and had to send a letter to Dongchang, unable to come himself. He dared to go directly to Xuzhou, also because he considered that Yuan Shu and Liu Biao were in a stalemate, and did not have time to pay attention to himself, but never dreamed that Yuan Shu could still fight on two fronts, wanting to annex Xuzhou, the big grain silo, so furious that he almost cursed his mother. "Damn Yuan Shu!" Liu Bei shouted angrily, "Go back, go back!" The great opportunity to get close to the Son of Heaven and gain development was gone. The Son of Heaven was important, but Xuzhou was even more important. It was the first big city he had ever owned, and he absolutely could not lose it. "I will cut off Yuan Shu's head." Guan Yu was also angry, furious that his great plan was thus disrupted by the dry bones in the mound. However, the first piece of bad news, before they could finish digesting it, the second piece of bad news came again. As they fled back to Pengcheng, they saw Zhang Fei leading more than 1,000 remnants of his army in a lumbering manner to meet their direction. "Big brother!" Zhang Fei met up with Liu Bei and first let out a shout, then cried, "I couldn't defend Shopi, I'm sorry big brother." Sun Qian asked in shock, "Could it be that Yuan Shu has already hit Shopi?" "No, it's Lu Bu's three-named slave." Zhang Fei wiped a handful of tears and said viciously, "Lu Bu was really not a thing. He came to Xuzhou in poverty. Big brother is good to take him in. He is not thankful even if he is not, but also teamed up with Yuan Ji, swindled me out of the city and sneak attacked Shopi. I can't fight but can only lead the troops to withdraw at first. Big brother, what are we going to do?" "What?" Liu Bei hears that Shopi is gone. First he stares wide-eyed, then his body shakes, unable to accept such a fact. "Big brother." Guan Yu hurriedly held Liu Bei, and tightly gripped the hilt of the green dragon crescent blade, and angrily said, "Third brother, let's go back, kill that Lu Bu guy, and recapture Shopi." Zhang Fei jumped up violently and said in a loud voice, "I'm going to poke 17 or 18 transparent holes in that third surname slave and kill him back." After his anger, he was murderous again. The two Guanzhongs didn't care about anything and directly led their troops to fight back. The two generals should not be impulsive. Jian Yong hurriedly said, "The walls of Shapi are high and thick, it's not good for us to fight back." Liu Bei finally slowed down with a breath and shook his head. "Yun Chang, Ada, come back." "Xianhe, Gongyu, what should we do now?" Guan and Zhang had to stop. Jian Yong said, "We can recapture Shao Pei and stalemate with Lu Bu first." "What about Yuan Shu?" Liu Bei asked again. After what happened, his head was fuzzy and he couldn't think of an idea. Sun Xian said, "Yuan Shu can be left alone." Lu Bu was able to work with Yuan Shu. The plot was Xuzhou. Yuan Shu also wanted Xuzhou. Now that Lu Bu has gotten his hands on it, is he willing to give Xuzhou away? Even if he is willing, Chen Gong is not willing. It would be better to let them kill each other and we wait for an opportunity to move. Then let's follow this, first take down Shao Pei, then plot for Shapi. Liu Bei gritted his teeth and said. He was from Shapi and knew very well how tall and thick the Shapi citadel was. Lu Bu had Chen Gong with him. It was not very difficult to defend Shapi, and with this number of people, they could not even fight their way in. Ida, only you guys escaped. Where is your sister-in-law? Liu Bei said with a tight heart. Zhang Fei said, Big brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't save my sister-in-law. Liu Bei was on the verge of tears, and said with a long sigh, I heard that Lu Bu is horny, your sister-in-law she. He didn't even dare to say the words afterward. Falling into the hands of Lu Bu, is there any left? The head is green. Big brother, wife is like clothes. Zhang Fei had to comfort. Liu Bei felt that his tragic life was just too miserable. In reality, Lu Bu did not do anything to Liu Bei's wife. He wanted to do it, but Chen Gong did not allow it, so he had to give up and had to listen to Chen Gong at this stage. Climbing up the tall city tower of Shapi, Lu Bu overlooked the whole city, his heart surging with excitement. Occupying a big city and owning the affluent Xuzhou, he felt like walking on the peak of his life. Many thanks to Gong Tai for helping me. Lu Bu said excitedly. Chen Gong said, Marquis Wen is polite. Lu Bu said, what should we do next? Liu Bei had gone to Xuzhou, but he would definitely come back after getting news from here. Yuan Shu attacked Xuzhou, and on the surface, they are cooperating with him inside and outside, and they are going to be in-laws, but in reality, they are each harboring their own agenda. Lu Bu is unlikely to give up Xuzhou, and it is still unknown whether this in-laws can be formed. Yuan Shu is not easy to be fooled, promised to give Lu Bu grain and grass, just empty promises, will not see Lu Bu get Xuzhou. Next, he might have to face a joint attack by Liu Bei and Yuan Shu. Even if Lu Bu was conceited, he felt the pressure at this time. His only hope was Chen Gong. Liu Bei won't rest, and Yuan Shu likewise refuses to rest. Chen Gong said calmly, there is actually no need for Marquis Wen to send Missy to Shochuan to Yuan Shu. I have a way to help Marquis Wen maneuver between Liu Bei and Yuan Shu, and the confidence to be able to beckon Liu Bei to surrender, so that if Yuan Shu strikes again, we can get Liu Bei to agree to join forces with us to counterattack, which is the reason why I told Marquis Wen not to touch Liu Bei's wife. His words were spoken with confidence. When Lu Bu heard it, he felt stable. But when he thought of the beauty of that wife of Liu Bei, his mouth watered and he just couldn't give it back. Chapter 59, On the way to Guangzhou. Chen Zhou left Yingchuan and traveled slowly. The route of this walk, not through Liang County, but through Xinjiang, from the Tiger Prison pass into Luoyang, and then follow the Yellow River all the way to the west. The first stop in the west is Huayin. Leaving Xuzhou, walking to the evening of this day. After walking out of the Yingchuan range, Chen Zhou ordered all to set up camp and rest. Sir, why did you take me to pacify Guangzhou? These words held in Cao Zhan's heart for a long time, and now he finally couldn't help but ask. Chen Zhou looked up and smiled, because General Cao is the Lord's righteous son, his status is very high, it is important for us to pacify Guangzhou, it has to be General Cao. Cao Zhan. He didn't even know where he was important. Chen Zhou didn't continue to explain and added, please help me arrange for 2 people for General Cao to leave quickly now, bypass Chang'an and other places, and head west to Liangzhou to meet with Ma Tang and Han Sui. Tell them that the court's envoys are here, and that I, as an angel of the court, hold a section to oversee Guangzhou, and have a blank, stamped imperial edict with the seal of the Son of Heaven, with the power to reward the herdsmen of Liangzhou. Cao Zhan asked in surprise, Mr. Still wants to, by the way, pacify Liangzhou as well? To pacify Liangzhou, it is not that easy. Chen Zhou shook his head slightly and added, I'm only temporarily stabilizing the duo of Ma Tang and Han Sui, and by the way, letting them help me deal with Guisi and Li Ju. In addition, I only have one imperial decree, and only one person can serve as the pastor of Liangzhou. One mountain can't tolerate two tigers. If I reward one of them, the other will naturally be dissatisfied, and that's where the conflict will come from. Cao Zhen listened and suddenly realized. Those of them who are strategists are indeed ruthless. In a few words, it was possible for two people who were originally at peace with each other to contradict and kill each other. It was also fortunate that Xuzhou was Cao Cao's man. If he had defected to someone else, or was willing to help Zhang Miao in the first place, what the consequences would be, they couldn't imagine. Tell Ma Tang and Han Sui that as long as they can help me pacify the Sanfu region and recover Yangzhou, my blank edict will be able to include the name of one of them. Shenzhou added, as for whose name to write, it is up to them to discuss and decide. Cao Zhen asked, what if none of them are willing? Shenzhou shook his head and said, it won't be. Right now, the Han Majesty is still there, and anyone who wants their own official position can be named and honored. If they are still unwilling like this, I will hold the section and supervise the army, so I can use the name of the Son of Heaven to order the disbelievers, and I will have a second plan when the time comes. Hearing Shenzhou's so confident words, Cao Zhen understood that Ma Tang and Han Sui probably couldn't escape. He immediately arranged for someone to leave first and contacted Ma Tang and Han Sui in advance, letting them know that the imperial court was coming. The order of the Son of Heaven came. Now the orders of the Son of Heaven still had a certain amount of gold in them. Sir, this thing, what is it again? Dianwei was deeply interested in that box that Cao Ang had given Shenzhou. That small box, heavy and so solemnly given to Shenzhou, should be something good. A box? Shenzhou said, bring it over, I will open it and show you. Dianwei's movements were quick, and after a moment had passed, he carried the chest over. Shenzhou opened it up and the first thing that appeared was a barrel that was less than a foot long, the stock, the chamber, the flints and so on, all complete. Cao Ang and the others had polished it for so long before the first seamless steel tube was polished. Strictly speaking, this was not yet a steel tube, but it should be seamless. This was still built by Shenzhou in accordance with the flintlock pistol, a weapon for his own defense. The cost was too high, the workmanship was troublesome, and after half a year had passed, only one was built, and it was simply impossible to mass produce it. In addition to this, there was also some ammunition. The bullets were mini bullets. There was also a jar filled with gunpowder, and the gunpowder thing was easy to make. Shenzhou taught the technology and the people below were able to toss it out. In addition to the barrel, there was also the spring, which was also technically difficult, which was why it took so long to make. However, this is a front-mounted flintlock rifle. It is super troublesome to use, unless it can be mass-produced to do rotational shooting, otherwise it is not as convenient as a bow and arrow. The main thing is that it is more powerful and the sound is amazing. Shenzhou used this thing for defense, more than anything else. It has a deterrent effect on the enemy. With a loud sound, shocking the enemy, one could do a lot of things. What is this? Cao Zhen asked curiously. A cannon. Shenzhou explained, but as clear as the explanation was, they still weren't sure what a cannon was. There was just a confused look on their faces. Shenzhou poured the gunpowder into the chamber, then pressed the mini bullets in hard, pressed it tightly and compacted it, and said, come on, help me try it. This cannon, it hadn't been officially used. It was not clear if it would blow up the chamber. In case it would, Shenzhou felt that he had to lie down on the board. Finding an unlucky person to test the gun was the best option. After a while, they found a soldier. Shenzhou taught the soldier how to operate it, then asked him to aim it at a small tree next to him and pull the trigger. Boom! A loud bang appeared at first. Everyone was startled. The soldier who fired the gun was so scared that after the bullet hit out, he threw the gun on the ground on the spot. The strong recoil also made him take 2 steps back. The bullet hit out, hitting the small tree right in the center. The tree trunk shook, the branches and leaves fell down one after another. The soldier who fired the gun froze. Everyone froze at that moment. They were so shocked by the deafening and terrifying sound of the gunshot that they didn't know how to react. The sound that was like thunder and seemed to be louder than thunder was completely beyond their inherent knowledge and felt incredible. Shenzhou had long been psychologically prepared and was not yet in shock. Seeing that the cannon had not blown up, he put it away with confidence and walked over to the small tree again, only to see that the trunk of the tree had an additional dent, which had been created by the warheads of the mini bullets blowing apart. Being able to imagine how horrible it would be to break the skin if it hit a human body. Sir, this thing, it's weirdly scary and so strong? Dianwei first reacted, then looked at the hole punched out of the tree trunk. The surprise in his heart was indescribable. He only felt it was too scary. Such a small thing, and it can still hit with such terrifying power. Cao Zhen then also slowed down and said in shock. they felt that their perceptions were completely turned upside down. Of course. Xuzhou was satisfied as he put away the cannon and put it back inside that box, and added, actually, this power is not that strong, the penetration is not good, so it can be used just fine. It's a pity that it takes half a year to build one, there's no way to mass produce it. Otherwise, getting a musket team to take turns shooting should be quite shocking. This is still making do? They could hardly imagine how terrifying it would be if it was powerful. The other soldiers, one after another, slowed down. Especially the soldier who was responsible for firing the gun, rubbed his cheek, still not sure what all he had just done. Chapter 60 The Longchamp Garrison. What? Yuan Shu attacked Shui and Huayin, and Liu Bei came halfway and had to retreat? Dong Chang was dumbfounded when he got this news. Such a good plan to check Cao Cao was so messed up by that Yuan Shu guy, where could they find another person similar to Liu Bei to come back? Now that Liu Bei is gone, who else can come to Xuzhou? Prince Clothing asked as he looked at the crowd. The other people collectively silent, think about it, consider for a long time, it seems that only Liu Bei is the most suitable, now Liu Bei cannot come, no one else, including Yuan Shao, otherwise it is to lead the wolf into the house. Could it be that the Han really want to fall? Ding Chong voice pathos said. These words fell, the people present are helplessly shaking their heads. The fact that this is the case cannot change anything. But they were not willing, and continued to think of ways to change. Huayin. The team led by Xuzhou finally arrived here after passing through Fenglingdu. Outside of Huayin City were rolling camps. In the middle of the camp, there were two huge military flags fluttering in the wind, one with the word Longchamp embroidered on it, and the other with the word Duan embroidered on it. Here is the Longchamp garrison where the camp, they were originally guarding the western Liang, against the northwestern who people of the Han elite, many years ago was taken away by Dongzhuo, involved in the chaos of the end of the Han dynasty, once the pride and honor of the garrison, so far fallen almost, even the flag is tattered and torn. The general of the Longchamp garrison is called Duan Simmer. Looking at the two tattered military flags, Xuzhou could feel that the Han dynasty was once strong, as well as the current sadness, and faintly said, here it is. Shao Zhen asked, is Sir really going to recover the Longchamp garrison? They only have more than 300 people, can they really take back the Longchamp garrison? That's right, I can take it in. Xuzhou looked around and continued, Duan Simmer is in Huayin, his reputation is still good, he doesn't plunder the people, he cultivates agriculture diligently, he's not the likes of Guosi or Li Ju, he can be our helper. He is so sure and confident that he can pacify Guanzhong by bringing 300 people into the northwest. The most crucial thing is still Duan Simmer, this person. Historically, the person who took Li Ju's head and sent it to Xuzhou to Lu Xia was precisely Duan Simmer, who later served as the governor of Beidi and Guanglu Daifu, and died of old age and longevity. Xuzhou can judge from historical records that Duan Simmer still had some respect for the Son of Heaven. Holding the section and supervising the army with the orders of the Son of Heaven should be able to drive Duan Simmer and subdue him. Let's go! Xuzhou continued onward. But after walking for not long, he entered the range of the Longchamp army camp's secret outpost. Seeing hundreds of people approaching, the soldiers on the outskirts of the barracks immediately showed up and gathered hundreds of people, stopping Xuzhou and them and confronting them. The officer at the head asked, "Stop, who are you?" Hundreds of Longchamp garrison soldiers stared at Xuzhou and the others with murderous anger, very unfriendly. When Xiaozhen saw this, he thought that he could not lose his momentum, and was about to unsheath his sword and fight against the Longchamp garrison army when Xuzhou interrupted. "No need to be nervous, you take this, take it back to your general, he will come out to see me when he sees it." Holding a section of the governor, holding a rune, is a kind of identity credentials, there is also the logo of the imperial power on it. Xuzhou took his rune festival and threw it over to the officer. The ordinary officer didn't even necessarily recognize the words and couldn't understand what the rune festival was, but could see that it wasn't a simple thing and hurriedly handed it over to a junior soldier behind him to go back and report it to Duan Simin, who continued to stay behind to confront Xuzhou. Ever since the Son of Heaven left Chang'an, returned east to Luoyang, and was taken away by Cao Cao, Duan Simmer has been torn. Duan Simmer is torn between the idea of being stationed in Huayin and having a seat here, and the long-term plan of not wanting to fight for the world or anything like that, and not really wanting to attach himself to Li Ju in Chang'an or Guosi in ancient China, and the idea of whether or not he wants to follow the Son of Heaven to Xuzhou and return to the Han dynasty with his troops. Their Longchamp garrison is the garrison of the Great Han. When they left Liangzhou with Dongzhuo, they already regretted it now. In fact, Li Ju and Guosi had both sent people to draw Duan Simmer in, but both were politely refused back by him. Just as Duan Simmer was pacing back and forth, considering what to do next, a soldier eagerly ran in and said, "General, there are people outside again." Are there stragglers coming again? During this period of time, Duan Simmer had accepted quite a few stragglers from all over the world. The world was in turmoil, and the people were not happy. Usually such a situation would breed a lot of homeless stragglers, and no matter how many came, Duan Simmer would accept them and never reject them. No, someone gave me this, saying that I should give it to the general, and that the general would go out to meet that person after reading it. The soldier who came in handed Duan Simmer the Rune Festival. Rune Festival. Duan Simmer took it and looked at it, and headed straight outside. When he reached the outside of the barracks, he only saw his own soldiers, confronting hundreds of people. Duan Simmer droned, "All of you, get out of the way. May I ask which one of you is the angel sent by the court? The rune is mine." Xuzhou followed the sound and looked. It was the first time he had seen Duan Sim, but he could basically tell that the person standing in front of him was Duan Sim, and continued, "Give me back the rune." Duan Simmer hesitated. This angel, too young. He turned his inquiring gaze to the officer beside him, who nodded slightly, proving the talisman's origin. "Longchamp Army's Duan Simmer, meet the court angel." Duan Simmer made a bow, then raised the talisman section with both hands and sent it to Xuzhou. After Xuzhou took it, he looked at Duan Simmer and faintly said, "My name is Xuzhou. I hold the festival to supervise and pacify Guangzhou." Hearing this, Duan Simmer curiously looked behind Xuzhou, and there were really only 300 people. Bringing 300 people in and wanting to pacify Guangzhou? May I ask the governor, what are your orders? Duan Simmer temporarily put aside his other thoughts and knew that Xuzhou suddenly came to find himself. It wouldn't be as simple as passing by and wanting to pay a visit. Xuzhou said, "In place of the Son of Heaven, I ask General Duan 2 words." "Please speak." Duan Simmer said. "I ask General Duan, does the once Longchamp garrison still exist today?" Xuzhou asked aloud, "The Longchamp elite that crisscrossed the northwest, deterring the Hu people and guarding the Han soil back then, do they still exist today?" At these words, Duan Simmer fell silent. The soldiers following Duan Simmer were also silent when they heard such a question. They were once the pride of the great Han as well, but now that they had fallen to such a state that they couldn't even return to Liangzhou, they were a bit unsure of how to answer the question posed by Xuzhou. "What, can't answer?" Seeing this, Xuzhou added, "Or, are you guys too shy to answer? Dongzhuo only subjected you to defilement, he shouldn't have broken your spine, right? Could it be that you have degraded yourselves?" He continued to question. "No. No." The first one to respond was still the officer who had stopped them at the beginning. He shouted, looked at Duan Simmer, and asked, "General, we haven't degraded ourselves, we're just temporarily losing the glory we once had, right?" Chapter 61. Soldiers still hold their honor in high regard. The glory of their Longchamp garrison was once dazzling in the Great Han, stationed in the arduous northwest, suffering from the wind and sand, fighting with the Hu people all year round, guarding the Han soil, and never backing down. Since they were taken away by Dongzhuo, their glory has been less and less every day. They were even labeled as rebels, but they also thought that it was only temporary, and that if they were given the chance, they could still recover to be as they were. No one wanted to take the honor of their martyrs and throw it away like this. They would love to tell the world that the backbone of Longchamp army is still there and has not been broken by Dongzhuo. In the face of such a question from his subordinates, Duan Simmer continued to be silent, sighing in his heart that he was actually sorry for this honor, sorry for the Longchamp garrison, and all the martyrs, and that he was the one who advocated to go with Dongzhuo at the beginning, which was considered as a sinner. It is precisely for this reason that he is torn between returning to the side of the Son of Heaven or not. Xuzhou's gaze fell on that officer and said, "Is General Duan not even as good as this military marquis?" He judged that officer's position, based on his clothing, was one of the military lords in the Longchamp army. "I will give you time to reconsider," Xuzhou said calmly, as if he expected that Duan Simmer would not reject himself. This group of Longchamp garrisons could be taken in and used for their own purposes. "Good." Duan Simmer finally answered and turned around to head back towards the barracks. The military marquis who spoke just now, as well as the hundreds of soldiers who followed him around, were in a hurry at this time. They felt that the general shouldn't have hesitated, but the general really hesitated, and had no choice but to follow back. Walking into the Yamen gate of the barracks, Duan Simmer looked at the soldiers who were training. "All troops assemble. Put on your armor and mount your horses. Beat the drums." Duan Simmer shouted loudly. The officers around them were shocked, not knowing what Duan Simmer wanted to do. It couldn't be to fight the angels coming from outside, right? However, they could only follow the military order, and the soldiers immediately gathered. Outside the camp, Shao said, "Sir, that's it? They can really submit to us? Shenzhou looked toward the camp and searched for a moment. I'm not sure, but wait, in case it fails, I'll go back and ask for forgiveness myself, and have nothing to do with you guys. However, before he finished his words, he was interrupted by a roaring drum. Dang 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 dang. The war drums thundered and echoed in the military camp. Dianwei immediately stirred up and shouted, "Not good, they are going to fight out, quickly protect Mr. Kill Out." As soon as these words fell, at the Yamen gate of the Longchamp army camp, soldiers surged out. First were the cavalry led by Duan Simmer, followed by the infantry. The military flags were waving, and the momentum was like a rainbow. At this time, Dianwei's vigilance was at its highest. His hands had already grabbed the iron halberd and stood in front of Shenzhou, ready to make a move to kill out at any time. Xiaozhen is also the same, hand lance raised, behind the 300 soldiers, the ring-head sword sheathed, ready to fight to the death. However, Shenzhou stood calmly in place. In this situation, if Duan Simmer wants to intercept, they can't escape. If they don't want to intercept, then the opportunity to take over the Longchamp army is here. Stop! Duan Simmer arrived in front of Shenzhou and shouted. The cavalry and infantry behind him all stopped at this time, disciplined and very neat. Worthy of being a former border army, even though it had fallen for a long time, the aura that had coalesced at this time was still shocking. In the face of these elites, Shenzhou was calm and self-assured, not timid. Longchamp Garrison General Duan Simmer, greetings to the governor. Duan Simmer dismounted and shouted aloud. All the cavalry behind him dismounted at the same time. All of them bowed together and chanted in unison, "Greetings to the governor." Shenzhou smiled. Duan Simmer made this statement, the meaning was obvious. The Longchamp army was willing to submit. Even though this submission was to the court and not to Cao Cao, by bringing them back first, Cao Cao would be confident that he could turn them into his own Longchamp army. Look again at the soldiers in front of you. Armor is tattered. Guns and spears are staccato. The blades were like jagged teeth. But the bloodlust in their bodies has not been extinguished. Their backs were straight and their fighting spirit was high. The former war spirit burst out in torrents. Dong Zhuo had only disgraced them, but he had not broken their backs. Yes. Shenzhou then shouted in response, "This is the honor of the great Han, you are all heroes." Seeing this, Dianwei and Xiaozhen, they finally put their weapons away. Sir is really powerful and can really take in the Longchamp army. Please, Governor, follow me into the camp. Duan Simmer shouted again, "All of you, separate on both sides and greet the governor." All the soldiers immediately separated and stood on both sides outside of the barracks Yamen gate, leaving a passageway waiting for Shenzhou to enter them. Duan Simmer led his horse and led the way in front. The soldiers on both sides, their wariness remained the same. They looked straight ahead, not turning their eyes away, and gripped their weapons tightly in their hands, as if they were ready to take orders to go to war and kill for Shenzhou at any time. When Shenzhou saw this, he was not intimidated by the aura, and walked leisurely, following behind Duan Simmer into the barracks. Duanwei and Xiaozhen could only follow, but when they arrived at someone else's barracks, they raised their guard again, fearing that something unexpected would happen. General Duan, the Longchamp army's momentum is still the same, everything is not lost. Shenzhou said. It's far inferior to what it once was. Duan Simmer sighed with emotion, and seeing that all the people had entered the barracks, he droned again, "All gather on the school grounds." Neat footsteps followed. All the soldiers returned to the camp and stood in front of Shenzhou in a neat and orderly manner. How many people are left now? Shenzhou asked. Duan Simmer replied aloud, 12,102, of which 2,100 are cavalry and the rest are all infantry. The Longchamp army still had over 10,000 men, it could do a lot. How are the armaments? Shenzhou asked again. The armament is sufficient, swords, spears, gorgets and halberds, can be distributed to every soldier, arrows can equip more than 5,000 people, but the armament is worn out, and the blades have long been unfavorable. Duan Simmer said, his voice steeply increased by a few points, shouting, "But the blade in our hearts is indestructible." Good. What Shenzhou wanted was this mentality of theirs, and asked, "How are the provisions?" "There is only less than a month's worth of grain," Duan Simmer said helplessly. In today's environment, even Cao Cao was short of food, let alone Duan Simin. Not too long ago, he had also sent a lot of grain to the Son of Heaven, causing it to be even more scarce now. Insufficient food, we can go and rob it. Weapons are unfavorable, we can also rob the enemy. Chang'an is just around the corner, the supply weapons in Li Ju's army are our supply weapons. When the 3 auxiliaries are pacified and Guanzhong is stabilized, I will bring all of you back to Xuzhou. By then there will be enough food to manage, the weapons will be the sharpest, and the armor will be the toughest and thickest. Shenzhou said in a loud voice. Many thanks, Governor. Duan Simmer shouted. Many thanks to the governor. The other soldiers, too, chanted so. Duan Simmer added, please, Governor, rest in my tent. At this point, the two of them, Duan Wei and Xiaoxian, could completely rest assured that there was really no danger. Chapter 62. Inside the camp tent. Governor, Li Ju is in Chang'an with over 30,000 men. I only have over 12,000 men, we won't be able to attack Chang'an with this strength. After Duan Simmer calmed down, he began to analyze the various matters of pacifying Guanzhong. Shenzhou had only brought 300 men into Guanzhong, and it was basically impossible for this number of people to fight Chang'an. As the former capital of the Han dynasty, Chang'an's walls were absolutely high and thick. In a general battle of attack and defense, as long as the defending side has the advantage, the attacking side would have to have 5 times the strength of the defending side in order to securely take down the defending side's camp, and now that they are still facing Chang'an, the attacking side would need probably even more strength. With over 10,000 men, it would be impossible to fight Li Ju. I also know. Shenzhou pondered how to fight Chang'an and said, this battle cannot be a strong attack, it can only be taken by force. May I ask the governor how to take it by force? Duan Simmer asked. Shenzhou thought for a moment and said, the composition of Li Ju's troops, how exactly? Duan Simmer said, Li Ju should still have more than 3,000 Flying Bear army left behind by Dongzhuo. Dongzhuo left behind more than 5,000 Xiliang soldiers, there are also some Xiliang cavalry, and the rest are the 5 schools of the Northern Army and the 3 Rivers Cavalry, of which the infantry battalion has the most soldiers. The Flying Bear army, but Dongzhuo's private elite force. The 5 schools of the Northern Army and the 3 Rivers Cavalry were called the 5 schools of the 3 rivers. Among the 5 schools, the soldiers of the infantry battalion had the Northwesterners as their main source of soldiers. When Dongzhuo annexed the 5 schools of the 3 rivers, he reused the infantry battalion of the Northwesterners, and the soldiers of the other battalions and the 3 Rivers Cavalry. Dongzhuo broke up the soldiers and divided them into various places in order to control them better. By now, and after so long of mixed and chaotic fighting, it had long been impossible to tell whether it was the shooting battalion or the Changshui battalion, the Hedong cavalry or the Hanoi cavalry. But the composition of the soldiers under Li Ju's ministry was complex. In other words, the 3,000 Fei Xiong army, 5,000 Xiliang infantry and some of the Xiliang cavalry will basically not betray Li Ju? Shenzhou asked. These soldiers who were brought out by Dongzhuo were very supportive of Li Ju, who was an old part of Dongzhuo and came from Liangzhou. Duan Simmer said, it's like this. The remaining portion of soldiers from the 3 rivers and 5 schools, under Li Ju's ministry, who was in command. Since the soldiers brought out by Dongzhuo would not betray Li Ju, Shenzhou set his sights on the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools. Before setting out, Shenzhou had thought of utilizing the Longchamp garrison and the soldiers of the 3 rivers 5 schools to achieve the goal of pacifying Guanzhong, and Li Ju and Guosi and the others definitely had a large number of soldiers of the 3 rivers 5 schools around them. As long as they could turn them, the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools could be used. They were soldiers of the Great Han, and in the name of the Son of Heaven, they could still be turned against them. This person is called Huang Fuyi, his character Jianshou. Duan Simmer knew the situation around Li Ju like the back of his hand. At one time, he was at Dongzhuo's side and was a colleague with the two of them. Huang Fuyi? Shenzhou pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop as he asked, what is his relationship with Huang Fusong? Duan Simmer said, it is none other than Huang Fusong's son. Huang Fu Jianshou, so it's him. Shenzhou suddenly realized. This Huang Fu Jianshou had an old relationship with Dongzhuo. When Dongzhuo called Huang Fusong as a city gate lieutenant, he had thought of killing Huang Fusong, but Huang Fuyi knew the news and immediately rushed to Luoyang from Chang'an to plead for his father, and in the end, Dongzhuo let Huang Fusong go, and also promoted him to the position of a counselor. After Dongzhuo's death, Huang Fusong became the general of conquering the west, slaughtering Dongzhuo's clan. Not long after Li Ju and Guosi killed Wang Yun, Huang Fusong worked under their command. After that, Huang Fusong died, Huang Fuyi put into Li Ju's command, and there is the current situation. Shenzhou also did not expect that it would be this person. The governor thinks that Huang Fuyi can be used? Duan Simmer asked. Shenzhou nodded, it can be used, it can be turned. Which one of you has friendship with Huang Fuyi? It should only be me. Duan Simmer considered for a moment, but still said, together at Dongzhuo's side at that time, I was still on good terms with Huangfu Jianshou. If the governor wants to turn Huangfu Jianshou, I can go on a journey instead of the governor. This Huangfu Yi must be turned. Without the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools, it would not be able to suppress Li Ju's Flying Bear army, as well as the Western Liang infantry cavalry. As Huangfu Song's son, it was not too difficult to turn Huangfu Yi. Back then, Huangfu Song was one of the few generals of the Han dynasty that could be used to pacify the Yellow Turbans and suppress the northern palace Boyu, etc., and he had great war achievements. General going is not enough. I'll arrange for another person, so it's more convincing. General Cao, you go too. Shenzhou looked at Cao Jin and continued, General Cao is the rightful son of Cao Sikong and is more convincing than any of us, but General Duan must guarantee General Chao's safety. If General Cao suffers any harm here, it won't just be my 300 men who will come next to pacify Guangzhou. At that time, as long as Lord Cao gives me 30,000 men, I will be able to slaughter Li Ju and the rest of them. Duan Simmer didn't know where Qinzhou got the confidence from to dare to say that 30,000 men would be able to slaughter Li Ju and the rest of them, but again, he didn't doubt Qinzhou's true ability. At the same time, he was surprised to see Cao Jin, who turned out to be Cao Cao's righteous son as well, so he made a bow. Cao Jin. He then realized that Qinzhou had named himself to be taken into Guangzhou, and had originally put himself to use like this, formally opening the proper usage of Cao Cao's righteous son. If it wasn't for Cao Ang's special status of being Cao Cao's eldest son and Cao Cao's other son still being young, Qinzhou would have wanted to bring a real son of Cao Cao here so that it would be more convincing. Whether it was to Huangfu Yi, or to Ma Tang and Han Sui, it was convincing. Is General Cao willing? Qinzhou continued to look at Cao Jin. Cao Jin nodded and said, of course there is no problem. He wasn't afraid of death either. With Duan Simmer around, it might be a bit dangerous, but leaving safely shouldn't be a problem. You guys go and tell Huangfu Yi that as long as he can lead the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools to return to the imperial court, the Son of Heaven can pardon him for all his crimes and faults, and then posthumously appoint Huangfu Song. The specifics of how to persuade him, you guys can grasp it yourselves. Shenzhou said and then asked, does General Duan have a public opinion map? Public opinion map, i.e. map. Duan Simmer quickly spread out an opinion map and placed it on the desk. Shenzhou looked at it for a moment, pointed his finger at a location on it, and said, we'll start tomorrow and march in secret. First find a place to hide near the Bawater, and then you guys will go to meet Huangfu Yi in secret. If you convince him, you will then go to see Li Ju and show that you are willing to defect, and use this opportunity to get close to Li Ju. Duan Simmer asked, what if he says he won't convince Huangfu Yi? No, it will definitely convince. Shenzhou said this, but actually hadn't thought about what to do in case he said he wouldn't be convinced. For the first time as a commander-in-chief leading an army into battle, he still lacks in experience. He can't do what Boss Cao did to cope with the situation, basically taking one step at a time. In case he says he won't be convinced, the only thing left to do is to improvise, then Liangzhou's Ma Tang and Han Sui's chess piece can be activated in advance. Good. Seeing Qinzhou so confident, Duan Simmer directly agreed. Cao Jin also said that he had no problem and was willing to take the risk, then everything was ready. Chapter 63 3 Rivers and 5 Schools. The strategy was finalized and the Longchamp army was also taken in. Shenzhou directly stayed in the Longchamp army's barracks in order to show his trust in Duan Simmer, but that very night, the person who had previously sent someone to contact Han Sui and Ma Tang finally returned with news. Sir, Ma Tang and Han Sui have agreed. Cao Jin walked into Qinzhou's tent with the news. Qinzhou was not much surprised by their agreement. It was still the same thing. Nowadays the Han is still alive, the Han family is still alive. They all wanted to get a real name, so that the people of Liangzhou, the other small warlords obeyed, and stood firm in their position in Liangzhou, and the Son of Heaven's enthronement was the best name for them. Did they say who will be the pastor of Liangzhou? Shenzhou asked. Cao Jin shook his head. For the time being, the news just said that they first expressed their agreement, and when the time comes, they can send out troops to cooperate with us, but how to send out troops has not yet been stated, and they have not yet given us a concrete response. Shenzhou thought for a while and suddenly laughed. They are doing this, they are only agreeing for the time being. After all, no one has seen the blank TNZ edict that I have on hand, and they are worried that if they don't agree anymore, they will miss out on the opportunity. If they don't have an agreement on who will be the pastor of Liangzhou, it is possible that the TNZ edict could become the thing that they are fighting for each other. So Liangzhou is at odds with itself and fighting each other, and we can pick up the slack behind the scenes? Cao Jin asked curiously. The imperial edict of the Son of Heaven is still quite important and carries a lot of weight. They weren't like Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, and they didn't have such a deep background, What they lacked was a name. With a name, it would also be easier to recruit troops. If we fight over the imperial edict, we do have a chance to pick up the favor. Xuzhou said in silence for a moment and added, but I don't think they will be stupid enough to really fight. They will definitely compromise with each other for the time being. How to pick up this advantage, let's talk about it later. The most important thing at the moment is to first resolve Li Zhu and Guosi, and put Huang Fuyi under control, then I'll arrange the plan for the Liangzhou side to send out troops. Since they were not willing to take the initiative to mention how to send out troops, Xuzhou could help them arrange it. Shaoxin was getting more and more impressed with Xuzhou's planning. Since Xuzhou said this, then the follow-up must be fine, they could just wait for the arrangements. The next day. Early in the morning. Xuzhou got up and told Duan Simmer to start pulling out his camp to the west, leaving Huayin and getting ready by Chang'an first. More than 10,000 troops, moving quietly. Perhaps Li Zhu was overconfident and thought that being stationed in Chang'an was stable, not even sending out scouts to the outside world. Xuzhou and his men were also exempted from the means to deal with scouts. It was 2 days later when they passed the Ba River. There was a grove of trees along the Ba River in which they hid. In order not to be detected, the army could not burn fires for cooking, so the only way was to prepare enough dry food and clean water in advance and lurk within the woods before planning how to act next. Where is Huang Fuyi's military camp? Xuzhou walked up the hill and looked in the direction of Chang'an. At this time, the sun was about to set, the setting sun in the west, reflecting the tall city of Chang'an. The military camps outside the city were as far as the eye could see. Soldiers walking to and fro could also be seen. The soldiers outside the city, all of them are Huang Fuyi's. Duan Simmer followed beside Xuzhou and explained, and the ones inside the city guarding the inner city are the Western Liang soldiers that Li Zhu brought with him, and the ones outside the city are all Huang Fuyi's 3 rivers and 5 school soldiers. Upon hearing this, Xuzhou laughed. It seems that Huang Fuyi's treatment is not as good as that of the Western Liang people. You guys will have one more reason to go tomorrow to convince Huang Fuyi to return to the fold. Good proposal, Governor. Duan Simmer understood the reasoning as soon as he heard it. Xuzhou added, alright, go back first. Back to the camp in the woods. Xuzhou called both Chaozhen and Duan Wei over. General Cao, this cannon of mine, you've seen how to use it. Loading ammunition is troublesome, but it sounds like thunder. Tomorrow when we go to meet Huang Fuyi, you bring this with you, in case there are any changes, hit the ammunition on Huang Fuyi. That thunderous sound is definitely something they haven't come into contact with before. It can scare people and scare them away from approaching. Lao Dian will follow along, and while the enemy is being intimidated, Lao Dian will immediately protect General Cao as he kills his way out of the enemy camp and rushes back this way. Got it? Xuzhou admonished. Handing the flintlock rifle solemnly into Chaozhen's hands, this was also his arrangement. The loud bang from the flintlock could shock a lot of people. For fierce men like Dianwei, the short time of shock was enough for them to rush out, and if it wasn't enough, load the ammunition to fire a second shot to continue the shock. Chaozhen took the cannon and was a bit mesmerized. It turned out that Sir was not just simply letting himself take risks. I have no problem, Dianwei said as he patted his heart. The iron halberd in his hand was already hungry and thirsty. Chaozhen made a bow and said, please don't worry sir, I will complete the mission. I guess I can't use the cannon. It's best if you can't use it. Xuzhou added, Lao Dian selected 10 elites with good strength. You guys have a good rest tonight, build up your strength. Tomorrow at the earliest, you can take Chang'an. Good. They did not doubt Xuzhou's plan at all. Witnessing them leave, Xuzhou relaxed a bit and at the same time wished that it would only be good if he could really convince Huang Fuyi. However, when he thought of the historical Li Zhu, who was indeed killed by Duan Simmer, he was slightly relieved that there was definitely no problem with the plan. The next day, Dianwei selected 10 elites to follow Chaozhen, and then led by Duan Simmer, they rushed towards the outside of Chang'an City. Huang Fuyi and Duan Simmer were friends, and they would soon be able to meet up with Huang Fuyi. For the people Duan Simmer brought, Huang Fuyi didn't care and arranged to sit on the sidelines. How did Zhong Ming think of coming to me? Huang Fuyi laughed, why don't you come to Chang'an as well, wouldn't it be better for us to fight side by side? Zhong Ming was the word for Duan Simmer. Li Zhu and Guosi both had the intention of drawing Duan Simmer in, wanting to get the Longchamp elites that guarded the northwest and strengthen their own strength. But Duan Simmer didn't take a stand and didn't defect to anyone. I came here this time to convince Jianzhou of one thing. Duan Simmer didn't beat around the bush and got right to the point. Has Jianzhou ever wondered why the 3 rivers and 5 schools can only be inside Chang'an City, while the Xiliang army can guard the inner city? The treatment in the inner city and outside the city were definitely different. The inner city had better welfare and could rake in more benefits, while the outside of the city was grueling, and if the enemy came, the ones in the outer city had to be at the forefront, and if they needed to be conquered, the first to be used would be the soldiers guarding the outer city. The 3 rivers and 5 schools stationed outside the city were equivalent to Li Ju's fighters. The Xiliang soldiers guarding the inner city are Li Ju's personal soldiers and close friends. What does this statement from Zhong Ming mean? Huang Fuyi's face sank when he heard this. This wasn't to catch up on old times, he could tell that Duan Xinin had come with some sort of mission. What I mean is that I want to help Jianzhou see clearly how Li Ju treats the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools. Duan Simmer sighed and added, the 5 schools of 3 rivers were once the elite of the Han dynasty, but unfortunately, they were first spoiled by Dongzhuo, and now they are being spoiled by Li Ju, so what have you become today? Jianzhou didn't help Li Ju fight the enemy, but he can't even mix with Li Ju's cronies, he can only be stationed outside the city. I also feel unworthy for you. Chapter 64, The Right Way to Use Chaozhen. Hearing this, Huang Fuyi understood what Duan Simmer was here for. It was to persuade himself to surrender, leave Li Ju, and even take Li Ju's life. In fact, Duan Simmer is also right. Huang Fuyi has also considered his own situation, probably marginalized by Li Ju, even the position of close friends cannot mix, can only act as Li Ju's fighter. Li Ju let him go to fight whoever, he can only go to fight whoever. 3 rivers and 5 schools by now, basically spoiled almost. He is also very unconvinced of the status of Li Ju's side, just no one to provoke, the heart of the dissatisfaction for the time being has not been inspired. Today, after listening to Duan Simmer's words, Huang Fuyi thought about his situation again and had certain thoughts. Who did Zhong Ming come in place of? Huang Fuyi was curious to know for whom Duan Simmer had come to persuade him to surrender. Son of Heaven. Duan Simmer was very direct, fished out the rune from his pocket that he asked Xuzhou for and placed it in front of Huang Fuyi, and continued, a governor came from Guanzhong, bringing the rune and edict from the Son of Heaven to pacify Guanzhong, and it is for the sake of the Son of Heaven that I have come to persuade Jianzhou to give up his darkness and turn to the light. Huang Fuyi picked up the talisman. He recognized this thing, it was indeed exclusive to the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven had just moved the capital to Su County, and he had the mind to pacify Guanzhong? It was obvious that the Son of Heaven hated Guosi and his duo. What kind of hero was General Huang Fu back then? For the sake of the Great Han, he crusaded against the Yellow Turbans, pacified Beigong Boyu, and made great achievements in battle. It's a pity that Dong Zhuo came, and your Huang Fu family had to decline to this point. That governor had said that as long as Jianzhou can assist the governor, pacify Guanzhong, and kill the 2 thieves Guosi and Li Ju, the Son of Heaven will not only pardon you, but will restore all the honors of the Huang Fu family, not only rewarding Jianzhou, but also posthumously naming the deceased General Huang Fu. The soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools, as the elite of the Great Han, should not continue to be spoiled. As with my Longchamp garrison, the glory can be temporarily buried, but the backbone cannot be lost and the spine cannot be broken, but you have already had your spine bent by guarding the outside of the city for Li Ju. Including the spine of the Huang Fu family, it must be straightened again. The merits that General Huang Fu has fought for cannot be buried. Duan Simmer said these words consecutively and finished before looking towards Huang Fuyi. Huang Fuyi tightly gripped the rune. From the time he defected to Dongzhuo, the spine of the Huang Fu family had already been bent. As for the honor, it was pretty much lost. He knew that what Duan Simmer said was the truth. I'll ask Jianzhou one more thing, do you think Li Ju can make it? Duan Simmer added. This sentence struck Huang Fuyi's heart even more. Li Ju definitely wouldn't be able to make it, at best, he could only be a warlord who cut off Chang'an. The world's warlords and vassals, more powerful than Li Ju. Not to mention Yuan's kind of behemoth, even Liangzhou's Ma Tang and Han Sui, can also put Li Ju on the ground friction. It's hard to make a climate. How should I trust you guys? Huang Fuyi added. Based on a piece of rune alone, he couldn't trust it yet, but it also showed that his heart had been shaken. Hearing these words, Chaozhen understood that Mr. Arrangement was really rigorous. Huang Fuyi didn't necessarily trust the rune joint, but also needed one, something or someone that could help stabilize his mind. Chaozhen was that person, and directly got up and said, my name is Chaozhen, I am the son of Cao Xikong, can General Huang Fu be trusted? The Son of Heaven was in Xuzhou. Cao Cao was the Xikong. Rather than the Son of Heaven wanting to pacify Guanzhong, this was Cao Cao's idea. Cao Xikong? Huang Fuyi instantly figured out the various connections in Xuzhou and asked, Cao Xikong is reliable? Reliable. Chaozhen affirmed, Cao Xikong supports the Han dynasty and embraces the Son of Heaven, with great righteousness, how can he not be reliable? Jianzhou, beside Li Ju, you can't stay for long. Duan Simmer persuaded, you should have had a brighter future. Huang Fuyi was silent again. He believed that the talisman was real, and he also believed the promise that governor had given. Cao Zhen's identity was equally believable. But should he betray Li Ju? Thinking of what Li Ju had done, Huang Fuyi clenched his teeth, as if making a decision with great difficulty. I seem to have been convinced by Zhongming. Ha ha! Once Duan Simmer heard this, he laughed. Jianqiu will soon realize that this choice is the most correct. Huang Fuyi asked, your plan, what is it? Cao Zhen began, please also, General Huangfu, follow us back to meet the governor before arranging how to kill Li Ju, in addition to blocking the news that we have come to meet you. Good. Huang Fuyi agreed. He also understood that Cao Zhen was doing this because he was worried that he would falsely agree and turn around and go to Li Ju to tattle on him. This cautious mind made him trust that governor even more. Huang Fuyi made arrangements and followed Duan Simmer and the others, going back to that forest by the Bawater. After leaving the camp, Duan Wei and Cao Zhen were slightly relieved that the cannons were not really useful. Duan Simmer and Huang Fuyi had a really good relationship and trusted him, and they didn't have as many ideas as Cao Zhen, so they could be sure that their plan to kill Li Ju was a success. Came to the military camp. Saw Chenzhou. Huang Fuyi returned the talisman and was again surprised that this governor was so young. If General Huangfu doesn't believe me, you can now go back to Li Ju and ventilate him. Chenzhou could tell at a glance that the other party did not seem to trust him much. Perhaps it was too young. Sometimes being young was indeed a trouble. I trust the governor. Huang Fuyi asked, may I ask the governor what to do next? Chenzhou looked at the sky. It was still early and he wanted a quick battle, saying, you guys go into the city now. General Huangfu, take General Duan to see Li Ju, say that you have convinced General Duan and are willing to defect and submit. After meeting Li Ju, you guys find a way to kill him. At the same time, arrange for the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools so that after they hear a loud bang, they will immediately subdue and kill the Western Liang army. Where does the loud bang come from? Huang Fuyi asked. Chenzhou said, when the time comes, General Huangfu will know. I will give you more time to think about it. If you agree, act immediately. If you don't, I can let the general leave. Huang Fuyi went out on a limb and said, no need to consider, I agree, act now. Action. Chenzhou added, General Duan, take General Huangfu to make arrangements. When Duan Simmer and Huang Fuyi left, Chenzhou handed the cannon to Dian Wei and instructed, after Li Ju died, you walk out into the open and fire a shot towards the sky. At the same time, pay attention to keep an eye on Huang Fuyi. In case he has any problems, kill this person first and then try to find a way to kill him out. Still remember to use the cannon as a deterrent, right? Don't worry, sir, I remember everything. Dian Wei said with confidence, as long as I want to kill my way out, I guarantee that Li Ju won't be able to stop any more people. As long as the twin halberds were in his hands, he was not panicked at all. Chenzhou said, if there is a problem inside the city and the Longchamps are still outside the city, I will bring them to save you, as long as you can hold out and get injured at most. Sir's words, Dian Wei completely believed. This time, we'll fight it out, big deal, we'll kill our way out. Sir, what about me? Cao Zhen asked. Chenzhou said, you still have a very important mission, now bypass Chang'an an ancient place and go west to meet the duo of Ma Tang and Han Sui. Your identity can do a lot of things for us. Cao Zhen. This is the proper use of Cao Cao's son. Chapter 65, The Death of Li Ju. Arranging for Cao Zhen to move westward now, apart from the fact that it could prompt Ma Tang and his men to send troops as soon as possible, there was another important reason. In case killing Li Ju failed, Ma Tang and the others could be the key to Chenzhou's pacification of Guanzhong. Cao Zhen was especially important and indispensable in this. After receiving this explanation from Chenzhou, Cao Zhen could understand and did not think too much about it and directly set off to the west. After a bit more, Duan Simmer and Huang Fuyi also set off, with Dian Wei following by their side. In the entire Longchamp army's barracks, soon only Chenzhou was left as the supreme officer. Not long after Huang Fuyi and the others entered the city, Chenzhou began to plan his next move until he saw that the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools outside the city had entered the city one after another, and they also showed up in the woods next to the Bawater, ready to receive Dian Wei, who was venturing inside and preparing to fight his way into Chang'an. In case of an accident, the first one to be saved was Dian Wei. Duan Simmer's words were to be saved as much as possible if he could. I hope the plan goes well. Chenzhou silently prayed in his heart. It probably still went well. His plan, all of it, was going in the direction of history, only changing certain points in time in it. Duan Simmer entered the city. Led by Huang Fuyi, he quickly met with Li Ju. Zhang, you really want to come and join me? Li Ju had been craving the Longchamp garrison for quite some time. When he heard that Duan Simmer had come to join him, he enthusiastically went out to greet him. Duan Simmer made a bow and said, "That's right, please agree, General." Li Ju smiled and asked, "I invited Zhongming many times before, but you didn't agree to me, why now?" Duan Simmer's face was full of difficulties, and after a while he pretended to be embarrassed. "There's not enough food." "Ha ha." Li Ju said, "Zhongming coming to join us is the most correct choice. As for food, I have plenty here. I will definitely not treat you poorly." "Many thanks, General." Duan Simmer said, his afterglow looking around, wanting to see if there was an opportunity to directly finish off Li Ju. Li Ju's gaze, however, landed on Duan Wei and asked in surprise, "Zhongming, is this your new general? Must be a brave general." Seeing Dian Wei's tiger back and waist, as if he was as tall as an iron tower, he even kind of wanted to dig over. "Yes." Duan Simmer had to smile, "I brought him here and am going to give him to General." Hearing that it was still a gift to himself, Duan Simmer was filled with joy and said, "Zhongming has a heart, come. All of you have a seat, and you've also worked hard for Jianzhou." He looked enthusiastic and took the initiative to pull Duan Simmer's hand. He wanted to show off his own courtesy towards Duan Simmer and pull in people's hearts. However, this was exactly what gave Duan Simmer the opportunity to get close enough to strike, and now that he was close enough to his side, Li Ju had almost no possibility of dodging. A dagger slipped down Duan Simmer's sleeve. He grabbed the dagger and stabbed it directly towards Li Ju's heart. Li Ju suddenly felt a coolness in his body, while feeling the slightest pain coming from it. Lowering his head, he froze for a moment and stared at Duan Simmer before asking, "Why?" But before the words were asked, the heart was stabbed through. Li Ju completely cut off his breath, and as Duan Simmer drew the dagger back, the body collapsed on the spot. Huan Fui is also not ambiguous, immediately took action and killed a few attendants around Li Ju. "Get out of the way." When Dian Wei was about to go out and shoot, he saw someone stopping him and kicked out viciously. After kicking the other person away, the person had already walked outside and shot a gun towards the sky. Boom! The sound of a cannon firing appeared at first in Chang'an City. Huang Fui was shocked that there would really be a huge bang. But before he could figure out where the loud noise was coming from, Dian Wei put away his cannon, lifted a pair of iron halberds, and headed towards the other guards of Li Ju's residence to kill them. At the same time, the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools heard the loud noise and started to move. They directly stormed the camp of the Western Liang soldiers, stormed the inner city, and killed outside Li Ju's house. This is how the killing inside Chang'an City unfolded. Outside the city, Shenzhou was still waiting and watching, while sending people into the city to check how the situation was inside. After waiting for a long time, the people who entered the city finally came out. "Governor, it worked," the person said excitedly. Hearing that it was successful, Shenzhou's pressure plummeted and he exhaled, "Kill into the city. Kill." All the Longchamps shouted. Their generals, who were still inside the city, were waiting to kill their way into the city to support them. They also needed to restore the honor they once had. Then take the honor and kill it all back by killing the enemy. The city gates had long been opened. Shenzhou was under the protection of those 300 men, following behind the Longchamps into the city. The people of Chang'an in the city, at this time, shivering and hiding in their homes, watching the soldiers outside killing each other. The Longchamps killed their way into the inner city and soon met up with Duan Simmer and Dian Wei. "Pass the order down, surrender without killing." Shenzhou saw that the 3 rivers and 5 school soldiers had the upper hand. The Longchamps were sharp, the Xiliang soldiers had lost Li Ju as their backbone and were already showing signs of confusion, and the opportunity to help Cao Cao subdue this group of Xiliang soldiers had come. Surrender without killing. This one order quickly traveled into the chaotic army, echoing in the shouts and killings. The Longchamps, in conjunction with the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools, directly crushed the Xiliang soldiers, but under the order to surrender without killing, many Xiliang soldiers dropped their weapons and directly surrendered. After all, Li Ju was gone, and it was pointless for them to hold on any longer. It would be better to surrender. Subsequently, the number of people who surrendered increased. Shenzhou ordered his men to take them under control and bring them to the camp outside the city under strict guard, and said, "Men, block the news of Chang'an, don't let Guisi and the ancient place know." The ancient place was 250 miles from Chang'an, and was a mansion built by Dongzhuo. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, a mile converted to the modern unit of measurement was 415.8 meters, or more than 100 kilometers, a distance of not very far, but not very close. As long as the news is blocked in a timely manner, the current Guosi does not know anything. Bring Li Ju's head up. Shenzhou added. Soon, the bloody head could be seen and Shenzhou was no longer afraid. With the experience of the last time, now that he saw the corpse, he finally wouldn't be afraid. Taking a look, Li Ju turned out to look like this, he said. Pickle it with lime and bring it back to the Son of Heaven when the time comes. The turmoil in Chang'an quickly subsided. Li Ju was killed, the Western Liang soldiers surrendered, Guanzhong is considered to be half pacified, Shenzhou secretly thought that it is not a disgrace to the mission. The remaining half was Guosi in ancient China. This person will not live long. Governor. Duan Simmer came back and said, all under control, what do we do next? Tomorrow morning, raid the ancient place. Shenzhou commanded. This was the use of blocking the news, catching Guosi off guard, and perhaps allowing Duan Simi to use the same method to blend into the ancient dock and open its gates. After taking Chang'an down, the admiration of those around him for Shenzhou rose to a whole new level. A few simple ploys, outsmarting Chang'an and killing Li Ju, this was truly strategizing and winning. Chapter 66 Shaking the Army. Early the next morning, Shenzhou left 2,000 men to guard Chang'an and led the rest of his troops straight to Guosi's ancient place. To deal with Guosi in the ancient place, Shenzhou used the same method as he did with Li Ju. He asked Duan Sim to pretend to surrender to Guosi, and as long as he could lead his troops into the ancient place, Guosi's head would be at his fingertips. However, Guosi was more shrewd and realized that something was wrong, and recognized Duan Sim's intention. Shenzhou and his men had no choice but to show up and focus their forces on the ancient city. The ancient place was almost like Dongzhuo's tortoise shell. When it was first built, Dongzhuo had made it as solid as gold and hoarded a lot of food inside. Guosi still had more than 20,000 troops with him, and when he saw Shenzhou's onslaught, he immediately closed the gates of the ancient dock and went directly into a state of defense. However, when he saw that Shenzhou did not have many soldiers, Guosi was not panicked at all. With Dongzhuo's food storage inside the dock and the strength of the ancient dock, he was able to hold back Shenzhou's attack and was ready to wait for Shenzhou's attack, dragging Shenzhou to consume outside, and then counterattacking out of the dock when he had consumed almost as much as he wanted to. Shenzhou attacked strongly once, only to see the effect was not good, then let the people retreat back. It's not easy to forcefully attack the ancient dock. Huang Fui used to follow Dongzhuo and knew very well how the defense inside the ancient dock was. Duan Simmer was also well aware of the firm thickness of the ancient dock and frowned. With just our men alone, we really can't hit the ancient dock. May I ask if the governor has any ideas? They knew that Shenzhou had more ideas and should have a way to deal with the ancient dock. Shenzhou was thinking of ways. He tried hard to recall how Guosi died. It seemed like he was killed by a subordinate called Wu Shi. He could not recall any specific information about this Wu Shi, but he should also be from Liangzhou, which could be used as a breakthrough to attack the ancient place. Which one of you knows Wu Shi? Shenzhou asked them. Duan Simmer was from Liangzhou. He heard this and first said, I am from the same hometown as Wu Shi. Once he was also a member of the Longchamp army. How does the governor know Wu Shi as well? Saying this, he was surprised. Wu Shi is not famous, and is only one of Guosi's subordinates. Shenzhou came from Yanzhou. How can he know Wu Shi? Shenzhou said, General Duan, don't worry about how I know Wu Shi. Can you contact him? Duan Simmer was not too sure. I'll give it a try. Wu Shi was in the ancient place, but Guosi had blocked the place, so it was super difficult to contact Wu Shi. It was even impossible to get in touch. Shenzhou didn't wait for Duan Simu to make arrangements and interrupted. General Duan should have difficulty crossing the walls of the ancient place. The method of contact needs to be changed. Let's write more letters and shoot them into the ancient place, and write on them to persuade Wu Shi to surrender. As long as Wu Shi is willing to carry Guosi's head and open the gate of the ancient place, the emperor will pardon all his crimes and reinstate him to the Longchamp army. By the way, how many of Guosi's old Longchamp army in the 5 schools of the 3 rivers are under his command? The old Longchamp army, there are about 1,000 or 2,000 people, who left after Wu Shi back then. Duan Simmer said. Huang Fui said, I'm not so sure about the old troops of the 3 rivers and 5 schools, but there's definitely some in there. Guosi has more than 20,000 men, and I'm guessing that 7 or 8,000 of them are soldiers from the former 3 rivers and 5 schools. Put it this way, it's much more maneuverable. If they were all Xiliang, there was still a chance they could put up a fight for Guosi. If they weren't all Xiliang people, it wasn't certain if they were willing to fight for their lives. In addition to persuading Wu Shi to surrender, also persuade all the soldiers who were once part of the Great Han. Shenzhou continued, tell him that as long as they open the ancient place to surrender, all their crimes will be pardoned, and they will also be able to go home to their hometowns and see their loved ones, and then write that this is the Son of Heaven's appeasement to them. Chinese people all have a relatively strong hometown complex. Especially the ancients. Many years had passed since the soldiers of the once great Han dynasty, who had followed Dong Zhuo out of Luoyang and out of Hunanin. I believe that many of them were non-Guanzhong people, and they must have been homesick for so many years, wondering how their families and loved ones were faring under the chaos of the soldiers. Even wondered if loved ones were still alive. Can, to a certain extent, move the hearts of the people. The breakthrough against the ancient place came. Yes. Duan Simmer and Huang Fu said in unison. They immediately had people prepare cloth and silk and wrote enough persuasive letters to persuade them to surrender before shooting them into the ancient city according to Zhou's arrangement. The range of the arrows thrown was enough to cross over the tall walls of the ancient city and fall within the city. What is this? Soon a soldier picked up the arrows that were shot in, seeing that there was still a strip of cloth tied to it. Someone opened it up and frowned. It's filled with writing. Which one of you recognizes the writing? What is written? The soldier who picked it up showed the cloth to those around him. But those who could come to be common soldiers basically came from poor backgrounds, and no one could read and write. Several soldiers shook their heads at the same time, not being able to read what was on it at all. What's it for? At this time, an officer came over and shouted angrily, "If you don't defend properly, what are you gathering here for?" "General, we picked up the people outside, the arrows that were shot in, and there are cloth strips with words written all over them." A soldier saw the officer coming and shouted aloud. That officer picked it up and took a look, only to see words written on it persuading Wu Shi to open the city gates and surrender. It just so happened that he was Wu Shi's subordinate and immediately brought this cloth strip back to Wu Shi. But the number of cloth strips that were also shot in was increasing. There were even more soldiers who picked up the cloth strips. Some picked up the ones that allowed Wu Shi to surrender, and others picked up the ones that allowed the soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools and the Longchamp army to surrender. Ordinary soldiers, not all of them did not know how to read. Happen to have 1 or 2 soldiers who have read books, then coincidentally as the 3 rivers 5 schools soldiers see the content of the cloth, the heart is very touching, and quickly spread the content of the cloth. Even the Longchamp soldiers, most of them came from Yanzhou, got those contents and also developed homesickness. The ancient city was surrounded, and there was still a certain amount of pressure on them. Other emotions were evoked again and their minds were shaken. Some soldiers thought that Guisi was a rebel, and that it didn't seem to do them any good to follow him, and more of them wanted to surrender. Thus, all sorts of rumors spread inside the ancient place. Outside the city, Zhou looked towards the ancient dock. How the situation inside the ancient dock was, it was not clear for now, but it could be judged that those cloth strips with words written all over them should have caused a certain impact, and some of the soldiers should have developed the emotion of wanting to return. Next, change the strategy. Surround the 3. Have them head to the west, towards the Ma Teng Han Sui duo head-on. Zhou added. It would be best if Wu Shi could kill Guisi. If he couldn't, surrounding 3 without 1 could drive Guisi towards the west inside the trap. I don't know how Cao Zhan's situation is in the west, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem to convince Ma Teng and Han Sui to formally send troops. Upon hearing this, Duan Simmer and Huang Fui withdrew their siege to the west and surrounded Guisi, waiting for him to escape from the ancient place and throw himself into the trap. Chapter 67, 3 out of 3. Guisi was trapped inside the ancient place. However, he was not worried at all, not to mention he did not feel afraid. With the material reserve inside the ancient place, he could totally exhaust the Cao army outside and see who could not survive first. The ancient dock is a tortoise shell built by Dong Zhuo. How hard it is can be imagined. It's basically impossible for anyone outside to fight their way in with just a few tens of thousands of men. Guisi knew that Cao Cao was attacking him in the name of the Son of Heaven, but it didn't matter. Cao Cao can only send so many men to attack the ancient place, and he doesn't think it's possible to send another army to Guangzhou without risking a stolen home. After all, Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao, as well as Lu Bu and Lu Bei, are all formidable foes in Cao Cao's neighborhood. As long as he doesn't come with a large army, Guisi is completely confident that he'll be able to consume pretty much everyone outside. As long as the Chen boats out there run out of food, he can do whatever he wants. But just when Guisi was calm and relaxed, a soldier eagerly ran in. General, the people outside, they've shot in a persuasive letter of surrender. Letters of persuasion? Guisi was curious and took the letters and opened them. One of them was asking Wu Shi to kill himself and surrender. The other was to persuade the soldiers of the 5 schools of 3 rivers and the Longchamp garrison to surrender. Guisi pondered for a while and asked, "What is Wu Shi's reaction now?" "My subordinate is not back from General Wu's side, so I'm not sure for now." The soldier continued, but the letter persuading the surrender of the 5 schools of 3 rivers and the Longchamp garrison army has already spread throughout the army, and it seems to have had a bit of an adverse effect. Adverse effects? Guosi walked back and forth for a moment. I don't care about the situation on Wuxi's side, but this letter has directly poked into the hearts of many of the original Han soldiers, mobilizing their homesickness, which is unfriendly to the army's internal unity. Go out and take a look. Guosi decided. Just as they arrived outside, they saw a group of soldiers gathering together and whispering, but when they saw Guosi coming out, the soldiers immediately separated, as if they were afraid. Although they stopped in time, Guosi was able to overhear that the content of their conversation was related to the letter of surrender. It seemed that the army was really shaken. The Western Liang soldiers still had some cohesion with Guosi, and even though they were homesick, they wouldn't express it so directly. The Longchamp garrison, though also from Xiliang, started out as Han soldiers, and like the Sanha 5 schools, they gathered in groups to discuss what to do. After all, there was no future in following Guosi. When Dong Zhuo was around, it was fine. When Dong Zhuo was gone, his men were divided into various forces, none of which could develop. The common soldiers were not very educated, but they could see that Guosi was probably done for. They could see that Guosi was probably just like that, and that it would be better to have a new boss to follow. Guosi's face was suddenly very unhappy. The soldiers under his command had already betrayed him, and he couldn't do anything about it. If he dared to kill a few people, not only would he fail to stabilize the military's heart, but he might also cause it to become even more disorganized, so the purpose of the people outside would have been achieved. General, I'll go and drink them down. The soldier following Guosi said. Guosi shook his head and said, forget it, the less you tell them, the more they'll only resent it. The 5 schools of the 3 rivers and the Longchamp army made up about half of his men, so if there was a mutiny, it would be impossible to suppress it. Guosi had to figure out what to do to stabilize them. But it was better to see how Wuxi reacted. On his side, Wuxi was the only one who could stabilize them. If Wuxi were to betray them, Guosi felt he was almost finished. Who was the general of Chao's army out there? This strike has left him at a loss for words, disrupting all deployments. General Wu. Guosi quickly found Wuxi. General. Wuxi got up, bowed, and took the initiative to ask, is General here about the persuasive letter? Guosi laughed, it seems that I can't hide it from General Wu. Of course I trust you, I'm just afraid that you might have some bad feelings. Wuxi solemnly said, thank you for your concern, the so-called persuasive letter is actually a plan by Chao's army outside to sow discord, I definitely won't fall for it, and I definitely won't betray the general. I've said I trust you, no need to explain. Only Guosi knew whether he trusted him or not, but he was polite and didn't want Wuxi to be offended, saying, when this incident is over, General Wu will take the first credit. However, whether we can survive, all rely on you, the people outside, or you go to appease the military heart is more appropriate. I understand. Wuxi knew he was talking about the Longchamp garrison. There were also most of the soldiers from the 3 rivers and 5 schools who were more agreeable to him as a former Han garrison officer. This was the reason why Guosi came to see Wuxi. Those persuasive letters, I've read them, and they definitely won't mess up the army. Wuxi promised. Hearing this, Guosi was relieved. Together, they went to patrol the fort again to see how the Cao army was doing outside. Guosi was still confident that he could hold the place. Outside the docking fort. Governor. Duan Simmer pointed above the docking fort at this moment, to the man standing on the left. Shenzhou happened to also be leading the crowd, just below the docking fort, trying to figure out how to advance the progress of the internal turmoil in ancient China's dock. Hearing Duan Simmer pointing out that person was Wuxi, he instantly had an idea and said, let the officers and soldiers below recognize Wuxi's appearance and stature, and as long as he shows up alone, immediately shoot an exclusive letter of persuasion to him, and in addition, if you see other people who are about Wuxi's height and stature, also put an exclusive letter of persuasion to him. Whenever he appears alone, immediately shoot him an exclusive letter of persuasion, and when you see others who are about the same height and stature as Wuxi, shoot them up as well. This exclusive letter of persuasion, he would write it with his own hands later. He prepared it for Wuxi himself. Originally, he was worried that the chaos inside the ancient dock was not strong enough, but now the opportunity came to his door on its own accord. Good. Duan Simmer nodded. He immediately called the officers and soldiers around him over to memorize Wuxi's general. When Wuxi saw the Cao army below, some of them were pointing in their direction and were puzzled. Surround 3 and miss 1. After Guosi made a round, he said, "The Cao army out there, do they really think they have the ability to drive me out to the west by encircling 3 and missing 1? He let out a cold laugh, then also noticed the situation below and said, "General Wu, I heard that you and Duan Simmer have a good relationship?" Wu Shi explained, "They used to be both officers of the Longchamp army and knew each other. The relationship can't be said to be that good, General, don't misunderstand." "Of course I won't misunderstand," Guosi explained, "but I see Duan Simmer and the others, they seem to be looking your way." He did not recognize Chen Zhou, nor did he know who Duan Wei was. But from quite a distance away, he instantly recognized Duan Simmer and was certain that Duan Simmer and the others were looking at Wu Shi. He might still want to persuade me to surrender. Wu Shi shook his head and laughed, "But that's impossible, I'm not someone who would betray." Guosi nodded slightly as he heard this was the attitude he wanted. Chapter 68. Guosi brought Wu Shi together and stabilized the army through him. Those soldiers of the 3 rivers and 5 schools and the Longchamp garrison, whose hearts were so restless, finally calmed down a lot. No longer gathering in groups to discuss whether to surrender or not, the cohesion of the army has come back for the time being, and all of them are on the wall of the docking fortress, preparing to deal with the attack of Chao's army outside. Wu Shi was also preparing to deal with the attack of Chao's army. However, time is fast, another day passed, Cao army still did not see any movement, also no longer come to attack, which makes Wu Shi feel puzzled. The siege of 3 lack of 1 has been done, the army heart is also shaken, the Cao army still do not attack the ancient place of worship, so what do they want to do? That morning, Wu Shi was patrolling the city tower again to prevent Chao's army from any other trickery, but looking at the Chao's army that was just stationed without any movement, he couldn't help but overthink it. They're not trying to run out of our food, are they? Thinking of this, Wu Shi shook his head and laughed. The grain that Dong Zhuo had hoarded here could not have been consumed by the Cao army outside. Even if Chao's armies were depleted, the ones inside the ancient dock would not be depleted. However, right at this moment, a sharp arrow suddenly shot up at Wu Shi. The one who shot the arrow was a soldier from the sound shooting battalion of the Northern Army's 5 schools. His accuracy was very strong, and he rushed straight towards Wu Shi. Wu Shi hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, and a few soldiers around him, carrying shields, came over to protect Wu Shi's side. Duan Simmer? Wu Shi looked downwards, only to see that Duan Simmer had let his men finish shooting the arrows, and did not stay, but turned around and left, returning to the barracks. "General, there are cloth strips on the arrows as well." A soldier picked up the arrow that was shot in. Wu Shi opened it and looked at it, only to see that it said that Duan Simmer had already made an appointment with him to kill Guosi and open the gate of the ancient place to surrender at midnight tomorrow night. When did I make an appointment with Duan Simmer? Wu Shi looked puzzled, but could think that the people outside must be up to some trick. Tomorrow night, at midnight? All increase alert, Wu Shi said vigilantly. But what kind of trickery could be done by shooting a letter in? He couldn't think of it for the moment, but instructed, "Strengthen the patrols in the neighborhood, and once you find another epistle shot in, tell me immediately." "Yes," the soldiers around him said in unison. But next, no more letters were shot in. They were completely confused as to what the intentions of the Cao army outside were. Duan Simmer returned to the barracks and said, "Governor, the shot went in." Shenzhou said, "It's not enough to shoot it in, we need to find someone in Guosi's army who was about the same size as Wu Shi. If we can't find him, then we need to find one of Guosi's officers to shoot the second letter in." Saying this, he handed over a piece of cloth. Duan Simmer guessed how Shenzhou's plan was, and after receiving it solemnly, he went down to make arrangements. There were also soldiers who had been staring outside the walls of the medieval city, watching the officers who were making their rounds, until around mid-afternoon, when they finally saw a suitable person appear. "General, look at this person, is he similar in stature compared to Wu Shi?" The soldier in charge of keeping an eye on him went back to find Duan Sim and added, "His military rank, too, is the same as Wu Shi's, and there's no difference in the style of armor he wears." Duan Simmer carefully recognized him for a moment, and there was indeed a 5 or 6 point similarity. The difference was still there. But they didn't care that much, it was rare to have someone who looked similar in stature to Wu Shi from a distance. "Shoot up!" Duan Simmer droned. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. "General, be careful." At this moment, on the city floor, a soldier suddenly bumped away from the officer. They dodged the arrows that were shot up at the same time. That officer was startled and immediately looked downwards, only to see Duan Simmer beckoning towards him, but quickly left, not even giving them a chance to counterattack. "That's Duan Simmer." The officer recognized Duan Simmer and said angrily, "Is he provoking me?" Thinking of this possibility, the man snorted coldly, full of displeasure. "General, look." The soldier who had bumped off the officer picked up the arrow that Yuan Simmer had shot up, only to see a strip of cloth on it. The officer opened the cloth and glanced at it, and was shocked. What was written on it was that at midnight tomorrow, Wuxi would open the gates of the ancient city and surrender, allowing Yuan Simmer to bring his troops in to kill them. Wuxi still betrayed. The officer was so shocked that he went straight back to Guosi. "What?" Guosi looked at the cloth and stood up violently, then asked, "Why did Yuan Simmer shoot this cloth to you?" The officer shook his head. "This subordinate is not sure." "Wait." Guosi looked at the officer and droned, "You step back and retreat 100 paces away." The officer was baffled, but could only back up. When he reached 100 paces away, Guosi looked at the man's back and clapped his hands vigorously. "From a distance, you look 5 or 6% like Wuxi. I see, Yuan Simmer must have recognized the wrong person. Wuxi still betrayed me." After saying that, he was enraged. Since this was the case, then don't blame him for striking first. That was Wuxi being unkind first, so he could only choose to be unrighteous. Guosi droned, "You pass on my order to gather some of the soldiers and prepare an ambush, then have someone invite Wuxi and have him come to the banquet tonight. He wants to prepare a Hongmen banquet for Wuxi. Night." Wuxi was puzzled to receive Guosi's banquet invitation. Now was the time to defend the ancient place, the most important time. The army should try to keep as much food as possible, instead of eating and drinking at the banquet. Guosi's behavior is a bit abnormal. When he walked out of the tent, Wuxi sensed that the atmosphere in the ancient place was a bit depressing. It seemed like something important was about to happen. "No, something is very wrong." Wuxi muttered to himself, and then asked the personal soldier beside him, after the afternoon, "Did anything special happen in the ancient place?" That personal soldier thought for a moment and said, "The general gathered some of the guarding Xiliang soldiers, not knowing what he's going to do." "Transferring troops?" Wuxi stopped and considered for a long time. "No good, he still doesn't trust me, damn it. Let's transfer troops as well, transfer all of the 3 Rivers 5 schools and the Longchamp army, get ready for a counterattack, then have someone pick 50 elite soldiers and come with me to meet Guosi. Tonight, something special should happen." It was also impossible for Wuxi to do nothing. After getting everything ready, Wuxi then headed towards Guosi's camp. "General Wu, why did you come to the banquet and bring your own soldiers?" Guosi frowned when he saw that Wuxi was still wary of himself. He felt even more that Wuxi had problems and must have betrayed. "The Cao army outside is still watching intently. General's sudden banquet makes me a bit uneasy, so I brought my personal soldiers with me. In case the Cao army outside attacked again, we can also respond quickly," Wuxi explained. Guosi laughed. "It's still General Wu who was cautious, so come in first." He didn't put the 50 men in his eyes either. He ambushed 200 swordsmen and axemen nearby, and after walking into the tent, he suddenly slammed down a wine glass with force. "Kill!" As he bellowed, 200 axemen suddenly came out and pounced on Wuxi without warning. Guosi also pulled out his own sword and stabbed Wuxi. Chapter 69 Siege of the Ancient Place. I have long predicted that there will be no good banquet today. When Wuxi saw Guosi's sudden attack, his eyes hardened and he drew his sword to block Guosi's sword, laughing coldly. "Luckily, I came prepared, so tonight it's either you die or I die." After speaking, he also stabbed at Guosi with his sword. The 50 elite soldiers who followed him directly counterattacked. Together with Wuxi, they resisted. Guosi said in a cold voice, "Really? Let's see who dies here first today." Aside from the 200 axemen, Guosi's Xiliang soldiers gathered to kill Wuxi. However, the soldiers mobilized by Wuxi happened to kill in as well, and the two sides fought in a direct melee, fighting to a standstill. The sounds of the fight crossed the walls of the ancient place and spread to the outside. Zhenzhou didn't rest tonight. He waited nervously and was nervous that his plan wouldn't work. After all, there were many loopholes. As long as Guosi or Wuxi calmed down a bit and kept their eyes open, they couldn't possibly succeed. They would be directly recognized. As it turns out, they weren't calm, and the plan was a success, as the two sides in the ancient city fought. The relationship between Guosi and Wuxi was similar to that between Li Ju and Huang Fui. But this mode of cooperation had a fatal flaw. Once the latter was turned, or a conflict arose between the two, there would be civil unrest and a complete breakdown of cooperation. Take for example now. Governor, the plan is a success. Huang Fuyi's eyes showed admiration. This court angel who held the section of the army, simply shot a few arrows inside the ancient place, and was able to disrupt the interior of the ancient place, to the point that it was a complete mess. It was Guoxi's bad luck to meet such an opponent. The governor is great. Huang Fuyi said admiringly. Duan Simmer asked, Governor, what's next? Chen Zhou said, next, of course, is to attack the ancient place. Why don't you do it quickly? Yes. Duan Simmer and Huang Fuyi said in unison. Right now, the guards inside the ancient dock were all involved in the civil unrest and there was no one to defend it at all. Soon there were soldiers from the 3 rivers and 5 schools, who climbed over the city wall through the ladder and made it to the inside without any problems, and then opened the city gate, and the army killed their way directly into the interior of the ancient dock. Pass the order down, the soldiers of the 3 rivers 5 schools and the Longchamp army inside the docking fort, those who surrender are not killed. Chen Zhou added. The order was quickly passed down. At this time, inside the ancient dock, the civil war was being fought more and more fiercely. By the time they woke up to the fact that the ancient dock had been forcibly opened, it was all too late. No good, we've been tricked. Guoxi shouted. Wuxi turned around to look towards the Cao army that had killed their way in, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted, it's really a trap, General Guo, let's stop the battle and defend the enemy first. All stop and block the enemy. Guoxi shouted in a hurry. Wuxi did the same. It was too late for them to realize that they had been tricked. Duan Simmer and Huang Fuyi brought their troops to force their way in, and while killing them, they also asked the soldiers of the 3 rivers 5 schools and the Longchamp army to surrender. As long as they surrendered, they were not killed. Inside the ancient place, it quickly became a mess. The part of Han's soldiers, who were already eager to surrender, saw that the ancient dock had been breached in Guoxi and the others had been beaten up, so soon some people couldn't help but surrender, and then there were more and more people who surrendered. Don't surrender, all come back to me. Wuxi shouted eagerly. But the soldiers who surrendered, he couldn't control them at all. Everything was too late. All leave to the west, quickly open the city gates. Guoxi gritted his teeth and no longer cared about the siege. He didn't care about the ancient city anymore, he just wanted to get out of the city first. He ran in a sorry state. Duan Simmer and Huang Fuyi sent their soldiers to chase after him for a while, but it was too late in the night to go too far, so they quickly retreated. With some of the soldiers surrendering and some following Guoxi and Wuxi, the ancient city was taken down. Chen Zhou led his troops into the ancient place, and first had some of the surrendered soldiers under his control. Those who belonged to the 3 rivers and 5 schools were incorporated into Huang Fuyi's division, and those who belonged to the Longchamp army were incorporated into Duan Xinin's division. The whole ancient place was soon under control. The food left behind by Dongzhuo was also collected by Chen Zhou. Except for the failure of the first strong attack, the rest went too smooth to be true. Governor, Guoxi and the others, how will we deal with them? Huang Fuyi asked. Chen Zhou looked towards the western city gate, the darkness, and said, the whole army rests, we will chase after them tomorrow. Guoxi is running towards the west, at most he is heading towards Liangzhou, they can't escape. If this also let Guoxi run away, then it can only be said that his life is hard. Chaoxian was ordered to move westward, and rushed quickly to Wuwei in Liangzhou, met with Ma Tang and Han Sui, revealed his identity, and received their approval before arranging for his troops to leave Wuwei and kill their way into Guangzhou. At this time has come to Tianshui. Several days had passed since the ancient place was broken and Guoxi escaped. General Cao, as long as we assist in pacifying Guangzhou, can we really get that imperial edict of the Son of Heaven? Ma Tang asked at this time. Chaoxian nodded and said, that's for sure. Before our supervisors left, we asked the Son of Heaven for a blank edict, and it was prepared precisely for the 2 of you. Have you thought about who will be the herald of Liangzhou? Ma Tang and Han Sui looked at each other at this point. They both wanted to get that one endorsement from the Son of Heaven. As long as they got the official name, they would be able to facilitate all military operations in Liangzhou, including the recruitment of troops and horses and so on. Ma Tang was also the descendant of Fubo General Ma Yuan. Still, he quite wanted to obtain the edict recognized by the Great Han to ensure his orthodox status in Liangzhou. Brother, Han Sui said, for the position of state pastor, I think it's still more appropriate for you, so I won't fight with you. It wasn't the first time he had humbled himself. But he humbly conceded, Ma Tang can't accept it, the necessary courtesy can't be less, have to humbly concede back, waved his hand and said, I know that my ability is insufficient, far inferior to the virtuous brother, this imperial edict, it's only right that it's yours. See, the 2 of them are still pretending to sympathize, Chaoxian hard expressed disdain. In fact, they both wanted it, but it was not good to express their desire too directly. Once anyone takes the initiative to want it, there is a possibility of tearing the face, the only way to do so is to push each other back and discuss it in private. This is the way of the world of mankind, which can also be said to be hypocritical. What Sir said makes sense. They will end up compromising by choosing someone to come out and take over the state pastor's edict, otherwise Yanzhou is going to be in civil unrest and they will fight. Shao muttered in his heart, but said with his mouth, the two of you have very deep feelings. Pushing each other's buttons is admirable. Han Sui laughed, I'm sorry to make General Cao laugh. Shao added, how about this, if you guys are still this entangled, let the governor make up his mind when the time comes. No need to trouble the governor, we'll reconsider. Ma Teng shook his head and refused. If they let Xuzhou take the idea, the meaning would be different. It had to be someone they compromised internally and chose themselves. Father, uncle, General Cao. At this time, a tall, powerful-looking man with a lance in his hand galloped back and excitedly said, the scouts have detected the news that Guosi has escaped from the ancient place and fled to Linwei in Guangwei County in front of us, not far from us. This man was none other than Ma Chao. Western Liang Jin Ma Chao. Chao said, the governor's plan has succeeded again, let's do it. Chapter 70 Ma Chao. Guosi fled in a sorry state after they left the ancient city. There were only 2,000 cavalrymen and 7,000 infantrymen left with him. He originally had more than 20,000 men, but after a number of them died during the civil unrest, and a number of them surrendered when Xuzhou entered the ancient place, there were not many left. Wuxi could only follow Guosi and run away, putting aside the conflict of the civil unrest for the time being, and then consider how to settle the grudges after escaping. However, when he got here, Wuxi regretted it too much. If he had surrendered when Xuzhou was persuading him to surrender and taking Guosi's head with him, he would never have fallen for the trap and been chased here, but it was too late for him to regret it now. They had cavalry, and so did the Longchamps on Xuzhou's side. Duan Simmer was the first to lead his troops to the front of the line, and they were catching up with Guosi's infantry. The chase was tight. Tianshui is up ahead. Guosi raised his head to look ahead, as if he saw the hope of escaping. Gritting his teeth, he said, speed up and keep running. After Tianshui, we're much closer to Liangzhou. After saying that, he also turned back and looked towards the infantry behind him, even prepared to sacrifice the infantry and only take the cavalry to escape quickly. Wuxi gritted his teeth and hopelessly followed the escape. However, just as they were about to walk into Tianshui, the sound of a warhorse neighing suddenly came from the front. Along with it, there was the sound of loud hoofbeats. A large cloud of smoke and dust appeared and covered the direction of Tianshui. It's cavalry. Wuxi lifted the reins and made his warhorse stop. Underneath the smoke and dust in front were patches of cavalry, more than 3,000 riders, all of them tall warhorses and sturdy riders, with a momentum like a rainbow, swooping straight in and cutting off their retreat. Who's in front? Guosi asked in a loud voice. Never before had he heard that there was such an elite cavalry unit in Guangzhou. The intercepting cavalry soon came to a halt, and a young general with a lance rushed out from among the cavalry, pointing his lance at Guosi and asking, Are you Guosi? Who are you? Guosi asked in return. Liangzhou, Ma Chao. Ma Chao said in a stern voice, Today, by order of the Son of Heaven, I will take your head, kill. Kill. A sound of shouting and killing echoed. Immediately afterward, the horses' hooves raised. More than 3,000 cavalrymen launched a sprint at the same time, charging towards Guosi and the other cavalrymen in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Guosi had no grudges against Ma Chao in the past 1 or 2 years, but when he heard Ma Chao say that he had been ordered by the Son of Heaven to kill him, he finally realized why Xuzhou had to surround the three. Even if he was allowed to escape, he wouldn't be able to escape far. Even Ma Tang and the others had been ordered by the Son of Heaven to intercept and kill them. This was really the end of the road. The reason why Xuzhou surrounded the three is because he wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. By the way, he rolled the Ma family into it and looked for an opportunity to bring them together and stabilize Liangzhou together. Now was the chance. Ma Chao led the cavalry and charged in first. Their cavalry waited for Guosi for a long time. Guosi was running wild, his men were tired, and he was outnumbered by Ma Chao, so he was quickly disorganized by Ma Chao. Wuxi originally wanted to fight back, but at the end of the day, he was basically incapable of fighting back, so he had to turn around and run. However, at the back, Duan Simmer also led troops to kill. 2 groups of cavalry, from the front and back, rushed to kill. After the cavalry, there were infantry. Guosi was in a state of being caught in the crossfire, unable to escape and no match for his opponents, so he could only take a beating. Chaozhen, together with Ma Tang and Han Sui, followed the intercepting army and looked ahead to the battlefield, where he could see Xuzhou and their pursuing soldiers. After looking for a while, Cao Zhen laughed. General Han, General Ma, Guosi is almost gone. Han Sui was shocked and said, that Inspector Chen is so powerful that he can really force Guosi to this point. The governor can anticipate things like a god and is omnipotent. Cao Zhen said and added, after the battle is cleaned up, the two of you will still have a chance to meet with the governor. On the other side, Chen Zhou followed the army and chased after Guosi with the army, and with Dian Wei by his side to protect him, he soon arrived at the edge of the battlefield as well. Is that Ma Chao? Chen Zhou's gaze crossed the battlefield towards the cavalry. One of the horsemen on the horse, a valiant knight, with a long spear in his hand, the spear came out like a dragon, no enemy could come close to his side. Worthy of being Jean Ma Chao. Chen Zhou could basically conclude the identity of the other party and said to himself. Dian Wei also looked towards the front and then heard Chen Zhou's words and said, Sir, although my horse kung fu was not strong, with my pair of iron halberds, I was able to knock down that knight on the horse's back, and he is definitely not a match for me. Saying that he was still eager to show his strength, his iron halberd was raised, ready to rush out and fight with Ma Chao. But to protect Chen Zhou, he held back from the urge. I also believe that old Dian can easily defeat the other party. Chen Zhou smiled faintly. 1 Lu, 2 Zhao and 3 Dian Wei, Ma Chao was far behind Dian Wei. It was completely fine for Dian Wei to defeat Ma Chao. Having been recognized by Chen Zhou, Dian Wei was still a bit complacent. Guosi is almost gone. Chen Zhou's gaze returned to the battlefield. I surrender. Wu Shi suddenly shouted, Duan Zhongming, I surrender. He directly yelled towards Duan Xinin, who was not far away and was leading his troops to kill in. But thinking about the conditions in the surrender letter, Wu Shi felt that he should submit a letter of surrender, so he set his eyes on Guosi. Bringing Guosi's head to surrender would be a letter of surrender, or even a merit. With a fierce look in his eyes, Wu Shi attacked Guosi. But as soon as he raised his sword, Guosi turned around and fired a shot. Having heard the words I surrender, he was already on guard. Seeing Wu Shi's sneak attack, Guosi used his spear to end Wu Shi's life. An inch long is an inch strong. Before Wu Shi could even swing his sword, he was gone. The battle continued. But the moment Guosi killed Wu Shi, Ma Chao found a gap in Guosi's defense and led more than 50 cavalrymen to penetrate and kill him. Die! Ma Chao shouted angrily. With his lance in his hand, the tip of the lance flashed with a sharp cold aura, aiming straight for Guosi's heart. No! Guosi's face changed drastically and he tried to resist. But in front of Ma Chao, his resistance was superfluous. The next moment, the tip of Ma Chao's spear penetrated Guosi's body. Bang! As the lance retracted, Guosi's body fell from the horse's back. General is dead. General is dead. Some soldiers, seeing Guosi killed, shouted in panic, and the camp was in direct chaos. The remaining soldiers, at this point, fled haphazardly. Without a command, they didn't know how to resist, and their military spirit was scattered. Surrender and be spared from death. Chen Zhou saw the chaos in the battlefield and immediately had this order passed out again. Surrender and be spared from death. A cry echoed across the battlefield. The remaining soldiers, seeing such a situation, understood that it was pointless to struggle any longer and had to drop their weapons and surrender. No one wanted to die. The number of people who surrendered subsequently increased. Chapter 71, Pacification. The number of people who surrendered is increasing. Chen Zhou soon arranged for people to take control of them, and then he had to bring them all back to Xuzhou to become soldiers under Cao Cao's ministry. This opportunity to replenish the troops, of course Chen Zhou would not let go. After getting things almost done, Chen Zhou saw Cao Zhen welcoming himself, with Ma Tang and Han Sui following beside him. Sir! Cao Zhen walked over and introduced them to each other. This is Governor Chen? Han Sui looked at Chen Zhou in surprise. He didn't expect that this governor was not very old and looked to be in his early 20s, but he was able to hold a section and supervise an army to pacify Guangzhou, which was beyond his inherent knowledge. Inspector Chen. Ma Tang bowed. There were times when one could not judge how capable a person was based on their age. The fact that Chen Zhou could hold the section and supervise the army, and also killed both Guosi and Li Ju, was exactly a demonstration of ability. Thus Ma Tang's attitude was a bit polite, and his eyes were blazing, wanting to get that imperial decree of the Son of Heaven very much. Greetings. Chen Zhou nodded slightly and then said, have you guys discussed who will receive the Emperor's edict? Ma Tang and Han Sui looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. It was the latter who said first, can the governor let us think about it for another night? Zhou agreed, of course there is no problem, in fact there is no rush, the two generals can take their time. To be able to obtain the Son of Heaven's recognition and occupy the Son of Heaven's great righteousness, they couldn't even be in a hurry if they wanted to. That young man is General Ma's son, right? Zhou's gaze looked towards Ma Chao who was nearby. Mentioning Ma Chao, Ma Teng's eyes flashed with a touch of pride. That's right, my son Ma Chao, word Meng Qi. After a pause, Ma Teng added, Meng Qi, come and meet Governor Chen. Ma Chao helped Yuan simmer and Huang Fui, recovering and suppressing those surrendered soldiers, and upon hearing this, he came over, glanced at the young governor, and bowed, greetings, Inspector Chen. Meng Qi is polite. Zhou was sure that this person was really Ma Chao and exclaimed, I see Meng Qi's extraordinary bravery, even better than General Fubo back then. Ma Teng smiled and said, how can Meng Qi compare to his ancestor? General Fubo, Ma Yan, was Ma Teng's ancestor. Back then, General Fubo, who fought in the south and the north, settled Jiadong in the second place and smoothed out the Qing rebellion, was not only famous in the south, but also in the northwest. Alright, you guys think about it. Zhou finished his speech and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he paused for a moment and said, it was Meng Qi who killed Guosi, wasn't it? Exactly. Ma Chao heard Zhou's appreciation of himself, his heart was very pleased, and he had a certain favorable impression of Zhou, and said, I have already handed over Guosi's head to General Huangfu. I will ask for credit for Meng Qi, in front of His Majesty. Zhou was worried that there was no reason or excuse to take Ma Chao away. This was not the reason that came. By taking Ma Chao away, Ma Teng wouldn't dare to mess around in Liangzhou and Guangzhou, leaving only Han Sui as an uncertainty that could be easily resolved, but he would propose to take Ma Chao away tomorrow, there was no hurry now. Returning to the camp. Zhou could see that all the surrendered soldiers were controlled. A total of more than 5,000 people surrendered. Got over 1,300 war horses. This is Guosi's head. Duan Simmer came over to report the aftermath of the battle. Zhou glanced at the bloody head, still feeling nauseous, waved his hand and said, together with Li Ju's head, pickle it with lime and bring it back to His Majesty, we have avenged His Majesty. Yes. Duan Simmer said. Guangzhou, that's how it was pacified. They camped outside of Linwei and rested temporarily, settling the matter of Ma Teng and Ma Chao before returning to Xuzhou. Night. Sir. Chaozhen came and looked at Zhou admiringly and asked, what should we do next? Zhou said, go back to Chang'an in the next 2 days before returning to Xuzhou, keep an eye on the people who surrendered, don't let them get stirred up in the night, these will be the Lord's source of soldiers in the future. I understand. Chaozhen finished and quickly left again. Dianwei was right outside the tent, protecting Zhou and standing guard for the night. But soon, Huang Fui and Duan Simmer came together. Governor. Huang Fui first asked, if we surrender this time, after we go back to Xuzhou, can we really be pardoned for all our crimes and restored to our former glory? When I say it can, it definitely can. Zhou was confident that when the time comes, as long as he mentions it to Cao Cao, and Cao Cao goes to say a few words to the Son of Heaven, anything is possible, and continued, first of all, Huangfu Zhenshou, your father, General Huangfu, is a general of the Han dynasty who crusaded against the Yellow Turbans, and pacified Beigong Boyu, and has made great achievements in battle, and this time when you pay for your sins and make a contribution to the cause, the Son of Heaven will surely be able to forgive you for following Dongzhuo in the past when you were compelled to do so. Huangfu sighed in relief. It sounded like a valid point. Duan Zhongming was dedicated to the Han and had no great faults. At that time, when the Son of Heaven was passing through Huayin, it was you who picked up the slack, and it was also a labor of love. Zhou continued. However, they went to Xuzhou and were categorized not under the Son of Heaven's ministry, but Cao Cao's. Exactly how it would work was up to Cao Cao and the others. Thank you for the governor's reminder. The two of them dispelled all their concerns upon hearing this. With these words of assurance from Zhou, there was not much trouble. They could also sleep peacefully tonight. But next, who would be in charge of Yanzhou, Zhou didn't know, and it wasn't something he could arrange. His task was only to pacify. The next day, Zhou had just gotten up when Dianwei came to report that Ma Teng and Han Sui had taken the initiative to come and seek an audience with them. Greetings, Governor Chen. The two of them bowed in front of Zhou. Han Sui began, we've discussed the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven, give it to your elder brother. Ma Teng said guiltily, thank you for your courtesy, virtuous brother, it's actually more appropriate for you. I'll forget it. Han Sui cheerfully laughed out loud, I'm not the appropriate state minister. Xuzhou was not at all surprised by this outcome. They had so finalized the attribution of the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven without civil unrest or infighting. The imperial edict is not in my hands, and I was worried that it would be lost in the chaos when I chased after Guisi, so I stayed in Chang'an. Only then did Xuzhou reveal his intentions, smiled and added, how about letting Meng Qi go back with me to fetch the imperial edict and then send it back to Yanzhou to General Ma? Ma Tang obviously didn't expect that Xuzhou had this. This was a deliberate attempt to leave the imperial edict in Chang'an, right? They didn't have much contact with Xuzhou, and their relationship with Cao Cao wasn't great, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xuzhou had come with the festival, they wouldn't have had any encounters in a short period of time. Just letting Ma Chao follow Xuzhou back like this had the feel of being a hostage. Ma Tang could see that Cao Cao's side didn't seem to fully trust himself yet. But this hostage, could he let Ma Chao be it? Han Sui was also surprised to hear Xuzhou's words. The imperial decree of the Son of Heaven seemed to be a hot potato. Taking it over wasn't as good as he thought it would be. They also felt that this governor was very resourceful. With an imperial edict, make Ma Tang up and down, left and right difficult. All promised to take the edict. If you give up now, it is not to give face to the Son of Heaven, but also not to give face to Cao Cao. Chapter 72 Ma Chao's submission. What? General Ma doesn't want the imperial edict? Xuzhou saw Ma Tang's hesitation and saw through Ma Tang's mind at this moment with a glance. This was afraid that if Ma Chao went with him, he would be going as a hostage and never come back, or be in danger or something. In fact, Xuzhou did have the intention of letting Ma Chao be a hostage. As for danger, there definitely wouldn't be any, as long as Ma Tang didn't mess around, and Ma Chao had defected to Cao Cao. What danger was there to talk about? Not really, it's just... Ma Tang wanted to find a reason, but could not tell what reason could be used, inevitably a little anxious. Han Sui watched from the sidelines, secretly snickering in his heart. The imperial edict of the Son of Heaven has become a hot potato. More than one formal name is certainly very good, easy to recruit troops and horses, famous, but invariably is also a kind of bondage, not as free as before. Xuzhou added, yesterday I also said that I would help Meng Qi to ask for credit in front of the Son of Heaven, and after Meng has arrived in Chang'an, I still want to take him back to Shuzhou to meet the Son of Heaven. Ma Tang was numb. This was truly going to be a hostage. If he came back after a trip to Chang'an, it was actually not so bad. But going to Shuzhou again, it was properly a hostage. Father, I can make this trip. Ma Chao knew what Ma Tang was struggling with, wanting fame but not wanting to take responsibility. He took the initiative and said, I believe that Governor Chen, there will be no problem. This trip to Shuzhou, we can still meet the Son of Heaven. This is our honor. Maybe the Son of Heaven will even reward me with a better official and military position. Father need not worry. Meng Qi is right. Xuzhou said, General, don't worry, it's really just a request for merit and reward. It's not as complicated as you think. Ma Tang thought that it was indeed complicated, and after a long time of inner entanglement, he finally nodded slightly. Agreed. In that case, then I will not be slow. We will return to Chang'an tomorrow. Xuzhou passed down the order and said, smoothly taking away Ma Chao. This time the side quest was reached. Xuzhou's shortcut news had long been arranged to be sent out. First was the news of taking Chang'an, then the one of killing Guisi. The two reports were sent back to Cao Cao several days apart. Inside the Xikong Palace. Good. Ha ha. Cao Cao laughed out loud. Duji's tactics are brilliant. Utilizing Guisi and Li Ju's old troops from the former 3 rivers and 5 schools, he skillfully took Chang'an, an ancient temple, killing the 2 thieves Guisi and Li Ju. Excellent work. Cao Ang finished reading the report and regretted, if I had known this, I should have gone with Mr. to pacify Guanzhong. Maybe I could have learned a lot by Mr's side. There will be opportunities in the future. Cao Cao prettily put away the report of the victory, and thoughtfully added, however, I'll give Zishu a task to welcome Duji back on my behalf. How's that? Of course it's good. Cao Ang said, Mr. should be on his way back, so I'll go prepare to greet him. Cao Cao urged, bring Shaner with you. This is fine. Cao Ang agreed. Bringing Cao Shan to greet Xuzhou would help Cao Shan establish a good image in front of Xuzhou, and would also make their relationship better. Watching Cao Ang leave, Cao Cao smiled again and said a moment later, what does Wenrua think? How is Duji? Congratulations, Lord, Duji's commanding ability is extremely high. Sun Yu said, although Duji is not as brave as many generals, he has a good plan. Not only is he a strategist, but he is also a marshal who can lead an army, comparable to Zhang Zifang in the early Han Dynasty. I think so too. Cao Cao was in a good mood, and the smile on his face didn't stop as he continued, it's a good thing that Duji refused to help Zhang Miao. or else we would have had to flee to Yeqing and defect to Yuan Benshu. Pausing for a moment, he then asked, Wan Ruo thinks, who can be allowed to manage and govern Guangzhou next? Sun Yu thought for a long time and said, Zhang Yuanchang is feasible, but whether Yuanchang is willing to go to Chang'an, I don't know. Cao Cao said, I'll look for Yuanchang tomorrow to have a chat, and when Ruo will help me spread the news of Duji's success, so that the Son of Heaven will be happy. Yes. Sun Yu quickly left as well. But when he walked outside, he remembered the 300 years law of dynasties in his heart. Lord has the aid of Duji, it's not difficult to pacify the world. But once the world is pacified, there is a possibility that the surname Lu will no longer be used. Could it be that the Great Han of more than 300 years has really reached its limit and come to the point where its gas number has run out? Sun Yu was torn in his mind. Shenzhou had rooted the notion that his qi had run out in his heart, and although he still missed the Great Han, it wasn't as deep as it used to be, and sometimes when he saw Cao Cao make some unauthorized moves, he no longer resented them. For the time being, Sun Yu can't figure out what his future holds. Shenzhou returned to Chang'an and handed the blank edict, with the appointment written on it, and Ma Teng's name, to Ma Chao. Many thanks, Governor. Ma Chao arranged for one of his close friends to send it back to his father quickly. From now on, Ma Teng was in Liangzhou, in name only, and had become the true Liangzhou herald. May I ask the governor, when will we return to Xuzhou? Ma Chao did not leave. He genuinely wanted to follow Shenzhou back to Xuzhou, to be a good hostage and maintain the name that his father wanted to come. Doing so would also be the same as helping Shenzhou pacify Liangzhou, the northwest and other places, gradually coming under Cao Cao's control. Tomorrow. Shenzhou said and asked, does Meng Qi hate me? Ma Chao asked back, why would I hate the governor? Shenzhou laughed and said, because I'm going to take you away and pretty much make you a hostage. Ma Chao did not think that Shenzhou's words were so direct and shook his head, of course not, going back to Xuzhou with the governor might be an opportunity for our Ma family, does the governor think that's right? Shenzhou clapped his hands and said, right on. As long as Meng Qi is willing to listen to my arrangements, I guarantee that he won't regret it in the future. As long as Ma Chao was at ease with Cao Cao, it was far better than following Lu Dare. Thank you for the governor's reminder. Ma Chao seriously considered for a moment and secretly made a certain decision. Perhaps going to Cao Cao's camp was really a good choice, much better than their Ma family hanging out in Liangzhou. In the desolate land of Liangzhou, he probably wouldn't be able to mix much, he could only be a vassal, and when someone pacified the world in the future, he, a vassal, would either be recruited or exterminated. If he goes to Cao Cao now, he may be able to find another way out for the Ma family. Ma Chao thought a lot without realizing it. Shenzhou told him to go down and have a good rest first, and then make arrangements on how this place should be defended after leaving Chang'an. The next morning, Shenzhou left thousands of people to guard Chang'an and led the rest of the army, including the soldiers who surrendered, in a great hurry in the direction of Fenglingdu. When he came, it was the middle of August. Now that he was going back, the time entered into November. There wasn't much time for fighting, but most of it was spent rushing, and in ancient times, when one made a trip, rushing was the most time-consuming due to the inconvenient transportation. When I came, the temperature was still suitable. Now that we're going BA. CK, it's starting to snow. Winter is coming fast. Chapter 73, The Return. After the return of the Son of Heaven to the east, the Yuan was changed. From Xingping, it was changed to Jianan. This year is the first year of Jianan. Zhang Ji went to attack Nanyang because of the lack of food in his army, but he was no match for Liu Biao, and could only fight a Wancheng, and lost his life. At this time, Zhang Xiu, looking at his uncle's body, sighed long. Zhang Ji died from an arrow. Zhang Xiu took over Zhang Ji's troops, tuned in Wancheng, and felt Alexandria again, because now in the army, there is nothing left. Auntie, don't cry. Zhang Xiu looked at a beautiful woman beside him and added, come on people, take auntie back to rest, and then bury uncle. He wiped the teardrops from the corners of his eyes, let out a long breath, and went outside, to meet someone. The person he met was Jia Yan. Sir. Zhang Xiu asked, uncle is dead, although we occupy Wancheng, the army lacks everything, especially food, what should I do? Jia Deng admired Zhang Ji's uncle and nephew, most of all because, they were willing to listen to his words. But to end up in such a situation, again, far beyond his expectations, could not imagine that Zhang Ji would die. Rely on Liu Biao. Jia Yan was silent for a long time and gave Zhang Xiu this suggestion. Zhang Xiu frowned and said, uncle died at the hands of Liu Biao's men, what's the difference between me relying on Liu Biao now and recognizing a thief as my father? Jia Yan explained, if I don't defect to Liu Biao, little general may have nothing left, no food in the army, mutiny among the soldiers, and in the end, they will disperse and not even be able to defend Wancheng. What else can be done in this way? Zhang Miao was silent. These were the facts. Cao Cao brought the son of heaven to Xuzhou, he must be ambitious. Wancheng is only 100 miles or so from Xuzhou, so let's show our sincerity in defecting, and then take Wancheng down in the name of helping Liu Biao hold the northern edge of Jingzhou. Otherwise, even if Cao Cao doesn't use his troops against Wancheng, Liu Biao won't let Wancheng go and will definitely send troops to recover it. Young general should consider this clearly. Jia Yan analyzed and said. As for general's revenge, we stabilized in Wancheng. As long as we live well, we don't worry about not having the chance to report. Those who achieve great things must learn to temporarily put aside their emotions. Jia Dang added. Zhang Miao took a deep breath. These words completely convinced himself and said, "Thank you for the reminder, sir." Jia Yan said, "For now, let's first have someone contact Liu Biao to show our sincerity, and little general will then personally make a trip to Xiangyang, and it's almost done." Defecting to Liu Biao was actually quite simple. Liu Biao again really needed someone to help him keep an eye on Cao Cao and Wancheng. Good. Zhang Miao nodded. Shao Pei. Liu Bei was helpless lately. Under Qin Gong's push, he had to join hands with Lu Bu to deal with Yuan Shu, who was going to hit Xuzhou, and after the joining hands, Lu Bu came to apologize falsely and sent his wife back. But Xuzhou is a place that was given to Lu Bu, and Liu Bei himself can only stay in a small pay. I don't know how helpless. Shao Pei is not as good as Shoppy. Zhang Fei endured the idea of stabbing Lu Bu with 100 or so transparent holes, and went to the side to sulk. Guan Yu was also helpless, but there was no way around it. The current situation was such that they couldn't shake Lu Bu. Mangda. Jian Yang said, Yuan Shu is retreating, but what do we do next? Of course it's to take back Shoppy. Zhang Fei roared and also directly spoke Liu Bei's mind. Shoppy was given to him by Tao Qian, that three-name slave. What gives him the right to take away my Xuzhou? He is very unconvinced, super unconvinced. Before Liu Bei could say anything, Sun Qian came in and said, My lord, I just got the news that Cao Cao has pacified Guanzhong and killed Guasi and Li Ju. What? Liu Bei stood up in shock. What the heck, Cao Cao is on the fritz, right? Not even a few months after receiving the Son of Heaven, Guanzhong has been pacified, and the two biggest warlords that occupied Guanzhong have been killed. It must be a trick. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine why Cao Cao had become so strong in a flash. People compared to people, it really does piss people off. Liu Bei was resigned. This Cao Mengda, he's developing too fast. Jian Yang said in shock, how did he do it? Guan Yu said, Big brother, why don't we go to Xuzhou again? Liu Bei came back to his senses for a moment before saying, if we go to Xuzhou now, we have long lost our best chance. Even if we can enter Xuzhou and meet with the Son of Heaven, but Cao Cao must have maintained Xuzhou to the point of splashing water, we have no way to support the Son of Heaven, we can only listen to Cao Cao's orders, and are subject to constraints at every turn. What then? Zhang Fei asked, unable to defeat Lu Bu, can we only keep hiding in Xiaopei? That would be completely inconsistent with their ambitions from the start. What they wanted to do was to pacify the world and support the country. Let me think again. Again, Liu Bei really couldn't think of what else he could do. A cloud of sadness. While Liu Bei was fretting, Zhou had already returned to the outskirts of Xuzhou city, roughly 10 miles away. Cao Ang calculated the time of Zhou's return every day. At this time, it is already the end of November, outside Xuzhou city, heavy snow, silver. Cao Ang is not afraid of the cold, calculated that Zhou will come back today, out of the city 10 miles to meet, to show the importance of Zhou and respect. The snowflakes are still continuing, covering the carriages and soldiers' armor. The dark hair instantly turned flowery white. In the shivering cold weather, Cao Ang and his men insisted on waiting and finally waited for Zhou's team to come back, and they were about to be frozen. Zhou was surprised to see that someone actually greeted his return in the freezing weather, and when he saw clearly that the person who greeted him was Cao Ang, he felt that Cao Ang wasn't being too enthusiastic. Sir. Cao Ang hurriedly walked over. Loosening up a bit, this was not so cold. What are you guys doing waiting for me outside? Zhou asked helplessly. Cao Ang said, Mr. is back, of course I had to come out to greet him as a sign of respect. Zhou said helplessly, alright, let's go back quickly. It's cold outside. Saying this, he let out a breath of cold air. Even after a long time of rushing and having moved their bodies, they were still cold and shivering a little, and added, General Cao, those soldiers who surrendered, I'll leave it to you to settle them, as well as Meng Qi and the rest of them, make arrangements for all of them. Since he had returned to Xuzhou and Guangzhou had been pacified, he continued to not want to be in charge. Xiaoxian had been following Xuzhou. Of course he knew Xuzhou's thoughts and understood how to resettle Ma Chao and the others, so he nodded slightly when he heard this. "Sir, on the carriage please," Cao Ang said enthusiastically. There were 2 carriages on the snow, one was Cao Ang's. Xuzhou thought that the other one was prepared by Cao Ang for himself, and without being polite with him, he directly walked towards the carriage. However, the moment he lifted the curtain of the carriage, a fragrant breeze greeted him. Only to see Cao Shan holding her hands, sitting within the carriage. Perhaps it was because the weather was rather cold, her body slightly trembled. The moment he saw Cao Shan, Xuzhou was frozen. How come this girl is also here? In the cold weather, instead of burning charcoal at home to keep warm, she actually followed Cao Ang out to greet herself. Xuzhou was a little touched in his heart, but he did not get off the carriage and directly went in to sit beside Cao Shan. Cao Shan's cheeks slightly flushed in her but moved to the side to make a place for Xuzhou. Chapter 74 Sword for Heroes. Cao Shan felt good about Xuzhou. Cao Cao had said more than once that when Xuzhou returned, he would arrange for them to get married. In this regard, Cao Shan was looking forward to it, plus the fact that Xuzhou was very good-looking and capable, and the people around her father all praised Xuzhou, so she was filled with longing for her future husband. Seeing Cao Ang arranging for Xuzhou to be in the same car with himself, Cao Shan just felt ambiguous, but did not object at all. She even managed to move aside and let Xuzhou sit beside her. For people in ancient times, this behavior was too intimate. But Cao Shan did not care at all. "Many thanks, Missy." After Xuzhou sat down, the inside of the carriage appeared narrow, and the 2 of them basically came to sit next to each other, unprecedentedly close. The faint fragrance of a daughter's home filled the carriage at this time. There is also a kind of breath called ambiguous, unconsciously emitted, swirling in the carriage, as their minds, also swirling. Inside the carriage, it was first quiet. However, Xuzhou could feel that Cao Shan was shaking slightly, a pair of delicate little hands were red from the cold, the weather outside was so cold, even inside the carriage, it could not be avoided. "Cold?" Xuzhou said softly. "Gongzi is also right, knowing that the weather is bad right now, he still lets you come out to blow the cold wind." After saying this, he pulled Cao Shan's hand and placed it on his mouth and took a breath of warm air to warm her up a bit before placing it in his arms to warm it up. That pair of good-looking little hands were really cold. Through the thick clothes, Xuzhou could also feel the coldness. At this moment, Cao Shan blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes gently bouncing. The inside of her big eyes were bright and glittering with a strange light, and in her black and white eyeballs, Xuzhou's shadow was reflected. She looked at Xuzhou incredulously. It was unthinkable that this future husband could still be so bold and could still warm himself like this. To know that men and women are different. The next moment, Cao Shan blushed, and a nice reddish color rose on her delicate snow-white pretty face, like the waxy plums outside the carriage, quietly blooming in the cold winter. "It's so pretty." Seeing that she didn't object, and thinking that she was promised to him by Cao Cao, Xuzhou moved a little more intimately and took her in his arms, holding her gently and saying, "Still cold?" It was the first time Cao Shan had ever been so close to a man. She only felt a burst of warmth that came over Xuzhou's body. It warmed to her heart. On top of the warmth, there was also a sweet feeling. Cao Shan's heart was beating fast, thumping, probably. "It's not cold." Cao Shan gently returned and completely threw herself into Xuzhou's arms. "Go back." Cao Ang's voice sounded outside. The carriage then moved, its wheels crushing on the snow, leading them back inside Xuzhou city. Once inside the city, the carriage first brought Cao Shan back to the Xuzhou mansion. Getting up from Xuzhou's arms, Cao Shan was still a little reluctant to part, but thinking that she would be married in a little while, the temporary separation was no big deal. "I'll go visit the Lord first." Xuzhou wanted to go home directly, but Cao Ang had come to greet him, and came to the door of the Xuzhou mansion. It was necessary to go in, etiquette could not be skipped. Following Cao Ang and Cao Shan into the mansion, he also saw Cao Cao and briefly talked about the pacification of Guangzhou and quickly left again. Cao Cao and Cao Zhen would take care of the other things that followed. When Cao Ang sent Xuzhou away again, Cao Cao said, "Zidan, bring the heads of Li Zhu and Guosi." A little while later, Cao Zhen delivered the 2 heads. Cao Cao recognized the heads and said, "Guosi and Li Zhu are correct." Cao Cao rejoiced and said, "Duji has done a good job. The heads will be put away for now, and I will go to the palace to present them to the Son of Heaven in the morning." Cao Zhen said, "Outside. Quickly pass it on." Soon, Ma Chao came in. Cao Cao sized up Ma Chao for a moment and marveled, a truly brave general. Zidane, fetch my sword, a precious sword for a hero. He had 2 swords. One had a blue bowl and the other had a heavenly body. He gave the blue bowl to Ma Chao. This was because Xuzhou had said that Ma Chao, a man who could stay as long as possible, was also a fierce general who could bring help to Cao Cao. Of course Cao Cao believed Xuzhou's words, and directly gave away the blue bowl to bring Ma Chao closer, and at this moment unsheathed his sword and asked, "What does Meng Qi think of this sword?" The green bowl was sharp and cold. At first glance it was an absolute treasure sword. "Thank you Lord for your love, it's just that this sword is too good for me to accept as I've just arrived under Lord's command and haven't established an inch of merit." Ma Chao fell in love with it the first time he saw it, but this kind of sword, at a glance, was Cao Cao's personal sword, so how could he dare to take it? Cao Cao stuffed the sword into Ma Chao's hand and solemnly said, "Meng Qi killed Guosi, that's a great achievement, and I don't have anything to reward him with, except a sword." Xuzhou also said that Ma Chao was more important and useful than Huang Fuyi and Duan Simmer. These two could just ask for credit in the court tomorrow. Ma Chao, besides asking for credit, he also needed to turn him completely into his own person, and couldn't let him just be loyal to the great Han. "Many thanks Lord." Ma Chao received the green bull sword and bowed deeply. In this instant, he was grateful. Having just arrived in Shuzhou, he was able to receive Cao Cao's courtesy. Xuzhou didn't know what old Cao was doing, as he returned to his home with the carriage, casually took off his cloak and threw it to the 2 maids of honor, and looked at his home in Shuzhou one more time. Everything had remained the same, and after running around for so long in Chang'an, he could finally rest comfortably. However, he had just returned when the maids came to pass. Wu Fengxiao was here. Guizhou walked through the wind and snow, entered the hall, and smiled. "Duji, I came uninvited. If Fengxiao can come, I couldn't ask for more." Xuzhou chimed in with a smile and added, "Please come in quickly." The 2 of them went inside and lit another charcoal pot for warmth. It was already evening at this time, so Xuzhou simply asked the maid to prepare the wine and food and set up a copper pot on the charcoal basin, something he had built earlier. While eating the hot pot, he scalded the wine and drank it. Watanuki really knows how to enjoy himself. Guizhou beautifully drank a cup of wine, the coldness from just now disappeared, and continued, "I am here as a representative of Wenrua, Zhikai, and the others to visit you in triumph. This time when you came back from Guanzhong, the pacification was not only Guanzhong, it seems that even Matang of Liangzhou was also subdued by Watanuki." A show of hands. Xuzhou politely said, "Guanzhong was pacified, Liangzhou is still close." Guizhou asked, "Duji is talking about Han Sui, right?" Ran also. "Han Sui is not a big problem, as long as we have Ma Tang, it's easy to crush him." Guizhou said in disbelief, "Han Sui, just a piker." Xuzhou toasted him and asked, "There's not much going on in Shuzhou lately, is there?" "Not much." Guizhou said, "It's probably just a full court of ministers, who are starting to clamor for the restoration of the Luoyang and want to go back to it, and they're still not dead set on it, so they're continuing to contact Liu Bei and the like. But now Liu Bei, who is struggling to protect himself, where is he free to pay attention to the Son of Heaven? What does Watanuki think we should do with our next plan?" Xuzhou thought back through history and said, "How can we allow others to snore on the side of the couch? By clearing the obstacles around Shuzhou, we can wait for Yuan Shu to claim the throne, seek Xuzhou, and finally confront Yuan Shao." Obstacles around Shuzhou? Guizhou immediately remembered Zhang Ji's uncle and nephew who recently went south to attack Nanyang, and asked, "Is Wanqing the city that Duanji is talking about?" "That's right." Xuzhou nodded slightly. "I don't know if Boss Cao will still fight that most expensive shot in his life." Chapter 75. The next day. Cao Cao took Ma Chao, Duan Simmer, and Huang Fuyi with him, and together they headed for the palace in Shuzhou. As for the surrendered soldiers of Dongzhuo's former army, including some of the Flying Bear army, all of them were arranged to be placed in military camps and handed over to the brothers Cao Ren and Cao Hong. Xuzhou's trip to Guanzhong had not only pacified 2 states and brought back a fierce general, but also brought him back tens of thousands of soldiers. It was a complete victory. The current Cao Cao was in a great mood and was all smiles. Not long after they arrived at the palace's main hall, the Son of Heaven arrived. After everyone had finished saluting, Cao Cao first said, "Your Majesty, Li Ju and Guosi have been executed, and Xuzhou, who was overseeing the Guanzhong region, has returned from his great victory, so Zhangkang will quickly present his head." He would have liked to bring Xuzhou together to the court, but Xuzhou was not willing to go to the court early in the morning. It would be better to sleep at home, firmly refused, the only way to give up. "Really?" Lu Xia was overjoyed and quickly said, "Quickly show me." After a few moments, the 2 men's heads, presented in front of Lu Xia's eyes. Lu Xie hated them to the bone, even if turned into dust, can still recognize what they look like. At this time a glance can determine that the head is no problem. It is Li Ju. Two people laughed and said, "Good, well done. Come on people," the two thieves' heads, hanging above the Shuzhou city gate to show the public for 3 days. When he finished, he felt unprecedentedly happy. The fear of being dominated by Guoxi's two men had dissipated. Su Chu brought the heads down. Chao Cheng. Lu Xie added, "Where is that Chen Duji? Quickly invite him in, I will heavily reward him." Chenzhou's name had been circulating in Shuzhou, the great Han Dynasty hall, since the beginning of the section holding supervision, but no one in the full court had ever seen Chenzhou, much less knew who he was. They only knew that Chenzhou was Cao Cao's man, and were very curious and interested in Chenzhou, wanting to see what this person, who they had never even heard of before, looked like. "Back to your majesty. Cao Cao doesn't want these rewards to be given from Lu Xie's hands. Chenzhou is his own person, he should reward himself." Continuing, Chen Duji is like an idle crane, his ambition is to pacify the world, he doesn't want an official position, he doesn't want to be in charge, and he doesn't want to be rewarded. I also want to bring him into the court, but he would rather sleep at home than come. Such a man who doesn't care about fame and fortune, a man of high honor and integrity. Lu Xie didn't seem to have much of a heart. Listening to this, he just felt that Chenzhou was very good. Such a person, he would love to get to know. At this point, Cao Cao added, "The man who killed Guoxi was Ma Chao and Ma Mengqi. Those who killed Li Ju, Duan Simmer, Duan Zhongming, Huang Fu Yi, Huang Fu Jianqiu also." He looked at the three people standing behind him and continued, "Both of them are warriors in the army. Without their help, Huanzhong could not be pacified so quickly. I want to claim credit for them." Hearing this, Ma Chao's three men took 2 steps forward and bowed. "Greetings to your majesty." "Good." Lu Xie heard that they were the ones who killed the two thieves, recalled the vacant official positions, and cheerfully said, "I will appoint Ma Mingqi as a Wei lieutenant." Wei lieutenant, the official position of guarding the Forbidden Palace, belongs to the emperor's personal guards. Cao Cao guessed what Lu Xie was thinking when he heard this. Ma Chao killed Guoxi, so Lu Xie should be full of goodwill towards Ma Chao, so he wants to promote Ma Chao and wants to cultivate a group of his own personal soldiers. That way, no matter where you go, you won't have any soldiers to use, and you'll only be limited by others. Lu Xie actually wanted to break out of this rut. But Cao Cao didn't care at all, certain that Ma Chao had been pulled in by himself and wouldn't switch to Lu Xie. The confidence to pull someone in, he still had. "Many thanks, your majesty." Ma Chao bowed his thanks. Lu Xie asked again, "Ma Mengqi is from Liangzhou, what is his relationship with General Fubo Ma Yuan?" "My ancestor." "So very good." Lu Xie was more relieved. General Fubo was a loyal minister of the Han. "Huangfu Jianqiu, what is the relationship with General Huangfu Song?" Lu Xie asked again. "Huangfu," he said, "Huangfu Song is my family's father. I was cheated by Dongzhi before and became a rebel, making your majesty suffer. Please grant your majesty the offense." Lu Xie's mind turned, there was no intention to blame, and he said aloud, "Huangfu Jianqiu was able to abandon his darkness and become a rebel. I will no longer care about the previous things, and the same goes for Duan Zhongming. The Longchamp army is the elite of the Han dynasty. Before I passed Huayin, without Duan Zhongming, I do not know what to do. I will appoint Huangfu Jianqiu as cavalry captain, succeeding old General Huangfu's Duxiang Marquis, and Duan Zhongming as General Anshi, continuing to lead the Longchamp army." "Many thanks, your majesty." The two of them bowed in unison. The promises given by Chenzhou at that time were all honored now, and they let go of their lifted hearts. "The two of you need not be polite," Lu Xie said and then asked, "Minister Cao, I still want to reward Chen Duji, but how should a man of high honor be rewarded?" Cao Cao sees that Lu Xie won't seem to rest until he rewards something. He considers for a long time and says, "Chen Duji doesn't want much, or your majesty should reward a little money. Although a man of high moral character is not necessarily good with money, it's not like he can live without it." "Then reward money," Lu Xie said and then thought that he actually didn't have much money, then frowned. The great Han royal family was too poor. "Only some beautiful jade and other ornaments, there is still some. Later on, let someone send 2 pieces to Chenzhou." "Your majesty." Right at this moment, Fu Wan suddenly stepped forward, and Dongcheng looked at each other, and said, "Since Guanzhong has been pacified, Chang'an has been stabilized, and Luoyang has been burned almost to the ground by a fire from Dongzhou, it's not appropriate to go back, but it should be okay to go back to Chang'an, and I implore to move the capital again." Lu Xie frowned upon hearing this. It was hard to leave from Chang'an. In fact, he was not very eager to go back again. Chang'an was a place full of darkness for him. Now he realized that staying in Shudou was also quite good, there was nothing wrong with it. Your Majesty, I don't think so. Cao Cao crossed his eyes at Fu Wan and stepped forward. Moving the capital would be costly and a long way. Your Majesty has just settled down, there's no need for you to be busy running around again. In addition, Chang'an is near the river loop. That place is currently used to house the Huns. Those Huns are full of ambitions for our Han. Back then, not long after Dongzhuo moved the capital, the Huns traveled south to burn, kill, and pillage. Your Majesty still remembers that, right? Of course Lu Xia remembers, and is still impressed. Going back to Chang'an is really dangerous. Lu Xia, fearing for his life, said, the matter of moving the capital will be discussed after the rebuilding of Luoyang. Around Luoyang, there are 8 passes to defend. Lu Xia thought it was much safer than Guanzhong. Dongcheng and the others were helpless. Now that Cao Cao was in sole control, it was not good for them to fall out of favor with Cao Cao, so they had no choice but to call it quits. Soon, the court meeting was over. Cao Cao led Ma Chao and the 3 of them as they walked out of the palace. Many thanks, Lord. The 3 of them said in unison. Cao Cao laughed and said, it's only right for you to thank Duji, but with your help, it will be easier for me to pacify the world. Wan Ruo, first prepare a residence in Xuzhou for the 3 generals. Many thanks, Lord. They added. Hearing that they were willing to call themselves a lord, Cao Cao was confident that Lu Xia would not be able to pull them in. The people Watanuki brought back were still his people after all. The Longchamp army and the 3 Rivers 5 schools could only be his men as well. Duan Simmer and Huang Fui are also clear that they are now defecting to the Han in the clear sense of the word, but the Han family is withering and can't be propped up, and defecting to Cao Cao seems to be better than defecting to the Han. Chapter 76 Marriage. Inside the palace. Lu Xia had just gone back to rest when a eunuch summoned Dongcheng to see him. Not long after moving to Xuzhou, Dongcheng married his own daughter to Lu Xia, so as to maintain the status of Lu Xia's side, and Fu Wan is the same as the state abbot, the status is different. Dongcheng looking for me, what is the matter? Lu Xia asked. Dongcheng bowed and saluted, then said, I want to remind your Majesty, in fact, Cao Cao and Dongzhuo, there is no difference, only Cao Cao can be more polite to your Majesty, in essence, still want to hold your Majesty hostage, command the world, Xuzhou is not a place to stay for a long time, in due course, the capital must be moved again. Lu Xia thought that Cao Cao, as he was now, was very much a loyal subject, still loyal to the Han. However, Cao Cao had begun to centralize power and was again shifting towards Dongzhuo, yet Cao Cao was really not as rude as Dongzhuo, making him unable to see through Cao Cao's intentions. After pondering for a long time, Lu Xia sighed, I am willing to give up my previous grudges and reward Ma Chao and the 3 of them heavily because I want to cultivate forces and troops of my own. In the hands of the 3 of them, there are tens of thousands of soldiers, the 3 rivers and 5 schools and the Longchamps are soldiers of the Great Han. He wanted to take these tens of thousands of people and hold them in his hands. As long as one had military power, only then would one have true security. Your Majesty is wise. Dongcheng felt that Lu Xia was more mature than before and knew how to consider all this, just now the pure mind in the courtroom, without much heart, maybe he did it on purpose, and added, but I suggest that your Majesty pulls in one more person. Who? That Chen Duji. Can this person be drawn in by me? Lu Xia asked in disbelief. A man of high moral character, he thought it was unlikely, just an excuse for Cao Cao not wanting to make contact between himself and Xuzhou, and not wanting to come to the court even when he slept. Presumably he was lazy and did not want to be in charge of things. Dongcheng said, of course I can. When Cao Cao requested that he be allowed to hold this section to oversee the army, I checked his identity, and he used to be Zhang Miao's man, and it's important to realize that Zhang Miao was killed by Cao Cao, and although he defected to Cao Cao, he may have other ideas. Regarding Xuzhou's matter, it was actually quite easy for them to check. It wasn't like it was a secret. Lu Xia felt justified when he heard it. In addition, I also found out that this person used to frequent brothels in Puyang, not without any hobbies. Dongcheng whispered, just now, Cao Cao said that he would reward money. In fact, he didn't want your Majesty to vote for Xuzhou's favor. I think that money should be rewarded, and beauty can also be rewarded. We didn't bring quite a few courtesans out of Luoyang, so we can send a few beautiful ones over to him. This man is very capable, but in a few months, he will be able to pacify Guanzhong and Liangzhou, and will be a great help to your Majesty's side in the future. Words are reasonable. Lu Xia seemed to see that the road ahead was bright. Finally seeing hope. Xuzhou could possibly be his hope. As the emperor of the Han dynasty, now that he had settled down, what Lu Xia wanted was certainly not to be controlled by others everywhere. Since Cao Cao was not as extreme as Dongzhuo and the rest of them, he wanted to start now, build up his strength, and just like Emperor Guangwu, he would personally pacify the world and become the lord of re-emergence. Then do as Dongzhuo says. Lu Xia nodded. Your Majesty is wise. Dongchang concurred. In fact, Dongchang was also plotting how to break away from Cao Cao. To take over the power alone again as the abbot of the country. In this era of chaos, there was no one who didn't want soldiers and power. Zhou woke up with a start and it was already noon that day. He was about to go out and stroll outside when he realized that someone had come from the palace. Dongchang had a eunuch, with 2 dainty palace maids, and a few jade pendants that looked a little shabby, sent to Zhou, saying that it was a reward from the Son of Heaven. Looking at the few palace maids, Zhou rubbed his brows. The Son of Heaven still wants to dig in and pull me in? Zhou quickly thought of the reason for this. But this way of digging in, again, surprised him. Who on earth had spread the word about his fondness for beautiful women? Forget it. Zhou called out to the 2 maids in the house and brought those 2 courtesans down to be settled. A beautiful woman sent to the door, don't want it for nothing. Just as he was bringing the 2 beautiful court ladies back, this time Cao Ang came again. Sir. Cao Ang entered and directly said, Father asked me to come and discuss with Sir about your marriage to Shan'er. It was finally time to get married. Zhou was not against Cao Shan. Instead, after being in contact for a while, he felt that Cao Shan was quite good. It was not as ferocious as it was in history. Zhou was also confident that he was not Xiahou Shuangdou and would not even be able to control his wife. I don't know anything, what the Lord says, I can just do what I want, no need to discuss. Zhou said, by the way, do I have to place a bride price or something like that? Cao Ang scratched his head and said, I'm not sure about this, but Father will find someone to arrange it, just wait for the marriage, sir. That's fine. Zhou nodded. This kind of life event, although it was important, he did not want to hurt his head over it. Leave the professional things to the professionals. Regarding the reward Lu Xia had sent, he had also told Cao Cao through Cao Ang. As for what Cao Cao would think and do, whatever. After seeing Cao Ang leave, Zhou had nothing else to do and simply waited at home for the marriage to take place. Cao Cao got Cao Ang's response, the first time to find someone to organize such a big event as marriage, he must personally arrange for Zhou properly. In the future, Zhou and Cao Cao will be a family. Thinking about it makes me feel excited. Cao Shan also got the news of the upcoming marriage and felt shy, hiding inside her room and not daring to go out. Sister Shan'er. Xiahou Yu walked over and asked, will I never see you again? Cao Shan was super nice to this little sister, softly saying, how could I not see me? We are both in Xuzhou, if you want to meet in the future, you can come to the Chen family anytime. That's good. Xiahou Yu happily said, I'll still be able to meet with Sister Shan'er. Seeing this, Cao Shan rubbed this little girl's head. So she waited at home until it was almost the new year, and the day of the marriage finally came. Cao Shan was picked up by Zhou under the arrangements. When it comes to marriage, whether it is ancient or modern, the etiquette is varied and complex. Zhou didn't understand ancient etiquette, and could only do what Cao Cao had arranged, completing a series of etiquette. One was almost tired to the point of falling down. It was not easy to finish all this. Zhou was also persuaded to drunk. Finally returning to the new room, only to see Cao Shan already waiting for his return. Husband. Seeing that Zhou was not even walking steadily, Cao Shan had no choice but to welcome him and help Zhou back to the couch, asking, are you alright? I'm fine, I can still drink. Even though the ancient wine, the degree is not very high, but after drinking too much, it is still easy to get a headache. Seeing Zhou like this, Cao Shan smiled faintly. She helped Zhou lie down on the couch before carefully undressing Zhou. But just after undoing his belt, Zhou seemed to regain his senses and got up to hold Cao Shan in her arms, raising his head to kiss him. Well. Cao Shan was caught off guard by the sneak attack. Chapter 77, Lu Xia, that abominable Cao Mengda. Zhou was carrying out a major life event. Lu Xia summoned Dongcheng into the palace and said irritably that Cao Mengda married his daughter to Duji. In the future they will be family, how should I pull Duji to my side? Dongcheng was also caught off guard by the hand Cao Cao played. It was clear that Cao Cao knew better about Zhou's abilities and couldn't wait to marry his daughter and turn Zhou into a family. Actually, your majesty can follow suit. Dongcheng thought for a moment and said. Lu Xia asked, how can I follow suit? Dongcheng said, Cao Cao can turn Duji into a family, so can your majesty. Wouldn't turning Duji into an imperial relative be better than being Cao Cao's family? Your majesty has great righteousness and can accomplish many things. Hearing this, Lu Xia thought it made sense. If Qin Duji became an imperial relative, he would assist himself in the future, get rid of all the constraints, reorganize the Han family, pacify the world, and everything would be in name only. Dong Cheng's meaning is that he wants me to marry my clan's daughter to Qin Duji? Lu Xia looked up at Dong Cheng. The women of the clan family were pretty much spoiled during Dongzhuo's period of power. Even Empress Dowager He and Princess Wanyan were not able to avoid it. However, once some young princesses, spared, by this time, they happened to be grown up, graceful and beautiful looking in quite a few. According to Dong Cheng's investigation, Xuzhou loved beautiful women. Through beautiful women, it was indeed possible to operate a little. I am only suggesting, but whether or not to do so, it is still your majesty's idea. Dong Cheng added. Marrying a Han clan daughter to bring in a cold family, being rumored out was more or less not good to hear. Only to see Lu Xia consider for a long time, decided to say, I have a little sister, tomorrow I will draw up an imperial edict to seal my little sister Lu Ling as the princess of Shangqing. Dong Cheng will find a time to arrange it. I want to let Ling Sun and Chen Duji to meet. Your majesty is holy. Dong Cheng shouted. In fact, he also wanted to see how that Chen Duji was. But pushing Lu Xia to draw Qin Zhou in was also his selfishness, wanting to take Qin Zhou under his wing and turn him into his own person. After coming to Xuzhou, after many inquiries, Dong Cheng came up with the result that the person who prompted the whole incident of moving the capital by the Son of Heaven in the first place was precisely Qin Zhou. He thought that such a capable person, with the ability to strategize, should not only serve Cao Cao. Dong Cheng is now in need of someone who can help him regain the upper hand and break away from Cao Cao's control, so he wants to use the name of the Son of Heaven to poach Cao Cao on the grounds of the righteousness of the world. Qin Zhou was still unaware that he was being targeted. As a newlywed, he didn't have to do anything, nor did he want to. Every day, he just accompanied Cao Shan, watched the snow at home, and nothing more. Time passed quickly, and it was time for the new year again. There were more people at home this year, and Qin Zhou finally felt the cozy feeling of home. The new year quickly passed again. Time entered into the second year of Jianan. A lot of things will happen in this year, such as the Battle of Wanchang, Yuan Shu's claim to the throne, Liu Bei's coming to join him, starting the Xuzhou dispute and so on. Qin Zhou had planned out what he was going to do this year, all of it, and with his foreknowledge of history, this year would still be stable and unruly. Shao Yu. Just as he was meditating and thinking about what to do next, Cao Shan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Then he only saw a little girl, bouncing and running over. It was none other than Xiahou Yu. Qin Zhou had already figured out that this girl was the Xiaohos who had picked up a branch and was taken captive by Zhang Fei, and Cao Shan's relationship was quite good. Xiaohou's family and Chen's family were not far from each other, separated by an alley, and this girl liked to run over and play with Cao Shan when she had something to do. Little Yu, being naughty again? Qin Zhou asked. I'm not. Xiahou Yu cutely and lovingly said. Cao Shan then came over and laughed. Little Yu, don't run around, the snow outside hasn't melted yet and the ground is slippery. Qin Zhou rubbed this little girl's little head and raised his head to look outside, only to see several peonies in the front yard, sprouting a little green shoots. Spring had returned and everything was revitalized. It seems like we haven't wandered outside much in a while. Find some time in the next 2 days and take a walk in the countryside. What do you guys think? Qin Zhou suggested. Good. Xiahou Yu was of course ecstatic. Small children are active. Cao Shan was a little worried. The current environment, it's very chaotic outside. It's fine to take a walk out of the city, but you can't go too far from the city, and you have to bring more people. I'll have someone go back to Chao's family and ask my big brother to ask for people. Only, just after her words were finished, Cao Ang happened to come. Sir. After Cao Ang entered the door, he first handed over a name tag and said, it's the beginning of spring, and the Son of Heaven has ordered for Abbot Dong Cheng to organize a spring welcome, inviting Mr. to attend, and it seems that the ministers of the court are quite eager to meet Mr. The Han dynasty basically inherited the spring welcoming custom from the Qin dynasty, which in modern terms is trekking. The development of the Wei and Jin dynasties, spring activities are more exciting: waterfront pouch purse purification, goblet, spring recreation, and the formation of the event. Welcome spring. This custom, in addition to the upper-class aristocrats' play, there is a symbolic significance, that is, to understand the situation of spring plowing, but most of the aristocrats are simply play. Who cares about the farmers outside the cultivation of Hao? Qin Zhou's plan to settle Guanzhong had spread his name throughout the court. There were many people who knew about him, and even the Son of Heaven wanted to meet with Qin Zhou, and with Dong Cheng pushing behind him, this invitation came about. Ingchun? Qin Zhou glanced at the name thorns that Cao Ang had brought with him and said, it seems that a dynasty full of ministers and secretaries, settled down and idle, can't help but talk about matters of grace and elegance. but to welcome spring now, don't you think it's still early? It was usually around March. It doesn't seem appropriate that spring is only now. Cao Ang said, I'm not sure about this, but the Son of Heaven issued an edict, and Dong Guozheng supervised the event, and invited quite a few literati and young talents, and they even said they wanted to meet Mr. Cao, and Father asked me to send the name Spurs. This spring welcoming activity, just in line with Zhou's idea of going out for a walk to relax, put away the name prick and said, you go back and tell them that I promised to go. When the time comes, I will come to pick up Mr. Cao Ang finished, not disturbing Zhou's newlywed. Originally, he also wanted to find Zhou to give a lecture. It's been a long time since he had a lesson. Husband, Ingchen came just in time. Cao Shan laughed. Xiahou you arched her eyebrows and smiled, brother-in-law, you will take me to play, right? Go together. Zhou said, we're at home and bored anyway. Yes. Xiahou you said cheerfully. The time written on the name prick was 5 days later. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Cao Ang's carriage arrived in front of Zhou's house. Sir, I'm coming. Hearing the voice, Zhou then went out. The people boarded the carriage and slowly walked towards the outside of the city. Are Lord Gong and the others coming? Zhou asked. Cao Ang shook his head, Father, and the others said that the world is not yet settled and they are not interested in fun, and Mr. Sun and the others are still trying to figure out how to promote spring plowing and are not interested in attending. Those who really wanted to do something didn't want to waste the day welcoming spring. The only ones who were too idle and able to settle down were those public officials and scholars who wanted to engage in some recreational activities for a bit of fun. Chapter 78, Sun's Gentleman. Come to the outskirts. No one else had arrived yet. Zhou and Cao Ang were the earliest to arrive, but on the banks of the tributaries of the river, several large huts had been erected to shield them from the sun, and other things had been set up, obviously arranged by Dongcheng's people. This kind of situation, developed for a few more decades, would become a banquet on the river and a flowing goblet. It now had the beginnings of a few Wei and Jin styles. In contrast to the merry feast on their side were the other farmlands near the tributaries. When the snow melted, it formed snow water and moistened the fields. Some villages that still had oxen began to take turns plowing with oxen, and those without oxen carried farming implements to turn over the soil, which was easier while it was still wet, so that by the time of spring plowing, when it rained, the soil could be loosened again and be ready for nursery cultivation. The public officials and scholars happily feasted and drank. The poor people, facing the soil, turned their backs to the sky. The gap between the rich and the poor in Han is getting wider and wider, the classes are getting more and more distinct, the scholar clans are oppressing the peasants, it is hard not to enter the chaotic world, and the Taiping Tao is such a call to action, borrowing all the power of the peasants. They really work hard. Xiahou you looked over to the farmland and said with some heartache. This is the difference between social classes. Zhou was also unable to close this gap, and even in the modern society after more than 1,000 years, he did not dare to say that he could absolutely do it. One could only say that it could be alleviated as much as possible. A small number of scholars occupy a large amount of resources. Then a large number of ordinary people, dividing up the remaining small amount of resources, probably like this in front of us. The farmers cultivate fields that are not necessarily their own. Perhaps from the hands of the scholars, paying high rents, renting them back just to have a full meal, and before the atmosphere of the spring festival has faded, they start to get busy for this year's livelihood. Zhou said with emotion. He was not a great man and could not change the social status quo, he could only lament. Sir said that dynasties last for 300 years. The Great Han has been around for over 300 years, the conflicts are getting sharper and sharper, so probably the gas has really run out. Cao Ang's words were boldly spoken. Fortunately, he was surrounded by his own people, and those public ministers hadn't come yet, otherwise he would definitely have to be criticized. Your Excellency, send someone to the farmland and ask those farmers to bring back some farming tools and a plow, and then ask them who can do the work of an artisan, and I'll give them a modification to make farming easier. After Zhou said this, he started to think of it, the requisite curved plow for a traveler. As a passable traveler, he was not exempt from this now. Cao Ang sent people to the fields, and after a while, there were several farmers that came over carrying plows and farming tools. Those farmers knew that it was the Cao family's Grand Duke who wanted the things, and sent them directly without saying a word. After all, last year, almost the entire year, they had survived under Cao Cao's relief. Without Cao Cao handing out food, there was no telling how many people would have starved to death. Most of the people are grateful and know that whoever treats them well, they will treat them well, and to summarize, this is the heart of the people. Cao Cao has won the hearts of the people in Yanzhou and Yuzhou. Among you, are there any artisans? Zhou asked. A farmer immediately said, I am. What are your orders, sir? Zhou said, you follow my instructions, tear down your plows and change this place. Under his guidance, the craftsmen also do not care whether the modified plows are useful or not, directly on the hand to do, in the straight plows on the basis of the transformation of the curved plows, as long as someone to point out, is it not very big, the craftsman's skills are not bad, with less than an hour on the transformation is completed. At this time, the public secretary just sporadically came a few people. Some young talents, also came a few people. The rest were not yet visible. They wanted to feast by the water but they were still late. Zhou shook his head helplessly. Sir, this works? Cao Ang looked at the transformed curved plow. This thing was light and didn't look useful. Whether it works or not, try it and you'll know. Zhou handed it over to that craftsman and added, arrange for someone to try it out, only one ox is needed to pull this plow, in addition you go back and transform the farming tools according to what I have just asked you to do, the effect of plowing is much better, there is also the water wheel that I have mentioned, all of you can go back and try it out, in the future, it will be more convenient to divert the water to irrigate. Many thanks, sir. The artisan did not know if it would work, but seeing that Zhou was full of confidence, despite bringing it back to try it out. After sending the craftsman away, Zhou was on the shore, setting up the things he had prepared. Today out to play, the main thing was to barbecue. Those meat skewers, last night, he had his subordinates skewer them all. Barbecue grills and other things quickly appeared on the shore. They didn't care about the waterfront banquet of those public ministers and scholars, they were ready to play with themselves, and were about to get their hands on the barbecue when a group of peasants came from the side. It's this gentleman. The craftsman from earlier said excitedly, it's this gentleman who taught us the kind of plow that works better. Many thanks, sir. The peasants did not know much about etiquette, but now, in order to be grateful to Zhou, they bowed and saluted as much as possible. Zhou got up and said, you guys don't have to be polite, that plow of mine, it's called a curved plow, as well as the farming tools that were taught to you, you guys pass it out as soon as possible, it will help with the farming. Many thanks, sir. The peasants chanted once again. Cao Ang and Cao Shan they all froze, thinking to themselves that simple plow, it really works, doesn't it? Those peasants quickly left. The situation over here, however, still caught the attention of the others. Gongzi. One of them, a teenage boy in his teens, led a young girl also in her teens, and a few attendants over, first bowed to Cao Ang, then his gaze fell on Zhou, and he similarly bowed, this must be Mr. Watanuki, right? It's me. Zhou nodded and said, may I ask what is the gentleman's name? Cao Ang introduced, sir, this is Sun Ji, his name is Chang Feng, he is Mr. Gongda's eldest son. It turned out to be Sun Yu's son, elegant and graceful looking, not only does he have Sun Yu's demeanor, but he also has Sun Yu's elegance, their Sun clan is doing quite well in education, the younger generation is doing extremely well. Then with them, they are their own people. Changfeng, please sit down. Zhou invited. Sunji was not polite and sat on the small mat made by Zhou and asked curiously, what just happened? Zhou laughed, I gave them a modification to their farming tools, they found it useful and came to thank me. After a brief explanation, they went straight to the barbecue. This young lady is? Zhou glanced at the young lady beside him. Husband. Xiao is Mr. Wenruo's eldest daughter. Cao Shan and that young girl were acquainted with each other and first introduced Zhou. Sun Xiao? Sun Yu's eldest daughter? Zhou was thinking, it couldn't be that son who married Chen Kun, right? It looks like it. Sun Yu at this time, only 30 or so years old, Sun Xiao looks like 14 or 15 years old, ancient people married really early on. Cao Ang and Sun Xiao, they were probably the representatives Cao Cao had sent, as for everyone else they didn't have the leisure to socialize. Chapter 79, Jumping Up and Down, Stoning and Barking. Sun Zi has an elegant demeanor. Sun Xiao is good and quiet. Sun's family style, really very good. Look at Sun Yu and Sin Yu uncle and nephew no, they are real gentlemen, is a real scribe. Zhou briefly in their acquaintance, and then invited them to eat barbecue and drink, although the ancient times have long had a barbecue, but made, far from Zhou's aroma and delicious, they feel very novelty about it. On the public secretary's side, more and more people came. There was a lot of laughter and even the sound of bamboo and pipe music. Zhou couldn't help but lament that they really knew how to play. The representatives from Cao Cao's side were all gathered around Zhou, pretending that the public ministers and others did not exist. Nonetheless, the people on the public secretary's side still noticed Xuzhou. After all, Dong Chang was engaging in these things in order to pull Xuzhou in precisely. Chen Duji. Dong Chang came looking first, smelling the aroma of the barbecue. He was tempted to try it, but pressed on and smiled. Why have you guys stayed here all this time? Finally being able to meet Xuzhou, he recognized who Xuzhou was at a glance. Because of Cao Ang and Sun Ji, he had met and recognized both. Looking at Xuzhou again, he had a good instrument, and Sun's children were generally elegant and graceful, giving the impression that he was the type of person who was easy to befriend. Xuzhou looked up and glanced at the other party. Do not recognize. He basically did not recognize the public ministers around the Son of Heaven. He had never met them before. When he greeted the Son of Heaven, he had not met with the public ministers either. Cao Ang introduced, "This is State Abbot Dong." "Greetings, Abbot." Only then did Xuzhou get up and made a bow. Dong Cheng invited, "Our side is rather lively, thought I'd invite you guys over to have a look, how about it?" Xuzhou had to agree, "Fine. Actually, the abbot will just find someone to come, there's no need to come over in person." They left the barbecue behind and gave it to Cao Shan and Xiaoyu to play with, then followed Dong Chang and headed over to the public ministers. Those ministers of the court, various scholars and scribes, were in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing. Underneath the large shed, there were all sorts of arrangements and everything. Fruits, drinks, pastries, and roasted meats were placed on the tables in order. Some people played music to cheer them up, and there was a woman with a beautiful figure, twisting her waist. Really knew how to enjoy themselves. "Duji, come this way," Dong Chang said with a smile. Xuzhou followed Dong Chang and came into the crowd, sitting on Dong Chang's left. And on Dong Chang's right, there was a young girl. This girl's identity and status did not seem to be low, with bright eyes and white teeth. The people around her, Xuzhou did not recognize all of them. Other than some of the ministers, there were still mostly young people. However, they had just sat down when they heard a very arrogant sentence. When Ruwa can lend his face to the funeral, and Wizen Chief can make the supervisor kitchen treat him. Wan Ruwa is Sun Wan Ruwa. Ji Chang, Zhaorong Zhao Ji Chang, a few years earlier, along with Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, was named the 8 captains of the Western Garden. When Xuzhou heard this, it sounded a bit familiar. It seemed to be a certain 3 Kingdoms Spitfire. There were a few Spitfires from the 3 Kingdoms period that Xuzhou knew something about, such as Bianjin, Chenlin, and Zhang Song. This sentence seemed to have been spoken by the number 1 sprayer, Yu Heng. Someone asked him how Sun Wanruo and Zhao Zhichang were. Seeing that Sun Wanruo was handsome and Zhao Zhicang had a big belly, Thi Hong made the above remark. When this remark was made, all the people around Yu Hong laughed. But Sun Ji and Sun Xiao, 2 people, the face is a little bad, dare to directly spray their son's people, only their son's good education, high quality, and other people, would have sprayed back. At this time, Yu Hong added, in addition to the eldest child Kong Wenju, the youngest child Yang Dezu. The rest are mediocre and not worth mentioning. He was on good terms with Kong Rong and Yang Xiu. Other than them, no one else could look down on them. The words came out amazingly, still arrogant. Many of the scribes present heard this and looked at Yu Hong with some displeasure. Worthy of being the number 1 spammer of the 3 kingdoms, historically he cursed Cao Cao in the nude, spammed Cao Cao couldn't stand it and sent him to Lu Biao, who, after being spammed, sent him to Huang Zhu, who has a hot temperament. However, Huang Zhu would not spoil a spammer, and did not care about any scribes. Directly give him karma. I heard that recently in Shizhou, there is a Chen Duji, who planned to settle Guanzhong and killed Guasi and Li Ju. His reputation is flourishing. Another person said, what do you Zhangping think about Chen Duji? You said, I've heard of him, he's just a death row prisoner from a poor family. If I were to pacify Guanzhong, it wouldn't take 3 days for Guasi and Li Ju to send me their heads. Anyway, bragging is not a crime. What he thought of, he directly bragged, and happily got high. Other than him, Kong Rong and Yang Xiu, everyone else in the world was trash. As Xuzhou began to make a name for himself, some of the things he had done were gradually dug up, such as the fact that Xuzhou was a death row inmate who came out of jail. When Dong Cheng heard this, his face darkened. This Yu Zhangping deliberately came to cause trouble, right? Not only was he disrespectful to Cao Cao, but he also cursed Xuzhou, knowing that he was preparing to strike up a good relationship with Xuzhou and specifically invited the person over. The person Kong Wenju invited back is too ungrateful. Cao Ang's cultivation was not as good as Sun Ji's. When he heard that Squirt's words, he immediately couldn't help but to settle the score with Yu Hang. The entire Shizhou was their Cao families. Packing up a squirt, Cao Ang did not need to think about it yet. However, Zhou pressed Cao Ang's hand and laughed aloud. Who is laughing? Yuan immediately followed the sound of laughter. Zhou responded, I'm just laughing at a monkey that jumps up and down and knows no shame. Yuan looked back for a moment and realized that the monkey Zhou was talking about was mapping himself. It could only be him spraying others, never others spraying him. Etiquette and whatnot, in the eyes of a sprayer like Yuan, it was not worth mentioning. Only knowing how to defend his own superiority, he immediately jumped up and pointed at Zhou. Say that again. Jump up and down, monkey. I'm just saying it casually. Why are you so agitated, brother? I see you jumping up and down, is the monkey. Zhou's words came to an appropriate pause, and then said, I once heard a saying that a stone smashes a dog's bark, and Abadong thinks that it is now very appropriate? Puffing. Sun Xiao beside him heard Zhou's words and first did not hold back her laughter. It was only Sun Xiao who was better cultivated and had been professionally trained not to laugh out, but they all felt a great sense of relief. Just now, Yuan had scolded Sun Yu, now Zhou had scolded him back with a sentence about a stone smashing a dog's bark and jumping up and down. They almost shouted out loud. Only then did Cao Ang sit back in his seat and stop making a move. Dong Chang. I didn't expect Zhou to be refined, but insinuating curses can be so shrimp pig heart. Yuan jumped up, really like a monkey, and there is a stone smashing dog barking, or the first time to be scolded by others so hard. Want to dislike back, he did not know what words to dislike for a moment. Holding his face red, Yuan stared straight at Zhou and sat back in a very upset manner in order to prove that he was not a monkey or a barking dog. Abbot Dong, where did you find this person from? No manners at all. Kong Rong could not let his friend get scolded for nothing and directly accused back. Zhou revealed a cloudy smile and asked rhetorically, could it be that he scolded me and I can't scold him back? For you to speak for him, at this age, you shouldn't be young Dezu, then it's Kong Xiaofu, right? You are Qin Duji? Kong Rong had no difficulty judging Zhou's identity based on his words. Sun Yu and Zhao Rong were not present, casually mouth high 2 sentences was fine, but now scolding to the people present, it was normal for people to retort. Kong Rong then felt justified. Chapter 80, I'll write a poem if you ask me to? That's right, it's me. Zhou looked at Kong Rong and was basically able to determine Kong Rong's identity, and suddenly laughed. I heard that Kong Xiaofu was the 20th grandson of Sage Kong? The descendant of Sage Kong turns out to be this bad. You are losing the face of the sage. You are unbridled. When Kong Rong heard this, where could he hold back? Having just sat down, he clapped his hands. To restrain oneself and return to propriety is to be benevolent. If a man is not benevolent, how is it like rights? If a man is not benevolent, how is it like music? Confucianism's benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith, as well as the top of the analects of Confucius, I believe that Kong Xiaofu knows more than I do. You take another look at the Tao Zhangping. What are the places that conform to benevolence? Which parts are in line with ritual? Just a mouthy, shameless fanatic who goes around cursing and offending people with an unclean mouth. I don't deny that he's talented, but there's no benevolence and no propriety. Xiaofu Kong and such a person can also be good friends. Sage Kong's descendants, the generation is not as good as the generation. I suggest that Xiaofu Kong should change his surname, lest it defile the sage. Zhou retorted forcefully, not showing Kong Rong any mercy at all. Anyway, he had Cao Cao behind him and Cao Ang was still sitting by his side, so he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Kong Rong's face was red. But Yuan, that bastard, really is not a clean-mouthed person. Mouth outbursts are the standard of Yuan, Kong Rong, and really in Yu Hang's relationship is very good. After hearing Zhou's words, Kong Rong could not refute for a while and was disliked and speechless. Yuan once again jumped up, spraying people for so long, or for the first time to be disliked back, feeling that there is no place to put his face. There is also a bit of broken defense and anxiousness. Pointing at Zhou, angrily said, I'm full of nonsense, don't you have any nonsense? When did you see me talking nonsense? Zhou was still able to give a somewhat elegant-looking smile and blandly said, so me repeating what you have done is gibberish? Inside your perception, other people's words are all gibberish, haha. Cao Ang added, Sir is right, this man is like a monkey, jumping up and down again. Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands and feet were at a loss, he could only sit back in his seat very unconvincingly, but this guy had a thick skin. Even after being disliked so much by Zhou, he was able to rely on it and not leave. Kong Rong already had the intention to run away, but seeing that there were so many scribes present, he ended up staying. The other scribes and ministers present, as well as the people of the family clans, had not been very happy about Yu Hang's wild words. But they prided themselves on their status and were too lazy to spar with Yu Hang. I didn't expect Xuzhou to dislike back so well, without even saying a single swear word and without being rude. He disliked Yu Hang to break his defense. It also managed to leave Kong Rong speechless. Sun Ji and Sun Xiao, feeling an incomparable pleasure in their hearts, looked at Xuzhou with a hint of admiration in their eyes, thinking to themselves that Sir is really powerful. Dong Chang was also surprised by Xuzhou's skillful tongue, but saw the atmosphere of the scene is a bit awkward, lightly coughed and said, "Gentlemen, let me introduce, this is the pacification of Guanzhong, killed Li Zhu and Guasi, two thieves Xuzhou Chenduji." Xuzhou came from a humble family, despite his ability is no better, but in the eyes of many of the scholars is no more than that. They just feel interested to see Xuzhou, now see the interest is lacking. However, everyone gave Dong Chang face and nodded slightly at Xuzhou. Xuzhou made a bow in response, sort of showing his face in the upper-class aristocratic circle. Next, those scholars and scribes, each communicated with each other, except for Dong Chang. No one deliberately cared about Xuzhou. "Duji, this is Princess Shangcheng," Dong Chang introduced again. The Han princesses of the late Eastern Han dynasty, Xuzhou only knew of Princess Wanyan. Hearing that there was another Princess Shangcheng, who happened to be sitting beside him at this time, the only thing he could do was to get up and salute. "Greetings, Princess." Princess Lu Ling of Shangcheng was very pretty. With bright eyes and white teeth, she was a beautiful woman. Contrasted with Sun Xiao, it gave people a different feeling. Lu Ling looked more delicate, like a woman from the water towns of the south of the Yangtze River, soft and supple, as soft and tender as water. Sun Xiao was very good, very quiet, gentle and elegant, knowing books and etiquette. At first glance, she was a woman who received a good education, was cultivated by books, and brought with her the smell of books. No need to be polite. Lu Ling's voice was also soft. It sounded quite comfortable. Cao Ang and the others were also seeing this Princess Shangcheng for the first time, and after getting an introduction from Dong Chang, along with Xuzhou, they got up and gave a salute. Lu Ling knew what was going on in the Han room nowadays. It all depended on these public ministers in front of her to support them, so she had no shelf, and smiled slightly, letting everyone sit down and chat without being overly formal. Dong Chang also disregarded other old friends and cultivated a relationship with Xuzhou in the name of His Majesty. What cold family or not, in his opinion it did not matter, having the ability was enough. The awkwardness from earlier was quickly alleviated. On Kong Rong and Yu Hang's side, laughter still swirled. A good time for a jiawei, joyful entertainment yet to come. Singing songs and dancing in neon dresses. The golden bottles are filled with green ants, and the jade calendars are filled with agar. The drunkenness of the wine makes me whistle, and all the seats are filled with the most marvelous. Life is a pleasure, don't waste your good years. Yu Hang stood up, picked up a wine cup, and loudly read out a poem composed on the spot. Good. The whole seat applauded. Bai Heng's mouth was a bit smelly, but it was undeniable that it was indeed very talented. This kind of banquet, without one or two poems, one or two fugues to cheer up, is a trip in vain. Lanting preface, it is in this environment was born. Having been courted by the other scribes around him, Yu Hang finally found his edge and read out the poem, provocatively looking towards Xuzhou's side. However, Xuzhou treated him as if he did not exist. Sitting at the table, with Dong Chang and the others, he chatted without a word. Yu Hang thought that he could not win against Xuzhou by cursing, so he wanted to use his talent to rub Xuzhou on the ground, but Xuzhou did not give a damn about himself, so he suddenly had anger in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. Chen Duji. At this time, a young man sitting beside Yu Hang got up and said, "I had heard that you are quite talented. Fangkai Yu Zhengping has already written a poem, what's yours?" Hearing them trying to provoke themselves again, Xuzhou looked up slightly and asked, "You are Yang Dezu, right?" "Precisely." Yang Xiao nodded his head. Another bullying and arrogant person with an empty eye. "If you ask me to write a poem, I must write a poem?" Xuzhou didn't play by the rules and faintly said, "Why should I listen to you?" Yang Xiao. Yu Hang. Come here to play, in addition to drinking and watching songs and dances, and then write a poem. This is not a conventional operation? How is it that this person doesn't know how to be interesting at all? He even refuses to write a poem. Why did Abbot Dong invite such a person back? You're afraid of losing face because you can't write a good poem and don't have any talent, right? Yu Hang said slowly. Why do I need to prove to you whether I have any talent and can write good poems? Xuzhou put down his wineglass and replied back. The others saw them coming back to tit for tat and disliking each other once more and felt that they were in for another good show. Sun Xiao and Sun Ji glanced at each other and felt that this Mr. Chen was too special, completely different from the other young talents who were recklessly expressing themselves. Princess Shangqing also felt interested in Xuzhou at this time. Usually people would seize this opportunity to make a name for themselves in front of the scribes, especially those from the humble family, but Xuzhou didn't do so. Even the second, fourth, three dukes of the Great Han, Yanzhou of the Yang clan, disliked him. Only Dongcheng felt that Xuzhou was also too easy to pull hatred, right? Chapter 81, The Peak of Morality. You are strong words. Yu Hong wanted to jump up and curse again, but thinking of the words jumping up and down, he held his tongue and sat back down on the seat. He was afraid that he would not be able to scold Xuzhou and lose face in front of the scribes once again. Apart from shouting a strong word, Yu Hong realized that he didn't know how to deal with Xuzhou. He had no advantage at this time. Kong Rong and Yang Xiu, both of them, were also defeated by Xuzhou. I'm not being forceful, I just feel that at this time, under this kind of environment, writing poems, drinking wine, and making music with a psaltery, doesn't make any sense. We came out today to welcome spring, for the sake of spring plowing. What environment today? The world is in great turmoil, with the great powers in power in the Han dynasty drifting apart. His Majesty had to move the capital here and sit back and watch the mountains and rivers fall to pieces. Yu Jinping's poem is very well written, singing and dancing, don't lose your ears. But can you think of how many people were displaced behind the songs and dances? And how many people don't even have enough to eat? Can writing poetry now pacify the world? Can writing poems now help the farmers outside to plow in spring? Perhaps you may think that the peasants are lowly and not worth mentioning, and that you, as the great families of the world, can just enjoy yourselves and don't need to care about the deaths and lives of the common people. But, without the common people behind you, you don't even have the chance to enjoy yourselves, and who dares to say that your money and food don't come from the people? As Xuzhou said this, he stood up and looked towards the river bank, towards the figures that were working hard in the fields. With these words, he stood at the pinnacle of morality, angrily disliking scribes such as Yu Hong, and was invincible. But said in all is the truth, now the world is in chaos, the court ministers do not worry about the country, even if it is, but also in the welcome spring this kind of program, even spring plowing do not look at more than a glance, only know to sit in the shed inside the wine drinking in enjoyment. How can they pacify the world by drinking wine and having fun? The worldly families do not take ordinary people seriously. But without ordinary people, the families are nothing, and they don't even have anyone to help them with the simplest kind of farming. The public ministers and scribes here would still be bound by morality. After listening to Xuzhou's words, which stood at the pinnacle of morality, many people felt ashamed and guiltily looked towards the fields. Yu Hong was thinking, is it really wrong to write poetry? It seemed really wrong to write such a poem at a time like this. If one were to write a poem about worrying about the country and the hardships of people's lives, it should be okay, right? Kong Rong was pondering. Yang Xiu also didn't know what could be said. Dongcheng listened to Xuzhou's words and a flash of excitement passed through his eyes, and now he was even more eager to get Xuzhou, wanting to make Xuzhou his own. You guys, keep having fun. Xuzhou did not wait for them to have any other response and turned around to leave this shed. Cao Ang of course followed him. Cao Shan and Xiaoyu, who were in the distance, saw Xuzhou leave the shed and both ran over to him as well, no longer barbecuing. After calming down, Xuzhou felt that what he had just said should be so full of force that it could shock a lot of people, but he didn't care how shocking it was, and continued to walk in the direction of the farmland to see if there was still a need to improve on the farmers' farming tools. Sir! The craftsman from earlier, seeing Xuzhou coming, smiled and came over, saying, "Our plowing oxen, plowing is much faster. The villagers nearby are busy looking for me to help them modify their plows. Thank you, sir, for helping us." Seeing that Xuzhou and the farmers could talk and laugh, the people in the shed were surprised. They had thought that Xuzhou was just casually talking about the importance of agriculture. They did not expect it to be a real importance. Changfeng, let's follow and take a look too. Sun Xiao was still Sun Ji's aunt in terms of seniority. Sun Yu was a generation older than Sun Yu, and Sun Xiao was the same generation as Sun Yu. Abbot, I also want to go and take a look. Lu Ling laughed. Dongcheng of course wanted Lu Ling to go and get close to Xuzhou. Nodding his head, he said, "Come a few people, follow the princess and wait on her." As Sun Xiao and the others left, the crowd inside the shed was tasteless. It seemed like today's whatever welcoming spring should not take place. Nope. It should be said that Xuzhou could not be invited to participate. It directly ruined the good atmosphere. How meaningless this is. Those people returned to the city one after another. It turns out that what Mr. just said was not just talk. Mr. came out to welcome spring, and it was really for the sake of spring plowing. The farmers embraced Mr. Lu Ling walked over and said softly. Zhou made a bow and said, I came a little earlier than the princess, and just now I had time, and exchanged with the farmers for a while. They quickly returned to the place where they had just barbecued. There were still some skewers of meat that had not been eaten, so Zhou asked Shao to send some to the princess. There are no idle fields in the Four Seas, and the farmers are still starving. The chaotic world is probably like this. It's very impractical to write poems and make music like they do. It would be better to find ways to end this chaotic world as soon as possible, and wait until the world is calm and clear, and a time of prosperity comes, then we can write poems and drink. Won't we be able to be more joyful and accomplished? It wasn't that Xuzhou wouldn't dislike Yuan with poems. As a traveler, copying poems was a basic operation. However, copying poems was meaningless. It would be better to leave all the poems to the original author later. Mr. Righteousness. Sun Xiao's view of Zhou was refreshed. No wonder father and the others valued Zhou so much. A truly capable person should be valued. Lu Ling concurred, if all the ministers in the court were like Mr., the world would not be like this. But how many people like Zhou are there? In fact, she didn't know that people like Zhou also wanted to overthrow the Great Han, and to pacify not the Great Han's world, but another one, where they could live in peace and happiness. Mr.'s words today, if they were to spread out, I don't know how many people would admire them. Sun Shi said. Zhou smiled bitterly, admire? Probably not, but those in the circle of scribes must have viciously stunk on me, saying that I broke the rules, saying that I have no one in my sight, especially those few people from Yuan, they should treat me as an enemy. Definitely not. Cao Ang said, whoever dares to speak ill of Mr., I will help Mr. get him killed. Zhou. Cao Ang looked like he was going to be even more vicious than Cao Cao. Xiao Shan didn't know what had just happened, but seeing how Sun Ji and the others were so admiring, she felt that her husband should have done something, again, amazing, and softly said, no matter what, I support my husband. Over at the shed, there weren't many people left. This spring trekking today was ruined by Zhou and ended hastily. The crowd went back with a lack of interest. Not long after, Lu Ling also offered to take her leave. Zhou also led the crowd back to the city after they all left. There was nothing interesting outside the city, he did more to instruct the farmers on how they should farm. The agricultural knowledge that could be used more than 1,000 years later was simply told to the farmers. Hopefully, this year, he could try to increase the grain production without having to raid the tombs himself. Otherwise, he couldn't help but quietly run and dig up the tomb of King Jing of Zhongshan. Go back. Zhou stretched, pulling Cao Shan with his left hand and Xiaoyu with his right. Today was still rewarding, at least he was able to recognize quite a few celebrities from this period, and he also sparred with the number one spammer of the Three Kingdoms for a round, steadily gaining the upper hand. I don't know what the future history books will record. Later on, will they call themselves the Sprayer Terminator? Chapter 82, One City, Coming to Town. Back to the palace. Lu Ling first went to see his elder brother Lu Xie and briefly talked about what happened today. Lu Xie listened to Zhou's remarks about not writing poems, and thought that he finally saw hope, thinking that Zhou was definitely the hope of the Great Han, and was more and more eager to be assisted by this person. Well said. A dynasty full of ministers is not as good as one Shenduji. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to go out of the city with you guys today, otherwise I would have applauded him on the spot. Lu Xie's eyes blazed and his tone was excited. It was as if he saw that Zhou was already his person. Lu Ling said softly, Imperial brother will definitely be able to meet him in the future. That is natural. Lu Xie smiled faintly, looked at Lu Ling and asked with a smile, what does Imperial sister think, how is Shenduji? Lu Ling smiled slightly and said, Shenduji is a very good person, he has ideals and aspirations, he wants to pacify the world very much, but he does not follow the waves, just as Imperial brother said, a dynasty full of ministers are not as good as him. Lu Xie contentedly said, Royal sister has time, more contact with him, if you think he has no problem, I intend to betroth you to him, what do you think? Ah! Lu Ling exclaimed, not expecting her elder brother to have such an idea. But the marriage affairs in this era, basically there is no way to control yourself, the only way to listen to the arrangements of the people in power at home, who they say to marry, can only marry who, there is no way to refuse. But recalling Zhou's performance today, she thought in her heart, Zhou is still very good, handsome, and sunny, gentle and elegant. If one married Zhou, it would still be good, a good man. But he got married. Lu Ling lowered her head. The implication was that being married meant having a proper wife. If she marries over, she can only be a flat wife at the maximum, a princess of the Great Han to be a flat wife of a humble scholar. This is very condescending. Imperial sister, don't worry, I have time, and Shao Sikong chat, this matter of Imperial brother to help you make the decision. Lu Xie saw that Lu Ling also has this layer of meaning. The first time they met today, Lu Ling was convinced by Xuzhou, thinking that it would be easier to turn Xuzhou into a family. Lu Ling quickly left. Then Dongcheng came in and smiled. Congratulations, Your Majesty, that Qinduji is indeed extraordinary. His ambition and intention is to pacify the world. As long as Your Majesty is willing to draw him in, there should be no problem. Good. Lu Xie's dragon face was delighted. They were all immersed inside Qinzhou's ability. After Cao Ang went home, he told his father all about what Qinzhou did today. Ha ha. Duoji deserves to be called Duoji. With his own strength, he destroyed the entire merry feast. That Yu Zhengping, his mouth really stinks again. Cao Cao was filled with displeasure at the mention of Yu Hang. Cao Ang asked, Father, should we finish off thy Hong? This person is rude to Sir and cannot be kept. In his heart, he took Xuzhou as his teacher, and as for the identity of his brother-in-law, he selectively ignored it. Someone who dared to be disrespectful to his teacher, as a student, he was the first to be unhappy. There is no need for this. Cao Cao calmly said, a person with a foul mouth is just a person, it's not much to let him live, but I heard you say that Dongcheng seems to have a bit of an interest in Duji. Cao Ang thought back over the situation and asked, Father is saying that Dongcheng wants to poach Sir from us? It looks like it. Dongcheng is very ingratiating to Watanuki, but I don't know if this is Dongcheng's intention, or the Son of Heavens. However, I trust Watanuki. He will definitely not betray me. Cao Cao's words were spoken with considerable confidence. Cao Ang had wanted to help Xuzhou with a few explanations, but after hearing his father's words, there was absolutely no need to explain, and added, it's not that easy for them to poach Mr. Duo, but it also shows that the benefits of us letting Mr. Duo make a name for himself aren't that great, and a big tree beckons the wind. Not necessarily. Cao Cao said, I don't think Watanuki has them in mind yet, never mind regardless of that, trust is enough. By the way, you said that Watanuki transformed farming tools and taught the people outside the city quite a bit of knowledge about farming. Exactly how is it? Tell me quickly. In ancient times, agriculture was fundamental to survival. Qinzhou's ability in all aspects had been so impressive, almost all round. Cao Cao was curious to know how Qinzhou's knowledge in agriculture was, and he needed this for his military cantonment as well. After Sun Ji and Sun Xiao went home, they also told the events of today. Duji has offended a lot of people this way. Sun Yu said and laughed again, but it's no matter, even if you offend more people, it doesn't matter to Duji, and you won't even take them to heart yet. Sun Yu agreed, that's right. Shower, when you guys are free, you can accompany Duke Chang to visit Duji more often, you can learn a lot from him. Yes. Sun Xiao happened to be quite interested in Xuzhou. Sun Xiao said, I've long wanted to get to know Mr., and I finally have the chance. Xuzhou was not aware of how the others viewed himself now. Nor would he deliberately care about that. After returning home, he had someone send Xiaohou back to the Xiaohou family, and then had someone prepare dinner. After eating and drinking enough, he then changed and cleaned up. Xuzhou returned to the bedroom, only to see Cao Shan sitting on the couch with her clothes half undone, waiting for herself to be favored. Husband. Cao Shan's voice was soft and carried a temptation that Xuzhou could not resist. Perhaps the taste of the marrow. Cao Shan wanted it very strongly. This led to the fact that Xuzhou was cavorting almost every night, and it was fortunate that he had a lot of stamina and a strong waist, otherwise he would have to lose. After welcoming spring, several more days passed. Cao Ang came to find, Cao Cao summoned them to the council. When they arrived at the council hall, they saw that Gui Jia and the others were all here. According to Duji's plan, we will destroy Yuan Shu this year, provoke Lu Bu and Lu Bei, and take Xuzhou. Cao Cao said aloud, but before we do that, we still need to clear the unfavorable factors around us. Gui Jia and Xuzhou had chatted about Wancheng that day. When Gui Jia went back, he told Cao Cao all about it. Wancheng was close to Shidu, and Lu Biao had given Wancheng to Zhang Miao for defense against Cao Cao. Yuan Shu's plan to become emperor is almost complete, and Lu Biao has called a truce. Lu Biao is now idle. Cao Cao also feels that Wancheng is a disadvantage to himself. If Lu Biao wants to make a move on himself, he can order Zhang Miao and Wancheng to raid Shidu, and a raid at such a close distance makes it impossible to defend against him. Therefore, it is necessary to take Wancheng. It is also necessary to use Wancheng as a buffer zone with Lu Biao and as a barrier against Jingzhou. Wancheng must be fought. On our side, the only disadvantage is occupying Wancheng and helping Lu Biao hold Zhangxiu in the north. Cao Cao said. When Cao Ang heard this, he looked towards Quanzhou in surprise. Dian Wei also had this reaction, looking incredulously towards Quanzhou. A long time ago, Quanzhou had said about Wancheng. They would be in danger in Wancheng. Now they were really going to Wancheng. Mr. could predict what would happen in the future so far in advance, it was simply divine means. What do you guys think, how can Wancheng be fought? Cao Cao asked this crucial sentence. Gathering them together today, the question was how to fight Wancheng. After all, the last time Guojia and Quanzhou talked, they hadn't discussed how to fight. Chapter 83, No Surrender, Only Beatings. I think that Wancheng is easy to fight. Tizhong first said, after Zhang Ji died, he left behind few troops, not even food. As a result, Zhangxiu had to defect to Lu Biao, the enemy who killed his uncle, in exchange for a Wancheng city barely sheltered. The gap between Zhangxiu's strength and ours is too great. To hit Wancheng, a strong attack will suffice. Now Cao Cao, occupying the great righteousness, sufficient strength. The district of Wancheng Zhangxiu, less than 10,000 troops, in front of Cao Cao, not worth mentioning. Cao Cao nodded his head slightly in agreement to what Tizhong had said. I don't think that Wancheng even needs to be fought. Sun Yu's opinion was, again, different from that of Plei Zhong. While Tizhong advocated a strong attack to crush Zhangxiu with his troops, Sun Yu wanted to win without a fight. Wei Jiao laughed. Gong Da's thoughts may have occurred to me. Feng Shao also thinks that Zhangxiu will surrender without a fight? That's right. Wei Jia finished, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Zhangxiu will surrender? Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was surprised, and then looked at Quanzhou and asked, what does Duoshi think? Will surrender. Quanzhou echoed Guijia and the two of them, analyzing, Zhangxiu and us, we don't have any deep grudges in the first place. Zhang Ji died at the hands of Lu Biao, but Zhangxiu defected to Lu Biao, and had no choice but to do so. If our army goes south, Zhangxiu's strength is far inferior to ours, Wancheng can definitely not be defended, it would be better to surrender against Lu Biao. As long as Zhangxiu was willing to listen to Jia Dan, he would definitely surrender. As long as Cao Cao stopped messing around, Zhangxiu wouldn't rebel again if he surrendered. But with Quanzhou around, Zhangxiu would definitely not be able to rebel, and at the Battle of Wancheng, it would be easy for Quanzhou to change the ending. What Ariji thought is similar to ours. Wei Jia agreed, whether it's our insights or Jikai's analysis, both are actually correct. As long as our army goes south, Zhangxiu is completely incapable of resisting. Other than surrendering, it's a deadly battle, and if we choose to fight to the death, we can just attack strongly. Unless Shangyang sends out troops to come to the rescue, Wancheng can definitely be taken. However, Wancheng was even farther away from Shangyang, and by the time Lu Biao's reinforcements arrived, Wancheng would have already changed hands. It would have been a sure win, and if Cao Cao hadn't fired that shot, there wouldn't have been any problems taking Wancheng. You're all right. Cao Cao considered for a long time and said, in a couple days, I'm going to arrange an expedition to Wancheng for a quick battle. Would Duji be willing to go along? Of course, no problem. Quanzhou agreed. To change this ending of the Battle of Wancheng, he had to personally go. My lord. Sun Yu said, I have a suggestion, we go in the name of the Son of Heaven. It would be best to get an imperial edict from the Son of Heaven. This trip is for the purpose of crusading against Dongzhuo's old army. The name is justified. Wen Ruo's plan is very much to my liking. Cao Cao's eyes lit up. Oftentimes, the name of the Son of Heaven was still useful. Even if Lu Biao wanted to save Wancheng, under the name of the Son of Heaven, it wouldn't be good for him to step in and do anything. It's settled, you guys wait for me to make arrangements. Cao Cao directly determined. Today's deliberations ended quickly. Quanzhou said goodbye to everyone and went home to tell Cao Shan to prepare to accompany the army. Cao Cao went directly to the palace and mentioned this to Lu Xia. Lu Xia hated Dongzhou so much that when he heard about the crusade against Dongzhuo's old army, he agreed without saying a word. The imperial edict of the Son of Heaven came easily. The news of the crusade against Dongzhuo's old troops was then announced to the world. This was the right thing to do. Then, Cao Cao formally moved against Wancheng, leading his army southward in a massive crusade against Dongzhuo's old army. For a while, many people's eyes gathered above Wancheng. Wancheng. Cao Cao's army has yet to arrive, but news from Shuzhou has already been sent. At this time, Zhang Miao, sent to Shangyang, requesting Liu Biao to send troops to support has been too late, a time Wancheng up and down, fear, military instability. They are less than 10,000 people. Cao Cao is coming south, the number of people is unknown, but definitely not less. If Cao Cao attacked Wancheng forcefully, they would never be able to wait for Shangyang's support. Sir, we shouldn't stay in Wancheng, Zhang Miao said anxiously. Helping Liu Biao, the man who killed his uncle, to stay in Wancheng to defend against Cao Cao, he basically had no benefits other than getting a city, and he would have to take a beating from Cao Cao, and there was nothing he could do to face Cao Cao's upcoming army. Most importantly, Cao Cao has received an edict from the Son of Heaven to send troops to Wancheng in the name of crusading against Dongzhuo's old army, and even if Liu Biao had the heart to save them, he wouldn't dare disobey the Son of Heaven's order. The Son of Heaven is super hateful to Dongzhuo. General, don't worry. Jia Yan did not see the slightest bit of panic and said very calmly, from the time I suggested General to acquire Wancheng, I had considered that there would be today, and everything was within my expectations. Zhang Xiu's voice was filled with hope as he asked, could it be that Sir has a way to repel Cao Cao? Jia Yan shook his head, I don't have a way to retreat Cao Cao, but we can surrender to Cao Cao, it's the only way out for the general. Surrender Cao Cao? Zhang Xiu asked in confusion, why are we surrendering to Cao Cao? Jia Yan analyzed, Liu Biao of Jingzhou has long since lost the bravado he had when he entered Jingzhou on horseback. Within Jingzhou, there are many families and factions, so if we stay in Jingzhou, it will be difficult for us to occupy a place, and even if we break away from Liu Biao and set up our own hegemony, there is only one Wancheng to start with, so there is basically no possibility for us to develop. In fact, there is another point that he did not understand, Zhang Xiu does not have the ability to stand on his own feet and claim hegemony. The only way to do so was to defect to someone else and find someone to cling to. Then look at Cao Cao. Between these 2 years, he repelled Lu Bu, took back Puyang, took Yuzhou, greeted the Son of Heaven, and pacified Yanzhou. Still able to cope comfortably under Yuan Shao's restraints. If Yuan Shao can't suppress Cao Cao, he will surely be countered by Cao Cao. I can't guarantee the south, but in the near future, the northern part of Han will absolutely be occupied by Cao Cao. My suggestion for General to occupy Wancheng is actually to wait for Cao Cao to move south and have an opportunity where he can defect to Cao Cao. Of all the lords in the world, only Cao Cao is worthy of General's defection, the others are nothing more than that. If the General believes in my plan, he can be safe and sound, otherwise I can't tell what will happen. Cao Cao will probably be able to march on the city tomorrow, so the General might want to think it over. Jia Dan said what he was thinking, as well as his plan. What to do next depended on how Zhang Xiu considered it. Zhang Xiu was in deep thought, wondering whether he should surrender or not. But he felt that, in fact, Jia Dan wanted to defect to Cao Cao, took himself to manipulate a little bit, got involved in it, and got the current result, more or less unhappy in his heart, but not denying that Jia Dan's words were right. The world's vassals, really only Cao Cao, worth him to rely on. Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao, he went to not necessarily get attention, quickly marginalized. If he defected to Liu Bei, Lu Bu and the others, he might as well stay with Liu Biao. After Jia Yan finished his words, he quieted down and waited for Zhang Xiu's response, not worrying that Zhang Xiu would not listen to his words. If he didn't listen, Zhang Xiu would do nothing but run away or get beaten. Chapter 84 Boss Cao's Swell. Cao Cao, by imperial decree, had his troops at Wancheng. The army stood outside Wancheng, giving Zhang Xiu a great sense of oppression. Shenzhou followed in the army, looked up and looked toward the city, thinking that this is the original Wancheng. The city wall is not too high, even if the strong attack is also easy. I do not know how Zhang Xiu looks like, how does that treacherous person Jia Yan look like, Yanzhou? Sir, what do we do? Dian Wei and Cao Ang, who were also in the army, were now a bit worried. Sir had said that they should avoid Wancheng. But they came to Wancheng, and Sir didn't object, so in Wancheng, is there any danger? Don't worry, with me, no accidents. Shenzhou's words instantly gave them great confidence. Mr. could predict something going wrong and definitely had a way to defuse it. Cao Ang and Dian Wei felt that they were worrying for nothing. Old Dian. After entering the city, you cannot drink, your iron halberd must not leave your hand, always carry it with you. Gongzi, prepare more war horses. If there is a fight, you best try to kill your way out. If there is no fight, that is the best. Shenzhou said in a low voice. Hearing that he was not allowed to drink, Dian Wei and Ti Zhong were as lifeless as they were, but Sir's words must be obeyed. Cao Ang trusted Shenzhou unconditionally and nodded his head to indicate that he knew. My lord, the gates of Wancheng city are open. At this time, Li Dian, who went to scout the road, returned and said aloud, "I see that Zhang Miao has the intention of offering the city for surrender." "Really?" Cao Cao raised his eyes and saw that the gates of Wancheng were wide open, and that Zhang Miao would really surrender. "Man Chang, contact the people of Wancheng and see if they are sincere about surrendering," Cao Cao ordered. Li Dian received the order, took 20 of his personal guards with him, and galloped towards the city gates. After a while, he returned with a man, none other than Hu Chair from Zhang Xiu's ministry. "Greetings to Lord Cao. Our general ordered me to come and surrender. We are willing to lead the entire city of Wancheng and submit to Lord Cao," Hu Chair said aloud. "Really surrendered. Winning without a fight." Cao Cao pressed down the excitement in his heart and drank. "Go back and tell Zhang Yue to lead his troops out of the city. All soldiers, put down your weapons and wait for me to make arrangements." Yue is Zhang Xiu's character. Hu Chair went back first. After a few more moments, Zhang Xiu led all the generals in the city of Wancheng out of the city, put down their weapons, came to Cao Cao, and said in a loud voice, "Zhang Xiu, I am willing to submit to Lord Cao." His voice was loud enough that the generals in the front army could all hear him. "Good." Cao Cao droned, "Enter the city." "Lord, lead the troops into the city." Zhou came up behind him at this time and reminded, just in case. The reason why Cao Cao had been chased to fight in Wancheng was precisely because he hadn't brought his troops into the city and his soldiers were stationed outside the city. "Man Chang, Wen Qian. You lead 10,000 troops and follow me into the city. Everyone else, station yourselves outside the city." Cao Cao saw how cautious Zhou was and agreed that it was necessary. After Li Dian and Li Jin entered the city, they first occupied the various city towers and began to collect the soldiers from Zhang Xiu's men. Zhang Xiu is heartbroken when he sees that all the soldiers are gone. Those were the people that his uncle Zhang Ji left behind for him, but he can only accept the reality. Jia Yan followed Zhang Xiu around, signaling him not to mess around. After obeying Cao Cao, the soldiers that Cao Cao is now collecting will still return to him in the future, just follow the arrangements. "Enter the city," Cao Cao said again. The crowd followed into the city, heading towards Wancheng, Zhang Xiu walking in front of Cao Cao, guiding the way for Cao Cao, an appearance of genuinely wanting to surrender and submit. Cao Cao's troops set up camp in the city's military barracks, and Zhang Xiu rushed back to the government office to organize the various documents and records of Wancheng, as well as the records of food, supplies, and military equipment, and then sent them to Cao Cao. Seeing Zhang Xiu leave, Cao Cao suddenly thought of the brothel thing that Zhou had said in prison at first. "Anmin, go check, I want to know if there are any prostitutes in this city." Not only did Cao Cao want to know about people's livelihoods, he actually had a bit of that in mind as well. Zhang Xiu's surrender without a fight made him swell up inside. When Cao Anmin heard this, he immediately understood what his uncle meant. "Men, well, that's what they're good for. Uncle, I'll make the arrangements." Cao Ping also gave Cao Cao a you-know-what look. This was not the first time he had done this kind of thing. Cao Cao saw this and returned a you-know-what smile. The two of them smiled at each other. It was still his eldest nephew who understood himself, and with just one sentence, he understood what should be arranged. Zhou didn't know that Cao Cao had already arranged for Cao Anmin to find a woman, but he could probably guess that the first thing Cao Cao would do after entering Wancheng was to look for a woman, which was what Boss Cao was. Zhang Xiu surrendered first and rebelled later, and Zhou was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that Cao Cao rewarded Hu Chair with property, which gave Zhang Xiu a feeling of being tapped into, and decided to rebel, perhaps because Jia Dang also felt uneasy and cooperated with Zhang Xiu to rebel together. "Sir, what do we do next?" Cao Ang asked cluelessly. He and Dian Wei had decided to follow Zhou all the way to Wancheng to avoid any accidents. "We are going to visit Zhang Xiu." Zhou thought about it for a while and was ready to take Boss Chao's path and leave him with no way out. After determining the plan, they went directly to Zhang Xiu. "Duke Cao Chang's son is outside asking for an audience?" Zhang Xiu was organizing his paperwork at the Yamen, and when he heard the news, he immediately went out to greet him and bowed. "Greetings to you, Eunuch Chang." Cao Ang said, "General Zhang is polite." After speaking, he introduced, "This is Zhou Chenduji, we came together to visit General Zhang." Zhang Xiu was puzzled by their visit, but he quickly put away all sorts of thoughts. His eyes fell on Zhou. The name was a bit familiar. After thinking for a moment, he said in surprise, "Could it be that Mr. Chenduji is the one who pacified Guanzhong and killed Guasi and Li Ju? So General Zhang has also heard of me." Zhou smiled slightly and said, "Why don't we have a seat at the general's residence?" Zhang Xiu was worried, "But I still have to prepare the paperwork records of Wancheng for Lord Cao. These small matters, just leave them to the people below." Xuzhou added, I heard that beside General, there is also a strategist called Yuan. I have long wanted to pay my respects. Cao Ang did not know what Xuzhou intended to do by doing this, but cooperating was enough and asked in a slightly warning tone, General Zhang will not give us face, right? Don't dare. Zhang Miao is like this, inexplicably taking Xuzhou and Cao Ang back to his own home. At the same time, he had someone called Jia Yan over. Jia Yan got this news and couldn't figure out what Xuzhou and the others wanted to do. But the identity of Cao Cao's eldest son was important to them, and Jia Yan had to go back and cooperate before figuring out what Cao Ang was trying to do. Otherwise, after surrendering, they might not receive benefits under Cao Cao's command. Chapter 85, General Zhang, lend me your aunt for 2 days. Not to mention Jia Dang, Cao Ang was also in a daze right now. But what Sir says, what he does is what he does. Walking into Zhang Xiu's house, just as he reached the hall, Xuzhou saw a beautiful woman sitting in the hall, leisurely playing the zither. Auntie. Zhang Xiu coughed lightly, signaling that a guest had arrived and asked her to evade. That beautiful woman happens to be Zou's, heard the words and hurriedly got up, but as she got up the action, by the way, the perfect body, showing in front of the crowd, above the waves, below the shape of a peach, waist surplus, girdle tied at the waist, white clothes gathered, curves came out in this way. Those places that should be big, about to wrap up and call out. Plus she is still a beautiful woman, there is a special flavor, that is peach-ripe like feeling. No wonder Boss Cao couldn't hold it. Xuzhou saw this and thought that it wasn't without reason. For example, Cao Ang this kind of rash, see here directly wide-eyed, look at the eyes are straight, breathing a little sharp, if not Xuzhou patted his shoulder, have not been able to slow down, this kind of woman, up to 80 years old, down to 8 years old men, are very like. Noticing Cao Ang's eyes, Zhang Xiu felt embarrassed and was about to urge to let Zhou go back as soon as possible when Xuzhou spoke. I prefer sound and rhythm, just now I heard Madam play very well, in fact, there is no need to avoid it. Once these words came out, Zhou stood in place, not knowing whether to go back or stay. After Zhang Ji's death, she had always followed Zhang Xiu's arrangements and had no idea in her heart, but she could also see that the guests that came today seemed to be certain big shots. Then stay. Zhang Ji had no choice but to say. Zhou only had to continue to sit down, hesitated, gently stroked the strings of the zither, the pleasant sound of the zither, slowly reverberated, like spring water tinkling. Duke, sir. Please sit. Zhang Xiu said. Xuzhou and Cao Ang wouldn't be polite and graciously sat on the seating area. At this time, Jia Yan finally arrived and bowed after entering, saying, Greetings to Duke Chang. Cao Ang did not know Jia Yan, nor had he heard of Jia Yan. The current Jia Yan was not yet famous. The only thing he did was to blankly look over towards Xuzhou, as if asking what Mr. was looking for this person to come back for. My name is Xuzhou, word Duji, Mr. Jia should have heard of me, right? Xuzhou said. Mr. Jia was surprised to hear this, it's the Chen Duji who killed Li Ju and the others, right? He was surprised that Xuzhou was so young. To be that young and show extraordinary ability shows that it is deeply respected by Cao. Jia said with some admiration, I have met Mr. Chen. Mr. Jia is polite, sit together. Xuzhou added. Cao Ang concurred, sit. Next, he looked at Xuzhou again, continuing to ask what he should do next. Xuzhou said, I prefer the sound of the zither, and if I don't listen to the zither for a day, I feel uncomfortable, so I wanted to come to General Zhang to ask if there is a musician in the city, then coincidentally I met this lady. Zhang Xiu had to say, Madam is my aunt, my uncle's concubine. I see. Xuzhou added, can you lend this madam, to me for 2 days? Borrow someone? Zhang Ji's wife, can you just borrow her? Zhang Xiu. Jia Dang. Cao Ang. Previously have not even heard, Mr. like the sound of the zither. Cao Ang is feeling puzzled, why Mr. So, then look at Zhou, finally understand that the original Mr. 1 is not the zither, but in front of the eyes of this beautiful woman, he had to praise Mr. really good vision, this woman is very good. However, Cao Ang was puzzled again, how does Mr. know, how does Zhang Ji's concubine look like, and specially come here to look for someone? Mr.'s things often baffled him, but again, Mr.'s tastes were the same as his own father's. Zhang Xiu wanted to curse now. That was his own aunt. The moment Xuzhou opened his mouth, he wanted to borrow Zhou. Is this treating him as if he doesn't exist, or is he trying to humiliate him? Treating his aunt, as what kind of person? General Zhang, don't misunderstand. Xuzhou explained, I really like music, just now listened to the sound of the zither for a while, and felt that the lady played really well, and had an idea of wanting to play the zither together, accidentally offending the general, I apologize. After speaking, he really got up and gave Zhang Xiu a salute to apologize. Seeing that Xuzhou was so polite that he could even apologize to himself and said it with great sincerity, this made Zhang Miao angry and not knowing what to do for a while. Zhou also a little bit do not know what to do. How can this person be so rude? Just came to say that they want to borrow themselves away, but then seriously look at Xuzhou, good looking, as if the zither is not a problem, and even quite happy. Back then, she was snatched by Zhang Ji, can't say how loyal she was to Zhang Ji. General Jia Dang felt that Xuzhou only had eyes for Zhou. In fact, Zhang Ji was dead, so having Zhou remarry was not a problem. The Three Kingdoms period was not after the Song dynasty, there was no chastity plaque. Women in this era, if they were widowed, it was normal to remarry, because widows and wives basically had children. Such women were very suitable for childbearing, and the risk of childbearing was not high. Population issues, which were very important in ancient times, were not only related to the succession of generations, but also to the social economy. Therefore, women remarrying was also related to population. Within those concubines of Boss Cao, there were also a bunch of other people's wives. In addition to coveting beauty, the other reason was still because other people's wives could give birth to children. Even if Zhou remarried, in Jia Yan's opinion, it was still a very common thing, and added, since Mr. Chen likes music, General might as well say yes. Zhang Miao looked at Zhou, then at Xuzhou. After calming down, it was not very difficult to accept, and finally said, alright then, Auntie, go back with Mr. Chen. Since it was Zhang Miao himself who agreed, there would be no other problems. Xuzhou bowed again and said, many thanks, General. They were polite for a little longer before Xuzhou offered his farewell. Zhou clutched her zither and quietly followed behind Xuzhou as she went out the door. Only Cao Ang was messy. Mister, this is really very fatherly. Also fond of other people's wives. Today, he even came over specifically to take Zhang Ji's wife away. Cao Ang did not know how to comment for a moment. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chen, take your time. Zhang Miao sent them out the door and scratched his head again in confusion, asking, Sir, what is this? Jia Duan said, I don't know, but it's not a bad thing. I heard that Chen Duji is very respected around Lord Cao, so in fact, Madam can count on having a place to call home. Outside. Cao Ang asked softly, Sir, is this really appropriate? Of course it is appropriate. Xuzhou was certain, Your Excellency will soon be able to understand my good intentions. I am all for the Lord. Cao Ang. This is also for father? It doesn't look like it either. Could it be that Sir is trying to ask for Zhou and then give it to father? Cao Ang felt that there was this possibility. After all, his own father's favorite thing was to screw other people's wives. Just as he was thinking this, he only saw his cousin Cao Peng Cao Anmin walking over in his direction. Chapter 86, The Fairy and I, the same way. Cousin, sir, why are you here? Cao Peng was slightly surprised to see them here. Xuzhou's reputation was far and wide by Cao Cao's side, and no one knew him, so of course Cao Peng recognized him as well. And Min, why are you here as well? Cao Ang asked in surprise. Couldn't it be that there was some connection between Mr.'s coming to find Zhang Miao and Cao Peng's arrival? There should be a connection, otherwise Mr. wouldn't have casually visited Zhang Miao and even took away someone's aunt. I came here to. Before Cao Peng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xuzhou. And Min, go back and tell the Lord, there is no need to look for it, the person has already been taken away by me. If the Lord has to have a good time, you can find someone else to go back. At these words, Cao Peng's eyes widened. Sir knows who I'm looking for? The matter of helping Cao Cao find a woman, Cao Peng was only discussing with Cao Cao in private. After all, these are not very well received, too embarrassed to publicize it, but how did Xuzhou know about it? Xuzhou said, of course I know, you go back and tell the Lord, just say that the person was taken away by me, let him not think about it, if you have to, you can let him come to me, I will personally convince him. Gongzi, let's go. Cao Peng. At this time, he finally noticed that the beautiful lady who was following Xuzhou, and sighed in his heart that Mr. was really powerful. Not only did he anticipate their prediction, but he also dared to steal a woman from uncle. Looking at Xuzhou's departing figure, Cao Peng stood in front of the Zhang family's gate in silence. Cao Ang finally understood the reason why Xuzhou took Zhou away. How did Mr. know that father is also looking for Zhou? Cao Ang asked in surprise. Since he knew that father was looking for Zhou, Mr. still dared to grab a woman with father. Inside the entire Cao camp, the one who dared to do so was probably only Mr. Even Cao Ang did not dare to do so. Guess. Xuzhou said, let me ask you, Zhou is Zhang Ji's concubine, that is, Zhang Xiu's aunt. If the Lord forcibly takes Zhou away, what will happen? Cao Ang immediately understood the meaning and exclaimed, Zhang Xiu might not be able to bear the humiliation and refused to surrender. It turns out that Sir snatching away Zhou is still so great. The water of Zhou is very deep, Mr. This is afraid that father can't hold it. Father can't, but Mr. can? After Mr. took away the people, Zhang Miao won't rebel? Cao Ang asked without much understanding. Did your excellency see Zhang Miao's reluctance just now? No. Xuzhou explained, I came with the courtesy to ask for people. Zhang Miao didn't object, so that means he is willing, and my status, too, is different from the lord's. Cao Ang heard this and felt that it was right. Zhang Miao that was willingly letting the gentleman take the person away. If his own father is out, that would be forcing him to take the person. This kind of writing ants great humiliation, Zhang Miao does not want. Cao Ang finally understood that Mr. S good intentions. They whispered and chatted in front, and Zhou followed behind, keeping a certain distance. What was talked about, Zhou could not hear. Avoided a lot of embarrassment. Back to the tent. Zhou first brought Zhou back to play the zither and listen to the music. After Cao Pang returned, he stiffly told Cao Cao all about Zhou. Do Oji really? Cao Cao didn't get angry and laughed happily. It was just a bit of a lewd smile. Unexpectedly. Watanukian himself, still in the same boat, not very old, but already knowing the rhythms of other people's wives, so in the future there would be more common topics to talk about, and by the way, they would be able to exchange ideas about whose wife was better. Not bad. He was afraid that Zhou didn't have any other hobbies. Having discovered Zhou's hobbies, Cao Cao could use these to better maintain his relationship with Zhou. It wasn't just women, as long as Zhou wanted them, he had to snatch them back. Yes. Cao Peng's head was full of black lines. Uncle and Mr. This was a stinker, making him not know how to comment for a while. Could it be that someone else's wife really smelled that good? Father. At this moment, Cao Ang also returned. Just as he came in, he heard them discussing Zhou, so he gave Cao Cao what Zhou had just said. Really? Cao Cao was shocked again. It turned out that there was this other layer of reason for Zhou to snatch away Zhou. According to Zhou, if he played with Zhou, it was a real possibility that Zhang Miao would turn against him and rebel. This was not alarmist talk. Cao Cao sighed in his heart at how comprehensively Zhou had considered the matter, making him admire him. That's really what Mr. said. Cao Ang responded. Duji is still able to sacrifice himself for me and take on all of this, and I almost really can't help it. Cao Cao was filled with shame. Cao Peng. This is a hammer sacrifice. Damn it. I want this kind of sacrifice too. However, they didn't doubt the truthfulness of Zhou's words. After all, it wasn't the first time that whatever Zhou said would come out. If Cao Cao really slept with Zhou, there would definitely be a big problem. That Zhou, what exactly does she look like? Although Cao Cao couldn't sleep, he had to leave himself something to miss. Not to say woe is me, but it's tantalizing and makes one long for it. Cao Peng paused when he said that, and then thought that uncle might still be eager to get Zhou, saying, why don't I help uncle talk to Mr. and get the person over? Cao Cao shook his head and said, no, we'd better listen to Duji's plan, but I think Duji must want Zhou as well, otherwise he wouldn't use this method to take the person away. A gentleman doesn't take away a person's favor. After today's dinner, I'll have a chat with Zhang Yue and see if we can get Zhou to remarry to Duji. Rewarding a woman would solidify the heart of a top strategist, a business that was a sure thing. In Cao Cao's heart, he had already labeled Zhou as a wife controller. In the future, when he had the chance, Cao Cao would definitely want to exchange tips with Zhou on how to get someone else's wife. Seeing his father smiling more and more lewdly, Cao Ang couldn't help but cry and laugh, thinking that Mr. Chen really isn't someone like you, father, but there's no way to explain this matter. What if Mr. Chen really is? Uncle's idea is good. Cao Peng agreed. Cao Cao added, alright, this matter of women, forget it for now. Anming go tell Zhang Yue and the others to come over for a banquet tonight. I'm going to host a banquet and then arrange for someone to take over Wancheng and then bring him back to Xuzhou. Good. Cao Peng was about to head out the door, but someone just happened to come outside to pass on that Zhang Miao had brought people to deliver the various paperwork for Wancheng. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao had to go out and meet with Zhang Miao to save himself another trip, and then invited Zhang Miao to bring his sidekick to the banquet tonight, acting very enthusiastic. Soon, it was night. Zhou could also go to the banquet, but before he left, he placed Zhou in his own tent, instructed her not to go out and wander around, and not to let anyone else in, and then went to Cao Cao's main tent. Zhang Miao was there, along with Jia Yan and Hu Chair. Cao Cao's banquet was ready, and when he saw that everyone had come, he had everyone sit down together and have a drink together. Xuzhou was adamant that he would not give Dianwei a drink and told him to only eat vegetables, just in case. Chapter 87 Cao Cao, Zhou's not bad, is it? During the banquet, the atmosphere was still quite good. Everyone ate and drank together, pushing cups and exchanging drinks, and it was quite cordial. Zhang Miao could clearly feel the warmth and sincerity from Cao Cao, and thought that surrendering was indeed a good choice, at most sacrificing his aunt. But with his uncle gone, that aunt is still a concubine, plus Xuzhou looks very agreeable, so it doesn't matter. Having figured this out, Zhang Miao felt that his future was bright. While drinking, Cao Cao took his hand again and said quietly that he wanted Zhou to go home with Xuzhou, and that widow's remarrying was the norm in this day and age anyway, so Zhang Miao agreed straight away. This banquet is almost time. Cao Cao and Hu Chair chat a few words, think Hu Chair this person is not bad, so rewarded a lot of gold and jewelry, or in front of Zhang Xiu's face reward, not at all shy. This gave Zhang Xiu a kind of, very special feeling. Zhang Xiu and Jia Dang glanced at each other as they remained calm for the time being. Cao Cao seemed drunk and didn't feel a thing. Gongzi, give it to Zhang Xiu. Xuzhou took out a large bag at this time, the belongings he brought in Xuzhou, and threw it directly to Cao Ang. Why? Cao Ang asked in confusion. Even if he wanted to reward Zhang Xiu, it should be Cao Cao's turn to reward him, not his own? Xuzhou said, the Lord is drunk and is only rewarding Hu Chair. Can't you see that Zhang Xiu and Jia Dang's faces are now different from earlier? You must give it to Zhang Xiu in the name of the Lord, you have to stabilize the person. Cao Ang did not drink much and was not drunk. Receiving Xuzhou's reminder, he peeked towards Zhang Xiu as if he was not as harmonious as he was just now, instantly feeling that Sir's observation was meticulous and his consideration was really thorough. General Zhang. Cao Ang got up and said, my father he drank a lot and is now confused and forgot everything, this is some small gift from my father to the general, please accept it. He sent the big bag of belongings to Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu waited, it was much more than what he had given to Hu Chair, and then he saw that Cao Cao was really drunk, and even his speech started to babble, all sorts of messy thoughts which he then put down for the time being. Many thanks, Lord. Zhang Xiu even changed his address, this was to sincerely submit. Cao Ang saw this and had to admire this arrangement of Mr., as if there was nothing that Mr. didn't know, anticipating things like God, omnipotent. However, Cao Cao drank some delirium, did not hear what Zhang Xiu said, still very enthusiastic to pull Zhang Xiu drink. Zhang Xiu cannot refuse to obey, simply tonight to have a not drunk, go out of the way to drink. Jia Daobao did not drink much, Xuzhou's actions just now, all in the eyes. At this time, he was looking toward Xuzhou, with his intelligence, it is not difficult to see the deeper intention of Xuzhou to do so. Xuzhou and Jia Duan looked at each other for a moment, raised his wine cup and toasted Jia Duan. Duji is polite. Jia Yan smiled faintly and after drinking a cup of wine, he was thinking in his heart that this Cao Ying strategist was quite something. Thoughtfully and meticulously done. With this person by Cao Cao's side, not to mention anything else, the future was definitely better than anyone else's. His choice was, indeed, the most correct. The banquet quickly came to an end. Even Xuzhou was a little drunk. When he was sent back to his tent by the soldiers, just as he walked in, he saw Zhou coming face to face. Sir. Zhou helped Xuzhou back to sit down. Xuzhou waved his hand and said, I'm not drunk, tomorrow you can go back, tonight. Tonight. He also wanted to arrange, tonight Zhou how to rest, but the words are not even finished, directly fall asleep, unconscious. Zhou thought he was going to do something to himself, very nervous and expectant. But seeing Xuzhou so unconscious, she realized that she was expecting in vain. After coming to Chao camp, she could only stay inside Xuzhou's tent, there was no other place to go, and now that the sleeping place was occupied by Xuzhou, the only thing she could do was to pull away and sit on the sitting area next to him. At this time the night was deepening, she was also sleepy and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning. Xuzhou got up, found Mrs. Zhou sitting next to her asleep, rubbed his head, and then looked at the clothes, fortunately no drunkenness messed up that, get up and walk out of the tent, to the outside to blow a breeze. Not long after dawn, Zhang Xiu came. Xuzhou asked him to take Mrs. Zhou back, and said that listening to the qin is almost done. Zhang Xiu was about to convince Mrs. Zhou, and now the only way to convince her is to take her away and bring her home. The problem of Wanchang is so harmonious and... Cao Cao also sobered up, learned from Cao Ang, last night when he was drunk, how inappropriate things to do. Fortunately there is Xuzhou remedy, otherwise it will be a big problem. Hurry to find Xuzhou to thank. Lord, you are welcome, these are what I should do. Xuzhou said, but I have one thing to remind Lord, pulling in that Hu Chair is useless. Zhang Xiu's side of Jia Yan is the most valuable person, but pulling in Jia Yan can't be rushed. As for how to do it, I believe Lord understands. Jia Dan? Cao Cao recalled the man who sat beside Zhang Miao and didn't like to talk much. He hadn't even heard of this person before. Since Xuzhou said that this person was worth drawing in, then there must be no mistake. I know what to do. When Cao Cao finished, he asked, that Zhou, she's not bad, right? Zhou? Boss Cao was trying to exchange ideas with himself? Ha ha. Cao Cao laughed aloud. Duoji is too young and embarrassed to say that I understand. I'll leave you alone, go have a quickie. After 2 more days in Wancheng, we'll head back to Xuzhou. He also solemnly patted Zhou's shoulder. After all, that taste was very appetizing. Zhou. You know a hammer. However, Zhou did not fool around with Cao Cao anymore, found Dian Wei, and wandered around the city. Sir, the crisis between me and Gengzi, it's over, right? Dian Wei said worriedly. Zhou said, don't worry, it's fine, can't you even trust me? Dian Wei explained, of course I believe you sir, it's not about being careful, besides I want to drink. Because Zhou had said that before the crisis was lifted, Dian Wei absolutely could not drink. Time passed quickly and another 2 days passed. Cao Cao had pretty much arranged things in Wancheng and started to lead his team back to Xuzhou to prepare for his next plan to take out Yuan Shu. In the past, Cao Cao wouldn't have dared to think this way. But with Zhou around, he felt as if it wasn't that hard to take down Yuan Shu, and that he could definitely do it if he wanted to. However, on the way back to Xuzhou, Zhou suddenly realized that a figure holding a zither was following him and even got into his carriage. Lady, what are you doing? Zhou asked. Zhou's red face said, Chao Sikong helped Mr. to propose a marriage for me to marry Mr. instead, and Yue also agreed, so in the future, I will follow Mr. and ask Mr. to have mercy on me. Zhou. Forget it, bring the person back and talk about it. Chapter 88, Yuan Shu claims the emperor. Xianyang. Lu Biao was still a bit panicked when he got the news that Chao's army was moving south to attack Wancheng, and was about to discuss sending troops to support him when he got the news that Cao Cao was using the name of the Son of Heaven to fight Dongzhuo's old army in this battle. Lu Biao hesitated for a long time and decided to withdraw all orders to send troops. It was not appropriate to send out troops. As a Han clan member, he could not go against the name of the Son of Heaven. Cao Cao was still fighting Dongzhuo's old division, so if he intervened, he would be at odds with the Son of Heaven and would not be able to stand his ground in the greater good. However, not long after deciding not to send troops, a third piece of news came back. Zhang Miao surrendered? Lu Biao looked at the third message and was surprised. But thinking deeper, he felt that Zhang Miao is a smart man, facing Cao Cao's soldiers approaching the city, fighting but not able to fight, surrendering is the best choice, if resisting to the end, even if Wancheng can be defended, Zhang Miao himself is almost consumed by Cao Cao. Zhang Miao can only surrender. Cao Mao, who was beside him, heard this and said, under this premise, if he doesn't surrender, he probably won't survive, but as soon as he surrenders, Wancheng becomes Cao Cao's, and we have one less barrier in northern Shenyang. Lu Biao was also worried about this, but after thinking deeper, he didn't call it a problem and said, losing Wancheng won't have much of an impact for now. Cao Cao doesn't have the ability to penetrate our Xuzhou right now, and he needs to get great justice for welcoming the Son of Heaven, so if he dares to hit me, he's being unrighteous. Having the identity of a Han clan member serves a great purpose for Lu Biao. Also, my Xuzhou is something he can fight his way into? If Cao Cao is going to come and fight, I can wear him out even if I consume him. Forget about Wancheng for now, let's give it to him for the time being. How is Yuan Shu's situation today? Lu Biao was more concerned about Yuan Shu's side. Cao Mao said, after Yuan Shu retreated, there was no other movement. However, according to the news sent back by our scouts in Sichuan, Yuan Shu has recently made a big effort to build something, and he is not moving his troops outwardly for the time being. Lu Biao reassured, if he is not willing to fight, then forget it, we can just pay attention to defense. Now that the world is in chaos, let's first stabilize a place, recuperate, hoard food, and train strong soldiers before we can do something great. He also thought about doing great things. But whether the families within Xuzhou were willing to follow him or not was another matter. At least, the current Xuzhou lineage is still united in following Lu Biao, but in the future, it's hard to say. Sichuan. After Yuan Shu retreated from the army, he had a big build-up, and naturally the palace for his ascension to the throne was constructed. Now everything is ready, the jade seal of transmission is available, the palace is almost built, the troops are concentrated like never before, and people are also allowed to pass out all kinds of auspicious and prophetic texts, etc., for the moment of ascending the throne. Lord, do we really want to be like this? Yanzhou, a strategist, not really in favor of Yuan Shu's claim to the throne, advised in a serious tone, back then, King Yuan of Zhou owned 2/3 of the world, and still claimed the throne to Yuan. Your lordship must not be in too much of a hurry. In his plan, Yuan Shu could of course claim the throne, but not now. The Han dynasty is still alive, and Yuan Shu is not the only vassal in the world who has his eyes on the Han dynasty. There is also Yuan Shao, who is stronger than Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu should take his time, build up his strength, expand his territory, and annex all the lords in the world before claiming the title of emperor. If he claimed the throne now, he would easily be beaten up by a group of people. Why not? Before Yuan Shu could open his mouth, another strategist, Yang Hong, said, "The Lord is holding the jade seal of transmission, and heaven's destiny is to be fulfilled." That's right. The strategist Yuan Lax was also in favor of it and agreed, "Isn't it normal for the Lord to have the mandate of heaven and stand in the place of Han?" Yuan Shu's intention was already decided. What he wanted to hear most was exactly such words from Yang Hong and Yuan Lax. He faintly said, "Master Yan, you don't need to say anymore. I am sure to call this emperor. No one can stop me." Yan Xiang is silent lamentation. Yuan Shu would only go to his doom if he didn't listen to persuasion, but his persuasion alone wouldn't do much good. "The day to ascend the throne, you have chosen it, right?" Yuan Shu asked. "My lord, the day after tomorrow is very good." Yuan Lax and Yang Hong looked at each other and they gave a day. They also knew very well that Yuan Shu was now desperate to become the emperor and didn't want to wait a moment. Seeing that the palace was all built, Yuan Lax greeted and said, "It's just the day after tomorrow, time is too tight, we haven't prepared anything." "The day after tomorrow then." Yuan Shu was really impatient and desperate to be the emperor. Not wanting to keep waiting, he decided, "With my Yuan strength, preparing these things is just a matter of words. You guys arrange it according to my order." "Yes," Yuan Lax and Yang Hong said in unison. Everything for the ascension to the throne was then so determined. No matter who persuaded him, Yuan Shu would not change this idea. He must be the emperor. And so it was. Shouchuan city was busy. Everyone was preparing for Yuan Shu's ascension to the throne. Zhou brought along Zhou and followed Cao Cao's army, and it took about 2 days to finally return to Shuzhou. Cao Cao also had to be busy arranging for Zhang Miao and integrating his men, taking Zhang Miao and Jia Deng away just as he entered the city. These things did not require Zhou's attention. After returning, Zhou first brought Mrs. Zhou back to his own home and then remembered that Princess Qinghai in history was the one who wanted to kill Xiahou Sidonia with her brother-in-law because she was dissatisfied with Xiahou Sidonia's concubinage. Now that he brought Mrs. Zhou back, would Princess Qinghai be jealous? While thinking this way, Zhou had already entered the door. Just after arriving at the front yard, he saw Cao Shan reading a book. "Husband." Seeing this, Cao Shan flew out and threw herself into Zhou's arms. However, when her gaze moved upwards and noticed Zhou, her eyes slightly condensed and she asked, "Husband, who is she?" "She was given to me by the Lord." Zhou could only take this pot and dump it on Cao Cao. "Hello?" Cao Shan quickly became very enthusiastic and walked over towards Zhou, smiling, "You're so beautiful and have a great body." As a mature woman, Zhou's figure was certainly good. It was just a ripe peach. Cao Shan was not very old, and despite pulling up her hair in a bun and combing it into a style exclusive to women, she was still a young girl. However, sometimes cute and innocent was worthless in front of sexy. "Greetings, First Lady." Zhou had to say, "The First Lady is even more beautiful." Cao Shan happily said, "You just came to the house. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Don't worry, my husband and I are very nice people." "Many thanks, great mistress." Zhou made a bow. They quickly headed inside the house. Zhou felt surprised that they could still be so harmonious when they met for the first time. Forget about it, no matter what, as a man, isn't it normal to have a concubine? But seeing Zhou's twisted rear, which was quite tense as she walked, holding up her skirt perfectly, he finally understood why Boss Cao liked other people's wives. In turn, he thought of, before crossing over, watched those love action movie on Dead series. Chapter 89, Claiming the Title of King and Emperor. Night. Zhou had just finished changing and returned to his room, only to see Cao Shan push open the door and come in. "Husband." Cao Shan tenderly helped Zhou undress. Zhou pressed her hand and asked, "Shaner didn't ask about the origin of that Mrs. Zhou?" Cao Shan shook her head and said, "I don't need to ask, it's just a concubine, it's fine for husband to bring back as many as he wants, that's how men should be." Zhou felt if there was something wrong with the historical record, Cao Shan didn't quite fit the persona he perceived, but seeing Cao Shan's soft and tender look, and thinking of Zhou's buxom body, he suddenly had a very special thought more than anything else. "Husband, what's wrong?" Cao Shan asked curiously. Wait for me for a while, Xuzhou said and went out the door. Just as Cao Shan felt puzzled, she only saw Xuzhou pulling Zhou's hand and coming back. In this instant, the two women in the room, who instantly understood what would happen next, were instantly filled with crimson, too shy to look at each other. Husband, you are bad. Cao Shan's words hadn't even finished when she suddenly let out a cry of awe. She was picked up by Xuzhou and placed on the couch. Xuzhou turned back again and looked toward Zhou. Zhou understood and shyly walked over. I have already traveled, or to go back to the ancient times, you should enjoy. The next day, Xuzhou was refreshed after getting up. The two girls, Cao Shan and Zhou, were shy all morning. Until noon, Cao Ang came again. Today's visit had nothing else to do, mainly ran to find Xuzhou to lecture, as if it was like that inside the Puyang prison. After the gentleman came out, he hadn't lectured for a long time. However, not only Cao Ang came, Sun Ji got Sun Yu's reminder and brought Sun Xiao with him to the door as well. Sir, we came uninvited. Sun Xiao smiled playfully and adorably. Sit together. Xuzhou had to arrange for them to stay before determining what to talk about. But before they could say anything, there was a knock on the Chen family's front door. Princess Lu Ling of Shangqing also came and asked softly, May I ask Mr. Chen, is it convenient for us to come in? Greetings, Princess. They looked towards the door and got up to salute. Xuzhou went forward to greet them, Princess, this way please. You are welcome, sir. Lu Ling smiled elegantly, I didn't disturb Mr. by coming here uninvited, did I? She had long been instructed by Lu Xie to have more contact with Xuzhou, to draw closer to him and to marry him in the future, but after entering the door, she saw that there were so many other people, and continued, You don't need to be courteous, let's just treat it as if we were friends. They quickly sat down. Xuzhou was about to start, giving Cao Ang a lecture. However, just as Xuzhou brought up the subject, he saw Dianwei running in and said anxiously, Sir, the Lord is looking for you. He said that Yuan Shu has claimed the throne. Yuan Shu has claimed the throne? Xuzhou was not surprised to receive this news, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. However, thinking back on the incident, Yuan Shu was the one who claimed the title in the spring. It's not spring now, so it's not too soon. The news from Shouchuan was sent back quickly toward Shudu. Cao Cao learned that Yuan Shu had claimed the title of emperor, and that it was again exactly what Xuzhou had said, and that once again, Xuzhou had been right, so he didn't know how excited and thrilled he was, and he immediately summoned all of his people to discuss the matter. When Xuzhou arrived at the Sikong residence, he only saw that everyone else had also come. Duji, anticipating things like a god. Cao Cao laughed out loud and exclaimed, Yuan Shu has claimed the title of emperor, should we just have the Son of Heaven issue an imperial edict to crusade against Yuan Shu? Xuzhou nodded, that's what we should do, the main thing is to involve Sun Ce, Liu Bei and Lu Bu, it's actually very easy to fight Yuan Shu, our focus is not only to fight Yuan Shu, but also to seek Xuzhou. I see. Cao Cao said solemnly, I'll send this message later, to the Son of Heaven, and then get the Son of Heaven's edict, but to take Xuzhou, how about the specific idea of Duoji? Sun Yu said, Shengon, this person's ability is not bad, back then in Puyang, after being defeated by us, he went with Lu Bu. Some time ago, Lu Bu sneak attacked Shopi and made Liu Bei homeless, Lu Bu then united Liu Bei to counterattack Yuan Shu and so on, it was definitely this person who pushed, with him, it shouldn't be easy to get Lu Bu to fight Liu Bei again. According to Xuzhou's initial idea, it was to forge a copy, and Liu Bei teamed up to attack Shopi, then coincidentally the letter was found by Lu Bu again. That way Lu Bu would ignore Yuan Shu and directly go to war against Liu Bei. The forged epistle could fool Lu Bu, but not necessarily Chen Gong. It's simple. Xuzhou said, just make Chen Gong think that the epistle is real. Shan Yu asked, could it be that Du Ji's idea is to forge the epistle while putting it into action? Exactly. Xuzhou continued, we can't bring Liu Bei to fight Shopi, but we can send out our own troops and approach Shopi first to create the illusion of attacking, and if at this time, Lu Bu can't contact Liu Bei again, the plan is almost complete. Cao Cao asked, how can I not contact Liu Bei? Xuzhou explained, the Lord has asked Liu Bei to go out first, Lu Bu, whether he is willing to go out or not, is not considered important. As long as Liu Bei leaves Xiaopei, we will arrange for people to intercept and kill all the scouts and spies from Lu Bu's side, blocking the external news from Shopi, so that we can't contact him. First there is a forged letter, then there is a group of Cao troops appearing near Shopi, and finally Liu Bei who left Xiaopei can't be contacted, a three-pronged attack, even if Chen Gong is more astute, his judgment may be affected. As long as it is affected, Chen Gong will have problems. The plan would come to fruition. Du Ji's idea is feasible. Wei Jia first agreed. The other strategists all nodded in agreement. Cao Cao decided, then we'll follow what Duji said, and discuss the specific arrangements after I've met with the Son of Heaven and sent out the edict. After speaking, he went straight out the door, hurriedly heading towards the palace to tell Lu Xia the news. Zhou and the others stayed in the Xikong mansion to discuss for a few moments, and soon went back to their own busy schedules as well. With Cao Cao entering the palace, the news of Yuan Shu's unauthorized claim to the throne officially spread through the dynasty. Not only Lu Xia, but even the entire court was shocked. Yuan Shu claiming the title of emperor, this is a rebellion. Once he is allowed to succeed, there will be 2 emperors in the Han dynasty, then other people will follow suit, and then not only will there be 2 emperors, but there may also be 3 or 4. All the vassals in the world may claim to be emperors. Such a great Han is in chaos. Lu Xia, the emperor of the Han, as well as a dynasty full of ministers, would no longer have any value under the trend of everyone being able to claim the title of emperor. Secretary Cao, what should we do? Lu Xia asked in a trembling voice. Yuan Shu must not be allowed to succeed in claiming the title of emperor. Yuan Shu must be disposed of, and the only person left beside him who could dispose of Yuan Shu was Cao Cao. Cao Cao solemnly said, please, Your Majesty, also issue an edict ordering the world to crusade against Yuan Shu, and in addition, give me 3 more edicts ordering Lu Xiande, Lu Fengxian, and Sun Bofu to join me in crusading against Yuan Shu. He said a series of practices. I grant it. As if Lu Xia grasped a life-saving straw, he said anxiously, I'll give you whatever edicts Minister Cao wants. Chapter 90, This is our chance. Yuan Shu has claimed the title of emperor? Liu Bei was closer to Huainan and quickly got the news. But not long after the news came, an imperial edict was sent from Xuzhou, an edict from the Son of Heaven asking him to cooperate with Cao Cao to fight Yuan Shu. Liu Bei saw the edict and hesitated a bit. My lord, shall we fight? Sun Qian asked. Fight. Liu Bei was silent for a long time and slowly spat out this word, solemnly saying, I am a Han clan member, and now that Yuan Shu has usurped the title of emperor, even without the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven, I should still send out troops to fight Yuan Shu. For the sake of his name, Yuan Shu must be fought. Actually, this would be an opportunity for us. Jian Yang said, if it wasn't for that hateful Yuan Shu, we wouldn't have lost Xiaopi, been driven away by Lu Bu, and finally had to depend on Lu Bu and stay in Xiaopei. Now that Yuan Shu has claimed the title of emperor, he has become the public enemy of the world, so we will have a chance to expand our territory if we raise an army of righteousness and defeat Yuan Shu to avenge his death. The land of Xiaopei is too small for Liu Bei. He has a long-term vision and ambition to get a bigger territory. But the current territory was pretty much divided up. If he wants to expand his territory, then the only way is to fight externally. Now he can't win against Lu Bu, and he can't win against Cao Cao, but Yuan Shu is arrogating the title of emperor at this time, so that gives an opportunity to reshuffle the cards in Huainan and other places. As long as he follows Cao Cao and sends troops to fight Yuan Shu, even if he can't eat any meat in it, but getting a piece of bone and a mouthful of soup will make him rich for a long time. After occupying the territory, he can then train his troops and continue to fight against Lu Bu. Liu Bei is really, super hate Lu Bu. He could not wait to get rid of him. If we send out troops to fight Yuan Shu, will Lu Bu, that 3-name slave, sneak up on us again? Guan Yu asked, the key to their current situation. Liu Bei thought for a moment and shook his head, I don't think so. Cao Cao will send an edict to me, and naturally to Lu Bu. Yuan Shu has half of Yuan's resources, and his family is so big that Cao Cao can't shake Yuan Shu with just us. Jian Yang concurred. In addition, Shen Gong's gaze will not be limited to Xuzhou alone. He is also a greedy man, and knowing that Yuan Shu has claimed the title of emperor, he will not let go of the opportunity to expand, and his thoughts must be similar to ours. In that case, we don't have to worry about Lu Bu sneaking in again. Sun Qian nodded slightly. Actually, Lu Bu could not steal anything by stealing an attack. Liu Bei did not have much family money in Xiaopei, so even if he defeated Xiaopei, it would not be very useful. It would be better to take advantage of the opportunity, Yuan Shu, and cut meat on Yuan Shu. These are exactly what Liu Bei and his men are thinking at the moment. Liu Bei added, but for safety's sake, this time it's Xinha and Shuji who will stay in Xiaopei. I'll leave you another 2,000 men, and the rest of you will follow me out to join forces with Cao Cao before hitting Shouchuan. Standing next to the Guanzhang duo was another tall man. He was none other than Shentu. Shentu was the one who came to join Liu Bei during his time in Xuzhou, and nodded solemnly at his words, don't worry lord, with me, Xiaopei can't be lost. Good. Liu Bei added, prepare all of them, this is our opportunity, we must grasp it. He has been looking for various opportunities to develop and grow, to do what he wants to do, to realize the ambitions in his heart. When he left Gongsun without hesitation, first going to save Kong Rong and then coming to Xuzhou to help Tao Qian, it was exactly how he seized the opportunity, having been unwilling to be subservient to others. Shopee. Yuan Shu has claimed the title of emperor, and the edict of the Son of Heaven. What Liu Bei received, Lu Bu also received at this time. He also could not have imagined that Yuan Shu would dare to claim the throne at this time, leaving him stunned. Even if he was more courageous, Lu Bu knew that this was not the time to claim the throne, but Yuan Shu was the first to eat this crab, and he did not know how to comment on it. Chen Gong said, rumor has it that back then, when Dong Zhuo burned down Luoyang, Sun Jian was in the palace of Luoyang and got the jade seal of transmission. Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao even clashed with Sun Jian because of this matter, and now that Sun Jian's son has defected to Yuan Shu, then the jade seal of transmission should have been gotten his hands on by him. Yuan Shu got a state transmission jade seal and dared to call himself emperor? Lu Bu asked. Chen Gong said, Marquis Wen still doesn't understand how much significance the state transmission jade seal symbolizes. With Yuan Shu's status and having the state transmission jade seal in his hands, it's hard to be without ambition. Lu Bu asked again, what should we do, now? Of course, we should cater to the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven to fight Yuan Shu. Chen Gong picked up the edict and looked at it, confidently saying, Marquis Wen doesn't want to, either, confine himself to Xuzhou, right? This time is also an opportunity for us. It depends on us several families, who has the ability to cut an extra piece of meat on Yuan Shu. Hearing this, Lu Bu understood. They teamed up to fight Yuan Shu, firstly, to fight injustice with great justice, and secondly, to reshuffle Yuan Shu's territory, again. Doing so would help them expand their territory and strength. When will we send troops? Lu Bu asked expectantly. Chen Gong said indifferently, let's see how Cao Cao arranges it. He is the current Sikong and has the Son of Heaven in his hands. We can just follow him and fight by his side. With Marquis Wen's strength, we are not afraid of Cao Cao. We can snatch the meat from Cao Cao's hands. Lu Bu laughed coldly and said very arrogantly again, by Cao Cao's side, it's just a bunch of miscellaneous fish. I'm definitely not afraid of him. Back then in Puyang, if it wasn't for the trickery he used, I would have lost. The encounter with Lu Bu in Puyang is one of Cao Cao's blemishes. But for Lu Bu, being defeated in Puyang is also considered a stain on himself. With his matchless valor, he was actually defeated by Cao Cao. The heart was more or less upset. In the future, we will have our time against Cao Cao. Chen Gong smiled faintly and said confidently, with Marquis Wen's divine bravery and my assistance, it won't be difficult to defeat Cao Cao. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu's blood boiled and his battle spirit flourished. It was as if he could really fight his way through this chaotic world. Sun Ce had no choice but to defect to Yuan Shu. But while under Yuan Shu's ministry, he kept expanding abroad. At this time, Wu County, Huiji County, etc., all fell into his hands, and his hands also hold the Danyang soldiers that Sun Jian left for himself. That is the elite of this period. Danyang is also this period, one of the best sources of soldiers. Gong Jin, what do you think? Sun Ce asked as he looked at the imperial edict that had been sent to him. Zhou Yu said, we should cater to the Son of Heaven and turn against Yuan Shu. Claiming the throne now would be self-defeating. Many people don't want to see Yuan Shu succeed in claiming the throne, then he is bound to fail. Bofu wants to break away from Yuan Shu. This is the best opportunity. With our strength, we can fight Yuan Shu? Sun Ce asked worriedly. Zhou Yu said, if it's just us, we definitely can't fight, but there's also Cao Cao and Liu Bei to the north, so we can fight. We can also turn some of the great families within Yuan Shu and catch Yuan Shu off guard. Gong Jin has a point. Sun Ce decided, pass the order down, gather food and provisions, prepare to rise up and crusade against the Han traitor Yuan Shu, and support the Han family. Chapter 91, Securing the Interior and Defending the Exterior. Liu Bei and their three parties responded. Cao Cao had already gathered his troops and officially declared war on Yuan Shu. Xuzhou followed in the army out to battle, and soon arrived at Herb County in Xiao County, where the army was temporarily stationed, waiting to rendezvous with Liu Bei, who had traveled south from Xiaopei, but this rendezvous was only temporary, and Liu Bei would soon be driven back to Xiaopei by Lu Bu. In the meantime, Cao Cao began to act according to Xuzhou's plan, taking out all the scouts and spies sent by Lu Bu to get close to Liu Bei, and temporarily blocking all kinds of news about Xiaopei. Their plan was for Liu Bei to leave Xiaopei first and Lu Bu to go to war afterwards. According to our news, Liu Bei led his troops south 3 days ago, and Lu Bu left Xiaopei a day ago. Liu Bei will arrive at Herb County in about a day's time. Sun Ce rose up in Huiji, turned Xinyu against him, got the support of the 4 surnames of Wu County, and rose up in the south of Yuan Shu. For a time, Yuan Shu has a tendency to be surrounded. Wei Jiao read out the news he had gotten recently, briefly. This is what happens when you call yourself an emperor these days, it's easy to get swarmed and betrayed from within. Cao Cao said, when can we begin Watanuki's plan? There's no hurry yet. The first person to fight Yuan Shu, if I'm not mistaken, is Lu Bu. Wait until Lu Bu and Yuan Shu have fought, and after we rendezvous with Liu Bei, then we can proceed with the plan. At this point in time, Lu Bu will surely be advancing towards Huainan with a bang. The army is even farther away from Xiapi, and suddenly learns that Xiapi may be in danger, so that he will be even more anxious to rush back and attack Xiaopei first. Chen Zhou said confidently and calmly. Then follow Duji's plan and continue. Cao Cao didn't even think about it and directly agreed, adding, I've already ordered Su Gongming and Li Mancheng to lead their troops and approach Xiapi from Shaoxian County on the south side of Pei County, bypassing Pengcheng. Do we need to make short work of Lu Bu? It's best to fight. Chen Zhou pondered for a while and continued, but don't fight too deeply, feign a retreat, and if there's still time, create some military flags from Liu Bei's side and hang them in our army to confuse the judgment of Lu Bu and the others. So very good. Cao Cao said and asked, how do we fight Yuan Shu? Wei Jiao analyzed, according to Duji's idea, the main thing to fight Yuan Shu was pulling in sustained combat, right? Those who know me, Feng Shao also. Chen Zhou laughed and continued, our center of gravity for this battle is first in Xuzhou, then in Sichuan. To fight Yuan Shu, again, don't go too deep, just be able to hold Yuan Shu's forces at bay. If I'm not wrong, next Yuan Shu will let his subordinates Li Feng, Liang Gang, and Lu just go north to fight with the Lord. The three of them are not any great generals or brave generals, nor are they any commanders of 10,000 men. It's quite easy to hold them back, and it won't affect our ability to take Xuzhou. With his foreknowledge of history, dealing with this battle was easy as pie. Good. Once Cao Cao heard this, all his concerns were gone and he was no longer in a hurry, staying in Herb County to wait. With Chen Zhou around, it was as stable as Mount Taishan. Yuan Shu was a bit uneasy. Less than half a month after he was proclaimed emperor, Cao Cao, Lu Bu, and Liu Bei successively sent troops to approach Huainan. Sun Tzu, who submitted to him, rose up from Huiji, and was also supported by the Shihua family. Although Liu Biao did not explicitly send troops, he cut off all contact with him and did not even allow commerce, and the junction of Jingzhou and Yangzhou was subsequently put on alert, and seemed to have the intention of fighting his way directly into Huainan as well. In a flash, Yuan Shu was caught in a three-sided ambush. Even if he owned half of Yuan, facing such a scene, it was inevitable that he was a bit flustered and regretted that he didn't listen to Yanxiang's advice at that time. It is true that now is not the time to ascend the throne and claim the title of emperor. But this matter of claiming the throne is something that can't be undone. Once you make a start, the only way to do it is to do it, but also to think of ways to deal with the current situation. Not only was Yuan Shu feeling uneasy, but so were the others in his ministry. Their Zhong dynasty, which had just been established not long ago, was on the verge of being overthrown at any time. How about for that? Yuan Shu gathered the strategists around him, right on the palace where he was the emperor, and asked this very urgent question. I think that we should first secure the interior. Still, Yanxiang was the fastest to think of a way to respond, plus Yuan Shu had already claimed the title of emperor, his address and so on changed with it, and continued, Sun Tzu's reliance, Danyang soldiers too. Although the four surnames of Wu County and other families can give him a lot of help, but the main force around him is still the people left behind by Sun Jian back then, as well as the Danyang soldiers. I think we can start with Danyang first. Yuan Shu quickly asked, how to start? The biggest Shanyu leader in Danyang is Danyang Zongshui Zulong. As long as your majesty has someone bring jewelry and possessions, and then promise to appoint an official, and turn Zulong, you will be able to cut off Sun Tzu's source of Danyang soldiers. Yanxiang analyzed, in addition, by using Zulong to suppress Sun Tzu, we can also defend against Liu Biao of Jingzhou, and if we can stabilize internally for the time being, we can fight externally, so that we can focus our main forces and fight Lu Bu and Cao Cao. When Yanxiang finished speaking, Yuan Lax and Yan Hong nodded their heads, both thinking that Yanxiang's words were good. Immediately arrange for someone to contact Zulong, don't be stingy, give more possessions. Yuan Shu directly adopted Yanxiang's suggestion, and said aloud, in addition, Li Feng, Liang Gang, and Li Ji, you three lead 30,000 troops, go north to deal with Cao Cao and Liu Bei, Xiao Liao, Zheng Sun and Ji Ling, you lead 30,000 troops, first fight your way into Xiapi, and strike first to crush Lu Bu. I lead. The crowd responded in unison. They didn't want to fight this battle. But now, they can't even fight if they don't want to. Within Sichuan, provisions and troops were quickly mobilized. Yan Hong received the order to go to Danyang to meet the Shanyu leader Zulong. There's not much Qinzhou can do inside Cao Cao's army. It's probably just giving Cao Cao advice and correcting the direction, fighting the war without fighting, just waiting for the results of the war. For this reason, he specifically asked Cao Cao for a post in the army. Things in the front army, all kinds of intelligence in the army, with Gui Jia, he can touch the fish openly and honestly. Just arrived at the rear army camp, immediately someone came to greet himself. Are you called Yuan? Listen? Shenzhou asked after looking at the other person. Listen to Wang was shocked and asked, Sir knows me? It was really him. The person who said, I will raise your wife, don't worry about it, appeared right in front of Shenzhou's eyes. But according to today's Cao camp, Wang listening should not die, now not lack of food, Zhongshan Morning King's royal tomb, dug out the gold jewelry has not been used up, by back the grain is still piled up. Yes. Shenzhou listened to Wang listen's doubts and casually replied. Next, he was in the rear military camp, and stayed temporarily. However, early the next morning, Wang Listen came to tell him that Liu Bei finally came. Liu Bei came a little faster than Shenzhou expected. Chapter 92 Lu Guanzhang appears. Shenzhou still quite wants to see Lu Guanzhang, including Zhao Zilong. However, the current Zhao Yuan, because of the resignation of his elder brother, looking for Gongsun Zan resigned and went home, until the eve of the Battle of Guandu, only then out of the mountain, to join Liu Bei. Now is still early to see Zhao Zilong, unless one goes to Changshan to find someone. Hearing that Liu Bei finally came, Shenzhou came to the center army camp, wanting to see if Lu Guanzhang looks like his perception. Shende, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon and fight side by side. Just as Shenzhou arrived, he saw Cao Cao pulling a man with his ears hanging over his shoulders and arms above his knees, being polite in front of the crowd. This man was none other than Liu Da'er. The three Lu Guanzhang brothers were all super easy to recognize. Liu Bei can recognize them at a glance. As for Guanyu, Dan Feng eyes, crouching silkworm eyebrows, beard length of 2 feet, face like heavy jujubes, and in his hand, he is holding a super heavy green dragon crescent blade at first glance. At this time, Zhou Tsong has not yet appeared, no one for Guanyu to carry the knife. In addition, Shenzhou knows that the historical record of Zhang Fei, there are multiple versions. Some people say that Zhang Fei is good at painting beauty, not necessarily a rough man, in fact, a beautiful man. Some say Zhang Fei leopard head, ring eyes, swallow jaw and tiger beard, with tigers and leopards and other fierce beasts to make analogies, can be seen in its courage. In fact, the second depiction, a kind of stereotypical image of the ancients writing novels, such as the water margin inside the black whirlwind Li Kuei, the image and Zhang Fei is almost the same. However, the Zhang Fei that Shenzhou sees now is the second stereotypical image. This was how Lu Guanzhang appeared. To be able to fight side by side with Cao Xikong and crusade against the rebels together is a great pleasure. Liu Bei laughed out loud with great bravado. The unpleasantness of the stalemate in Xuzhou in the past was put behind Liu Bei. At this moment, however, Cao Cao noticed that Shenzhou had also arrived. Du Ji. Shenzhou, Shen Duji, this is Hans Liu Bei, Liu Shende, and the other two are Xiande sworn brothers respectively. Cao Cao waved at Shenzhou before introducing Lu Guanzhang and the three others to Shenzhou. But it was all out of politeness while being polite with them. Could this be Shenzhou Chenduji who pacified Guanzhong and killed the two Liju thieves? Liu Bei listened to the introduction and looked towards Shenzhou in surprise. After the matter of supervising Guanzhong, Shenzhou's reputation had sort of spread out, and more people knew about it, including Liu Bei who was in Xuzhou. Shenzhou bowed and said, "It is precisely me. Finally I can meet you, sir." Liu Bei returned the bow. He then looked at Shenzhou, and no matter how he looked at him, he felt that Shenzhou was unbelievably smooth. As a startup initial stage of Liu Bei, lack of a capable military advisor strategist assistants, Jane Yong and Sun Qian 2 people, mediocre simply cannot serve as a military advisor strategist, until invited Zhuge Liang out of the mountain, only to have the opportunity to rise. Therefore, now Liu Bei, very eager to have a real strategist. Now that he saw Shenzhou very smoothly, he felt that it was a waste of talent for an able person like Shenzhou to be recruited by Cao Cao. Liu Bei was muttering in his heart to see if there was a chance to dig in the future and dig Shenzhou to his side. Xiande has just arrived and deserves a good rest. Cao Cao saw that they sort of recognized each other and added, "Men, arrange a location for Xiande to set up camp. We'll head south again early tomorrow morning to prepare to fight our way into Huainan. We are disturbing Cao Xikong." Liu Bei nodded slightly and did not ask to remain. He soon followed the soldiers leading the way and left to set up camp and rest. Cao Cao brought the three of them, Shenzhou, Guojia, and Jiayan, inside his tent. After Xuzhou's reminder, Cao Cao began to pay attention to Jia Yan, and found that his abilities were indeed good. In order to draw Jia Yan into his own use, this time he even brought Zhang Miao with him on his expedition, so naturally, he could bring Jia Yan with him in the army as well. What do you guys think? How is Lu Xiande this person? Cao Cao just sat down and asked this. Can't stay. Zhou and Jia Yan said almost in unison. Just after these words were spoken, the two of them looked at each other and both laughed together. Zhou felt that he couldn't stay because he knew what Liu Bei would do in the future, while Jia Yan said he couldn't stay probably because he could see Liu Bei's threat in the future, so true to his name, he was Jiawana. Cao Cao was pleasantly surprised that they thought the same. Wei Jiao laughed, Duji and Wen his thoughts, they're exactly the same. Even Jia Yan was a bit surprised and explained, Liu Bei, this man, has always operated his own benevolence. From the beginning he was with Gongsun Zan, but in order to seek development and opportunity, he was able to decisively leave Gongsun Zan, and traveled from the plains to the North Sea, and then on to Shaopi. He has a certain amount of ambition. It's just that he lacks someone who can give him direction, and as long as he's allowed to find that person, he's bound to become a threat to the Lord. It was evident that Jia Yan had studied and analyzed Liu Bei's situation. To be able to analyze Liu Bei so thoroughly and directly point out the key points in Liu Bei's future development. Jia Yan's ability was, indeed, strong. My thoughts are similar to Wen He's. Xuzhou was too lazy to explain too much and directly used Jia Yan's analysis. You guys are right, but... Cao Cao pondered for a while and said, Liu Bei is not good to kill. Wei Jia said, this man is a Han clan member with a reputation for benevolence and righteousness. Killing him would have a bad effect on the Lord's reputation. Killing the living Liu Bei would be a bit more serious than digging up the tomb of the dead king of mourning of Zhongshan. People in this era were all about benevolence and righteousness, and needed a reputation. Cao Cao was not exempt. It's not hard to kill Liu Bei, but now is not the time to do so. I will help my lord wield this butcher knife when the time comes. Xuzhou said, the most important thing right now is to get Xuzhou in hand and then destroy Yuan Shu. Cao Cao temporarily put down killing Liu Bei. After the camp was stationed, Liu Bei and the others can rest. What does Gong Yu think about that Chen Duji? He asked the question. Sun Qian recalled what he had recently gotten from inquiring about Xuzhou, and said, Chen Duji only brought 300 people into Guangzhou, and was able to pacify Yangzhou and Liangzhou, kill Li Ju's 2 thieves, and recover the old Longchamp army and 3 Rivers 5 schools. That person is very strong. Indeed very strong. In their place, Liu Bei and the others, bringing 30,000 men into Guangzhou, would not necessarily be able to do so. Cao Cao had this man to assist him, like a tiger with wings. Why would such a capable person choose Cao Mingda? Liu Bei's words were so sour that his teeth fell out. With his reputation for benevolence and righteousness so prevalent, and with his Han status, it was surprising that he couldn't recruit such an able man. Even Lu Bu, who had courage but no skill, could have Xuzhou to assist him. Big brother is thinking, to poach Chen Duji? Guan Yu understood his elder brother's thoughts. Zhang Fei said, where is the need to dig so troublesome? I will go and tie him back. Guan Yu hurriedly said, third brother, don't be impulsive, this is still Cao camp. Liu Bei said, if I can have the assistance of this person, I will be able to pacify the world and help the Han dynasty. Nay. Alas! At this time, Xuzhou is still not clear. After showing his ability, not only was Dong Cheng stared at, now even Liu Bei is also staring at himself. They are both thinking about how to dig the wall to dig the person away. Chapter 93, Lu Bu, no good, Liu Bei is stealing home. Early the next morning, Shao and Lu both pull out their camps and head south, but after not being gone for long, Cao Cao receives word back from his scouts that Yuan Shu has already made his move and reacted by sending Li Feng, Lian Gang, and Lu Zhou with 30,000 troops to kill their way over to Cao County. They were prepared to fend off Cao Cao and Liu Bei's attack on Huainan. It really is Li Feng and a few others. Cao Cao reads the scouts' intelligence and is shocked. Again, I let Duji be right. Liu Bei listened and got a very important piece of information from it. Xuzhou could predict in advance what Yuan Shu would send to fight them. How was this possible? Could this be the ability to foretell? It was simply a divine means. Liu Bei was stunned. And at the same time so sour that his teeth fell out. Such a powerful person, why can't he serve me? A fluke made me guess correctly. Xuzhou got this result, and then seeing the people around him, looking at him with faces full of surprise, the only thing he could do was to humbly say. After the surprise, they continued to march. The army traveled all the way south, and when they arrived near Yicheng County, they finally met up with the soldiers led by Li Feng and the others. Cao Cao executed the plan according to Xuzhou's plan, not directly fighting Yuan Shu's men, but instead using a pulling and consuming method to first hold back the troops of Yuan Shu's men while prying about the situation regarding Lu Bu, Sun Tzu, and the others. All sorts of scouts, spies, and scouts quickly operated. While fighting a pulling battle, they followed Qinzhou's plan to provoke the relationship between Lu Bu and Liu Bei. The war for the crusade against Yuan Shu and the conquest of Xuzhou was officially launched. At the same time, Yuan Shao's subordinates, Xiaolei, Zhang Sun, and Jiling, also started to send out their troops and attacked Huailing and Shui. They decided to strike first. Before Lu Bu's army arrived, they attacked strongly and knocked down these two cities. After gaining the advantage, the three of them divided their troops and continued to push north, preparing to hit Shapi. Lu Bu immediately responded by launching a counterattack under Qin Gong's arrangement. Although their troop strength is not as much as Yuan Shu's, but the parallel state Wolf Riders and the Trap Battalion, which are the best of the best, and with Lu Bu's bravery buffing his soldiers, the two sides met near Suiling and Shapi, and the war was on the verge of breaking out. The army led by the three of them could not shake Lu Bu at all. With Chen Gong's advice on how to fight, Lu Bu successfully defeated his enemies and captured Xiaolei alive, while Jiling and Zhang Sun fled. They finally realized how brave Lu Bu was. How terrifying the parallel state Wolf Riders are. How powerful is Gao Shun's trap camp? After the battle, clean up the battlefield. Lu Bu was sitting on his red hare horse, holding his square sky painting halberd, and there was blood dripping slowly down the tip of the halberd. The scene was littered with enemy corpses, showing how powerful the battle had been killed. A bunch of mongrels, how dare they come to sneak attack my Shapi? If I hadn't run fast, I could have made them, not one of them, escape back. Lu Bu's tone was filled with disdain for Yuan Shu, and after he finished, he let out a loud laugh, as if there was no one in the world who was his opponent. Marquis Wen's bravery is unrivaled in the world. Shen Gong rode his horse and came up from the back, slowly saying, with the advantage we have today, after we clean up the battle here, we will continue to pursue the south and hit Huainan as soon as possible. We'll hit Hefei first, cutting into Yuan Shu's big rear, and using Hefei as a starting point, we can hit Wu County to the south, and Shouchuan to the northwest, and be able to quickly seize territory. Good. Lu Brown said in a loud voice, I'll listen to Gong Tai on all of this, pass the order down, the whole army will get ready as soon as possible, and continue southward tomorrow. But just at this moment, a messenger soldier hurriedly ran over and said, Marquis Wen, sir, we caught one of Cao Cao's men and got a secret letter from him. Cao Cao's secret letter? Shen Gong was a bit interested in this secret letter, and took it over and opened it up, and the expression on his face immediately became wonderful. Gong Tai, what kind of secret letter? Lu Bu noticed Chen Gong's difference and immediately asked. Chen Gong took the secret letter, handed it over to Lu Bu and said, this is a secret letter from Cao Cao to Liu Bei. They agreed to sneak into Shapi when we go to war and not fight Yuan Shu anymore. What? Lu Bu didn't even look at the letter and immediately stormed out, that big-eared thief, how dare he? See how my square sky-painted halberd will ruthlessly stab him to death. In the beginning, it was through Liu Bei's departure from Shapi that he sneak-attacked Shapi and succeeded in taking the city down. Now that he got this news, Lu Bu was very sensitive to stealing home. He thought that Liu Bei must have wanted to use this method as well, to take down Shapi back, then he absolutely would not allow it, and would have to kill back immediately. Marquis Wen, there is no need to be angry. Shen Gong was surprisingly calm and analyzed, we can't judge the authenticity of this letter for now, maybe Cao Cao did it on purpose in order to alienate us? Put it that way, it makes sense. Lu Bu's anger, slowly collected, asked, what should we do? Should we continue to go south to fight Yuan Shu now, or go back to protect the base camp? Shen Gong was silent at first, a little hesitant. This one epistle did have an impact on their plans and judgment. First arrange for someone to go back and find out how the situation is, just in case, we will continue south. Finally Chen Gong gave this plan. When Lu Bu was about to execute it, a fast horse ran over sharply from the direction of Shapi. Marquis Wen, it's not good. The knight on the horse ran to Lu Bu, and with a forceful strangle of the reins, he said sharply, we have detected that a group of soldiers of unknown origin, numbering about 5,000, have appeared from the direction of Pengcheng, and are preparing to approach our Shapi, but are not attacking Shapi right away, as if they are waiting for something, and we have judged them to be Cao Cao and Liu Bei's people, whose military flags have appeared in the army. What? Lu Bu was again shocked. Even Shen Gong couldn't calm down this time. Having just intercepted Cao Cao's secret message, he immediately received news that suspected Cao Cao's soldiers were approaching Shapi, which made the situation serious. Gong Tai, what should we do? Lu Bu immediately asked. Shen Gong could not decide for a moment and asked, quickly go and check on Liu Bei, I want to know what Liu Bei is doing right now. Those soldiers who had passed on the message immediately arranged for someone to go and check it out. But before long, they ran back. Marquee 1. All the scouts we sent out, who were keeping an eye on Liu Bei, have not returned with any news for several days and cannot be contacted. We are unable to determine where Liu Bei is and what he is doing. This news continued to shock them. Scouts have had no news back for days and can't even be contacted. Why didn't you make it clear to me earlier? Chen Gong was about to explode with anger, all of this greatly affecting his judgment. At the same time, a crisis was felt. 3 consecutive bad news came. Chen Gong then analyzed based on these news. The current situation is very unfavorable to them, saying, Cao Cao and Liu Bei must have other plans. Besides fighting Yuan Shu, they may also want to fight Shopi. Damned big-eared thieves. Lu Bu's anger, once again, spilled out and asked, what should we do? Have Gao Boping go back with 2,000 men first, meet that group of troops approaching Shopi, and hold Shopi. Xinilu, Ho Chang, and Wei Su lead 5,000 troops to guard Shui and Huailing. Marquis 1 and Zhang Wan Yuan lead the Peugeot Wolf Riders and attack Xiaopei with the fastest speed possible, and bring Xiaopei down as soon as possible. Chen Gong gritted his teeth and said, if Liu Bei wants to hit Shopi, we will hit his Xiaopei. Shudu is too far away for them to hit, but hitting Liu Bei's Xiaopei and stealing each other's homes is still no problem at all. Chapter 94. Lu Bu and the others, certain that Liu Bei and Cao Cao are likely to steal Shopi. Now they directly give up the advantage of attacking Yuan Shu, and have to retreat and kill back, first to save Shopi, and second to steal Xiaopei. The city of Shopi is exactly what Lu Bu sneak attacked and fought back. He thinks Liu Bei must want to steal Shopi back in almost the same way, absolutely can't let Liu Bei have his way. They quickly retreated and led their troops northward, and the pressure on Zhang Sun and his men directly receded. When Zhang Sun learned of Lu Bu's retreat, he stopped running and immediately took his troops to fight back towards Suiling and Shui, and stalemated with those Lu Bu left behind, while having the news sent back to Yuan Shu. After Yan Xiang and others analyzed the situation, they agreed that something should have happened in Shopi. Lu Bu had to retreat back, and now they could launch a full-scale counterattack. Just when Yuan Shu was about to launch a full-scale counterattack, he got another one, which gave him bad news. Zulong, the leader of Shanyu, was captured alive by Sun Tzu. Those Shanyu people have turned to Sun Tzu, and Sun Tzu in the south is also calling in the direction of Huainan, while Liu Biao also has the idea of sending troops. Yuan Shu had to concentrate his forces on Sun Tzu and Liu Biao, sparing Lu Bu. It was also fortunate that Cao Cao's side hadn't yet hit Huainan with full force, so Yuan Shu's pressure wasn't so great. It's still carrying it now. At this point in time, Cao Cao continues to use a pulling strategy to slowly consume with Yuan Shu. Near Yicheng, the fighting isn't too intense. At the same time, all sorts of news, one after another, was summarized towards Cao camp. Lu Bu has withdrawn his troops. Cao Cao got a copy of the latest news and immediately gathered Qinzhou and the 3 of them again, saying excitedly, Duji's plan, it's going quite well, huh? Xuzhou, then, is basically in his pocket. According to Lu Bu's speed, tomorrow at the earliest, Liu Bei should be able to get the news that Xiaopei has been knocked down. Wu Jia analyzed, Liu Bei at that time should be in a sorry state. Pulling Liu Bei together to join forces to fight Lu Bu, while at the same time counterbalancing Yuan Shu. Jia Yan admired Duji's plan, perfect beyond perfection, ringing the bell, counting everything that can be counted, all counted in. At the same time, we can use the name of righteousness to help Liu Bei fight for Shopi, take the opportunity to get Shopi in our hands, and then slowly wash away the unfavorable effects of the original massacre. Chen Zhou humbly said, it's just a coincidence that it happened to work out. This is no coincidence. Cao Cao saw that Chen Zhou remained modest and thought to himself that he was truly a man of honor. Doesn't take credit, and doesn't claim credit. Watanuki is really good. Lord. Right at this moment, Su Chu came in and said, Liu Bei seeks an audience. They had just mentioned Liu Bei, and Liu Bei had come. Please. Cao Cao said. After a moment had passed, Liu Bei walked into the tent, and when he saw that Chen Zhou and the others were there, he first made a bow and said, Xiao Xikong, we've been here in Yicheng for a while, when will we fully penetrate into Huainan and crusade against the rebels? His plan was to follow Cao Cao and fight Yuan Shu. Cao Cao would be the main force, Liu Bei would assist him, and once he fought to his advantage, he would break away from Cao Cao and occupy Yuan Shu's territory. Right now Cao Cao is painlessly fighting Li Feng and the others in a few fights, which is stalling and making Liu Bei a bit anxious, but Liu Bei doesn't dare to fight his way in on his own, knowing that he can't beat Yuan Shu and must rely on Cao Cao. In addition, he got the news that Lu Bu had defeated Yuan Shu's generals not long ago. He was also worried that Lu Bu was too fierce, grabbing too many advantages, and that by the time he fought his way into Huainan, he would not even be able to get a mouthful of soup. Xianda, I know you're anxious, but I'm anxious too. Cao Cao had long thought of what to say and explained, Yuan Shu has half of Yuan's resources, and under the premise of figuring out the strength and weakness of Yuan Shu's current military strength, rashly bringing troops into Huainan will not be good for the war, but... He recalled what he had just discussed and the speed of Lu Bu's northward movement, and continued, we have discussed, just the day after tomorrow, to send out a full-scale army to fight into Huainan. It is just that it is not yet time to notify you. It's me who was in a hurry. Liu Bei could not yet get the news that Lu Bu had retreated. His news channels, far from Cao Cao's smooth, plus not deliberately prying into Lu Bu's movements, now knows nothing, assured, when the time comes, I would like to lead the second and third brothers, for Cao Xikong's vanguard, to kill Yuan Shu that traitor. Good. Cao Cao droned, I can't imagine that after Tiger's Firmament Pass, I'll still be able to see the three Xianda brothers in all their splendor. Liu Bei was very proud of the mention of the Tiger Prison Pass. It was a high moment for the three brothers, saying, since Cao Xikong is preparing for a full-scale attack, I must go back and get ready as well. Liu Bei quickly left. Still leaving with hope, not thinking at all that there was a bureau waiting for him. Gao Shan returned to Shapi from Suiling, a relatively close distance. Much closer than Lu Bu's sneak attack on Xiaopei. Therefore, when Gao Shan returned to Shapi, Lu Bu was still on his way to Xiaopei on horseback. Seeing that the city tower of Shapi was safe and sound, Gao Shan was temporarily relieved. General Zhang, how is the situation? Gao Shan asked. That group of troops that appeared out of nowhere is currently holding their ground, as if they are waiting for something. Zhang Ba said, an army that can bypass Pengcheng and appear here is definitely Cao Cao's soldiers, but there is Liu Bei's military flag in the army. Aside from Cao Cao and Liu Bei joining forces, there was no second person near Xuzhou who could take out that many soldiers and close in on the neighborhood of Shapi. We intercepted a secret message that Liu Bei, together with Cao Cao, is preparing to attack us in Shapi. Luckily the message was intercepted in time enough, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gao Shan said. Really? Zhang Ba asked in surprise, he did not know about the secret letter yet. Gao Shan nodded slightly, then said, I want to go out and meet the Cao army outside. Next, he led his trap battalion, and 1,000 Shapi guards, and according to the location Zhang Ba pointed out, he killed his way towards the troop outside the city. Su Huang and Li Dian were not far from Shapi. Gao Shan just came back. They got the news from the scouts and concluded that Gao Shan, who came back, would definitely come to test himself. It was true. The whole army had just been consolidated when the scouts came back to report that Gao Shan was approaching them with his troops. Prepare for battle. Li Dian droned. The two of them quickly gathered their troops together. Everything had just been prepared, only to see Gao Shan leading a force of less than 2,000 men, daring to kill towards their 5,000 men. The trap battalion was labeled as 1,000 men, but in reality, there were only 800 or so of them. But on them, they were well equipped and all had armor. Gao Shan dared to use less than 2,000 men to fight Li Dian and his 5,000 men, so he had the advantage over the trapped front battalion. Both sides were close. War was imminent. The horrible fighting strength of the trapped camp exploded. Su Huang and Li Dian counterattacked for a while, and realized that if they continued to fight, even if they could win, the damage would definitely not be light. Retreat! Su Huang followed Qinzhou's orders. At this level, they could not fight any longer and had to conserve their strength. Retreat! Li Dian heard Su Huang shout and also understood that the fight could not continue. They arranged for archers to meet Gao Shan and shoot, then prepared to break the back and quickly withdrew with their troops, retreating towards the north of Pengcheng. 5,000 people, after fighting for a while, lost nearly 500 people. This shows how ferocious the trap battalion is. Chapter 95. Something happened to Xiaopei. The day after Gao Shan and Li Dian fought them. Lu Bu finally came to Xiaopei and looked at the city, his eyes bursting with killing intent, his eyes fierce, as if a hungry wolf that saw a lamb. What is Liu Bei's movement nowadays? They still can't detect it, there is no news at all. However, Gao Shan went back to Shapi. Lu Bu can rest assured that the base camp will be handed over to Gao Shan, but the fact that Liu Bei has not been showing up, and that all the scouts he sent out and so on could not come back, has given him one more layer of concern. Gong Tai, what to do? Lu Bu put all his hopes on Shen Gong. Shen Gong understands what his concern is. Liu Bei seems to have evaporated like that, there is no news at all, but all these are not important to him, and said lightly, we can't find Liu Bei. In fact, it doesn't matter, there won't be any more incidents in Shapi side for the time being, as long as we hit Xiaopei, and then catch Liu Bei's wife and make her homeless. I don't believe that he can still hide and not come out. Lu Bu asked, can we fight now? Any time. Chen Gong looked towards the city tower ahead and said indifferently, I see that on the walls of Xiaopei, there are people left stationed there. Liu Bei will definitely not give up Xiaopei. As long as he is beaten down, he will definitely appear. Hearing that it can be fought, Lu Bu went completely crazy. Without giving that big-eared thief a little color, he will surely think that he is a good bully, and angrily shouted, attack the city. Xiaopei's guards, who had long noticed an army approaching outside the city, rushed back to report to Chen Ji and Zhen Yong. They had just arrived at the city tower, and were about to send someone out to find out clearly who was coming outside, when they only saw that the drums of the attack sounded from the army outside. That is Lu Bu. Zhen Yong's eyes are better. A glance saw, outside that army, erected a big flag of Lu Bu. LV Bu does not go to fight Yuan Shu, but instead came to fight Xiaopei? Zhen Yong and Chen Ji were shocked. But Lu Bu had already launched his attack and did not give them a chance to talk. This is just like the last time, Lu Bu sneak attacked Xiaopei. The soldiers surged towards Xiaopei like a tidal wave, all kinds of siege equipment were taken out, arrows were flying, the fight was quite intense. The side defending the city only had 2,000 people. It was soon going to be impossible to defend. Shuji, retreat. Seeing the critical situation, Zhen Yong shouted, quickly go back and bring our families, leave Xiaopei, quick. Chen Ji also knew that Xiaopei could not be defended and decided to stop defending the city, bringing his family to abandon the city and run away, running out in a sorry state. Chase. Lu Bu had just broken through the city when he saw Chen Ji and his family running away, and chased after them without saying a word. He could not let Liu Bei's wife go again. He has been craving for Liu Bei's wife for a long time, and this time when he gets his hands on her, he must add some green to Liu Bei. Xianhe, you lead the men to go first. Come 500 men, break off with me. Send another person south to inform the Lord as soon as possible. Chen Ji crossed his spear and led 500 men to turn around and kill towards Lu Bu's pursuers. His strength, too, was strong. Even if he couldn't defeat Lu Bu, he still had no problem blocking the pursuing Lu Bu's generals such as Zhang Liao and Cao Sei, and the 500 men almost put their lives on the line to delay the pursuers for a while. Seeing that the people around him who were breaking the back were almost dead, Chen Ji's breaking the back was almost done, and he said in a loud voice, retreat. He spurred his horse to run wildly. The remaining soldiers who were still alive and breaking the back, without war horses, turned and ran when they heard the order to retreat. But they couldn't run fast enough and were quickly taken out. 500 men broke the back, and only Chen Ji, the only one with a warhorse, ran wildly and escaped. Keep chasing. Lu Bu followed up and roared. The chase continued, as did the escape. One chased and one fled, quickly moving away from Xiaopei. Chen Gong followed in the rear army, saw Xiaopei was broken, and received the military information of Xiaopei that Gao Shan had people send, and was slightly relieved that Xiaopei was not a problem, and Xuzhou was not a problem internally. However, at this time gradually calmed down, was interfered with the judgment back to normal, Chen Gong began to feel that there is something wrong. It seems like there is someone behind this incident of stealing each other's homes to push for it to happen. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Chen Gong felt and hurriedly said, Marquis Yuan, stop chasing. Lu Bu stopped and went back towards the rear army and asked, Gong Tai, why? Chen Gong frowned and said, I have a kind of, not very good premonition, always feel that this matter, not so simple, we seem to fall into a trap. Trap? Lu Bu didn't understand and said, but we are safe and sound now, we can't see any traps. Chen Gong explained, not all traps will necessarily put us in danger, I feel as if someone is behind the layout, exactly how, for what, I am now more chaotic, for the time being cannot think of, but the ultimate goal must be for our Xuzhou. Lu Bu heard this and also began to worry. Chen Gong's analysis was always accurate. It was by listening to Chen Gong's words that he was able to fight to such an advantage. Since Chen Gong said that this was a trap, the odds were that it really was a trap. Just who laid the trap that can make even you, Gong Tai, unable to see through it? Lu Bu asked in surprise. In the world, there are many people who are better than me. Chen Gong said in an affirmative tone, the one who laid the layout must be someone on Cao Cao's side, no. We have to respond as soon as possible. Wen Ho immediately send someone to Shouchuan to tell Yuan Shu that we have a truce and alliance, and then withdraw Qini Lu and the others so that Yuan Shu can spare more troops to attack Cao Cao. This will make Cao Cao have no choice or not be able to take out too many troops to deal with us. The only person who could help Lu Bu now was Yuan Shu. We just defeated Yuan Shu and he can still ally with us? Lu Bu asked. Definitely still will. Shen Gong said, Marquis Wen still doesn't see enough about the general situation. Yuan Shu can't wait to want to make a truce with us and then focus his forces on others. Lu Bu said, I will make arrangements later, but can Xiao Pei be defended? Yes. Shen Gong said, wait for Lu Bei to show up and come back, and crush him first before dealing with Cao Cao. Lu Bu had to trust Shen Gong and listen to his words. The soldiers attacking Xiao Pei walked quickly. There was also a fast horse that galloped wildly south, accelerating 800 miles towards Shouchuan. On the other side, after Li Dian and the others fought with Gao Shun, they didn't stay in Xuzhou any longer, and turned around to head back towards Pei County to wait for Cao Cao's orders. The storm clouds in Xuzhou were thus stirred up. Today was the time Cao Cao had promised to go to full-scale war against Yuan Shu. Yicheng is on the north bank of the Huai River. The bank has been prepared with rafts for crossing the river, as well as pontoon bridges and other things. Cao Lu's soldiers, too, were all centralized, ready to cross the river, kill their way into Huainan, and attack Shouchuan. Xiande, after crossing the river, I'll hit Dang too, and you hit Yinling, how about that? Cao Cao was aware that Lu Bei wouldn't be able to hit Yinling even if he crossed the river, but he intentionally said this to give Lu Bei a little bit of hope, and added, take these two places, and then we'll encircle and merge towards Shouchuan. Good. Lu Bei just responded and was about to agree down when a fast horse hurriedly ran south from the north and shouted, something happened in Xiaopei, something happened in Xiaopei. Chapter 96, I'm going to take Lu Bu's head. The knight who steered his horse southward kept running wildly along the way. Just when he came to the rear of the army, his horse could not hold on, and he lost his hoof, dropping the rider heavily. The soldiers of the rear army came forward to help this person, and some of Lu Bei's soldiers, hearing that this person was from Xiaopei, hurriedly gathered around. Something happened in Xiaopei? Lu Bei heard the cries coming from the rear and hurriedly led his men back, and just as he walked to the rear army, he saw the soldier wearing his own army's clothes drinking water in a hurry. Lord! That soldier saw Lu Bei coming, threw the water bag to one side, and eagerly said, Lu Bu. Lu Bu sneak attacked Xiaopei, the city has been lost, and General Chen and his family took the Lord's family with them to escape Xiaopei, and are rushing this way. What? When Lu Bei heard this news, his feet staggered for a moment and he almost sat on his butt unsteadily. Lu Bu, you agreed that we would fight Yuan Shu together. Even if you don't fight, you still want to sneak attack my only Xiaopei. Now his home is once again gone, stolen again. Lu Bei almost spewed out a mouthful of blood, unable to bear such a blow, the man was frozen. Ah! Zhang Fei is a famously loud voice. At this time, he roared angrily and viciously said, that three-name slave, I'm going back to stab him to death. Let's go take Lu Bu's dog's head. Even Guan Yu, who had always been relatively calm, could not stand Lu Bu at this time. The three surnames of the family slaves are bullying people too much. If the tiger doesn't give a damn, they're considered to be good bullies, right? This time, they must fight to the end. Guan Yu roared, gather the whole army, follow me back and kill Lu Bu. Guan and Zhang, their eyes were red. A monstrous rage erupted out of them, especially Zhang Fei, who was now so infuriated that he was about to jump up. Two generals, wait. Sun Xian hurriedly said, it's better to see what the Lord says. Lu Bei slowly came out of his incredulity and sadness, and drew his double-stranded sword, gritting his teeth, Shao Xikong, I can't help you fight Yuan Shu for the time being, I have to go back and clean up Lu Bu, and then I will go south to meet up with you afterward. With that, he raised his sword and said in a fierce voice, gather the whole army, go back, and kill Lu Bu. He will not rest until he kills Lu Bu. Lu Bei really hated Lu Bu. Even if he is an honest person, after having his home stolen by Lu Bu twice in a row, he can't help but rise up against him. Not to mention that Lu Bei is not an honest person. Xiande, alas. Cao Cao had the look of someone who wanted to say something to comfort you, but didn't know what could be said. Lu Bei ignored Cao Cao and quickly led his troops away. The vengeful army, traveling north in great numbers, will first rendezvous with Chen Ji and Zhen Yong, and then go fight their way back to Xiaopei, and fight with Lu Bu. Duji, it's done. Cao Cao looked at Lu Bei's distant back and exclaimed, a simple calculation has stirred up the entire Xuzhou. When Lu Bei and Lu Bu fight, can we shift our troops in crusade against Lu Bu in the name of helping Lu Bei avenge his death? That's right. Zhou said, but there's no need to rush yet, wait until they fight. Let me guess, Watanuki's next plan. Guijie suddenly said, is it to have Li Mancheng and the others raid Pengcheng and knock it down, then we'll kill our way to Xiapi? Certainly. Zhou laughed. Jia Dan agreed, Li Mancheng and his men have circled around from the north of Pengcheng and are approaching Xiapi. They should be retreating back to Chao County by now, but they won't be far from Pengcheng. so a surprise attack on Pengcheng can quickly take it down. This is how the plan was finalized. Cao Cao felt that everything was stable, and said aloud, "Wanha, you and Yue and Zhishou lead the garrison to stay in Yicheng and fend off Yuanshu's counterattacks. Can you do that?" "No problem." "Cao Ren," the three of them said in unison. With Jia Deng here to guide and pull the strings with Yuanshu, it was completely doable. Zhang Miao, who was able to go to war with the army immediately after surrendering, or in such an important position for defense, of course also said that there was no problem, and that he could also show off his ability to be reused in the future. So, they don't cross the river. Launching a full-scale attack on Shouchuan was supposed to be used to fool Liu Bei. Cao Cao didn't want to fight Yuanshu right away just yet, he just wanted to get his hands on Xuzhou. The army quickly returns to Yicheng's camp and waits for Liu Bei and Lu Bu's battle to be delivered before arranging for Li Dian and his men to strike. Worried that Li Dian didn't have enough men, Cao Cao also had Cao Ang send orders to Chunlu and Jiyin to mobilize soldiers to Chao County to wait for a counterattack. Everything was ready. 2 more days passed. News of how Liu Bei and Lu Bu were fighting hadn't come in, but instead, news that Yuanshu was preparing to reinforce his army against Li Feng and the others reached Cao Cao's army. "Yuanshu's troop increase, this is to start a full-scale war with us and wants to make a breakthrough from our side first." Cao Cao looked at the news sent back from the front lines and frowned. "I guess there's another possibility." Wei Jia said, "It's possible that Chen Gong suggested that Lu Bu and Yuanshu go on a strike, and Yuanshu would be able to spare most of his forces to deal with us first." Cao Cao nodded and said, "It's also possible that this is the case. What does Duji think?" Shen Zhou said, "We'll just increase our troops for defense and rely on the geographical advantage of the Huaishuwei to keep pulling with Yuanshu's men. Although Yuanshu has increased his troops to deal with us, I think the person he most wants to strike is still Sun Tzu and will not go to full-scale war against us." Jia Yan concurred, "What Yuanshu wants to do is to secure the interior first. Sun Tzu is his internal man. If the interior is not stabilized, the exterior will not be able to fight to its advantage." I agree with Duji's idea. Most of Yuanshu's main efforts were still focused on dealing with Sun Tzu. None of the people coming against Cao Cao at this time were famous generals, and Li Feng and the others were mediocre in their abilities, so as long as Jia Yan remained in Yicheng, the strategy could still be implemented. Then do so. With their 3 strategists advising him, Cao Cao had no fear of Yuanshu's sudden increase in troops. After deliberating, they continued to wait for news. Shenzhou went back to the rear army to rest, only to see Wang listening peacefully preparing lunch for himself. He knew that this part of history had been changed. But the scope of the change was still within his grasp. He still had the confidence to use his foreknowledge of history to continue to hang around Boss Cao next. 2 more days passed. Cao Cao and the others hadn't left Yicheng yet, but they had discussed their strategy once more. The additional troops given to Li Dian and Su Huan were almost mobilized, and were in good enough condition to raid Pengcheng. In addition, Lu Bu and Liu Bei are fighting right there in Shaopei, and there is news coming back. Liu Bei's troops were weak and Lu Bu's were strong. However, Liu Bei fought completely desperately, not caring about anything, just wanting to get out of this bad breath. Lv Bu wanted to save his strength and fought not very hard, so the 2 sides were in such a stalemate. Just got the news from Shouchuan side, scouts. Lv Bu and Yuanshu have allied, both sides have stopped fighting. Lv Bu has concentrated his forces back to Shapi, and Yuanshu has been able to concentrate his forces against us. What do you think? Cao Cao had gotten another new piece of information sent back. In order to deal with Yuanshu, he had planted quite a few of his own eyes on the Shouchuan side, striving to get the latest news of all kinds as soon as possible. Chapter 97 Friction Liu Bei. The fact that Yuanshu would ally with Lu Bu was actually expected by Gui Jia and their strategists. Jia Yan first said, "Actually, Lu Bu is doing this to give the Lord an opportunity. The Lord will fight Xuzhou next. There are 2 names available. One is to send troops to help Liu Bei avenge his death, and the second is to treat Lu Bu as Yuanshu's accomplice, and designate him as a rebel and a traitor. We will still be on the side of the righteousness of the world." Cao Cao's eyes lit up as he listened. According to Jia Yan's words, the next thing they did was to fight Lu Bu in a very honorable manner, and even if Liu Bei was unconvinced, he could only watch as Cao Cao took Xuzhou within his own territory. Well said, Wanha. Cao Cao agrees, pass the order down, have Li Mancheng and Su Gongming, and the others, raid Pengcheng, while our army makes preparations to move north and attack Shapi directly. Having come to this point, it was an official declaration of war on Lu Bu and war on Shapi. The soldiers in the army began to move, and the soldiers who were passing out the orders, walked out of the camp on fast horses and headed towards Shao County and Shao County. Shenzhou returned to the rear army, only to see that Wang Listen is already busy, arranging people to load some of the grain and grass. Before the 3 armies move, the grain and grass first. Getting the news that they can raid Pengcheng, Li Dian and Su Huang, the two of them, do not hesitate to launch an attack. The place where Pengcheng is located is called Pengcheng State, which is one of the products of the parallel counties and states of the Great Han Dynasty. The state minister here, Ho Harman, was set up by Lu Bu, and was taken aback when he saw a large army appearing outside the city. Lu Bu wanted to gather his forces to first fight Yuan Shu, and later Liu Bei, and so there were not many guards left in Pengcheng, just 1,000 or so. The walls of Pengcheng, although not as tall as those of Shapi, are not bad either. However, more than 1,000 people, even based on the tall walls, cannot stop the attack of almost tens of thousands of people, coupled with Su Huang. They are still a surprise attack, hit Ho Harmony a surprise. The first battle of the raid, although it did not take Pengcheng. But Ho Harman's soldiers defending the city, was consumed more than half. As long as another fight, Pengcheng must fall, can no longer defend. Ho Harman had to let people escape from the city, looking for Lu Bu to ask for help. At this time, Lu Bu occupied Xiaopei. Liu Bei fought Xiaopei, Lu Bu defended Xiaopei, both sides fought back and forth. In terms of strength, Liu Bei was no match for Lu Bu, but Guan Zhang and his men were brave enough and hated Lu Bu so much that every time they fought, the two of them were the first to rush out and kill. Lu Bu was scared by Guan and Zhang outside the Tiger Prison Pass. If Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were to fight, Lu Bu wouldn't be scared at all, but if the two of them were to fight at the same time, Lu Bu would have to weigh his options. Chen Gong also did not give Lu Bu a chance to fight Guan Zhang, because Lu Bu was their morale. Once Lu Bu loses the battle, it will lead to low morale and disorganization of the army. The morale of the army is a kind of subtle but untouchable thing. If it is lost, it is easy for the whole army to collapse. Xiaopei cannot fight for the time being, but Liu Bei does not give up, continue to fight hard. Luckily, their families were fine and were brought out by Qinji. On this day, Liu Bei gathered his soldiers and prepared to fight Lu Bu once again. Lu Bu came out of the army formation and said angrily, "Liu Bei, you big-eared thief, if it wasn't for me shooting my halberd at the Yuanmen gate and saving your life, you wouldn't even have Xiaopei left, and now you are beneficent and hate to return the favor?" Not waiting for Liu Bei to respond, Zhang Fei first jumped out and shouted in a super loud voice, "3 surnames, you snatched back Xiaopei, you snatched back Xiaopei, if it wasn't for my big brother's kind heart, letting you come to Xuzhou, you've already been chased by Cao Cao to beat you up." When Lu Bu heard this, he was also furious. Just as he was about to ask Zhang Liao and Gao Shun to take their troops out and rub Zhang Fei's nose in it, an urgent report from Pengcheng finally arrived. Marquis 1. Chen Gong exclaimed, "Cao Cao has raided Pengcheng, and judging by the time the urgent report was delivered, Pengcheng is now out of control." "What did you say?" Lu Bu was shocked and took a look at the urgent report that was sent. It really was so. Chen Gong said, "I know, Cao Cao's setup is to make us and Liu Bei attack each other, and he takes the opportunity to sneak attack our city. Cao Cao's next plan is definitely to hit Shapi City." "Damn it!" Lu Bu suppressed his anger and asked, "Gong Tai, what's the best thing to do?" "Return to Shapi first." Chen Gong pondered for a moment and said, "But before we go back, thoroughly thwart Liu Bei, and beat Liu Bei's soldiers to the point where they are no longer capable of fighting, to avoid him joining forces with Cao Cao. After we return to Shapi, we will contact Yuan Shu and ask for his support. Bo Ping, when Yuan. Liu Bei is in your hands. Are 3,000 men enough?" Lu Bu asked. The reason why Liu Bei was able to fight Lu Bu was that Lu Bu did not go into a full-scale battle after following Chen Gong's advice to conserve his strength first and wait and see what Cao Cao wanted to do. "I can't worry about that now, I'm going to rub Liu Bei on the ground first and then go back to Shapi to prepare for Cao Cao. As for Pengcheng, I don't want it. With only 1,000 or so people defending Pengcheng, it definitely won't be able to stop Cao Cao's surprise attack, and sending troops back to rescue it would only be a waste of troops." "No problem," Zhang Liao and Gao Shun said in unison. "Go," Lu Bu said, and without saying a word or stopping, he decisively went back. Gao Shun and Zhang Liao led the remaining soldiers of the Peugeot Wolf Cavalry and the Trap Battalion, and directly killed their way towards Liu Bei. "Big brother, Lu Bu is gone," Guan Yu said in surprise. Jian Yang analyzed, it should be that on the Shapi side, something unexpected happened, so that Lu Bu had to retreat, and this is our chance to fight our way back to Xiaopei. Zhang Fei looked at Zhang Liao as they killed them and said disdainfully, "Lu Bu only left this amount of troops and still wants to defend Xiaopei? Joke. Let's see how I'll kill them all. Go to war." Liu Bei droned. Dong 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 dong. The drums of going out to battle echoed through the army. In a single fight, neither Zhang Liao nor Gao Shun could be a match for Guan Zhang. But when it comes to leading an army into battle, and who has the better soldiers, Liu Bei and all of them combined are no match for Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. The parallel state wolf riders were the first to attack. The hooves of the warhorses raised up and stomped heavily on the ground with an amazing sound. The horse rider, with the fastest speed, impacted in front of Zhang Fei, the long saber in the rider's hand, slashing down with force. There were not many cavalry left in Lubu, and now there were only 1,000 riders that could be left for Zhang Liao. The rest were infantry, as well as soldiers from the trap battalion. The infantry followed behind the cavalry, cooperating with each other to start the abuse. Liu Bei came to Xuzhou and was stationed in Shaopei for a short period of time, and went through a lot of ups and downs in the middle of the day, so he didn't get much time to practice, and his soldiers weren't considered elite. Now that Lu Bu is going to fight seriously, Liu Bei simply can't win. First, the cavalry will be able to crush Liu Bei. Zhang Fei was disdainful just now, but now he was rubbed the wrong way. Retreat! Liu Bei felt that the situation was not right. This time, Lu Bu was going to wipe them all out. He couldn't fight any longer, or else he would really have to wipe out the whole army. Liu Bei decisively ordered a retreat, but was puzzled. Obviously Lu Bu's men weren't this strong before. How could they suddenly become so terrifying and beat them without the power to fight back? Chapter 98. While Liu Bei was being abused by Gao Shan and the others, Cao Cao formally advanced towards Shapi with his troops, and at the same time got the news that Pengcheng had been captured. Cao Cao asked Li Dian to arrange for 2,000 men to stay in Pengcheng, and then with Su Huan, he brought his troops to Shapi to meet up with them. Tens of thousands of troops were heading towards Shapi in great numbers. However, just as they arrived underneath Shapi city, they met Lu Bu, who was returning from Shaopei, head-on. We can intercept Lu Bu first. Wei Jia made this suggestion, which was also agreed by the others. If he could intercept Lu Bu before he entered Shapi, he could save a lot of subsequent trouble, so Cao Cao ordered his generals to lead their troops to meet Lu Bu and kill him. War was imminent. Bunch of mongrels, come suffer death. Ever since learning from Chen Gong that all of this was a setup by Cao Cao, Lu Bu had grown increasingly dissatisfied with Cao Cao, and at this point, his enemies met. When he met Cao Cao outside of Shapi city, he was so murderous that he didn't retreat into the city to fight Cao Cao first. Kill! Lu Bu shouted angrily. The soldiers around him, although not as many as Cao Cao's, were not wimpy at all, and there were more than 1,000 parallel state wolf riders that directly met Cao Cao's army and stormed over. Cao Cao's army also had cavalry, and after Qinzhou pacified Guanzhong, he brought back quite a few warhorses. However, in front of the parallel state wolf riders, Cao Cao's cavalry strength is inferior, but Cao Cao's army has many soldiers, the strength of the infantry is not weak, the archers quickly in place, long range to meet the parallel state wolf riders shooting, and then with the cavalry to charge. However, Lu Bu was really fierce, sitting on top of the red rabbit horse, only to see the square sky painting halberd waving, close to the Cao army soldiers. Before they can figure out what is happening, they were sent flying. Lu Bu alone drove the morale of the whole army. It ferociously counterattacked the Cao army. This is Lu Bu? Qinzhou followed in the army, and at this time, he saw the fierce man who wielded the square heavily painted halberd and frantically killed. It was worthy of being the #1 fierce man of the three kingdoms. Looking from afar, Lu Bu was incomparably powerful and domineering, and when he fought on the battlefield, it was as if he was the center pin of the army, and Cao's army, whether it was the generals or the soldiers, didn't dare to get close to Lu Bu's side at all. Xuzhou soldiers under the leadership of Lu Bu, but also able to fight against Cao's army, as if one person can withstand thousands of troops and horses. LV Bu among men, red hair among horses. This is a good saying indeed. It is a pity that this person is brave but not resourceful, capricious, and known as the righteous father's terminator, or else he could be worthy of the word hero. Lu Bu is really powerful. Chen Zhou exclaimed. Traveling back to this period of the three kingdoms, and being able to take a look at Lu Bu, Chen Zhou's crossing achievement had reached another one, and seeing Lu Bu running across the country without any obstacles, his heart was shocked again. When I was outside the Tiger Prison Pass, it's a pity that Duoji wasn't there to see that even more shocking battle. Cao Cao was talking about none other than the three-ing battle of Lu Bu. The main force at that time was the Guanzhang duo. As for whether Liu Bei rushed out to play soy sauce, Qinzhou was not sure. It was rumored that at that time, if Liu Bei didn't go to play soy sauce, the Guanzhang duo might even be able to take down Lu Bu. Without being able to see all this with his own eyes, Qinzhou was not able to judge anything, but at this time, his eyes narrowed and said, I think that we can fight shockingly today as well, so we can let old Dian go to battle. My lord, I request to fight. Dian Wei's eyes, blazing towards Lu Bu, had long wanted to go and fight Lu Bu again. It was just that there were still military orders in place, and he didn't dare to rush out directly. Old Dian, go. Cao Cao droned. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei rubbed his hands together in excitement, lifting his iron halberd and charging into the fray. Su Chu, who was beside him, heard this and said with fervor, "Lord, I can also fight Lu Bu again." Su Chu's first battle was against Lu Bu. He fought Lu Bu for 20 rounds without losing, and then Cao Cao, worried about Su Chu's losses, let Xiahou Dun and the others rush out to surround Lu Bu. Even though Su Chu knew that he was no match for Lu Bu, he was eager to fight him again. As long as Lu Bu doesn't die, Zhang Kong still has a chance. Cao Cao laughed. Chen Zhou's gaze returned to the battlefield. Only to see that Dian Wei had killed his way into the battlefield. He didn't even need a warhorse. He who was invincible in infantry combat, not only wasn't nervous against Lu Bu who was riding a red rabbit horse, he was also full of battle spirit. At this time, Lu Bu, extraordinary martial arts, like a god of killing, lifting the square sky painting halberd, chasing after Xiahou Dun to kill. Of course, Xiahou Dun is not Lu Bu's opponent. The hand of the spear, soon be Lu Bu smashed fly, square sky painting halberd force a swing down. The sound of the halberd breaking through the air is very ear-piercing. Xiahou Dun in this instant, clearly feel, the breath of death covered in their own body. This halberd, he could not block it, nor could he avoid it. My life is over. In Xiahou Dun's heart, he cried out sadly, as if he could only wait for death. However, the next moment. Phew! The same ear-piercing sound of air breaking came, and iron halberd suddenly flew over to Lu Bu on the red rabbit horse. When Lu Bu heard this sound, his face changed slightly, and the square sky-painted halberd that killed Xiahou Dun had to be drawn back, striking towards that iron halberd. Clang! The sound of the halberd and halberd colliding was very loud, and it shook the close-range Xiahou Dun, and his ears hurt slightly. The iron halberd was quickly sent flying. But the force of the iron halberd flying out and striking on the square sky-painting halberd was super strong. Lu Bu felt a shaking in his arm, and even the red rabbit horse under his seat seemed to be able to feel the force of the collision, and after letting out a long whine, he fell back a few steps. "General Xiahou, this Lu Bu guy, leave it to me." Dian Wei shouted and caught the iron halberd that was sent flying back by Lu Bu. He was using a short halberd, not as long as Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd, but the short halberd, in his hands, erupted with a super terrifying force, completely unafraid of the long halberd. Dian Wei's bouncing power was also super terrifying. Quickly walked to Lu Bu one zhang before, help running when the legs knee bend, leg muscles burst out a strong force, a pop and jump up. The height of the bounce was already more than the red rabbit horse. A pair of short halberds, fiercely meet Lu Bu, smashed down on his head. Clang! The halberds of the two of them, once again collided together. The sound issued at this time, was even louder than just now. Lu Bu, die. Dian Wei's person was in the air, his wrist sank, and his two arms drove the halberd downward. Lu Bu grabbed the halberd pole with both hands and blocked this horrible strike from Dian Wei. The square sky-painted halberd was bent by a pair of short halberds. The red rabbit horse once again let out a long whine, but also thanks to the red rabbit is a rare steed. If it were an ordinary horse, the four hooves would have been crushed by the force of the two of them competing. Ancient martial arts generals, the strength on horseback, than dismounted foot battle is much stronger. The warhorse is precisely the strength of the important factors to become stronger. Kill me? You are not qualified enough. Lu Bu then shouted angrily. On his arm, veins bulged out as he grabbed the halberd with force and pushed it upwards. Buzz! The square sky-painted halberd bounced and became straight. Dian Wei's force was exhausted, and with no way to exert any more force in the air, he was rebounded and fell to the ground, taking 7 or 8 consecutive steps back before he could stabilize his stance. Again! Dian Wei loosened his bones and didn't chicken out because of this, getting more and more courageous and ferocious the more he fought. He seemed like a fierce beast as he pounced towards Lu Bu once again. Chapter 99 Siege of Xiapi. Xiahou Dun, who saw them fight from a close distance, looked at his eyes wide open and thought to himself that these two people were too ferocious. However, Xiahou Dun has self-awareness. This level of fighting, he is not qualified to participate in it. The ministry's own soldiers picked up his lance that had been knocked away. Kill! Xiahou Dun raised his lance and killed towards the other Xuzhou soldiers. The battlefield between the two sides, and the killing, still continued, with no intention of stopping. When Chen Gong saw that Dian Wei rushed out and entangled Lu Bu, he was a bit anxious, and could only quickly command his soldiers to arrange themselves into a military formation to fend off the onslaught of Chao's army. Dian Wei and Lu Bu continued to fight. Dian Wei stood under the horse, a pair of short halberd waving, resisted Lu Bu's square sky-painting halberd at the same time, but also can continue to counterattack. Both sides soon played 30 rounds, indistinguishable. The sound of the short halberd and halberd collision penetrated the entire battlefield, overshadowing the sound of shouting and killing. becoming the loudest rhythm on the battlefield. I'm not as good as old Dian. Su Chu was still self-aware. Seeing the fight in the field, feeling the blood boiling at the same time, but also able to recognize their own shortcomings. Fighting is too fierce. As a traveler, before crossing over, Xuzhou had never seen this kind of fight and collision between cold weapons at all, and today he was finally fortunate enough to be able to watch it once. Xuzhou felt that it was a pity that he was a soul traveler instead of a physical body traveler, and didn't bring his cell phone and other things with him, or else recording a video would have been better. Cao Cao and the others, too, were all super shocked. Old Dian's strength is not inferior to the Guanzhong duo. Seeing the end, Cao Cao let out this sigh of relief. Thinking that with the combination of Dian Wei and Su Chu, he could definitely defeat the Guanzhong duo, he instantly stopped envying Liu Bei. While they were shocked, the fight between Dian Wei and Lu Bu had already gone through 70 rounds, and to this extent, Dian Wei was slightly inferior and couldn't keep up with the outbursts of strength. Even Lu Bu, who was sitting on the back of his horse, was also consumed by Dian Wei, panting slightly, his forehead covered in sweat. But his exertion was not as powerful as Dian Wei's. Go to hell! Lu Bu sensed that Dian Wei's strength was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning, but his own strength was still fierce, and shouted angrily. The red hair horse made a sprint, and the square heavily painted halberd came at Dian Wei again. Dian Wei crossed his halberds and blocked before the square sky painting halberd. Bang! The halberd and short halberd continued to collide. Dian Wei was knocked back a few steps. My lord, I think we can let General Su come on to help old Dian. Zhou suggested. Zhang Kong. Cao Cao shouted. When Su Chu heard this, his blood went straight to his head and he rushed out on his horse to meet Lu Bu and fight. Lu Bu was about to hit the already exhausted Dian Wei again, but at this point, seeing Su Chu kill, he had to put his square sky-painted halberd, blocking on top of Su Chu's thick-backed greatsword. Qin Gong, who was directing the battle, happened to see this scene. Without Lu Bu's leadership, the Xuzhou soldiers' morale is not as impressive as it was at the beginning. If Lu Bu was defeated, like he was defeated outside of Tiger Prison Pass, the morale was going to crumble, and there was a chance they wouldn't be able to return to Shoppy City. Men, save Marquis Yuan. The entire army change formation, those in the rear break off and prepare to retreat back to the city. Front team to rear team, change formation. Qin Gong had to make a change in arrangements. Lu Bu couldn't afford to have a loss, and they couldn't afford to fight any longer. The current Cao Cao was no longer the same Cao Cao from Puyang. Zhou brought back a lot of troops to Cao Cao, and enough food, and the soldiers practiced in Shuzhou are much more elite than when they were in Puyang. More than 300 of the parallel state wolf riders, at this time on the battlefield rushed out, one left and one right towards Su Chu and Dian Wei cutting across, blocking the two of them from attacking Lu Bu. Marquis Yuan, sir said, retreat first. A cavalryman shouted. Lu Bu was finally able to pull himself out of the entanglement, looked up and around, the situation was clearly not in his favor, and droned, retreat. Enter the city. Clang. The sound of sounding gold followed and echoed across the battlefield. All the soldiers under Lu Bu's ministry, under Qin Gong's arrangement, retreated in an orderly manner, and the backbreaking could also be done in an organized manner. Lu Bu, under the protection of the wolf riders, followed Qin Gong and his men, and only then was he able to breathe a sigh of relief. If he wants to fight Deng Wei, he is not a wimp at all. But to battle Su Chu and Dian Wei, the situation was the same as when he fought Guan Zhang outside the Tiger Prison Pass, his strength was not enough. Chen Gongtai's ability is very good. Wei Jia said with heartfelt admiration as he looked at the retreating enemy soldiers, neat and orderly. Cao Cao sighed, it's a shame that this man won't follow me even if he follows Lu Bu. Since Lu Bu withdrew his troops, and since he couldn't clean up Lu Bu by this battle, and couldn't break through the military formation set up by Qin Gong, the idea of quickly taking Shoppy had to fall flat, and Cao Cao ordered the sounding of gold. Cao Cao's army then retreated, but not completely. Cao Cao saw the gates of Shoppy were wide open, and then ordered another attack. At this time, Qin Gong had already arranged for archers to draw their bows and prepare for the attack, and when he saw Cao Cao's army taking advantage of the opportunity to attack the city gates, he immediately fired arrows at them. Until the whole army retreated to the city gate completely closed and blocked, the archers only withdrew, but the defense on the city floor is very strict. Cool. Dian Wei shouted excitedly as he retreated back. Despite his hands being sore from the shock, his body drenched in sweat, and he was panting, he did not feel tired at all, but was in high spirits, as if he could rest for a while, and still be able to fight Lu Bu for 100 rounds. Su Chu said, Lu Bu has been consumed by Lao Dian for so long, and is still very strong, but the fight was truly exhilarating. Hearing their words, everyone around Cao Cao laughed. Next, let's surround Shopee and then find a way to break the city to capture Lubu. Zhou looked towards Shopee. Cao Cao was also looking at the Shopee citadel, only to see that the walls here were high and thick, and although Lubu's soldiers were not many, they were well guarded, sighing, Shopee is a big city, it's not easy to break it. To say siege but not attack, and worry about Yi Cheng's battlefield loss. Furthermore, in a place as rich as Xuzhou, there is bound to be a lot of food in the city of Shopee, and besieging the city to consume it, in a short period of time, is not able to consume it cleanly. To break the city, it is not difficult. Zhou looked up at the clouds in the sky, thinking that it should be almost the rainy season, and continued, waiting for a suitable day and time, I can help my lord break the city. But not long after they surrounded the city, the duo of Gao Shun and Zhang Miao, who were responsible for taking care of Liu Bei, finally doubled back, and seeing that Shopee was surrounded, they were about to kill their way in directly. Seeing this, Cao Cao sent out his troops to intercept them, not giving them a chance to return to the city. Zhou shook his head and said, Lord, there is no need to intercept, let them enter the city. Gui Jia understood as soon as he heard this and explained, what Duji means is that if they can't kill their way into the city to leave, it's fairly easy, but if we give them the chance to enter the city, the people will be in the city, and no one will be able to escape when the city breaks. Cao Cao heard this and thought it was a great idea and said in a loud voice, separate them all and let them enter the city. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun froze for a moment. At this point the former was still a bit hesitant, but the latter saw Cao Cao's army separate and headed for the city gates without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhang Liao could only follow. Chen Gong on the city floor took one look and realized Cao Cao's intention for doing this, and shook his head helplessly. Now they were all going to be trapped inside the city. Chapter 100 Xuzhou People Rule Xuzhou. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun wanted to enter the city, so Chen Gong had to give them cover and have the gates opened. Seeing that the city gates were once again wide open, Chao's army immediately charged against them, but at that moment, a large number of arrows covered the city, and there was even a stone thrower, which threw up stones and smashed them on the front of the city gates. The attacking Cao army was quickly suppressed. From this, Chen Gong within Shopee fully prepared a variety of defense tools, coupled with Shopee city building tall, attacking the city is super difficult. With the Cao army retreating back, Chen Gong ordered to close the city gates tightly, and also blocked the gates with stones to prevent the Cao army from attacking strongly. With everything done, the duo of Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, who entered the city, first went to meet with Lu Bu. The two generals are confused. Chen Gong came down on the city floor and said, "You should have left when you saw that the situation was not right." Gao Shun asked suspiciously, "Could it be that Sir wants us to abandon Marquis Yuan and leave?" Nonetheless, Chen Gong explained, "Chao's army is besieging the city and we are trapped in Shopee. If the two generals were outside the city, they could create many possibilities for us. Now that we are trapped inside the city together, we are only adding some more troops to defend the city. Cao Cao's sudden order for the two of you to enter the city is precisely to trap us all inside the city." Gao Shun suddenly realized. Zhang Liao was hesitant when he saw Cao Cao's army separating, but Gao Shun entered the city and had to follow, shaking his head. "We were indeed confused. Forget it, let's defend the city together." Things had come to this, Chen Gong had no way to reverse it. Lu Bu secretly screamed in his heart that it was a pity, and then asked, "Gong Tai, what's next for us? We can only defend the city?" Chen Gong said, "Tonight, arrange for someone to sneak out of the city, then ask for help from Yuan Shu. Tell Yuan Shu that Cao Cao's main forces are in Shopee, and that he will not let go of this opportunity. In addition," only to see him frown and think for a moment, he continued, "Our external arrangements can only be these. Internally, first, mobilize all the people in the city to defend the city together. They are absolutely terrified of Cao Cao and won't refuse. Secondly, strengthen the defense of the city walls, do not slacken. Furthermore, save the food in the city and consume it with Cao Cao. The longer we delay, the more anxious Cao Cao outside the city will become, favoring us to wait for the enemy inside the city." He was confident that the walls of Shopee were so high and thick that it would be difficult for Cao Cao to break them. As long as the guards can hold it, they can fight this long-lasting war of attrition with Cao Cao. Lu Bu ordered in a loud voice, "Pass on my military orders, the whole city saves food, no waste, no more grain for brewing, then mobilize the people outside the city. Even though the gates of Shopee are open, it won't be easy for us to charge through." Cao Cao said. Gui Jia said, "It shows that Chen Gong pays a lot of attention to defense in Shopee city, preparing quite a few tools for defending the city, and it seems that he has long considered that he wants to hold on to Shopee with us. What does Duji think?" Chen Zhou said nonchalantly, "I have long said, it is not difficult to break Shopee. What we are waiting for is a suitable day and time. We can just besiege Lu Bu slowly, we don't need to be in a hurry now." Beside him, Su Huang curiously asked, Could it be that Mr. also knows how to divine the time of day? Xuzhou smiled faintly and did not respond, giving off an inscrutable feeling. Cao Cao saw this and thought that Xuzhou must know. It was like when he was robbing tombs, Xuzhou was still able to communicate with ghosts and gods, and the living could make agreements with the dead, and immediately felt that Xuzhou was becoming more and more inscrutable. One of the ferrymen said a long time ago, to rule Xuzhou with Xuzhou people. Now that we are in Xuzhou, how should we lay out the layout? Cao Cao's gaze then fell on the city tower of Shaopi, continued, the reason why Lubu was able to hold Shaopi, in addition to the guards in the city, behind it must be the support of the people of Shaopi, so to speak, the whole of Xuzhou was afraid of me. Back then, the slaughter of Xuzhou was a bloodbath. Now when the people of Xuzhou heard the word Cao Cao, they would probably tremble, and Cao Cao's name could almost be used to scare disobedient little children. Now that Lubu was defending Shaopi, the people of the city, hearing that the man besieging Shaopi is Cao Cao, and fearing slaughter, will definitely give Lubu some help. What Cao Cao was worried about was exactly this. First, stop killing and abusing. Secondly, start practicing benevolence. There should be quite a few stragglers within the boundaries of Xuzhou. The Lord can appropriately send out food relief, arrange shelter for them, and so on. Finally, Xuzhou people rule Xuzhou. The most important people are still Xuzhou people. This part of the people are not the local scholars. The biggest scholar clan in Xuzhou is the Chen clan. Now Chen Deng is the governor of Guanling. Lord can send someone to beckon him down, give some promises, take him in, and use the Chen clan to whitewash the Lord's slaughter of Xuzhou. Zhou simply made 3 suggestions. Exactly how to do this would depend on Cao Cao's arrangements and how to further refine and perfect them through these 3 suggestions. With regards to recruiting Chen Deng, Zhou was still confident that he could succeed. Chen Deng in history, it was at this time that he defected to Cao Cao and led the soldiers of Guangling County. For Cao Cao's precursor, Chen Deng's younger brother was still in Shaopi, and was used as a threat by Lubu, but he was unmoved. Cao Cao nodded his head repeatedly and said, Feng Shao, administering benevolence and righteousness, going to Guanling to recruit Chen Deng and other things, I want to leave it to you, can you do it? No problem. Wei Jia promised. With Zhou's planning in place, it was convenient for them to do whatever they wanted to do, and felt that recruiting Chen Deng was not a difficult task. Liu Bei escaped in Shaopei, running out of breath. Until he could not see his pursuers behind him, he dared to stop and rest, and after calming down for a while, he felt chagrined again. How is it that he had started the army for so long, and still had no place to live? Leaving from the plains, he wanted a chance to rise. But the opportunity was not even grasped, twice stolen home, and now fleeing in distress. I do not know how suffocating. Why did the heavens treat me like this? Liu Bei raised his head to look at the sky, thinking very unwillingly. Husband, drink some water. Mrs. Gon handed over a water bag. Liu Bei glanced at his white jade beauty, thinking that he was lucky to have brought her out, or else she would have fallen into Lu Bu's hands again, and this time the top of his head would really be green. But again, because of the last time Lady Gon was caught, his good feeling towards Lady Gon dropped again and again, and he always felt that Lu Bu was so horny that he wouldn't leave Lady Gon untouched. Big brother, I will go to Shaopi and kill Lu Bu. It was not the first time that Zhang Fei screamed to kill Lu Bu. If he had the ability to kill, Liu Bei would have let him go to Shaopi long ago, shaking his head. Third brother, sit down peacefully and don't yell. Zhang Fei was indignant, but in the end, he could only sit down. Big brother, where can we go next? Guan Yu asked. After leaving Shaopei, they would have no territory left. All the other places were owned, unless Liu Bei went to attack the city, but after suffering the onslaught of Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, he only had more than 3,000 remnants left with him, and he couldn't attack the city. Besides, if he attacked the city and robbed someone else's territory, the benevolence and righteousness that he had operated for many years would go down the drain. Lord, good news. Sun Qian ran over and said, Lu Bu is allied with Yuan Shu. Cao Cao learned of this and split his army to attack Lu Bu, and at this point, he's already got Lu Bu under siege in Shaopi City. Chapter 101 The Desperate Liu Bei. Really? Liu Bei was instantly excited. Still, Cao Cao is great. So quick to trap Lu Bu in Shaopi. Wouldn't it be true that once Shaopi City is broken, Lu Bu will surely die? A slave of the 3 surnames deserves what he gets, but that Cao Cao, he's no slouch either. Zhang Fei lightly grunted, but also felt some relief. Sun Qian said, Cao Cao's troop deployment was so swift, there wouldn't be any premeditation, would there? This guess had some truth to it. They had just lost Shaopei, and for Cao Cao to be able to send out troops so quickly to strike at Lu Bu, there was a sense that Cao Cao was stirring up their conflicts, making them fight each other, and then picking up the slack in the midst of it. I don't think so. Jianyang brainstormed, Lu Bu can suddenly sneak attack Xiaopei, he must have allied with Yuan Shu beforehand and rebelled against our alliance to crush Yuan Shu. Xuzhou is very close to Yanzhou, so Cao Cao had to quickly send out his troops to take care of Lu Bu first before he could fight Yuan Shu with confidence. Beside Liu Bei, there were no strategists available. The two of them, Jian Yong and Sun Xian, were limited in their analytical abilities and could not analyze the deeper reasons, but Liu Bei listened to their conversation and still found it reasonable. Most likely, that was it. Big brother, why don't we go to Cao Cao, and together with Cao Cao, attack Xiaopei? Guan Yu suggested. No, absolutely not. Zhang Fei had a strong opinion of Cao Cao and objected, Cao Cao is definitely not a good person, how can we defect to him? Liu Bei was in deep thought about this as to whether he should or should not defect to Cao Cao. By defecting to Cao Cao, we can enter Xuzhou without any problems. Once we reach Xuzhou, we can meet with the Son of Heaven, and according to seniority, I am still the Son of Heaven's royal uncle. Only then can we support the Son of Heaven, and we can do a lot of things. Liu Bei said this, and finally decided, we should defect to Cao Cao, and gain great righteousness first, then plan how to support the Han dynasty and pacify the world. In response, Zhang Fei didn't have much to say. It sounded like defecting to Cao Cao made quite a bit of sense. Cao Cao's army continues to surround the city. The siege lasted more than 2 days. During this time, Cao Cao followed Xuzhou's advice and did not intend to attack the city, but simply surrounded it, giving Xuzhou the impression that Cao Cao wanted to consume each other with Lu Bu. It gave Xuzhou the impression that Cao Cao wanted to exhaust each other with Lu Bu to see who could not hold out first. Regarding the situation in Huainan, Cao Cao was just taking a look at the military information sent back from the front line to make sure that there are no problems on Jiayan's side. The focus now is still on how to break Xiaopei and capture Lu Bu. But after 2 days of sieging Xiaopei, news came back that Liu Bei had brought his troops to Xiaopei and had come to defect. Duji, how is it? The only strategists Cao Cao brought out this time were Xuzhou and the three of them, the others were in Xuzhou, stabilizing the main rear. Jia Yan stayed in Yicheng, pulling strings with Yuan Shu, Hua Zhao went to persuade Qindang to surrender, and Cao Cao first called Xuzhou over to ask for advice. Xuzhou said, Liu Bei has this remaining remnant of his army, and it's not much use coming here, but the Lord must accept his defection and bring him back to Xuzhou. Cao Cao remembered that Xuzhou had a way to kill Liu Bei without being affected by any benevolence and asked, can you kill Liu Bei by bringing him back to Xuzhou? Of course I can. Xuzhou nodded, the future Liu Bei is a threat to the Lord. Then kill it. Cao Cao said in a murderous manner. Even though the current Liu Bei was still uprooted and couldn't even keep his home, he believed in Xuzhou's words, after all, the pearl was in front of him, and all the things that Xuzhou had said had happened. Come on, let's go see Liu Bei. Cao Cao added. After a while, they arrived outside the barracks. Xiandi, how did you get it like this? Cao Cao asked knowingly, feigning surprise, is Lu Bu really that powerful? When Liu Bei heard this, he wondered if Cao Cao was in Versailles himself. You, Cao Cao, fought Lu Bu and beat the man to the point where he hid in Xiaopei city and didn't dare to venture out, and he, Liu Bei, fought Lu Bu with the two fierce generals, Guan Zhang, by his side, but was beaten by two of Lu Bu's subordinates and fled in a terrible mess, chased after to kill him. People, then dead people ah. Of course, Liu Bei didn't dare to get angry and sighed rather helplessly, Lu Bu that traitor, I will take his head sooner or later. Cao Cao said, when the city breaks down, Lu Bu's head, I'll leave it to Xiandi to take. With that, he added, outside isn't the place to talk, Xiandi inside please. Seeing that Cao Cao was still warm to himself, Liu Bei finally felt a bit more at ease, and arranged for Guan Zhang and his two men to find an open space to station their barracks, and then place their families, old and young, inside the barracks. Look at Cao Cao, how spirited. Then look at himself, was beaten to the home or gone, but also with a family old and young to run away, such a contrast, and let Liu Bei hard is very difficult. Arriving within the tent. How is Cao Xikong going to break the city? Liu Bei was desperate to break down Xiaopei, really to take Lu Bu's head with his own hands. He had never tried it before, hating someone so much, and Lu Bu was so unfortunate to be the first. Cao Cao was worried, Xiandi had managed Xuzhou for a while, he should know how high and thick the walls of Xiaopei are, it's still a bit hard to break through the city. Is there no way for Duji to do the same? Liu Bei turned his expectant gaze to Xuzhou. Xuzhou didn't speak, only shaking his head slightly. Cao Cao understood Liu Bei's impatience and said, Xianda, there are some things that can't be rushed, this time Lu Bu will definitely die. They briefly caught up, and Cao Cao let Liu Bei go down to rest first, citing the need to take care of other matters. Back to his own camp. Big brother, how's it going? Guan Yu asked, did Chao Xikong say when he would break down Shopee? When the city breaks, my third brother and I will battle Lu Bu and make sure to cut off his head to relieve my big brother's hatred. The three of them, the brothers, all hated to see Lu Bu die immediately. The walls of Shopee are high and thick, there is no other way for now, we can only wait. Liu Bei cupped his chin and thought of a plan, saying, Xian'a, Gongyu, there is one thing that I need your help with. Shenzhou had just arrived at the rear army when he saw Dian Wei holding his twin halberds and constantly waving them around. Old Dian, practicing martial arts? He asked. Dian Wei was already so fierce and still practicing martial arts, this was not willing to be ranked as the third fiercest man in the three kingdoms. As for Zhao Yun, who was the second fiercest man, Shenzhou hadn't had the chance to meet him yet. Neither. Dian Wei slowly exhaled and said, I'm pondering over Lu Bu's fighting style to see if I can find the breaks in it, and the next time I fight again, I'm going to try to see if I can defeat Lu Bu. So it turns out. Then have you researched anything yet? Shenzhou asked with a smile. It's hard to study the fighting style, his moves are too strong. Dian Wei was a little frustrated, then added, actually, my moves are not much worse than his, it's just that Lu Bu's strength is a little stronger than mine, and sitting on a warhorse gives him the advantage. When the warhorse sprinted, Lu Bu was on the horse's back, and hit down with a halberd along with the speed of the sprint. The force of this impact was not weak. It wasn't something an average person could take. Dian Wei was called by Boss Cao as the ancient evil come, his strength that was super fierce, and only he could not need a warhorse to take a hard hit from Lu Bu's horseback. Chapter 102 Possible Ways to defeat Lu Bu. To talk about the strength of horse combat, the most ferocious is Lu Bu. Lu Bu's strength is stronger than Dian Wei's, his fighting style is flawless, and with the support of a super horse like Red Hair, he is not afraid of anyone in a single fight. But let Lu Bu dismounted, can beat Dian Wei, it is not known. Shenzhou had a strange thought, if he killed Lu Bu's red hair horse, wouldn't he be able to force Lu Bu and Dian Wei to fight on foot? But this idea was quickly put behind his head, it was impractical. On the battlefield, ordinary people can't even get close to Lu Bu's side, to take out Lu Bu's red hair horse, it's super difficult, even if you can use long-range weapons, it shouldn't be easy. The red rabbit horse ran very fast and came and went like the wind, it was possible that the horse ran out of range before it was even aimed and locked. However, Shenzhou had another idea. What if we let Dian Wei get on the horse and fight Lu Bu on horseback? Cao Cao's Jedi Shadow, which was still alive, was not as good as Red Rabbit, but it was still no problem to give Dian Wei a buff. Old Dian, why don't you horse battle? Shenzhou asked after thinking about it, I don't think I've seen it yet, you go out to kill the enemy by fighting on a horse, it's basically a foot battle, if you can get on a horse, it's not necessarily that you're not Lu Bu's opponent. Mentioning this, Dian Wei was embarrassed and said, in fact, it's not that I don't want to fight on horseback, for one thing, I'm used to fighting on foot, and for another, it's just the problem of me, I'm on the back of a horse, I've never been able to sit steadily, and as long as the horse is running, it's very easy for me to fall off. To put it simply, he did not know how to ride a horse. Shenzhou looked at old Dian in surprise. Thinking to himself that he, as a traveler, had now learned to ride a horse and could follow a warhorse as it ran, but Dian Wei actually still didn't know how? No wonder every time he marched, old Dian spent most of his time following the rear army, sitting on the carts carrying food to catch up. However, Shenzhou could understand why old Dian could not stabilize himself on horseback. There were no saddles or stirrups during this period, and Dian Wei was already unskilled at riding a horse, and when he was out on horseback, he still needed to loosen his grip on the reins and raise his halberd to fight the enemy. It was very easy for him to become unsteady and fall off. It turned out that the invincible Dian Wei in infantry combat, not that he didn't want to fight on horseback, but he just wasn't very good at riding a horse, and was forced to rush out to fight on foot, or else the rankings of the top 3 fierce men of the 3 kingdoms might have to be rewritten. If I have a way to keep you from falling off, do you think it's possible to beat Lu Bu? Shenzhou thought of this possibility and immediately asked old Dian. Dian Wei searched for a long time and said, I don't dare to guarantee that I can win, if I can stabilize and not fall down, I am confident that I can at least fight a draw. Sir, can I really? He asked again, not too confident. Shenzhou affirmed, if I dare to say so, that means I can definitely do it. Many thanks, sir. But what should I do? Dian Wei was so excited that he waved his twin halberds, then asked again. Listen to Wang. Shenzhou shouted. Sir, what are your orders? Wang Lisan was just a grain officer, his status was far inferior to Shenzhou. Hearing Shenzhou call out to himself, the first time he ran over and respectfully asked. In our army, do we have any artisans? Shenzhou asked. Of course there is, we need to repair our weapons, the army has always come with craftsmen. Wang Lisan said. Find a few people to come over and help me build 2 things. Zhou said. After a moment, 2 craftsmen came to Zhou. Just now, Zhou had considered that there were no stirrups and saddles in the Three Kingdoms era, making it inconvenient to ride a horse, so making the things out of them would be the perfect solution to the problem of Dian Wei not being able to sit on the back of a horse. These things are also very easy to do, not much technical content, basically look at it and understand. Those craftsmen listened to Zhou say once, probably understand how it is, know how it needs to be done. They quickly went down to make arrangements. Sir, those things really work? It looks so simple. Dian Wei asked. It must work. Zhou affirmed, you can fight Lu Bu again, I'll help you ask the Lord to borrow the Jedi Shadow, and then you'll be able to have a real battle with Lu Bu. When Dian Wei heard this, he got excited again. Being able to truly battle Lu Bu, the #1 fierce man, again was something he wanted to do the most. He wanted to reformulate the ranking on the martial generals list. He wanted to be #1. Sir, I actually have one more thing to ask for. Dian Wei added. Speak. Zhou said. Dian Wei said, Sir, you see inside our military camp, everyone has their own characters, such as Su Gongming, Zhao Wana, and even old Su, that big old man, is called Zhang Kang. He paused a little and added, I come from a poor background, my father doesn't even know how to read, and it's already great to be able to give me a name, so I don't have a character, hee. Zhou listened and understood. At this time, calling someone by their name is a very rude thing to do, unless the person you call is your enemy, or someone you never wanted to respect. When in Rome, Zhou always called others by their words, and for Lao Dian who did not have a word, he directly called Lao Dian to avoid calling him by his name. There weren't many people who could make Zhou call them by their first name, either they had a low status or when they were having private discussions with Cao Cao and the others, they would directly name Liu Bei, Yuan, and the others. These were their opponents, or enemies. Help you think of a word? Zhou asked. Dian Wei said expectantly, that's right. Zhou said, the Lord will call you, ancient evil lie, how about the word evil lie? He was also too lazy to think of words, but when he said so, he felt a bit perfunctory to Dian Wei, and was about to change it when he saw Dian Wei excitedly running out. From now on, you can call me Wicked Come. He said, I don't know how to listen to him, but I don't know how to listen to him, he said. He also shocked Wang listening. Zhou. Forget it, evil come is evil come. Old Deng can be happy. Zhou watched old Dian leave and continued to lie down in the rear army. To fight Lu Bu, now was not the time. I'm not sure if it's the right time to do it, but I'm not sure if it's the right time to do it. However, after lying for a while, Wang Lisan came in to pass the message, saying that Jian Yong from Liu Bei's department came. Jian Xianha? Zhou curiously went out to take a look, and could really see Jian Yong waiting outside the tent, smiled and said, Xianha looking for me, what's the matter? On Jian Yong's face, a smile also appeared. It's like this, our Lord admires Du Ji's ability, and has prepared some drinks in the camp, and would like to invite Mr. back to have a seat. Zhou understood. Lu De Air was trying to dig in? Inside Cao Cao's military camp, digging for Cao Cao's corner, Zhou had to admire Liu Bei's boldness and wasn't afraid of being directly kaboomed by Zhou. Yes. Zhou hesitantly agreed. Nor was he worried that Cao Cao would be suspicious or anything. They were all family now, there was no suspicion. Zhou followed Jian Yong and quickly arrived at Liu Bei's camp, and then went to the tent, only to see that Liu Bei had really prepared a banquet of food and wine, waiting for his arrival. Du Ji. Liu Bei was so enthusiastic that he greeted him with a smile. Maybe it is worried that Zhang Fei is there and will talk nonsense. Liu Bei temporarily let Guan and Zhang both go to other tents. Guan Yu is to stabilize Zhang Fei, leaving only Jian Yong and Sun Qian them. Chapter 103, Clumsy Tactics. Du Ji, quickly please sit down. Liu Bei was so enthusiastic that he even pulled Zhou's hand and gently touched the back of it before inviting Zhou to sit down. Zhou was startled and hurriedly drew his hand back, hiding it behind his back. No wonder people in later generations say that Cao Wei is a good man's wife, Sun Wu is a good lowly, and Lu Shu is all bases, and then seeing Liu Bei's passionate and somewhat ambiguous eyes towards himself, Zhou felt that this was a very good saying. He began to worry a little bit if Liu Bei had any mischievous intentions towards himself. Liu Bei didn't notice that Zhou was a bit resistant to his enthusiasm, he just smiled slightly and said, for Duanji to be able to come, makes my place fluffy. Xiandi invited me here, what is the matter? Zhou did not hypocritize too much with him and asked right to the point. Inviting himself to catch up for no reason, Zhou felt that Liu Bei had a problem, he must be craving for himself, and this craving should not be physical, but ability. Liu Bei gave him a feeling that he was ready to dig into Cao Cao's wall. It also showed quite obviously. I admire Watari's ability, so I invited Watari back. May I ask what Watari thinks about the situation in the world today? Liu Bei did not immediately propose to dig in. Before digging in, he needs to chat a bit more to facilitate the enhancement of feelings. The world's situation, united for a long time will be divided, divided for a long time will be united, that's all. Chen Zhou said casually. This was something he had said to Cao Cao and the others a long time ago. Combining for a long time will lead to division, and dividing for a long time will lead to unity? Sun Qian's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Wadishi's 8 words clearly summarize the current situation of the Great Han. Now that the vassals are in chaos, the group is divided, and the Great Han has been unifying the world for many years. There is indeed a sign of a long period of unity that will lead to a long period of division. Chen Zhou just nodded slightly. Liu Bei pondered for a while and sighed quietly, as a Han, I intend to support the world and revitalize the Han again, but it is not easy to protect myself. From the crusade against the Yellow Turbans, to the current Xuzhou storm clouds. Liu Bei felt that he was the one who had mixed the worst. Please ask Duji, what should I do? Saying this, he looked towards Chen Zhou with a blazing gaze. Chen Zhou pretended to think and said, Xiande should maintain this initial heart to help the Han. You should know that there aren't many lords in the world that can have this heart. Other than Chao Xikong, Xiande is probably the only one left. This response, said and unsaid, is almost the same. As soon as Liu Bei heard it, he understood that it was perfunctory. Cao Cao has a hammer heart to help the Han, but he wasn't angry either, and laughed. Duji is right. By the way, I wonder if Duji likes martial arts. With a twinkle in his eye, he changed the subject. Somewhat interested. Chen Zhou did want to practice martial arts. After all, in a chaotic world, having a bit of skill in one's body was having the conditions to save one's life. Naiha Dianwei and Su Chu both said that Chen Zhou was old, bones forming, now practicing martial arts basically difficult to achieve, at most just practicing some superficial moves, in addition to strengthening the body, not very useful, the achievement will not be great. In this regard, he also regretted for a while. It's good if you like it. I have a precious sword that I would like to give to Duji, someone come. Liu Bei said and drank. Soon there was a soldier that came in holding a sword and put it in front of Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou unsheathed it and took a look at it, a very ordinary steel sword, just better quality, higher hardness, as well as a bit sharper than the average iron sword. This was something that was also available in the Cao camp. It was not difficult for Chen Zhou to forge it. It was obvious that Liu Bei wanted to poach himself, but if he used the double-stranded sword to pull some strings, Chen Zhou could still look at Liu Bei in a high light. To casually take out a broken sword and try to pull himself in, Chen Zhou felt that Liu Bei was too stingy and might as well just give the blue and blue sword to Ma Chao's boss Chao. In fact, Liu Bei also wants to trench a hand, but the bag is shy, double-stranded sword for him, extremely meaningful, property cannot take hand, think about the only way to send a better sword. This is already his maximum limit, originally wanted to give Chen to. Good sword. Chen Zhou cooperatively accepted it and politely said, thank you Xiande for the good sword. Liu Bei saw that Chen Zhou seemed to like it quite a bit, and with that he also smiled and happily said, it's fine if Duoji likes it, come on, let's drink. Saying this he raised his glass and gave another look to Jian Yong and Sun Qian. After drinking a glass of wine with each other, Jian Yong first said, Duji, why don't you come over and help Xiande? Xiande is the son of heaven's imperial uncle and intends to help the world, we are all working for the Great Han. Sun Qian concurred, Xian he is right, with Duji's ability, and with the Lord's benevolence and name, it would be easy to pacify the world. Here it comes, finally. Chen Zhou guessed correctly that this was a dig. But Liu Bei's digging up the wall did not work. Put the words so directly, Jian Yong and Sun Qian is also not work, which someone so help their Lord to dig up the people? I am by the side of the Son of Heaven, serving the Son of Heaven, it is the same. Chen Zhou politely smiled and made such a response. But this response was similar to a refusal. Jian Yong was going to say something else, but Liu Bei slightly shook his head and gave them another look as if to say that there is no rush, what he did just now was still too hasty. Let's continue eating and drinking. Liu Bei laughed. Chen Zhou had no choice but to cooperate with them, no longer talking about anything else, but simply eating and drinking a meal. After carrying on pretty much, Chen Zhou got up and said, there are still some things I need to be busy with over there, so I won't bother Xiande. Talking with Duji, I was enlightened, I just hate that I couldn't get to know Duji earlier. Liu Bei is also a person who knows how to act, this statement should have been hypocritical, but can't hear a bit of hypocrisy, slowly sincere, and said, if Duoji is free, come over to my side more often to sit down, Xian he sends Duoji back. No need.
Xuzhou slightly shook his head, made another bow and walked out of the tent. But just as he lifted the curtain of the tent, he smelled a fragrant wind coming out to meet his face, and then bumped into a soft body on top of it.
Bang! It seemed like something else was broken.
Xuzhou realized that he had bumped into someone, or a woman, and immediately reached out to hold her up, and the other thing that was broken was a wine altar with wine all over the ground. Waiting for the curtain to part, Xuzhou saw that he had bumped into a very beautiful woman still, wearing a young woman's hair bun, dressed in ordinary and simple clothes, but somewhat ill-fitting. The reason why it was ill-fitting was because on her body, it appeared to be a bit narrow, the fabric on her heart, held open by a strong tension, stretched tightly. However, with a surfeit of waist, the clothes appeared a bit wide, and could only be gathered with a girdle, revealing the perfect little savage waist in all its splendor. Looking at the woman in front of him, her skin was as fair as jade, her posture was charming, and her appearance was beautiful.
What a white jade beauty!
Almost the instant he saw her, Xuzhou concluded that the woman who could appear in Liu Bei's military camp and be so beautiful was none other than that jade beauty's Mrs. Gone.
What happened?
Liu Bei's voice came out in the tent. Xuzhou suddenly awoke with a start. Realizing that when he had just held Lady Gone, his hand inadvertently held on the soft waist, the distance was drawn a little close, the aroma was pungent, and the feel of the hand was quite good.
Hastily let go and took 2 steps back. Chapter 104 Liu Bei, your wife is nice. Careless, bumped into someone.
Xuzhou heard Liu Bei's footsteps as he was about to come out and had to say first.
In fact, in his heart, he wanted to say, Liu Bei, your wife is nice.
Mrs. Gone, fearfully, also took 2 steps back and lowered her head, not daring to have eye contact with Xuzhou.
The next moment, Liu Bei came out.
Seeing that it was Mrs. Gone who came, and the wine on the ground, he said, "Why are you here?" The tone of his voice was still full of dissatisfaction with Mrs. Gone. He did not know if he was dissatisfied that Mrs. Gone had rushed Xuzhou, or he had long been dissatisfied with Mrs. Gone as a person. After all, people were caught by Lu Bu once, although Mrs. Gone said that Lu Bu did not treat himself like what, but who knows if it is true or not. Liu Bei again did not get to see it with his own eyes, and that these are related to the issue of a man's dignity. Second uncle said that your wine may not be enough to drink, so
let me send a little over.
Hearing Liu Bei blame his own words, Mrs. Gone put her head even lower and said with some timidity and aggression.
Xuzhou laughed and said, Shinda, no need to blame madam, it's because I didn't pay attention when I went out and had a little accident, I'll go back first.
Duji, go slowly. On Liu Bei's face, he finally regained his smile and watched Xuzhou leave. Only then did Mrs. Gone slowly raise her head, looking towards Xuzhou's distant back, not knowing why. Her heart was a little messy, her heart was in a state of flux, her dear was in a state of confusion. Compared to Xuzhou and Liu Bei, the former was so much better. She just felt that Xuzhou was good-looking and gentle, not minding her offense, but also able to speak for herself. Just thinking about it for a moment longer made her feel flushed. Xuzhou, who was going back, rubbed his chin and thought, how come Liu Bei couldn't see Emoju by his side? It seemed like there was only a Mrs. Me. Could it be that because of his arrival, history has deviated and Emoju no longer invested in Liu Bei, or maybe it was too late to invest and Liu Bei's home was stolen?
Emoju should have been trapped in Shopee, with no way to leave with Liu Bei.
Thinking this way, he soon returned to the Cao camp just in time to meet Cao Cao head-on.
Duji, I heard that Liu Bei invited you there?
Cao Cao asked with some concern. Upon hearing this, Xuzhou laughed and graciously admitted, Liu Bei wanted to draw me in, and he even used this broken sword to do so. With that, he unsheathed his sword and told what had just happened.
Just this? Cao Cao glanced at the broken sword and said disdainfully, it's easy for Watanuki to want a sword. Someone come, bring me my heavenly sword. Don't!
Xuzhou waved his hand and refused, a precious sword is given to a hero, I'm not a hero, using the Lord's sword is a waste, I can't have it.
But then, I would like to ask for one thing. As long as your lordship is willing to part with it, old Dian might be able to hang Lu Bu. He thought for a moment and added. Really? Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was eager to see how Duan Wei would hang Lu Bu and asked, what is it? My lord's Jedi shadow. Arrange it.
Cao Cao didn't mince words at all and told Shao Jia, who was by his side, to go back and get a horse. If using one Jedi shadow could boost Dian Wei's combat power, it would definitely not be a loss, and in the future, there would be one more in the army, a fierce general comparable to Lu Bu, and 10 Jedi shadows would not be as valuable as this.
I will first thank the Lord for old Dian, many thanks.
Xuzhou thought back, what would happen next, and added, before long, we will have to fight Lu Bu again, whether Lao Dian can beat Lu Bu or not, we will soon be able to know.
Good. Cao Cao was looking forward to it. Before long, Xiahou Jia brought Jedi Shadow.
Zhou brought Jade Shadow back to the rear army camp, only to see the artisans in the army, still building saddles and stirrups, so he didn't disturb them. Just now he drank some wine, his head was a little dazed and confused, so he laid down and rested.
Night. Sir. Dian Wei came again and exclaimed, Sir really asked for the Lord's Jedi Shadow?
Zhou was woken up and rubbed his temples and got up. Old Dian, disturbing someone's sleep is an immoral thing. In order to improve your strength, I specifically asked the Lord for it.
Dian Wei gratefully said, Many thanks, sir, it's my fault, hee. But sir, you can call me evil.
He had already spread his word throughout the entire Cao camp. It was also necessary to let the others call themselves Wicked Lie, no more Old Dian.
Alright, I know, Lao Dian. Zhou said and went back to sleep. Dian Wei. The next morning.
Zhou was woken up again by a sudden sound and stepped out of the tent to see, only to see that Dian Wei was holding a pair of iron stirrups and gently tapping them, making a crisp crashing sound. There was also that saddle, which Dian Wei could not understand what it was, as well as what it was for. A night passed and the smiths at the barracks manufactured the things.
Sir is up. Dian Wei put the stirrups down, examined them for a moment, and then asked, I didn't wake up mister, did I? I was indeed woken up by you.
However, Zhou was not so concerned about this and added, Someone come, fix these to the back of the Jedi Shadow. As for how to fix them, he was also the one to instruct. These things, too, were simple and easy to maneuver, and after a while, the first warhorse in history to wear a saddle appeared as such.
Try it on. Zhou said.
Sir, what if it falls off?
Old Dian, you have thick skin and flesh, are you still afraid of pain?
Sir, call me evil, I'm not afraid of pain, but I'm afraid of falling down.
Good old Deng, quickly go up and give it a try.
Under Zhou's firm request, Dian Wei still got on the horse. After sitting firmly on it, he moved and found that this was quite comfortable. This thing is called a saddle, and those two iron ones are called stirrups. Put your feet on top of the stirrups.
Zhou saw that Dian Wei did as he was told and added, Run one and try. Dian Wei shook his head slightly, a reluctant look.
Zhou looked at his tiger's back and waist, but was afraid of falling off the horse, looked at the horsewhip by his side and raised a whip to whip down hard. Jedi Shadow was originally relatively docile, but at this time, he ate the pain and instinctively ran.
Sir, don't Eek.
Dian Wei had wanted to yell, but realized that when the warhorse ran, it actually didn't fall down.
Even when his hands let go of the reins, he didn't fall. Gradually, his confidence returned, steering his horse to run on the school field without anything happening at all, and the whole person instantly floated. Sir, throw up my iron halberd, I want to give it a try.
Dian Wei said excitedly. Finally being able to fight on the back of a horse, he now couldn't wait to try and see if using an iron halberd on the back of a horse would fall off.
Zhou.
That a pair of iron halberd, heavy very, not to mention thrown to him, is to let Zhou lift up is also strenuous. Zhou couldn't lift it, and Wang Listen didn't have the strength to do so either. Dian Wei quickly realized that it is not right, awkwardly laughed, he came down to lift the halberd, and then turned on the horse, shouted and rushed out. A pair of iron halberd, in the hands constantly waving. Under the seat of the Jedi Shadow steed, running faster and faster, after Dian Wei adapted, the iron halberd waved even faster, completely without the feeling of having to fall off the horse.
Cool. Dian Wei laughed excitedly. Chapter 105, Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Deng's submission.
Cao Cao was curious as to how Zhou was able to give Dian Wei the ability to defeat Lu Bu through Jedi Shadow. Early this morning, he took Su Chu with him and headed for the rear army.
Just as they arrived at the edge of the schoolyard, they froze for a moment.
Dian Wei was not good at riding a horse, and was afraid of falling off on horseback, they knew that, but at this time, not only could he ride a horse, but he could also steer his horse to run fast, and while running he could also wave his iron halberd at the same time. A pair of iron halberd, Dian Wei hit the tiger wind. It was completely different from what they perceived inside.
Zhong Kong, I just now didn't blink, did I? Cao Cao asked in disbelief.
Su Chu had just determined that he was not blindsided, and then hearing Cao Cao ask this question, he faintly shook his head to indicate that it was all true, that Dian Wei could really run on horseback. At the same time, he could think of why Zhou said that Dian Wei could get the ability to defeat Lu Bu through the Jedi Shadow. Without a warhorse, Dian Wei is only fighting on foot and can already fight Lu Bu for hundreds of rounds without losing. If he is assisted by a warhorse again, Lu Bu's name as the world's #1 fierce general may be snatched away by Dian Wei, or this world's #1 will have to be ranked side by side with Dian Wei.
Suchu Nva. Of course, also feel happy for Dian Wei. Du Ji. Cao Cao saw next to him, sitting on a small horse zipper to watch Xuzhou, asked, wicked to this is. How to do it? Lord. Xuzhou got up and bowed. Dian Wei ran back just in time, made the Jedi stop, and excitedly jumped down and said, Lord, I want to fight Lu Bu for 300 rounds right now, huh? After the excitement, he patted the saddle and explained, it's Mr. Who made this, so I'm no longer afraid of riding horses. This is? Cao Cao's gaze fell on top of the saddle. Xuzhou said, these are called saddles and stirrups. With the aid of this, fighting on horseback can be much more convenient. In fact, Lord can borrow this to form a more elite cavalry. At these words, a bright light flashed through Cao Cao's eyes. There was no need for Xuzhou to remind him of this, he was just about to do the same. When he pacified Guanzhong, Xuzhou had brought back quite a few warhorses, and if aided by this kind of thing, the cavalry that was formed, he was confident that he would have no problem sweeping across the grasslands those Xianbei people who were good at cavalry combat. I thought of a type of cavalry called the tiger leopard cavalry. Tiger cavalry is heavy cavalry. Leopard cavalry is light cavalry. What does Lord think? Xuzhou's impression was that the tiger and leopard cavalry was the cavalry that Cao Cao had formed after the Battle of Guandu when he annexed Yuanshao's territory and obtained Yuanshao's resources. The first time it made its appearance was at the Battle of Nampi, when it killed Yuan Tan. Xuzhou had brought it forward. Tiger leopard cavalry? Cao Cao recited this name for a while and clapped his hands. Duji's idea, it's pretty much the same as mine. In fact, I've always wanted to form a stronger cavalry, and it's better with the aid of these things, the tiger and leopard cavalry. Then it's called the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, it's a name I like. Later he will write back, tell Sinyue in Shudu to build enough saddles and stirrups, after fighting Lu Bu in Yuanshu, the first time to form the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Let the lords of the world, under his hooves, tremble. Lord, when are we going to fight Lu Bu? Dian Wei's hands were itching, his wariness could not be pressed, he wanted to go out and fight Lu Bu again right away. Xuzhou asked, after we besieged the city, did Lu Bu send someone secretly out of the city and go south to Shochuan? Cao Cao was surprised, what Ariji even knows this? On the very night of the siege, Lu Bu sent someone out of the city quietly. At the time, they went to intercept it, but the man who left the city ran too fast, still riding a warhorse, and their cavalry didn't mobilize in time enough to let it get out. This matter he hadn't mentioned to Xuzhou yet. That's right then. Xuzhou said, Shen Gong will definitely ask Lu Bu to arrange for someone to contact Yuan Shu. He wants to ease the pressure on Xiapi through Yuan Shu, so the recent military information coming back from Yi Cheng's side, Jiawanha will clearly indicate that the defense is under a bit of pressure, but it's still holding. That's right. Cao Cao was used to being shocked. Hearing Xuzhou analyze all of this one by one into place was completely unsurprising. Yuan Shu must have gotten Lu Bu's request to increase the intensity of his attack on Yi Cheng a bit, but not very much. He is, right now, supposed to be in a headache for Sun Tzu, but he also wants to completely subjugate Lu Bu and use him for himself, looking at Lu Bu's formidable strength. Then getting Lu Bu's request, Yuan Shu will agree, but they have talked about the marriage before. Yuan Shu must let Lu Bu marry his daughter and send her to Shochuan before he is willing to support Lu Bu. Lu Bu will agree, he wants to send his daughter safely out of our encirclement, only he can personally escort her. Lao Dian wants to fight Lu Bu, he has to wait for this time. Xuzhou analyzed a little more based on this history. Lu Bu only had one daughter and no other descendants. If Yuan Shu's son married Lu Bu's daughter, he would basically be able to get Lu Bu's full defection, wanting exactly what Lu Bu wanted to help him charge into battle and dry out Sun Tzu and the others. My lord needs to continue to keep an eye out. If someone breaks into Xiapi from the south, it means that Yuan Shu's reply to Lu Bu is back. We can block him slightly but let him enter the city smoothly and wait for Lu Bu to leave the city. Xuzhou added. If this could take down Lu Bu, it would also save the step of flooding Xiapi. With Lu Bu taken down, Xiapi could almost be defeated. Without Lu Bu, Shen Gong would not be able to subdue the guards in Xiapi. Good. Jade in front of him, Cao Cao completely trusted Xuzhou's judgment and analysis of the future. He believed that Lu Bu would definitely follow the direction that Xuzhou said. Uncle. At this moment, Xiao Jia arrived and said, Mr. Feng Xiao has returned with Chen Yuanlong. Cao Cao was surprised, really recruited Chen Deng? After speaking, he went straight back to the center army to receive Chen Deng. Previously, he had killed too many people in Xuzhou for the sake of food, and at this time, he had to go through the Xuzhou clansmen to salvage his reputation in Xuzhou and whitewash his initial massacre.
Xuzhou was also a bit interested in Chen Deng, and together they went to the center army, leaving Dian Wei on the schoolyard to play slowly with Jade's shadow.
Greetings, Cao Sikong.
Cao Cao had just arrived outside the center army tent when he saw Chen Deng waiting.
Chen Deng saluted first. Yuan Long is welcome. Cao Cao said enthusiastically, quickly go to my main tent, someone order the back kitchen and prepare the food and wine, I want to feast on Yuan Long, by the way let me introduce you to Yuan Long, Xuzhou Chenduji.
He invited Chen Deng into his main tent, and introduced the people around him again. At this time, Liu Bei didn't know where he got the news and also ran over. Seeing that Chen Deng of the Xuzhou scholar faction had defected to Cao Cao, who had once killed Xuzhou, for a moment he couldn't believe that what he was seeing was true. When he was in Xuzhou, he had only ever gotten support from the scholarly faction, but the representative of the scholarly faction, Mo Zhu, hadn't been able to follow him out of Shopi at the time. The scholar faction is the most important force in Xuzhou, and if you can get the support of the scholar faction, you can basically get the whole of Xuzhou, just short of taking the big city of Shopi. Liu Bei saw this and was so sour that his teeth fell out. Viciously envious.
Mentally asking, why not me? Chapter 106, The Tiger Woman. Liu Bei, sourly, watched Cao Cao entertain Chen Deng, wishing he could take his place. After a round of banquets, Liu Bei had no choice but to return to his camp with jealousy and envy, wondering in his heart, what is the difference between Cao Cao and me? As for Cao Cao and the others, they immediately followed the plan and preached benevolence and virtue to the outside world, publicizing that Chen Deng had come to join them, and that Cao Cao would not commit any offense against Chen's people in the autumn, and would no longer kill them. Through Chen Deng's affair, he recruited other lineages within the boundaries of Xuzhou. Guangling County surrendered, but there were still Donghai and Langya, and Cao Cao needed all those governors to surrender voluntarily, win without a fight, and then focus his forces on Shopi. Follow through to the end with Zhengzhou's Xuzhou people ruling Xuzhou. Chen Deng received Cao Cao's courtesy and hospitality, and also let go of his previous concerns that Cao Cao was really different from the last massacre. Inside Cao's camp, today is still quite joyous. The only one who is still skeptical is Liu Bei next to the camp, who continues to wonder how he compares to the massacred Cao Cao. This situation continued into the night. In the evening, several fast horses, riding in the night, quickly ran from the south towards Shopi. Although Cao's army blockaded Shopi, Shopi covers a large area, so it is difficult to fully blockade it from the periphery, and they just concentrated their troops near the city gates to canton the guards. As for the other city walls, sentry posts were set up separately to keep an eye on the walls to prevent people from slipping through the ropes and running away. At this moment those several fast horses were precisely passing between sentry posts and sentry posts. The distance between each sentry post, which was 300 paces, contained 300 men and placed war drums. The sound of the horses' hoofs was especially noticeable as they suddenly sounded just before nightfall. Several fast horses had just approached when they were spotted by the men at the sentry posts. What men? One of the Cao soldiers on sentry duty shouted. Other soldiers also noticed a war horse approaching and immediately sounded the war drums, which echoed in the wilderness outside the city and were very obvious in the dark night. Hearing a sentry post beating the war drums, other sentry posts then echoed in agreement. The drums rumbled. Not only did it startle all the Cao soldiers blockading Shopi, it also startled Shopi's guards near the moat. Someone is breaking into the pass, archers stand by. The soldiers at the sentry post quickly rushed out, drawing their bows to meet those knights and war horses and shoot. The knights on horseback, all of whom were the good ones in the parallel state wolf riders, drew their swords and sheathed their swords to knock down the incoming arrows, and there were also Cao army's cavalrymen, who rushed forward to meet them. Lower the drawbridge. The guards of Shopi by the moat, seeing their own people coming back, shouted out. Bang! The drawbridge quickly fell over the moat. Cao's soldiers rushed out at this time, want to intercept already too late, fast horses rushed across the moat, drawbridge was quickly hoisted up. Seeing this, Cao's soldiers, the only way to pull the bow to the other side of the bank to shoot over. The impact is not very big, those fast horses ran back directly, the city gate was closed again. On the side of the moat, the guards of Shopi rushed to defend. But Cao's army did not attack the pass. The moat is connected to the Surabaya, deep and vast, the former Tao Qian in order to defend the convenience of Shopi, not a few dredging and widening of the moat, want to attack the pass is not easy. Cao Cao's army stopped and took this news and quickly reported it upwards. In fact, they also got Cao Cao's order to deliberately release the water, that several fast horses thus can pass the defense between the posts, back to within Shopi. After a while, Cao Cao and Zhengzhou arrived. Cao Cao and Zhengzhou also came to the vicinity of the guard post just now. Looking up towards the other side of the moat,
They only saw that inside and outside of Shopping City, quiet had been restored.
Duji guessed right again.
Wei Jia said admiringly, Lu Bu will indeed send someone to contact Yuan Shu and ask for Yuan Shu's support. The person who went to contact him has finally returned. Shenzhou raised his head and said, in recent times, we have to strengthen our defenses. Lu Bu is going to send his daughter south to Yuan Shu to get married.
Lu Bu is really willing to marry his daughter? Cao Cao asked.
Shenzhou said,
definitely willing. With Shopping under siege, he's more panicked than us, so as long as there's an opportunity, how could he let it go?
Do what Duji said, strengthen the defenses, and don't let go of any movement outside of Shopping City. Cao Cao pondered for a moment and directly followed Shenzhou's plan.
Cut off Lu Bu's retreat to seek help from Yuan Shu. Inside Shopping City.
A young girl of 14 or 15 years old wielded a long spear that was much longer than herself. The spear shaft breaks through the air and strikes the sound of tiger winds, which is very powerful, and there is a certain achievement in spearmanship.
Father said that the heart of the spear is like fire, the spear is like my heart. Within 6 feet, I am invincible. Look at my prairie 100 slashes.
The young girl's gun swung even faster, the gun shadows overlapped, one after another, and within 6 feet, there was indeed no one who could come close to her. As Lu Bu watched from the side, he smiled faintly and said appreciatively, Ling Qi's gun skills, they're progressing really fast. That young girl was none other than Lu Bu's only daughter, Lu Lingqi. Lu Bu was not only good at using the halberd, his spear skills weren't bad either, but in his opinion, the halberd was better and more lethal. Beside Lu Bu, there was another beautiful woman in her early 30s, none other than Lu Bu's wife Yan, who shook her head slightly and said, teaching Ling Qi to dance with a sword and a spear, how can you marry in the future?
Ling Qi likes it, of course I have to teach it. Lu Bu laughed and added, who says my daughter has no one? Yuan Shu has been wanting to marry our Ling Qi, for his son, and I've rejected them all outright.
Yan was aware of these things, and hearing Lu Bu mention it, she looked towards Lu Lingqi again and asked, if Yuan Shu has to ask Lingqi to help us defend Shopping, would husband be willing to marry Lingqi off to Huainan?
This question made Lu Bu silent.
Yuan Shu was a guy he didn't care for. But Yuan Shu must have asked for this. Lu Bu was not sure if he should marry his daughter or not. If Shopping could not be defended, their family would have to die. The only person who can save them seems to be Yuan Shu.
Alas!
Lu Bu sighed long and didn't speak, unable to answer this question. At this moment, under Lu Bu's ministry, a strategist called Wang Kai walked in sharply.
Husband, you have something to do, go talk. Yan understood that there should be another urgent military situation. Lu Bu nodded slightly and left the backyard first.
At this time, Lu Lingqi finished her maneuvers, put away her lance, and came bouncing back.
Mother, where is my father? Did I practice well? Lu Lingqi asked expectantly.
Your father received a military message and went to work. He said that he practiced well and improved rapidly.
Yan wiped the beads of sweat on her daughter's forehead. Really? Lu Lingqi leaped. At this time, she didn't have much of a sense of crisis yet, only to see Yan's face full of sadness and asked, Mother, what's wrong with you? Did father bully you?
I'm going to settle the score with him. Yan hugged Lu Lingqi and shook her head slightly. Your father didn't bully me, I'm just worried for Shopping.
Big sister, Ling Qi.
At this time, another even more beautiful woman walked to the backyard.
The visitor was none other than Diaochan, who asked worriedly, what's wrong with you guys? Are you worried about something again?
When Shopping was besieged, it was only Lu Lingqi who didn't feel much under her father's protection, and the women kept frowning, getting more worried by the day.
Chapter 107, Yuan Shu's Demands. What is it?
Lu Bu asked worriedly when he saw that Wang Kai came to him somewhat anxiously. Wang Kai said, the people we sent to Huainan have returned. Yuan Shu agreed to our request and can send troops to help us solve the danger of Shopping, but he is now simply shocking Chao's army in Yicheng, and he said that if he wants Huainan to fully send out troops against Cao Cao, he must honor the agreement he made when he married his daughter.
Lu Bu.
Only a moment ago, he was chatting with Yan about what he could do if Yuan Shu had to make him marry his daughter, and whether he should agree to it or not, but he had never thought that it would come true straight away. Yuan Shu had to let him marry his daughter before he was willing to send out troops to fully attack Cao Cao. Call Gongtai and the others, let's discuss what to do. Lu Bu was now having a headache. He didn't have many plans, only bravery, and couldn't think of what he could do. But despising Yuan Shu, he was true again, and kept thinking that if Yuan Shu didn't have the Yuan clan at his back, he would definitely be inferior to himself. After a while, Shengon, to the council hall.
Yuan Shu must currently want to settle Sun Tzu and maintain internal stability before dealing with Cao Cao.
After getting the news, Chen Gong made a brief judgment and analyzed if he truly wanted to deal with Cao Cao. After learning that Cao Cao's main force was besieging Shopi, he must have fully attacked Yicheng, but Yuan didn't do that. His plan was to secure the interior before defending against the exterior. Beside Lu Bu, another strategist, Susi, said, according to Gong Tai, Yuan's request for Marquis Yuan to marry his daughter was just an excuse, and even if he did, he wouldn't necessarily attack Cao Cao in full force? Chen Gong pondered for a long time, and said uncertainly, I'm not sure what the situation is on Sun Tzu's side for now. Many things are not easy to judge. We're trapped in Shopi, and we can barely get any military information from places like Huainan and Yanzhou. Without the support of military information, I'm worried that I'm misleading Marquis Yuan. Now even Chen Gong can't judge what should be done next. Lu Bu was even more fidgety. Yuan wanted his only daughter, and Cao Cao was besieging the city outside. Caught in a dilemma, what could he do? Is it possible to defect to Cao Cao? Gong Tai, what can I do? Lu Bu's only saving grace could only be Chen Gong. Marquis Yuan can arrange for someone to inquire as much as possible about the situation in Huainan and other places so I can make a judgment. But we still have a doubt that will not be answered for now. Chen Gong really didn't dare, under the premise of nothing being clear, to give Lu Bu too many suggestions and approaches. What Gong Tai is talking about is why Cao Cao is not attacking the city. Wang Kai asked. Cao Cao had besieged the city for a while, during which time he had simply surrounded it, not even being able to cross the moat, much less attack the city, so that wasn't quite the same as what they perceived. Yes. Why is Cao Cao only surrounding and not attacking? What exactly is he waiting for? Or is there another trick up his sleeve? Chen Gong said. What Cao Cao was waiting for was exactly what Xuzhou had said about the time of day. It was impossible for them to think of what Xuzhou's heavenly timing was. Even Cao Cao and Gui Jia couldn't think of them. Lu Bu immediately felt that retreating to Shopi was a very incorrect choice. Yuan was making it difficult for him to move from side to side, and Cao Cao's trickery was making it impossible for them to see through it. I still suggest that Marquis Yuan marry his daughter. Wang Kai said, the situation is unclear as to what Cao Cao is trying to do out there, and if we don't seek a way back, Marquis Yuan shouldn't have a clue in his heart. Susi concurred, actually, I also think that it's possible to marry. What about Gong Tai? Lu Bu asked once more. Chen Gong sighed, actually, it can be married, but what needs to be worried about is whether Yuan will use deceit. Still, I can't judge Yuan's current situation. But if he uses deceit, the Lord may have to lose a daughter. The implication of his words was that he was using his daughter to bet on whether or not Yuan would use deception. If it would not, the siege of Shopi could be eased. If it would, Lu Lingqi could not return, but Lu Bu had nothing else to lose, just a daughter. In their mindset, daughters are far less important than men. Even if they were used for sacrifice, it wouldn't hurt. For example, when Liu Bei was in Changban, his two daughters were separated and no one cared about them, but when Ado was separated, Zhao Yun killed 7 times to bring him back. But Lu Bu had only one daughter and no son. Putting his daughter, he valued her still more. If Marquis Yuan can't let go, he can try to negotiate with Cao Cao. According to the news I've gotten from outside, Chen Yuanlong defected to Cao Cao, but Chen Yuanlong still has 2 younger brothers who are in our city of Shopi. Chen Gong said, it would be better to utilize Chen's people and have a chat with Cao Cao, but the likelihood of success is not great. The deliberations ended quickly. In fact, there was nothing to discuss, but Lu Bu ordered Hao Meng to capture Chen Deng's brother. Back to the backyard. Lu Bu saw that Lu Lingqi was still practicing her gun, and she was even more reluctant to part with it when she saw that she was back and ran over to him to let him instruct her on how to practice. The matter of Lu Bu and the others, breaking hard into the sentry post, quickly fell silent in the Cao camp. Everything was within Chen Zhou's calculations, and Cao Cao and the others did nothing for the time being, but just continued to strengthen their defenses. The next day, Chen Zhou just got up and saw that Dianwei was still practicing his halberd on horseback. In order to defeat Lu Bu, Dianwei was now working very hard, galloping his horse while wielding his halberd, recalling Lu Bu's various fighting styles in his mind, striving to be perfect. Even if he couldn't defeat Lu Bu, he should at least make a draw. Evil Lai, how long have you been practicing? Chen Zhou asked. Only then did Dianwei stop with a pull of the reins and panted, I started practicing before dawn. I made all the preparations in order to meet Lu Bu. Admirable. Chen Zhou had to say. Dianwei was really persistent, but it was no surprise. It was rare to meet a strong opponent. Even if Chen Zhou was Dianwei, he would treat it so solemnly. Taking this battle, looking at it as super important. Sir. At this time, Zhao Peng came and said, Lu Bu went out of the city and shouted across the moat, Uncle asked me to come and tell Mr. Is there any interest in going to see?
Lu Bu shouting across the bank? Chen Zhou was certainly interested.
They arrived at the center camp and met with Cao Cao before heading out of the camp together towards the moat. Lu Bei heard that Lu Bu was going to shout and also came out to watch together. Among them Chen Deng was also there because Lu Bu named Chen Deng to meet him. All of them came together to the river bank and looked across the bank towards Lu Bu. Only to see Lu Bu's side, there are two other men, hands and feet are tied, helplessly standing in the wind mess. Chen Deng could tell at a glance that it was none other than his own brother. From the moment he agreed to defect to Cao Cao, he should have expected so. The anger in Lu Bei's eyes when he saw Lu Bu was on the verge of erupting. Sooner or later, he would get this shameless villain killed.
LV Fengxian, what's the matter? Cao Cao asked indifferently as he looked across the river.
Lu Bu said, by my side, are Chen Yuanlong's clan brothers. I heard that Chen Yuanlong defected to Cao Xikong, so I want to use them as a condition to make peace with Cao Xikong. How about that?
He was only making peace, not surrendering. Just wanting Cao Cao to retreat, not wanting to offer up Shopee. Chapter 108. This is true. My lord, no.
Before Cao Cao could say anything, Chen Deng, who had followed him around, first said, You can't delay your lord's big event because of me. When Cao Cao heard this, he froze for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Deng to take the initiative to give up his own people, and recalling the tone of Chen Deng's words, it was a very sincere way of saying so, not a pretense of sincerity.
Yuan Long, your relatives, what about them? Cao Cao asked, turning back.
Before I came, my father had told me that my loved ones in Shopee are not as important as the Lord's great cause, and can be left alone if necessary. What the Lord wants to do is to pacify the world. If Xuzhou can't be pacified, how can we talk about the world? Chen Deng was so righteous that historically, he did choose to give up.
Cao Cao was moved.
When he first slaughtered Xuzhou, he slaughtered it so badly that he was still able to get the approval of the Xuzhou clansmen. In fact, what was slaughtered in the beginning was only the middle and lower classes of Xuzhou, and the upper class clans of scholars like the Chen clan were not affected much, and did not have too much damage to their interests. The Chen clan was not too resistant to Cao Cao.
Duji, Fengxiao. What do you guys think? What should I do?
Cao Cao thought that he couldn't let Chen Deng down, and that he had to save as many people as possible. At the side, Lu Bei, hearing this from Chen Deng, was going to be fiercely envious again, and wondering why it couldn't be himself, but that Cao Cao who slaughtered Xuzhou. Gui Jia is still trying to think of a solution, but Chen Zhou directly said, in fact, we really don't need to care about Chen Yuanlong's relatives. As soon as tonight, the person will be back.
Why does Duji say that? Cao Cao asked curiously. Lu Bei and Chen Deng, too, looked toward Chen Zhou in confusion.
Chen Zhou had to say, there are some things that I don't know how to explain. Anyway, you guys wait in the barracks at ease, the people will be back.
Could it be that Duo Ji has any special means? Gui Jia asked. Chen Zhou shook his head and laughed. What means can I have?
It's just all guesswork. People will definitely come back, trust me. According to his foreknowledge of history, Chen Deng's loved ones within Shopee City were safe and sound at all.
But such an explanation made them confused, and they wondered, what was Chen Zhou's basis for saying this? Could it be that Lu Bu would be merciful enough to let the people out?
If you believe me, go back and wait quietly. If you don't, there's nothing I can do.
Chen Zhou shrugged and let them make their own choice.
Cao Cao's eyes flashed with determination as he affirmed, I trust Duji, Yuan Long, you must trust Duji as well, let's go back and wait.
Chen Deng.
All right. He had already decided to sacrifice his loved ones.
It didn't really matter if he believed Chen Zhou or not.
And so, Cao Cao directly led his team back to the barracks, literally doing nothing. Lu Bei and the others were directly confused.
This is it? Why did they trust Chen Zhou so much? It was just as well that Cao Cao trusted it. But for someone as smart as Gui Jia to trust Chen Zhou?
Lu Bei and the people around him looked at each other, feeling incomprehensible. Big Brother, Cao Xikong and the others, is.
There's something wrong?
Zhang Fei said very directly.
Let's also go back, whether it is true or not, wait down to know. Lu Bei actually didn't believe in this evil, didn't believe that people would really come back on their own.
Rather, he wanted to see where Chen Zhou's confidence came from.
Opposite bank. Lu Bu.
They were confused in the wind.
Cao Cao left like this? Chen Deng left like this too? They didn't care about Chen Deng's loved ones at all? Gong Tai, what is this? Lu Bu asked Chen Gong at his side. Chen Gong.
He didn't know how to answer this question, but felt that it wasn't that simple, and that Cao Cao wouldn't care about his men. Why do they?
Chen Gong wondered. Back at the camp. Cao Sikong.
Liu Bei actually had one more question and chased after him. Why, have we not attacked Shopi yet? The army had surrounded the city for a long time, but they just didn't attack the city. Not going to save Chen Deng's clan, he temporarily put it aside not to dwell on it, but not attacking the city and only consuming with Lu Bu outside the city. They can't afford to consume all. I came out from Shopi. I know very well how much grain is stored in Shopi city. If Cao Sikong wants to consume with Lu Bu, I'm afraid we can't even consume Lu Bu.
Liu Bei added.
Xuzhou is an affluent place, and there is definitely a lot of grain. Back then, Tao Qian had hoarded a lot of grain in the city in response to Cao Cao's attack, and was prepared to borrow Shopi's solid, thick walls to fight a protracted war. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao laughed. I understand Xian De's concerns, but the time has not yet come to fight Lu Bu now.
What heavenly time?
Xian De, wait patiently, you'll know later.
Cao Cao pretended to be mysterious. In fact, he didn't know what the heavenly time was.
Anyway, what Xuzhou said, he could just do what he wanted. With their current troop strength, even if they attacked Shopi forcefully, they might not be able to fight for a month or two. According to Xuzhou's statement, the strong attack is a waste of troops. It is best to wait for the time of day.
Liu Bei.
How is it that the people in Cao camp are all strange and weird? But Cao Cao is so strange and weird, but also can develop so fast. Liu Bei is operating normally, but even his home is gone. What kind of world is this? Liu Bei expressed his displeasure. But next, everyone stayed in Cao Ying's center camp. They were curious if the person Xuzhou said would come back would really come back. Xuzhou had said that the earliest would be this evening. The crowd pressed on and decided to wait for a night to see.
Time flew to the night.
Inside the city of Shopi, Zhang Hong, the assassination officer of Lu Bu's ministry, felt that Lu Bu didn't have much hope anymore, and in case the city broke down, they wouldn't end up in a very good place. Instead of following Lu Bu, it would be better to take the two Chen brothers with them and quietly escape and surrender. With this idea, Zhang Hong quickly gathered his men, took them away, and then opened the gates of Shopi city through the token to go out. The drawbridge of the moat, Zhang Hong did not have the authority to lower it, so he crossed the river through the ferry and went straight to Chao's camp.
By the time Lu Bu got the news, the man had already run away.
Lu Bu became furious and killed all the soldiers guarding the Chen brothers, and could not relieve his anger. Gong Tai, I want to try and agree to Yuan Shu's request. Lu Bu considered it to the end and looked helplessly at Chen Gong, saying rather helplessly, please help me, Gong Tai, to send Lingqi out of the city and to Huainan. In fact, this was his last plan. Sending Lu Lingqi to Huainan might not be a bad thing. In case the city breaks down, Lu Lingqi can still be safe in Huainan and not fall into Cao Cao's hands.
Yuan Shu's son should treat his daughter well.
Lu Lingqi isn't bad looking, not to say she's a beautiful woman, but she's still a great beauty.
Meanwhile, Cao camp. Uncle.
Cao Ang hurriedly ran back and said excitedly, there's a man called Zhang Hong outside. He said he brought Chen Yuanlong's relatives and wants to defect to us.
Crowd.
When they heard this news, they first froze.
It's here, it's really here. Again, Zhenzhou was right. Chapter 109, Don't let Lu Bu marry his daughter.
Hearing that Zhang Hong had brought Chen Deng's younger brother to defect, Cao Cao and the others first froze, then their gazes fell on Zhenzhou. Unsurprisingly, it was Zhenzhou who was right again. But Cao Cao and the others, shocked and used to it, quickly didn't feel anything. Liu Bei and the others were different, looking at Zhenzhou's eyes, at this time, even more fiery, their hearts constantly thinking that they must get Zhenzhou, super eager to get it. A capable person who could foretell the future, Liu Bei thought that following Cao Cao was a waste of talent, and should assist himself as a Han clan member. Zhenzhou treated their eyes as if they didn't exist, quietly sitting aside, slowly pouring himself a cup of water, and didn't intend to explain this matter.
Because it was not good to explain.
Anyway, if they didn't ask, he was too lazy to say much else.
Yuan Long, let's go pick up the people.
Cao Cao was the first to slow down and led the crowd out the door. Liu Bei also followed out and came near the regulator gate, and sure enough, he saw Chen's people, standing outside the regulator gate, literally being sent back. The shock in his heart increased by several points.
It was too unbelievable, too unbelievable.
Seeing Cao Cao come out, Zhang Hong immediately expressed his willingness to surrender and submit to Cao Cao, and also brought Cao Cao quite a bit of intelligence about Lu Bu.
An assassin officer is in charge of intelligence. It's kind of like the head of the Secret Service in later times.
As an assassin officer under Lu Bu's ministry, Zhang Hong was more aware of everything around Lu Bu at this time, and also brought Cao Cao and the others a piece of news. Yuan Shu demanded that Lu Bu marry his daughter before he would be willing to send troops to support Shao.
Again, Shenzhou guessed correctly. Shenzhou always predicted Lu Bu's prediction.
Cao Cao settled the people, then went back to Shenzhou, briefly talked about the information that Zhang Hong had brought, and asked, what is his next step? How do we cut off Lu Bu's path to marry his daughter?
Our army besieged Shao.
Shenzhou thought for a moment and said, Lu Bu wants to send his daughter to Huainan. He must personally send it in order to kill the city. He will probably pick a place with the weakest defense to kill out.
Guijia concurred, our soldiers besieging Shao consist of two parts, one of us and the other of Lu Xiande, but I don't think that Lu Bu will kill his way out from Lu Xiande's side. Lu Bei was the weakest being beside Cao Cao. If Lu Bu was allowed to pick, he would definitely focus his strength and kill out from Lu Bei's side, but with a Chen Gong by Lu Bu's side, it would be different. I also don't think that Lu Bu will kill out from Lu Bei's side, sometimes the weakest place is the most dangerous instead.
Shenzhou agreed.
Guijia understood what Shenzhou meant and laughed, therefore, Lu Bu will choose another place to surround and bring his daughter to kill out of the city, where he chooses, we can't predict, but he will definitely use Lu Bei as a breakthrough.
Certainly.
Shenzhou and Guijia looked at each other, both knowing each other's mind, then laughed together. What you guys are saying is that it's possible for Chen Gong to sound out the east and strike the west? Cao Cao mulled over their conversation and also thought of something, clapping his hands. If I were Chen Gong, I would send a portion of my troops, storm Lu Bei's defenses, create a commotion, and attract our main force to support them, while Lu Bu would charge out from the other side, with his daughter?
Shenzhou and Guijia nodded at the same time.
Such a possibility was high.
Chen Gong, as a cautious person, if he wanted to help Lu Bu marry his daughter, it was impossible for him to just focus on one place to charge.
What about Lu Bei, then?
Cao Cao asked.
I don't think there's any need to care. Guijia didn't have much goodwill towards Lu Bei.
If Chen Gong stormed Lu Bei's camp, for the sake of creating turmoil, he wouldn't necessarily attack forcefully.
Shenzhou said, it's not that we don't have to care at all, we have to mobilize our main force to create an illusion to Lu Bu that we will go to support Lu Bei. In addition, if Lu Bu really impacts Lu Bei, we can also intercept in time and break this missive Lu Bu. Duji's words make sense.
Cao Cao thought back over the current layout of the siege and said, Lu Bei is mainly in the south of the city. If the south of the city is in turmoil, our fastest support should be in the west and east of the city. If Shingon uses this southeast to strike the west, then it is possible that LVBU could kill from these two directions, right?
That's right.
Shenzhou and Guijia thought so at the same time.
As per normal, it was indeed true, unless Qingong was very unorthodox and wanted to take the long way around to break out from the north of the city. Shenzhou added, regardless of which gate Lu Bu takes his daughter out through, he will still end up going south. There is an obligatory road, just add an intercept on that road. As long as all the arrangements were made, no matter what happened to Lu Bu, he would not be able to escape their interception. Hearing their words, Cao Cao was relaxed. As long as Lu Bu couldn't contact Yuan Shu and marry his daughter, he didn't have to worry about Yuan Shu stopping him from taking Xuzhou for the time being. Since Lu Bu has the ability to get out of the city, why, then, don't they put up a fight and kill their way out of the city? Cao Ang, who was listening from the side, asked.
Shenzhou and Guijia both laughed.
Because Lu Bu and Shengong can't let go of Shapi, losing Shapi would be the same as losing Xuzhou. Guijia gave an explanation. For Lu Bu and the others, it was not easy to get a territory, they really did not want to lose it just like that. Then the arrangement to deal with the dowry was simple. All that was needed was to focus on the south of the city where Lu Bei was defending. Other sides of the city gates can leave Lu Bu outside the gates, then try to stay, if not, and then in the main road to set up troops to intercept. After all, except for the south of the city, the other three sides of the city gate uncertainty is too big, there is no way to focus on guarding a certain city gate. This does not make much sense. Lu Bu may be in any side of the breakout. As for Lu Bei, then let him serve as cannon fodder. The next day. After last night's incident where someone left the city to surrender, inside Shapi, in the military camp, people were on edge, and the soldiers were all feeling a bit uneasy. The heart of the army was in a bit of a mess. The hearts of the people are also a bit terrified, and those who were mobilized by Lu Bu to defend the city are a bit resistant. In order to stabilize the heart of the army, Chen Gong had to spread the news that Yuan Shu had promised to support Shapi, regardless of whether Yuan Shu was really willing to support. First stabilize the heart of the army before saying, Cao Cao and Lu Bei are besieging Shapi, and we need to send Missy to Huainan. This matter is not easy. Chen Gong walked to the city's southern tower and said, I thought about this all night last night and have a plan to take it in 2 steps.
Please speak clearly, Gong Tai.
Lu Bu said.
Chen Gong said, last night when Zhang Hong came out of the city to surrender, he was bound to bring the news of Yuan Shu's request for his lord's daughter's hand in marriage to the Cao camp. If I were Cao Cao, I would have been on guard, and I think that the focus of my defense might have been on the weakest point. At the mention of Zhang Hong's betrayal, Lu Bu had anger in his heart. This person had disrupted his plans and made him passive now. According to Gong Tai's words, the weakest place in terms of military strength outside the city at the moment is Liu Bei, who is outside the southern part of the city where we are. As soon as Wang Kai's words came out, everyone's eyes looked towards the south of the city. With 4 gates on all sides of Xiapi, Liu Bei, who surrounded the south side of the city, was indeed weak, and at that time, Zhang Miao and Gao Shun could easily kill him off.
Chen Gong wanted to put this breakthrough on Liu Bei. Chapter 110 Chen Gong's Countermeasures. Cao Cao will be in the south of the city, joining forces with Liu Bei and making all the preparations? Lu Bu asked.
Chen Gong said, of course. He definitely does not want to see that we still have contact with Yuan Shu, and will definitely cut off everything and turn Xiapi into a completely besieged city. My method is true and false.
Kill from the south of the city on the surface, but actually leave through the other gates? Su Si thought of Chen Gong's method.
Chen Gong smiled and said, we can think of all this. The strategists around Cao Cao are bound to be able to think of it as well. Mr. Su was only right about one point.
I wish to hear more. Su Bi bowed.
Chen Gong added, from our current situation, the south of the city will surely be the focus of Cao Cao's defenses, as well as the focus of our breakthrough. However, I would like to ask Marquis Yuan a question. If we bring along Gao Boping's trapping battalion, and with Marquis Yuan's bravery, do we have the confidence to kill our way out through any of the gates of Xiapi?
Absolutely no problem. Lu Bu said confidently.
Gao Shun's trap battalion, but the ace troop of his ministry, every soldier has armor, and the combat power is super strong. It was important to know that in ancient warfare, armor was a very important thing, and with more than 800 armor-wearing soldiers, it was completely fine to kill the siege outside the city. Therefore, in ancient times, private armor, that is a capital crime of rebellion. Marquis Yuan has confidence, then the next arrangement will be much easier. Chen Gong organizes the plan and continues, have when Yuan lead the troops and first impact Liu Bei in the south of the city. There are 2 possibilities at that time, either Cao Cao sees movement in the south of the city and concentrates his troops to intercept, or Cao Cao doesn't care what happens to Liu Bei, he thinks that it's possible for us to kill us out through the other gates, and turns to defend the other gates. If it's the first, it's easy to solve, just go straight out through the other city gates. If it's the second kind, the city gates on all 4 sides of the city wall are all possible targets for us to go out. Depending on the situation, whichever side is favorable will be the one to go out from. Gao Boping will follow Marquis Yuan and kill a bloody path for him, then Boping will escort Missy south to Huainan. After the escort is over, Boping doesn't need to go back to the city, stay outside. I have another arrangement that can be used to break Chao's army.
There is one last point.
The soldiers of the parallel state who left after Marquis Yuan are not lacking in tall people. Marquis Yuan can find 4 soldiers of similar stature to you, and 4 war horses. Using dye, color the horses red and disguise them as red rabbit horses. At that time, at all 4 city gates, there will be a Marquis Yuan appearing, true or false, real or not, Chao's army may not be able to tell the difference.
After Chen Gong finished his words, Lu Bu's eyes lit up.
Wang Kai and Su Si listened, and their admiring gazes fell on Chen Gong. Without Gong Tai, I still don't know what to do.
Lu Bu said gratefully.
Chen Gong said, Marquis Yuan is polite, I'm helping you, and I'm also helping myself. The rest of those, we still need Marquis Yuan to make good arrangements.
I know what to do.
Lu Bu sighed as he said that, still unable to avoid letting Lu Lingqi go to Huainan.
Maybe this decision is really good.
Even if Xiapi was broken, Lu Lingqi would not need to fall into Cao Cao's hands when she arrived in Huainan, and Yuan Shu should not make things difficult for his daughter.
After the discussion, Lu Bu left the city building.
When he returned home, he only saw Lu Lingqi still practicing her spear hard. He found Yan and told her the plan.
What? Yan's eyes reddened. Finally, really?
I can't help it, not to mention that sending Lingqi to Huainan is also a form of protection for her. Lu Bu didn't want to do this either, but had to, and continued, make arrangements. In 2 more days, I'll send Lingqi out of the city. Having said that, he turned around and left.
Yan. Mother.
At this time, Lu Lingqi returned again, and seeing Yan with red eyes, she softly asked, What's wrong, mother?
Recently your mood, it seems like it's not even good. I'm fine, just. Yan still told Lu Lingqi about going to Huainan. Outside the city.
Cao Cao had arranged everything and was waiting for Lu Bu's action of marrying his daughter. If they did marry their daughter, Lu Bu's daughter would definitely not be able to go to Shouchuan, and with Xuzhou around, they were confident. But before Lu Bu could act, within the Cao camp, Liu Bei arrived at the rear army and came to visit Xuzhou again to continue his digging plan. Du Ji. Liu Bei just arrived and laughed. Didn't disturb you, did I? Xuzhou happened to have nothing to do, waiting for Lu Bu to marry his daughter, so he had to get up to greet him and said, nothing for now. Xinda came to see me, what's the matter? Not much. Liu Bei said, just want to come over and chat with Duji. Xiao Xikong want to wait for the time of day. Don't no need to wait until when. I guard the south of the city, there is nothing else I can do, so I come to take a walk. So Xinda is idle. Xuzhou then laughed at his words. Liu Bei didn't object and agreed, you could say that. When does Duji think that Shopee will be broken? Xuzhou said, it should be soon as well. What happens after the breakthrough of Shopee? LV Bu and Yuan Shu are allied, they are unauthorized traders. After we solve LV Bu as a trader, the next step is of course to solve Yuan Shu. Xuzhou said casually, could it be that Xinda wants to do something after killing Lu Bu? This is not the time to mess around, we have to preserve the Han family. Liu Bei said with great righteousness, that's for sure. For the sake of the Han family's righteousness, he was not in a position to mess around. In fact, he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy Shopee as fast as he could while it was down, but then he thought about his own troop strength and Cao Cao's greatness, so the thought was temporarily put to the back of his mind. A little less daring to do so. Then let's fight Yuan Shu together. Xuzhou said. Liu Bei said fiercely, Yuan Shu, that disorganized traitor, I will clean him up sooner or later. Who is Xinda going to clean up? At this time, Cao Cao's voice came from outside. Cao Cao had gotten a report from the people below that Liu Bei had gone to find Xuzhou again, and while he certainly trusted Xuzhou, he also wanted to know what way Liu Bei wanted to poach someone. However, after eavesdropping outside for a while, he realized that Liu Bei's way of poaching had no skill at all, and he dared to try to poach Xuzhou with this? Almost impossible. He couldn't help but come in. Cao Xikong. My lord. Liu Bei and Xuzhou said as they stood up at the same time. Cao Cao waved his hand and said, you don't need to be polite, I'll sit. I just wanted to come and have a chat with Duji, and I didn't realize that Xinda was also here. Liu Bei was very reluctant to see Cao Cao right now, but the people were all here, so he had no choice but to say, I also came to find Duji for a chat, and I thought of the same thing as Cao Xikong. What did you guys chat about? Just chatted about fighting Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu must be fought. That's right. Liu Bei responded. Once Cao Cao arrived, there was no way for Liu Bei to dig in, so they could only be polite to each other and chat about something relevant. If it wasn't for the fact that Cao Cao was the lord, Xuzhou wouldn't have accompanied them in such boredom and would have just kicked them out. Chapter 111, Shengon, I prejudged your prejudgment. Night. South of the city. The city gate suddenly opens, and Zhang Liao leads his troops out of the city, lowering the drawbridge and charging towards Liu Bei, who is stationed beyond the south gate. Not good, Lu Bu was going to kill his way out of the city. The soldier in charge of the night watch nervously shouted out, the war drums were then sounded, and the sound of the drums rumbled and echoed. The duo, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, were the first to rush out of the barracks. Don't let that three-named slave leave, blockade the drawbridge. Zhang Fei was the first to angrily shout, his voice like thunder at first, spreading throughout the entire army, and then he rushed towards the only drawbridge over the moat in large strides. Hundreds of soldiers, the first to follow him. Zhang Liao led the soldiers who stormed the drawbridge and was quickly blocked by Zhang Fei. Both sides engaged in a fierce fight, and after a short while, Guan Yu also killed. Shen Ji had his men continue to beat the war drums to alert Cao Cao's men, while keeping a watchful eye out for the possibility of the enemy crossing the moat by boat. Liu Bei had been asleep, but was awakened by the war drums at this point, and rushed out of his camp to take a look, shouting, all rise, don't let Lu Bu kill his way out. Thousands of soldiers, in his camp, quickly walked around. Inside and outside the camp, one torch was lit, and the firelight gathered towards the moat bank, blocking Zhang Liao who was about to cross the river. My lord, that's Lu Bu. At this moment, Sun Qian pointed towards the city gates to the south of the city. Sure enough, he could see that under the city gate, a fiery red steed appeared vaguely in the firelight, and a tall man sat on top of the steed. There seemed to be a man on his back. According to the news brought by Zhang Hong, Liu Bei also knew that Lu Bu was preparing to marry his daughter to go to Huainan, and this was Lu Bu personally escorting his daughter away. Yun Chang, Ada. Lu Bu is out of the city, you guys will pester him later and take him down. Liu Bei walked to the army and shouted loudly. Zhang and his duo then looked up at the words, and sure enough, they could see a figure similar to Lu Bu's, appearing on the edge of the moat's drawbridge, ready to impact and kill his way out.
Don't worry, big brother, with me here, Lu Bu is dead. Zhang Fei roared.
Although Cao Cao and the others had decided to leave Liu Bei alone, it was a bit wrong to really leave everything alone, and several of the Cao army sentries that were also stationed in the south of the city joined Liu Bei's army at this point. The archers drew their bows and shot towards Zhang Liao. The lancers stood on the edge of the drawbridge and raised their lances, stabbing at Zhang Liao and the other soldiers who were ready to break out. The killing wasn't particularly intense, but the sound of shouting and killing went on and on. Zhang Liao knew the true and false and real plan. Even though he was facing the weakest Liu Bei, he didn't shock too much, he just bluffed and created the feeling. Now the sound momentum has it. The sound of war drums in the south of the city resounded through the silent night. The light of a single torch, like starlight, moved and flickered and wavered under the night. When Cao Cao and the others heard the commotion, they simply stopped resting and brought their men to the vicinity of the southern part of the city, looking in the direction of the city gates.
No, the situation isn't quite right. Gui Jia said, is that person Lu Bu? It looks a bit like Lu Bu.
Xuzhou also saw it, that crimson-colored steed, it seemed to be the red hare horse.
How could Lu Bu appear in the south of the city?
The current situation was different from what they had analyzed. The other few city gates had not moved yet, but Lu Bu had already appeared in the south of the city. It was out of their expectation.
What we can think of, Chen Gongtai can think of as well.
Cao Cao and Shen Gong knew each other well enough to know how capable Chen Gong was, and said admiringly, he must have predicted our prediction.
Gui Jia raised his head and continued to look towards the city gates in the south of the city, saying, if he prejudged our prediction, then there's definitely movement in more than just one place in the south of the city tonight.
That's right, Cao Cao said. However, just as these words fell, the sound of even louder war drums came from other directions. The sound of the drums was exceptionally shocking in the darkness of the night.
Go check it out, I want to know as soon as possible, what's going on?
Cao Cao said aloud. Several fast horses, at the first opportunity, walked out of the barracks and ran towards the east and northwest of the city. After a short while, the people who had gone to investigate returned. Back to my lord, the gates to the east, west, and north of the city are all open, and someone is trying to break out.
Most importantly, outside each city gate, there is a Lu Bu.
Outside the four side city gates, there are 4 Lu Bu showing up.
The person who was checking it out said eagerly. What?
Cao Cao and Gui Jia were taken aback. This plan of Chen Gong's was out of their expectations, with a Lu Bu appearing at the city gates on all 4 sides, true or false, making it impossible for them to think of where Lu Bu would kill his way out. Coupled with the fact that it was dark and the light from the torches was limited, it was hard to tell which Lu Bu was the real one. Lord and Feng Shao, there is no need to be surprised. Shenzhou said calmly, if I'm not wrong, those 4 Lu Bu are not Lu Bu. We did underestimate Chen Gong, then with Chen Gong's caution, it's impossible for Lu Bu to show himself so quickly.
Gui Jia quickly came back to his senses, and had to admit that everyone had underestimated Chen Gong, and then laughed out loud. No matter how much Chen Gong confuses people, as long as Lu Bu kills his way out of the city, in the end, he will still be able to escape the transition arrangement. Cao Cao froze and quickly laughed out loud as well. We were so intimidated by Chen Gong that we forgot about the transitional arrangement for a moment, so wouldn't we be able to intentionally relax the defense of the city gates, allowing Lu Bu to find an opportunity to get out of the city?
It can be done this way. Shenzhou agreed, I'll find Lao Dian to make arrangements, Lord will lend me the Huban army and Su Zhongkong, and after dragging Lu Bu for another half hour or so, I'll let people out of the city.
Good.
Cao Cao gave Shenzhou a token and told him to move his troops around and take away the Huban army.
Shenzhou found Dian Wei and rushed towards the south.
Outside the city gates on all sides, the killing and fighting continued.
Seeing that near the city gates, there was a Lu Bu appearing, everyone all branched out. Liu Bei had to face Zhang Liao's onslaught and was soon a bit overwhelmed.
Zhao Xikong's army, why haven't they come over to intercept us yet? We can take this opportunity to kill our way across the moat, and we'll have the possibility to kill our way into the city.
Liu Bei is still not clear about the movement of the other city gates, his mind is focused on killing Lu Bu. He grabbed an officer of Cao Camp and asked.
That officer said, now that a Lu Bu has appeared outside all 4 city gates, the Lord can't cope.
What?
Liu Bei was also shocked by this news and froze slightly.
Lu Bu marrying his daughter and still playing so many tricks? Which side of Lu Bu is the real Lu Bu? Cao Cao and the others, counting the hours.
Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and at this point, they entered the second half of the night. Order for everyone to, on purpose, relax their defenses and make an appearance of exhaustion.
Cao Cao gave the order to the messenger.
Suddenly getting up to fight in the middle of the night, it was not very difficult to show exhaustion without being found out that there was something wrong. Even if Chen Gong saw something, it didn't matter,
as long as Lu Bu could rush out of the city.
The main reason is that it is impossible to determine at which gate Lu Bu will leave the city, otherwise there is no need to be so troublesome, just directly lay heavy troops outside the city gate. After the order was passed down, all the soldiers in Xiao Jun's camp soon appeared tired. Only on Liu Bei's side, he is still desperately fighting against Zhang Miao, attempting to kill his way across the drawbridge and into the city gates.
Chapter 112. Inside the city of Xiapi. Gong Tai.
The Cao army outside the city is obviously tired. Only that Liu Bei, who hates me with a passion, is still pulling with Yuan, wanting to force an attack in.
How about us? Lu Bu asked.
Shen Gong looked up at the sky. It is now the middle of the night. If they don't get out of the city, they will get tired, said. Xiao's army's exhaustion. There is another possibility, is trying to lure us out of the city, but they can't be sure which city gate we are getting out of the city from. We have to split up our troops and can't concentrate on guarding a single gate, even if it is a pretense of exhaustion. It is not a big problem.
Then we should, from which side of the city gate to go out? Lu Bu asked.
Chen Gong thought for a while and said, south of the city, kill through Liu Bei. Arrange for 3 people pretending to be Marquis Wen to kill from the east city gate. Marquis Wen then have Bo Ping charge the south city gate first. Arrange for the last fake Marquis Wen to attract the attention of the Guanzhong duo, and finally Marquis Wen to leave the city. Keep in mind that 20 miles out of the city, to the banks of the Sui water, Wen Ho must kill his way back, and this time, enter the city from the west of the city, and I'll have Wen Yuan meet him.
None of them wanted to give up Xiapi.
Even if they could kill their way out of the city and Lu Bu could leave, they still wanted to kill their way back and continue to defend Xiapi, their last base camp.
No matter what, they had to kill their way back. I know what to do.
After Lu Bu finished speaking, he went back to find Lu Lingqi. At this time, Lu Lingqi had long been ready to such a situation. There was no way for her not to agree. The only thing she could do was to agree to go to Huainan.
Lingqi, let's go.
Lu Bu was also a bit reluctant to part with her only daughter.
Mother, I'm leaving.
Lu Lingqi hugged Yan for a while and left after Lu Bu.
Yan watched Lu Lingqi go far away and finally hugged Diaochan and cried bitterly.
Lu Bu used a rope, tied Lu Lingqi behind himself, and together they boarded the red hare horse and rushed towards the south of the city. At this time, the 3 fake Lu Bu arranged by Qin Gong rushed out from the east of the city. Cao Cao's army outside the east of the city, seeing the 3 Lu Bu suddenly breaking out, the whole army immediately rallied, but according to Cao Cao's orders, properly drained to allow the real Lu Bu to kill out. But these 3 Lu Bu soldiers with them, without really storming across the moat, just stalemated and circled.
South of the city.
Zhang Liao, who was fighting fiercely with Liu Bei, suddenly backed up. Gao Shan killed behind Zhang Liao, and the trapping battalion, like wolves and tigers, rushed up to the drawbridge of the moat, with the soldiers in the front row raising their shields, and the soldiers in the back row bending their bows to parry. After a round of parrying, the soldiers in the front row of Liu Bei's army fell in pieces. Afterwards, the soldiers of the trap battalion holding shields rushed out of the drawbridge and started killing Liu Bei's soldiers indiscriminately. After Gao Shan and the trap battalion, a fiery red warhorse rushed out symptomlessly.
Lu Bu.
Third brother, Lu Bu is breaking out on our side.
Guan Yu shouted out.
Zhang Fei turned around and looked again, only to see that 2 Lu Bu appeared outside the city gates in the south of the city, and they instinctively thought that the Lu Bu who was now about to break out might be the real one. Kill the 3 slaves.
Zhang Fei's output was all about roar.
After a roar, his battle power seemed to suddenly increase exponentially as he rushed straight towards Lu Bu's side, lifting his Jabba snake spear to stab over. Guan Yu's green dragon crescent sword was raised, and the blade flashed a cold aura in the darkness, to split Lu Bu in half. The 3 of them, brothers, hated Lu Bu to the bone. Just as Guan Zhang and the 2 of them were pestering the fake Lu Bu, the real Lu Bu finally showed up. The moat has long been taken by Gao Shun with his soldiers, killing a bloody path. The real Lu Bu smoothly killed out and hurriedly ran to the south.
Fake Lu Bu's strength was no match for Guan Zhang.
Soon cut in half and stabbed through the body, they then realized that what the fake Lu Bu was carrying was a scarecrow.
Not good, fooled.
Guan Yu's teeth crunched as he droned, "Third brother, give chase." No sooner had they chased them out than they were met with a ferocious counterattack from the trap camp, instantly killing off their pursuers. Seeing this, Zhang Liao understood that everything was going well and had his men put away the drawbridge, immediately retreating back into the city before closing the gates and waiting for Qin Gong's next arrangement. Seeing that Lu Bu had taken Lu Lingqi out of the city, Chen Gong also ordered the whole army to return to the city and not to fight anymore. Guan Zhang led his troops to chase after him, and Chen Ji also led his troops to chase after him, but they couldn't catch up with Lu Bu. The trap battalion is really too ferocious, and Liu Bei's remnants of the army are no match at all. Liu Bei's troops were no match at all. They had no choice but to retreat. Big brother, the 3 family slaves escaped. Zhang Fei said irritably, if he really invited Yuan Shu's rescuers, how are we going to fight? If Yuan Shu were to launch a full-scale counterattack, Cao Cao might not be able to carry it off. Cao Xikong should have a way. Liu Bei was also anxious, but what could he do when he was so weak? He began to wonder if he should run away again if Yuan Shu counterattacked, to join someone else. Who could he join next? Yuan Shao seems good and has the ability to fight against Yuan Shu. Inside Chao's camp. My lord, Lu Bu killed out from the south of the city. Liu Bei's men were abused by Gao Shun's trapped battalion. A lot of people died. Li Dian came back and said, if Sir's side is successful, should we give Lu Bu another fatal blow on his way back? Feng Xiao thinks that it's feasible? Cao Cao asked. Gui Jia stroked his chin and agreed, we can ambush Lu Bu on his way back. Maybe the ambush won't be necessary, and Mr. might be able to capture Lu Bu alive. Makes sense. Cao Cao laughed, as if Lu Bu couldn't escape them, as long as his fingers were closed. The peerless brave general was nothing more than that, and added, Yuan Jian, Gongming, and Manchang, you lead the ambush. My lord, Liu Bei is here. Before they could respond, a soldier outside came to pass. My lord, we can borrow Liu Bei's 2 righteous brothers to intercept Lu Bu. Gui Jia suggested. Cao Cao thought it made more sense and hurriedly had Liu Bei invited in. If there was still a chance for Lu Bu to escape and come back, borrowing Guan Zhang's toughness, he wouldn't believe that he couldn't keep the man. South of Shapi, west of Swaling Mausoleum, on the north bank of Swaling Water. There was a patch of grass on the bank that could hide people well, and this was the road that must be traveled to Shouchuan. It was here that Chen Zhou's plans and arrangements were practiced. Even if he intentionally let Lu Bu out of the city, Lu Bu would definitely not be able to leave Shapi County, and at this point in time, they had ambushed more than 5,000 Huban elites on the north bank of Swaywater. Although the Huban army's ability to fight alone is not as good as the trap battalion, but with a large number of them, they can tire out the trap battalion soldiers who came running and also fought a battle. Sir, why are we shooting the enemy's legs later? Su Chu asked suspiciously. Zhou had people shoot legs, mainly to deal with the trap camp. Gao Shun and the others had armor on, but it was impossible for the legs to have armor. The armor on the body could defend against the arrows, so shoot the legs and shoot the soldiers of the trap camp to lose their ability to move. The reason why Zhou concluded that the trap battalion followed Lu Bu to give him away is because he remembered that this is exactly what history wrote. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun protected Lu Bu to kill out of the city. In the end, they were intercepted by Chao Lu at the same time. Lu Lingqi couldn't be sent out. Lu Bu had to retreat back to Shapi City. Chapter 113, Zhongkong, I want Lu Bu's daughter. You guys should have heard of it, Gao Shun's trap battalion, right? They all wear armor. If you shoot the body, you may not necessarily be able to kill the enemy. But shooting the legs, it can incapacitate them. Pass the order down, follow my method, everyone has to follow it or go back and be dealt with according to military law. Chen Zhou affirmed. Su Chu hurriedly passed the order down and continued to wait for Lu Bu and the others to arrive. Sir! At this moment, Dian Wei ran back and said, Lu Bu is here. They looked up to the north and could see the firelight that was getting closer and closer. Lu Bu had really come and was traveling this exact road. Chen Zhou secretly thought that his prediction was correct, so he added, all prepare to hide. Dian Wei was already thinking of charging out with his horse and fighting Lu Bu for 300 rounds. Their war horses were hidden in the back, with a piece of something like a chopstick stuffed into the horse's mouth, with straps on both ends to tie around the neck. This was also called an enumeration. The pincer horse title is this thing that prevents the war horse from making noise. All the Huban elites followed Chen Zhou and hid well. Lu Bu they were fast, he rode in front, behind him there were hundreds of soldiers in armor, hurriedly following. Gao Shun was also among them. Seeing that there were only hundreds of people, amongst those escorting Lu Lingqi, there was only Gao Shun, not Zhang Liao, so much easier to fight. They had rested here for a long time, refreshing themselves, but the trap camp had run all the way here. Physically they definitely couldn't keep up, and the advantage of fighting was still with the Huban army. Arrived. Lu Bu stopped at the northern bank of Swaywater and was about to untie the rope on his body, put down Lu Lingqi and give it to Gao Shun to escort to Huainan. A sound suddenly interrupted them. Do it! Just as the voice fell, there was a sharp sound of breaking air. Those arrows, shot out at a low angle, shot out towards the soldiers of the trapped camp, and immediately a piece of people fell. Although the target of shooting the legs was not as big as shooting the body, but the number of arrows was large, the effect was still there, immediately making many soldiers of the trapped camp incapacitated.
There is an ambush. Get on the shield. Gao Shun just saw that there were arrows coming and immediately summoned orders to get ready. Lu Bu was also shocked, not expecting to come here and have an ambush of Cao's army. He lifted his square sky painting halberd and looked in the direction where the arrows were shooting from. At this time the arrows are still shooting out, and shot down another batch of soldiers from the trap camp. Then the soldiers' shields were raised and lowered to block the incoming arrows. Old Su, you protect sir.
Dian Wei rolled onto his horse, impatient to fight with Lu Bu, and droned, "Everyone else, follow me to kill out, Lu Bu is coming to die."
Clang!
His pair of iron halberds, clashing together and still rubbing sparks in the dark night, soon rushed to Lu Bu.
It's him!
Of course Lu Bu recognized Dian Wei and was a little worried when he saw this man. But once he thought that Dian Wei was not his opponent, his confidence returned and he droned, "Bo Ping, block them, I will deal with this general." After speaking, he could not even put down Lu Lingqi, lifting up his square heavily painted halberd and swept across to meet Dian Wei. With the running speed of the red hare horse, the force of Lu Bu's square heavily painted halberd was terrifying, the halberd breaking through the air, the sound of wind piercing the ears. The jade shadow was not as good as the red hare, but it was not weak either, and Dian Wei sat on top of the jade shadow, and with the saddle and stirrups, he felt like he was filled with power.
Come!
Dian Wei let out a loud shout, the halberd in his right hand, blocking the square sky painting halberd.
Clang! The two halberds collided together, sparks flying everywhere, dazzling in the dark night.
After the two of them had made a move, the halberd of Dian Wei's right hand continued to resist the square sky painted halberd, and the halberd of his left hand slammed down on the halberd rod with force. Buzz! The square sky painted halberd emitted a buzz. The terrifying force, through the halberd, was transmitted to the square heavenly painted halberd, and then to Lu Bu's arms. Lu Bu immediately felt that his arms were paralyzed for a while.
How did this guy strength suddenly become so much bigger? Lu Bu was shocked in his heart.
The strength that came from such an impact was not much worse than his own. The two men's war horses, still running. Soon both sides were staggered.
Lu Lingqi could also feel the force of the onslaught coming from Lu Bu. Cool.
Dian Wei laughed out loud, his belligerent factor, restless at the moment. Lu Bu stared back at Dian Wei for a moment and drank, "Bo Ping, protect Lingqi." After speaking, he threw Lu Lingqi and threw her towards Gao Shun. Gao Shun just caught the person, only to see Lu Bu lifting up his square heavenly painted halberd, then steering his horse to meet Dian Wei's onslaught. Dian Wei was not lagging behind, with a furious shout, his halberd waved, facing the square sky painting halberd to fight. They are both top-stream fierce generals, once they fight, it is the gods fighting.
Gao Shun and their ordinary people, there is no way to intervene.
After Lu Lingqi landed, she glanced at her father and said anxiously, "General Gao, give me a lance." At this time, the Huban army had already fought with the trapped front battalion.
Those trapped front battalion were indeed the elite of the Three Kingdoms period.
Even if they didn't have the physical strength and only had a few hundred men, they were still able to fight with the Huban army, but they were fewer in number and lacked the physical strength, and gradually fell behind. Continuing to fight, the trapping camp is bound to be no match for the Huban army.
Su Chu didn't go out to fight, and followed by his side to protect Xuzhou.
Xuzhou raised his cannon, wanting to capture Lu Bu's figure, but their speed was too fast, and he was afraid of accidentally giving old Dian a cannon blast, so he had no choice but to put it down.
"General Su, I'll give you a mission."
Xuzhou looked towards the battlefield, only to see that long spear-wielding, valiant figure, especially obvious under the firelight, and said, "Capture Lu Bu's daughter back."
"No way." Dian Wei directly refused, "I want to protect Mr.'s safety."
Xuzhou shook his head, "I have 200 people around me to protect me, it's safe, if you capture Lu Bu's daughter, Lu Bu will definitely be disorganized, which will benefit us." Su Chu saw Xuzhou's side, stood the more than 200 guards whose swords were already sheathed, and thought to himself that again it is indeed safe, unless it is Lu Bu who kills over. But Lu Bu was entangled by Lao Dian and could not kill over for the time being.
"I'll go now." Su Chu lifted his thick-backed greatsword and headed outside to kill.
Dian Wei was still fighting Lu Bu, the sound of their weapons clashing was loud and the fight was super intense.
With the warhorse boosted, Dian Wei's strength was indeed not weaker than Lu Bu's.
The original Dian Wei in infantry combat was still a weakened version.
With the warhorse, Dian Wei was finally enhanced and his true strength was not much worse than Lu Bu.
He was getting more and more excited to fight, as if he had inexhaustible strength. The more he fought, the more courageous he became, and the more intense the fight became. Lu Bu, because of his concerns, was unable to let go, unable to use his full strength, and soon became inferior to Dian Wei in terms of performance. There was even a feeling that Lu Bu was being pressed by Dian Wei. At the end of the fight, Lu Bu was in chaos. Tonight's plan to send Lu Lingqi to Huainan had to fail, and he couldn't even cross the Sui water.
Marquis Yuan, it can't be done. Gao Shun said eagerly, we can't fight anymore, withdraw?
Lu Bu blocked away Dian Wei's iron halberd, looked up to the left and right, and had to clench his teeth, retreat. If they fought any longer, there was a chance that they would all have to stay here, and the plan to give away their marriages was officially declared a failure and could not be sent out. But what none of them noticed was that Su Chu had his eyes on Lu Lingqi, and with his sword raised, he killed him.
Chapter 114 Capturing Lu Lingqi. Lu Lingqi's lance was exceptionally swift.
The Cao Xuban, who were close to her, were quickly picked by her spear. All of them had their throats closed with a single shot, and they could not die anymore, which perfectly interpreted what was called, within 6 feet, I am invincible. But Lu Lingqi's invincibility is also limited to facing ordinary people. Su Chu, when Lu Bu and Gao Shun were preparing to consolidate their camps and retreat, brought up his thick-backed sword and came to Lu Lingqi's side. Seeing a strong man appear, Lu Lingqi froze for a moment, but without fear, chirping out a cry, the tip of the spear turned, the red tassel flared, a bit of coldness, under the firelight to meet Su Chu stabbed over.
Clang!
Su Chu saw that the cold aura close to the body, not slow to put the thick-backed sword in front of the body a block. The tip of the gun stabbed above the blade.
Su Chu's blade then flipped, pushing away Lu Lingqi's spear.
Lu Lingqi felt that there was a terrifying force on top of the spear's shaft that met her charge, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even if Su Chu's strength was not as powerful as Lu Bu's or Dian Wei's, but back then, he was a fierce man who had dragged a cow down by its tail. His strength was definitely not weak, and Lu Lingqi hardened herself against this impact, and her hand that was holding the lance was slightly numb.
So strong.
Lu Lingqi was shocked, feeling that Su Chu was not much worse than her own father. However, she was also a person who wanted to be strong.
Not afraid of Su Chu at all.
Strength was not enough, but one could win in terms of spear technique skills. The spear in her hand, the main one, is flexible and changeable. The barrel of the gun is bent, with a special angle, to meet Su Chu whip past. Su Chu blocked away several swipes and continued to approach Lu Lingqi. Lu Lingqi lance a collection, turned into a mainly stab, the tip of the gun cold aura point, constantly toward Su Chu stabbed out.
But in front of the absolute strength, Lu Lingqi's various skills, is not very useful, Su Chu angrily shouted, waved his sword to block away Lu Lingqi's spear, suddenly stride hurriedly approaching. Lu Lingqi only saw the flashing light of the blade, slashing down against herself, and the spear had to be retracted, blocking under the blade. Snap! The spear shaft was cut off by the blade. Lu Lingqi hurriedly withdrew her hand and leaned back, dodging Su Chu's smooth drag down of the blade, narrowly missing being cut in half by a slash. Su Chu regretted, almost unable to collect his strength, but Mr. said that he wanted to capture Lu Lingqi alive and bring her back. At this time, Lu Lingqi leaned back and sat on her but on the ground. Su Chu quickly shot out, grabbing towards Lu Lingqi. Lu Lingqi can't avoid it, her shoulder was quickly grabbed, but she still struggled hard to escape, but Su Chu's fingers forcefully snapped into her shoulder, as if it could be snapped into the bone. The slightest hint of pain made Lu Lingqi lose all her strength to resist. Caught the person, Su Chu dragged the person to Xuzhou side back.
Gao Shun had just consolidated the trap battalion and was ready to sprint and kill out. When he turned around and saw the scene, he anxiously shouted, Missy. After speaking, he raised his lance and stabbed towards Su Chu's back heart.
Su Chu's strength was far above that of Gao Shun.
Gao Shun's ability to be strong was not in force, it was in practicing and leading troops. Su Chu slashed out and hacked Gao Shun back. At this time, Lu Bu also realized that Lu Lingqi was caught.
Release my daughter.
Lu Bu was furious, steering his horse to meet Su Chu and kill him, his square heavily painted halberd slamming down hard. Su Chu knows Lu Bu's terror, immediately stood firm on his horse, his sword blocked under the square sky-painted halberd, only to hear a crisp sound echoing. Despite blocking it down, he still retreated 5 or 6 steps before he could stop. Lu Bu continued to impact Su Chu, but Dian Wei killed.
Lu Bu, your opponent is me. With a pair of iron halberds, Dian Wei attacked coming behind Lu Bu. Lu Bu had to turn around to defend and return fire. But his daughter was caught and he was anxious. Su Chu found an opportunity to catch Lu Lingqi and bring the person back to Xuzhou. Marquis Yuan, what should we do? Gao Shun asked anxiously. He wanted to go and save the person, but he couldn't beat Su Chu. Lu Bu also did not know what to do. His daughter was gone, what else could he do? Then again, Dianwei was chasing him very closely and fighting. His mind, not on fighting, did not want to fight anymore. Retreat back first, find Gong Tai and ask for advice. Lu Bu thought over quickly. The only thing he could do was to give up on Lu Lingqi. Otherwise, if they continued to be entangled, there was a possibility that they would not be able to kill their way out, and while his daughter was important, being alive was even more important. Only if he was alive would he have a chance to get his daughter back, otherwise everything was just empty talk. Cao Cao's people had captured his daughter, at most they would use it as a threat, it wouldn't be anything, Chen Gong should have a way to save her. Kill out! Gao Shun shouted. Lu Lingqi, her daughter, was very good, well-behaved and clever, and Gao Shun also wanted to save her. But in the face of this situation, there was no way to save. Lu Bu used all his strength and struck a blow, and after getting rid of Dianwei, he rushed to the front. Gao Shun led the trapped front battalion and charged after Lu Bu. Without Dianwei's block, Lu Bu alone was able to tear through the Huban army's encirclement. All of the soldiers of the trapped battalion, at this moment, combined together to form a military formation, with defense as the main focus, assisting Lu Bu's impact, expanding the opening of the encirclement that was torn open. No matter how much the Huban army impacted, they could not stop them from breaking through. Once Lu Bu and his men tried to kill their way out, there were not many people capable of stopping them. Just now need to consider the safety of Lu Lingqi, and think of sending the daughter across the river. There are some concerns. Lu Bu cannot be utilized, now the concern is completely gone, completely out of the box, and finally let them kill out of the encirclement. Dianwei were willing to let them leave, with troops to continue to intercept, but Lu Bu under the grief and indignation, anger value pull full, put a big move once again Dianwei back, smooth with troops to the north to kill out escape. If they were to leave, Huban couldn't catch up with them. The figures quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night, leaving behind only a bit of firelight that flickered in the night. Lu Bu is indeed a peerless fierce general. Gao Shun's trap battalion is truly formidable as well. This will also allow them to kill their way out. Zhou was in the shadows and saw the scene, admiringly muttering to himself, this result was also within his expectations. Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses. It was not a false reputation. Lu Bu's side, strong troops and horses, should have a place, but this person is too capricious, courageous but not resourceful, can only be assisted by Chen Gong. But Chen Gong could not cope with the many strategists around Cao Cao. Lu Bu's failure was doomed. Pity! Dianwei returned, clashing his twin halberds as he helplessly jumped off his horse. He still let Lu Bu escape. Originally, he thought that with the Jedi Shadows boost, even if he couldn't defeat Lu Bu, he could still fight Lu Bu to a draw. Based on what he did just now, he could tell that Lu Bu was distracted and couldn't use his full strength, and in the end, when he retreated, he used his full strength to strike several halberds, and he was still almost unable to resist. Compared to Lu Bu, there is still a gap. After going back, Dianwei made up his mind to improve his strength and continue to study Lu Bu's fighting style in order to defeat him. Let go of me. At this moment, a delicate voice came. Su Chu returned with Lu Lingqi, and the other Huban army soldiers, all returned to protect Xuzhou. Chapter 115, Another Ambush. Lu Lingqi was captured by Su Chu and has been struggling. But her strength, far less than Su Chu, simply cannot struggle. Even if you hit hard to smash Su Chu's wrist, but also cannot hit the pain, Su Chu still does not let go. If it is not to see in Lu Lingqi as a little girl, and as Mr. Named People, he will not be so gentle. In their circle, it has long been rumored that Mr. Those unknown hobbies. Simply put, it was lust. Su Chu felt that Mr. just had his eyes on Lu Bu's daughter, and if that was the case, all the more reason not to hurt Lu Lingqi, he had to bring the person back properly. Let go of me. Lu Lingqi was still struggling. But back in front of Xuzhou, Su Chu finally loosened his grip on the shoulder. Lu Lingqi looked ahead and felt that Xuzhou's identity should be very important, so she struck out to sneak attack, but just as she moved, Dianwei also moved, and Lu Lingqi's fists hit Dianwei's tower-like body. Not only could it not hurt Dianwei, Lu Lingqi also felt that her fist was recoiled with pain. Lu Lingqi. This big guy, worthy of being able to fight with her father, is really strong. Little girl, this amount of strength you have, it won't work. Oh. Dianwei grinned. However, he was a bit fierce now, and not only was his smile not amiable, it also made Lu Lingqi feel scary. Zhou sized up Lu Lingqi for a while and realized that this girl was not very old, but she was quite pretty, delicate and cute, and had a good figure, not having inherited the thick eyebrows and big eyes like Lu Bu. Take her back, our mission is accomplished. I just don't know if Lu Bu can escape back to Shopee. Will Lu Bu save his daughter? Xuzhou said.
Hearing these last words, Lu Lingqi understood that they must want to use themselves to threaten her father and said, "You guys kill me."
Kill you?
Xuzhou looked back and shook his head. How pointless, it's better to have a living Lu Bu's daughter. If you don't kill me, I will die for you all to see.
Lu Lingqi fell into the hands of the enemy. Not only did she not panic in fear, she was also full of determination.
With that, she slammed into the blade of a nearby Huban soldier, but was quickly dragged back by Dian Wei, who reached out and grabbed her.
Is there any way to get her to go back with us without crying? Xuzhou had a bit of a headache.
Girls like this, he was most afraid of. If it was a different kind of crying and shivering in fear, it could save a lot of trouble and just take the person away directly. But Lu Lingqi had a bit of strength, both wanting to die and having the ability to make a scene, a carelessness, and the possibility of letting her escape, and there was no rope around to tie her up.
Sir, I have an idea. Dian Wei said. A palm blade smashed on Lu Lingqi's neck, knocking the person out on the spot. This method is good. Xuzhou appreciated. Let's go back.
Even though before he left, he did not propose an arrangement for Lu Bu to be able to escape back, the people around Cao Cao could definitely think of this and were looking forward to whether or not Lu Bu would be able to go back to Shopi again. If he couldn't get back, the flooding of Shopi probably didn't need to happen again. It had been a long time since Lu Bu had tried and lost as hopelessly as he had today. Even his daughter is gone, and he can't vent the anger in his heart. He doesn't know how much he's suffocating, but there's nothing he can do about it.
The Cao Cao of today is not the Cao Cao of the year when he raided Yanzhou.
Cao Cao has a strong army and strong generals, so he can't be saved. The only way to save him is to go back and find Qin Gong to find a way to save him.
However, just as Lu Bu was about to return to the city of Shopi,
a sound of shouting and killing suddenly appeared from both sides.
Countless torches lit up the darkness.
Thousands of ambushers rushed out at this moment and met Lu Bu as they killed them. Cao Cao's ambush to deal with Lu Bu being able to escape from Xuzhou and escape back was here.
There's an ambush, set up a formation.
Gao Shan shouted sharply when he saw this. The soldiers of the trap camp moved quickly, and just as the military formation was set up, Cao Cao's and Lu Bei's soldiers stormed down and killed close to the side.
Kill out!
Lu Bu shouted with murderous vigor, spurring his horse to charge forward first. The trapping battalion quickly followed, cooperating with Lu Bu's breakout charge. As long as they could kill their way out, they would definitely give back today's suffocation, as it were, and would definitely make Cao Cao regret it.
However, when Lu Bu was about to charge, two fast horses suddenly killed from the left and right. Third name slave, I've come to take your head. Zhang Fei, that big voice, roared first. After roaring, his output directly exploded as his Zhaba snake spear swept over. Guan Yu didn't say anything, but his green dragon crescent blade flashed and killed Lu Bu's side. You seek death. Lu Bu was already suffering from a mixture of anger, and when he saw an ambush, his anger value was once again pulled up to full capacity, and under the added weight of his anger, he completely went out of his way to fight. The combat power had climbed to a certain extent. With the duo of Guan Zhang, they fought fiercely. Gao Shan's 800 or so trapped front battalion had just been consumed, and at this point, there were only 600 or so left. But these more than 600 people are consumed a lot of physical strength at this time to fight, seems to be very overwhelmed, but cannot not fight. The only thing to do is to reluctantly, hard to block the impact of Cao Lu allied army. Marquis 1, don't get attached to the battle. Gao Shan gritted his teeth and said, find an opportunity, you kill out first, I will help you break the back. Lu Bu looked to the left and right, they were quickly falling back into the encirclement. Defeating the enemy was no longer the preferred goal. What they had to do now was to retreat from the enemy and kill their way out again. Lu Bu angrily said, die for me. Bo Ping, I'll sprint, you guys follow. Good. Gao Shan shouted and desperately fought the enemy. The edge of the battlefield. Chao Xikong's plan is wonderful. Lu Bei could not help but feel good when he saw that Lu Bu was caught in a siege and in a sorry state. If his two righteous brothers, then cut down Lu Bu, this would be even better, to take out a vicious breath, he added. It's a pity that on the side of Duji, we weren't able to leave Lu Bu behind, but we should be able to leave someone behind on our side. Cao Cao laughed slightly, the godly and valiant Lu Bu may be nothing more than a legend. My lord. Guo Jiao beside him suddenly said, I see that Lu Bu's side, unlike when he first left the city, is carrying one person on his back. I think Lu Bu's daughter may have been captured by Duji. Oh? Cao Cao looked up and looked out, and indeed it was, and laughed out loud. Duanji is a good tactician. Having said that, he was thinking, Watanuki's tastes are still very broad,
not only does he like young women, he even likes young girls.
Not picky. Liu Bei said, I don't know when Watanuki will be back. It should be soon.
Seeing that Lu Bu was showing signs of breaking out, Cao Cao droned, add 2,000 more men, even if we can't kill Lu Bu, we'll tire him out before we catch him. With an order, another 2,000 men joined the battlefield. Shuji, you lead the rest of our soldiers and go besiege Lu Bu as well.
Liu Bei was not willing to be left alone.
He couldn't wait for Lu Bu to die on the spot in front of him. Shenji led the rest of Liu Bei's soldiers to join the middle of the battlefield to start the siege and interception.
Chapter 116 Gao Shan surrenders.
The interception of Lu Bu continued to unfold. Guan Zhang and Zhang chased after Lu Bu, and the battlefield became more and more intense. At this time, Cao Cao and Liu Bei increased their troops to the battlefield and strengthened their encirclement of Lu Bu. Their soldiers were not as elite as the trap battalion, but they were more numerous. The trap battalion had fought 2 consecutive battles, and had also traveled all night long, so their stamina was becoming more and more unable to keep up. Gao Shan also had a feeling of being overwhelmed. He couldn't command and it was hard to rush out. A few hundred people against thousands of people, it was a complete overrun. If the soldiers of the ministry weren't the trap formation battalion, all of them would have been destroyed.
Mark Yuan, quickly go. Gao Shan said, snatching a Cao soldier's sword and throwing it out with force towards the warhorse under Zhang Fei's seat, the sword penetrating the horse's belly.
Zhang Fei was eagerly fighting Lu Bu, dreaming of killing Lu Bu, and had no defense against his warhorse. Shooting a man first, Zhang Fei could not have imagined that Gao Shan would suddenly sneak up on his horse. The warhorse let out a mournful cry and the whole thing fell down. Without Zhang Fei, the remaining Guan Yu was no longer Lu Bu's opponent. Lu Bu's 2 halberds opened Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade and drove his horse to charge the soldiers blocking the road. Once the red rabbit horse exploded, it was also super terrifying. The soldiers who were kicked by the front hooves flew out backwards on the spot, not knowing if they were dead or alive. Their speed instantly lifted up and sprinted towards the front.
Block! Gao Shan drank.
At this time, the soldiers of the trap battalion that followed him, only more than 400 people were left. All of them were bloodied, their bodies were dyed red with blood, the swords in their hands became jagged, and their armors were covered with sword marks, but under Gao Shan's leadership, they were still able to continue to fight.
A true warrior.
When Cao Cao saw this, he marveled in admiration. That man is Gao Shan, right? Guo Jia nodded. Just now, I heard Lu Bu yell out Bo Ping a few times, and it was none other than Gao Shan. The trap battalion trained by this man is literally a one-for-one existence. The trap battalion first fought with Duji and the others, came back here, fought with us again, and still managed to kill so many of us. Terrifying. Cao Cao was struck with a love of talent, and droned, passed down the order to surround but not kill Gao Bo Ping, and bring him back to beckon him to surrender.
Yes.
The people around him went down to pass on the order. Seeing Gao Shan's valor and bloodshed, Liu Bei was actually moved, and was about to send someone to beckon him to surrender, but Cao Cao beat him to it. Then he thought, what is his status? When it comes down to it, he's probably not even as good as Lu Bu, so he can't even think of surrendering Gao Shan, so he has no choice but to suppress the thought.
Zhang Fei jumped up immediately after landing.
Seeing Lu Bu trying to escape, he lifted his spear and chased after him, but he couldn't catch up at all. Seeing this, Guan Yu also tried to chase after him. But just as he got close, he was again knocked backwards by Lu Bu.
Bo Ping, quickly go.
Lu Bu had already rushed out by now, and after beating back Guan Yu, he turned around and shouted. By this time, Cao Cao's order to surround but not kill had already been passed down, and a large number of Cao Cao soldiers, raising their shields in defense, quickly cut off all of Gao Shan's paths. Gao Shan rushed across several times, but simply couldn't rush out, and helplessly shouted, Marquis One, you go first, I'll think of a way to kill my way out, hurry up.
Chao's army quickly surrounded Gao Shan.
The rest of the soldiers turned their forces to chase after Lu Bu. Guan Yu spurred his horse to chase after him again, and Zhang Fei couldn't find his warhorse, but ran to chase after him. Seeing such a situation, Lu Bu gritted his teeth and had to ruthlessly go first. Tonight is not a good day for him. Not only is his daughter gone, even Gao Shan can't get back, his heart is dripping blood. Originally a good plan, how could it develop into such a situation?
I'm leaving. Bo Ping, I will avenge you.
Lu Bu shouted and spurred his horse to run back towards Xiaopi, and also had to decisively give up on Gao Shan. In his current situation, he could not save Gao Shan. When Guan Zhang catches up and drags him a bit, the other soldiers will be able to trap him here, much less escape. But just as he escaped, Su Huang and Xiao Dan, with dozens of cavalry, rushed out to intercept him.
Get out of the way.
Lu Bu's square sky-painted halberd slammed, the intercepting them, even Lu Bu's halberd couldn't block, they were sent flying. Then the red rabbit horse burst speed again, ran super fast. Guan Yu and Su Huangde can no longer catch up, can only let Lu Bu escape out. Escape is also very woeful. Lord has an order, capture Gao Shun alive. Xia Hojia ran out to pass the order. Su Huang and the others went back first and kept Gao Shun and the others under siege. However, Gao Shun didn't fold his arms and led the soldiers of the trap battalion to continue to break out. Cao Jun's soldiers had already crowded out Liu Bei's soldiers, raising their shields and blocking before Gao Shun and his men. Gao Shun kept on impacting, but just couldn't impact out. Uncle, Gao Shun refuses to surrender. Xiao Peng ran back and said. Gui Jia said, I have a plan to get Gao Shun to put down his weapons, and Min went to tell Gao Shun that half of his brothers in the trap battalion were killed or wounded, and that if he didn't want the rest of them to die, he could continue to resist. Cao Cao agreed. Feng Zhao's plan pokes Gao Shun straight in the heart, and Min go past the order. Good. Xiao Peng returned to the battlefield and told Gao Shun these words. After hearing Xiao Peng's words, Gao Shun stopped his hand movements and looked at the few remaining soldiers around him. The soldiers all stopped as well and looked back at Gao Shun. They all seemed to be wondering if they should surrender, if it was worth trusting Cao Cao, but the decision to surrender or not rested with Gao Shun. The soldiers certainly didn't want to die, and wanted to surrender for sure, but if Gao Shun didn't throw in the towel, they could still continue to kill. Surrender! Gao Shun considered it to the end, and really didn't want to see all the soldiers that he brought out from the annexed state die here. There were only less than a third of them left now. After speaking, he dropped his weapon. When the others saw this, they one after another dropped their weapons and expressed their willingness to follow Gao Shun and surrender. When Cao Cao heard that Gao Shun was willing to surrender, he quickly said, Men, quickly invite Gao Boping into my tent, and at the same time, have someone contact Duji and the others to see when they can return. Having harvested a fierce general, Cao Cao didn't know how pleasant it would be. Having Gao Shun was the same as having the trap camp right now. The trap camp was pretty much lost, but he had the resources to have Gao Shun reorganize the trap camp. Unfortunately, it allowed Lu Bu to escape again. Liu Bei was watching from the side, so sour that his teeth fell out. Chen Ji and Zhang Fei and the others, seeing that the battle had calmed down and Lu Bu had escaped, helplessly retreated back with their troops. They didn't have many soldiers in the first place, and after being depleted by another batch tonight, Liu Bei was almost about to scold Lu Bu notoriously. How infuriating, letting that three-named slave escape again. Zhang Fei cursed and said super upset. Guan Yu said, Big brother, how are we doing? None of them had much of an idea, and since they couldn't kill Lu Bu, their eyes could only fall on Liu Bei. Liu Bei endured the sourness in his heart and said, Let's go back to the camp outside of Xiapi first. As long as Lu Bu is back inside the city, we'll be able to kill him sooner or later. Chapter 117, After the War. Lu Bu escaped and headed back in the direction of Xiapi. When he returned to the west gate of the city, he looked back and saw that in the darkness, he was really the only one who could escape. Gao Shun and the rest of them were probably all gone, and in addition to feeling anger, there was also sadness. He also hated Qiao Lu and his men. His daughter was gone, and so were his men. The most elite trap battalion, just like this in their own hands, are gone. He has not been able to go back to save people. Strength also does not allow them to save people. Outside the western part of the city, Qiao Jun's camp, the firelight is bright. Lu Bu ran back single-handedly, and was quickly discovered by the Qiao army soldiers. The person stationed here was Li Jin. Seeing Lu Bu running back, he directly had the drums beat and led his troops out to intercept him. Dong 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 dong. The loud drums echoed in the west of the city. Qiao's army had just gone out to battle not long ago. The city gates on the west side of the city suddenly opened. Zhang Liao had gotten Chen Gong's arrangement to meet Lu Bu on this side, and the parallel state wolf riders galloped out to kill and rushed towards Li Jin's big rear of them. Regarding which city gate Chen Gong would send out troops to receive Lu Bu, Xuzhou and Gui Jia were unable to determine for the time being. Therefore, the gates on each side of the city were heavily guarded. Despite the sudden attack from the rear, Li Jin and the others did not panic and led their men to fend off the parallel state wolf riders while intercepting Lu Bu. Marquis 1, kill over here. Zhang Liao shouted. Lu Bu's anger value, still pulled full, was full of anger and was worried about not having a way to vent it. Seeing Li Jin leading the soldiers to intercept, he roared angrily, galloped his horse, and met Li Jin leading the intercepting Qiao soldiers to kill over, one person and one horse charging across the board. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. The square sky painting halberd in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, constantly harvesting lives, killing the Qiao soldiers who dared not come close. Seeing Lu Bu killing, they parted to the sides in fear. The cavalry led by Zhang Miao rushed out of the drawbridge. The flexible maneuverability of the cavalry killed through the back of Lu Jin and met up with Lu Bu. They quickly retreated back to the city. Lu Jin originally wanted to block Lu Bu, but seeing that terrifying strength, he could not help but be scared. He did not dare to intercept them. The only thing he could do was to let them go back smoothly.
Continue the defense.
Have someone go back and tell the lord that Lu Bu has entered the city from the west of the city. This was all that Lu Jin could do. Unable to kill Lu Bu, the only way was to trap him in the city and slowly consume the man. Lu Bu entered the city, got down from his horse, the square sky painting halberd in his hand, stuck hard on the ground, roared lowly, as if a wild beast was roaring low.
Marquis Yuan, what's wrong?
When Shen Gong arrived, he saw him like this and felt something was wrong. Lu Bu had obviously gone through a horrific fight. His armor was tattered and torn, his body was covered in blood, and the square heavily painted halberd that was stuck on the ground still had blood flowing down the shaft, staining the ground red. Bloody color, under the light, dazzling. Even the valiant red hair horse was gasping for air at this moment.
Ling Qi, Bo Ping, all of them were caught by Chao's army.
Lu Bu hissed and said what happened outside in detail.
Shen Gong froze.
He counted and counted, thinking that tonight's plan, perfect, but counted only the plan to get out of the city, ignoring the fact that as long as someone intercepts on the road that must be traveled, the consequences are unimaginable. When Lu Bu came back, with the power of one person, he could break through the possible interception, which is within Shen Gong's calculation, the bravery of the red hair horse, and then there is Zhang Liao to take over. Everything will not be a problem. However, the ending is far beyond Shen Gong's expectations. He froze for a long time, bowed and said, "Wen Ho, I'm sorry, it's my miscalculation, you kill me." All the plans came from his hands.
This responsibility cannot be evaded. I'll go out and get Missy back.
Zhang Liao said angrily. That girl, Lu Lingqi, he and Gao Shan both watched her grow up and have known her since the beginning of the parallel state. As an uncle, he loved Lu Lingqi, and that girl was super pleasing to the eye, and privately taught Lu Lingqi a lot of martial arts and skills, and now she was taken captive by Chao's army, and even Gao Shan couldn't come back. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Zhang Liao.
Wen Yuan, come back.
Shen Gong said, hijacking Chao's camp right now is almost the same as sending someone to their death. Missy needs to be saved, but not right now. Even though killing me won't undo all the faults, I'm willing to take all the responsibility for my mistakes. Marquis won't do it.
He had a generous expression of death.
But he is also confident that he absolutely can't die. Lu Bu can't live without himself. Saying so is just lowering the anger in Lu Bu's heart.
Gong Tai, it has nothing to do with you.
After Lu Bu calmed down, he shook his head slightly and went back lost in thought, not knowing how to explain to Yan.
Marquis Yuan. Shen Gong shouted.
He wanted to follow up, but his steps, or paused for a moment, and added, when Yuan, continue to prepare the defense, I will think of a way to see how to reverse the situation and save the eldest young lady back. As for Yuan Shu's side,
there is probably no hope. Yuan Shu's condition is to marry his daughter.
Lu Lingqi is all gone, the condition cannot be reached. Even if Lu Lingqi is sent over, Yuan Shu is not necessarily willing to help Lu Bu. Cao Cao returns to his camp and quickly gets word from Lu Jin.
Letting Lu Bu escape again.
This man is truly a man of unrivaled valor. Cao Cao sighs, and even wonders if it wouldn't be great to have Lu Bu under his command.
In our army, the only one who can fight Lu Bu is Wicked Lai.
Hui Jia said, but Wicked Lai went to intercept Lu Bu and still managed to get him to kill back. He should still be inferior. I don't know how Duji and the others are doing. As soon as these words fell, someone came in from outside and said that Xuzhou had finally returned. After tossing and turning all night, when he returned to Cao camp, it was already dawn. After staying up all night, Xuzhou was quick to fall asleep on his horse. Finally arriving at Cao camp and seeing Cao Cao come out to greet him, the only thing he did was jump off his horse and salute.
Duji, not hurt?
Cao Cao began by asking with concern. Xuzhou said, I didn't even have a chance to get close to the enemy. Of course I won't be injured, although I let Lu Bu escape, it wasn't without gains. As he said that, he glanced at Lu Lingqi, who was being carried by two soldiers and was still unconscious.
He is Lu Bu's daughter? Well done, Watanuki.
Cao Cao said cheerfully, I'll take Lu Bu's daughter and reward Watanuki. Unfortunately, we can't help Lu Bu either, but there is a gain. Gao Shan was caught by us.
Xuzhou exclaimed, Lord really caught Gao Shan?
He clearly remembered that after Shapi was broken, Gao Shan would rather die than surrender, but Zhang Liao surrendered. Feng Shao offered a plan to besiege him, and then used the soldiers of the trap battalion as a threat, and then he finally surrendered. Cao Cao was a little satisfied, but not satisfied enough, saying, "Unfortunately, he's not considered a return, just a simple surrender." Xuzhou said, "Give Gao Shun to me, I have a way to make him return to his heart, just send him to the rear army."
"That's fine."
Cao Cao said, then worried that Gao Shun would be unfavorable to Xuzhou, saying, "Wicked lie, help me watch Gao Shun when the time comes." Dianwei didn't know how much pain he had gotten from killing tonight, his hot blood hadn't cooled down yet and he was still in a state of exuberance, and when he heard this, he excitedly shouted, "No problem."
Chapter 118, LV Lingqi, I'm going to stab you. Back to the rear army.
After staying up all night, Xuzhou was now so sleepy that he could almost fall asleep standing up, but after looking at Lu Lingqi, who was also brought back, he thought for a while and said, "Tie her hands and feet and send her to my tent." In the entire rear military camp, only his tent was suitable for Lu Lingqi to live in. The others were either a bunch of soldiers or filled with all kinds of food provisions. Lu Lingqi was still useful right now, but this role was not to make Lu Bu surrender, but to make Gao Shun return to his heart. Xuzhou felt that he must not be able to defeat Lu Lingqi, he had to tie his hands and feet before he could safely leave the person behind.
"I'll do it."
Dianwei numbly tied Lu Lingqi's hands and feet, and also tied 2 dead knots before arranging for someone to move them to Xuzhou's room. As for the person Gao Shun, Cao Cao had not yet sent him, but there was no hurry yet. First of all, sleep comfortably before saying, without resting. Xuzhou was worried that he was going to die suddenly, haphazardly ate 2 large cakes, returned to the tent and fell asleep.
Dianwei finally came out of the state of exuberance, similarly fell asleep.
The rear army camp quickly quieted down. Xuzhou did not know how long he had slept, and being asleep, he did not realize that at this time, Lu Lingqi woke up. The moment Lu Lingqi opened her eyes, she saw that she was in a tent. She wanted to get up, but her hands and feet were tied. It was difficult to have too much movement. She wanted to scream, then she thought about being caught last night, and now she must be in Chao's camp. If you shout loudly, in fact, nothing, the most is to startle the people outside. But if you don't shout, it's so quiet here that there might be a chance to escape. Lu Lingqi's mind active, side head surveyed this tent for a while, found lying on the couch next to Xuzhou. She recognized Xuzhou. It is this person to catch himself back, suddenly a burst of gnashing of teeth. She hated to bite Xuzhou to pieces.
How am I going to leave?
Lu Lingqi temporarily put aside her hatred for Xuzhou and loosened up with force. Her hands and feet were tied super firmly.
She took 2 deep breaths and her hands began to exert force, trying to collapse the rope.
But the more it collapsed, the tighter it became.
Exhaustion failed to even get the rope off. "Get up!"
Lu Lingqi took a deep breath, her waist was raised, and with a strong core strength, she made herself sit up, and then looked around, and found that there was also Xuzhou's knife that he used for self-defense, sitting next to her.
The knife and the cannon were placed together.
She didn't recognize the cannon, but knew that the knife was something that would definitely help her escape. Dianwei's binding had no skill to speak of other than dead knots and was not very professional, taking Lu Lingqi's hands and tying them in front of her body instead of behind her back, which gave her a lot of possibilities. Xuzhou was sleepy, worried that he would die suddenly if he stayed up all night, and rushed back to rest, and didn't check too much. There was a loophole, or else he must give Lu Lingqi a turtle armor binding. "When I regain my freedom, I will kill you bastard first." Lu Lingqi gritted her teeth and gave a vicious look in Xuzhou's direction. After sitting firmly, she untied the ropes on her legs. Tying her hands in front of her body, she was able to do so. Her legs regained their freedom, she got up and walked over, picked up the knife that was placed on the side, her teeth biting on the handle of the knife, her hand unsheathing the knife, and with a rather awkward posture, she slowly cut the rope. Fortunately, the knife is not very long, just a short knife a little longer than a normal dagger. The roll is convenient to carry, hidden on the body is also easy to draw out to sneak attack the enemy. That is to build those toon raiding tools, Xuzhou by the way to build, and the same as the cannon used as a weapon of self-defense. After all, in this chaotic world, can't do martial arts, without a little something for defense will be very dangerous.
"Little thief."
Lu Lingqi gritted her teeth, walked to Xuzhou's couch, raised her short knife and was about to stab down, stabbing Xuzhou with several bloody holes. But the blade paused when it landed before Xuzhou's heart. "I won't be able to walk out of Cao camp if I kill him. It would be better to capture him and leave as a hostage. His position in the Cao camp doesn't seem to be low." Lu Lingqi didn't stab on with the additional idea of taking a hostage. At this time, she didn't know what would happen to her if she thought so she placed the blade on Xuzhou's neck and directly yanked the person up. The strength was so great that lifting Xuzhou was effortless. "Old Dian, stop it." Xuzhou was sleeping in a daze and was delirious, and thought that Dianwei had come in and woke him up. "Get up for me." Lu Lingqi lightly grunted. A girl's voice? Shenzhou froze for a moment when he heard that it wasn't old Dian, and then felt the icy coldness on his neck, as if it was the chill of a blade, and immediately his back was chilled and covered in goosebumps. In the tent, there was indeed a girl. That was Lu Bu's daughter. Shenzhou's sleepiness was gone, raised his eyes to look at Lu Lingqi, who was staring condescendingly at himself, and then looked at the ropes scattered all over the place around him, and in his heart asked softly, "How did you get out of the trap?" "What do you say?" Lu Lingqi said in a fierce voice, "Get up for me and send me out, I might even consider letting you go." "Lady warrior, lady general, beautiful woman." Shenzhou had to raise his hands and said as softly as he could, "Why don't you take the knife away first? And don't let your hands shake, don't karma me with a knife." It was so hard to survive, of course he didn't want to die. Humph. Seeing that Shenzhou was still so afraid of death, Lu Lingqi was full of disdain and said softly, "Take me out, otherwise, I will kill you first." Shenzhou thought for a moment and said, "Actually, it's very simple for you to go out, there's no need to move the knife, I'll pass an order to the outside and you can easily leave, or should I put down the knife first?" "You think so?" Lu Lingqi saw that he still wants to negotiate with herself, obviously stalling for time. She coldly hummed, "If I don't give you something to look at, you still think I'm a good bully." Saying this, she raised her knife, wanting to give Shenzhou's arm a cut, letting out some blood to threaten people. Shenzhou was waiting for this kind of opportunity, only to see the knife leave his neck. He immediately slammed towards Lu Lingqi. Lu Lingqi has been protected by Lu Bu, not deep in the world, did not experience social beatings, not to mention know the viciousness of the human heart. Shenzhou has vigilance and defense, but not much, caught off guard and was bumped. The knife in his hand, holding it unsteadily, was knocked away. "Little thief, you seek death." Lu Lingqi was still going to make a move. But Shenzhou made the first move and hugged Lu Lingqi towards her waist, rolled over and pressed Lu Lingqi onto her couch. Lu Lingqi from last night, from starvation to now, no point something down, strength is not as powerful as in full bloom, and was caught off guard by the sneak attack. By Shenzhou's sneak attack succeeded. Two people's bodies, heavy collision, stacked together. Shenzhou was on top, Lu Lingqi was on the bottom. The action looked unprecedentedly ambiguous. Lu Lingqi was about to retort, but at this moment, a man's breath spewed out, and the two of them looked at each other with their eyes facing each other. Shenzhou's face was close to his eyes. "This face is very handsome," Lu Lingqi then so close to look, a time to forget to move. The two people's breaths slowly met together. Lu Lingqi's breath was like orchids, Shenzhou was slightly hot. For a time, the intention is confused. Chapter 119, Sorry for the interruption. Both Shenzhou and Lu Lingqi did not expect that things would develop to this extent. Both of them froze for a while at the same time. Still, Lu Lingqi reacted first and angrily cursed, "Little thief, let go of me." With it she exerted herself to push Shenzhou away. Despite not having a full meal and being much weaker, this amount of strength was still much stronger than Shenzhou's. Shenzhou felt that he was too much of a weakling. No release. Of course Shenzhou couldn't let go. Once he let go of her, then he threatened her with a knife. He continued to press down, pressing hard on Lu Lingqi. Men's advantage, after all, is still a little better than a woman's, and women are a little more sensitive than men. Shenzhou completely went out of his way. No matter how LV Lingqi was, he directly pressed down, and LV Lingqi couldn't push it all of a sudden. LV Lingqi, anxious, began to not talk about martial arts, hand outstretched, hammering on Shenzhou's back. Hiss. Taking a few hits, Shenzhou was about to cry out in pain, thinking that tiger father and daughter, Lu Bu's strength is great and this girl's strength is not weak either. If you take this blow from Lu Bu, you must not finish yourself off with a punch. Shenzhou did not want to continue to be beaten, even shouted Lao Dian to come in and forgot. The distance between the two was already very close. He lowered his head and directly kissed towards Lu Lingqi. Lu Lingqi suddenly encountered an attack, or encountered such an attack, super incredible to put the eyes staring round, all the movements, at this time stopped, slightly opened his mouth. Shenzhou found the opportunity to drive straight into. He actually kissed me? Lu Lingqi's mind was messy, forgetting to resist. There was even a bit of a special feeling that her body was soft and she no longer had any strength in her body. Inside her brain, it was blank and at her mercy. Sir! When Dianwei heard the commotion, he was worried about Shenzhou's safety, and worried that Lu Lingqi would do something to Shenzhou. He didn't even think about it and directly barged in. However, the next moment, he froze. Just came in and saw Mr. hugging Lu Bu's daughter nibbling. Dianwei hard A. Now is still broad daylight, Mr. cannot help but mess, but to mess also have to move a little Let him all think that there is going to be a fight inside. Also fortunately, the eyes of the old Dian, only fighting, women will only affect the speed of their own killing the enemy. looked at a glance and immediately shifted his gaze, said, "Sorry to interrupt." After saying this, he left as if he was escaping.
Chenzhou. Lu Lingqi.
They were really fighting, just in a special way. However, after being disturbed by Dianwei, the ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them was instantly gone, and Chenzhou could still see that Lu Lingqi was staring at herself with a fierce look.
Sorry, I didn't want to.
Chenzhou hurriedly jumped up and headed outside, drinking. "Lao Dian, help." Lu Lingqi didn't chase out, her legs were a bit soft, she couldn't stand up and had a bit of an unnatural reaction that made her not dare to chase out. However, once Chenzhou ran out and made a scene, Dianwei finally realized that it was not intimacy just now, and immediately arranged for dozens of Huban soldiers to come over and surround Chenzhou's tent because Chenzhou was not going to tie up Lv Lingqi again. What happened just now? He was generous again and did not bother with Lu Lingqi. Seeing the situation outside, Lu Lingqi knew that the hope of escaping was super slim. "Sir, I thought you guys were."
He. Dianwei's old face was red, oddly embarrassed.
Chenzhou said, "Watch her, in addition prepare another tent for me." After what happened just now, he wouldn't dare to stay in the same place with Lu Lingqi again and put away all the sharp objects inside. Things that could potentially become sharp objects couldn't be left behind either.
"Have someone send some food over," Chenzhou said and asked, "Has the Lord sent Gao Boping yet?" "Not yet." Dianwei shook his head slightly. It seemed that Boss Cao had also considered that he needed to let himself rest and did not let anyone disturb him so quickly. Chenzhou looked up at the sky, the recent cloud cover, a lot thicker than before, but it just didn't rain. The siege of Shaopi has been going on for a few days now. Waiting for this rain has been waiting for a bit too long. The rainy season in Xuzhou, when will it come? Chenzhou thought, there is time to find Chen Yuanlong to ask before he can do so. They, Xuzhou people, were more aware of the weather in Xuzhou and how it generally changed. After waiting for a short while, Wang Lisan brought the food. Chenzhou ate 2 pancakes and went into the tent to look for Lu Lingqi. "Sir, let me do it," Dianwei said worriedly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Chenzhou was calm. After all the kisses, what else could happen? Seeing him come in, Lu Lingqi lightly grunted and turned around, not wanting to see him. There was still some ladylike temper and it looked like she was being pampered again. Lu Bu's daughter wasn't as vicious as she imagined, and looking at her seriously, she was still quite cute. "Eat something. Even if you want to fight me again, you need to eat to replenish your strength before you can fight me." Chenzhou handed over the pancakes. "Who wants to fight you again?" Lu Lingqi snorted coldly. "Fine, then we won't fight." Chenzhou added, "Eat something." Lu Lingqi still didn't eat. Chenzhou was not polite. He picked up the pancake and ate it fragrantly. It was still stuffed with meat inside. Even though there were not many toppings in this era, the rear army's cooks were a bit skillful and could make the meat particularly flavorful. Gulp. Lu Lingqi's stomach, indisputably, made a slight sound. They had been tossing and turning since yesterday. Lu Lingqi had long been starving, and at this time, smelling the aroma, her stomach was super uncooperative with her thoughts. "Ha ha." Chenzhou couldn't help but laugh. "Don't you listen, get out of here." Lu Lingqi felt humiliated and brought her spiteful and capricious character into play together. "Alright, I'll go." Chenzhou picked up the flapjacks and was about to leave. "Put it down." Lu Lingqi had a red face and lowered her head, only to feel that there was no image of anything left, and she was even more afraid to face Chenzhou. Chenzhou had no choice but to put it down and leave while eating it. It was true that Lu Lingqi did not do anything to Chenzhou. In this environment, even if she caught Chenzhou again, she could not escape. She just did not know what Cao Cao would use herself for, but it was most likely to threaten Lu Bu. Even if she died, she didn't want to be a threat to Lu Bu. If it really came to that, she would definitely kill herself. I wonder what happened to father and mother, and auntie, and the others. Lu Lingqi was thinking in her heart. They must be very worried about themselves. But feeling hungry again, Lu Lingqi picked up the pancake in the bowl and bit down hard as if she was biting on Chenzhou to vent her anger and dissatisfaction. Chenzhou came out of the tent unharmed. Only then did Dianwei feel relieved. But not long after, Gao Shun was finally sent over. Dianwei immediately had people watch him, alert and on guard. "No need to be nervous." Chenzhou smiled faintly, since he wanted to make him return to his heart. His attitude needed to be polite, and added, "General Gao, please take a seat, you should still remember me, right?" "The man from last night?" Of course Gao Shun remembered Chenzhou, he just wasn't clear about Chenzhou's name. Intercepting Lu Bu last night, it was Chenzhou who led the team, it would be hard to forget. Chapter 120, Subduing Gao Shun. After surrendering, Gao Shan couldn't figure out Cao Cao's mind. Cao Cao had expressed a desire for him to return, but he politely declined, not wanting to serve Cao Cao, but then having to surrender because of the trap camp, expecting Cao Cao to kill him, but not doing so. Cao Cao let them stay in the Cao camp, survive well, and were treated with courtesy. Only, now that Cao Cao had sent himself to the rear army to meet with Xuzhou again, Gao Shan didn't quite understand why this was necessary. Gao Shan did not think of leaving and leading his soldiers to break out when Cao Cao's defenses relaxed, but Cao Cao's camp had never relaxed, and if he forced his way in, he was worried that none of the remaining soldiers of the trap camp would survive. If this is the case, it would be better not to surrender that night directly to the death, together with the death of the battle. Gao Shan was now confused, not knowing what could be done. Exactly me. Xuzhou said, "It was also me who asked the Lord to send you here. The main purpose is that I spoke to the Lord. I can let you stay and serve the Lord." This sentence was said quite directly, not hiding it at all. Gao Shan said, "I said." Before he finished his words, Xuzhou interrupted, "You don't have to be in a hurry to refuse. I said I could make you return to my heart. There must be my reasoning. Does General Gao want to go in and take a look?" Saying that, Xuzhou pointed towards the tent where Lu Lingqi was kept. Gao Shan felt even more puzzled, but thinking that he was like this, he didn't worry about whether Xuzhou had any traps to trap him, and directly went into the tent. When he saw the person inside, Gao Shan froze for a while. Uncle Gao. Lu Lingqi thought that it was Xuzhou who came in again, and was about to give Xuzhou a little lesson. When she saw Gao Shan, she was shocked and happy. "How come Uncle Gao is also here? Did father ask you to come and save me?" "Nope. Or did father make peace with Cao Cao?" When she was captured, Gao Shan was still able to fight with Lu Bu, so he did not know what had happened subsequently. "I surrendered." Gao Shan helplessly spilled the beans. "Father. Only one person escaped back?" Lu Lingqi asked without much belief. "They actually lost that badly?" Gao Shan nodded his head. "Why was Uncle Gao able to visit me?" Lu Lingqi felt a little puzzled again. Since Gao Shan refused to return to the fold, he should have been controlled or even locked up. It was impossible for him to walk around freely in Cao camp. "That young man outside said that he had a way to make me submit to Cao Sikong, so I somehow came here." Gao Shan only had to explain. Mentioning that young man outside, Lu Lingqi was gnashing her teeth. Seeing that Lu Lingqi was safe and sound, Gao Shan also let go of a big stone in his heart. It is best that she is fine. It seems that she can still get special treatment here. They chatted with each other for a while. Gao Shan went out and saw Xuzhou still sitting outside, smiling and waiting for himself to come out. "See?" Xuzhou asked. Gao Shan nodded. "Saw it, then?" Xuzhou said, "I see that you can stay and fight to the death for Lu Bu, and your relationship with Lu Lingqi is still very good. As long as you are willing to submit, I can treat Lu Lingqi well, and in the future, if there is a chance, I can even send her back or let her out." Gao Shan was silent. Lu Lingqi was indeed very pleasing to him, but therefore letting go of the obsession in his heart and surrendering, was this appropriate? Since you can surrender for the sake of the soldiers of the trap camp, why can't you return to the Lord for their sake again? As long as you sincerely surrender, only then will they not die, otherwise whether they will survive in the end, I don't know. Besides, what's so good about Lu Bu? He can't keep his daughter, and he can't even defend Shopi anymore. On the contrary, if you look at Lord Cao, he greeted the Son of Heaven and crushed the rebels. He is the bright Lord who pacified the world. If Shopi can't be defended, Lu Bu probably won't be there. You give up your own future for the sake of loyalty to Lu Bu. It's actually quite foolish, probably also because of the same relationship of being out of parallel state. If you're angry that we killed so many of your trap camp soldiers, how many you died, I can give you as many more and help you reorganize the trap camp, even more powerful and better equipped Han what you had before. Go back and think about it. Xuzhou persuaded. However, the content of his persuasion was not particularly enticing, nor was it bullying. It was only to help Gao Shan analyze once again the good and bad of reverting and not reverting. After saying that, he waved his hand and let Su Chu take the person away. The next thing that was needed was for Gao Shan to consider on his own whether he should submit or not. "That person outside, come in here." At this moment, Lu Lingqi shouted. Xuzhou had to go in and see what that great lady had commanded herself. Lu Lingqi added, "What are you going to do with my Uncle Gao?" "Of course it is to persuade him to submit." "What if he doesn't submit?" "If he doesn't submit, it's death. I believe Lu Bu will do the same when he captures our generals." Xuzhou said casually. Lu Lingqi said anxiously, "Can you not hurt Uncle Gao? He is very powerful and can help you with many things."
Shenzhou laughed and said, he is Lu Bu's subordinate, as Lu Bu's daughter. You still want Gao Shun to return to us? This daughter of yours is more or less a bit of a rebel and unfilial.
Don't mind my business. Lu Lingqi said arrogantly, anyway, you can't hurt Uncle Gao.
She just didn't want Gao Shun to be killed. If Gao Shun could leave, it would naturally be the best.
On what grounds?
Shenzhou clasped his hands and looked at her with a smile, saying, you are now, as if you are my prisoner.
Lu Lingqi couldn't think of what to base it on.
It just felt that Shenzhou, this person, was super hateful. She had never seen such a hateful guy.
Seeing that she couldn't say anything, Shenzhou laughed out loud and stopped teasing her, turned around and left the tent, going outside to find Lao Dian to chat about his life's ideals, but Lao Dian was still haunted by the battle with Lu Bu. He was still constantly adjusting and studying his fighting style, preparing for another battle with Lu Bu, and had no time to pay attention to Shenzhou. Night.
Come in, that person outside, come in for me. At this time, Lu Lingqi shouted again. Shenzhou rolled his eyes and felt that bringing this big lady back was really troublesome. Helplessly he went in and said, my name is Shenzhou. I don't care who you call. Lu Lingqi clamped her legs and whispered, I
want to be convenient.
After these words fell, her face reddened as if it was a ripe apple, shy and delicate. To be able to say these words, in front of Shenzhou's face, had used up all her courage. Her legs were almost unable to clamp down. In order to avoid the embarrassment of convenience, she tried not to drink any water today and just ate a few flapjacks, but even if she didn't drink any more, she would still be in a hurry. When Shenzhou heard this, and then saw her shy little expression, he was instantly happy, and after searching in the tent for a while, he brought a clay pot and threw it to her, saying, convenience yourself. He is impossible, so that she can go outside to avoid people running away.
This doesn't work.
Lu Lingqi was so ashamed that she was about to cry out and held back her desire to urinate. I want to go outside. Shenzhou said, outside is fine, but there are soldiers patrolling everywhere outside. If you are accidentally seen, it has nothing to do with me. Come on, I'll take you out.
Lu Lingqi. This asshole just knows how to bully me. Chapter 121. I'd like to ask you to borrow Mrs. Gone. You get out.
Lu Lingqi said shyly. Shenzhou just turned around and said, this will do, hurry up.
Lu Lingqi. Get out.
She was going to be unable to hold back and duck sat on the ground. Shenzhou saw that she seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, thinking that it seemed like she went too far just now, a little embarrassed, but finally walked out. Lu Lingqi was relieved and hurriedly picked up the clay pot and unlocked. Shenzhou arrived outside, did not linger around, looked at the sky, it was still early, thought about it and went to Lu Bei's camp.
Why did Duji come?
Lu Bei saw Shenzhou take the initiative to come to find for the first time. It was happy and excited, and hurriedly invited Shenzhou to come in and sit down, and then let the people make the wine and food, ready to properly pull the relationship with Shenzhou. Shenzhou sat down, also, and Lu Bei polite for a while, by the way to match Lu Bei's enthusiasm, show a full of good feelings for Lu Bei, which makes Lu Bei happy.
Lu Bei was brainstorming that it shouldn't be difficult to poach Shenzhou. Mr. came to me, is there something else? Lu Bei said and asked speculatively.
He always felt as if Shenzhou had something he wanted to talk to himself about.
There is indeed one thing.
Shenzhou touched his nose and said in a not-so-nice manner, actually, I came to visit because I want to borrow Mrs. Gone for a while.
Lu Bei.
His eyes towards Shenzhou then changed, as if he saw the rhythm of green light about to appear on his body.
Coming to borrow his wife for no reason, is this appropriate? Definitely not appropriate. What does Mr. want to do?
Lu Bei had heard that when Shenzhou was in Wancheng, he borrowed Zhang Xiu's aunt away, with a loan but no return, and never returned.
It was also a Cao thief.
In fact, after Mrs. Gone was captured by Lu Bu, Lu Bei wondered if he was green, and has not been very good to see Mrs. Gone, and before that, Maju said that he wanted to marry his sister to himself, and was happy about it for a long time. However, the family is now trapped in Shopee. The matter of marrying his sister is not settled.
Let him wonder. Shenzhou understood, Lu Bei must think of himself as a Cao thief. The only thing he could do was to explain, didn't I catch Lu Bu's daughter? I'm a big man, not good to look at her. The army in addition to Lu Bu's daughter, only Shenda's wife is a woman. I want to borrow people back to look at Lu Bu's daughter, to know that this person has a great role. Hearing Shenzhou's serious words, Lu Bei thought that he must have thought too much. Lu Bu only had one daughter, and after capturing the person, the strategic significance was indeed great, and might be helpful in capturing Shopee. In fact, the significance was not great, it was all because Shenzhou fooled Lu Bei into saying this on purpose.
He left Lu Lingqi, one is to subdue Gao Shun, the second is to restrain Lu Bu, but does not think that a Lu Lingqi can make Lu Bu open the gates of Shapi to surrender. It is just a daughter. Although it is the only one, it doesn't mean that Lu Bu can have more. This matter, no problem. Liu Bei didn't really want Mrs. Gone, and had always felt that he was green by Lu Bu. Now that Xuzhou came to borrow someone, lending out is totally fine, as long as he can deal with Lu Bu, let him do whatever he wants, that hateful Lu Bu, must die, must die. Sir, wait a moment, I will go and get the person. Liu Bei left the tent. After waiting for a while, he brought Mrs. Gone back. Hearing Liu Bei wanting to lend himself to Xuzhou, Mrs. Gone's eyes revealed a hint of incredulity, and then after making eye contact with Xuzhou, she immediately lowered her head, and there was a blush on her face, slowly creeping up. Xuzhou did not hesitate at all, and took the person away with alacrity, thinking that it was still Liu Bei who was kind enough to lend out his wife at will. Big brother. Seeing Xuzhou walking away, Zhang Fei said anxiously, "This Jinduji, definitely not a good person, how can we let sister-in-law go with him?" He was dying of anxiety. If it wasn't for Guan Yu stopping him, he would have driven Zhou away and snatched his sister-in-law back. Guan Yu agreed, Jinduji isn't that easy to rope in, he's also Cao Cao's son-in-law, how could he betray? I think Big Brother's plan is wrong. Wrong? Liu Bei didn't know if it was wrong or not, but he thought that Lady Gone must not be wanted. As long as we can deal with Lu Bu, anything will do. Liu Bei went out on a limb and said. When Lu Bu was mentioned, Zhang Fei was even more upset. That three-named slave, I'll get him killed sooner or later. Zhang Fei cursed. Zhou left Liu Bei's barracks and brought Mrs. Gone back to the rear army of Cao camp. On the way back, he gave Mrs. Gone a word about what he was going to do with the people he borrowed back. At this point he pointed to the tent and Mrs. Gone went in. Zhou then had someone send some dinner in for them, and left Lu Lingqi alone for the time being. The next day. Zhou had just woken up from his sleep when he saw Shao Jie coming. Sir, uncle asked me to come find you, saying that there is good news. Good news? Could it be about Gao Shun? Zhou guessed and said. Shao Jie admired, Sir can even guess this, it is really powerful. Gao Shun said that he is willing to submit to us. This was a good thing. It also showed that Gao Shun was a person who knew how to judge. After breaking Shapi and recovering Zhang Yuan as well, the two fierce generals under Lu Bu's ministry were able to become their own people. In fact, Gao Shun refused to surrender and ended up dying. Zhou was quite sad about this. Arrived at the center army camp. Du Ji. Cao Cao politely said, still you have a way, Gao Boping is willing to surrender, huh? Zhou made a bow, congratulations lord, but Gao Boping is willing to submit, there should be conditions, right? For the battle against Shapi, he will not participate. There were indeed conditions, and Cao Cao spelled them out. At this, Zhou was not surprised. Gao Shun thought that he was ashamed of Lu Bu and could not possibly intervene, it was just that whether or not Lu Bu would die was beyond Gao Shun's control. Gao Boping is still a sentient person, but he doesn't owe Lu Bu anything either. Zhou still quite admired Gao Shun. Just that night, being able to fight to the death to break the back for Lu Bu, Gao Shun already didn't owe Lu Bu anything, instead it was Lu Bu who owed him. Yes. Cao Cao didn't know how happy he was to be able to harvest a fierce general and a trap camp. My lord. At this moment, Su Chu came in and said, Lu Bu is shouting outside, saying that he wants to meet with Lord. It's probably for his daughter. Zhou said. They went out together and met with Lu Bu across the river. Lu Bu had indeed come for Lu Lingqi, asking for peace, not wanting to fight anymore, only wanting to join forces against Yuan Shu, and hoping that Cao Cao could send his daughter back. LV Fengxian. Cao Cao said indifferently, if you can give me Shapi, your daughter, I'll have someone send her back, a city for a relative, what do you think? Lu Bu was silent. Inside his consciousness, Shapi city was more important than his daughter. During this time, Cao Cao, through Chen Deng, had long since gotten his hands on the other counties in Xuzhou, ruling Xuzhou with the people of Xuzhou. Without Shapi, Lu Bu knew that he would have to wander around again, looking for people to join him, and he didn't want to live like this again. It seems that your daughter is not as important as the city of Shapi in your eyes. Cao Cao teasingly looked at Lu Bu, then burst into laughter. This laughter was extremely uncomfortable for Lu Bu to hear. Chapter 122 Ho Chang loses his horse. This negotiation quickly came to an end. Lu Bu refused to exchange his daughter with Shapi, and Cao Cao didn't bother to pay any more attention to Lu Bu, and directly led his troops back. Liu Bei heard that Lu Bu came out to shout and also came to see what exactly was going on. At this time, he saw the towering walls of Shopee right in front of him. They had been besieging the city for so long. During this time, except for the fact that Lu Bu wanted to marry his daughter and fought for a little while, they had never tried to take the initiative to attack Shopee. Cao Xikong, how do we attack the city? This is not the first time Liu Bei has asked this question. He was very eager to fight Shopee, kill Lu Bu, and then fight Yuan Shu, and take the opportunity to cut off his territory in Huainan. He is worried that the land in Huainan will be divided up by Sun Tzu and Liu Biao, and he will have nothing to show for it. Cao Cao doesn't know when to attack the city, but Xuzhou said to wait for the time of day, must believe Xuzhou's words, and said, Shinda don't need to be anxious, Lu Bu is trapped by us, can he still escape? There is absolutely no chance of escape, just wait a little longer. Liu Bei had no choice but to continue to go back and wait. The high and thick walls of Shopee city, he himself is not capable of fighting. Not to mention the people in the city, willing to support Lu Bu to defend the city, they were afraid of Cao Cao, worried that Cao Cao would break the city and massacre it, that ex-convict could make many people's hearts skip a beat. Duji, I want to attack the city too. Cao Cao was actually a bit anxious as well. Xuzhou said, Lord, there's no need to be anxious, I'll meet with Chen Yuanlong later and I'll be able to set the time for the siege, the time of day we're waiting for is almost here. Good, I'll wait a little longer. Cao Cao still chose to believe. Without Xuzhou, he didn't think he was as accomplished as he was now and had to be trusted. Xuzhou was in Chao camp and quickly found Qindeng. Sir. Qindeng knew that Xuzhou was very capable and had a high status, and warmly invited the man in to sit down. Xuzhou opened the door and said, I came to find Yuan Long because I want to determine one thing, when will Xuzhou enter the rainy season? I need Xuzhou to rain heavily, can Yuan Long give an answer? Rainy season? Qindeng went out and looked at the sky, only to see thick clouds, as if it was going to rain, but not enough conditions for rain, and then calculated the time based on the rainy season in previous years, and said, it should be raining in the next 3 to 5 days, there is no sign of a major drought this year, and the difference between the exact time of the rain and the time of my judgment shouldn't be very large. 3 to 5 days? Xuzhou said, that's also soon, it can wait. Qindeng asked curiously, what is the use of asking this, sir? For breaking Shopee. Xuzhou purposely sold the idea without saying it outright and laughed, Yuan Long helped me judge the weather and also got credit for it. Qindeng hesitantly said, I only judged it roughly, it doesn't count as credit, it's not clear if it's accurate or not. I believe in Yuan Long, accurate. Xuzhou laughed. After being polite with Qindeng for a little while longer, he left the place and went back to his own rear army. With Mrs. gone around, Xuzhou didn't have to pay much attention to Lu Lingqi, just have someone keep an eye on her, and at this time, he went to the tent and looked around, and found that they were still chatting quite happily, and their relationship was still very good. Before in Shopee, Lu Lingqi and Mrs. Gon knew each other. Now treat it as catching up. What are you guys chatting about? Xuzhou asked as he came in. Mrs. Gon blushed slightly, embarrassed to meet Xuzhou's eyes. Lu Lingqi would not spoil Xuzhou and lightly grunted, what we talk about has nothing to do with you, we 2 daughters are here, you are good enough to come in. Of course I'm good at it. Xuzhou surveyed for a while and said, this is my place. Lu Lingqi felt that Xuzhou was going to bully herself again and gave a light grunt, then asked, what are you going to do with me? When my father comes to rescue me, he will definitely not let you go, his square sky painting halberd can send you flying if he hits you. Xuzhou originally did not want to irritate this girl, but when he heard that she was still threatening herself with Lu Bu, he said, just now, Lu Bu came to us to negotiate, we asked Lu Bu to offer Shopee and use it to exchange for you to go back, do you know how Lu Bu replied? Lu Lingqi's eyes turned, as if she thought of the answer, she could understand her father's approach, and also understood her father's difficulties, but her heart would be really hard again, and did not answer this question, her nose was sour while lowering her head. Forget it, don't talk about it. Xuzhou saw that she was a little sad and didn't even feel too good about bullying her anymore. You guys have a good rest. Xuzhou went outside and raised his head to look at the sky again. 4 or 5 days. It was almost time to settle Lu Bu. However, to be on the safe side, Xuzhou felt that it was perfectly fine to do something more to ensure the outcome. When Xuzhou left, Mrs. Gon smiled, actually, Sir is still a very good person. He's just a bad guy. Lu Lingqi lightly grunted, just knows how to bully me. Ho Chang was a general of Lu Bu's ministry. Just a short while ago, he lost one of his steeds and was anxious, it was a rare and good horse, not as powerful as Red Hair, but not far off, so he had his people search everywhere. Luckily, it was lost in Shopee City, and after days of searching, it was finally found. Ho Chang was overjoyed, so he wanted to celebrate, so he found Wei Su, Song Xian two good buddies, drink some wine together, eat some good meat, celebrate the lost and found. They had a good relationship with Ho Chang and were happy to celebrate with him. However, I don't know which 2/5 of them spread the news about their drinking to Lu Bu. Lu Bu was furious. A long time ago, he ordered a ban on alcohol and brewing, and even if he had stocks, he was not allowed to buy or sell them, and now that his subordinates dared to hide their drinking from him, they directly went to his door. What? One Ho. Seeing Lu Bu come, Ho Chang's tone of voice was a bit stuttering. They all knew about the ban on alcohol, but when they were caught drinking in private, their hearts panicked a batch, and the three of them stood up in fear. Lu Bu was full of anger recently, just couldn't vent it out. Seeing them like this, he was furious. I ordered a ban on alcohol, but you guys are drinking. Are you going to pretend that our order doesn't exist? No. Don't dare. Ho Chang, three people said in fear. Don't dare? Lu Bu got even more upset and said in a cold voice, I don't see anything that you guys don't dare to do, right? Seeing that the three of them stopped talking, Lu Bu coldly snorted and said, Come on people, drag them down and cane them for 20, you three, all of you, go to the outside of the city and guard the west city gate for me. Having said that, Lu Bu turned around and left. The personal guards and soldiers around him, without saying a word, took them away and pressed them on the ground to beat them hard. After the beating, they didn't care if their injuries had healed or not, and were then sent to the west side of the city to man the camp outside the city. Although the gates of Shopee are closed, but outside the city, on the banks of the moat, there is still a need for someone to be stationed, and there are even more troops stationed near the drawbridge, so they were just placed in these places. But guarding the outside of the city has a high risk factor. Even though neither Cao nor Lu is attacking the city right now, who can guarantee that there will be no attack all the time? Once it hits, they have to face the enemy first, and because they have offended Lu Bu, they are terrified at this time. Chapter 123 Against Lu Bu. Ho Chang and the others, who were assigned to the west side of the city, would have to defend the outside of the city. They were worried that they would have to face Cao Cao's army directly in the west of the city, and were afraid that when Cao Cao launched a strong attack, they, who were at the forefront of the defense, would be the first to be taken out by Cao Cao's army, and they sulked in their hearts. On the third day after being placed outside the city, Song Xian suddenly ran back and said excitedly, Come on you guys, I received a letter from outside. Upon hearing this, Ho Chang and Wei Su immediately surrounded towards Song Xian. Song Xian did so with special care, bringing them to the tent and then looking outside to make sure no one was eavesdropping before opening the epistle and presenting it to their eyes. This is Cao Cao's letter persuading us to surrender? Wei Su first exclaimed. That's right. Song Xian nodded solemnly. Just now, I was patrolling outside, and amongst Cao Cao's army, a small soldier approached by boat across the moat, and I was about to order my men to capture him, but he shot this letter to me and immediately left. Ho Chang looked at the letter, Cao Cao's exhortation to surrender them, and said in silence for half a minute, What do you guys think? Song Xian narrowed his eyes, making his dissatisfaction with Lu Bu fully known, and said irritably, He ordered a ban on alcohol, yet he drinks in his residence, don't think I don't know. Lu Bu is a very selfish person, in his eyes, he only has his own family. The wine we drink is just stocked wine, not freshly brewed, it won't be a waste of food, and he even wants to penalize us as well, so we might as well go against it. I'm in favor of it. Wei Su concurred. Lu Bu was brutal and unkind, and now that he's trapped in Shopee with no future to speak of, and is a rebel allied with Yuan Shu, I guess Yuan Shu won't be able to hold out much longer. Cao Cao has been ordered by the Son of Heaven to crusade against the usurping traitors, and is in full force, and has a great deal of righteousness on his side, which is more than 100 times better than Lvbu, so it would be better to cast your lot with Cao Cao. It wouldn't be wrong to do so, would it? Ho Chang was a bit hesitant, unable to make a decision for a while. Song Xian lightly hummed, There's nothing wrong with it, think about it, after being beaten by Lu Bu, now you can't even sit still, it's not just some wine? You think Lu Bu himself doesn't drink? I think we can turn against Lu Bu. Wei Su asked, General Ho, what about you? Both of their gazes went towards Ho Chang. Although Ho Chang was hesitant, he seriously thought about the words of their analysis. It is indeed difficult for Lu Bu to become a success, he just received a beating from Lu Bu and is full of dissatisfaction and resentment. Even if they rebelled, it was still very appropriate. Reverse together. Ho Chang agreed decisively at the end of his consideration, but then asked, How do we do it? Get in touch with Cao Cao's people first. Song Xian suggested, Cao Cao won't do nothing if he has people contact us, so let's see what they want to do and what their plans are. This suggestion was agreed upon by those other two. Anyway, it was easy to contact Cao Cao's army on the other side of the moat when they were guarding the gates on the west side of the city, and it was equivalent to Lu Bu creating a condition for them to surrender to Cao Cao. Xuzhou rested just outside the western part of the city, on the bank of the moat, within the sentry post. Chen Deng followed him.
Sir thinks that Ho Chang and the others will definitely surrender? Chen Deng asked. Definitely will.
Xuzhou was certain because that was what the history books wrote. He was still worried about not having the conditions to contact Ho Chang and the others, arranging for someone to do so, and not being able to reach out to the city of Shapi, when just yesterday he suddenly received news from the soldiers below that there was a change in defense in the west of the city. Xuzhou arrived to take a look, and found that the defense changed. Before it was the officer here to guard the moat, and now changed a few generals, and then wanted to know who was the person who changed over. Except for Gao Shun, he didn't recognize any of the people from Lu Bu's ministry. But Chen Deng recognized, even if Chen Deng has not seen, his two younger brothers must have seen, so the people to identify, then coincidentally it is Ho Chang them, was thrown out of the city to guard the outside of the city. In general, guarding the city is far better than guarding the outside of the city, such as not being punished. There is no need to go out of the city to guard the moat.
Xuzhou then pondered, they will not be a horse event, drinking was Lu Bu found it?
Ho Chang several people surrendered, precisely because of the lost horse incident. So, Xuzhou didn't care, first contacted them to see how their attitude was, and there was that letter. Chen Deng did not understand Xuzhou's confidence and was hesitant and skeptical when the soldier outside walked in and said, Sir, the letter back.
Bring it up. Xuzhou said.
What was written on the letter was that Ho Chang and the others were willing to surrender, and they then asked Xuzhou what they should do next.
Really?
Chen Deng was a little surprised, then cautiously said, Sir should be careful to prevent them from fraudulently surrendering.
I know, even if they fraudulently surrender, they can't help me. Xuzhou was still confident.
As long as the person who wrote the history book did not mess around, it must not be a fraudulent surrender, but a genuine desire to surrender.
Write back and tell them to wait for the arrangement. Xuzhou said.
The rain had not yet fallen and it was still inconvenient for them to do something. The soldier who sent the message received the contents of the reply and went down to find someone to make arrangements.
Yuan Lon, let's go back and wait for the arrival of the rainy season you predicted.
Xuzhou smiled confidently.
I hope it will really rain. Chen Deng looked up at the sky.
The rain was just a prediction. If it didn't come, he didn't know what to do yet, but seeing that the sky was thick with thick clouds, it was a sign that it could rain.
It should be right.
Xuzhou went back to the central army camp and told Cao Cao and the others about the matter of turning Ho Chang and the others, letting them be surprised for a while before returning to the rear army.
Sir. Lady Gan happened to have cooked dinner and asked softly, should Mr. dine with us? Those dinners, faintly wafted with fragrance.
It smelled as if it was quite delicious. Being able to cook a meal well in the era of the Three Kingdoms was not an easy task. After all, at this time, there was a shortage of cooking methods and ingredients.
Yes.
Xuzhou agreed without hesitation and had no intention of being polite with her.
Mrs. Gan smiled slightly.
The smile was beautiful and gorgeous.
Worthy of being a white jade beauty.
However, Lady Gan felt that being in the Cao camp, beside Mr., was much more joyful than following Liu Bei. It was so nice to be here.
Madam, what is he doing in here?
Lu Lingqi had a strong opinion of Xuzhou and was immediately unhappy to see someone come in.
Of course it's to eat.
Xuzhou didn't care if she was happy or not. He picked up the bowl and ate, no different from returning to his own home. In fact, this tent was equivalent to Xuzhou's home in Cao Ang.
Hoof.
Lu Lingqi raised her mouth and made a dissatisfied sound, also knowing that she couldn't drive Xuzhou away, so she fought with Xuzhou, pinching away all that Xuzhou wanted. This dinner, farcical, was eaten for almost an hour.
All right, you can go out now.
Lu Lingqi said with dissatisfaction. Xuzhou instead sat down nearby and slowly said, I'm a person that's just very anti-bone. The more you let me go, the more I don't want to go. I've decided to stay here and rest tonight.
You. Bad egg.
Lu Lingqi was puffing with anger. She couldn't drive away. This is Cao camp. Even if Xuzhou was beside herself without any defense, she didn't dare to do anything. Mrs. Gan pondered the meaning of these words and blushed slightly, as if she had not tried it yet, sharing a room with another man. But Mr. is very good, much better than Liu Bei. She thinks she can.
Chapter 124, It's finally raining. Rumble.
At that moment, a clap of thunder, symptomless, appeared outside.
Clattering.
The neat sound of rain echoed inside and outside the camp, and the soybean-sized raindrops that fell on top of the tents formed a unique rhythm, a rhythm that was very pleasing to Xuzhou's ears.
Finally, it is raining.
Waiting for this rain, Xuzhou waited for many days, came earlier than Chen Deng predicted, raised his head to look outside. The rear army schoolyard quickly appeared to accumulate water. With the wind gently rolling, there was also some rainwater that was swept up and blown into the tent. It blew all over Xuzhou's face, and water droplets hung on her hair like frosting.
It's better now, I can't go even more.
Xuzhou comfortably listened to the sound of the rain, and then saw the sky, flashed a thick lightning, followed by rumbling thunder, shaking the heaven and earth. Only seeing the lightning storm, Xuzhou brightly relied on not leaving.
You can have someone send a straw raincoat over. Lu Lingqi said unconvincingly.
Xuzhou said, how troublesome that would be, I'd better squeeze in with you guys. Lu Lingqi had a red face and said shyly, you just know how to bully me, humph. When I go out, when my father kills over, I
will make him tie you up, I will bully back.
This girl was infuriated, her heart slightly undulating, a certain high place going up and down. She also said before that she wanted to pack Xuzhou properly. Now she changed her tone. Her tone was gentler, changed to bully back, as if she was not as bitter towards Xuzhou as she was initially.
Then I'd better recuse myself.
Mrs. Gon finally considered, she is a married woman, if it is passed back to Liu Bei's side, it is not appropriate, right?
You stay too.
Xuzhou did not let her go.
Mrs. Gon. The only thing to do was to stay.
This made Lu Lingqi even more unpleasant. She couldn't help but keep spitting on Xuzhou, and when she got tired of spitting until the end, she pulled Mrs. Gon and hijacked the bed, making Xuzhou sleep on the floor. At the same time, she picked up the small horse zipper that Xuzhou had placed next to her as a weapon to prevent Xuzhou from coming over and taking advantage of them. Thinking of that day, when they were intimately pressed together and even kissed, Lu Lingqi's cheeks seemed to be burning as if they were on fire, and her mouth was broken and full of dissatisfaction towards Xuzhou. When a little girl holds a grudge, she can think about it for a long time. Xuzhou just laughed and quietly sat in the tent looking at the pouring rain outside, not knowing how long this rain would last, but he knew that Lu Bu probably didn't have the chance to catch himself up and let Lu Lingqi bully him back.
Soon, it was late at night. The rain outside is still coming down.
Listening to him, he led the soldiers of the rear army and hurriedly dug canals to drain the water to prevent the grain from getting damp. Xuzhou gradually fell asleep in the midst of these noises.
Mrs. Gon got up, took the quilt and covered Xuzhou. Madam, let's leave him alone.
Lu Lingqi said so, but actually wanted to do so, but she just didn't have the guts and couldn't let go of her face, not wanting Mrs. Gon to feel that she was trying to curry favor with Xuzhou.
It's raining, the night is cool, it's easy to catch a cold without a blanket.
Lady Gon said gently, actually, sir is really good.
Lu Lingqi spat out her tongue and said, he's not nice at all, he's bad.
They whispered a couple more times and went to sleep together.
It's raining. Cao Cao looked out at the pouring rain and said softly, this is what Qin Yuanlong said, the rainy season is coming to Xuzhou, but with the rainy season, it will be tougher to attack the city. And what did Duji mean when he said that when it rains it's easier to break the city instead?
Gui Jia was inside Cao Cao's tent. He heard the words and pondered for a while, then looked outside, the rainwater that had gathered. At this point the water was accumulating more and more, and small puddles were forming on some of the uneven ground of the camp. I seem to understand what Watanuki's idea was.
Gui Jia laughed out loud. What is it? Cao Cao asked eagerly.
Gui Jia played mysterious, not directly saying that he understood, and sold a secret. I'm not confirming whether it is or not for now, let's see how Watanuki explains it tomorrow. If Watanuki's idea is different from mine, wouldn't that be a slap in my face?
Cao Cao laughed, maybe Feng Zhao's plan is more useful. Not necessarily. Gui Jia said. Also watching the rain was Liu Bei. The rain is pouring down, how can Qin Duji utilize the rain to break the city? Liu Bei said in disbelief, so this is the heavenly timing he was talking about?
How the timing of the rain could be utilized, he could not see it at all. Jian Yang said, but Chen Duji is a man who can anticipate things like a god and is omnipotent. Many times he says it will be like this and in the end it really is like this, he must have a brilliant plan.
Liu Bei agreed, that's right, it's just a pity.
Every time he thought Xuzhou was not his own strategist, he was painfully unconvinced.
Big brother, after fighting Xiaopi, I will tie him back.
Zhang Fei said with a light hum.
Liu Bei. The next morning.
When Xuzhou woke up, he touched the quilt, then looked back towards the couch and saw the scene of Lu Lingqi and Mrs. Gon sleeping in each other's arms, and only felt a little bit of aroma. But he quickly threw all kinds of thoughts aside and returned the quilt back to them. Outside, the rain was still falling, pouring down, wetting everything on the ground. The schoolyard was filled with water, cleared over and over again, and now there were soldiers braving the rain to dig ditches to divert the water.
Come on people, give me straw raincoat, Zhou shouted.
Soon a soldier brought over the straw raincoat. He put it on and first went to find Cao Cao and the others. It wasn't possible to stay in the tent to hide from the rain. Now that it was raining, there were a lot of things he needed to maneuver. When he left, Mrs. Gan opened her eyes slightly and laughed softly. Lingqi, isn't Mr. quite sweet? Who would want a quilt he covered that stinks? Lu Lingqi said this with her mouth, but did not push the quilt away. The main camp of the Central Army. Duji is here. Cao Cao, who had also just gotten up, added, someone, invite Feng Shao over. By the time Feng Shao arrived, Liu Bei had likewise come. They were both waiting for this rain. It had been hard to get it to rain, and thought that there were some plans that should fall into place, and were eager to know what Zhou's plans were. Cao Cao did not reject Liu Bei's arrival, letting them all enter inside the main tent and asking, how is Duji's plan? Is it flooding? Wei Jia jumped the gun before Zhou could say anything. Zhou paused briefly and laughed. Feng Shao helped me out with the plan. Fruity. Wei Jia revealed a very satisfied expression, thinking that the gap between himself and Zhou was not that big. It's just that Zhou's thinking was especially long-term. Before it even rained, he started thinking about the rain, and it was only when it rained that he was able to think about what could be done. Flooding Xiapi? Liu Bei asked, how do you flood it, sir? Zhou said, it's very simple. Chen Yuanlong told me that Xuzhou is about to enter the rainy season. This rain can still fall for a long time. When it's almost over, the Surabaya water will surely rise, digging up the embankment. The water rushes into the moat, and it will flood Xiapi. The approach is very simple, Cao Lu heard, suddenly realized. History is not without examples of flooding to break the city. Qin destroyed Wei, it is the flooding of Dariang. They immediately felt that breaking Xiapi, stable. Chapter 125, Tying Qingong, Stealing the Red Rabbit. Zhou met Cao Cao and soon came back to the sentry post on the west side of the city. He wrote a letter and had it sent over to Ho Chang and the others, and then observed the situation in Surabaya. The river, now, had not risen enough, so there was no rush to flood. Let this rain continue to wash away for some time. There are times when Lu Bu is desperate. Zhou's letter, quickly sent to Ho Chang in their hands. Caught Qingong and stole Lu Bu's red hair horse? Ho Chang saw Zhou's arrangement and felt embarrassed. Lu Bu's side, the only person who can advise is Qingong. If Qingong is gone, Lu Bu can't do anything. In addition, the red rabbit horse is the dependence of Lu Bu's strength. Without the red rabbit horse, Lu Bu is equal to half of the strength. Song Xian analyzed and said. This analysis was recognized by Ho Chang and Wei Su. Pulling out all kinds of advantages around Lu Bu, then it would be easier to deal with Lu Bu. It's easy to catch Qingong, but the red hair horse is Lu Bu's mount. It only recognizes Lu Bu. If we take it away by force, it will definitely not obey. As long as we make some noise, it will easily attract Lu Bu's attention. Wei Su worriedly said. Ho Chang calmly said, it's easy to deal with a horse. I have a kind of medicine. As long as let that red rabbit eat, guaranteed to sleep for a day and a night, the thunder will not wake up, by then is not at our mercy. However, Zhao Xikong's letter wrote, let the three of us, 2 people continue to stay in Xiapi, 1 of them to take Qingong, red rabbit horse, including our relatives to leave Xiapi. Then the choice came as to who could stay and who could do this mission. There was a certain amount of danger in doing this task. I'll do it. Ho Chang said, the whole thing started because of me, I'll be the most suitable. Once I've caught all the people and moved them out, you guys will follow the plan and go to Lu Bu to expose me. Lu Bu without Qingong has the courage and can trust your words. Good. Wei Su said, be careful in everything. Having determined the candidates, they began to make arrangements. The city gate on the west side of the city, Lu Bu arranged for them to be stationed here. It was really convenient for them to surrender and rebel. They could do a lot of things here. That night, Ho Chang made his move. He first went to Lu Bu's stables, took out the soldiers guarding near the stables, then drugged all the horses, braved the rain and had the red hair horses carried out of the city. The west gate of the city, they can go in and out at will and do whatever they want. Carrying the red rabbit horses outside the city gates did not alarm anyone. Lu Bu did not know what happened, Qingong likewise, but Ho Chang's next plan was to find Qingong. Sir. Ho Chang took off his straw raincoat and entered the door, coming uninvited in the night. Sorry for the disturbance. Qingong sized up Ho Chang for a while, and asked speculatively, is General Ho here to find me for the matter of being penalized for drinking? Exactly. Ho Chang was looking for this reason, and said sincerely, "We have been guarding the west side of the city for a few days, and we already know that we are wrong, and want to return to the city." "Nay, Marquis Yuan is angry, we do not dare to go to him. Thinking about it, I represent the three of us to come to see sir. Please sir, help me." What Marquis Yuan listens to the most is the words of Mr. "You guys violated the prohibition to drink, you really shouldn't. What we drink is all the wine we bought in the past, it is not a waste of grain newly brewed." Ho Chang explained, "The main reason is that Marquis Yuan has been drinking like this, and we thought we could drink it as well, and were momentarily confused." Seeing him pleading so much, Chen Gong was silent for half a minute and said, "Marquis Yuan's punishment, it is indeed a bit heavy, fine.
Tomorrow I will talk to Marquis Yuan and let you return to the city." "Many thanks, sir."
Ho Chang stepped forward and was about to bow and make a bow. But the moment he bowed down, he stepped forward and slapped Chen Gong's neck. "You." When Chen Gong saw this, he was about to resist and yell. Ho Chang had already gotten his hands on him. Sneak attacking and striking, Chen Gong could not defend himself. After knocking the person out, Ho Chang brought soldiers, quickly broke in, killed Chen Gong's family, and then brought Chen Gong, got on the carriage, rushed to the west of the city, directly out of the city. Many people in the city are still blissfully unaware of what has happened. When they came to the edge of the city gate.
"Got it." In Ho Chang's tone, it was hard to suppress a hint of excitement. "I didn't think it could go so smoothly." Song Xian said, "We're going to fight you and make an illusion that we're charging out with our troops." "Good." Ho Chang nodded solemnly. After discussing, they made their move. The sound of shouting and killing then echoed near the city gates in the west of the city. "Stop Ho Chang. Ho Chang is about to betray, quickly stop him." Wei Su and Song Xian, both of them, shouted in cooperation. The soldiers throughout the western part of the city gathered at this time, but they had already made arrangements, and before they could stop Ho Chang down, the people passed through the drawbridge to the other side of the moat. Chen Gong, who was on the carriage, was thus taken away. The tall red rabbit horse, now unconscious and lying on another carriage, was also quickly pulled away. "Chase, chase!" Wei Su shouted as they chased after them across the moat. But Chen Zhou had long arranged for the Cao army to wait on the opposite bank of the moat to receive them. At this time, seeing someone chasing after them, the Cao soldiers guarding near the drawbridge immediately drew their bows to give Ho Chang cover. Hundreds of people led by Ho Chang passed through the rain curtain and reached the Cao camp. At this time, the soldiers on the other side of the river did not dare to chase, withdrew back and put the drawbridge away again. According to the plan, Wei Su and Song Xian rushed to find Lu Bu to report the news. The rain continues. The pouring rain seems to tell of the unsettled night. Lu Bu sleeps better when it's pouring rain, and listening to the sound of the ticking rain outside, the light, lapping rhythm of the earth, it's easy to go to sleep. Tonight, he hugged Diaochan and was sleeping comfortably when an urgent voice came from outside. "Marquis Yuan, it's bad. Mr. Gongtai is gone, the red rabbit horse is gone. Wan ho." The cries quickly woke Lu Bu up. Suddenly disturbed from his sleep, Lu Bu's waking up breath was great. Suddenly woken up, angry at his head, was about to find trouble with the people outside when he finally heard the shouting clearly, and his sleepiness was all gone. "What did you say?" Lu Bu put on his clothes and ran out to ask. "The red rabbit horse is missing, and the horses in the stables, all fainted. Mr. Gongtai is also missing, and everyone in his family has been killed." The person who came to deliver the message said eagerly. Lu Bu didn't believe it was true. How could so many things happen in the time it takes to sleep? Lu Bu didn't care about the torrential rain outside and walked towards the stables. A soldier called an umbrella and tried to help Lu Bu block the rain, but Lu Bu was so tall that the soldier, standing on his tiptoes, might not even be able to keep the umbrella over Lu Bu's head. Stables. The war horses fainted and all collapsed on the ground. The fiery red hair horse had long since disappeared, as well as the soldier who was guarding the stables. His neck had been slashed, the blood had been drained, and the blood blended into the rainwater and flowed away. "What happened?" Lu Bu asked in a furious voice, his forehead veins standing out. The soldiers around him trembled, who knew what was happening. "They don't know anything, there is no way to explain. Wan ho is not good, Wan ho." There was another voice, eagerly coming from outside. It was the voices of Wei Su and Song Xian. Chapter 126 Lu Bu's Despair. Song Xian and Wei Su, both of them, ran in eagerly. "Marquis Yuan, it's not good. Ho Chang is not willing to be punished by you. Just a moment ago, he forced his way out of the city and defected to Cao Cao. He seems to have captured Mr. Gongtai and taken him away, along with Marquis Yuan's red rabbit horse. We led troops to intercept and fought with Ho Chang. But Ho Chang had Cao Cao's army to help him, we couldn't beat him and let him out. The two of them, Song Xian, said one sentence after the other. Ho Chang, this is Ho Chang's doing? Lu Bu shouted angrily. Song Xian and his duo only nodded their heads slightly, but in fact, their hearts were scared again, worrying about being recognized for something. However, thinking of Lu Bu's side, it is possible to see through everything. Chen Gong were caught, other people certainly cannot be recognized, they are calm again, at the moment lowered their heads, pretending to be in front of Lu Bu, shivering very afraid. Go to Gong Tai's house. Lu Bu immediately walked into the rain. None of them used umbrellas, letting the rain fall on their bodies, and used the fastest speed to arrive at Chen Gong's house. Chen Gong's family's subordinates and guards were all killed, leaving only his family behind, probably because Ho Chang couldn't kill them and was a bit soft-hearted, just tying them up. At this time, there have long been people to save Chen Gong's family, a family sitting in the hall crying all covered the sound of the rain outside, they do not know what to do. Gong Tai. I am sorry, Gong Tai. Lu Bu super blamed himself, and then roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he said furiously, Ho Chang, you seek death. And Cao Cao, I will not spare you, I want you all to die. Chen Gong was his wise counselor, and still the most important person beside him. Without Chen Gong, Lu Bu wouldn't be here today, and without Chen Gong, Lu Bu, who was brave and tactless, wouldn't know what to do at all. The red hair horse was obtained from Dongzhuo after he stabbed Ding Yuan. He had all the strength he needed to maximize on top of the red hair horse. Having lost the two most important things in one night, Lu Bu was almost furious, and when Wei Su and his two men saw this, they stood aside and did not dare to say anything for fear that their anger would be spread on their own heads. The rain outside is still pouring down. Lu Bu's mood is even worse than this rainstorm. His heart was in disarray. Without Chen Gong, he simply did not know what to do, as well as what he could do. The only thing he could do was to roar in impotent rage. Marquis 1. Zhang Liao got these news, put on his straw raincoat and also came to Chen Gong's residence. Just entering the door, seeing the ground full of corpses, his face slightly sank. Something did happen tonight, and things still looked like they were very serious. 1 Yuan. Gather the entire army immediately, tomorrow morning, go out of the city to battle Cao Cao, I want him dead. Lu Bu shouted angrily. First Lu Lingqi, then Gao Shun, and now Chen Gong and Red Rabbit, all of them were gotten by Cao Cao. Lu Bu could not accept such a fact. He could finally understand Liu Bei's fury at having his home stolen so many times. Marquis 1, no. Zhang Liao analyzed, it's raining heavily outside, it's not suitable to go to war, Mr. Gong Tai has been captured, we don't have anyone to plan, it's not a good idea to go to war. Cao Cao's side must be expecting Marquis 1's anger to be unbearable, they must have something to prepare for it, so please think twice about this, Marquis 1. Lu Bu asked, what should we do then? Zhang Liao thought and lowered his head. He was one of the few generals under Lu Bu who had courage and resourcefulness. But in the face of this situation, he did not know what to say for a while. After considering for a long time, Zhang Liao said, fraudulent surrender. Cao Cao won't kill Mr. Gong Tai right away if he gets his hands on him. My lord's red hair horse is so brave that Cao Cao shouldn't be able to kill it. We will go out of the city tomorrow and surrender fraudulently to ensure Mr. Gong Tai's safety before we can conspire with Mr. Gong Tai again to determine what to do, and even take Missy and Bo Ping with us. In Lu Bu's heart, he was in a mess. Listening to Zhang Liao's words, he still did not have a clue. But after pondering over it, it seems to make a few points. After a while, Wang Kai and Su Si came. They are not even as good as Zhang Liao, they can't give much advice, the only thing they can do is to agree with Zhang Liao's statement. The heavy rain continues. The rain washed away everything outside. Chen Zhou felt that the rainy season in Xuzhou was a bit scary. This year's rain is not a drought anymore, but don't make a whole flood out of it, or else it will be hard to get food again, and even if there is more food stored, there will be a time when it runs out. Within the Cao camp, Cao Cao and the others didn't rest. All of them stayed in the main tent of the center army, waiting for the news tonight. If tonight's matter succeeds, then Lu Bu is not far from extinction. If it fails, it may be a bit more troublesome, but it's still not a problem to clean up Lu Bu. Uncle. At this moment, Xiaohuan, braving the rain, barged in from outside, panting, it's here, Ho Chang, who surrendered, sent Chen Gong and the red rabbit horse. Quickly go out and take a look. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao hurriedly walked out of the main tent. Liu Bei and the others followed, but before they left, they admiringly glanced at Chen Zhou, thinking that Chen Zhou was truly powerful, another scheme that had become a reality in Chen Zhou's hands. Outside the main tent, there were people who had long ago built a tall, wide shed, of course it was for sheltering from the rain, to make it easier for them to work.
Below the shed was lit with a single torch. The flames that danced in the night wind could not extinguish the light of the torch, but the wind swept the rainwater and drifted into the shed. Everyone didn't care about the rain. They stood under the shed and waited for a few moments before Ho Chang was finally brought in.
Greetings to Cao Cao.
Ho Chang strides forward and bows before Cao Cao. The two brothers, Cao Ang and Cao Ang, were in charge of leading the troops to escort the red hair horse in Chen Gong, as well as controlling and monitoring the soldiers that Ho Chang had brought with him. The red hair horse was lying on the carriage, and after taking those medicines, it was true that Thunderbolt wouldn't wake up. But Chen Gong woke up. The road was bumpy. He had been awakened long ago. Once he woke up and realized that it was Cao Camp, he sighed in his heart that things were going to be bad, and the result was moving in a bad direction. Without his Lubu, he will definitely not be able to defend Shopi. With him, Cao Cao's men, who were still able to turn Ho Chang, can now do whatever they want.
General Ho, no need to be polite.
Cao Cao, in order to show his sincerity, as well as his respect for surrendering enemy generals, stepped forward to hold Ho Chang's hand and said enthusiastically, General Ho has made the most correct choice by being able to give up the traitor Lubu and return to the imperial court. I will write a letter later and have someone go back overnight to petition the Son of Heaven for General Ho's merit.
Many thanks to Cao Cao.
Ho Chang said, changing his words to, my lord. Given today's environment, the existence of the Son of Heaven was very low, and even though the Han dynasty was still in existence, that was all it was, and it wasn't the Son of Heaven that Ho Chang had surrendered to, but Cao Cao.
Good, haha.
Cao Cao said excitedly, General Ho has traveled all the way here and is drenched. Zelian, quickly take General Ho down, prepare hot water for a change, and prepare some wine and food, and entertain General Ho on my behalf. After a pause, he continued, I have other matters. I can't accompany General Ho to have a drink. That's an understatement, Lord. The military is busy. Don't worry about me. Ho Chang was aware that Cao Cao needed to dispose of Chen Gong. But seeing Cao Cao's warmth, and how well he treated himself, he put all of his concerns completely aside, and defecting to Cao Cao really was the right choice. The way Cao Cao treated people was more than 100 times better than Lubu.
Many thanks to Lord Cao for his hospitality.
Ho Chang was grateful again, and at the same time, he was full of hope for the future.
Surrendering was the right thing to do, the most correct choice. Chapter 127, Lu Bei, I want Chen Gong. Xiande, Lubu is not far from extinction.
When Ho Chang was taken away, Cao Cao patted Lu Bei's shoulder and laughed. Lu Bei felt that Cao Cao was at Versailles himself again. Not only did he force Lubu into a corner, but he also harvested the generals of Lubu's ministry and even got his hands on the red hair horse.
He was envious and jealous.
However, when he thought of that unbeatable, despicable Lubu, who was about to go to his demise, and would soon be gone, he again felt a total sense of relief.
Lubu deserved it.
Many thanks to Cao Cao for helping me avenge this deep hatred. Lu Bei suppressed his jealousy of Cao Cao and laughed, without Lubu and Chen Gong, we can fight however we want. Cao Cao laughed again, that's right, thanks to Duji's plan. Chen Zhou nodded his head slightly, not being arrogant or claiming credit. Being so indifferent to fame and fortune, such a high level of cultivation, again made Lu Bei fiercely envious. Soon, Cao Cao's gaze landed on top of that carriage and said, Chen Gong Tai, come all the way here, why don't you come down and catch up?
Alas!
A long sigh was heard within the carriage. Chen Gong was not tied up, he was simply locked inside the carriage, and knowing that there were enemies everywhere outside, and that even if he could break out of the carriage, he wouldn't be able to get away from here, he didn't struggle, and at the sound of his words, he came out of the carriage. I didn't expect that it would be like this. Chen Gong came down and made a bow. Cao Cao is a good tactician. People outside of Shopi City, their hands have already been able to reach inside Shopi City. Marquis Win's defeat at your hands is actually not an unjust defeat. With an opponent like Cao Cao, it was no surprise that he could have such a defeat, and he was not unwilling.
Does Gong Tai regret that he turned against me in Yanzhou in the first place? Cao Cao asked. Not yet.
Chen Gong shook his head. I generally have few regrets for the things I've done, but then again, I did regret one thing, not being able to fight as hard as I could to kill you at the time. If Cao Cao had died, there wouldn't have been so much trouble happening.
Ha ha. Cao Cao wasn't angry and laughed aloud, you hate me, but I don't hate you, I'll give you a chance to stay, how about it? Chen Gong's abilities are great, he's a talent. Just look at Lubu now.
It was just a pity that Chen Gong had met Chen Zhou. Cao Cao had always felt that if it wasn't for the assistance of Chen Zhou, they wouldn't have been able to deal with Chen Gong and Lubu in a short period of time. In fact, Chen Gong was a person worth drawing in. He was also willing to let go of the grudges he had once held.
Chance?
Chen Gong shook his head, I don't need it, Cao Cao might as well kill me.
Wouldn't it be a shame to kill? Cao Cao waved his hand, take Gongtai down. Lock Qingong up first, and convince him slowly when the time comes. Gao Shun, who was unwilling to surrender, was able to be convinced by Zhou, so to convince Qingong again, he thought it should be no problem. Qingong was quickly brought down. Luckily, we have Duji to advise us. Cao Cao laughed. Zhou humbly said, it's all trivial and insignificant. Saying this, he looked beyond the shed and added, I don't know how long this rain will last, but even if it's intermittent, it'll rain for a day or two, and it'll almost be enough to dig up the riverbanks and flood Shoppy, so we need to prepare in advance. This I know. Cao Cao said, alright, you guys go back and rest. If I'm not mistaken, early tomorrow morning, Lu Bu will definitely want to meet with me again. Wei Jiao laughed. At this point, the only thing Lu Bu can do is struggle impotently. The crowd soon left on their own. Returning to his camp, Liu Bei was silent for a long time, and took Guan Zhang and the two of them, alone, to his tent, and said softly, second brother, third brother, I want to give you a mission, but it's dangerous. Big brother, just say whatever, even if I die I'm not afraid. Zhang Fei's voice was loud and said with bravado. Liu Bei. Third brother, speak softer. Can't let the people outside hear. The mission is like this, by our side, we lack a capable military advisor, causing me to never know what to do, as well as what can be done. Originally I wanted to get Shinduji, but he doesn't seem to have any feelings for me. And is Cao Cao's son-in-law, alas. Liu Bei repeatedly pulling together, carried out a lot of hints, and even Mrs. Gong lent out, it seems that it is not allowed to work, the only thing to give up, continued, Gongtai this person, although it is very detestable, helping Lu Bu against us, but the ability is really good. So I thought, get him. How? Zhang Fei was very opinionated about Qingong and subconsciously wanted to speak up, but it was quickly suppressed by him and he said softly, the treacherous villain Qingong, how can he be our military advisor? Guan Yu was more rational, searching for a moment and said, Big Brother's words are very right, people who are military advisors and strategists are good at using tricks, such as that Chen Duji, those who use tricks are considered treacherous. Qingong does have the ability, we will save him, it is possible that he is grateful and willing to assist Big Brother. That's right. Liu Bei's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of incandescence. If we can get Gongtai to assist us and point us in the right direction, we can get rid of everything now. But Gongtai, this person, even if we save him, we have to hide him to use him, he can't be discovered by Cao Cao, there is still a certain amount of danger in saving him, it has to be second brother and third brother. He was confident that as long as he got a strategist, he would be able to do something great. Completely change this current status quo. Big brother, don't worry, I will definitely be able to save him. The words had been said to this point, Zhang Fei only had to pat his heart and guarantee that it would work. Guan Yu had no other comments. They did need strategists in this chaotic world. Without a few strategists, one would be embarrassed to say that they want to be a vassal and a contender for supremacy. When are we going to do it? Guan Yu added. Wait a bit first, there's no hurry yet. Liu Bei pondered, Cao Cao will definitely keep an eye on Qingong. It's not quite right for us to make a move now. Wait for an opportunity. Good. Guan and Zhang said in unison. This mission, they took it next. Liu Bei, in this instant, seemed to see his hope right in front of him again, finally being able to have strategists and not having to mess around aimlessly. The next day, in the morning. Sir, the Lord has sent someone to find you. The person who was able to come and wake up Xuzhou was still Dianwei, saying, Lu Bu is shouting outside, the Lord said that he wants you sir to go and take a look as well. Hearing Lu Bu shouting, Zhuzhou immediately got up. When he came to the moat bank, he only saw Lu Bu waiting for a while. Today's rain, which was not as fierce as yesterday's, was much smaller, but it was still raining. Zhuzhou glanced at the Surabaya in the distance, the water was torrential and very turbulent, almost enough to flood Shoppy. Not only did Zhuzhou and Cao Cao come, but Liu Bei also came to join in the fun, to see what Lu Bu can do at this moment, whether to beg for mercy, or to make peace with Cao Cao and beg Cao Cao to release him. Or maybe it's just a stalemate and he'll continue to fight Cao Cao to the bitter end. There may be all kinds of possibilities, but either way, it seems to say that this is the end of the road for Lu Bu. The people soon came together, and together they looked over to Lu Bu on the opposite bank. Chapter 128, Half a Life of Drifting, Hating Not Having a Clear Master. Lu Bu was angry all night, but finally listened to Zhang Liao's plan. Early this morning, he pushed down all his anger and followed Zhang Liao's plan, sitting on another warhorse, without the red rabbit horse, which was now making him uncomfortable. Today's rain was not as heavy as yesterday's. But it quickly still wet his clothes, all of them. Cao Kong. When Lu Bu saw that Cao Cao had arrived, he said aloud across the moat, "We are fighting each other, but only for Xuzhou and Xiapi. I'm willing to offer up Xuzhou, and sever the relationship with Yuan Shu, so can you release my daughter, Lingqi, as well as Gongtai and the rest of them, back? I'll exchange it with Xiapi City." Finally wanting to exchange Xiapi for Chen Gong and the others, these words came out, causing Cao Cao and the others to be slightly surprised. Chen Gong is indeed important to Lu Bu. Wu Jia heard this and said first, but for Lu Bu to use Xiapi in exchange, I don't think it's that simple. Lu Bei agreed, Mr. Feng Shao is right, Lu Bu is a scumbag. Lu Bei almost gritted his teeth when he said scumbag. He hated Lu Bu so much, and he had learned a lot about his despicable tactics. Seeing no response from Cao Cao's side, Lu Bu continued, Bu has been wandering around for half a lifetime, and hates not having a clear master. If Sikong doesn't give up, I'm willing to surrender to Sikong, and I'll be driven by Sikong in the future. Surrender? Cao Cao finally responded, asking aloud, Lu Fengxian, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Lu Bu immediately returned another sentence. Chen Zhou was listening from the side, and for a moment, he was unable to discern if Lu Bu really wanted to surrender. In fact, when Lu Bu was captured, on top of the White Gate Tower, he had also said that he would surrender, but Lu Bei hated Lu Bu and stirred up the relationship, and Cao Cao beheaded Lu Bu. This is how the most powerful man of the three kingdoms got his lunchbox. However, at this time Lu Bu surrendered. Chen Zhou sounded like he didn't think it was genuine. If Sikong accepts my surrender, I will lead the cavalry and Sikong will lead the infantry. If we join forces, no one in the world will be able to unify the world. Lu Bu continued in a loud voice. His parallel state wolf riders, like wolves and tigers, had fought the Xiangnu and Xianbei in parallel state, relying on their strong cavalry strength, and were quite knowledgeable about training cavalry. Cao Cao listened and hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Lu Bei felt bad and immediately said, Does Cao Sikong remember what happened to Ding Yuan and Dongzhua? The square heavenly painted halberd, specializing in stabbing righteous fathers. Anyone who could get Lu Bu did not have a good ending. When Chen Zhou heard Lu Bei's words, he secretly snickered in his heart. Sure enough, it would still be like this. Lu Bei is really, can't wait for Lu Bu to die right in front of his eyes. Big-eared thief, I will kill you. Lu Bu was furious in his heart. This damned Lu Bei, if I had known this, I should have ignored everything and stabbed this big-eared thief to death first. What does Duji think? Cao Cao put his gaze and landed on Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou for Lu Bu life and death how, full of care, not tightly said, we can normally break the city. Lu Bu is indeed a treacherous villain. Now all favorable conditions are on our side. Lu Bu surrender or not, in fact, does not matter. Cao Cao's eyes flickered and landed on the moat in front of him, and asked again, Duoji thinks it's ready to be flooded? Almost ready. Chen Zhou nodded and said, tonight, you can have someone secretly dig the riverbank. When the river pours into Xiapi, Lu Bu will not be able to escape. Good. Cao Cao got certainty and stopped agreeing to Lu Bu's request to surrender. His eyes lifted and looked towards the opposite bank, saying, Lu Fengxian, wait for me to break the city. You. Lu Bu saw that the plan failed and there was no hope of saving Chen Gong. He was anxious and angry. It's all because of that big-eared thief. When I get out of the trap, I will first kill that big-eared thief. Cao Kong, brilliant. Lu Bei smiled contentedly at the sight. This time, Lu Bu is still not dead. Let's go back. Cao Cao no longer cared about Lu Bu. Lu Bei was filled with joy, while at the same time plotting how he should rob Chen Gong. Once Lu Bu was dead and Chen Gong was in his hands, he thought he could officially carry out his grandiose and domineering endeavors. Cao Mingda, wait for me. Lu Bu was furious, never having tried to hold his tongue so much before, and added, big-eared thief, I will never rest until I kill you. Lu Bei finally heard Lu Bu's incompetent cries, and in his heart, he despised that. You can survive, then say kill me again. Under Chen Zhou's scheming, he thought that Lu Bu must not survive. Lu Bu went back to the city helplessly and continued to look for Zhang Liao to discuss what could be done, but Zhang Liao had no idea what to do, and Wang Kai and the two of them didn't know what to do either, and they really couldn't do it without Chen Gong. Chen Zhou did not return to the barracks, but went to the west side of the city by the sentry post. Flooding Xiapi will have Cao Cao arrangements, do not need to personally do it, but before flooding, have to distribute the final task to Wei Su two people. He wrote a letter and had it sent to the west side of the city to Wei Su. Those two continued to guard the west side of the city, and Lu Bu had no intention of letting them enter the city. Their dissatisfaction with Lu Bu stacked up a few more layers. After getting Chen Zhou's letter, Song Xian said, Cao Cao's people, let's find a way to tie up Lu Bu and Lu Bu's family, but we can't harm Lu Bu's family, and bring them together to the White Gate Tower when the time comes. This mission, it's not easy to accomplish.
Wei Su felt a headache.
Song Xian said, "It's not completely impossible to accomplish. I just got the news that Lu Bu just went back and kept drinking."
Frustrated on the battlefield, he can only vent his frustration by drinking, and when he gets drunk, everything is possible.
However, Zhang Yuan and the others are still around, so even if we tie up Lu Bu, we have no advantage.
Then we'll wait for flooding. Wei Su was also quite afraid of Zhang Liao. This person's ability is not weak, has a certain amount of strategy, and knows how to lead an army and fight, said. It is also written in the letter, the earliest, tonight, will flood Shoppy, and we will make a move after the flood.
Good. They took the plan and finalized it. Lu Bu banned alcohol, but not himself. They had long ago figured out that Lu Bu often drank in his mansion to drown his sorrows and get drunk. Success is also wine, defeat is also wine. That is a great opportunity. After arranging all this, Xuzhou went back to Cao camp again. But got the news that Lu Bu's red hair horse woke up. This red rabbit horse, it's really tall and majestic. Xuzhou came to the schoolyard, holding an umbrella to shield himself from the drizzle that drifted down, and then took a look at the fiery red steed. Dongzhuo back then, letting Li Su bring a horse out, he was able to turn Lu Bu to kill Ding Yuan, not without reason. With a fierce general like Lu Bu, his favorite thing is steeds. But at this time, the red rabbit horse found that the people around him were strange. The owner did not know where he was anymore, his temper appeared to be a bit grumpy, and his nostrils were spewing thick air, as if he did not want Cao Cao and the others to come close. What, Tanuki likes it?
Cao Cao also liked it, it was so much better than his own Jedi Shadow.
But if Xuzhou wanted it, he would definitely give it away. Xuzhou shook his head. "I'm a man who can't even hold a sword properly. To want this kind of steed is a waste. Don't.
Lord can reward it to other brave generals in order to maximize the value of the red rabbit horse." Originally in history, Cao Cao was giving the red hair to Guan Yu, not knowing who it would be given to at this time.
Chapter 129 Chen Kun.
Xuzhou's interest in war horses was not as great as those of the military generals. It just felt that the red rabbit horse was a bit tall, and then there was a direct refusal to let Cao Cao not have to send it.
Wicked come.
Cao Cao quickly thought over who in the army would be most suitable for the red rabbit horse, then it would definitely be Dian Wei. With the horse added to the mix, Dian Wei could fight Lu Bu to a draw. If he had this red rabbit horse again, Dian Wei would most likely be the #1 fierce general in the world, and if Jedi Shadow was a red rabbit, Cao Cao thought that Dian Wei might not be a match for Lu Bu.
The red rabbit is for you. As for Jedi Shadow, give it to Zhang Kong.
Cao Cao then gave the red hair a horse with a different owner, no longer to Guan Yu. Dian Wei had experienced the benefits of a warhorse, his eyes lit up when he heard this, and he excitedly said, "Thank you Lord for giving me a horse, but this horse is too good to be true. Will it be hateful for Lord to give it to me?" He had been following Xuzhou around and had learned a lot of the vocabulary that Xuzhou had brought with him from the modern world, such as the term pulling hate. Cao Cao quickly figured out what pulling hate meant and laughed. How could it be? The red hair horse was given to Wicked Lie. In the future on the battlefield, Wicked Lie will have to continue to work hard and not waste the red hair's divine bravery. Lord, don't worry, in the future on the battlefield, no one can block a pair of short halberds in my hands.
Dian Wei wasn't bragging either.
If Lu Bu was gone, with the red hair horse, Dian Wei would pretty much be the #1 in the world, except for Zhao Yun whose strength was unknown, he would have no problem beating anyone.
Many thanks, Lord.
Su Chu didn't think that the Lord could still give the Jade Shadow to himself, and politely refused. "That's the Lord's mount, how can I take it?"
"Lord, take it back."
Cao Cao shook his head and said, "Just now Duji said it very well, such a steed, if it's not being used by the brave generals in the army, it's a waste, and it's just as much of a waste when it comes into my hands. I'm going to go out to war with the army, so a random horse will suffice, so you can take it."
Giving away a horse or two can better pull their hearts together. Shao camp inside the most able to fight. In addition to Dian Wei is Su Chu, the war horse to them to charge. The other generals do not feel anything. But now there is one more Ma Chao, also very capable of fighting, but Ma Chao is not here. Cao Cao is thinking of giving the cyanide sword, which is pulling them together, and arranging a warhorse for Ma Chao in the future. Many thanks, Lord.
Su Chu made a bow and accepted the Jade Shadow.
Next, was the arrangement, digging the river bank tonight, flooding the matter of Shoppy.
Xuzhou to the city of Shoppy everything, the arrangement is almost, to ensure that can tie Lu Bu's family out, then the other is no longer important, casually how they tossed.
After Lu Bu went back, he didn't know what he could do.
Zhang Liao also could not think of what could be done in the face of this situation. Now even if they break out and kill them, it will be too late, because the army is disorganized, the morale is no longer as strong as before, and without Shen Gong, they are not sure to break out. Bringing the people of Shapi city to continue to defend the city against Cao Cao's attack has become their only method, but Cao Cao has not been attacking the city. Those who took the initiative to assist in defending the city's people have long since slackened off. Plus now Cao Cao has begun to preach a benevolent government and whitewash the massacre he committed in Xuzhou in the first place. These messages have even reached the city. Outside, Cao Cao's soldiers often shouted things related to Cao Cao's benevolence and virtue, and sometimes the war of public opinion was fought so silently that, as the whitewashing went on, there were some people who believed that Cao Cao wouldn't massacre the city, and hadn't massacred the city before, and so on. After Qin Gong was captured and Ho Chang betrayed him, the whole city of Shapi was covered by an atmosphere of panic, and people were on edge, not only in the army, but also in some of the big families in the city. Because the Chen family had surrendered, those big families in the city, in fact, also wanted to surrender, just trapped in the city without channels. The Xuzhou of the concubine faction cannot be said to be a big family. After all, it is a businessman, or a representative of the concubine faction. The status is far from the Chen family's high, but there is also a certain right to speak in Shapi. At first he was trying to invest in Liu Bei, thinking that the Han imperial uncle is a potential stock. Nay, before he could even start investing, his sister failed to get married. Liu Bei bumbled his way to Shuzhou, ready to meet the son of heaven, and then Shapi was stolen, and their elk family had to live under the governance of Lu Bu. After Lu Bu took over, Chen Gong stepped in to maintain the situation, keeping the commoners faction, the Danyang faction, and the scholars faction on an even keel. Now Qin Gong is gone, the scholar faction surrendered. Cao Bao of the Danyang faction became Lu Bu's man. The only one who has no choice for the time being is Ma Zhu of the concubine faction, but choosing Lu Bu now is tantamount to self-destruction. Zhong. At this time, a scribe came to the Mo family. Chen Kun was originally from Yingchuan. The Yingchuan Chen clan was a famous family at the end of the Han dynasty. A few years earlier he followed his father Chen Ji to take refuge in Xuzhou, and after that, he had stayed in Shapi city, witnessing the change of flags in this great city. Now the flags, again, are about to change. Chen Kun then came to find Mo Zhu. Originally, a famous family, a merchant family, there is not much intersection is right. During the time of the siege, Chen Kun got to know Xu, and felt that Xu was a very good person, more generous and generous. Without the mercenary of the merchants, he could recognize, and then so befriended. Chang Wen visited. What is the matter? Mo Zhu personally went out to greet him, and then brought Chen Kun within the hall. Chen Kun said, I am for our future. Chen Gongtai has been captured, and now within the city of Shapi, the clouds of worry are thick. I have concluded that Lu Fengxian will not be able to defend the city, and within the next few days, Shapi will definitely be broken. But after the city is broken, what can we do? Ma Zhu had also considered, to know that he's such a merchant family, have to find a big leg to hold, in order to do business in the chaotic world. Previously, he had hugged Tao Qian's thigh, cooperating with Tao Qian to maintain the balance of the three factions in Xuzhou, then looking for Liu Bei, and now he had also looked for Lu Bu to hug, and next he needed to hug another thigh. Otherwise, his family business may be annexed after the city breaks down. The one person capable of annexation was Cao Cao. If he hugged Cao Cao's thigh, he might be able to avoid this disaster. Please instruct Changwen. Mo Zhu said. Chen Kun said, Lu Bu is definitely hopeless, we must throw ourselves under Cao Sikong. When the city breaks, I will gather my Chen family's servants and open the northern gates to welcome the imperial army. If Zhong has any ideas, he can join me, and it will be considered as finding a way out for your Mo family. Hearing Chen Kun's intentions, Mo Zhu fell into deep thought, wondering what the chances of winning and how likely it was to do so. Night. The sky finally stopped raining. Even during the rainy season, it wouldn't rain one time, continuously, or else it would easily cause flooding. In the afternoon, Cao Cao led the troops, the neighborhood of Shapi, all the villages are evacuated, crops are not, promised to give the villagers food compensation, this year's food, all supplied by the Cao army, but also do not need to pay taxes. This is to prepare for the flooding. Shenzhou and Cao Cao, together with Liu Bei, came to the bank of the Surabaya River, facing the fast-flowing water, and then looked at the other side of the river in Shapi. Everything is under control. The flooding of Shapi to break the city could finally begin. Chapter 130 Robbing Chengong. Yuan has sent a copy today, military intelligence from Yicheng's side back. Our defense in the Huaishuwei is as solid as gold, the enemy can't break through, Yuan Shu can't get Lu Bu to marry his daughter, and he no longer sends more troops to the south bank of the Huaishuwei to attack, so the situation is still stable, and we can continue to hold each other. Yuan Shu and Sun Su fight, gradually a bit laborious. Sun Su has completely subdued the Danyang Shanya people. Those Danyang soldiers are very strong in battle. Yuan Shu is losing ground. Sun Su has already fought to the south bank of the Yangtze River, and seems to be able to cross the river and kill in Huainan at any time. Yuan is laying down defenses on the northern bank of the Yangtze River, and both sides are in a stalemate for the time being. Lu Biao has formally marched out and fought his way into Zhejiang and other places. Yuan is now burnt out. Even without us attacking Sichuan, Yuan can't curry any advantage right now. Cao Cao recited the military information he had gotten today, briefly. Wei Jia and the others listened, confident in this battle. Liu Bei's heart was a little sour, about to lose his teeth. In such a situation, the idea of reshuffling Yuan Shu's territory and grabbing a mouthful of soup was completely out of the question. At this time, he has nothing. He can't do anything. He can only rely on Cao Cao. But he still had one goal, and that was Chen Gong, who he hoped would point him in the right direction. Liu Bei looked toward the back of the camp, glancing faintly. They discussed and decided to act tonight to rescue Chen Gong. Tonight was the time to dig the riverbank and flood Shopi, and everyone's attention was focused on it. Chao Camp's defense must be much more relaxed than usual. This was the perfect time to strike. In a day or two, when the city of Shopi is broken, we will be able to move south and deal with Yuan Shu. Chen Zhou said. Does Duji think that it's time to dig the riverbank? Cao Cao asked. Any time now. Chen Zhou said, as long as Surabaya is dug through, and a large amount of river water pours into the moat, it will be easy to flood Shopi. Shopi was defended by a moat, which not only defended against foreign enemies, but also regulated the flooding, making the city, which was in a relatively low terrain, avoid flooding, but the moat's ability to regulate was limited. As long as a large amount of water flowed in, it could not be regulated and the water would pour into the city. Do it! Cao Cao droned. Thousands of soldiers immediately took action. They had long been ready at the edge of Surabaya, and at this moment, they were ordered to dig up the river embankment, and then dig the aqueducts, aiming to complete them tonight. Lu Bu would get up early tomorrow morning and find himself in the middle of the ocean. The reason why they did it at night was to catch Lu Bu off guard, and to avoid Lu Bu sending troops to stop them. Make a move. Liu Bei was secretly thinking in his heart. Thinking that the Guanzhang duo had already started robbing people, he was looking forward to meeting Chen Gong again. Xian Da. Cao Cao looked back and suddenly asked, why don't you see Yun Chang, Wing De and the others? The three Lu Guanzhang brothers had always been inseparable. Not seeing Guanzhang tonight was indeed a bit strange. Liu Bei was weak at the first hearing, but immediately controlled his emotions, bowed and said, the second and third brothers are martial artists, on the siege strategy and so on, no not much, flooding this kind of thing, but also has nothing to do with them, in the barracks to sleep, not interested in coming out to sea. He brought Chen Tu, and Jane Yong and Sun Xian, 2 people, together to come to watch. Guanzhang is not in the reason, has long been thought of. But digging the riverbank, there was actually nothing to see. It was pitch black in the night. They were lighting torches, but the illumination of the firelight was limited, and luckily it wasn't raining, or else there wouldn't even be lighting conditions, so there wasn't much to see. So it is. Cao Cao no longer dwelled on the rest. They stood on the shore and watched the soldiers continue to dig. After waiting for a short while, a clattering sound of water came from up ahead. The riverbank had been dug through, and water was pouring into the moat. Surabaya River turbulence, the water level rises. The water level is twice as high as usual, at this time to get a gap to vent the floodwater, the water flow to this gap to pour out of the speed of super fast, but also very fast. Before long, the rising water level of the moat couldn't contain the water flow. The water level spread over the riverbank, and began to spread to the city. There! Chen Zhou laughed, the flooding has begun. Cao Cao and the others were confident in Chen Zhou, full of confidence, and then looked towards the walls of Shopi, feeling that the breakthrough was imminent, and put their lifted hearts down. The water is rising. At this time, Wei Su was the first to notice the situation in the moat and hurriedly woke Song Xian up. They went out of the camp to take a look, and sure enough, the water was flooding Shopi. They then realized that Chao's army hadn't attacked all this time, waiting for a torrential downpour and then borrowing the Surabaya water to flood Shopi. The plan is almost ready to begin. Song Xian said, let's quickly go back and get ready. At the same time, behind the Cao camp, there was another area that was equivalent to the existence of a prison in a military camp. But marching and fighting, there weren't many people that could be imprisoned. Most of them were caught and directly chopped off with a knife, but of course at certain times, there were exceptions. Chen Gong became this exception. Cao Cao wanted to get him and use him for himself, but he disagreed, being a stubborn man who would not defect to Cao Cao even if he died. All of the people who were in Yanzhou back then, all of them died, leaving only Chen Gong alive, and thus resistant to Cao Cao since he was unwilling to obey Cao Cao from the beginning. He could never do so, Near the camp at this time, came a group of uninvited guests. The two men, Yuan and Zhang, brought along 10 soldiers from Liu Bei's side, who were not afraid to die. They didn't dare to use their own weapons, they all used lances. All of them, dressed in black. The Guan-Zhang duo, in order not to expose their distinguishing features, even wrapped themselves to reveal only a pair of eyes. Third brother, later on, you must remember that you must not say a single word or yell. Before the action, Yuan Yu instructed, every time you make a move, you like to yell, this will easily expose your identity and cause others to suspect you, thus implicating big brother. Second brother, I know. Zhang Fei had already tried very hard to hold back from yelling, and now he didn't even dare to speak too loudly. They could die, but they must not implicate big brother. Alright then. Let's move. Guan Yu said in a deep voice. At this time, they had long since sneaked into the rear army. The way to sneak was simple, when they saw the Cao soldiers on guard, they would just kill them directly. Kill them. Guan Yu added. To save people in Chao's camp, quietly, was basically impossible. The only way was to kill and save at the same time, completing the task with the fastest speed possible. What? Nearby soldiers, at the moment they appeared, discovered these black-clothed people. Someone was about to shout, but Zhang Fei threw out a spear, penetrating the Cao soldier who was about to shout on the spot. As Zhang Fei, whose output all depends on roaring, not being able to roar does make it hard for him, but it can be endured, killing a person to divert the idea of having to roar, immediately picking up the spear and killing others. Guan Yu is also the same. Leading those 20 people around him, he killed all the way in, until the soldiers around him, all killed, and then walked towards the tent where Chen Gong was held. Chen Gong had long heard the commotion outside, and at this moment, he frowned. He was only imprisoned, but his hands and feet were not tied, and he was about to walk out to see what was happening when he saw a tall black-robed man barging in, staring at himself with a pair of wide black and white eyes. Chapter 131, It's done by an expert. Second brother, the people are here. Zhang Fei said as low as he could. Take them away. Guan Yu's voice came in from outside. Follow me. Zhang Fei took big steps over to catch Chen Gong. Seeing this, Chen Gong instinctively resisted, but Zhang Fei was worried that Chen Gong would mess up and shout haphazardly, which would affect the mission, and with a palm knife cut on his neck, he knocked him out and carried him out again. This is already the second time in a row that Chen Gong has been knocked out, and the moment he falls down, wondering about his neck, whether he has offended someone, no matter who likes to come and hit this. Move. Guan Yu looked back and immediately led the way outside. What man, stop. The other soldiers within Chao's camp finally realized what was going on here. Immediately, someone sounded the war drums, signaling the entire camp. Kill out. Guan Yu knew that a big kill couldn't be avoided, and having risked coming in to save the people, he had to bring people to kill them out as well. Most of Chao's soldiers were resting now, and although the war drums were sounded, it would take time for the encirclement to close in, and they would have no problem at all to kill their way out within that time frame. Kill. Zhang Fei just wanted to yell, but when his voice reached his throat, it was still forcibly suppressed by him. Guan Zhang and his duo were super brave, although their weapons didn't fit in their hands, killing their way out wasn't a difficult task, and they soon killed their way outside, and after leaving Chao's camp, they accelerated their speed to escape. After a short time, Cao army camp, the whole camp was alarmed, soldiers quickly gathered to chase, but in the darkness, quickly chase cannot. Guan Zhang and the others ran wildly, I do not know how far, finally came to they chose a place to hide, within a deep mountain, there is a cave inside. Chen Gong was thrown inside the cave. After a bumpy ride, he woke up long ago. Looking at those who had caught him, Chen Gong questioned, who are you? Why did you kill your way into Chao's camp to save me? Zhang Fei lightly grunted as he pulled off the black cloth covering his face and said disgruntledly, if it weren't for Big Brother's desire to get his hands on you, I wouldn't give a damn about your death or life. It's you. Chen Gong was slightly shocked to see Zhang Fei. Then, Guan Yu also took off the black cloth covering his face, you guys stay here, take care of Mr. Gongtai, and condescend to Mr. Gongtai to wait here for a while, when the time comes, Big Brother will make the arrangements. Chen Gong was confused when he saw the Guan Zhang duo, but his mind quickly regained clarity. Lu Xiande asked you guys to save me because he wants me to assist him? It's good that you know. Zhang Fei threatened with a light grunt, my big brother is thirsty for a capable person to assist him, and it's an honor for you to have his eye on you, if you dare to say no, there will be consequences for you. Risking his life to get someone out, Zhang Fei would not allow the person he saved to not agree to assist Liu Bei. Third brother is this character, Mr. Gongtai, don't be angry. It was Guan Yu who was a bit more stable, and continued, "The people we left behind will take care of Mr. Gongtai, we are not in a position to stay for long, excuse us." They still had to get back as soon as possible, otherwise if something was discovered, Liu Bei would have no way to explain. They also had to get back to the barracks as soon as possible before Cao Cao launched a search. After Guan Zhang and the other two finished, they changed their clothes and left the cave. Chen Gong sat in the cave a bit out of his mind, not saying whether he would help Liu Bei or not, but he pondered for a long time and suddenly smiled. "Zhao Mingda, I'm still alive, I will definitely make things bad for you." After the Yanzhou incident, Chen Gong was destined to be Cao Cao's enemy, and in the future, he would have to split the difference between victory and defeat on the battlefield and in strategy. This time, he was careless and didn't think that much about it. In the future, he would make Cao Cao regret it. "Uncle." Xiao Peng came running out in a hurry and said busily, "Someone killed their way into our camp and rescued Chen Gong." "On mean, you're not joking?" Cao Cao was stunned to hear this, not quite believing it as he looked at Xiao Peng. "How would I dare to joke with such a thing? More than 20 men in black killed their way in, killed dozens of our soldiers, and rescued Chen Gong. Uncle, you guys quickly go back and take a look." Just seeing Xiao Peng's demeanor, it wasn't a joke. Cao Cao and the others couldn't calm down, no matter how flooded Shoppy was, they had to hurry back towards the barracks. "It's done." Liu Bei heard and secretly snickered. At this moment, a soldier came over and told Liu Bei that Guan Zhang and his duo had returned. Being able to come back without any problems meant that there was nothing wrong, their plan was quite successful. "Let's go take a look as well." Liu Bei had to go to the scene to see how the situation was in order to not be suspected. They arrived near the camp, only to see that the bodies were still piled up on the ground. Chen Gong was literally gone, and the defense soldiers of this camp, the ones that were still alive, stood carefully in front of Cao Cao, and were supposed to be punished later. Cao Cao was about to arrange for someone to go out and track down the person who had rescued Chen Gong, when it happened to be raining heavily again, and the rain could easily wash away the tracks. Liu Bei felt that the heavens were helping him. Cao Cao and the others, with umbrellas and torches lit, stood in front of the corpse. "Cao Sikong, what to do?" Liu Bei said in mock panic. It couldn't be that Lu Bu sent someone out of the city to rescue Chen Gong, right? Before Cao Cao could say anything, Shenzhou said, "It shouldn't be Lu Bu, they're trapped inside the city, they don't even have the chance to leave the city, there's no way they can come to the rescue." Wei Jia agreed, indeed it wasn't Lu Bu's men, unless Lu Bu came in person. Lu Bu's men were incapable of rescuing people. If Lu Bu had the ability to rescue people, he wouldn't have watched Shoppy get flooded. He examined the corpses and added, "Zhongkong and Wicked, come, you guys also take a look at their corpses." What could there be to look at with the corpses? Su Chu and Dianwei were thinking at the same time, but also squatted down to check for a moment. "Lord, something's not right." Su Chu quickly exclaimed, "I've fought Lu Bu and know that his strength is very strong. Most of our fallen soldiers were killed by lances and other violence, and all the bones in their bodies were broken. If it was Lu Bu who came to the rescue, the broken bones could definitely break through the skin and flesh to come out, but these didn't." Zhongkong is saying that the one who came to the rescue was an expert whose strength wasn't weak, but wasn't as strong as Lu Bu? Cao Cao quickly captured this information. "That's right." Dianwei concurred, "If I were to fight, I could also break the bone crumbs and splatter the skin, but the one who killed the man didn't, and his strength was a bit worse than both Lu Bu and I, but all of them were fatal in one hit, and he was also not a weak expert. These soldiers, all of them were killed by the Guanzhang duo. Of course there are some, killed by other people, all of them are some knife wounds, can't judge what, but Guanzhang killed people, it's easy to see the problems." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei was again weak. He meowed, how could Cao Cao's men have so many capable people? This can all be seen as a problem. If I had known this, I should have let my second and third brothers use swords to kill people. The traces are less obvious, but they use long weapons, lances and spears are more convenient to use. Under Lu Bu's ministry, apart from Lu Bu himself, there shouldn't be a second person with such ability, right? Shenzhou said. The military generals around Cao Cao shook their heads. They had all fought against Lu Bu's men and knew very well that Lu Bu's men, other than Lu Bu himself, the other military generals, did not have much strength. Chapter 132 Flooding Shoppy. Lu Bu is besieged in Shoppy, so he can't quite get out of the city to save him. Shenzhou continued, the one who came to save Chen Gong, I guess it has nothing to do with Lu Bu, but besides Lu Bu, who would come to save Chen Gong? Or an expert whose strength is not weak? When this question came out, none of them could answer it. Even the omniscient Shenzhou didn't know who came to the rescue, and Cao Cao and Gui Jia were even less likely to think of them. Cao Cao had carefully thought through the specifics based on what he knew, the contacts on Chen Gong's side, and couldn't think of anyone who could come to Chen Gong's rescue that was beyond their knowledge. Liu Bei is now standing next to him, pretending to be a little transparent. As long as he doesn't publish anything, keeps a low profile, doesn't attract attention, they won't think on themselves, and this matter will be able to muddle through.
There aren't many conditions that can fulfill to save Chen Gong and at the same time be an expert, are there? Wei Jia offered his thoughts.
Cao Cao shook his head and said, not many. I used to be on good terms with Chen Gong and Zhang Miao and the rest of them, and I can't imagine that there's someone like that.
In that case, Chen Gong's rescue became an open case.
There was no way to confirm who the rescuer was and what the purpose was, but having Chen Gong live out there might have implications for them in the future. After all, Chen Gong's abilities weren't weak, so if they wanted to do something in the future and were hiding in the shadows, it would be difficult to get them. Cao Cao felt a headache. His first reaction was that Chen Gong would definitely continue to be his enemy, but there was no harm in that. In the future, the most that could happen was that the soldiers would come to stop them, and the water would come to cover them. With Chen Zhou around, there was no need to be afraid. Inside Chen Gong's circle of relations, there is no such person. But you guys think that the one who robbed Chen Gong is not necessarily someone from his relationship circle.
There are actually not many experts with strong strength. For example, Xianda's two righteous brothers are experts who can do so, right? Chen Zhou analyzed and said.
Through the determination of Dian Wei and Su Chu, the one who saved the people was an expert, but Chen Gong being captured was something that happened between these 1 or 2 days. Apart from the possibility of Lu Bu, the others outside of Cao camp didn't know about Chen Gong being captured that quickly. In ancient times, because of the inconvenience of transportation and communication, news often had a lag. That it can't be someone from outside, maybe it is someone inside who did so, but the answer is crying out for someone inside who has the ability to do this, but these are Chen Zhou's guesses and can't take exact evidence. Now can only be suspected, did not say to directly, just deliberately said so, to see how Liu Bei's reaction. After all, everything is possible.
Next to Gui Jiao heard, looked at Liu Bei, quickly can think of, Chen Zhou now think of the content, and then eyes narrowed, and Chen Zhou as well. Liu Bei produced almost the same suspicion, comprehend the meaning of Chen Zhou. But it was only a suspicion, it didn't mean anything for the time being, and there was no evidence. Liu Bei almost want to curse, Chen Zhou how to bring himself out, originally only want to be a small transparent in the side to watch the fun, now can be good, once again weak heart, only have to harden his head and said, Yun Chang and Winged, indeed have this strength, but Lu Bu and Chen Gong harmed me no Xiaopi, and no Xiaopei, I hate them to the bone ah. He is also a person who knows how to act, put in 1,000 years later can get a movie star. Therefore, Liu Bei acted all bland and did not show any traces, hiding his heart weakness so deeply that neither Chen Zhou nor Gui Jia could see his problem. Xianda, don't be nervous, I'm just making an analogy, meaning that Yun Chang Ida is very powerful. Chen Zhou had to explain. It was still the cooperation stage and it wasn't too good to do anything to Liu Bei. Anyway, this person, Liu Bei, cannot be kept in the future, let him bounce around for a while first. Wasn't he the one who saved Chen Gong? Sooner or later the secret would be dug out. Xiande is right. Cao Cao wasn't that skeptical and agreed, Yun Chang and Ida are definitely not the ones behind this, Nei Chen Gong has long since disappeared, this matter will be left like this for the time being, wait for us to take Shopee and then find a way to look for someone else. He didn't think as much as Chen Zhou for the time being, but Chen Gong really didn't know where he had gone. Outside, it started to rain heavily again, pouring down. The traces outside the camp had long been washed away and could not be found, so the only thing to do was to leave it at that. The crowd then dispersed. With umbrellas, they went back to their own camps to rest. Chen Zhou noticed Gui Jia looking over, everyone was smart and understood that Gui Jia had also thought about what he was thinking about, so he gave Gui Jia a look and told him to talk to Cao Cao. Gui Jia understood and nodded slightly. Chen Zhou doesn't care about that much, at this point it's already past midnight, have to go back to sleep, have long been sleepy. Liu Bei went back to his camp and immediately went to find the duo of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Big brother. Zhang Fei first came over and said, it worked. Shoo. Liu Bei made a silencing gesture and admonished, third brother needs to change his voice, don't be too loud, that Shenduji is really powerful, and just now has already had the intention to suspect us. Guan Yu was shocked, he's that strong? Liu Bei only had to tell what had just happened, briefly. Guan Zhang and his duo realized that there were really super capable people inside the Cao camp, and the only thing they could do was to suppress the excitement in their hearts. Chen Gong is settled, right? Did he say if he is willing to assist us? Liu Bei immediately asked again. Guan Yu said, settled, but he doesn't state his position, making us impervious, but when do we dispose of him? Liu Bei said, it's not too late to dispose of him when we're done here, I'm confident that I can recruit and surrender him,
but let's have someone keep an eye on him first, and then find an opportunity to bring him back to our army.
Good. Guan Yu knew what should be arranged next. He also knew that this person, Chen Gong, could be Liu Bei's future.
Whether they could do great things or not depended on this time. The movement of the Cao camp was soon covered by the sound of rain. The robbery of Chen Gong happened suddenly and unexpectedly, but they did not bother about Chen Gong for the time being. Their current focus was still the flooding in Shapi City. However, with another heavy rainstorm, Surabaya's water flow, and the rapid rise, the river turbulent, rolling to the moat, and then through the moat, to the city spread.
The water flowed through the city gates and into the city. The flooded area was getting bigger and bigger.
Wei Su and the others had long ago spread the news of the flooding to the city. Lu Bu was comfortably sleeping and resting when he was suddenly woken up by someone outside and went out with a lantern to see that outside the courtyard, it was already full of water. Although it was still raining heavily, he knew that the standing water was not brought on by the heavy rain, but real flooding. It was only because his room was on higher ground that the stagnant water didn't soak through right away.
Marquis 1, Chao's army dug up Surabaya and flooded our Shapi.
Wang Kai ran over and stood on the courtyard. At this time the stagnant water had already reached his knees. Wearing a straw raincoat and standing in it, he appeared to be in a rather sorry state.
Quickly go and take a look.
Lu Bu, determined that Shapi was flooded, rushed to the location of the city wall, do not know how anxious. Even if he was brave and tactless, he knew clearly how much of an impact flooding a city could cause.
Chapter 133, The End of the Road.
It had rained for almost 2 days. Before it rained, it was still a heavy storm, and the rain had long since filled all the rivers and drainage canals inside and outside the city, and there was plenty of water in the soil. Now that it continues to rain, the Surabaya riverbank is dug up, and the river water is pouring in. The drainage system inside the city is not able to drain this floodwater out, and not even the soil can absorb it. Even for someone as tall as Lu Bu, the water was almost up to his knees after he stepped out of his house. Wang Kai and Su Si, who were with him, were even soaked up to their thighs, and the water level was still rising. The people in the city were awakened one after another, and they packed up their belongings and headed for higher ground, taking refuge on the rooftops. Seeing the woeful state of the city, and the scene of being flooded, Lu Bu's eyes turned red, unable to suppress his anger. The rain turned lighter again, and their lanterns and torches, for the time being, were not extinguished by the rain, but under the light of the fire, the sparkling light could be seen everywhere within the entire city.
Damn Cao Cao! Lu Bu became furious and had an urge to kill someone.
With that, they walked up to the city tower. Looking to the west, where the Surabaya had been dug through, they couldn't see it in the darkness, but based on the sound of the crashing water, they could still tell where the water was coming from. Lu Bu did not know how to describe how he felt at this moment.
Marquis 1.
Zhang Liao walked over and raised the bucket hat he was wearing on his head, saying, Cao Cao was doing this to drive us to extinction, he doesn't want us to live.
Then I won't let him live either.
Lu Bu roared, and immediately looked toward the people around him, asking in a loud voice, do you have any ways to help me defend the city and help me go out and kill Cao Cao? Wang Kai and Su Si were silent. If they had a way, they would have taken it out a long time ago and not be so passive, but it was really far inferior to Chen Gong. Zhang Liao sighed and looked down to the ocean below. Even some of the soldiers had taken their canoes out, again not knowing what to do. Now even surrendering was not accepted by Cao Cao. It was a certainty that the city would have to be broken.
Marquis 1, there is no way out.
Zhang Liao finally said, being flooded like this, it won't be long before our people in the city are the first to suffer, the soldiers will follow, and then the sentiment to open the gates to greet Cao Cao's army will erupt, causing public anger, and it's not something we can control. If Mr. Gongtai is there, maybe there is a way, but now He couldn't go on with the latter words. Now was the time to despair, to go on a desperate path. Cao Cao refused to let them go at all.
Wastes, all of them.
Lu Bu stormed out, if Gongtai is still here, we must have a way, Gongtai.
Cao Cao.
If it wasn't for Cao Cao catching Chen Gong with a trick, it definitely wouldn't have been like this. Lu Bu now, super hated Cao Cao. But it was just hate, beyond that, there was nothing to be done. He roared and shouted Cao Cao's name several times before going back to his mansion unwillingly. To such a point, Lu Bu understands that he has lost everything. Shapi is also going to be lost, nothing can be done, the only thing to do is to go home and drink mulled wine. As if lying down flat, casually the guards continue to defend the city, and can be supported until when to count when.
Zhang Liao shook his head.
Su Si and Wang Kai were also shaking their heads.
Inside the city,
Chen Kun and Ma Zhu were sitting high up, looking down at the standing water below.
Flooding Shapi.
Chen Kun said admiringly, It turns out that Cao Ang and the others have been refraining from attacking the city all this time, waiting for the rainy season to arrive in Xuzhou to use the flooding trick. They were able to put aside the battle in Huainan and have been waiting for the rainy season outside of Shapi. This patience is unmatched by anyone. Even if the main force is placed in Shapi, the battle situation in Huainan, the one who has the upper hand must still be Cao Ang, otherwise it is not dare to wait here all the time. It seems that the city breaks down soon, Xuzhou will soon change the master. He admired Kent for Cao Cao advice, and let Cao Cao patiently wait until this moment of people. Must be a capable person with both wisdom and strategy.
Impressive indeed. Mo Zhu said, Changwen's analysis is correct, all the more reason for us to surrender. Chen Kun said, is Zhong ready?
All ready. Then wait for Cao Ang when he attacks the city. Chen Kun said confidently, once Cao Ang attacks the city, we will go and open the north gate of the city.
Good. Mo Zhu nodded his head.
The only thing they could do was this, they must also surrender and hug Cao Cao's thigh. There was no hope to be seen in Lubu. 3 days quickly passed as the water flooded Shapi. Soaked for 3 full days. During this time, Cao Cao really stopped pursuing the matter regarding Chen Gong. However, Guijia had already told Cao Cao about both his and Chen Zhou's suspicions, but Cao Cao still didn't take action. For one thing, there was really no evidence, and secondly, bringing Liu Bei back to Shudu, Chen Zhou had said that there was a way to kill Liu Bei. A person who will die, for the time being, do not count too much. In the future, when it is time to kill the person, then through Liu Bei, it is enough to find out the inner workings of the Chen Gong incident. After soaking Shapi for 3 days, the resistance within the city had already appeared. Chen Zhou stood outside the city and could see that above the city tower, the flags were in disarray, from which he could judge that the military was disorganized. At this time, the city's water soaked to the waist, but to this extent, the flood water that surged into the city could not be retained and was drained away.
When does Duji think it is appropriate to attack the city? Cao Cao asked.
Chen Zhou looked toward the city and said, soak for 2 more days to see how it goes, and when the city, even the dry wood for cooking is gone, it's almost ready for action, but most of the food in the city is soaked. Again, it's a shame.
Cao Cao said, we're not short of food, there's nothing to be sorry about, come on people, make arrangements, keep an eye on the amount of cooking smoke rising in the city and the situation for me, once the cooking smoke decreases, report it immediately. Near Shapi, there is another mountain.
Standing on the mountain and looking down, although you can't see the whole picture of Shapi, but it's still no problem to analyze how the cooking smoke is. Dozens of scouts, receiving the order immediately went to work.
This plan of Watashi, is it not a bit cruel? Liu Bei wanted to show his benevolence again. Flooding a city would bring a lot of trouble.
For example, the food would be too soaked to eat, the flood water would be contaminated and harbor bacteria and germs, and it could also lead to death. Mercy does not govern. Chen Zhou retorted, Shenda's benevolence and righteousness should not be used on the battlefield. If the people in the city do not want to continue to be trapped, they could have turned against Lu Bu and opened the gates of the city to let us enter the city despite everything. We have long said that we will not slaughter the city, much less harm the people in the slightest.
Liu Bei.
In these aspects, he thought he couldn't debate with Chen Zhou.
Then let's continue flooding.
This situation lasted for 2 more days.
Lord!
Su Chu walked into the main tent and said excitedly, the scouts came back to say that the smoke from the cooking within the city is almost gone.
In other words, the people inside the city, even the dry firewood was not available, even the cooking fire could not be built, then the soldiers defending the city were bound to starve, and their chance to attack the city came. A group of starving and weak Shapi guards could not defend the huge city. Immediately invite Duji and Feng Xiao over. Cao Cao said in a loud voice, and Liu Bei. The city was about to be broken, so of course there was no shortage of discussions with Liu Bei on how to attack and enter the city. After waiting for a while, Chen Zhou and the others came. Hearing the cooking smoke is almost not there, they once again went outside the city to look toward the city wall, but see the flag on the wall is gone, the recent day does not rain, the flag is probably dried by the wind, used to lead the fire to cook. Everything in the city was almost at its limit. Chapter 134, The City is Broken. Duji, how's it going? Cao Cao could also see that none of Lu Bu's military flags could be seen above the citadel. The plan was about to succeed. However, the exact success or failure still depended on how Chen Zhou planned. It's a success. But there is still a lot to do before Lord attacks the city. Flooding a city will cause not so good consequences. If it is not handled well, it will not be conducive for the Lord to take over Xuzhou. Whitewashing and slaughtering the city will not be able to make the people of Xuzhou obey. Chen Zhou said. Gui Jia said, what Watashi is considering is that after a major disaster, there will be a major epidemic, as well as food and rescue and reconstruction? The flooding of Shopee, although it was man-made by them. But the flooding was also considered a flood. That's right. First block up the riverbank, then drain the floodwaters and prepare enough lime. There should also be food, medicine, etc. Flooding and breaking the city will keep our army's losses low, but the payment after the flooding cannot be less. Shenzhou continued. Liu Bei heard so perfect follow-up arrangements, his heart enviously, thinking that Cao Cao's strategists take everything into account. His own side of Jianyang and Sun Qian can't think of anything, and his ability is far inferior to theirs. The gap is still too big. Cao Cao calculated in his heart, flooding and direct attack losses. The former will lose some food and money, the latter will directly lose a lot of soldiers, money these Cao Cao more to go, not enough can rob tombs, food is also sufficient, but once a large number of soldiers are lost, want to recruit to replenish is not so simple. He couldn't help but, for Shenzhou's thorough consideration, feel impressed. Pass the order, do as Watanuki said. Hurry! Cao Cao said in a loud voice. Shenzhou added, I have another arrangement. What arrangement of Watari's? An arrangement that will catch Lu Bu. Shenzhou said with confidence, when we break the city, the Lord will go to the White Gate Tower in Shopee and can get a Lu Bu that has been captured alive. With Shenzhou's other things of anticipation as padding, they did not doubt the truthfulness of Shenzhou saying this. Since he said that he could capture Lu Bu alive, then he could definitely capture him alive. Liu Bei listened, pondered, and sought out Guan Zhang and the two of them, instructing them with 2 words. Cao Cao was making arrangements for what would happen after the flooding. Shenzhou went to the Western Sentry Post and wrote a letter before having it sent to the Weisu duo. The two of them were still outside the city. Lu Bu seemed to have forgotten about them before making any arrangements. In fact, Lu Bu also forgot a lot of things. At this time he lost fighting spirit, people also become dull, even aimless, without the assistance of Chen Gong, completely do not know what can be done. Receiving a letter from Chenzhou, Song Xian brought Wei Su here. After we attack the city, we will go and kidnap Lu Bu and his family, and send them to White Gate Tower. Wei Su said and asked, what has Lu Bu been doing these past few days? Drinking in the mansion all the time. Song Xian said. The only way Lu Bu could anesthetize himself was by drinking. Wei Su said, our chance has come, just wait for Chao's army to attack the city. Lu Bu in this state, even they dared to go and tie him up, not afraid of anything for the sake of surrender and credit. The next day. The water has receded. The soldiers on the castle tower of Shopee shouted loudly. The other soldiers heard and looked outside, and really the water had receded. Why did Cao Cao suddenly stop flooding the city? Cao Bao looked outside towards the Cao camp in disbelief. Beside him, another general of Lu Bu's, Genie Lu, said, no longer flooding the city means that Cao Cao's army's flooding is almost over, and our soldiers inside the city are starving, making it difficult for them to fight again. However, this remark of his had just fallen. A loud drum sound came from the direction of Cao camp. Dong 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 dong. The drums were deafening. Chao's army assembled, bringing with them all kinds of siege tools, stepping on the soaked muddy pavement, killing their way over to the Shopee citadel, officially starting the first siege after the siege. It really made General Qin right. Cao Bao exclaimed, and quickly shouted, bang the war drums, quickly. Chao's army is coming to attack the city, quickly let people go to inform Marquis Yuan. Knock knock knock. The war drums on the castle tower of Shopee were then sounded. Seeing the Cao army come to attack the city, Wei Su and Song Xian, pretending to panic, accidentally put down the moat, and then hurriedly went into the western city gate to defend. I'll lead the men to catch Lu Bu, you stay here, open the gates and let the Cao army in. Wei Su said. Good. Song Xian naturally had no problem. The two of them split up. The attack on the city was officially underway. Lu Bu's soldiers, who had been starving for several days, had no strength in their bodies for a long time, and those people who had been enlisted to defend the city together were no better. At this moment, they don't even have the strength to pick up their weapons in the face of Chao's attack. Only Zhang Liao led the parallel state wolf riders, dismounted and mounted the city tower, raised his sword and fought with the Cao army, but the effect was not good. Quickly go inform Marquis Yuan. Zhang Liao shouted. At this time, Lu Bu had to appear in order to stabilize the situation and bring morale to the army. Lu Bu was the backbone of their army. Quite a few people kept rushing to Lu Bu's residence, but none of them went as fast as Wei Su.
After Song Xian sent Wei Su away, he directly drew his sword and killed Cheng Lian, the guard at the west city gate, and drank. Brothers, Chao's army is about to break the city, we are starved and don't even have the strength to resist. If you don't want to die, all of you join me and open the gate to surrender. Cao Xikong and I promise that as long as we surrendered, all of us can live. The soldiers on the west side of the city all froze at the words. They didn't expect Song Xian to have surrendered. But then looking outside the city, the raging Cao army that was about to kill in, the soldiers felt that they would definitely die defending the city and could only surrender. After a moment's hesitation they all responded to Song Xian's call and had to surrender. Thus, the west gate of the city was opened wide to welcome the Cao army in. At the same time, Liu Bei led Guanzhang and was attacking the city. Second brother, third brother, you all remember, right? Later on, kill the White Gate Tower right away and kill Lu Bu before Cao Cao arrives. This is a chance to kill Lu Bu. If Cao Cao's heart softens and takes him under his wing, it will be harder to kill him later. Liu Bei's eyes had a ferocious light flickering in them. After this battle, Lu Bu must die. No god or goddess will be able to save him, Liu Bei said. Big brother, I understand. Zhang Fei's eyes, too, were somewhat ferocious, and he said in a fierce voice, today, Lu Bu must die, and if he doesn't die, it's my death. Good. Liu Bei droned, attack the city, go in as soon as possible and kill the White Gate Tower. My lord. At this moment, Chen Ji ran over and said, the guards at the western gate, it seems like they were turned back long ago, and are now opening the gate to surrender. Go to the west gate. Liu Bei was originally from the south of the city, but at this time, when he heard this, he couldn't care about anything else, and was ready to kill in from the west gate, and first kill to the White Gate Tower before saying anything else, and at the same time take advantage of Chao's army focusing all their attention on top of Xiapi, and then arrange for Chen Ji to go to pick up Chen Gong. At this time, most of the soldiers in Xiapi are weak in their hands and legs. There is no strength at all. To pick up a weapon to resist, they kill super easy. Even if Liu Bei is left with these remnants of soldiers, it is quite easy to kill them, and soon kill them to the west gate. Let's go, to the White Gate Tower. Liu Bei said excitedly. North of the city. Chen Kun and Ma Zhu, leading their slaves, underlings, and so on. At this time, some underlings and private soldiers raised in the family, also called ministries, came to the north of the city at this time, and met with Hao Meng, the guard of the north of the city. Chapter 135 Demanding Surrender, Kidnapping Lu Bu. Mo Zizhong, what do you want to do when you come here? Hao Meng was leading his troops to defend the north of the city. When he suddenly saw Mo Zhu and Chen Kun approaching with their ministries, he immediately asked vigilantly. Chen Kun first said, after the city breaks, Chao's army will definitely not let us go, so in order to save ourselves, we have brought people to help General defend the city? Really? Hao Meng thought for a while and decided to believe them, saying, you guys quickly arrange for people to go to the city tower. The pressure in the north of the city is not too big, it can still be defended, go. Good. Ma Zhu said, giving a look to the ministry around him. This ministry, a smart person, comprehending the meaning of Elk Shu, led the troops to ascend the city tower, passing by Hao Meng, suddenly stabbed Hao Meng with a knife. You. Hao Meng suddenly attacked, not yet clear what happened, will be wide-eyed collapse. The other soldiers guarding the city, seeing Hao Meng being killed, panicked a bit, but they quickly surrounded Chen Kun and the others. Gentlemen. Chen Kun said unhurriedly, Hao Meng is dead, Chao's army has surrounded the city, and Lu Bu's power is gone. Cao Xikong had said that all of you can live as long as you are willing to surrender, but there is a real possibility that you will die if you resist. I can lead you to surrender and save you from death. If you believe me, this will open the north gate of the city and leave the city together. This part of the guarding soldiers, at this time, hesitated and faltered. They knew very well what Lu Bu's situation was now. It was true that there was no hope. It would be better to surrender to Cao Cao. Surrendering can live. What are you guys still hesitating for? Ma Zhu said in a loud voice, I can assure you that you will definitely not die. Defending the city was certain death, surrendering would still allow them to live. This choice was before them. I surrender. An officer under Hao Meng's ministry suddenly shouted, we are willing to surrender, go open the city gates. Surrender. This cry echoed through the guards of Xiapi. That officer was a person who was afraid of death. Right now they couldn't even get enough to eat. How could they still fight? It would be better to just surrender and have a chance of survival. More and more soldiers were willing to surrender. They quickly opened the north gate of the city and headed out. Xuzhou Ma Zhu, willing to surrender. Yingchuan Chen Kun, willing to surrender. The two of them, Mo Zhu and Chen Kun, shouted out at this moment. General, they surrendered. The person who was attacking the north of the city was Xiahou Yuan. At this moment, hearing Chen Kun and the others shouting to surrender, they were all looking towards the city gates, only to see them wide open.
Xiahou Yuan droned, "Go over there right now and get them under control."
The north of the city surrendered. West of the city surrendered. Now only the east and south of the city were left, still holding on bitterly.
The city was in chaos. Lubu, who was their backbone, did not know where he had gone. Even at this time when Chao's army was fully attacking the city and the two gates were gone, Lubu still did not show up.
The number of soldiers who want to surrender is increasing.
Zhang Liao can't even hold out any longer.
It's not that Lubu didn't want to come, but he didn't have the means to come. Inside these few days, he has been drinking to ease his sorrows, drinking wine as much as water, and now he is so drunk that he is unconscious. Even though the person who came to look for Lubu hasn't arrived at the house yet, Yan can feel the turmoil inside the city and understand that Chao's army attacked and came in. They had a hard time trying to wake up Lubu, but he was too drunk to wake up at all. Sable-chan, splash water. Yan was in a hurry and drank. Quickly have someone bring in cool water. However, the underlings had just brought in the cool water and before handing it over to Sable-chan, the wooden basin holding the water suddenly fell to the ground.
Surround them all. Wei Su finally arrived, and at this moment, he shouted, "Catch them."
Seeing that Lubu was really drunk, and still drunk, he understood that it was a done deal. The soldiers he brought with him immediately tied up Lubu and the others. Yan and Diaochan still had to resist, but it was no use at all and they were quickly caught.
"Take them away,"
Wei Su said excitedly. Catching Lubu, this was a superb feat.
"Well, what are you doing? Wei Su, what are you doing?" When Lubu was lifted up and taken away, perhaps the movement was too much, he slowly turned around and when he saw the scene, he understood something and said in a cold voice, "Wei Su, you dare to betray me? Quickly put me down."
He still wanted to break the rope, but the rope was very thick. Wei Su they specifically tied a dead knot, still just woke up, completely incapable of breaking it.
Seeing Yan and Diaochan caught again, Lubu was angry and furious. "Marquis 1, your great power is gone."
Wei Su said, "Chao Sikong said that as long as I tie you up, it will be a great achievement."
Lubu said angrily, "Wei Su, how dare you? When I regain my freedom, let's see how I'll get you killed." Wei Su sneered in disbelief, "If I dare or not, didn't Marquis 1 see it? Besides, do you think you still have a chance to regain your freedom? Marquis 1, don't think too much, let's go."
Lubu was still struggling, but the rope was still tight. Wei Su brought people and directly carried him away to the White Gate Tower in Shopee.
The White Gate Tower is one of the city towers in Shopee. The chaos inside the city is still going on.
All the soldiers were in chaos. Lubu even shouted for people to come and save him, but no one came to save him at all. Seeing that he was captured, it was even more chaotic.
Because Lubu is gone, their Shopee, can they still defend? There is basically no possibility to defend it.
There are more and more soldiers who want to surrender.
Outside the city. "My lord, the south gate is broken."
Xuzhou looked towards the city of Shopee and thought to himself that this was the original siege. The fight was also quite intense. Chao's army was as imposing as a rainbow, swooping over with murderous vigor, quickly climbing the city tower, occupying the walls, and then killing the enemies on the city tower. After killing almost all of them, some people killed inside the city and opened the city gates, and the rest of the Cao soldiers rushed in to make a final elimination of the guards on this side of the city gates.
If the enemy is willing to surrender, then accept it. If not, kill them all.
Cao Cao raised his eyes and could see that the southern gate had been opened by his own soldiers, and the soldiers from outside the city swarmed in, dispersing the last of the guards at the southern gate, and said, "Only the eastern gate is left now, isn't it?" Guojian nodded and said, "Yes, I just got the news that Zhang Kang and the others had sent back. Zhang Liao, Qinilu, Zhao Bao, and Zhang Bao are still making their last stand at the east gate and are trapped there." The siege was carried out swiftly, mainly because Chao's army had been feeding on their strength, and the soldiers under Lubu's ministry, who were so hungry that their legs were weak, did not have the strength to defend the city, which was the result.
"Where is Liu Bei?" Shenzhou suddenly asked.
"Sir," Xiao Ping said, according to the soldiers in front, the three Liu Bei brothers, who killed their way into the city from the west gate a long time ago, should be fighting with the guards of Shopee at this time. Liu Bei was originally from the south gate, but entered the city through the west gate. It seems that Liu Bei is more eager than all of us to be able to break the city of Shopee.
Shenzhou said. "My lord, sir. The east gate is also broken."
At this time, Xiahou Dan had Xiahou Jie send the news back. Over at the east gate, it was Xiahou Dan and Su Chu who attacked together. "My lord, Mo Chu and Shen Kun, killed out at the north gate and surrendered to us."
Xiahou ran back from the north of the city to deliver this news.
At one time, the four sides of the city gates, all broken, Xiaopi is gone, and it is time for Lubu to fall. Chapter 136 Lubu perished at White Gate Tower. With the four side gates broken, on the side of Chao's army, the situation is great. The generals under Lubu's ministry now had no idea how chaotic they were, as well as being completely at their wits' end, but there were still some of them that were willing to follow Zhang Miao in a final act of resistance. The resistance at this time seemed powerless. My lord, Zhang Miao is under Lubu's ministry, a brave and resourceful general, so we can have someone persuade him to surrender. As for Chen Kun who came out from the north of the city, we should also stay.
Zhou said.
White Wolf Mountain broke Yuan, Hufei 800 broke Sun Quan 100,000. Zhang Miao is very important to Cao Wei, or one of the 5 good generals, must be under the banner. In addition, Chen Kun is also very important to Cao Wei, and is one of the most important ministers of Cao Wei, as well as one of the most important strategists beside Chao's boss. For the things before Chen Kun defected to Cao Cao, Zhou didn't remember too well, so he also felt puzzled as to why he hadn't yet seen Chen Changwen by boss Chao's side, and only now did he wake up to the fact that Chen Kun had actually run away to Xuzhou. It was only after Xiaopi was broken that he defected to Cao Wei, and was not yet under Cao Cao's command before the Xuzhou storm.
Really?
When Cao Cao heard Zhou's words, he hastily droned, "Come on, immediately go tell Zhang Kong to capture Zhang Liao alive. Feng Xiao will go on a journey on my behalf to receive Chen Kun."
Yes.
Wei Jia and the others said in unison.
Cao Cao then asked, "Duji, Lubu should have been captured alive, right?"
Zhou nodded and said, "If there are no surprises, he has been captured alive. The gates on all 4 sides of the city have been broken. The city isn't very dangerous. Why don't we go to the White Gate Tower and take a look?"
Cao Cao laughed. "That's exactly what I want."
When Dianwei heard that they were going to enter the city, he immediately arranged for the Huban army to escort them around, and together they went in through the southern gates. Inside and outside the city, everywhere you look, traces of being flooded with water, silt everywhere, the aftermath of a flooded siege, and again, really hard to deal with.
East of the city,
Zhang Liao led the remaining thousands of men and retreated to the alleyways within the city, to engage Xiahou Dun and Su Chu in an alleyway battle. At this time, the other generals, such as Cao Bao and Qini Lu, were all killed in battle.
The Danyang soldiers under Cao Bao's Danyang faction were also pretty much dead.
Now, those who are still struggling to hold on are only those soldiers who dismounted from their horses and fought with the wolf riders of the parallel state, as well as some of the soldiers of the parallel state and the soldiers of the Su state, who are doing the last battle of the beasts of prey. However, they were also killed to the point of cowardice, and in the face of this situation, they didn't even have a chance to escape.
Zhang Kong,
Xiahou Dun said in a loud voice, "Zhang Liao and the others are inside, let's surround them from front to back and trap them. I just got a message from the Lord, capturing Zhang Yuan alive, to beckon him down."
Okay. Su Chu listened and understood what should be done.
They led the Cao army soldiers and started an encirclement of the alleyway in front of them, then narrowed the encirclement and closed in to kill them, trapping them to death.
"When Yuan, we are surrounded." Zhang Ba, who was still alive, said anxiously.
Zhang Liao knew that it was only a matter of time before they were surrounded, and now that they were at the end of their rope, they could do no other, and droned, "Keep defending, hold on."
But could they still hold on? Zhang Ba did not have much confidence in the circumstances at this point. Zhang Yuan.
Xiahou Dun's voice came in from outside, saying, "Xiao Xikong has an order, you will not be killed if you surrender. Those who are willing to surrender can walk out of the alleyway. I will give you half an hour to think about it. If you don't get a reply when you are out of date, you will be killed inside."
The voice of persuading to surrender echoed within the alleyway.
Zhang Ba's men, who were not the Bingzhou soldiers brought by Lubu, heard the shouts, including Zhang Ba himself, and were foolishly tempted to surrender.
However, they looked towards Zhang Liao, waiting for his reaction.
Inside Zhang Liao, he was struggling,
unsure if he could surrender. "Surrender, I surrender." Seeing Zhang Liao's lack of reaction, Zhang Ba gritted his teeth and led his men outside.
He was not originally Lubu's original men, and had surrendered to Lubu after he occupied Xuzhou. Surrendering to Cao Cao again at this time, Zhang Ba had no psychological pressure at all.
At this point, the Bingzhou soldiers all looked towards Zhang Liao.
They were the ones that Lubu had brought out from the Bingzhou, and having fought until this point, and not seeing Lubu appear so far, they understood that Lubu was probably not available, and the only thing they could do was to follow Zhang Liao's orders. If Zhang Liao wanted to fight, they could fight to the end. But if Zhang Liao surrenders, they will not hesitate to follow and surrender. In fact, what they would prefer is to surrender. After all, fear of death is a human instinct.
Surrender!
Zhang Liao was torn to the end and said in a loud voice, Zhang Liao, willing to surrender. He also headed outside, and soon Xiahou Dun met and formally surrendered. The three Liu Bei brothers have already given up on the idea of taking advantage of the broken city to seek to take Shapi. Facing Cao Cao's army, Liu Bei also understands that Shapi is not something he can plot, or else they will be dead if they break the face with Cao Cao. Liu Bei doesn't doubt at all that Cao Cao dares not kill himself. Therefore, their target has changed, no longer Shapi, but Lu Bu. They must kill Lu Bu to vent their grievances. If Lu Bu doesn't die, they are not at ease, nor are they willing to do so. After entering the city, Liu Bei first rushed towards the White Gate Tower, and just as he arrived, he saw Wei Su bringing people in. Xiande, Lu Xiande. When Lu Bu saw Liu Bei, he cried out, "Help, quickly save me ah!" When Liu Bei saw Lu Bu in such a sorry state, he didn't know how pleased he was in his heart. He smiled coldly and said, "LV Feng Xian, I didn't think you could end up like this. Weren't you arrogant when you called out to me as a big-eared thief?" Lu Bu didn't want to die. The only thing he could do was to plead, "Xindi, it was my fault before, it was my mistake. I'll make amends to you, as long as you can save me. With my bravery, I will definitely be able to fight for you in the world in the future." Big brother, don't listen to his bull. Zhang Fei said angrily, "This three-name slave cannot be kept." Hearing him call himself a third-caste slave again, Lu Bu almost didn't hold back from cursing back, but took a deep breath and said, "Ida, I was wrong, please let me go." Liu Bei sneered, "Spare you? Do you think, is that possible? Third brother, kill him. Bring the third surname." Zhang Fei roared angrily. Wei Su and the others knew the three Liu Bei brothers. When they saw that they wanted to kill Lu Bu, they definitely did not allow it. After all, Zhou's order was to take the man alive. Then seeing how rude Zhang Fei was, he refused. "Lu Xianda, you guys quickly leave." Cao Xikong's order, "Lu Bu must be captured alive, please." Where was Liu Bei willing to leave? After hearing Wei Su's words, he thought that Cao Cao wanted to take Lu Bu, something that the three Liu Bei brothers could not tolerate. Liu Bei gave Guan Zhang a look. They understood the meaning and struck over with their hands. "You want to rebel?" Wei Su was furious. He still wanted to fight Guan Zhang, but he couldn't fight at all. "Bring it!" Zhang Fei shouted angrily and snatched Lu Bu away, throwing him to Liu Bei's feet. "Save me!" Lu Bu said eagerly, "General Wei, save me." Seeing this, Wei Su immediately saved him. But Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade swung and blocked their movements. "Lu Bu, even if the gods come today, they can't save you," Liu Bei said, pulled out his double-stranded sword and stabbed it into Lu Bu's heart. When Yan and Diaochan saw this scene, they cried out with a shout. Wei Su was anxious in his heart, but he just didn't have the ability to save anyone and didn't know what to do for a while. Chapter 137, Xuzhou in hand. "No." Seeing the sword blade fall, Lu Bu cried out eagerly, still trying to struggle. But there was no chance. Liu Bei couldn't possibly give Lu Bu a chance, brutally and decisively stabbing the man to death. "Lu Xiande, you. Wei Su stormed. He still wanted to capture Lu Bu and send it to Cao Cao to take credit, but the Lu Bu who was captured alive was killed by Liu Bei. How else could he take credit? This big-eared thief. "General Wei, don't worry." Liu Bei drew out his double-stranded sword and blood spattered out, but he ignored the blood and said indifferently, "I did this, and I alone will bear all the problems." Seeing this, Guan Zhang and his duo then stopped and took 2 steps back, standing beside Liu Bei to prevent Wei Su from becoming furious. "You guys?" Wei Su hurriedly protected Yan and Diaochan. They were also the people that Xuzhou had, inside the letter, named, and could not be lost again. At this time, Liu Bei looked at the beautiful Diaochan and the quite charming Yan, thinking that Lu Bu had once caught his own Mrs. Gone. How can he also have to retaliate back from this aspect? While he was thinking of grabbing another person, Cao Cao's voice came faintly. "Xiande, what are you taking responsibility for?" Cao Cao finally walked up to the White Gate Tower, and when he saw Lu Bu lying on the ground, bleeding from his chest, he frowned and said unhappily, "Xiande killed Lu Bu?" Xuzhou, who was following by his side, was also looking at Lu Bu's corpse. Lu Bu couldn't escape after all and perished at the White Gate Tower. Liu Bei again, really, hated Lu Bu, and this time the historical events were changed by Xuzhou, but Liu Bei came straight over and killed Lu Bu. Cao Xikong. The only thing Liu Bei could do was to give up the idea of robbing Lu Bu's wives and concubines, and said, "I hated Lu Bu, so I killed him. It's my business, it has nothing to do with anyone else, so please Cao Xikong give the punishment, and punish me alone." Cao Cao was feeling displeased, but not so much that he would directly tear his face off with Liu Bei because of a dead Lu Bu. After considering, he said, "Forget it, if you're not dead, you're dead, so be it." "Thank you, Cao Xikong." Liu Bei also calculated that Cao Cao wouldn't do anything to himself because of a dead Lu Bu, before he dared to kill the man directly, adding, "We'll go down first." Receiving Cao Cao's nod, Liu Bei retreated down to the White Gate Tower. Thinking that Lu Bu was dead, the three of them, the brothers, felt great pleasure. It really shouldn't be too pleasurable. Duji, Liu Bei hates Lu Bu with a passion. Cao Cao looked at the corpse on the ground and said sadly, "I wanted to take in Lu Bu, I didn't want to kill him, nah." Xuzhou said, "We came a step too late, but there's no way, it's just like that, but..." His gaze fell on Lu Bu's concubine. He only saw that super gorgeous looking woman, who should be the famous Diaochan. The other woman with a young woman's style was none other than Lu Lingqi's mother. "Lord, I want them," Xuzhou said. With Cao Cao's nature, he had long noticed Lu Bu's concubines. Seeing Yan and Diaochan's charm, Cao Cao was on the verge of drooling, even to the point of hardening his heart, but after hearing Xuzhou's words, he immediately revealed a, smile and graciously cut his losses. "Watanuki's hobbies, it's true that they are similar to mine, huh? Since Duji likes them, they're yours, I'll have someone send them to the rear army camp later." Cao Cao was very direct and didn't find it problematic at all to say what was on his mind. "Xuzhou. Worthy of being a Cao thief. You are Wei Su?" Cao Cao looked onto Wei Su, who was standing next to him, trembling with fear. "Precisely my subordinate." Wei Su bowed and said, "Greetings, Cao Sikong, it was me who failed to protect Lu Bu, please forgive me, Cao Sikong." Cao Cao waved his hand and said, "No harm done. You, Song Xian, and Ho Chang, have made a great achievement. After this battle, I will heavily reward you, and after we return to Shudu, I will petition the Son of Heaven for your honor." "Many thanks to Cao Sikong," Wei Su shouted loudly in excitement. Not getting punished and still having a reward was the best result for him. "Uncle!" Xiaojia found his way to the White Gate Tower and said excitedly, "Zhang Yuan surrendered." "Really?" Cao Cao laughed, "Great, go back to the barracks together and bring them all back, and yes, bring Lu Bu down for a generous burial. It's saddening to see an unrivaled and fierce general die such a suffocating death." "Yes." Xiaojia ran down again to make arrangements. Afterward, they left White Gate Tower and headed back towards Chao Jun's camp. Xuzhou also went along to meet Zhang Liao, Chen Kun, and that Xuzhou mega-rich man Ma Zhu, getting to know a few more historical celebrities. As for Mo Zhu, he also came to surrender. He no longer invested in Liu Bei, but surrendered to Cao Cao. After meeting everyone, Cao Cao told them to go down and added, "Duji, we found another beauty in the city, not much worse than Lu Bu's concubine Diaochan, it's Mrs. Du of Lu Bu's subordinate Qini Lu." Coming. Mrs. Du, too, made an appearance. Rumor has it that Guan Yu actually had his eye on Madame Du, and asked Cao Cao for her. Cao Cao had originally promised that he would give it to Guan Yu, but after seeing Madame Du's beauty and young womanly charm with his own eyes, he was so wowed that he stood Guan Yu up and took Madame Du for himself. Even Guan Yu, who only read the spring and autumn annals, was attracted to Mrs. Du. From this, it could be seen that on this woman, there was definitely a unique charm, probably not the most beautiful, but certainly special, the super tantalizing kind. "Forget it." Xuzhou refused, "It's better to leave it to the Lord." "Ha ha." Cao Cao laughed as he listened. Thinking that Duji was very good and knew how to share, he could do without Mrs. Du. In fact, if Xuzhou wanted it, Cao Cao could also give it away generously without hesitation. Now that Xuzhou did not want it, then he was, hee. Seeing Cao Cao smiling a little lewdly, Xuzhou immediately understood that Cao Cao had brainstormed something and, covered in goosebumps, hurriedly found a reason to leave. Just as Cao Cao's army fully attacked the city. Liu Bei and the others thought that Cao Cao's army's attention was focused on Xiapi and neglected to monitor other things, so they asked Chen to go and pick up Chen Gong. At this time, Chen Gong changed his clothes and became a big-headed soldier under Chen Ji's ministry. Returning to the outside of Xiapi, he looked up at the city and lamented, "Xiapi was broken just like this, and Lu Bu was probably gone." Even if Cao Cao didn't kill him, there was no way Liu Bei would let Lu Bu live. However, the fact that Liu Bei wanted to save him and wanted to recruit him again showed Liu Bei's unwillingness to be left alone. Liu Bei is also an ambitious man. Chen Gong was thinking in his heart. Chen Gong knew that he must have been hated by Liu Bei as well, but didn't kill himself. That's because he had the ability to strategize, and Liu Bei was so eager to get a military advisor that he put aside his grudges to recruit him. A person who can put aside his grudges is definitely ambitious. Defecting to Cao Cao, for Liu Bei, was only temporary, a transition, and he would definitely find a way to break away in the future. Chen Ji heard Chen Gong's words, also glanced down to Xiapi, and faintly said, "Let's go."
Liu Bei was still there, waiting for Chen Gong to return. By dressing Chen Gong up as a big-headed soldier, he would be able to bring it with him and hide it from Cao Cao and the others. The most dangerous place was the safest. Chapter 138 Liu Bei's Future. Sir. When he saw Chen Gong, Liu Bei personally went out to greet him. However, he was worried that he would be found out something, and brought Chen Gong to his main tent at the first time, and Guan Zhang and the two of them, as well as Sun Quan and Zhen Yang were all there at this time, and their gazes looked towards Chen Gong at the same time. Chen Gong made a bow and said, I helped Marquis Yuan and dealt with you guys so much, but you guys are still willing to save me, I can't thank you enough. Zhang Fei snorted lightly, his heart was really upset. To know that Lu Bu can do so much, all is Chen Gong's scheme, twice was stolen home, or Chen Gong's meaning, Zhang Fei would like to give Chen Gong, poke 7 or 8 transparent holes. Guan Yu said it did not matter, slightly nodded his head as a response. Liu Bei invited Chen Gong to sit down and politely said, Gongtai is overstating things, before you were Lu Bu's man, that's why you were like that, if Gongtai is willing to help me, I believe that he can also so advise us. Chen Gong slightly smiled, I will do my best to help you, my lord. Hearing the word lord, Liu Bei's heart is blossoming, finally he can have a strategist, since he can't get Xuzhou, getting Chen Gong is also very good, better than having nothing at all. May I ask Gongtai, what should we do next, what should we do? Liu Bei couldn't wait to ask. Chen Gong pondered for a long time and said, Xuzhou basically has no place for the lord, wanting to carve out a place by fighting Yuan Shu is not something that can be done with the lord's troop strength and being under Cao Cao's control. This status quo, they were aware of. Hearing Chen Gong speak directly, Liu Bei was depressed. What exactly? I think the lord doesn't need to be in a hurry yet, wait to make a decision after fighting Yuan Shu, I think Cao Cao will definitely not allow the lord to develop, and will have to break away from Cao Cao if necessary. Chen Gong added. This was something that Liu Bei agreed with. Being with Cao Cao, he would definitely be restricted, and he had thought about breaking away from Cao Cao, but he didn't have the concrete strength to do so at the moment, and asked, if I break away from Cao Cao, where can I go? Can Yuan Benshu? Chen Gong shook his head and said, Yuan Benshu wouldn't be able to do it either, the Yuan clan has 4 generations and 3 dukes, and Yuan Benshu is surrounded by celebrities from the world's most powerful families, so it would be difficult for Lord to find a place there, not to mention that Lord used to be Gongsun Zan's man. Leaving Gongsun Zan and then defecting to Yuan Shao would not necessarily be taken seriously. What about Jiangdong? Jian Yang asked. Chen Gong said, Sun Tzu is like a wolf and a tiger, and Sun has formed his own faction, so it might be better for the lord to go and defect to Yuan Shao. In fact, you don't have to be anxious, breaking away from Cao Cao doesn't necessarily mean that you can only defect to someone else, given the current situation, it's better to wait and see what happens. Outside the situation is unpredictable, Han Major territory, basically occupied by the vassals, Liu Bei at this time want to cut a territory, the only way to go to rob others. The only way to do it is to rob someone else. You can't even defect, because what you are defecting to is not yours. But to rob, will destroy Liu Bei's benevolence and righteousness. Liu Bei is only left with so many remnants of his army, but he can't rob the other lords, and he might even be destroyed. Chen Gong really couldn't give much advice. Saying it is almost the same as not saying it. Hearing this, Zhang Fei would not spoil Chen Gong, and gave a light grunt in displeasure. Chen Gong did not refute this remark and just laughed awkwardly. Third brother. Liu Bei said reproachfully and added, please also ask Gongtai to stay, in my place, it must be safe and free from any danger. Chen Gong nodded his head and said, I trust my lord. Having come to Liu Bei's camp, Chen Gong would also be prepared for his own safety and would not allow any danger to exist. It was not easy to survive, so he was even more life-thirsty. Cao Camp. Zhou politely refused Lady Du and left it to Cao Cao, who could imagine that Cao Cao was probably going to be unable to resist and was being let loose to cool him off. Sir. At this moment, Su Chu walked up, with 2 women behind him. Yan and Diaochan had been captured, and Su Chu had gotten Cao Cao's orders to send them over. The 2 of them were now lost in thought, their eyes devoid of color, walking corpses following a few soldiers around, seeing how much Lu Bu's death had affected them. Follow me back to the rear army. Seeing this, Xuzhou nodded slightly and said. Returning to the rear army camp, Xuzhou hesitated for a while and brought the people to the tent and handed them over to Lu Lingqi. Mother! When Lu Lingqi saw Yan appear here, she was first a little surprised, then her voice trembled slightly. What did Yan's appearance here mean? Shoppy was gone. What about her father? It was likely that it was also gone. If it was still there, Yan and Diaochan must not have appeared in Cao camp. Thinking of this, Lu Lingqi's body also trembled with fear. In fact, she heard all the movements of the siege.
In her heart, she had prepared for the worst, but it was hard to accept when faced with reality. Seeing that her daughter was still alive, Yan breathed a long sigh of relief and the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Xuzhou shrugged his shoulders, ignoring them and turned to go out the door. Sir is still merciful. Dian Wei saw this and said admiringly. Xuzhou said, I also can't, at any rate, be too cold and heartless, right? Dian Wei said, Sir is right. Evil come, I see you, as if you are helpless like that? Xuzhou sized up Dian Wei for a while and asked curiously. Dian Wei lifted the iron halberd in his hand and said sadly, without Lubu, I have no rival. To use one of Mr.'s previous phrases, life is as lonely as snow. Xuzhou. Did I say something like that? Xuzhou didn't remember. Anyway, after crossing over, he had said quite a few things, but Su Chu lamenting about being lonely without an opponent made him not know what to say to comfort him for a while. It was unthinkable that old Dian also had a time when he was a tall man. At this time in the tent, the sound of crying in various voices slowly came out. Xuzhou ignored them and talked to Dian Wei about the ideals of life. Evening. When Xuzhou hesitated, should he let someone send food in to Lu Lingqi suddenly ran out, grabbed Xuzhou's sleeve and asked, My father, is he really dead? Her action caused the soldiers around her to tense up. Lao Dian looked at this and lifted his iron halberd to strike. Catch all the people inside. Listen to Wang even shouted, to catch Lu Lingqi's mother, to blackmail Lu Lingqi into releasing Sir. You guys don't need to be nervous. Xuzhou stopped their movements and nodded, dead. Liu Bei killed her? That's right. I'll go kill Liu Bei. Lu Lingqi roared, letting go of Xuzhou's sleeve to rush out towards the camp. Xuzhou did not stop. Just with her she dared to talk about killing Liu Bei? It seemed like she didn't have the ability to do so. Lu Lingqi also knew that she couldn't kill Liu Bei, and after taking a few steps, she quickly stopped again and crouched on the ground, crying bitterly. Yan came out to gently comfort her and finally brought the person back to the tent. Sir, thank you. Sable said softly. She didn't know if she was thanking Xuzhou for being willing to let them go, or for taking care of Lu Lingqi for so long. Listening to the cries in the tent, Xuzhou decided to leave Lu Lingqi alone. The next step was to tackle Yuan Shu. As for how to fight, in fact, it is very simple. At this time Yuan Shu is already at the end of its strength, cannot support for a long time. As long as Cao Cao puts the main force on the attack on Huainan, Yuan Shu will be defeated. Chapter 139 Hostage Taking. Night. Liu Bei came to Chao's camp and met with Ma Zhu. Zhong, I came uninvited. Liu Bei laughed and didn't politely say anything to Ma Zhu, he just sat down. When he came here, he was actually still thinking about Ma Zhu's investment. A long time ago, Mo Zhu had said that he was willing to marry his sister and invest all of the Mo family's belongings in Liu Bei in exchange for an opportunity for the Mo family, but he was interrupted by Lu Bu, resulting in an investment that has yet to materialize. Liu Bei certainly wants to continue. Xian Dai is here. Mo Zhu smiled politely. The matter of the investment seemed to have been completely forgotten, even his attitude was not as polite as before, and asked, Xian Dai came to find me, is there something wrong? Businessmen were chasing profits. At one time, he expressed his willingness to defect to Liu Bei because within the entire Xuzhou, the plebeian faction did not mix well, plus Tao Qian was dying. Liu Bei had a reputation for benevolence and righteousness, and was still able to get Xuzhou out of Tao Qian's hands. Feeling that the investment still has a return. However, at this point in time, Liu Bei, wanting no territory, wanting no troops, the risk of investment is too great, think it is not worth it. On the contrary, Cao Cao is not the same, by the Son of God to order not to be subject to the army, many soldiers and generals, the potential for unlimited. Cao Cao's policy towards Xuzhou, though, was to rule Xuzhou by the people of Xuzhou and to rule by the scholarly faction. But with Tao Qian dead and Cao Bao dead, the Danyang faction in Xuzhou is almost gone, and Cao Cao intends to reach out to the scholarly faction to check the scholarly faction through the scholarly faction, and achieve balance in Xuzhou. The opportunity presented itself. Cao Cao did compare himself to Liu Bei, and he was indeed far better than Liu Bei. A risky investment in Liu Bei is truly fraught with risk. Liu Bei saw that Ma Zhu pretended not to understand and pretended, his heart was not happy, and after a while he said, I want to ask, when I was still in Shopee, does what Zhong said still count? Not only do you want to invest, but you also want Ma Zhu's sister. Mrs. Gone was disliked by him, but Ma Zhu's sister should not be much worse than Mrs. Gone. What did I say? Elk Shu pretended not to understand and asked, pretending to be confused. Liu Bei. He got angry. A merchant also dared to treat himself like that, but pushed his anger down and explained. Xuzhou said that he wanted to join me, to support the Han dynasty and pacify the world. Ma Zhu laughed out loud and said, "This I have not forgotten, and I have done so. Xiande and I defected to Cao Cao, and now Cao Cao greets the Son of Heaven, and crusades against the rebels by the order of the Son of Heaven, so we are colleagues." Xiande thinks right?
Liu Bei. I'm right, a hammer.
But Ma Zhu's meaning is obvious. If he stays any longer with a deadpan face, Liu Bei feels that he has no face. He gets up and makes a bow. I suddenly remembered that there are other things in the camp. Excuse me. I'll see Xiande off.
Ma Zhu sent Liu Bei outside the camp.
Just as Liu Bei left, Chen Kun came and looked at Liu Bei's back, understanding what had happened, and asked, "Xuzhou refused?"
Ma Zhu shrugged his shoulders and said, "I can only refuse."
Liu Bei, this person, is just like that. Liu Bei returned to his camp and saw Chen Gong waiting for him.
"My lord, it was a fruitless return, wasn't it?" Chen Gong asked. Liu Bei nodded his head.
Chen Gong said, "I have long said that the words of merchants cannot be trusted, but it doesn't matter. Now that Ma Zhu looks down on Lord, in the future I will be able to make him look down on Lord." Hearing this, Liu Bei clenched his fist.
Full of grandeur and ambition. The next day,
Xuzhou arrived at the center army camp. When Yuan and Bo Ping both returned to me. Cao Cao was in a good mood and smiled broadly. "The entire state of Xuzhou has also been taken by me, and I've already had someone send a letter back to Xuzhou for Wenruo and the others to arrange for someone to come over and take over the city, as well as
Yuan Jin. Big brother, I am. Xiahou said.
Cao Cao said, "You lead 10,000 troops, stay in Xiaopi and guard Xuzhou. The others will follow me to Yicheng again and destroy Yuanshu, Duji and Fengshou. Think, what are the arrangements?"
Shenzhou nodded slightly.
Wei Jia said, "Of course there is no problem." Xiahou also said aloud, "Eldest brother, I also have no problem."
Good.
Cao Cao added, "I'll go back and get ready. We'll leave the day after tomorrow." There were still many things they needed to take care of next, such as pacifying the people of Xiaopi, continuing to whitewash the massacre, proclaiming Cao Cao's benevolence, and for those who had surrendered, they had to try to pacify and integrate as much as possible. Leaving the day after tomorrow, there were still 2 days left to deal with today and tomorrow.
For Cao Cao, it was enough.
Returning to the rear army once again, Xuzhou glanced at Lu Lingqi's side of the tent, only to see that it was quiet inside at an unknown time, with little sound coming out.
It went on and on into the night. "Hey, come in." That was Lu Lingqi's voice.
Xuzhou was tempted to tell her that he was not called hey, but he still went in. Just after walking inside the tent, Xuzhou saw that Lu Lingqi seemed to be waiting for herself. In addition, Lady Gan, Lady Yan and Diao Chan were sitting on the soft couch waiting for themselves. The warbler inside the tent looked as if it was a bit fragrant, but the more it was like this, the more Xuzhou felt that Lu Lingqi was not right. How could they be together, preparing to do something shy with Xuzhou?
What's wrong?
Xuzhou looked at them, keeping a few moments of vigilance, and asked, "Could it be that Miss LV wants to hold me hostage again and take them out?"
Lu Lingqi almost wanted to ask, how did Xuzhou know? How could that be? Of course Lu Lingqi would not admit it. Xuzhou. Forget it, I'm leaving then. He turned around and was about to walk outside.
Lu Lingqi hurriedly grabbed Xuzhou's hand and directly pulled the person backhanded and then clasped Xuzhou's neck, sneering, "Actually, you guessed right, I really want to do this. Lady warrior, spare my life,"
Xuzhou said, leaning his head back.
There was also a feeling that it was going to be face to face with Lu Lingqi. Lu Lingqi immediately thought of that kiss at that time and felt her face turn red as she snapped, "Be honest with me."
Xuzhou cooperated and was honest. "Mother, auntie, I will take you away,"
Lu Lingqi said, pushing Xuzhou out of the tent, adding, "You guys follow me." Because Xuzhou was somewhat taking care of Lu Lingqi, and nothing had been happening in the rear army camp, the guards relaxed a lot, plus Lu Lingqi knew through Mrs. Gan that Dianwei wasn't around right now, so she dared to do this. The soldiers outside saw this and immediately surrounded them.
"Release, sir." Wang listened angrily and said, "All stand still, get out of my way."
Lu Lingqi still grabbed Xuzhou's neck and drank, "If you guys come over again, I'll kill him."
"Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way."
Xuzhou, a very afraid of death look, said in a hurry.
Wang listened to them and they had no choice but to get out of the way.
At the same time, he had people go back and tell Cao Cao what was going on here. "Give me a lance, 2 swords and a carriage, as long as everything arrives, I'll immediately release this evil thief," Lu Lingqi said in a loud voice.
Evil thief? Shenzhou didn't know when he got another nickname and cooperated. Wang, listen, didn't you hear me? Arrange. He was still one, looking scared of death.